Me, a poor doctor running a small clinic, just opened my practice when I received a challenge from a miracle healer rival across the street. He sent a bunch of thugs over, demanding $500,000 in protection money right off the bat, threatening to smash my shop if I didn't pay. I kept a straight face and handed over a priceless treasure. But when they opened the box, they were stunned on the spot. My name is Ye Chenfei, the owner of a newly opened small clinic called Pure Love Clinic. The name of this place might sound a bit vulgar, but since opening on Taishao Street a few days ago, nearly all the clients I've served have been injured gangsters from street brawls. Until that evening, a peculiar patient appeared in my clinic. She was a young and beautiful woman who kicked over the clinic's trash can as soon as she walked in, her face full of anger. I put down my phone, sizing her up around early 20s, exuding a unique aura of purity. She was wearing a pure white t-shirt, with delicate facial features and a pair of clear eyes that made one want to explore further. Hey, are you here to treat illnesses or to ogle at pretty women? Do you even have a shred of professional ethics? She suddenly shouted, her voice fierce. I was startled, thinking to myself how this girl, who looked so serene on the outside, could be so sharp-tongued. I smiled awkwardly and asked her to sit down. Miss, may I have your name? What seems to be the problem? That area of mine isn't feeling well. It's very serious, extremely itchy and dry, she muttered in a small voice, her face flushing red. Hearing this, I couldn't help but pause for a moment before stammering. Which area exactly isn't feeling well? Could you be a bit more specific, miss? What other area could it be? Women's issues, you tell me where it hurts. Can you even prescribe properly or not? She snapped, glaring at me with undisguised irritation. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead instantly. What in the world is going on? This girl seems seriously ill. After all, I, Ye Chenfei, am the closed-door disciple of a renowned poison physician. If she weren't so pretty, I'd have kicked her out the door long ago. Alright, miss, I think I understand what condition you have. I took a deep breath. Running a business requires maintaining harmony to attract wealth. It's gynecological, but you might have come to the wrong place. I'm a male practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. While I do know a thing or two about this, my clinic isn't equipped to examine you properly. For this kind of condition, you should visit the gynecology department at a major hospital. It's more conservative, more effective, and offers better privacy. Smack! Before I could finish speaking, she suddenly slammed the table and roared loudly. What do you mean by this? Refusing to treat me? If you can't cure it, just say so. Stop making a fool of yourself here. Her voice was so loud that it drew quite a crowd of onlookers, who stared at me as if I were the culprit behind the gynecological issue. I cursed silently in my heart. This was clearly coming looking for trouble. Alright, miss, if you don't mind, I can help you check. Please don't scream so loudly, okay? You're making it seem like I did something to you. I waved my hands repeatedly. Women have always been my Achilles heel, and when faced with a troublesome one, I'm completely at a loss. You want to check? How exactly do you plan to check? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Pants off, or maybe strip the shirt and bra too? Damn it, I muttered to myself. Miss, without taking them off, what do you think I am? X-ray vision. I knew it. You just want to take advantage of me, pry into my secrets. I've noticed that creepy look in your eyes all along. Disgusting, pervert. She started yelling unreasonably, her facial skin quivering with indignation. I was suddenly on the verge of tears. This girl was clearly out to embarrass me. The onlookers at the door also started jeering. If you can't treat illnesses, don't linger on Taishao Street. Without real skills, you'd better pack up and leave this place sooner rather than later. I let out a long sigh, finally seeing some clue. Apparently, someone doesn't want me to hang around Taishao Street, deliberately sending people to make a fool of me. I could guess with my toes that the person who most wants my clinic to shut down is none other than the Miracle Doctor Clinic across the street. The doctor at the Divine Physician Clinic is surnamed Zhou, and he has a nickname, Skinflint Joe, because his fees are exorbitantly high. Since I opened my clinic here, he's lost quite a bit of business. Jing Yuqing, seeing my silence, assumed I had seen through her identity and subtly hinted that I shouldn't provoke Skinflint Joe. I can treat it, of course I can. I sat back down. Since I dared to open a clinic here, there's no illness I wouldn't dare to treat. Jing Yuqing was immediately stunned, having never expected me to be so tactless. How do you plan to treat me? She asked. Having trained as a nurse herself, she understood the importance of gynecological examinations. Give me your hand, I said. What for? She seemed a bit nervous, her cheeks slightly flushed. Traditional Chinese medicine relies on pulse diagnosis, of course. I gently placed her hand on the pulse pillow and noticed her arm muscles were tense, veins protruding. What's wrong, beautiful? Are you that tense? I smiled slyly. No. Can you really diagnose my condition just by checking my pulse? Let's give it a try. I can't very well strip you naked for an examination in front of all these people outside, I said, stretching out 2 fingers to take her pulse while silently channeling my internal energy. I'm using the heavenly eye technique, a secret skill passed down to me by the old master. It resonates with the pulse and the body's 369 pressure points, allowing me to quickly understand a patient's physical condition. After a moment, I let out a slight hum. Miss, there must be something you're keeping from me, isn't there? Jing Yuqing retorted, What are you talking about? What else could I possibly have to tell you? You just lightly touched my hand a few times, what could you possibly see? What kind of secret? You should know better than I do. Before the truth comes to light, you'd better stop making a scene. The joke's gone far enough, leave now while you still can, I said calmly. What joke? I have no idea what you're talking about. I came here for medical treatment, yet you accuse me of causing trouble. Everyone here, be the judge, isn't this doctor clearly bullying me? She grew inexplicably agitated, addressing the onlookers. Fine then, miss, I'll just come straight to the point. I stood up. You don't have gynecological issues. You came here deliberately to cause trouble, didn't you? Ha! Jing Yuqing froze, and murmurs spread among the crowd. Dr. Yi, that can't be right. How could this perfectly decent young woman be here to cause trouble? Yes, Dr. Yi, do you really think she's not sick? Don't hospitals always use machines for full-body checkups? Said an auntie, waving a large palm leaf fan. Bang! Jing Yuqing slammed the table again and shouted, Yi, you say I'm here to cause trouble? On what grounds? If you don't explain clearly today, I'll tear down your sign. Unfazed, I said, no need to be surprised, everyone. The reason I say this girl has no gynecological issues is simple, she lacks the conditions to develop such problems in the first place. Miss, if I'm not mistaken, you're still a virgin, aren't you? The words struck like a bolt of clarity. Jing Yuqing's face froze instantly, her hand covering her mouth as she stood speechless. Everyone knows gynecological diseases are common among married women or those with complicated lives, but there's one kind of person who absolutely couldn't have them, like the beauty before us. A virgin simply couldn't possibly have gynecological issues. I paused, then added, unless that membrane was repaired. My words sent the onlookers into fits of laughter, filling the small clinic with a gleefully crude atmosphere. Jing Yuqing was so embarrassed she wished the ground would swallow her up, her face flushing as red as a ripe apple. She stood up abruptly, turning to leave. Hey, beautiful, I called out to stop her. Do me a favor and pass a message to Dr. Zhou. If he's got the guts, he should come talk to me himself. Such underhanded tactics are truly beneath him. Jing Yuqing had long been overwhelmed with shame and fled the pure-hearted clinic as if escaping. The onlookers hadn't dispersed yet. To them, the real show was just beginning. They knew Zhou Bapi's cunning nature well. Jing Yuqing was merely bait to lure larger prey, and there were surely bigger moves to come. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, 5 or 6 thug-like guys staggered into view at the clinic's entrance. The leader wore a black leather jacket, sported a heart-shaped haircut, had gleaming gold hoops dangling from his ears, a dragon tattoo on his arm, and a toothpick dangling from his mouth. As soon as they entered, they snarled at the onlookers, "What the hell are you all staring at? Haven't you seen how handsome Brother Dahai is? Get lost, all of you, scram now." The bystanders dared not offend Long Dahai and quickly scattered like grease under their feet. The thugs shut the door and began tossing the clinic's belongings around. Long Dahai pulled up a chair and sat right in the center of the clinic, leisurely swinging his legs. "Hello, big brothers, please come in and have a seat." I forced a smile and proactively offered them premium cigarettes. One of the taller lackeys blocked my path with his arm, took the cigarettes, and without even looking, tossed them straight into the trash. "You think a pack of smokes is enough to brush us off? You taking us for beggars or what?" "Heh, I meant no harm. It's just my way of showing respect to my brothers." I didn't lose my temper and kept my smile intact. "Who the fuck is your brother? You sure love flattering yourself." The tall guy took a few steps forward, pointing at my face with disdain. "Hey, what are you shouting for?" Long Dahai scolded in a low voice. "Be polite to Dr. Yi, we're all educated people here. You must be Ye Chenfei, right?" Long Dahai narrowed his eyes, pulling out a pack of golden china cigarettes from his pocket, asking knowingly. "Yes," I replied with a smile. "I didn't know you brothers were coming, so I wasn't prepared." "Are you all here for medical treatment? You fucking love seeing us sick, don't you?" the tall guy roared. Long Dahai turned around and kicked him hard, snapping, "I told you we're cultured people. No manners. Dr. Yi, you've been in our Taishao Street for almost 10 days now. You should know some of the rules here," Long Dahai said grimly. I get it. Closed during the day, open at night. Lock the doors and windows securely when closing. Taishao is my home. Civilization relies on everyone," I replied confusedly. "Who's talking about that? We're here for the protection money, damn it. Are you trying to piss us off?" The tall guy couldn't help but interject again. "Protection money? Oh, that too?" I shrugged helplessly. "Sorry, brothers, I really didn't prepare for that." "What are you waiting for? Show some sincerity," a thug behind me shouted. "Right." I quickly pulled out a few 100 yuan bills from my pocket and respectfully handed them to Long Dahai. Long Dahai cast a sidelong glance, his face full of disdain, fiddling with the cigarette box in his hand. "Dr. Yi, you're truly generous. 300 yuan isn't even enough for our brothers to cop a feel from the ladies." "Brother Dahai, let's not beat around the bush. Just tell me how much you need," I said. "This much." The tall guy beside him held up a hand. 500? No problem. I'll get it together for you right away." 500 my foot, it's 500,000, 500,000 a year for protection, the tall guy roared angrily. 500,000? I repeated with a faint smile. "That's right, it's 500,000. Pay up if you have the money, or get the hell out of Taishao Street right now if you don't. The tall guy pointed at me arrogantly. Brothers, you must be joking. I'm just running a small clinic with an annual turnover of no more than 50,000. Now you're demanding 500,000 as protection fee? That's utterly outrageous. Long Dahai said, swinging his legs, a tribute of 500,000 is peanuts around here. If you can't afford it, I won't make it hard on you, just move out of Taishao Street immediately, and we'll pretend you were never here. How about it? I hesitated for a few seconds, then suddenly said cheerfully, it's just 500,000, right? I'll pay. The group was instantly stunned, including Long Dahai, who also seemed surprised. I picked up a crystal ashtray from my desk and held it in my hand. Brother Dahai, what do you think of this? What the hell do you mean, an ashtray? Are you fucking telling me this ashtray is worth $500,000? Long Dahai couldn't help but curse. Brother Dahai, if you really think it's just an ordinary ashtray, you're dead wrong. Look here. I flipped the ashtray over, revealing the logo of a game stamped on the bottom. This was the first place national prize I won last year while playing Dodiju. It's made of pure crystal. Look, there's even a celebrity signature on the back. Someone offered me 600,000 last year, but I didn't sell it. Everyone examined it closely. The signature read Obama. What the actual fuck? Long Dahai, seeing the Chinese signature of Obama, flew into a rage, leaped from his seat, and smashed the ashtray onto the ground. You're fucking messing with me. I thought it was some treasure, but you're treating me like a damn monkey. Fuck this. Brothers, smash this place to pieces. Brother Dahai, give me one more chance. If you didn't like the crystal ashtray, I have another treasure here. I swear it'll impress you, Brother Dahai. It's genuinely priceless. I hastily stepped in to stop them. Long Dahai halted his thugs, baring his teeth as he pointed at my head. Fine, I'll give you one more chance. Let's see what priceless treasure you've got. But listen here, if you fucking dare toy with me again, you'll never walk out of Taishao Street alive. Yes, Brother Dahai, I wouldn't dare. I nodded frantically before hurrying into the clinic and bringing out a painted porcelain box. This is a family heirloom passed down in our family, all priceless treasures. Brother Dahai, the items inside are definitely worth more than 500,000, I said with genuine apprehension. Cut the nonsense. Hand it over and let me take a look. If it's truly priceless, you won't have to pay protection fees for the rest of your life, Long Dahai said greedily. I carefully placed the treasure box in front of Long Dahai, whose delighted expression was beyond words. The tall guy took the box and weighed it first, saying, Brother Dahai, this is good stuff, it's really heavy in the hand. Put it down. Get out of the way. How could a priceless treasure be opened by a small fry like you? I'll open it myself. Long Dahai shoved the tall guy aside and eagerly prepared to open the box. Chapter 004, Touch the Toad at Will. The pastel-colored rectangular box instantly captured everyone's attention. Long Dahai, who had managed to stay composed until then, found his greed completely stirred upon seeing it. His eyes practically leapt out of their sockets as if trying to dive into the box. Standing in a corner of the room, Ye Chenfei wore a faint, eerie smile. Snap! Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Long Dahai carefully twisted open the colorful box's lid and gingerly lifted the plastic seal. Whoa! The instant the box opened, Long Dahai sucked in a sharp breath. His eyes bulged wide, his mouth gaping large enough to swallow a large egg. He froze like a statue, only the earrings dangling from his ears trembling incessantly. The other big guys couldn't contain their curiosity either and crowded closer, immediately letting out a series of shrieks. Holy crap! Snakes! In an instant, Long Dahai and the others snapped back to reality, their expressions frozen as if they'd seen a ghost, not just snakes. There were centipedes, scorpions, and holy crap toads too. It turned out Ye Chenfei's so-called priceless treasure was just a bunch of critters lying in the box, a 10-inch silver snake, a jet-black poisonous scorpion, a palm-sized red centipede, a warty toad covered in black bumps, and a tiny lizard so small it was almost invisible. The slender silver snake's smooth body suddenly arched high, its green-patterned head snapping forward. Holy crap! Long Dahai immediately dropped the box, scrambling back several steps in sheer terror. His soul nearly left his body, and cold sweat poured down his face like rain. Most of the street punks on Taishao Street were used to modern, flashy things. When had they ever seen such a deadly creature? The thugs were instantly terrified out of their wits. You! Ye Chenfei! Is this the legendary treasure you promised? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Long Dahai snapped, pointing at Ye Chenfei as he screamed hysterically. Ye Chenfei shrugged helplessly, making a gesture of resignation. Brother Dahai, these are my life savings. Let me introduce you. Silver Snake is my buddy, his name's Silver Male. This red centipede's getting old and grumpy, hates people who don't bathe. And this black scorpion? Just 10 months old. Those pincers are razor sharp, I use it to trim my nails all the time. Want to give it a try? Ye Chenfei approached Long Dahai and his crew calmly, balancing the colorful box in one hand. The group immediately scattered. These usually tough-talking thugs finally showed their cowardly side, a sight that couldn't help but amuse. And this toad, Xiao Mo. Don't let its ugly looks fool you, it's a pure, blossoming young girl. Brother Dahai, you guys love groping beauties, right? Free groping. Just grope it. Just grope it. Ye Chenfei held Xiao Mo, covered in poisonous bumps, close to his face in the palm of his hand. Xiao Mo's entire body was covered in blackish poisonous bumps. Its eyes glowed with mottled blue light, its flat head had a dark yellowish hue, and when it opened its mouth, it revealed a long, terrifying tongue. Damn you, Ye Chenfei. Don't think these things can scare us. Among the group, there was one fearless soul, the big, loudmouth guy who always acted cocky. He drew a gleaming dagger from his waist. Brothers. They're just a bunch of vermin, what's there to fear? Watch me chop them all to pieces today. And while I'm at it, I'll slice off Ye Chenfei's head for fun. The big guy charged forward, dagger in hand, when suddenly one of his henchmen noticed something. Pointing at his neck, he screamed, "Big guy! There's something on your nose!" Long Dahai and the others glanced sideways and froze in shock. A small, gray-patterned gecko sat prominently on the big guy's neck. The gecko was only about half the size of a pinky finger. It had jumped onto his neck, and the big guy hadn't even noticed. Ah, Ye Chenfei shook his head slightly. Big guy, I hadn't even introduced us properly, and you're already so impulsive. Our little gecko isn't happy. You can take it out on me if you want, but first, give the little gecko an explanation, okay? Apologize my ass. Big guy freed his other hand and slapped his own neck hard, as if swatting a mosquito. Smack! The big guy slapped down hard, a streak of dark blood appearing on his palm. He grinned widely. Ha! Ha! What lizard? I smacked it dead. Among the thugs, only Big Guy could laugh. The others clearly saw the dark gray gecko swing its tail back and forth on Big Guy's head. Bro, you didn't swat a gecko. You swatted gecko. Ye Chenfei couldn't bear to watch and reluctantly pointed it out. What? Big Guy raised his hand to look, suddenly furrowing his brow as he muttered under his breath. Instantly, his large palm turned pitch black, as if stained by dye. His entire hand was suddenly covered in darkness. My hand. My hand. How did it turn like this? The big guy's fighting spirit shattered in that instant. He held up his trembling hand and shouted in disbelief. My hand's black too. Just as the big guy was wallowing in despair, another voice exploded beside him. A yellow-haired younger guy also held up his palm, shrieking. Mine. Mine too. The screams echoed in rapid succession. Within minutes, all 6 members of Long Dahai's gang shared a common trait: their palms were pitch black. Fingers, fingernails, and the flesh of their hands were all stained with ink, leaving no part untouched. The group could now form a cohesive unit, the Black Hand Gang. Finally, the little gecko hopped onto Ye Chenfei's palm, signaling the mission's end. Ye Chenfei pulled a small piece of bread from his pocket as a reward for the gecko. You crossed the little gecko. This is your punishment. Nice work, gecko. What the hell are you playing at? Long Dahai shouted, holding up his blackened palm, his voice thick with anger and a hint of tears. Brother Dahai, you have your crew, I have mine. 50,000 for protection? That's too steep. My guys can't stomach it. Ye Chenfei's tone remained mocking. You've been poisoned by my little geckos. If you don't find an antidote within 2 days, the poison will take effect. You'll bleed from all 7 orifices, then your intestines and internal organs will rot, turning you into a pool of toxic sludge. What? The 6 men nearly shouted in unison, teetering on the edge of collapse. This outcome was too sudden. They'd never believed collecting protection money could lead to this, not even if you killed them. Right now, you must feel that poison palm growing icy cold, right? Slowly, that chill will spread through your bodies, creeping over every inch of you until you become nothing but a pool of freezing poisonous water. Ye Chenfei calmly poured himself a cup of clear tea, speaking with leisurely ease. Ye Chenfei. You ing bastard. How dare you poison us? I'll kill you right now. Big Guy could no longer contain his rage. He picked up the dagger from the ground again, ready to lunge forward. Ye Chenfei swiftly intervened. Big Guy, I advise you not to move. Little Gecko is the weakest of my brothers. See? I still have 4 brothers who haven't even lifted a finger yet. If you dare take one more step forward, we brothers will show you what we're made of. Believe me, I can turn you into a skeleton in an instant. The big guy was genuinely shaken by this threat. He held the dagger but dared not advance. This guy, who usually flaunted his fighting prowess, was nothing but a coward when faced with life and death. Smack! Smack! Long Dahai yanked the big guy back, landing 2 resounding slaps across his face. How the hell do you talk to Dr. Yi like that? Show some respect. Dr. Yi, we were wrong. We shouldn't have come demanding protection money. I know you're a master. We didn't recognize a mountain when we saw it. We were wrong, we were wrong. Please give us another chance. Chapter 005, You're the Poison. Less than half an hour after Long Dahai's gang entered, the small clinic had undergone a complete transformation. Ye Chenfei now sat calmly in his chair, legs crossed, sipping a cup of clear tea. The heartfelt, sincere apologies from Long Dahai and his men drifted to his ears. What a blissful feeling. Brother Dahai, your apology is sincere enough.
Now tell me, why did you demand $500,000 in protection money? Just because I'm better looking than others? Ye Chenfei asked, sipping his tea with relish. It's all that bastard Zhou Bapi's fault. Long Dahai held up his dark palm, looking like an obedient lapdog. Dr. Yi, your new clinic has driven Zhou Bapi out of business these past few days. That guy's holding a grudge and sent us to drive you out. Dr. Yi, we didn't mean to cause you trouble. Once we get back, we'll definitely get revenge for you and beat the crap out of that Zhou Bapi. I'll handle beating Zhou Bapi myself. Now, in business, we value harmony. Peace brings prosperity. Help me with one thing, I'll personally take care of the antidote. After that, we'll be friends whenever we meet. Ye Chenfei spoke with the authority of someone who'd been there before. Having started as a street thug himself, he understood these guys' mindset all too well. Alright, Dr. Yi, just tell us what you need. Anything within our power, we'll do without hesitation. Long Dahai agreed without a second thought. I know you're with Brother Bei. I need to see him. Tomorrow at this time, arrange a meeting with him. Tell him a doctor wants to settle a score. Ye Chenfei continued. Once I meet Brother Bei, I'll remove the poison from all of you. Then, our debts and grievances will be wiped clean. What? You want to see little Brother Bei? Long Dahai's expression froze, his face clouding with difficulty. The tall guy roared in defiance, Ye Chenfei, who do you think you are? Do you think anyone can just see little Brother Bei? You've already ruined us, and now you want to mess with little Brother Bei? Among them, Big Guy was poisoned the worst. His right hand looked like it had been pulled from a sweet potato oven, blackened and crumbling. Shut your mouth, Big Guy. Long Dahai barked, then turned nervously to ask, Dr. Yi? What misunderstanding do you have with our brother Xiao Bei? You wouldn't be planning to let him experience the might of your brothers too, would you? Rest assured, my brothers command high fees. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't deploy them. Suffice it to say, have little brother come over once. Don't ask about the rest. Ye Chenfei stood up and packed away the 5 brothers' boxes. It's getting late. Don't linger here. I have business coming in soon. Remember tomorrow at this exact time. After that, the deadly poison in your bodies will activate. No one will be able to save you. And so, Long Dahai and the others slunk out of the small clinic, heads bowed. Unconsciously, they all adopted the same posture, their poisoned hands raised high. To the uninitiated, it might have looked like they were saluting everyone they passed. Ye Chenfei stepped out the window, gazing at the bustling night market along Taishao Street. Seeing countless familiar scenes and faces, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The place remains the same, but the people have changed. Taishao Street is still Taishao Street, yet Ye Chenfei is a man who has already died once. I, Ye Chenfei, have returned. Those who have stained their hands with my blood, spit it out, every last drop. Those who conspired to destroy the Yi family, none of you will live in peace. Ye Chenfei clenched his fist so tightly his nails drew a thin trickle of blood across his palms. A series of urgent knocks snapped Ye Chenfei from his reverie. An elderly man in a security guard uniform hurriedly pushed open the door. Dr. Yi? Is that you, Dr. Yi? Ye Chenfei recognized the old man, Uncle Rong, a security guard from a leisure hotel on Taishao Street. It was Uncle Rong who had helped arrange this apartment. Now, Uncle Rong was panting, sweat dripping from his forehead, his face etched with urgency. What's wrong, Uncle Rong? What happened? Ye Chenfei stepped forward to steady him. Quick! Quick, come with me. Something's happened at our Huamei Hotel. Without waiting for an answer, Uncle Rong grabbed Ye Chenfei and hurried toward the Huamei Hotel. Someone collapsed. In the fluster, Ye Chenfei grabbed his medical bag. Uncle Rong, tell me exactly what's happening. One of our hostesses suddenly collapsed out of nowhere, foaming at the mouth. She looks like she's dying. Uncle Rong gasped for breath. I don't know the details. Mr. Hua sent me to find a doctor. It's extremely critical. The Huamei Hotel stood at the heart of Taishao Street, the largest leisure hotel along the entire thoroughfare. Its 8-story stand-alone building boasted gilded splendor and opulent decor. Not only was it unrivaled on Taishao Street, but it also held a prominent reputation throughout the entire Tianhai city. Ye Chenfei hurried after Uncle Rong, too preoccupied to admire the hotel's extravagant decor. They took the elevator straight to the 3rd floor, entering a luxurious private room. Several people were gathered inside the private room, mostly staff from the Huamei Hotel. A middle-aged man with a swollen physique watched anxiously as someone in the center was already performing emergency treatment on a patient. That person was none other than Zhou Bapi from the Divine Doctor Clinic, along with his assistant, Jing Yuqing. Uncle Rong pulled Ye Chenfei forward to introduce him to the middle-aged man. Mr. Hua, this is Dr. Yi, who also runs a clinic on Taishao Street. Mr. Hua gave a slight nod in greeting and gestured. Dr. Yi, please take a look at what's going on. With a life at stake, there was no time to waste. Ye Chenfei forced his way forward, about to take the patient's pulse, only to be blocked by Zhou Bapi. Mr. Hua, what do you think you're doing? Don't you trust my medical skills? I don't need help from a third-rate charlatan. At such a critical moment, how can I let someone like that get involved? Dr. Zhou, isn't it true that many hands make light work?
Mr. Hua spread his hands helplessly.
I don't want anything to happen to Zimo either. She's our priceless treasure at Huamei. Enough, Mr. Hua. Time is critical.
I have no time for this nonsense.
Who is this Ye Chenfei? You'd better step aside and not delay my treatment of ZMO. If anything goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility?
Zhou Bapi's sunken eyes glared fiercely at Ye Chenfei, his words dripping with contempt. Ye Chenfei promptly stepped back several paces. After all, Zhou Bapi had arrived first and was bound to disrupt his plans. He seized this chance to assess the patient's condition. The patient who held everyone's breath was a beautiful woman. She lay face up on the leather sofa in the private room, her eyes tightly shut, lips slightly parted. A deep flush highlighted her cheeks, her brow slightly furrowed, and glistening tears lingered at the corners of her eyes, as if she had just endured a tremendous ordeal. Her flawlessly beautiful face, free of makeup, formed a picture of a sleeping beauty with exquisite contours and delicate features.
Who can tell me what happened? How did Qin Zimo suddenly faint?
Zhou Bapi vigorously massaged the woman's temples as he called out. A plump waiter stepped forward. When Zimo returned to the hall, she said she was thirsty and wanted water. I brought her a glass, but after just one sip, her whole body started shaking, her hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. It scared me to death. I saw her eyes roll back, foam forming at her mouth, and she started babbling nonsense. Before long, she passed out.
Zimo clearly had a stroke,
Zhou Bapi said, gripping the woman's jade-like arm with one hand.
Chapter 006, The Princess Has Had a Stroke. A stroke?
Boss Hua repeated in disbelief, his face etched with utter bewilderment.
Dr. Zhou, how could this be? We all underwent physical exams before Zimo arrived. She was perfectly healthy. She has no history of acute illnesses like this. Mr. Hua knew every detail about Qin Zimo.
He paid millions to recruit her as his prized courtesan, treating her like an empress. Hearing Zhou Bapi mention stroke sent a wave of panic through Mr. Hua, his chubby cheeks nearly trembling with anxiety.
Mr. Hua, what good does arguing do now? Get me a large supply of ice immediately. If Zimo doesn't receive prompt treatment, she could slip into a permanent coma.
Dr. Zhou's expression turned grave as he directed the beautiful young nurse behind him.
Yes. Hua Boss bellowed repeatedly, then roared at the waitstaff standing dumbstruck nearby. What the hell are you all standing around for? Get moving and find that ice. If anything happens to Qin Zimo, you lot can pack your bags and get out.
In no time, the plump waiter brought over a box of ice, while the pretty nurse fetched an emergency supply of Chinese herbal ointment from the clinic. The ointment's pungent, invigorating scent led Ye Chenfei to identify wild chrysanthemum and fish as key ingredients. These herbs were typically used to clear heat, detoxify, and dispel toxins.
If Qin Zimo had indeed suffered a stroke, this ointment could serve as emergency treatment.
Without further ado, Zhou Bapi dipped the ice cubes into the black ointment and applied it to Qin Zimo's forehead, temples, and the Zhongting acupoints, several crucial pressure points. He also stuffed the black ointment into Qin Zimo's fiery red lips, administering it both internally and externally until the entire ointment was used up.
Sure enough, before long, Zhou Bapi's ointment took effect.
Qin Zimo suddenly coughed heavily twice, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably.
It's working!
Overjoyed, Zhou Bapi reached out with one hand to support Qin Zimo's delicate shoulder, forcing her upright.
Zimo! Are you feeling better? Can you hear me?
Mr. Hua, equally agitated, rushed over and clutched Qin Zimo's delicate hand.
Zimo, wake up! You can't scare Brother Hua like this. You've completely broken my heart.
As if responding to Zhou Bapi's call, Qin Zimo suddenly opened her half-closed eyes. This startled everyone in the private room. Her eyes were instantly filled with thick bloodshot veins, turning a terrifying crimson, as if they might bleed at any moment.
Next, his hands began trembling violently, shaking wildly up and down.
His complexion rapidly darkened and dulled, his facial expression twisting into something grotesquely feral.
A perfectly normal, beautiful young man seemed possessed in an instant. Zimo, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me like this, okay? Boss Hua, drenched in sweat, clutched Qin Zimo's shoulders tightly and turned to confront Zhou Bapi. Oh, Zhou Bapi, what the hell did you do? Why does Zimo's condition look even worse than before? Zhou Bapi began to panic as well, beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickling down his temples. This is perfectly normal. It means the ointment I applied to Qin Zimo is taking effect. Her body will return to normal in no time.
Before Zhou Bapi could finish, Qin Zimo let out a piercing scream. Her convulsions intensified, her complexion darkened alarmingly, and blood began trickling from the corners of her eyes. At this point, even a fool could see that Qin Zimo's condition hadn't stabilized at all, it had worsened dramatically. Her eyes were bleeding. How far could she be from death?
Zhou Bapi. What the hell is this? Is this what you meant by the condition stabilizing and improving? Boss Hua turned and demanded an answer from Zhou Bapi. Zhou Bapi and Jing Yuqing were utterly flustered, their minds going blank.
They quickly grasped the gravity of the situation but were momentarily at a loss, unsure how to handle Qin Zimo in this state.
Ahem. Just as chaos reigned and the situation grew critical, a distinctive cough echoed through the room. Perhaps I should try? The speaker was Ye Chenfei. He had been observing Qin Zimo's reactions all along and had already deduced the cause of his illness based on certain subtle clues. All eyes instantly turned to Ye Chenfei, the one who had been completely overlooked from start to finish, even ignored upon entering the room. You? Ye Chenfei? What are you getting involved for? The first to react was Zhou Bapi. Pointing at Ye Chenfei, he spat out a torrent of scolding. This is the most critical moment of her illness, and you want to try? Do you think treating illness is some kind of game?
Without waiting for a response, Ye Chenfei shoved Zhou Bapi aside. With your treatment, this beautiful woman will soon become a ghost.
Ye Chenfei's grip was powerful. With a slight push, he sent the emaciated Zhou Bapi flying several meters away. When had Zhou Bapi ever been treated like this?
Instantly, he turned into a night cat whose tail had been stepped on, screaming madly.
What do you know? Zimo's having a stroke. If anything happens, can you take responsibility? You quack. You trash doctor. You'll kill her. Smack. Zhou Bapi lunged forward, snarling. Ye Chenfei swiftly countered with a backhand slap. Stroke? My ass. Stop causing trouble here. Get lost. Mr. Hua, if you want to save Qin Zimo, first calm this mad dog down.
Ye Chenfei's tone brooked no argument, his voice carrying an air of commanding authority.
Before Boss Hua could react, several waitstaff nearby stepped forward and restrained the enraged Zhou Bapi. Qin Zimo's condition grew increasingly critical.
The light in his eyes dimmed steadily, and the tremors in his body and limbs grew weaker by the moment.
Rip! Ye Chenfei swiftly tore open Qin Zimo's outer garment. Everyone nearby held their breath. Even the rabid Zhou Bapi fixed his gaze on Ye Chenfei, scrutinizing his every move. Ye Chenfei first pinched Qin Zimo's nose, forcing her to hold her breath. He then called out to the beautiful young nurse beside him, "Come help me hold her. Face her toward the wall. Keep her steady. Don't let her move."
Jing Yuqing wasted no time, responding with a nod before rushing over to firmly press down on Qin Zimo's shoulders. As if performing magic, Ye Chenfei produced 2 silver needles from his chest. He measured the spot on Qin Zimo's back, swiftly inserting one needle into the Yutong acupoint on her back. The other needle was precisely placed into the Shangxiu acupoint in her stomach region. Each needle penetrated 2 to 3 centimeters into the acupoints. Instantly, Qin Zimo's neck jerked back, and he suddenly stammered. Ye Chenfei. What kind of ridiculous trick is this? Zhou Bapi, facing Qin Zimo, pointed at Ye Chenfei and grumbled, Mr. Hua, you can't trust this guy. He doesn't even know basic medical knowledge. Qin Zimo's stroke is extremely severe. If we get him to the hospital now, there might still be a chance. If we're too late, it'll be too late for everything. Hey, Dr. Zhou, done yelling yet? Just a heads up, you'd better not stand directly in front of Qin Zimo. Ye Chenfei gestured a warning. What? Who the hell do you think you are, Ye Chenfei? What gives you the right to boss me around? What gives you the right to use my little nurse? Today, I'm going to expose you as a scumbag doctor and kick you out of our Taishao Street. Oh. Before Zhou Bapi could finish his rant, Qin Zimo suddenly let out a muffled growl and spewed a torrent of filth from his mouth. The foul, pungent mess, a mix of food scraps, stale wine, and vegetable leaves, landed squarely on Zhou Bapi's body. Zhou Bapi was instantly blown away. Chapter 007 Poisoned. Qin Zimo's sudden vomiting expelled everything from his stomach, food and alcohol alike, filling the private room with an overpowering, foul stench. Uncle Rong and several waitstaff scrambled to clean up the mess, but Zhou Bapi's fate was far more dire. His entire body was drenched, a green vegetable leaf still stuck to his bald head. His form-fitting, high-collared robe, which had at least lent him some semblance of a master's dignity, was now soaked through, clinging to his emaciated frame. At first glance, he resembled a dead monkey freshly pulled from the water. Zhou Bapi was no small-time figure on Taishao Street. When had he ever received such special treatment? Dr. Zhou, I warned you before, but you wouldn't listen. Why put yourself through this? That robe must have cost a pretty penny, right? Ye Chenfei said earnestly, stifling a chuckle. You Ye Chenfei. You Zhou Bapi. He glared, his eyes rolling back in his head. Anger and shame boiled over, his throat heaving with ragged breaths. You just wait. I won't let this go. Cough. Just then, Qin Zimo suddenly let out 2 heavy coughs, snapping everyone out of their shock. Qin Zimo's complexion instantly flushed rosy. His eyes fluttered open slightly, and the spasms in his limbs vanished. Though his mind hadn't fully returned, his porcelain cheeks were still drenched in sweat, as if he'd been reborn from the flames. He murmured dazedly, What happened to me? Relief washed over the crowd. Qin Zimo speaking meant he'd passed the critical stage. Boss Hua, overcome with emotion, steadied the dazed young man. Goodness. Zimo, you scared me half to death. Don't talk yet, just drink some water and catch your breath. Qin Zimo wiped the sweat from his temple, frowning as he scanned the room.
His slightly flushed face wore utter confusion. Mr. Hua, what happened? I was just drinking water. How did I end up like this? What exactly just happened? Zhou Bapi, already stripped of his robe, poked his head in and said shamelessly, you just had a stroke. It must have been triggered by some shock you experienced earlier. Do you have a history of heart disease or high blood pressure? High blood pressure, my ass. Mr. Hua's brow suddenly furrowed as he barked angrily, Zhou Bapi, don't you feel ashamed? Your treatment nearly caused Zhou to have an accident just now. Mr. Hua, hear me out. You must have misunderstood. This kid just got lucky. It was a complete accident. Zhou Bapi's medical skills might be lacking, but his silver tongue was sharp. When a man is shameless, he becomes unstoppable. Mouse my ass. Ye Chenfei stepped forward, cutting Zhou Bapi off. Zhou Bapi, haven't you figured it out yet? Haven't you seen that Qin Zimo's symptoms were caused by poisoning? Poison? Not only Zhou Bapi, but everyone in the room froze in shock. Zhou Bapi was utterly baffled. What did you say? Poison? Ever since Ye Chenfei had demonstrated his skills, Boss Hua had regarded him with a newfound respect. Hearing Ye Chenfei's conclusion about poisoning, Boss Hua's face was now etched with utter bewilderment. The idea that the top courtesan of the Huamei Hotel had been poisoned on her own turf sounded like an Arabian Nights fairy tale. Dr. Yi, you're not joking, are you? You're saying Zhou didn't have a stroke, she was poisoned? Ye Chenfei didn't rush to respond. Instead, he walked straight to Qin Zimo's side and said, the moment I entered the private room, I detected a peculiar scent in this space, a primal, plant-based aroma, faint yet distinctly pungent. You may not recognize it, but those of us in traditional Chinese medicine are quite sensitive to such scents. Upon closer inspection, I realized this fragrance emanated from Qin Zimo herself. It's the scent of a medicinal herb, the soul-capturing herb. Also known as epimedium, this herb's effect is to cloud the mind and bewitch the heart. Such herbs are typically harvested by unscrupulous merchants to make spring medicine. I believe everyone here is well aware of the effects of spring medicine. Clearly, someone intended to harm Qin Zimo, deliberately feeding her powdered love potion, aiming to further violate her. You're talking absolute nonsense. Zhou Bapi was the first to object. Today's spotlight had been completely stolen by Ye Chenfei, and he was seething with resentment. Ye Chenfei, don't think your lucky break just now makes you some kind of master of traditional Chinese medicine. You say Zimo swallowed Chun medicine? Then why is her body trembling uncontrollably, and why has her complexion turned dark and sallow? If it truly were the Chun herb, shouldn't Qin Zimo be in a completely different state? Everyone could see Zhou Bapi was venting his frustration, but he voiced the question on everyone's mind. The effect of the tongue medicine should be to induce a trance-like state, yet Qin Zimo had nearly met her end just now. Don't be surprised this outcome was an accident. The person who administered the poison knew the effects of the soul-numbing herb, but they didn't understand its nature. In the external Chinese medicine pharmacopoeia, the soul-numbing herb is classified as a toxic medicinal herb. Its toxicity is fierce. A mere gram can take effect, and it acts extremely rapidly. However, if the poisoner exceeds a gram in dosage, the consequences become severe. For those with weaker constitutions, it can be life-threatening. This was the primary reason Qin Zimo had been in mortal danger just now. At this point, Ye Chenfei turned to the sleazy Zhou Bapi and said, Zhou Bapi, I'll teach you a trick for free. In situations like this, using heat-clearing herbs to counteract the poison is completely useless. It'll only accelerate the toxin's effects. The most direct method is to perform a gastric lavage on the patient. Damn it! Boss Hua's face flushed with fury as he kicked a stainless steel trash can aside in anger. Someone dared to pull such a despicable stunt in my hotel. Investigate this immediately. Who dares to toy with Zimo's life? I'll kill that person today. Boss, Sister Zimo only served guests in rooms 8 and 12 today, the plump waitress beside him reported obediently. Mr. Hua barked without hesitation, bring every single guest from those 2 rooms here immediately. If we don't find the poisoner today, this hotel's business is finished. Now. Right this instant. Boss Hua, now that the patient is out of danger, I think it's time for me to leave, Ye Chenfei said solemnly. No, Dr. Yi, I haven't properly thanked you yet. Boss Hua sighed deeply, pulling out a check. Here's a check for 300,000. Take it for now. We really owe you for this. Otherwise, our Huamei Hotel would have been ruined today. If I'd actually trusted that Zhou the Skinflint, I'd be finished. Speaking of Zhou, he had vanished from the private room entirely. No one knew when he'd slipped away. He probably wouldn't have the nerve to show his face to Mr. Hua again. 300,000 is too much, Mr. Hua. 300 would be enough. Ye Chenfei waved his hand. Before descending the mountain, his master had instructed him, practice medicine to save lives, not to seek wealth. No, Dr. Yi, please don't be so polite. Mr. Hua insisted, forcing the check into Ye Chenfei's hand. I truly can't accept this, Mr. Hua. I have my own principles. If I take your 300,000 today, no one would dare come to my clinic for treatment in the future. Ye Chenfei insisted. Mr. Hua let out a long, hearty laugh. Who'd have thought someone so principled still existed in this world? My deepest respect. Dr. Yi, you've won me over as a friend. Would you do me another favor? You flatter me, Mr. Hua. It's my honor to be your friend. Whatever you need, just say the word.
Ye Chenfei recognized Mr. Hua as a straightforward man.
More friends meant more opportunities, and at the very least, Mr. Hua held influence on Taishao Street. My hotel is looking for a medical consultant to handle emergency medical situations here. I feel you're the perfect fit, Dr. Yi. Both your character and medical skills meet my requirements. Since your clinic is right on Taishao Street, consider it a side gig. Do me a favor. Alright. No problem. Ye Chenfei agreed readily. Great. It's settled then. You must accept this 300,000 yuan as an advance payment for your services. Dr. Yi, please don't refuse unless you look down on me, Hua Tianxiong, for being a simple man. With the matter settled, Ye Chenfei accepted the 300,000 yuan advance without further hesitation. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside. What the hell is going on in your hotel? Do you even want to stay open? What's the point of bringing us here? Chapter 008: Poisoning and Assassination.
The private room saw a fresh wave of guests. The original waitstaff withdrew, replaced by 6 new individuals, the patrons from rooms 8 and 12. Before her poisoning, Jean Zimo had been entertaining them with drinks and songs in these very rooms. This meant the culprit responsible for the poisoning was among these 6 individuals. After a period of recovery, Jean Zimo gradually regained consciousness, her flushed cheek showing a hint of exhaustion. Throughout this process, she remained silent, only occasionally glancing at Ye Chenfei. Her gaze held a wealth of meaning, though Ye Chenfei, oblivious as ever, failed to notice. Among the 6 people before him, 2 middle-aged men in suits were from private room 8. The other 4 occupied a separate private room, and among them, a young man with a mop-top hairstyle stood out remarkably.
His attire was dazzlingly conspicuous, radiating a golden glow from head to toe.
His hair stood on end like a golden broom, a gold chain hung around his neck, thick solid gold bracelets encircled his wrists, and he was even clad in a gold shirt and gold-colored casual pants. The overwhelming aura of gaudy, ostentatious wealth was palpable. Among the 4 in the flashy gold group, 2 were muscular men in black suits with the standard accessories at their waists, clearly the gold guy's bodyguards. The other 2 were dressed similarly to the gold guy, likely having come together to seek some fun on the streets. The group entered the bar and immediately began complaining loudly. 2 middle-aged men in suits kept grumbling, "I don't know how this hotel does business.
Get your boss over here right now.
How dare you force us into this place?"
The spiky-haired gang grew even more brazen. "Do you know who I am? I'm Jean Dania's son.
My friends and I came here to drink, and you actually kicked us out to this dump. You better believe I can tear this whole hotel down in minutes."
Enough shouting. I am the owner, Hua Tianxiong.
Mr. Hua stepped forward with a stern expression.
You should recognize the woman sitting beside me, right? Tonight she was entertaining guests in private rooms 8 and 12.
But we just discovered someone poisoned her. This poison nearly cost her life.
Which one of you poisoned my employee? Whoever poisons someone on my turf is pissing on my head. Hua Tianxiong was furious, no longer caring about their identities.
He glared at the 6 men before him, his anger boiling over.
What? Poison? The 2 middle-aged men were startled, waving their hands frantically. We absolutely didn't poison that beauty. We were having a great time chatting. Boss, you must have the wrong people.
Bull.
The gold-plated guy leapt to his feet, bellowing, so you're accusing us of poisoning that chick? That's a ing joke. Boss, get your facts straight before dragging us into this. Your own girl got sick, and you just pin it on us? We're here to have fun, not get blamed for your problems.
I don't have time to waste here, I've got a late-night snack waiting.
After saying this, Goldie tried to lead his henchmen out of the private room. Boss Hua immediately snorted coldly, "No one leaves here until this is sorted out today. Otherwise, don't blame me, Hua Tianxiong, for turning on you. If you manage to walk out that hotel door, I'll just shut down this place." Whoa! Hua Tianxiong, you think you're threatening me? Do you think I was born yesterday? Goldie retorted defiantly, though he dared not charge out. The corridor was swarming with security guards rushing out would be suicide. Hua Tianxiong continued, "I'll give you one last chance. Come out voluntarily, admit your mistake, and apologize to ZMO. I'll consider this a misunderstanding. All I want is a clear stance from you. If you insist on confrontation, I, Hua Tianxiong, will see this through to the end." Hua Tianxiong, you're clearly trying to frame us. Gold-plated Richie pointed at him defiantly. What proof do you have we poisoned that girl? If you can't produce evidence, I'll make sure this isn't over. Excuse me, may I speak? Ye Chenfei suddenly interjected. Goldie's appearance was already revolting enough, and now his arrogance was pushing Ye Chenfei's patience to its limit. Who the hell are you? What gives you the right to speak here? The gold-plated thug was like a rabid dog, ready to bite anyone in sight. I'm the hotel's medical consultant. Since none of you admit to poisoning Qin Zimo, I'll find the culprit myself. Ye Chenfei closed in on the man with the mop-top hair, immediately hit by a thick stench of alcohol. The moment the gold-plated guy opened his mouth, the fumes nearly suffocated him. The truth was already glaringly obvious. The phrase guilty conscience couldn't be more fitting for this gold-plated thug. The two middle-aged men in private room number 8 were clearly ordinary customers who wouldn't dare cause trouble. Goldie, on the other hand, had been in a constant state of agitation, a clear sign of guilt. Fine. I don't care what kind of bull doctor consultant you think you are. If you can find any evidence proving I poisoned that girl, I'll admit it. But if you can't find a damn thing? You'll be the first one I take out. The gaudy gold-plated guy grew even more brazen, pointing his finger at Ye Chenfei as he stepped closer, threatening him. But unexpectedly, Ye Chenfei suddenly grabbed Tu Haojin's finger. You know exactly what you did. You should understand the effects of the love potion better than anyone, right? The two bodyguards lunged forward to restrain Ye Chenfei, but the gold-plated thug waved them off. Hold it. Let him talk. I'll see what evidence you've got. I didn't do it, plain and simple. And I sure as hell didn't know it was love grass. The gold-plated tycoon adopted a defiant attitude, convinced that as long as he denied it, no one could prove he'd drugged Qin Zimo. In the end, Hua Tianxian would still have to escort him out respectfully. The small private room fell deathly silent. The air thickened with tension as all eyes fixed on Ye Chenfei's every move, wondering what kind of evidence he could possibly produce. Ye Chenfei gripped one of the gold-plated man's fingers tightly and declared, the love potion herb has fiercely potent properties. It naturally thrives in arid environments, and the artificial manufacturing process requires drying. This makes the powder exceptionally unique. It ignites instantly upon contact with fire or high temperatures. My friend, you were far too careless. Your finger is coated with traces of that powder. With that, Ye Chenfei swiftly flicked open his lighter and swept it across the man's finger. Instantly, a jet of flame shot out, searing the gold-plated finger until it blistered. Before the gold-plated fool could react, a fiery ball erupted from his fingertip, searing pain exploding across his skin. My finger! My hand! The gold-plated man let out a series of agonized screams, instinctively flinging the flames from his hand. Everything finally became clear. He was the one who had poisoned Qin Zimo. Boss Hua bellowed, refuse the wine, drink the punishment. Damn it! Guards! Teach these bastards a lesson. As soon as Boss Hua's words fell, dozens of security guards burst into the corridor. Wielding their weapons, they unleashed a brutal beating on the gold-plated gang. Chapter 009, I'm tearing down your clinic. Bam! The security guards unleashed a brutal beating on the gold-plated gang without warning. At first, Gold-plated and his crew managed to hold their ground for a moment. But as the guards' intensity escalated, the four of them couldn't withstand the onslaught. In the end, they could only clutch their heads, wailing in agony. Mr. Hua! Mr. Hua! I'm sorry. Goldie cowered in the corner of the private room, pitifully begging for mercy. I admit I poisoned Qin Zimo. I drank too much and did something stupid. Mr. Hua, please spare me for my father's sake. Ouch! Ouch! Stop hitting me! Mr. Hua remained stern-faced, signaling his men to cease the beating. The state of the four men was pitiful to behold. The two bodyguards' suits were torn to shreds, their bodies covered in blood. The accompanying friend, frail and weak, had fainted during the assault, his body as thin as a woman's. The most pitiful sight was undoubtedly the gold-plated guy. His yellow suit had turned blood red. One of his matching solid gold earrings had been ripped off at some point, leaving only the solitary, blood-stained piece dangling. His signature mop-top haircut was now a disheveled bird's nest, instantly transforming his aura from wealthy to short, scrawny, and hunchbacked. Mr. Gold, Hua Tianxiang declared, I'll let today's incident slide. My stance is clear, you're welcome to enjoy yourselves at my establishment. But if you come here to cause trouble, especially if you have any designs on ZMO, I'll risk my own life to see it through. Not even the King of Heaven himself would get my respect. Hua Tianxiang turned and strode away with authority, leaving the gaudy gold crew with a stern warning. Qin Zimo, supported by several people, slowly exited the private room. Passing by Ye Chenfei, she exhaled deeply, her body and mind exhausted. Thank you, Dr. Yi, she said. I'll treat you to a meal later. Ye Chenfei, flattered, offered a faint smile. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Damn it! Ye Chenfei, huh? Just as the crowd in the private room began to disperse, the flashy gold-haired man suddenly stood up and bellowed. Gritting his teeth, he pointed at Ye Chenfei and roared, I finally figured it out. You're the one pulling all the strings here. You just wait, you bastard. I won't let this slide. Every bit of suffering I endured today, I'll make you pay back double. Unable to confront the formidable Hua Tianxiang, the golden young master vented all his frustration on Ye Chenfei. Today's incident had embarrassed him beyond measure. All because he coveted the courtesan's beauty, Qin Zimo, and schemed to sneak a private rendezvous. Instead, he returned covered in wounds, his over 10,000 yuan gold-plated hairstyle ruined beyond repair. Young Master Jin felt like dying on the spot. Whatever, Ye Chenfei snorted coldly. If you want revenge, come find me at the clinic anytime. I've spent 3 years honing my skills under my master and have been itching for someone to practice on. We'll see who ends up compensating whom. Emerging from the opulent hotel in a flurry of activity, it was already midnight. This single house call had netted him 300,000 yuan in fees, which felt utterly surreal to Ye Chenfei, like a dream. That sum might have been insignificant to him 3 years ago, back when he was a wealthy playboy who could spend 30,000 without batting an eye, living a pampered, carefree life of extravagant luxury. But those days were now but a fleeting memory. The wealthy scion Ye Chenfei was dead, perished in an accidental fire that claimed all 6 members of the Ye family. The Ye family's billions vanished without a trace, and the mighty Ye group disappeared overnight, leaving no trace. The next day, Ye Chenfei left his dormitory, driving a second-hand Santana he'd picked up at a flea market. First, he went to the bank to cash a 300,000 yuan check, then headed toward the nursing home. Today, he was going to meet someone special. Not long after setting off, Ye Chenfei received a call from an unknown number. The caller's tone was furious, erupting immediately with vile profanity. You, Ye Chenfei. Do you know who I am? Ye Chenfei froze for a moment, recognizing the voice. It was Long Dahai, the man who had come to the clinic last night demanding protection money. To be precise, Long Dahai's call was exactly what Ye Chenfei had anticipated. Among the 5 great kings, the lesser gecko possessed the mildest venom. Its black excrement could cause temporary localized paralysis in human limbs while staining the affected area a deep, inky black. Its advantages lay in its short duration and rapid onset. The downside was its minimal potency and short duration. Generally non-lethal, the effects lasted only about 4 to 5 hours. After that, the symptoms would naturally dissipate without requiring any antidote. The little gecko's venom was impractical for actual poisoning. It was merely meant to intimidate Long Dahai's crew. Calculating from this timeline, Long Dahai's group should have already recovered from their poisoning symptoms. Realizing they were no longer in mortal danger, they grew bold enough to call Ye Chenfei a bunch of punching bags who forget their pain once the wound heals. Big brother Long, is it? What's up? Got something to say? Ye Chenfei responded lazily, hands on the steering wheel. You really screwed us over last night. You tricked us into getting poisoned? We saw an expert today, no damn poison at all. You bastard played us like fools. Long Dahai unleashed a torrent of curses into the phone. Ha, brother Dahai, we're all brothers here. It was just a joke, no need to take it so seriously, right? Who the hell is your brother? We're not pushovers either. I'm officially telling you now, you're finished. You wanted to see brother Xiaobei? Well, I found him for you. Brother Xiaobei has a few words for you. Got the guts to talk to him? A man's voice quickly took over on the other end. Ye Chenfei? That name sounds pretty sharp, huh? You've got some guts. A mere doctor actually managed to play my brother like a dog. You've got some skill, I'll give you that. Ding Xiaobei's voice was cold and dismissive. Ding Xiaobei, you think I can't make you dance like a dog too? Ye Chenfei revealed a faint smile as he spoke in a deep voice. Damn it! Ye Chenfei. Ding Xiaobei's temper flared instantly. You think you can push me around just because you've got Hua Tianxiang backing you? Don't think I won't mess with you, kid. Tonight, I'll have the guts to tear down your clinic right in front of Hua Tianxiang. I mean what I say. Ding Xiaobei, you're jumping the gun here. Don't you even want to know why I wanted to meet you? Ye Chenfei pulled the car to the side of the road and asked sternly. Across from him, Ding Xiaobei's rage still boiled over. Who the hell do you think you are? I don't even know you. Based on what you just said, I'm tearing down your clinic today. Is that so? Ding Xiaobei? How about we make a bet? You won't actually tear down my clinic today? 100%. Ye Chenfei declared with unwavering conviction. I've even got the excavator ready. See you tonight at 8 sharp. If I don't tear down your clinic tonight, I'll take your surname, Yi. Ding Xiaobei hung up the phone in a rage. Ye Chenfei shook his head repeatedly as he hung up, then started the car again and drove toward the nursing home. When he passed Taishao Street on the way back, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure standing by the roadside. It was Jing Yuqing, the little nurse who'd picked a fight last night. Today she wore a pink dress, her shoulder-length hair blowing in the wind. Her innocent face was etched with anxiety as she flagged down several taxis, all full. Glancing at her watch, she craned her neck to scan the traffic behind her. A black Santana pulled up beside her. A lecherous grin appeared from inside the car. Hey, beautiful, need a ride? Chapter 010, A Woman's Privacy. Jing Yuqing hesitated for a few seconds before opening the door and climbing in without a second thought. Take me to Binjiang Garden. I'm in a hurry. Ye Chenfei started the car silently, casually observing Jing Yuqing's appearance today. Her pink outfit gave her a particularly approachable air. She carried a beige small backpack, and her refined, elegant features resembled those of a young student. Her slightly rounded span-style color 00B0F0 a Helgem 1730435435811 data mark J Stru style font weight bold important. Background color FFFF00F important. Font size 16 important. Her chest to Helgem 17304354354811 span subtly outlined, radiating the vibrant energy of youthful freedom. Such a beautiful nurse. How did she end up associating with that scoundrel Zhou? What a waste. Beautiful lady, I don't think we're quite that familiar yet, are we? After what you did to me yesterday, I should have kicked you right out the window. Ye Chenfei smiled with a hint of amusement, admiring Jing Yuqing's features. Fine, I knew men like you weren't that kind-hearted. You cheapskate. Jing Yuqing looked awkward as she unbuckled her seatbelt to get out. Ha! Just kidding. You're one stubborn little thing. Ye Chenfei started the car and headed toward Riverside Gardens. The route to the nursing home happened to pass by there anyway. Jing Yuqing clutched her backpack tightly, sulkily turning her back to Ye Chenfei. Her flushed cheeks looked rather adorable. Ye Chenfei saw no need to nitpick with a woman, so he took the initiative to lighten the mood. In such a hurry? What's the rush? Nothing. None of your business. Jing Yuqing answered warily, deliberately keeping her distance from Ye Chenfei. Ever since he'd uncovered her secret, she couldn't shake the feeling that his gaze toward her held something off almost predatory. She feared he might still be holding a grudge over yesterday's incident, ready to take revenge at any moment. If it weren't for the urgency, she never would have gotten into his car. Can I ask you something? No. We have nothing to talk about. Jing Yuqing declared decisively. Thud. Just then, the black Santana lurched suddenly. The car had hit a rock on the road, causing the cabin to shake violently. Objects on the dashboard rolled about, and a glossy magazine slid off the dashboard, landing on Jing Yuqing's lap. Damn it, you think I've had it easy? 3 years ago I had countless beauties at my beck and call, but do you have any idea how much hell I've endured these past 3 years? All I've had to deal with is that old man and his gang, grinding away at martial arts training day in and day out. I haven't even laid eyes on a single. Finally managed to snag a limited edition magazine, and you little goes and tosses it out. You think I've had it easy? Anyway, people like you deserve to get messed with. You're doomed to end up with nothing good. Jing Yuqing, her cheeks flushed crimson, finally flung Ye Chenfei's treasured item out of the car compartment. Furiously, she barked, Stop! Stop! I can't stand this pervert for another minute. I'm getting off. Lady, you think this road was built by your family? This is a bike lane. Do you want my car to get rear-ended by the vehicles behind us? Ye Chenfei was drenched in cold sweat. I don't care. Seeing you is driving me crazy. I can't stand looking at you for another second. Stop the car and open the door, I'm getting out. Jing Yuqing, overcome with frustration, pounded the dashboard of the Santana with all her might. The instrument panel rattled and clattered under her furious blows. Seeing Ye Chenfei show no sign of stopping, Jing Yuqing grew even more frantic. Her tiny pink fists rained down on his shoulders like hailstones. Get out! Get out! I want out! If you don't stop now, I'm calling the cops. Ye Chenfei's mind went blank. His biggest weakness in life was women. Once they started acting coy, he was helplessly at their mercy. 100 regrets flooded his mind. Why the hell did I have to be so impulsive? Why did I stop to give her a ride? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Squeak! Ye Chenfei slammed on the brakes. The car skidded to a halt with a screech, leaving deep, conspicuous tire marks on the ground. The Santana abruptly stopped right at the entrance of Binjiang Garden Residential Complex. Crash! Another accident occurred. Jing Yuqing, caught off guard and with her seatbelt unfastened, lost her balance due to the sudden inertia. Her body inevitably crashed into Ye Chenfei's arms. Oh no! Ye Chenfei shouted, instinctively catching Jing Yuqing with both hands. If he hadn't, she would have been thrown from the car. Time froze at 8:16 a.m. Ye Chenfei's hands did indeed catch Jing Yuqing, averting disaster. But the position of his hands felt off. Beep. A taxi pulled up beside the Santana. The driver rolled down his window and gave Ye Chenfei a thumbs up. Bro, you're something else. Driving like that and still pulling off a car-shaking move? First time I've seen it. You're the real deal. Bro, you've got the wrong idea. We actually didn't. Ye Chenfei was drenched in cold sweat. He glanced at span style colors 00B0F0 a Helgem 17304354354811 data marked Stru style font weight bold important. Background color FFFF00F important. Font size 16 important chest to Helgem 17304354354811 span Jing Yuqing on my chest. Damn it. That move was freaking spot on. Got it. You keep going, I'm outta here. The fat guy put on a look of profound understanding, turned the corner, and strode off. Ah! Jing Yuqing couldn't hold it in any longer, letting out a piercing scream that nearly killed her on the spot. Ye Chenfei called out several times from behind, but the girl never turned back. She was too excited. Her little backpack was still left in his compartment. Chapter 011, The Delivery Nurse. Seconds later, Jing Yuqing returned from Binjiang Garden, her face flushed crimson. She snatched her backpack back and snarled, "Shameless scoundrel. Pervert. Ye Chenfei gripped the steering wheel, speechless. A limited edition, a rare gem you couldn't even buy with money.
At a garage in Binjiang Garden, Jing Yuqing smoothed her collar and lightly wiped the sweat beading on her forehead from fright. She knocked on the door a few times, and a shiny bald head appeared inside.
Excuse me, are you Mr. Liu?
Jing Yuqing was instantly startled by the bald man's menacing appearance, her recently relaxed nerves instantly tightening again.
That's me. Are you the one Dr. Zhou sent to deliver the medicine?
The bald man eyed Jing Yuqing up and down, his eyes widening instantly. He sucked in a sharp breath through his lips and swallowed a mouthful of thick saliva.
Yes, 180 yuan total.
Jing Yuqing handed the backpack to the bald man. But instead of taking it directly, the bald man opened the door and said, "Come inside first.
My brother has some special circumstances he needs to discuss with you and report back to Dr. Zhou."
The moment Jing Yuqing stepped into the garage, a thick, acrid smoke odor hit her. The room was filled with haze, cluttered with assorted household items. Everywhere lay discarded cigarette butts, empty beer bottles, and leftover instant noodle containers. Inside were two men, both dressed identically in tank tops, boxer shorts, and flip-flops. The curly-haired one was engrossed in a shooting game, while the blonde-haired guy beside him acted as his strategist.
Bro, Dr. Zhou dropped off the meds. Wanna check the goods?
The curly-haired guy glanced back casually, then immediately tossed aside his controller. His eyes were instantly drawn to the beautiful young nurse, and he decisively abandoned the game.
Dr. Zhou sure's a stand-up guy. Nice stuff.
Huagu approached with a smirk, bearing a mouthful of yellowed teeth that instantly made Jing Yuqing feel queasy.
Any last words? Hurry up and say them. I need to get back to help brew the medicine. Thanks for the 180 yuan.
Jing Yuqing frowned deeply as she handed her backpack to the so-called brother Hua. Compared to Ye Chenfei's car earlier, this place felt like a true hell to her. Stepping inside, she nearly suffocated. Every breath made her head spin and her mind foggy.
Whoa, it's been ages since I saw such a hot chick. Zhou Bapi is a god.
Brother Hua licked his lips, flashing a lecherous grin.
Hey, sweetheart, got a boyfriend? Why not come with me? I promise you'll live in luxury every day.
Hey, sweetheart, you should just go with our brother Hua. The bald guy who opened the door chimed in with a lecherous grin.
Our brother Hua's nickname is Golden Spear #1. Every woman wants to experience his skills. Guaranteed to leave you drunk with pleasure, every time. Oh yeah.
Jing Yuqing's already flushed cheeks burned even hotter.
She turned to leave. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, I'm leaving now.
Dr. Zhou can settle this bill with you later.
Leaving already? Little beauty, you've come all this way, don't spoil my fun.
You're the surprise Dr. Zhou prepared for us. Brother Hua lunged forward in a single stride, blocking Jing Yuqing's path.
Die. Just die. A wave of nausea churned in Jing Yuqing's stomach.
She suddenly pulled out the self-defense stun baton she carried and jabbed it straight at Brother Hua's chest.
ZZZZT. ZZZZT.
The stun gun emitted a blinding flash of light as it struck Brother Hua squarely in the stomach. Instantly, Brother Hua's mouth gaped open, and the curls perched atop his head began to tremble uncontrollably.
Ah.
Huagu let out a series of shuddering sounds as his body began to tremble violently. Jing Yuqing shoved Huagu aside, flung open the garage door, and darted out faster than lightning.
Chase her! Chase her! Huagu clutched his stomach, letting out a shrill, agonized scream. Bring that woman back! I'm going to eat her! Damn it! Help! Help!
Jing Yuqing screamed for help the moment she stepped outside. But the bald man and the blonde-haired guy were hot on her heels. Before she could finish her plea, the bald man forcibly covered her mouth and dragged her back. 10 minutes later, Huagu attempted to stand. The numbness in his limbs had finally begun to fade.
He had to admit the self-defense stun baton was formidable.
After being electrocuted, his entire body felt as if he'd been drugged. The once stiff little stick had now turned into a rigid, lifeless object. Jing Yuqing was bound tightly by the bald man and the blonde-haired man, a wad of towel stuffed into her mouth. Crystal clear tears streamed down her face. Even now, she couldn't fathom how delivering medicine had turned into a kidnapping.
You damn!
Huagu leaned against the wall, pointing at Jing Yuqing as he hurled abuse.
You crippled me. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. Thump!
Just as the bald guy and the yellow-haired thug were about to tear Jing Yuqing's clothes off, someone suddenly knocked on the garage door.
Who the hell is it?
Huagu snapped, his face darkening with frustration. He shot the bald guy a warning glance, and the bald guy immediately understood, quickly hiding the medicine Jing Yuqing had brought. Electricity bill collector, a cheerful voice called from outside. Hearing the voice, Jing Yuqing strained to emit a muffled cry for help. Unfortunately, the sound was too low and muffled by the thick iron door, making it impossible for anyone outside to hear.
What the hell? Electricity bill collector? Brother Hua grumbled, you sure know how to pick a time. What do we do, Brother Hua? This guy's ruining our plans. Might as well go all out. Yellow Hair peered through the window and saw a young man standing outside, a black briefcase tucked under his arm. Go to hell with your go all out. Hua Gu waved his hand. Baldy, cover that S-mouth. Yellow Hair, go pay the electricity bill and get rid of him fast. It's only a few dozen bucks at most. Yellow Hair opened the door, pulled out a 100 yuan bill, and handed it over. Here's 100, keep the change. Now get out of here, hurry up. 100 isn't enough. The guy collecting the electricity bill shook his head. Not enough? How much then? Yellow Hair asked patiently. For a situation like yours, it's about 1 million, right? 1 million? Are you out of your mind? Why not just go rob someone? Ahem. I am here to rob you. Suddenly, the electricity collector coughed twice and kicked straight at the blonde-haired guy's stomach. Boom! The blonde guy flew backward, smashing the room's furniture and computer to smithereens. Woo! Seeing the electricity collector burst through the door, Jing Yuqing's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She knew this man all too well. It was none other than the lecherous doctor, Ye Chenfei. Chapter 012, The Poison King of Takeout. Not long ago, Jing Yuqing had considered Ye Chenfei the most despicable scoundrel in this world. Yet now, under these extraordinary circumstances, seeing him again, she suddenly felt he was the most endearing person imaginable. Compared to the actions of the others in the room, what Ye Chenfei had done was practically nothing. Damn it! You hit me? I'll kill you. The blonde-haired thug, kicked to the ground, struggled to his feet. Without a second thought, he swung his fist straight at Ye Chenfei's head. But Ye Chenfei stood perfectly still. Only when the punk's fist swept toward his face did he flick his fingers. 2 conspicuous silver needles shot out from between his fingers. Ow! The blonde-haired man let out a piercing scream, jerking back as if electrocuted. Upon closer inspection, 2 silver needles had suddenly appeared on his fist. Instantly, it felt like he'd been stung by a swarm of bees. He instinctively paused, his hand reaching to pull the needles out. At that moment, Brother Hua suddenly raised his voice, demanding, "Who are you? What exactly do you want? I know this beauty. What do you think I am?" Ye Chenfei countered calmly, completely ignoring the blonde-haired man before him. Ouch, my hand! The blonde-haired man suddenly shrieked. His fist, where the silver needles had pierced, began swelling rapidly. The punctured area bulged prominently, and all 5 fingers swelled uniformly. At first glance, it resembled a chicken claw soaked in chemical solution, the fist now at least twice its original size. These were special silver needles Ye Chenfei always carried. His master had soaked them in bee venom for 49 days. Being pricked by them was like being stung by a poisonous bee. If those 2 needles had hit the blonde punk's mouth, his lips would have instantly turned into a fat sausage. Why is my hand so swollen? Yellow Hair's voice trembled with unprecedented terror. His fist had already swollen into a half-sized ball. Baldy! Take this guy out. Hua Gu sat upright in his chair, issuing the command to the bald man in a deep voice. Bald man casually grabbed an iron rod nearby and swung it violently toward Ye Chenfei's chest. But Ye Chenfei's lips curled into a faint, contemptuous smile. He shifted his stance slightly, effortlessly dodging the blow. In one fluid motion, he seized Baldy's wrist and drove his elbow into the greasy scalp. Ouch! The bald man groaned, his head reeling from the blow. His body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. Clearly, he was all bark and no bite. 1 elbow to the head was enough to knock him out cold. Freeze! Just as Ye Chenfei dealt with the bald man, a thunderous voice exploded beside him. Ye Chenfei spun around to find the muzzle of a sleek black gun pointed directly at him. It was Brother Hua, gripping the weapon with trembling hands, his expression stretched to the limit of tension. Jing Yuqing beside him stared wide-eyed, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. This was her first encounter with a real firearm. The menacing muzzle and the pitch-black barrel sent shivers down her spine. Her heart was in her throat for Ye Chenfei. Damn it! You think you can keep messing with me? Hands up! Don't try any tricks. This gun isn't for show. Hua Ji's voice boomed with arrogance, fueled by the weapon in his grasp, though his hands still trembled uncontrollably around the grip. Ye Chenfei slowly raised both hands. This turn of events caught him off guard. He'd assumed these guys were nothing more than street punks, but Brother Hua actually had a gun. The situation was far more serious than he'd imagined. Seeing this display, the curly-haired Hua finally exhaled deeply. Thankfully he had a gun, otherwise, even 3 of them together might not stand a chance against this young man. Stay where you are. Move, and I'll shoot. Hua Gu bellowed the threat while pulling his phone from his pocket and dialing a number with practiced ease. Boss, we've got a problem here. Some guy just barged into our spot out of nowhere and knocked out 2 of my guys. His background looks fishy. You wanna come check him out? Hua Gu spoke into the phone for a few moments, his finger constantly poised on the trigger, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Chenfei without the slightest relaxation. Ye Chenfei dimly sensed the sheer brutality of their strength. If even a low-level enforcer carried a gun, then the boss behind him was definitely no pushover. Given what he'd just done, falling into their hands would surely spell trouble.
The destruction of the Yi family 3 years ago had taught him one lesson: no matter the situation, always leave yourself an escape route.
Today's Ye Chenfei was no exception. You bastard. I don't know what you're all about, but if you dare screw up my plans, there's only one outcome: I'll feed you bullets. Brother Hua steadied his nerves, pointed both guns at Ye Chenfei's head, and barked, "You think you're tough, huh? Show me what you've got. I've been in this game too long to let anyone walk all over me. You know this chick, huh? Perfect. I'll give you a live-action Japanese porn show while her right in front of you. Spit." By the end of his rant, Brother Hua spat in Ye Chenfei's face, "You're nothing but trash in front of me. Killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Scum. Ha!" Ye Chenfei suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, then inexplicably blew a hard breath right at Hua Gu. "Laugh all you want. Laugh your ass off. You think I won't make you eat a bullet first? Brother Hua, maybe you should hold off on the arrogance for now? First, see if something new has appeared on your body?" Ye Chenfei said, suppressing his laughter. "You think I'm an idiot? That I'll just believe whatever you say?" Hua Gu froze mid-sentence. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sting in his lower body. Instinctively glancing down, he nearly pissed himself. A silver needle had suddenly appeared on his lower body and coincidentally, right on his stick. Ah! Brother Hua's legs buckled, the gun slipping from his trembling hands to the ground. He clutched his groin in agony, letting out a series of blood-curdling screams like a slaughtered pig, writhing on the floor in excruciating pain. That silver needle was the escape route Ye Chenfei had prepared for himself. Through special processing, it was cleverly concealed within the hyoid bone of his mouth. In moments of danger, he could use his tongue to hook the life-saving needle free, then launch it with a powerful exhalation. This silver needle, like the one that had struck Yellow Hair earlier, was a poisonous bee needle. The consequences were self-evident. Yellow Hair's fist had swollen to several times its normal size after being struck by the poison needle. Brother Hua, however, was a different story. He had been struck right in his vital organ. Ye Chenfei wasted no time, swiftly untying the ropes binding Jing Yuqing. The young girl was terrified, her face as pale as paper, tears still glistening in her eyes from the shock. "You jerk! Why didn't you come sooner? You let them bully me for so long." She snatched the towel from Ye Chenfei's hands and unleashed a torrent of scolding. "Hey, little girl, show some gratitude, will you? I only spotted those guys chasing you on the road through the rearview mirror. Finding this garage took forever." Ye Chenfei helped Jing Yuqing stretch her numb limbs as he said, "Enough with the blame now. We need to get out of here fast. Brother Hua already called for backup. If we hesitate, we won't make it out alive. Don't go. Don't go." Brother Hua's wailing echoed from behind. "Bro, if you leave me like this, what am I supposed to do? Why did this thing suddenly get so huge, you know?" How ironic, most men boast about their massive endowments, yet Brother Hua is heartbroken over his own. "Don't worry, this won't kill you," Ye Chenfei added, "it's bee venom. Soak it in Lucian flower water for an hour, and the swelling will go down." "What flower water? Soak it for an hour?" Brother Hua nearly fainted from the shock. "Wait." Just as the two were about to leave, Jing Yuqing suddenly had an epiphany. That medicine pouch I delivered, there must be something fishy about it. Chapter 013, Earth-Shattering Secret 1. Panicked, Jing Yuqing pulled her small backpack from under Brother Hua's bed. Opening the flap, she froze in shock. Inside the small backpack were several neatly arranged bags of white powder. Ye Chenfei pinched some of the white powder between his fingers and sniffed it. "It's drugs." "What? Drugs?" Jing Yuqing's face instantly drained of color, her fair cheeks turning pale. How could this be? Ye Chenfei instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The truth was now crystal clear. Zhou Bapi's miracle doctor clinic was no ordinary medical practice. The clinic was merely a front. Jing Yuqing had unknowingly become a tool for their drug trafficking operations, and Ye Chenfei himself had unwittingly served as a drug courier for a brief, hazy period. "Girl, they've used you as a pawn. Go! Hurry! We can't stay here. Hua Ji's reinforcements were arriving soon." Without another word, Ye Chenfei grabbed Jing Yuqing and dragged her out. He flushed the drugs worth hundreds of thousands down the toilet without hesitation. On the way to the nursing home, Jing Yuqing still hadn't recovered from the shock. Her face flushed bright red, beads of sweat the size of beans kept trickling down her temples, and her hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. I didn't know. I didn't know Dr. Zhou would do this to me. I didn't know the backpack contained drugs. I didn't know anything." Jing Yuqing began blurting out incoherent self-accusations. Seeing how shaken Jing Yuqing was, Ye Chenfei gripped the steering wheel and asked, "So what exactly is your relationship with Zhou the scoundrel?" "What kind of relationship could I possibly have with him? I'm just a nurse at his little clinic, nothing more." Jing Yuqing retorted, her face flushed crimson with irritation. "What do you mean, Ye Chenfei? Are you accusing me of trafficking drugs with him? You call that no relationship? Didn't you help Zhou Bapi disrupt my clinic?" Ye Chenfei pressed. Jing Yuqing grew increasingly flustered, wriggling like a fish out of water, a sight that actually tugged at Ye Chenfei's heartstrings. I was forced. Zhou Bapi made me do it. If I didn't follow his orders, he'd.
Jing Yuqing's eyes suddenly reddened, crystal clear tears glistening in her sockets.
Ye Chenfei panicked inwardly.
He couldn't stand seeing a woman cry in front of him. No matter how hard-hearted he was, a woman's tears would melt him instantly. All right, girl, don't cry.
Just tell me what's wrong, and I'll back you up. I was just joking with you earlier. Our family owes Zhou the skinflint.
Jing Yuqing, brimming with grievance, covered her small face and explained the whole story in broken sentences. It turned out Jing Yuling's father, Jing Deming, was a compulsive gambler who'd met Zhou Bapi at the card table. Gamblers rarely win. Jing Deming not only squandered the family's substantial savings but also racked up a mountain of debt. Zhou Bapi was his biggest creditor, owed over 300,000 yuan. Having gambled away everything he owned, Jing Deming naturally had no means to repay the debt. Ultimately, at Zhou Bapi's suggestion, his daughter, a nursing student, was sent to work as a nurse at the Divine Doctor Clinic. Her monthly salary of 3,000 yuan would be deducted directly from the gambling debt. By the math, Jing Yuqing had essentially signed a contract selling herself for over a decade. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would also serve as a drug mule for 10 years.
I'm going back. Right now. I'm going to the police station to report Zhou Bapi.
That scumbag deserves to be torn limb from limb. Jing Yuqing gritted her teeth, seething with fury.
I'd say that's unnecessary. If my analysis is correct, Zhou Bapi is long gone from the clinic.
Their identities are already exposed. Staying there would be idiotic. Ye Chenfei turned the steering wheel and drove deeper into the suburban nursing home.
How about this? From now on, you'll work as a nurse at my clinic.
I'll pay you 3,000 yuan. I happen to need a professional nurse there.
If you do well, I'll even give you a commission.
Jing Yuqing eyed Ye Chenfei suspiciously.
After everything I did for you, you're being this generous? You don't have some ulterior motive, do you?
From the first moment I saw you, your eyes just didn't seem honest.
Relax. I'm not interested in physically immature girls. I prefer mature women like you. If you're scared, just pretend I never said anything.
You bastard. Jing Yuqing clenched her fists in fury.
Fine, I'll go. What's there to be afraid of?
If you dare make a move on me, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life.
I hate it when people call me a loli. I'm an adult now. I'm 21.
Soon after, the black Santana slowly pulled into the nursing home's courtyard.
As Ye Chenfei surveyed the surroundings, his expression instantly turned grave.
The elderly director of the nursing home received Ye Chenfei, leading them to a special ward. Through the transparent glass, they clearly saw an old man half-seated in a wheelchair. He wore wrinkled, plain clothes and had a pair of black-rimmed reading glasses perched on his nose. He sat silently, gazing out the window, his lonely, desolate silhouette left behind. This was the person Ye Chenfei had come to see, Uncle Ma. The old director gazed at old Ma and explained, "This man is quite unusual. He came to our nursing home 2 years ago and hasn't spoken a single word since. Aside from eating, drinking, and using the restroom, he just sits blankly in his room. I suspect he has dementia or some kind of mental illness." Ye Chenfei abruptly interrupted, his expression suddenly becoming intensely agitated. "He doesn't have dementia. He's my Uncle Ma. Director, could you please open the door? I need to see Uncle Ma." Thoughts raced through Ye Chenfei's mind. He recalled 3 years ago when Uncle Ma was still the Ye family's butler, a kind, smiling man, sharp and capable, with a gift for eloquent speech. He had been the Ye family's greatest asset during their rise. This frail, despondent old man before him was a completely different person. Ye Chenfei burst into the small room, shouting, "Uncle Ma." Upon hearing Ye Chenfei's call, old Ma actually turned to look. A foolish grin spread across his face as he squinted and replied, "I'm not Uncle Ma. I'm Cow Dung. Hey, I'm Cow Dung, I'm Cow Dung." As Ye Chenfei approached Uncle Ma, he studied his features closely, the half-bald head, the deeply wrinkled, sallow skin, and his signature mustache all now tinged with the snow-white hue of time. Ye Chenfei's heart ached. He grabbed old Ma's hand. "Uncle Ma, it's young Master Yi. I'm back." Uncle Ma's expression visibly shifted, only to be replaced by a baffling grin. "Young Master Yi? Who's that? I only know the owner of the airport." "Hey! Uncle Ma, it's me. Really me. I'm the young master of the Yi family, Yi Minglian's son. I'm Yi Minglian's son too. Hey! Me too, me too." Uncle Ma remained unmoved, laughing wildly and erratically, his face shifting between joy and anger, a stark contrast to the shrewd steward he had been 3 years prior. 3 years prior, it was Uncle Ma who had rescued Ye Chenfei from the flames, eventually delivering him to the side of the legendary drug king. Only then had Ye Chenfei truly snatched life back from the jaws of death. But when Ye Chenfei returned to Tianhai City 3 years later, everything had changed beyond recognition. Uncle Ma had inexplicably gone mad. The burn scars from 3 years ago were still clearly visible on his cheeks, the foolish grin at the corner of his mouth starkly contrasting with the scar near his ear. Thud! Overwhelmed by indescribable anguish, Ye Chenfei knelt directly before Uncle Ma. Uncle Ma, I know you don't recognize me now. I have no idea what you endured these past 3 years. I'm so sorry, old man. Our entire Ye family owes you. I'm too late. Thud. Ye Chenfei banged his head 3 times hard on the ground. Uncle Ma, no matter how difficult the path of vengeance may be, I will walk it to the end. I will eradicate those who have stained our Ye family with blood. I will not rest until I have avenged us. Woo! Ye Chenfei snapped his head up and suddenly saw Uncle Ma's face wet with tears, gazing at him with deep, overflowing emotion. His hands gripped the wheelchair handles tightly as cloudy tears spilled over. That's right, that's right. You are young Master Yi. You are young Master Yi. You finally come back. Whoa! Chapter 014, The Earth-Shattering Secret 1. Ye Chenfei hummed in acknowledgement, his expression hesitating for a few seconds. Uncle Ma, you silly boy, why are you still kneeling? Get up quickly. Uncle Ma rushed forward excitedly, grabbing Ye Chenfei's hands firmly. You really are Chenfei. I'm not mistaken. Everything else might be fake, but that birthmark on your wrist is one of a kind in the entire world. Uncle Ma, you're not sick, are you? Of course I'm not crazy. My mind is sharper than anyone here. I've been waiting for this day. All this time, I've been pretending to be insane. Uncle Ma wiped the cloudy tears from his eyes, gazing at the rising sun outside with profound emotion. 3 years. 3 whole years have passed. The once formidable Yi family has long faded from memory. Few recall the fire 3 years ago, the blaze that consumed everything the Yi family owned, erasing them from existence overnight. Uncle Ma, tell me who did this? Who orchestrated the Yi family's tragic annihilation? I'll kill that bastard. Ye Chenfei's voice trembled with uncontrollable fury. Every time he recalled that inferno, a searing rage would surge in his throat. Uncle Ma sighed heavily. Young Master Yi, I want to know the answer to that question even more than you do. I've spent 3 whole years thinking about it. To others, the Yi family members all perished in the flames, but I know the truth better than anyone. Back then, all 6 members of the Yi family fainted in the dining room first, and only then did the fire start around them. It's all my fault, all my fault. If only I had run a few more steps, I could have saved the master and mistress. Uncle Ma pounded his chest in anguish, tears streaming down his aged face as regret etched his features. Uncle Ma, none of this was your fault. Someone was determined to wipe out the Yi family. It wasn't something you alone could have prevented. Ye Chenfei rose and patted Uncle Ma's shoulder in consolation. Undoubtedly, the events of 3 years ago remained a heart-wrenching torment for both men in the room. That's why I want to know who the mastermind is more than anyone else. Who could have made the mighty Yi family vanish overnight? These past 3 years, I haven't slept a single night. Every time I close my eyes, memories of the Yi family flood my mind. If I can't find the murderer, I'll never rest in peace. Uncle Ma, I've been pondering lately, could the mastermind behind this be the Yi family's rival from back then, the Chen family? The Chen family stood to gain the most from the Yi family's downfall. Ye Chenfei asked in a low voice. The Chens certainly have that suspicion. The Yi and Chen families had deep-seated conflicts back then, and their competition was fierce. But I don't think it was the Chens. They had no reason to play with fire and burn themselves. Things hadn't escalated to the point of drawing swords. Plus, the police investigated closely afterward and found no concrete evidence linking the Chens to it. The Chens are smart people, they wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure the old master offended some other enemies. Ye Chenfei suddenly considered a possibility. Uncle Ma, do you know where our Yi family's assets are now? The Yi family's combined assets amounted to about 500 million yuan. That money couldn't have just vanished into thin air. Someone must have taken it over, right? There's nothing to investigate regarding the money. The entire 500 million was placed into a charitable foundation funded by the old master. Every year, it provides fixed subsidies to impoverished schools and students. The beneficiaries should be those underprivileged students and children. But young Master Yi, I find many aspects highly suspicious. Uncle Ma suddenly spoke with intense focus. Do you know why I've been feigning insanity these past 2 years? It's because when I first entered the nursing home, I noticed people constantly watching me. Their eyes were like those of vicious beasts. I believe they came for me after all. I'm the only surviving member of the Yi family. They clearly intended to silence me. Later, I chose to feign insanity, convincing them I truly had dementia. Only then did they gradually disappear from my vicinity. All these years, I remained extremely cautious. When I saw you earlier, I thought someone was testing me. It wasn't until I noticed the birthmark on your wrist that I dared to reveal myself. Uncle Ma continued his analysis. 3 years ago, the fact that they could wipe out the Yi family in one fell swoop means there was definitely a mole within the family. An inside job and outside collusion covered up the murders flawlessly. The police couldn't find a single trace afterward. This shows how tightly orchestrated that plan was. So I'm absolutely certain of one thing, every member of the Yi family 3 years ago was involved. Uncle Ma then pulled a crumpled note from his underwear pocket.
I've kept this close to my body all this time. It lists details of several Ye family employees from back then. I never had the time or energy to investigate further, but I hope this helps you. I guarantee most of the people on this list are shady. Ye Chenfei glanced down. The paper clearly listed, Ye family driver, Lu Debao address, Ye family maid, Gu Haishe Ye family security, name omitted Ye family lawyer, name omitted. Uncle Ma's note clearly listed the addresses of those individuals, effectively pointing Ye Chenfei in the right investigative direction. By following the trail of these suspicious figures, the mastermind behind it all would inevitably surface. Before leaving, Ye Chenfei left Uncle Ma his phone number and slipped the old director a check for 300,000 yuan, instructing him to use the money to improve Uncle Ma's living conditions. He also bought several packs of cigarettes and some aged liquor from the convenience store. To conceal his identity, Uncle Ma had quit smoking and drinking, feigning madness for 3 years, all in anticipation of Ye Chenfei's triumphant return. For such devotion, Ye Chenfei felt indebted beyond measure. The Ye family would forever owe Uncle Ma. At the top of the note Uncle Ma had given him was the name of driver Lu Debao, the person deemed most suspicious. Ye Chenfei glanced at the address. Coincidentally, it was just a few minutes' walk from Taishao Street. Stepping out of the nursing home's gates past 5 in the afternoon, nightfall was already descending. Ye Chenfei didn't rush back, knowing Jing Yuqing was on duty at his clinic during this shift. Though the young woman acted impulsively and without much thought, she had a kind heart and a solid foundation in medical treatment, making her the perfect fit as the clinic's nurse. As his car passed the city hospital, Ye Chenfei deliberately slowed down. Tianhai Hospital shimmered with dazzling lights in the night. This place held memories from 3 years ago when he wandered aimlessly. Every evening at 6 o'clock, he'd see a familiar yet distant figure here, the girl he loved for 13 years, Su Chunmei. In a sudden glance back, Ye Chenfei froze. The familiar scene, the familiar figure, reappeared before him. A pink electric scooter slowly emerged from the hospital gates. The girl, clad in a pure white fitted shirt, stepped out with light, graceful strides. A strand of cloud-like black hair danced in the breeze. Her delicate eyebrows were perfectly arched, her eyes clear and luminous, her petite nose dainty, and her lips a vibrant cherry red. Her snow-white oval face held a shy, loving expression. Su Chunmei. Squeak! Ye Chenfei slammed on the brakes, his blood boiling. It was the girl he'd chased for 13 years. Chunmei. Ye Chenfei instinctively called out, only to feel his phone vibrate. Glancing down, he saw it was Jing Yuqing calling, a call that instantly snapped him back to reality. The Ye Chenfei of 3 years ago was dead. The man standing before Su Chunmei now was a stranger. 3 years ago, Su Chunmei had already rejected him. Dr. Yi. Ye Chenfei distinctly heard Mo Yuqing's trembling voice over the phone, as if she'd witnessed something utterly shocking. Dr. Yi, come back immediately. A huge crowd of Brother Bei's men has gathered at the clinic. Brother Bei says he's going to tear our clinic to shreds. Ye Chenfei. You better get your ass back here immediately. Or I'll tear your clinic to shreds. Ding Xiaobei bellowed impatiently on the other end. Chapter 015, The Demolition Squad. Inside the Pure Heart Clinic on Taishao Street, the atmosphere was as frigid as ice despite the sweltering summer heat. A young man with a crew cut stood with his hands behind his back, his thick eyebrows and sharp features radiating pure menace. His eyes, narrow and gleaming, were particularly terrifying, filled with a fierce, icy killing intent that would make most people too scared to even look up. This man was none other than Ding Xiaobei, who controlled half of Taishao Street. The so-called half street meant that all businesses in the front half of Taishao Street fell under Ding Xiaobei's jurisdiction, while the rear half was managed by another minor boss. Ye Chenfei's Pure Love Clinic and Hua Tianxiong's Huamei Hotel both fell within Ding Xiaobei's domain. Long Dahai and his crew were, in essence, Ding Xiaobei's henchmen. Long Dahai was no stranger to scrapes and minor injuries from street brawls. But this time, he'd been beaten to a pulp by a doctor from some small clinic, and this doctor had even threatened to make Ding Xiaobei pay? The news instantly exploded across Taishao Street. Across the entire street, no one had ever dared to speak to Ding Xiaobei like that. So today, Ding Xiaobei arrived punctually at Pure Heart Clinic. True to his decisive nature, once he vowed to tear down the clinic, he wouldn't let it go easily. The spacious clinic was packed with his arrogant henchmen, each brimming with pent-up aggression. Before arriving, Ding Xiaobei had heard about Ye Chenfei's emergency rescue at the Huamei Hotel. He suspected Ye Chenfei would temporarily use Hua Tianxiong as a shield. Even so, this young doctor couldn't be let off so easily. He must pay compensation and apologize, otherwise Hua Tianxiong's face would be lost. Brother Xiaobei? Looks like that bird doctor's too scared to come back. Hiding outside while sending some little girl out to save face? I say we stop waiting and just smash this damn place to pieces. Long Dahai hobbled over and chimed in. Ding Xiaobei glared at the clock in anger. If Ye Chenfei isn't back by 8 o'clock sharp, I'll tear this clinic to pieces. Nurse, you'd better hurry that kid along. Time waits for no one. Don't blame me, Ding Xiaobei, for showing no mercy when the time comes. Jing Yuqing was also scared stiff. Her snow-white cheeks were already covered in cold sweat.
She sat on the chair, her face flushed red, feeling like she was sitting on pins and needles. She kept glancing nervously toward the clinic's entrance, her heart anxiously calling out Ye Chenfei's name. But Jing Yuqing wasn't worried Ye Chenfei would dump this mess on her. A woman's intuition told her Ye Chenfei was a man worthy of trust. Time ticked by, and 8 o'clock arrived as scheduled. Long Dahai, unable to contain his rage any longer, bellowed, "Guys, it's time. Now smash this damn clinic to pieces. Smash it hard. The harder the better. Hold up." Just as everyone was about to act, a thunderous shout erupted. All eyes turned to the source of the voice. There was Ye Chenfei, rushing in breathlessly from outside. "Guys, your sense of timing is impressive. I just took a quick pee, and you're already tearing down my clinic? It's him! It's him!" Long Hai recognized Ye Chenfei instantly, instinctively cowering behind Ding Xiaobei like a cornered dog and yelping, "Brother Xiaobei! It's this Ye Chenfei who used those evil tricks to make us suffer. He specifically asked for you." Long Hai's shout instantly put the dozens of henchmen on high alert. They glared at Ye Chenfei with fierce eyes, and the air instantly grew tense. "Heh, it's me. Why are you guys getting so worked up? Looks like you're ready to fight any second?" Ye Chenfei responded with a smile, his face maintaining an air of calm composure. He remained utterly unfazed by the hostile stares from the dozens of men surrounding him. "Thinking we're here to drink and chat, Ye Chenfei? I, Long Dahai, have never been disrespected like this on this street. Brother Xiaobei, cut the chatter. Take him out first." Bolstered by his entourage, Long Dahai grew increasingly brazen, spittle flying as he bellowed. Ding Xiaobei scrutinized Ye Chenfei, his voice dripping with provocation. "So you're the Ye Chenfei who came looking for me? You think you can poison me with your little treasure? You said I couldn't tear your clinic apart today? Where the hell do you get the nerve?" Ding Xiaobei slammed his fist on the table, sending papers flying everywhere. Dozens of henchmen stood ready, poised to smash Ye Chenfei's clinic at a moment's notice. "Ye Chenfei, what's the deal? Still think I can't wreck your clinic?" Ding Xiaobei closed in, yanking Ye Chenfei by the collar and flaunting the 20-plus henchmen behind him. "Brother Xiaobei, let me show you something first." Ye Chenfei didn't retaliate. Instead, he said calmly, "Dare you come inside with me?" "What?" Ding Xiaobei's eyes widened instantly, and a gasp escaped his throat. "What did you say? Come inside? Come into the back room. I'll show you what I'm made of." Ye Chenfei gestured toward the inner room of the clinic, casually leaving him hanging. "Oh, playing coy now, are we?" Ding Xiaobei scanned the back room. "Don't think your mess of snakes, bugs, and vermin can scare me. I, Ding Xiaobei, got to where I am today by never backing down. Today, I'll see what capital you've got." "No, Brother Xiaobei." Long Dahai, who'd suffered last time, rushed forward to stop him. "This kid's definitely got some trap waiting for you. His stuff is downright vicious. Brother Xiaobei, don't go in with him. There's definitely something fishy in that room. Watch out, this kid's up to no good." Another victim chimed in with a warning. Ye Chenfei turned and chuckled lightly. "With your attitude, what are you doing hanging around Taishao Street? So many of you gathered here, and you're afraid I'll pull a fast one? I think you'd be better off going back to selling sweet potatoes. Damn it! I've put up with you long enough, Ye Chenfei." Before Ye Chenfei could finish, Long Dahai cut him off urgently. "I knew you'd play dirty tricks. Guys, let's not give this kid a chance, beat him up first." With Long Dahai's incitement, the crowd behind him began shouting and closing in, ready to attack. "Who gave you permission to move? All of you, back off." Ding Xiaobei suddenly turned and glared at them. After all, he was no stranger to the streets. Ding Xiaobei knew what mattered most. Destroying this small clinic was easy enough, but what was more crucial was uncovering Ye Chenfei's background. Ever since Ye Chenfei returned, Ding Xiaobei hadn't seen a single trace of worry or fear on his face. This wasn't the reaction of an ordinary person. The more composed he was, the more it proved he was no ordinary man, the more it showed Ye Chenfei had prepared for all this long ago. "Fine. I'll go in with you. I've seen plenty of arrogant jerks, but never one as pretentious as you. Let me make this crystal clear today, you've pissed me off, and the consequences will be severe. Even if you drag out Hua Tianxiong today, even if you find our boss, I won't give you an inch of face." Ding Xiaobei released Ye Chenfei's collar and warned him fiercely, "And as for your vermin, if you dare unleash them, I dare swallow them whole." "In that case, Brother Xiaobei, please lead the way." Ye Chenfei gestured invitingly, ignoring the strange looks from everyone around them as they walked one after the other into the inner room of the small clinic. What the hell is this kid up to? I can't shake this feeling he's got some kind of mysterious aura about him. He seems incredibly confident. This kid must have some big shot backing him up, right? If the big shot speaks up, Brother Xiaobei will be finished. What nonsense are you spouting? Long Dahai cut off his two henchmen's chatter. What kind of background could this punk have? I bet he's just trying to trick Brother Xiaobei into some scheme. Too bad he doesn't know there's nothing in this world Brother Xiaobei fears. Everyone stay alert. If anything stirs, take out that Ye Chenfei immediately. Chapter 016, The Terrifying Backing. The inner room of the small clinic served as Ye Chenfei's herbal medicine preparation workshop, separated from the outer area by a partition. Roughly 10 square meters in size, it was cluttered with the medicinal herbs Ye Chenfei had purchased. Stepping inside, one was greeted by the faint scent of traditional Chinese herbs. Ye Chenfei. Spilled, which deity are you planning to invoke? Ding Xiaobei barked the question the moment he entered. Ye Chenfei didn't respond, merely offering a faint smile. After all these years, you still have that damnable, punchable temper. Ha! Ding Xiaobei froze in place for a full 2 seconds before snapping out of it. What the hell are you talking about? What's going on? Ding Xiaobei, don't you recognize me? Doesn't the way I talk remind you of someone you know? Ye Chenfei stared intently at Ding Xiaobei, gesturing at his own face. Stop playing games with me. I've never seen you before, how could I know you? So this is your trick? You had me thinking you had some big shot backing you. Ding Xiaobei's shouting erupted into a full-blown outburst. Young Master Yi! Young Master Yi, do you remember? I'm Young Master Yi. Ye Chenfei pressed further. Young Master Yi? Holy! You bring up anyone else, fine. But you bring up my dead brother? Are you testing my limits? Ding Xiaobei's voice shot up, his rage flaring. He swung a punch at Ye Chenfei. I knew you wouldn't believe me. I am Young Master Yi. I'm back. I didn't die 3 years ago. My appearance was altered, my voice pitch changed. Ding Xiaobei, is your brain made of mush? Couldn't you tell by my tone? Ye Chenfei stepped forward, catching Ding Xiaobei's fist. Ding Xiaobei froze, squinting into the room's light to scrutinize Ye Chenfei. Only Young Master Yi would constantly call him brainless, yet the man before him was clearly a stranger. Ding Xiaobei shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. My brother is dead. He's already buried. How could he crawl out of the ground? You don't even look like my brother. You're dead meat. Today isn't just about tearing down the clinic. You insulted my brother. I'll make you wish you were dead. Just as Ding Xiaobei lunged forward to fight, Ye Chenfei swiftly pulled a black necklace from his pocket. Gripping the metal chain, he swung a punch at Ding Xiaobei's dark face. Damn it! Bastard! You recognize this, don't you? Ha! Ding Xiaobei's expression froze instantly. The necklace swiftly halted his rage, replaced by a stinging pain across his face. How do you have this necklace? Isn't this Young Master Ye's brother Xiaobei? We're here. At that moment, Long Dahai's crew charged to the door, poised to break it down. Get Long Dahai's crew the hell out of here. Ding Xiaobei snapped out of his daze, whirling around to roar at the intruders. Who gave you permission to barge in? Get out. Brother Xiaobei, we heard movement inside earlier, Long Dahai stammered, trembling. Shut up. Whoever dares come in without my permission, I'll cripple them. Ding Xiaobei snapped impatiently, leaving his men utterly bewildered. Speak. How did you get Young Master Ye's necklace? Ding Xiaobei turned back, his excitement impossible to contain. This necklace was specially commissioned by the 4 of us brothers. The pendant features a simple black cross, with each cross having 4 distinct notches representing the 4 of us. Every piece is one of a kind in the world. The pendant on Ye Chenfei's neck has a distinct notch on the lower left corner that's clearly the necklace of the deceased Young Master Yi. How many times do I have to say it? I am Young Master Yi. Ye Chenfei is Young Master Yi. Ye Chenfei then recounted the details of the murder 3 years prior and summarized the ordeal he had endured over the past 3 years. After hearing this, Ding Xiaobei was utterly dumbfounded, still finding it all unbelievable. Back then, we brothers attended Young Master Yi's funeral. We saw him buried with our own eyes. Young Master Yi? You? Did you actually see what Young Master Yi looked like? Have you seen this necklace that belongs to us brothers? Do you remember the scar on my arm from our outdoor expedition? Ye Chenfei rolled up his right sleeve, revealing a long, prominent scar. And you, kid, still got that swollen bump on the back of your head from that bee sting, right? Your favorite star is Rosamund Kwan, your go-to cigarettes are Hong Shuangxi, and you lost your virginity to a chubby girl when you were 12. Enough! Enough! Ding Xiaobei suddenly shouted, I believe it. I truly believe it. You are Brother Yi. Damn it, no one in this world knows me better than you. Brother Yi, how could I? Ding Xiaobei's excitement defied description. His hands trembled uncontrollably as tears streamed down his face. Brother Yi, this feels like a dream. It's all too sudden. Just 2 days ago I was burning incense at your grave. Why didn't you come find me sooner? The 2 brothers clung to each other, sobbing uncontrollably. Ding Xiaobei, who was always known for his fearless fighting spirit, was now wailing like a child. This left Long Dahai, waiting outside, deeply suspicious. He'd never seen anyone make Ding Xiaobei cry before. This Ye Chenfei was truly beyond belief. Brother Yi, what are your plans now that you're back? Just say the word, and I'll step aside. You can take charge of Taishao Street. Ding Xiaobei declared without hesitation, sweeping his arm dramatically. That won't do. I'm here to reclaim what belongs to the Yi family. Taishao Street holds no interest for me.
Today, I brought you out to tell my dearest brothers, Ye Chenfei is back. I'm still alive. Brother Yi, I get it. I won't say much else, but now that you're back, I'm sticking with you through thick and thin. Ding Xiaobei pounded his chest excitedly, swearing his loyalty. No need for words between brothers. Hey, what about Xiaobai and Mouse? What's their situation now? Ye Chenfei asked with concern. Sigh, don't even get me started on those two. They're stubborn as mules. Ever since you left, Yi, they flat out refuse to hang with me anymore. One's holed up in the internet cafe, the other's at the bathhouse. What? How could they? Ye Chenfei was taken aback. He couldn't for the life of him imagine what those two had to do with internet cafes or bathhouses. Brother Yi, let's go. Let's get drunk. I'll take you to see them right now. I'll scare the hell out of those two bastards. About half an hour later, Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei emerged one after the other. Long Dahai and the others were astonished to see a faint smile on Ding Xiaobei's face. His attitude toward Ye Chenfei had done a complete 180-degree turn. Their first thought was that Ding Xiaobei must have been scared out of his wits, his mind completely scrambled. Brother Xiaobei, are you okay? What trick did that kid Ye Chenfei pull on you? Not only Long Dahai, but the entire crew behind him were utterly bewildered. What on earth had transpired in that half hour? The contrast in Ding Xiaobei's demeanor was staggering. You have the nerve to ask me? Ding Xiaobei didn't wait for an answer before delivering two resounding slaps to Long Dahai's face. You're quite the gossip monger. Why didn't you tell me about Zhou Bapi? Get down on your knees and apologize to Brother Yi. Ah! Red handprints instantly appeared on Long Dahai's face. He clutched his cheeks in confusion and protested, Brother Xiaobei, what's gotten into you? What exactly did this Ye Chenfei do to you? Smack! Smack! Ding Xiaobei delivered two more resounding slaps. Is that even a question you should be asking? And yesterday, everyone knelt down and apologized to Brother Yi. Demanding exorbitant protection money and then having the nerve to target Brother Yi? Damn it, I wouldn't even have the guts to do that. From now on, seeing Brother Yi is like seeing me. Anyone who dares to show the slightest arrogance, I, Ding Xiaobei, will take them down without hesitation. Call him Brother Yi. Ding Xiaobei roared at his men, his eyes blazing with fury. Everyone was stunned by the scene. No one knew what had transpired in the past half hour, but they understood one thing clearly: whoever had earned Ding Xiaobei's respect was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Brother Yi! Brother Yi! Brother Yi! The resounding chorus of over 20 subordinates echoed in his ears. The sound was incredibly pleasing, exceptionally satisfying. It also completely ignited the flames of battle within Ye Chenfei's heart. Chapter 017, Internet Cafe Storm. After exchanging a few words with Jing Yuqing, Ye Chenfei rode with Ding Xiaobei to an internet cafe downtown. Along the way, Ding Xiaobei shared countless reflections, and the two brothers chatted non-stop, seemingly running out of topics. Rat graduated from Fudan University with a degree in computer science, yet he's working as a cashier at an internet cafe? That's such a waste of talent. Ye Chenfei expressed his puzzlement. No idea what that kid's thinking. He told me he wants to develop his own online game, and working at an internet cafe gives him the perfect environment. Ding Xiaobei said, twisting a cigarette between his fingers. Big Fei offered him 20,000 a month to help out, but he wouldn't give us the time of day. Yet he's perfectly content making 800 a month at the cafe, living it up. Honestly, most people just can't wrap their heads around his mindset. I think he's completely obsessed. Don't worry. Even if he's gone off the deep end, I've got ways to bring him back. Ye Chenfei declared with unwavering confidence. Soon, the car pulled up outside a place called Starlight Internet Cafe. 9 o'clock was prime time for the shop. Bicycles were haphazardly piled at the entrance. Through the glass windows, you could clearly see young people engrossed in intense battles on their computer screens. Passing through a corridor, they saw a small counter set up by the internet cafe. A cashier was busily operating a computer, surrounded by a crowd of kids lining up to register. The cashier wore thick black-rimmed glasses. His hair was a messy, tangled nest, and his face was pockmarked and unkempt, with stubble making him look like he hadn't washed in days. Despite 3 years having passed, Ye Chenfei recognized the cashier instantly. Wasn't this the former Fudan University top student, Mouse? How had he fallen so far in just a few years? Rat! Ding Xiaobei stepped forward and tapped the counter. Rat glanced up, his fingers still dancing across the keyboard. Huh? Xiaobei? Here to surf? Pick any computer. Who's got time for surfing? Ding Xiaobei said, turning to pull Ye Chenfei over. I brought someone for you to meet. Rat swiftly finished processing the internet registration, adjusting his thick glasses. Xiaobei, you're trying to switch me jobs again, aren't you? How many times have I told you? I don't want to change jobs. I'm perfectly happy with this one. You absolutely have to give this guy face. Otherwise. Ding Xiaobei gave a mysterious smile and voluntarily vacated his seat. You two chat. I'll grab a computer and watch a movie. Ye Chenfei let out a deep sigh. Seeing these old brothers stirred up uncontrollable emotions. How have you been these past 3 years? Ha! Mouse's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen. Startled by the sudden greeting, he turned to glance at Ye Chenfei. Do we know each other? We do. Over 10 years now. Ye Chenfei smiled faintly, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Ah, no need to butter me up. I don't fall for that. It's not that I'm refusing you face, but I have zero interest in anything besides my game. Whoever you send as a mediator won't make a difference. What about this person's face? Ye Chenfei produced his exclusive necklace and slammed it down in front of Mouse. Rat gave it a casual glance, then suddenly froze. He pushed aside his keyboard and snatched the necklace. How did you get this necklace? Ye Chenfei didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled out a prepared chess set from his chest, no questions. Let's play a game first. 10 minutes later, the game ended. Mouse was even more stunned. The chess style, strategy, and thought process of the man before him mirrored young Master Ye's to a T. No one in this world understood his way of thinking better than young Master Yi himself, yet this man before him. Brother Yi, is that you? Have you returned? Mouse suddenly asked, his voice trembling with tension. MHM. Ye Chenfei offered no further explanation. This chess match with Mouse was proof enough. I knew you weren't dead. I told them so many times, but none of them believed me. Brother Yi. Mouse, who had always been the quiet type, suddenly became incoherent. No need for words. Got time to help me out now? Sure. I was wondering where that big talk of Xiao Bei's came from, Brother Yi. In this world, you're the only one I recognize. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it without hesitation. He. Mouse had eagerly scratched his head in agreement. Let's go. First we'll find Xiao Bai. The four of us will have a proper drink. Ye Chenfei waved his hand. Alright, I'll just ask the net cafe owner for a break. Hey! Wait! Just then, a red-haired guy stormed up to the counter, cursing and pointing at Mouse without a word. You damn net admin, where you think you're going? Ye Chenfei knew the redhead was no good. Short sleeves, tattoos, and heavy smoky eye makeup, looking like a ladyboy flown straight in from Thailand. He instinctively blocked the way for Mouse. What's up? What do you want? The redhead ignored Ye Chenfei, pointing at the mouse and barking, you damn network admin. Didn't I tell you to top up my card earlier? Did you do it? I did. I topped up $100 for you. I told you to top up 1,000. You only did 100? I need top tier gear, you know that? Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused me? I got killed because my gear was outdated. My whole account is dead now. That's not my problem. You only told me to top up 100, never mentioned 1,000. Mouse had an excellent memory and certainly hadn't forgotten the details from just minutes ago. Damn it! Are you deaf? I clearly told you 1,000. You deadbeat admin, are you looking for trouble? Alright, young man. What's done is done. We'll top up your account again. To avoid trouble, Ye Chenfei didn't want to pick a fight with these unreliable characters. Recharge? Who's gonna compensate me for the gear I lost? Ding Xiaobei, who had been surfing nearby, couldn't hold back his rage. Damn it. This kid's clearly looking for trouble. Trying to extort money? He should know better than to pick on me. I'll handle this guy. Xiaobei, stand down. I'll handle this punk. It's getting late, don't waste time on trash like him. The four of us finally got together. What did you say? What are you muttering about? Red hair seemed to catch Ye Chenfei's words. Leaning back on his imposing stature, he arrogantly pointed at Ye Chenfei and barked. Ding Xiaobei and Lao Shu were about to explode, but Ye Chenfei's next move silenced them. He stepped forward, forcing a smile, and said, Young man, allow me to introduce myself. I'm a doctor. Who cares what you do? I just lost thousands of bucks for no reason, you're paying me back. Doctor? Even if the cops show up, I won't give a damn. Young man, I actually think you need to visit the hospital. Something's wrong with your body. As Ye Chenfei spoke, he casually pulled a thin membrane from his chest and applied it to Red Hair's wrist. This thin, transparent film was a masterpiece crafted from high-fat rice flour. When exposed to heat, it melted away, vanishing without a trace. Its vaporization aided digestion, making it one of the essential weapons for poisoners. Simply apply the desired poison to the membrane, and it would rapidly vaporize through it, coating the opponent's body. My body has problems? I think it's your brain that's sick. I can bang 10 chicks a day with no issues, what the hell problem do I have? As Red Hair finished his roar, everyone heard a rumble from his stomach. Young man, I told you something was wrong with your body. Feeling warm inside? Gastric distension? Ye Chenfei described it using professional terminology. Ha! Redhead suddenly realized something. Sure enough, his stomach felt warm and was making constant rumbling noises. Bro, if you gotta go, don't hold it in, it'll blow up inside you, Ye Chenfei warned with a suppressed chuckle. No one knew better than him, the poison applied to the membrane was none other than super castor bean. Chapter 018, Arrogance Leads to Death.
The so-called super castor beans originated from Holland. Large and fleshy, they had undergone special modification by the Supreme Poison King, incorporating digestive herbs like cloves, cow tongue grass, and cinnabar. This enhanced their potency, ensuring effects within a minute, immediate results, long-lasting impact, and explosive power. When descending the mountain, the Supreme Poison King had given him 10 doses of castor beans. No matter the situation, castor beans could always play a pivotal role. True to form, the redhead's face instantly turned ashen. Clutching his stomach and closing his eyes tightly, he snarled, "You wait. I'll settle this with you later. I need to use the restroom first." With that, the redhead scrambled into the restroom, pants still in hand, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Ding Xiaobei, still seething, demanded, "Rat, who is this redhead? How dare he act so brazenly? Openly extorting us like that? He's got some nerve. He's not someone to mess with. He's got connections. Word is his dad's a department chief at the Public Security Bureau. Everyone around here knows it. Even the small-time punks give him space. Mess with his dad, and you'll get called in 4T every other day," Mouse said, his head hanging low. "Don't worry, Mouse, this punk can't run the show. If he wants to mess with you, he'll have to hit the bathroom dozens more times first. If he keeps acting cocky, call me. I'll send my drug-addled minions to deal with him." Ye Chenfei wrapped his arms around the two brothers and started walking out. "Don't go. Don't go. Damn it, my business isn't settled yet, and you think you can just run off?" They hadn't taken a few steps before they saw the redhead pulling up his pants, chasing after them. The group glanced back. Before the redhead could finish his sentence, he let out a sharp ow and sprinted back at rocket speed, clutching his pants while wailing in agony, "Damn it. Why again? Ow ow, I can't take it. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Ha!" The group burst into waves of laughter. From then on, the redhead dashed to the bathroom at a 100-meter sprint pace every minute. He monopolized the internet cafe's sole toilet, emptying his bowels until not a single drop remained. "Bro Yi, how the hell did you pull that off? You made that redhead like a demon without anyone noticing. I didn't even see how you did it." Ding Xiaobei kept chattering throughout the drive. "What do you mean?" Ye Chenfei was in high spirits, happily admiring the city lights flashing past the car window. "I studied poison techniques under my master for 3 years. He kicked me out because he was afraid I'd drain him dry of all his skills. Brother Yi, with your poison skills, who could possibly stand in our way? Just poison anyone who crosses us, and before long, we brothers will rule Tianhai City." Ding Xiaobei beamed with excitement, growing more animated by the moment. "You think poison techniques can be used casually?" Master said, "Unless it's a truly depraved villain deserving of divine retribution, you must never use poison on someone whose nature you don't know. Otherwise, you'll face heavenly punishment." Ye Chenfei recalled his master's teachings solemnly. "That sounds awesome, Brother Yi. Hook me up to get me in to study with your master. With our bond as tight as it is, he'd surely pass down his entire arsenal of poison techniques to me. That move of yours was seriously mind-blowing." Sitting in the back seat, Mouse shook his head and teased, "Little North, I doubt you'd ever master it. You're too impatient, reckless, and bold. Even if the old master agreed to teach you, you'd probably poison yourself to death. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? My IQ wasn't any lower than yours back in school, you know." Ye Chenfei waved his hand and said, "Xiaobei, forget it. I'm the master's last disciple. He said he'll never take on another apprentice in his lifetime. Just give up on that idea, ha." As the brothers joked around, the car soon pulled into the parking lot of a bathhouse in the city. Only one brother remained missing, Xiaobai. Xiaobai was the most timid of the 4 brothers. He had a somewhat feminine appearance, tall and slender, with fair skin, willow leaf eyebrows, and a cherry red mouth. Even his hobbies leaned towards singing and shopping. Yet he was fiercely loyal, having always been there for his brothers since childhood. 3 years prior, he bravely shielded Ye Chenfei from a knife attack, enduring stitches without a single cry of pain. It was then that he officially became a brother to Ye Chenfei, Ding Xiaobei, and the rest. I was baffled. Why would Xiaobai work at a bathhouse? Massage or scrub services? Neither seemed to fit his interests. That guy was cleaner than most women. Ye Chenfei couldn't make heads or tails of it either. Brother Yi, I don't know either. After what happened 3 years ago, we didn't see Xiaobai for a long time. He said he went abroad to study. When he came back, we tried calling him out for drinks, but the guy kept dodging us. Actually, I know a bit about Xiaobai's situation. Lao Shu spoke up. He came back because his family's in rough shape. His mom's seriously ill and needs a ton of money for treatment. He hasn't reached out to us because he doesn't want us worrying. Honestly, I can't help much either. My internet cafe wages barely cover my own living expenses. And I know you're not rolling in cash either, Xiaobei. Enough talk. Let's go inside first. No matter what, we need to find Xiaobai. Whatever trouble we face, the 4 of us will tackle it together." Ye Chenfei pushed open the car door and stepped out first. Golden Splendor Bathhouse, a rather cliché name for a bathhouse. The exterior billboards shimmered with gilded splendor, adorned with dazzling golden signs. The parking lot blasted pulsing disco beats, while several bikini-clad beauties stood at the entrance, beckoning to arriving guests.
The atmosphere reeked of overt sensuality.
The three brothers rented a small private room. After soaking in the bath, they scanned the pool area to confirm that Xiaobai wasn't working as a scrubber.
They then asked a server and confirmed that no male attendant by the name of Xiaobai worked at this bathhouse.
After tipping the server several hundred yuan, the result left Ye Chenfei thoroughly frustrated. This is strange.
We've asked around the entire bathhouse and found no trace of Xiaobai. Little North, did you get the wrong information? Ding Xiaobei was equally puzzled. The info should be right. Xiaobai told me personally he worked here. Could he be the boiler operator instead? Bull. This is getting more and more ridiculous. That's just Xiaobai's style, always putting appearances first, afraid anyone will see him looking down and out. We're brothers. Who cares about money? I'm flat broke right now, and we're still good brothers. Brother Yi, you're right. When any one of us four brothers is missing, it feels like we're missing an arm or a leg. It just doesn't feel right.
Ding Xiaobei muttered, sounding a bit discouraged. Just then, the young woman helping them with their foot care suddenly slapped her forehead in realization.
Right. I might know who you're looking for. I just remembered this person. Ha!
Ye Chenfei and the others froze, then asked excitedly, hurry up and tell us.
Where is this person? The pedicure girl pointed down the hallway. After thinking it over, the person you're looking for might be in the lounge area. But his name isn't Little by his stage name here is Li Yugong. Li Yugong? The three repeated the name in unison. When did Xiaobai even get a stage name? Chapter 019, The Grand Stage. The Ecstasy Grand Stage. As soon as they entered the lounge, several bold characters leapt into view.
A simple stage setup, crude lighting, and deafening speakers accompanied several bikini-clad beauties on stage, swaying their hips and performing all manner of seductive, flirtatious moves, drawing loud cheers from the lounge patrons. Such performances were a signature feature of the bathhouse. Below the stage, a buffet spread of food and beer was available. For many patrons, enjoying delicious food, sipping beer, and watching the captivating show was a favorite pastime. The stage was filled exclusively with beautiful women performing erotic dances. Aside from an old man operating the sound system, there was no sign of Xiaobai. Yet Ye Chenfei unexpectedly spotted a familiar face among the lounge guests. Dressed in gold and silver, sporting a particularly conspicuous golden mop-top hairstyle, and with several prominent band-aids plastered across his face, it was none other than the golden young master who had caused trouble at the Huame Hotel yesterday. Talk about running into an old adversary. Surrounded by his henchmen, the young master was oblivious to Ye Chenfei, seated just a few tables behind him. All eyes were glued to the stage, drinking and reveling in the spectacle. Xiaobai, you know that golden young master, right? He's the one who caused trouble at Hue Xingxing's hotel yesterday. I've got a bone to pick with this guy. Ye Chenfei said, pointing at the golden young master's golden mop-top while nibbling on the fruit platter beside him. Ding Xiaobai knew all too well the type of person golden young master was, a troublesome individual. His dad's a nouveau riche. If we were back in Taishao Street, I guarantee he wouldn't dare cause trouble. But outside Taishao Street, this guy's not someone you wanna mess with. Money talks. Last time, someone accidentally bumped into his woman, and he brought over 100 men, scaring the crap out of them. Brother Yi, we're close to his dad's company here. Try to avoid direct contact with this guy. Getting bitten by a mad dog isn't worth it. Rat sneered, so what if he's rich? Just wait till I hack his dad's company and turn his world upside down. Then I'll dig up his old videos and post them online. Good point. Ye Chenfei agreed. These rich jerks get cocky with their money. Best to bankrupt him, leave him penniless. As they spoke, the beauty's performance on stage concluded. A male host stepped out from backstage holding a microphone. Alright, everyone. Now comes the most spectacular part of our show. Please welcome our star performer, Li Yugong, to the stage. As the music played, a stunningly dressed woman glided onto the stage. She wore a flowing white silk gown, her delicate eyebrows like ink strokes, her eyes long and luminous, and her lips a perfect cherry red dot. With graceful steps, she began to dance on the mesmerizing stage, like a classical beauty stepping out of an ancient painting. Holy, she's hot. This woman is gorgeous. Ding Xiaobai screamed repeatedly. Pretty my ass. You got mush for brains? Can't you tell? That's Xiaobai. Ye Chenfei kicked Ding Xiaobai in the shins. Ha! Ding Xiaobai bounced up from his seat in shock, rubbing his eyes hard. After a long moment of stunned silence, he finally spoke. Bro Yi, if you hadn't pointed it out, I never would have guessed. Aside from that Adam's apple, she's a dead serious beauty. They're saying Li Yugong is Xiaobai? That's a massive transformation. Lao Shu sipped his beer inside. No wonder the guy never got in touch. Turns out he was performing at this bathhouse. He probably didn't want us to laugh at him. What a jerk. Xiaobai and Ding Xiaobai couldn't resist waving to signal him, but Ye Chenfei pulled them back. Don't call out yet.
Wait until the performance ends. Going up now would just embarrass him more. Woo! Xiaobai's grand finale earned thunderous applause from the audience. The guests' spirits were instantly lifted, especially that group led by Golden Young Master. They were wildly excited, letting out a series of shrieks, each wearing an extremely lecherous grin. Hey, beautiful, you're gorgeous. How about a night together? Hey, beauty. Our Golden Young Master says he'll pay for your surgery in Thailand and turn you into a superstar when you return. Ha Jin's sycophant sneered, spittle flying. Melodious music filled the air as Xiaobai, microphone in hand, spoke softly. Next, I'd like to present the new concubine drunk on wine. I hope you'll enjoy it. On stage, Xiaobai swayed her graceful form, singing with a voice as feminine as any woman's. Compared to Li Yugan, she bore a certain resemblance. Her performance was utterly focused, her singing deeply moving. Good. That little lady sings well. Come here. Come here. Let Big Brother give you a kiss. Throughout the performance, Jin Gongzi's lackeys would periodically bellow, their voices drowning out the venue's sound system. While the performance itself was splendid, the lackeys' lewd laughter was utterly the most jarring element. Throughout the entire performance, Xiaobai remained remarkably composed. Ye Chenfei and his friends, however, were seething with anger. Seeing their brother ridiculed, none of them could swallow their pride. If not for Xiaobai's presence, they would have stormed the stage to beat those lackeys senseless. When the song ended, the guests applauded enthusiastically. The lackeys from Jin Gongzi's group, overcome with excitement, stood on the table. You little. Our Jin Gongzi is treating you to a drink. A bearded man cheerfully presented a bottle of ice-cold beer. This is young Master Jin's gift to you. Xiaobai forced a smile and thanked him. Thank you for young Master Jin's reward. Big brother, one bottle of beer. This little brother will drink it in one gulp. Down it goes. Down it goes. The patrons below joined in the chanting, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Xiaobai downed the beer in one swift gulp, belching contentedly. Thanks, young Master Jin. In truth, Ye Chenfei and the others could all see that Xiaobai's expression was forced, and each of them felt uneasy inside. The stage host stepped in to break the tension. Now it's time for our song request segment. Everyone, feel free to request your favorite tunes. Our very own Li Yugan will perform them for you. Please give him a warm round of applause. Mr. Jin's request. Mr. Jin's request. As soon as the host finished speaking, the big bearded man's henchman eagerly shouted, flinging a stack of bills at the host. Here's 2,000. Get this little lady to sing a pop song for our Mr. Jin. The crowd below murmured in astonishment. Normally, song requests cost just 100 yuan each, and few ever paid such a high price. For Golden Young Master to throw down 2,000 yuan right off the bat was truly extravagant. The host gladly accepted the stack of bills. Thank you, Mr. Jin. Thank you, Mr. Jin. What pop song would you like to hear? Our singer has a huge repertoire. She can belt out pretty much any popular tune. Have the girls belt out 18 touches for us? The bearded man grinned wickedly, bellowing the request. Behind him, young Master Jin's crew was already doubled over laughing. Hearing the song's title, the guests in the lounge all broke into broad smiles. This wasn't a pop song at all, it was clearly a body ditty, obviously meant to put the stage performer Xiaobai in an awkward spot. Make him sing 18 touches for our Golden Young Master in a woman's voice. The big bearded lackey pointed at Xiaobai and shouted, if he sings it well, our Golden Young Master will give him an extra reward. 18 touches? Ding! Xiaobai slammed the table in rage. This is deliberately picking on Xiaobai. Damn it! I'm going to settle this with that bastard. Hold on. Xiaobai. Ye Chenfei gave a cold snort. We'll keep this score in mind. Later, we'll make that Jin Young Master pay back every penny with interest. Let's see how Xiaobai reacts first. I'm sorry, Mr. Jin, but I don't know how to sing 18 touches. My apologies, Xiaobai apologized in a man's voice. Golden Young Master's face darkened instantly. He glared furiously at Xiaobai on stage. Damn it! What's your problem? Trying to ruin our Golden Young Master's mood? Don't you know he came here today just for you? That big bearded lackey immediately barked like a dog. Is it the money not enough, or do you just look down on our Golden Young Master? I'm truly sorry, Mr. Jin. My ignorance is my fault. I've never heard this song before. I'm so sorry. Xiaobai said, forcing a smile. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as a beer bottle shattered on the ground. The bearded thug brandished the broken bottle and bellowed, what good is sorry? If our Golden Young Master isn't pleased, I'll make sure he stays unhappy. Chapter 020, Sing a Song for Us. Chaos erupted around the stage as Jin Gongzi's crew grew wildly aggressive. Likely stung by yesterday's snub at the Huamei Hotel, they sought to flex their muscles at this bathhouse, and poor Xiaobai became their scapegoat. Especially that big bearded guy. Wielding a broken beer bottle, he leapt onto the half-meter-high stage, pointing it menacingly at Xiaobai and bellowing, paying you to sing is doing you a favor. You're ungrateful. I'll make you eat this bottle. Calm down, sir. The performer can't speak, don't take it personally. Let me talk some sense into him, okay? Seeing the commotion, the host rushed over to explain. Getting on the bad side of a guy like Golden Young Master? That's just their bad luck. Make him sing for Mr. Jean right now. If he can't even sing 18 touches, what's he doing in this business?
If he doesn't sing 18 touches today, I'll make him swallow this beer bottle. The bearded man revealed a terrifyingly ferocious expression. The host bowed and scraped, smiling apologetically as he agreed emphatically, absolutely, absolutely. I'll talk some sense into him. I promise I won't disappoint Mr. Jean or any of the bosses. The host then turned to Zhou Bapi, his face stern as he whispered, Zhou Bapi, why are you so stubborn? It's just singing 18 touches. It won't kill you. We can't afford to offend people like Golden Boy. If that big bearded guy loses his temper later, I won't be able to protect you. Boss, I have my principles. 18 touches is obscene. No amount of money will make me sing it. I may be a singer, but I have my dignity. Zhou Bapi declared defiantly, gritting his teeth. If push comes to shove, I'll smash a beer bottle over my head. On the dazzling stage, the host haggled with Zhou Bapi. Below, Ye Chenfei and his two brothers could barely contain themselves. Seeing their brother humiliated felt like having someone on their heads. No man could tolerate that. I'm going up there to beat that bearded bastard to death. Ding Xiaobei was the first to explode, leaping up to storm the stage. Xiaobei, hold on. Ye Chenfei shouted decisively. Bro Yi, that bearded bastard's got us in his sights. You can't hold him back. You're not seriously making Xiaobei swallow a beer bottle, are you? Xiaobei, rein in your fiery temper. There are over 20 of them. Charging in now would be suicide. Situations like this call for brains, not brawn. Ye Chenfei rose calmly. How do we handle this with brains? Let Brother Yi show you how it's done. Ye Chenfei pulled out a cigarette, flicked open his lighter, lit it, and blew out a smoke ring. Hey, rat, what's Brother Yi planning to do? Ding Xiaobei watched Ye Chenfei steadily advance toward the group, turning to Rat beside him with a puzzled look. Rat sneered, if you could guess Brother Yi's plans, would he still be Brother Yi? Not far ahead, Jean Gongzi sat surrounded by over 20 people, each wearing a smug, triumphant grin. Flanked by two blonde beauties, he waited for Zhou Bapi on stage to perform an explosive rendition of 18 touches. All eyes were fixed on the stage, completely unaware that Ye Chenfei had already slipped silently to young Master Jin's side. Mr. Jean, we meet again, Ye Chenfei greeted him in a low voice. Golden Young Master flicked his mop of hair back, his lecherous grin instantly freezing. You're that doctor from last night, aren't you? Damn it! Guards! Right here! Before Jean Gongzi could finish his threat, Ye Chenfei produced a black object and pressed it firmly against his backside. Mr. Jean, scream again and I'll make your ass bloom. You should recognize this, right? Ye Chenfei sat down right next to Mr. Jean, pressing a gun against him. Mr. Jean immediately shut his mouth and even cooperatively signaled for the two blonde beauties to leave. Only then did Golden Young Master's companions notice the extra person beside him. They all demanded, huh? Who's this guy? Who are you? Ah, I'm a friend of Mr. Jean. Ye Chenfei proactively greeted the surrounding group, just ran into Mr. Jean, so we're all drinking and having a blast together. Right, Mr. Jean? Ye Chenfei instinctively jabbed the pistol barrel against Jean Gongzi's backside, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Yeah, old friend. Jean Gongzi's face turned a deep shade of liver-like color as he stammered. Old friend, we finally meet again. You should buy me a drink, right? Ye Chenfei pressed the gun barrel closer, asking quietly. Mr. Jin's forehead was already drenched in sweat, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Beer's no good. Have my guys grab 2 cases of Lafite from outside. Ye Chenfei gave a signal and shouted enthusiastically. 2 cases of Lafite? Jean Gongzi's men froze in shock. While their boss was known for his extravagance, pulling out 2 cases of Lafite for a single drinking session? That was insane. A single bottle of 82 Lafite cost 350,000 yuan. 2 cases meant 4.2 million yuan. Was he planning to guzzle Lafite like beer? Young Master Jean? 2 cases of Lafite? Are we really buying that? Over 4 million yuan? A short-haired henchman leaned forward, repeating the words in disbelief. Young Master Jean hesitated for a few seconds, his throat nearly bursting with blood. While his family was wealthy, buying 2 cases of Lafite to guzzle down would be like cutting a chunk right out of his father's flesh. Heartbreaking. 4 million could buy the latest BMW sports car. At that moment, Ye Chenfei shifted the barrel of his gun. The Golden Young Master immediately nodded in fear. Yes, 2 cases of Lafite. I'll get them right away. I'll drink my fill with my friend. The bald-headed man nodded briskly in agreement, and his surrounding henchmen all broke into delighted smiles. A friend who could make young Master Jean spend millions on a drinking party was definitely no ordinary figure. Instantly, they began to look at Ye Chenfei with newfound respect. Ye Chenfei, what exactly are you trying to do? Golden Young Master broke out in cold sweat. My men are all around here. If you dare fire a shot, you won't walk out of this bathhouse alive. Young Master Jean? What's that supposed to mean?
Are you trying to provoke me into firing? How about I test it out with a bullet in your backside? Ye Chenfei turned, his gaze sweeping the room with an intimidating authority that spoke volumes. Don't! Mr. Jean gasped, panting heavily, not daring to wipe the sweat from his face. Dr. Yi, whatever you want, I'll give it all to you. Isn't that enough? That's more like it. We're old acquaintances after all, no need to start fighting the moment we meet. Just do as I say, and I guarantee you'll leave this bathhouse unharmed tonight. Ye Chenfei calmly gestured to his henchman to drink, then whispered to Golden Young Master, first, get that big bearded guy on stage to stop. He's really pissing me off. Young Master Jean readily agreed, immediately bellowing at the bearded man, Lu Daniu. Just as Lu Daniu was about to lay hands on Xiaobai, Jean Gongzi's shout cut through the stage. The bearded man turned and responded, Master Jean, any other orders? Should we make this kid sing the 18 touches for both men and women? Touch my ass. Young Master Jean pointed at the bearded man and yelled, I don't want to hear this guy sing 18 touches. I don't want it. Ha! The bearded man froze in shock, utterly unprepared for the gun barrel pressed against Jean Gongzi's backside. Ye Chenfei whispered in Jean Gongzi's ear, this bearded guy seems pretty knowledgeable about the 18 touches. Why not have him perform a segment himself? Ha! What? Make this kid sing 18 touches? Young Master Jin's mop-top hair twitched. Dr. Yi, you're joking, right? Ye Chenfei stood motionless and countered, do you think I'm joking? Fine, Dr. Yi, whatever you say. Young Master Jean bellowed again. I don't want to hear that guy sing 18 touches, I want to hear you sing it. As soon as young Master Jean finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted around them. Young Master Jean was truly young Master Jean, always stirring things up. He had a new trick up his sleeve in the blink of an eye. Great idea. Let Lu Dania sing 18 touches, that'll be hilarious. Jean Gongzi's sycophants, oblivious to the awkwardness, mindlessly joined the clamor. The scene instantly became boisterous and comical. Lu Danio, having brought this embarrassment upon himself, felt thoroughly awkward. Young Master Jean, I'm not familiar with that sort of thing. Unfamiliar or not, you sing. When I tell you to sing, you sing. Young Master Jean, boiling with pent-up anger, shouted, his face flushed crimson. Chapter 021, Sing a Song for Us Too. Young Master Jean was notorious for his explosive temper. Backed by his family's wealth and influence, he'd pulled off every kind of underhanded trick and devious scheme imaginable. So when he suddenly demanded the bearded Lu Dania sing 18 touches, no one was surprised, it was just another thrill ride. But who could have guessed young Master Jean had a gun tucked under his seat? Fine, I'll sing. Though utterly mortified, the bearded man had no choice but to grit his teeth and begin the 18 touches song. First touch, I touched the beauty's head. The bearded man stammered out a line, his voice clearly off-key, sounding like a stray dog howling. Amplified by the stage's crude speakers, the sound boomed through the entire hall, making everyone's eardrums roar. The noise was so excruciating it nearly deafened the entire crowd. The bearded man had embarrassed himself beyond belief, while Xiaobai and the host breathed a huge sigh of relief, having narrowly dodged disaster for the moment. Dr. Yi, we don't have any deep-seated grudges, do we? A little friendly banter is all it takes. No need to take it so seriously, right? Jean Gongzi said in a low voice, tapping his mop-top hair. True, we have no deep-seated grudge. But do you know who that singer on stage was? His name is Ning Xiaobai, my brother. You made my brother sing 18 touches, so naturally I'll treat you to bullets. Ye Chenfei's voice brimmed with fury as his hand tightened around the gun's grip. Ha? Dr. Yi? Jean Gongzi trembled in fright, scrambling to explain, Dr. Yi, we didn't know it was related to you. Ha? Ye Chenfei nodded slightly, glancing at the bearded man on stage. The guy was still torturing everyone's ears with his wild dog howls. Young Master Jean, your act isn't thrilling enough. Tell him to spice it up for me. More stimulating? How exactly do you want it, Dr. Yi? I doubt even young Master Jean can stand that bearded guy's howling anymore. Wasn't there a bikini dance just now? Why not have that bearded guy strip naked and perform the 18 touches dance? Ye Chenfei tilted the barrel of his gun and said in a deep voice. What? Strip naked and sing 18 touches? Young Master Jean jolted, his heartstrings instantly tightening. Lu Danio, stop, no, sing. I want to see you strip naked and sing 18 touches. Jean Gongzi stammered out. Minutes later, under mounting pressure, the bearded man was forced to strip down to nothing but a bright red pair of boxers. Gripping the microphone, he sang a modern Northeast version of 18 touches on stage. Moments ago, he'd been strutting like a peacock, now he'd become the most humiliated, fawning lapdog imaginable. Wave after wave of roaring laughter erupted from the lounge. Big Beard's comical appearance, his cartoonish red briefs, his wild dog-like howls, and his slurred lyrics sent the guests into fits of hilarity, elevating the lounge's atmosphere to an unprecedented crescendo. The most tragic victims were Golden Young Master's henchmen. Even at the last moment, they still didn't know the relationship between Ye Chenfei and Golden Young Master. They were all doubled over laughing, sipping top-tier Lafite while enjoying Big Beard's one-of-a-kind 18 touches. What a thrill! Meanwhile, Xiaobei and Lao Shu found Xiaobai. When Xiaobai learned Ye Chenfei had orchestrated this entire farce, his heart swelled with emotion. Brotherhood, stronger than gold. The farce dragged on until nearly 11 o'clock. Jin Gongzi's men polished off 2 cases of Lafite, then down over 10 cases of beer at his command. Every single one of the dozens present passed out drunk. Only a handful of overnight guests remained in the hall. The bearded singer strained his jaw singing 18 touches until his mouth cramped, then downed 3 bottles of erguo to his self-punishment, collapsing unconscious on stage. The most sober person in the entire hall was none other than young Master Jin himself. He sat on the sofa, breaking out in cold sweat, occasionally forcing a fake smile in response to Ye Chenfei's prompting. This night could easily be counted as the most humiliating one in young Master Jin's life. He felt like banging his head against the wall. Dr. Ye's lips twitched stiffly with forced laughter. So now everything's gone your way? Time to pack up your guns, right? Yes, it should be. But young Master Jin, don't rush off just yet. The show isn't over. Stay for the final act before you leave. Ye Chenfei gave a signal to the tear-stained Xiaobai on stage. Xiaobai, stop crying. Play the song our brothers love most. You know which one. Ye Chenfei slowly drew the formidable handgun, a small-caliber weapon with a jet-black frame and a muzzle still steaming from the recent discharge. Ye Chenfei pulled out a cigarette, took a deep drag, and flicked his index finger. The small-caliber muzzle clicked, spitting out a tiny flame that lit the cigarette already held between his lips. Ha! Jin Gongzi instantly realized the gun pressed against his backside had been nothing but a lighter all along. He nearly peed himself in fright. This gun is fake? Jin Gongzi repeated, his expression twisted in fury. You mean this gun, Mr. Jin? Ye Chenfei tossed it onto the coffee table in front of the sofa. The pedicurist gave it to me as a lighter while I was showering. How about it? Pretty fun, huh? If you like it, I'll give it to you as a keepsake. With that, Ye Chenfei stood up and left, leaving behind a dashing, carefree silhouette. Ye Chenfei, you dare mock me? I'll never forgive you. Just you wait, I'll be damned if I don't get revenge. Jin Gongzi's mop-top hair bristled, tilting at nearly a 30-degree angle, resembling a peeled banana peel at first glance. Fine, whatever. My clinic's on Taishao Street. Come seek revenge anytime, I'll be waiting. You strike once, I'll strike back twice. Without looking back, Ye Chenfei headed toward the soul-shattering grand stage. Oh, and one last thing, don't forget to watch the final act before you leave. Brother Yi, Xiaobai had already changed out of his performance costume and couldn't help but shout when he saw Ye Chenfei. The man before him might have changed his appearance, but Ye Chenfei still radiated the unique charm and aura of young Master Yi. The bond between the 4 brothers was unbreakable, no words needed. That was definitely their Yi brother. You little brat, still the same old attitude. Ye Chenfei walked up and gave Xiaobai a hard pat on the head. Stubborn pride leads to suffering. Even if you turned into a beggar, you'd still be our brother forever. Xiaobai clenched his jaw, tears of emotion welling up in his eyes. Don't cry, Xiaobai. Why do you always start crying at the drop of a hat? Ding Xiaobei walked over and patted Xiaobai's shoulder. The 4 brothers embraced each other tightly. The familiar melody of a song drifted from the stage speakers. It was The Sky is Wide and the Sea is Vast by Wang Kakue, the brothers' favorite singer. The reunion filled each of them with complex emotions. They embraced, shouting in unison, "Forgive me for living wild and free, loving liberty. I fear the day I might fall, abandoning my ideals. Anyone could do that. But I fear the day only you and I remain." The brothers' reunion filled Ye Chenfei with renewed confidence. 3 years ago, there was nothing the 4 of them couldn't accomplish. Now reunited, their power remained undiminished. This day, High City would surely have a place for the 4 brothers. That night, the 4 brothers drank themselves into a stupor. They practically cleaned out the beer and food at the bathhouse's self-service area. Completely wasted, they all passed out in the rest hall of the bathhouse. Ring ring. In his hazy daze, Ye Chenfei's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Jing Yuqing's number. He glanced at the time. It was only 8 in the morning. Ye Chenfei, where are you? Didn't you come home last night? Jing Yuqing's questioning tone came through the phone the moment he answered. Yeah. Got a little too drunk with some friends. Get out here immediately. I have an urgent matter that needs your help. If you don't help me, I'm screwed. Ye Chenfei could hear the urgency in her voice and assumed something serious had happened. He quickly sat up straight on the bathhouse chair. What happened? My family wants me to go on a blind date. Jing Yuqing said, her voice trembling with emotion. Ye Chenfei's mind went blank. A blind date is a good thing. Men should marry, women should wed. How can I help you? What do you know? I saw the guy's photo. He's Tian High City's notorious creep. We're not on the same wavelength at all. He's not my type. Just looking at him makes me sick. Ha? Jing Yuqing? The more you talk, the more confused I get. If you don't like him, just reject him decisively. No one's forcing you to be with him. Is it really that terrifying? The problem is, that guy really likes my type.
Plus, his family has connections in high places.
We can't afford to cross them. My dad said if we mess with him, he'll end up in jail. Our family would be finished.
Jing Yuqing sounded so upset on the phone she was nearly in tears.
Ye Chenfei sighed in frustration. Jing Yuqing, why does every misfortune seem to find its way to you? Besides, what exactly can I do to help? You're not seriously asking me to go beat him up, are you? Ye Chenfei recalled all those melodramatic scenes from TV shows and had a vague idea why Jing Yuqing was calling. It's not exactly the same thing, but you get the gist. I want you to come with me on this blind date.
I don't care what tricks you pull, you have to make sure the parents hate me.
Make that old couple utterly disappointed in me. Jing Yuqing blurted out. Holy crap! Ye Chenfei sucked in a sharp breath. This girl really knew how to stir things up.
She casually tossed out such an impossible task as if it were nothing.
Did she think this was some damn TV drama? That just reciting a few lines could solve the problem? Girl, this is practically an impossible mission.
You're gorgeous and have everything going for you, only a fool wouldn't like you. Better to tear down 10 temples than break up a marriage.
I'm not doing something that unethical. Ye Chenfei, what's your problem? As your employee, you won't even help me with this small favor?
Jing Yuqing demanded, her voice tinged with defiance.
Chapter 022, The Little Nurse's Trouble. Well, even the most powerful boss can't control his employees' love lives, right?
Family matters are hard to judge, and I've got zero experience with this.
No clue where to start. Honestly, killing someone would be easier than sorting this out. Humph. Ye Chenfei. If you don't come, the consequences will be severe. Ha? What do you mean? You wouldn't be threatening to quit, would you? Worse than that. Ye Chenfei, you'll regret this for the rest of your life. Ye Chenfei furrowed his brow, inwardly wondering, offending Jing Yuqing couldn't possibly lead to lifelong regret, could it? Could this girl be overthinking things, thinking I have special feelings for her?
Ye Chenfei, let me tell you this, if that man's family sets their sights on me, life won't be worth living.
I might as well just die. Ye Chenfei exhaled. Is that it? It doesn't really concern me, does it? Hey, girl, you can't be so impulsive or extreme. Love takes time to grow. Trust me, I've been there.
Ye Chenfei, your 4 poisonous brothers are in my hands.
Last night I took them home for the night.
If I die, I'll make your 4 poisonous brothers bury me.
Ha? Ye Chenfei's scalp prickled, his mind going blank. Kid, you're not joking, right?
This isn't something to mess around with.
The 4 venomous kings had followed Ye Chenfei for 3 years.
Their bond was unquestionable. Worst of all, these creatures were rare treasures, a 1,000-year marvel. If Jing Yuqing harmed them, it would drive his master to his grave.
Gua gua.
Just then, a crisp croak echoed from the other end of the line, further confirming Jing Yuqing's claim. That sound was unmistakably the poisonous toad's call, a sound Ye Chenfei knew all too well.
Ye Chenfei, are you coming or not?
If not, just wait to bury these poisonous brothers of yours.
I'm tossing them straight into the fire. Fine. I'm coming. Is that good enough? Ye Chenfei leaped up from the sofa in a flurry of excitement. This girl was ruthless, that threat had nearly killed him. If the 4 poisons were burned, Ye Chenfei would be so furious he'd jump off a 10-story building. Holy cow, please don't harm my 4 buddies. I'm coming to help right now. I promise I'll get the job done for you. Ye Chenfei frantically scrambled to get dressed. That's not set in stone. It depends entirely on your performance. If I'm not satisfied, don't expect these guys to get off easy. I'm heading out now. Meet me at Peninsula Coffee downtown. Be there by 9 sharp, or I'll start with your little gecko first. Jing Yuqing's tone instantly turned harsh. Damn it! Ye Chenfei swiftly hung up and headed straight for the exit of the public bathhouse. Brother Yi? What's up? What happened?
Ye Chenfei's startled reaction roused the sleeping Xiaobai, who sat up and hurried after him, asking.
Sigh. How do I even explain this? It's complicated. I have no idea what to do. To put it bluntly, I've crossed a dangerous woman.
Ye Chenfei was flustered and at his wits' end.
A woman's problem? Brother Yi, tell me about it. I understand women better than most men. Xiaobai declared confidently. Alright. Xiaobai, we're running out of time. Let's go. I'll explain the details to you on the way.
Ye Chenfei made a gesture and dashed out first.
A taxi was waiting outside the bathhouse entrance. It sped toward Peninsula Coffee in the city center. During the taxi's rapid journey, Ye Chenfei recounted the entire incident to Xiaobai in detail. But Xiaobai scoffed dismissively. Bro Yi, I thought it was some big deal? Turns out it's just this little hassle? You were so full of yourself last night, and now you're stumped by this minor issue? What? Xiaobai? You have a solution? Ye Chenfei turned to ask. What's so hard about it? Brother Yi, just do as I say and you'll definitely handle it. Xiaobai leaned in close and whispered his plan. Peninsula Coffee at 9 o'clock. This coffee shop was tucked away on a small street in the bustling district, its location relatively secluded. Even 3 years ago, Ye Chenfei had never heard of this place. Surprisingly, business was quite brisk. Though it had only been open a short while at 9 o'clock, several cars were already parked outside. While Ye Chenfei waited, couples continuously entered to patronize the shop. Such robust morning business was rare among coffee shops. Before long, Ye Chenfei spotted Jing Yuqing's graceful figure stepping out of a taxi. Ha! Ye Chenfei froze in surprise. The Jing Yuqing across the street stunned him. Was he seeing things? Was this really the same girl? Jing Yuqing's appearance completely shattered Ye Chenfei's worldview. She wore a black striped, elegant yet conservative women's suit. Her porcelain-smooth, oval face was framed by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Her silky hair was pulled up high, revealing a swan-like, delicate neck. Her long, fair legs were exposed, pressed tightly together. The flesh-toned stockings added a hint of allure, complemented by a pair of pink high heels that accentuated her mature aura. Jing Yuqing had transformed overnight from an innocent young nurse into a fully-fledged woman. "Mo Yuqing, where are my treasures?" Ye Chenfei couldn't spare a moment to admire Jing Yuqing's mature appearance, rushing forward to demand urgently. But Jing Yuqing's alluring phoenix eyes glared at Ye Chenfei. "Your treasures are all at my place. Have you figured out how to get rid of that perfect guy yet?" "I've thought it through. I need to check on those treasures first, or else I'll be on edge the whole time." "Go! That's not your problem. Right now, you need to figure out how to help me deal with that jerk. Get in here." Jing Yuqing rolled her eyes. "First, tell me how you plan to handle that jerk's family. Let me know what to expect." Ye Chenfei was practically dragged inside. The moment he stepped in, he was captivated by the unique decor of this coffee shop. Overall, the cafe exuded a warm and sweet atmosphere. With heart-patterned wallpaper adorning the walls, delicate romantic couple pendants hanging decoratively, and each table meticulously arranged with a bouquet of vibrant roses. These were artfully paired with uniquely designed candlesticks, filling the space with a floral fragrance. Stepping inside, Ye Chenfei suddenly felt an urge to fall in love or go on a date with a girlfriend. No need to look. Jing Yuqing pulled Ye Chenfei to sit at one of the tables. This peninsula cafe is specially designed for singles on blind dates. Look around, all these men and women are here for matchmaking. When it comes to blind dates, this cafe is Tianhai City's top choice. "Hey, girl, I'm baffled. Why are you dressed so extravagantly today? You look like a standard, mature career woman. This outfit isn't just catching the eye of that perfect guy, even your big brother here is smitten. You're deliberately testing my skills, aren't you? Like I want to dress like this. My parents are desperate for me to marry that perfect guy. They say his family background is great, his parents are high class, and they even borrowed money to buy me this outfit. It's like they think their daughter can't marry anyone else. I feel so awkward in this whole thing." Jing Yuqing pouted her delicate lips in complaint. "I don't care. Ye Chenfei, you're my partner in crime today. If I go down, I'm dragging you down with me." Ye Chenfei broke out in a cold sweat. His 4 venomous kings were already considered supreme-level venomous kings, but every poison has its antidote. Compared to Jing Yuqing's scheming, they were utterly weak. The most venomous thing is a woman's heart. "Oh no! They're here! They're here!" Jing Yuqing suddenly pointed toward the cafe entrance, her voice rising in panic. "Weren't they supposed to arrive at 9:30? Why are they early?" Jing Yuqing's face flushed crimson. She'd planned to rehearse thoroughly with Ye Chenfei beforehand, but their early arrival threw her into a panic. She kicked his calf hard, her nerves frayed to the limit. "What's there to be nervous about? I'm here now, so I'll back you up." Ye Chenfei reassured her firmly at this critical moment. With Xiaobai's plan, victory in this battle was practically guaranteed. Ye Chenfei glanced in the direction Jing Yuqing was pointing and saw a man and a woman entering through the door. The woman, around 40, wore a vintage-colored dress and sported trendy lion curls. Her elegant demeanor and steady gait suggested she was the top-tier man's mother. The middle-aged man wore a tailored plaid shirt, sporting a general's belly and clutching a black leather briefcase. His hairstyle was unremarkable, and his unhurried gait immediately marked him as the type who held official positions. Following the couple was the top-tier guy. He was dressed conservatively, a plain white t-shirt paired with black casual pants. Like his father, he was slightly overweight, and his hair color starkly clashed with his outfit, a large patch dyed bright red. "Ha! That guy looks familiar." Ye Chenfei muttered to himself, a sudden image flashing through his mind. "Holy! No way! It can't be him." The guy was none other than the redhead who'd been gaming at Starlight Net Cafe last night, the one who'd tried to extort Mouse. The same redhead who'd gotten diarrhea from the castor oil. The ultimate jerk Jing Yuqing had mentioned was actually him. "Ye Chenfei? You know Zhou Yifei?" Jing Yuqing asked in surprise, a hint of suspicion flickering in her innocent eyes. Chapter 023024, The Mature Woman Takes the Lead. "Know him? We're more than just acquaintances," Ye Chenfei replied.
Upon reflection, it wasn't a big deal. He'd poisoned Zhou Yufei so discreetly that the guy would never connect his diarrhea to him. At most, they'd shared a passing encounter. As they spoke, Director Zhou and his wife had already arrived at the center of the cafe. The couple immediately recognized the maturely dressed Jing Yuqing and waved with smiles. "Yuqing, you got here so quickly." Jing Yuqing blushed, smiling as she stood up and greeted them. "Uncle Zhou, Auntie Zhou, I just got here too."
I didn't have to wait long. "Oh my, Yuqing, you look absolutely stunning today."
Red-haired Zhou Yufei approached, his lecherous praise dripping from his words, completely oblivious to Ye Chenfei's presence.
"Really?
"Thank you," Jing Yuqing replied with a faint smile, lowering her head slightly. "Yuling, our Yufei rarely compliments girls on their looks. If he says you're beautiful, then you've truly captured this young man's heart today." Mrs. Zhou flattered with a knowing smile. "Oh, Yuqing, this is..." Zhou Xianwei, director of logistics for the State Security Bureau, finally noticed Ye Chenfei and politely inquired. "Ha?" Having not discussed this with Ye Chenfei beforehand, Jing Yuqing momentarily didn't know how to introduce him.
"Aren't you that redhead?"
Zhou Yufei clearly sensed something, raising an eyebrow slightly as he recalled last night's encounter with Ye Chenfei.
"Yes, I'm a friend of Jing Yuqing's. Do you two know each other?" Director Zhou asked, full of suspicion. "Not exactly acquainted, just met once," Ye Chenfei admitted proactively, simultaneously observing Zhou Yufei's expression and reaction.
A flicker of disdain crossed Zhou Yufei's eyes.
He naturally didn't want to dwell on last night's incident. Spending the entire night in the internet cafe bathroom until dawn was an embarrassment best left unsaid. "Saw you online last night. You're a doctor?" "Oh, I'm currently practicing medicine on Taishao Street. I've only been in the field for a short while." "Doctors are wonderful, doctors are wonderful. Saving lives and healing the sick, they're the most admirable workers in modern cities."
Mrs. Zhou forced a smile. The group settled onto the sofa, and the atmosphere eased.
"Yuqing asked you to come along. You two must be very close, right?"
"We were very close. We used to be boyfriend and girlfriend.
It was because of my work that we ended up parting ways." "Heh."
Ye Chenfei chimed in.
"Ha?"
Director Zhou's family couldn't help but freeze simultaneously, their puzzled gazes turning toward Jing Yuqing in unison. Jing Yuqing panicked inwardly and hastily explained, yes, that's how it was, but that's all in the past.
Chenfei and I are just ordinary friends now."
While her words offered reassurance, a sudden realization dawned on Jing Yuqing. "You sly fox, Ye Chenfei. You claimed you couldn't help, but this tactic is brilliant. Bringing your ex-boyfriend along to a blind date, who would have thought of that? This move packs a serious punch."
The moment Ye Chenfei's identity was revealed, the atmosphere at the table turned extremely awkward.
Director Zhou's face instantly darkened, Mrs. Zhou's smile lost its naturalness, and Zhou Yufei's gaze toward Ye Chenfei was particularly vicious, as if he were looking at his father's murderer.
Well.
Director Zhou, being a seasoned veteran who'd seen it all, took the initiative to break the awkward silence. "Young Yi, you've shown some insight. Regardless, since you've now chosen the right path, you should settle down and focus on stability. Having this level of awareness is commendable."
"Exactly.
To recognize one's mistakes and make amends is truly commendable." Mrs. Zhou also softened the atmosphere with a warm smile.
"Yuqing, you must be hungry. Let's eat."
Before long, the waitstaff brought over 4 steaks of different flavors, each paired with a cup of the restaurant's signature coffee and a slice of their famous seafood pizza.
Throughout this time, Zhou Yufei's eyes never left Jing Yuqing.
His small eyes gleamed with a sly light, and the corner of his mouth twisted into a lecherous smirk, a clear sign of his lustful desire for her beauty.
3 of the steaks served by the waiter were cooked to medium rare.
When Ye Chenfei's steak arrived, however, it was served medium rare, a vivid crimson slab where the beef's blood vessels remained clearly visible. Upon presentation, the intense, bloody scent of the meat wafted up, causing Director Zhou and his wife, both members of the upper class, to frown repeatedly. "Young Yi, I never imagined you had such a taste." Mrs. Zhou forced a smile.
Ye Chenfei didn't hesitate.
Gripping his steel fork horizontally, he speared a large chunk of beef and popped it into his mouth. Beef is most satisfying when it's medium rare. Tender and smooth, richly flavored with a hint of that bloody tang. Best dipped in spicy Laoganma chili sauce. That flavor is pure bliss.
"How about you try a piece too, Mrs. Zhou, Director Zhou?"
Finishing his sentence, Ye Chenfei speared another piece of beef from the platter and held it before Mrs. Zhou. Back when Yuqing and I were together, she absolutely loved eating steak this way.
We'd often pack several portions to enjoy as late-night snacks.
"Oh?
No, thank you."
Mrs. Zhou shook her head vigorously like a rattle. The couple exchanged a glance, their awkward expressions speaking volumes. "Yuling, is this all true?" Jing Yuqing paused for a moment, then a gentle smile graced her pure, beautiful cheeks.
"That's right. I do love my steak medium rare. It's so tender. Auntie, I can make some for you to try sometime."
"Ha?" Meanwhile, Ye Chenfei had already devoured several pieces of blood-streaked beef. His mouth was stained crimson, and the clinking of his knife and fork echoed as he sliced the meat with the brutal precision of a butcher slaughtering pigs.
Director Zhou, don't mind me. I'm just a rough and tumble guy. Used to chopping people up too much, so I'm just used to handling knives like this. Ye Chenfei explained, his mouth full of the bloody taste while continuing to roughly slice the beef. The moment he heard chopping people, Director Zhou's expression grew even more unsettled. With his keen eye for character, he could instantly tell Ye Chenfei was no good. And to think Jing Yuqing had once dated someone like this, her judgment was clearly questionable. Eating blood-streaked beef while casually talking about chopping people? Was this really something an ordinary girl would do? Yuling, where do you work now? What are your usual hobbies? Mrs. Zhou asked, forcing herself to remain calm. Oh, that. Mrs. Zhou, you've come to the right person. I've been with Yuqing for 6 years, no one knows her better than I do. Ye Chenfei threw caution to the wind, projecting the formidable aura of a violent boyfriend. Had it not been for the safety of the Poison King brothers, he might never have unleashed such explosive intensity. Yuqing studied medicine and now works as a nurse at my clinic. Though we were once a couple, I keep work and personal matters strictly separate, no blurring the lines. I pay her every penny she deserves. What? You two are still working together? Director Zhou's expression darkened as he interjected. Director Zhou, is there a problem with that? Ye Chenfei replied firmly. She's a nurse, I'm a doctor, we have a normal superior-subordinate relationship. After breaking up, we've completely cut ties. He carefully placed a piece of beef onto Jing Yuqing's plate and added, I swear, my relationship with Yuqing is nothing like yours. Director Zhou's face darkened like Judge Bao's mask. They were already this intimate, yet he swore there was nothing going on? Wasn't that like digging your own grave? Even two strangers working together day in and day out could spark romance, let alone two exes who'd broken up? Ye Chenfei continued his introduction of Jing Yuqing without pause. Her hobbies include watching movies, listening to music, and especially traveling. We used to go on trips over 10 times a year. I promised her we'd keep traveling together annually even if we're no longer lovers. I'll honor that promise. A man's word is his bond. Ye Chenfei, have you no shame? You're still taking Yuqing on trips after breaking up? What the hell are you playing at? Redhead Zhou Yuan finally couldn't contain his rage any longer and roared in a deep, furious voice. Yuan, what are you shouting about? Mrs. Zhou coldly rebuked him. She knew her son's temper best. If she and her husband hadn't been present, Zhou Yuan would likely have lashed out at Ye Chenfei. Yuan, there's no need to get so worked up. Of course I'm not talking about traveling as lovers. Isn't Yuqing my employee? I plan to organize company trips going forward. Seeing the expressions on the three Zhou family members' faces, Ye Chenfei felt more confident. The violent boyfriend tactic seemed to be working. Ahem, Director Zhou, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Yuqing, I think, if you and our Yuan start dating, you should resign from your nursing job. That's my small request of you. Ye Chenfei froze. So the Zhou family still hadn't given up their ulterior motives. Looks like it's time to bring out the ultimate move. Uncle Zhou, the moment I bring up substantive issues, Jing Yuqing starts blushing and stammers, unable to answer. That's for sure. At the critical moment, Ye Chenfei was unequivocal. If Yuqing finds new love, as her friend I'll support her wholeheartedly. I'll definitely draw a clear line with her then. But Yuan, I have one small request of you too. What gives you the right to make demands of me? Zhou Yuan roared like a lion provoked to the brink, ready to erupt in fury. Shut up, Yuan. Director Zhou snorted darkly, shooting Ye Chenfei a habitual warning glance. Dr. Yi, what is your request? Chapter 025, The Violent Ex-Boyfriend. I won't dwell on my past with Yuqing. It's all behind us now. Heroes don't boast about past glories. Since you two are together, I hope you treat Yuqing well. When she was with me, I always cherished her like the palm of my hand, unwilling to let her suffer even the slightest injustice. I must lay some ground rules up front. Ye Chenfei paused, his eyes narrowing. I won't meddle in your family affairs, but Yuqing must never suffer any injustice or mistreatment. If she's wronged, I'll settle the score with you, her boyfriend. There's only one consequence for anyone who bullies Yuqing. Ye Chenfei suddenly raised his hand and smacked the steak plate in front of him with a resounding slap. Clatter! The force of the blow shattered the plate into countless shards of glass. Director Zhou and his wife were instantly stunned into speechlessness. Their future daughter-in-law hadn't even entered the door yet, and she'd already been given a warning shot. And a violent boyfriend at that. Zhou Yuan was already a tyrannical bully. If anything went wrong in the future, wouldn't he meet the same fate as that plate? Well, Zhou Yuan? Can you handle it? If you can't meet this basic requirement, I don't think you and Yuqing are meant for each other. Ye Chenfei demanded with an air of authority. Ye Chenfei's voice was loud and resonant, echoing piercingly through the upscale, quiet Peninsula coffee. Nearly every customer in the cafe heard his challenge clearly, turning involuntarily to look in his direction. Instantly, Ye Chenfei became the focal point of everyone's gaze. His appearance at that moment radiated an extraordinary aura of dominance. A distinct crimson streak of beef blood was visible at the corner of his mouth. The steak knife in his hand was held upright between his fingers, droplets of blood trickling down its blade. Ye Chenfei didn't look like someone there to eat steak, he looked like he was there to devour people. Even director Zhou, a seasoned veteran of the medical world, felt a sudden jolt of unease at the sight of Ye Chenfei. Instinctively, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. This was merely a junior doctor, yet he felt a tinge of genuine fear. "Dr. Yi, please rest assured," Mrs. Zhou forced an awkward smile. Seeing Ye Chenfei's demeanor, she had no appetite left for steak. "Yuling, may I ask what exactly caused your breakup with Dr. Yi?" Jing Yuqing's face flushed crimson. Just as she was about to respond, Ye Chenfei cut her off decisively. "Mrs. Zhou, it was all my fault." "It was because of the child," Ye Chenfei answered decisively. "What? What did you say?" Zhou Yuan nearly leapt from her chair. "Ye Chenfei? You mentioned a child? You and Jing Yuqing have a child?" Zhou Yuan's thunderous outburst instantly reverberated throughout the entire coffee lounge, prompting murmurs among the many guests in the living room. Director Zhou and his wife were utterly mortified. As prominent figures in high society, they had suddenly become the center of everyone's gossip. Director Zhou, who always kept a low profile, had never faced such a humiliating situation before. At the same time, the couple was utterly stunned by Ye Chenfei's mention of a child. How could such a pure and beautiful girl have a child with another man? It felt like they'd been struck by lightning from the heavens. Even Jing Yuqing herself was startled by this sudden mention of a child. Had Ye Chenfei taken his joke too far? A child already? But this tactic was sufficiently shocking, enough to make her image plummet in Director Zhou and his wife's eyes. And that was precisely the outcome Jing Yuqing wanted. "Oh, Director Zhou, Mrs. Zhou, you've misunderstood. We're not even at the age to have children yet. It was the disagreement over having children that led to our breakup." Seeing the expressions on the Zhou family's faces, Ye Chenfei nearly burst out laughing. Little by truly lived up to her reputation as a woman's best friend. This move was brilliant, with earth-shattering, soul-stirring effects. "Oh my god, why didn't you say so sooner? You scared the hell out of me." Zhou Yuan wiped his cold sweat with a napkin from the table, droplets of sweat dripping from his red hair. Both Director Zhou and his wife took a sip of water to calm their nerves. Mrs. Zhou pressed on, "Yuqing? What exactly were the differing opinions about the child that led to your breakup? This game is getting more and more intense. Jing Yuqing can no longer control the pace. It was all my fault. Yuqing was pregnant, but I didn't want the child. She insisted on keeping it, but in the end, we lost the baby. We had an abortion. That's why we broke up." As Ye Chenfei finished speaking, Mrs. Zhou spit out a mouthful of tea. This answer shattered their last remaining defense. "Yuling, you've already had an abortion?" This time, it was Mrs. Zhou who shrieked at the top of her lungs. Jing Yuqing, shot Ye Chenfei a reproachful glance. "You bastard Ye Chenfei, how could you say something like that? You're embarrassing me to death." To Director Zhou and his wife, Jing Yuqing's hesitant stammering was a direct admission. This answer was utterly shocking. How could the family of a state security bureau director tolerate a girl who had sunk to such depths? "Humph." Director Zhou stormed to his feet, pointing at his son. "Is this the daughter-in-law you found for me? Do you intend to drive us elderly parents to our graves with such a girl?" "Yawn." Mrs. Zhou also couldn't contain herself and stood up. "You dare want a girl like this? It's an insult to the Zhou family name. I think you're blind. Your brain must have been washed. Mom, Dad, I never imagined it would turn out like this." Zhou Yuan felt like crying but had no tears left. Ye Chenfei's words had struck him like a sharp sword, piercing his heart and shattering his once fiery passion into pieces. Mrs. Zhou was no pushover either. Never one to admit defeat, she turned and pointed at Jing Yuqing, shouting, "You're nothing but a cheap. A piece of trash like you wants to enter our Zhou family? Even if you beg on your knees, you'll never set foot in our home. How dare you speak to me like that?" Jing Yuqing hadn't anticipated provoking such fury from the Zhou couple. Overcome with anger and humiliation, she was about to retort when Ye Chenfei grabbed her arm. Ye Chenfei leaned in and whispered, "Yuqing, you don't need to get involved in this fight. We've brought in a pro for you. Don't say a word." "An expert? What kind of expert?" Jing Yuqing clenched her fists in confusion. "Oh, dear, you're quite mistaken." Just as Jing Yuqing was puzzled, a young woman stepped out from the crowd of onlookers. She appeared to be in her 20s, tall and slender with a sexy figure. Her complexion was rosy, and she wore a tight-fitting blouse and white casual pants that showcased a pair of flawless, jade-like legs. Her flowing hair was exceptionally smooth, swaying gently with each step comparable to the long locks of shampoo commercials. Though her beauty drew all eyes, many missed a subtle detail, an unexpected feature at her throat, an Adam's apple. Holy! Was that really Zhou Bai? Even Ye Chenfei, who knew the inside story, couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Yesterday at the bathhouse, he'd witnessed Xiao Bai's masterful cross-dressing skills. But yesterday's look in ancient costume paired with Yang Guifei's iconic hairstyle made it easy to recognize the role reversal. Today's new outfit, however, truly blew Ye Chenfei's titanium alloy eyes wide open. This wasn't a man at all, it was an authentic beauty. Not a single trace of Zhou Bai could be found on her. From head to toe, the only giveaway was the Adam's apple at her throat. Zhou Bai had truly defied the heavens. Old lady? Who the hell are you calling an old lady? Mrs. Zhou was barely in her 40s. Being suddenly addressed as an old lady made her shriek like someone had stepped on her tail. You're not elderly, so why do you speak without thinking? Zhou Bai crossed her arms, pointing at Mrs. Zhou in defiance. That young lady hasn't done anything wrong. Even if she had an abortion, why call her a? Haven't you given birth? Aren't you a? You, how dare you speak like this? Even director Zhou couldn't contain his rage. Do you know who I am? I'm from Tianhai City State Security Bureau. Zhou Bai rolled her almond-shaped eyes. Who cares who you are? No one has the right to publicly insult a little girl. Never mind how this girl feels even as a bystander, I can't stand it. Power doesn't grant anyone the right to humiliate others. Zhou Bai's shrieking completely drowned out director Zhou. No one could tell that this fierce beauty was actually a man in disguise. Her eloquence perfectly matched that of a woman. You little vixen! What nonsense are you spouting? Mrs. Zhou stormed in front of her husband, fuming. Watch out, I'll have you killed. Like I'd be scared of you, you old hag. Zhou Bai hit the nail on the head, striking right at the deepest core of Mrs. Zhou's heart. 3 years ago, Ye Chenfei only knew Zhou Bai as a face-conscious individual with diverse hobbies. Singing and dancing were no problem. But today, Ye Chenfei had to redefine Zhou Bai. This guy's eloquence could absolutely talk a bull to death. Did everyone hear that? This so-called old hag insults a young lady and then threatens to have me killed? Looks like you're just going through menopause, huh? Your mind's full of crazy thoughts. Zhou Bai raised her finger in a scornful gesture and spat out, you old hag. Chapter 026, The Chameleon Zhou Bai. The moment Mrs. Zhou heard old hag, her head spun. Women of her age dread being called old more than anything. And this Zhou Bai? He just kept calling her an old hag, right there in front of everyone in this fancy restaurant. Who do you call an old hag? Mrs. Zhou was so furious she nearly stripped naked on the spot to prove her point to everyone. What's the matter? You won't admit you're an old hag? Look at your sallow skin, wrinkles plastered all over your forehead, hands skinny as chicken claws, skin obviously laser bleached with burn marks on your chin. Even our 60-year-old maid dresses more stylishly than you. Zhou Bai's words fired like a machine gun, each one a deadly shot. Mrs. Zhou couldn't keep up with Zhou Bai's rapid-fire barrage. Furious, she trembled so violently she nearly gasped for breath. You wait. I'll kill you. I'll make sure you pay. The crowd around them grew larger. Director Zhou's face turned ashen. As a professional, he dared not show the slightest disrespect. He hurriedly grabbed his wife, tucked his son under his arm, and fled the scene as if escaping, the three of them looking utterly disheveled. After the Zhou family left, Jing Yuqing stood there with her mouth agape for a long moment before she could process it. Ye Chenfei, am I dreaming? Ye Chenfei was also quite surprised. Little Bai had performed beyond expectations, creating such a huge commotion. The original goal was to make director Zhou's family lose hope in Jing Yuqing, but now the Zhou family was probably furious enough to lose their minds. Yuqing, I'm so sorry. We might have gone too far. Over the top? No way. That was amazing. So beautiful. That's exactly the effect I wanted. Ye Chenfei, your plan today was absolutely perfect. I love you to death. Jing Yuqing excitedly hugged Ye Chenfei, cupping his head and planting a firm kiss on his lips. Ye Chenfei, where did you find this ace up your sleeve? After the initial shock wore off, Jing Yuqing grabbed Zhou Bai's hand gratefully. Sis, you literally saved my life today. You're my lifesaver. Ye Chenfei whispered a reminder in her ear. Instantly, Jing Yuqing jerked her hand away as if electrocuted, her face a map of disbelief. Ye Chenfei, you're serious? She's actually. Zhou Bai blushed shyly instead, making a shushing gesture. Shoo, don't say it out loud. We'll talk about it when we get back. In the cafe parking lot, Zhou Bai had already changed back into men's clothing. Her delicate features now stood out, a stark contrast to the fierce, long-haired beauty from moments ago. Two entirely different people. Damn! That was some serious trick. Almost had me fooled too. How did you pull all this off? Ye Chenfei playfully slapped Zhou Bai's shoulder, while Jing Yuqing remained wide-eyed in astonishment. He. Brother Yi, this is just my specialty. Zhou Bai, now restored to her male form, spoke in a timid tone. I studied makeup techniques abroad. This is just my basic skill. Ye Chenfei let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're a guy. If you were a girl, I wonder who'd dare marry you. Ha! The brothers exchanged a playful shove and burst into a series of booming laughs. Ye Chenfei, I really can't thank you and your brother enough for this. If it weren't for you, I honestly wouldn't know how to face the Zhou family. Jing Yuqing said guiltily, huddled behind them. Enough with the fake gratitude, auntie. Just promise me one thing, never touch my 4 poison kings again, okay? Those guys are worth more than my own life. MHM. Jing Yuqing gritted her teeth, her face flushing as she nodded. There won't be a next time. Plus, I'll work extra hard to repay your immense kindness. As Jing Yuqing subtly expressed her gratitude to Ye Chenfei, she noticed his gaze had been completely drawn elsewhere. Following his gaze, she saw a man and woman walking side by side toward the coffee shop. The moment Ye Chenfei spotted them, his eyes didn't even flicker. Ye Chenfei, what's your problem? Were you even listening to me? Jing Yuqing huffed, her voice tinged with slight anger. Shoo! Xiao Bai immediately gave her a meaningful look. Yuqing, brother Yi ran into someone he knows. Suddenly, Ye Chenfei grew visibly tense, his gaze fixed intently on the girl walking past. As if caught in a guilty act, his face flushed slightly. Brother Yi, isn't that your first love? Su Chunmei? As Ye Chenfei's brother, Xiao Bai was naturally very familiar with Su Chunmei. Su Chunmei and an unfamiliar man drew closer. She wore a black and white plaid dress, her glossy shoulder-length hair flowing in the breeze. Her exquisite, sharply defined features and an effortless smile were as enchanting as a goddess descended from heaven. Every gesture radiated an otherworldly aura. Not just Ye Chenfei, most men in the parking lot found themselves captivated by Su Chunmei. Su Chunmei maintained a slight distance from the man beside her. He wore glasses, was tall and well-mannered, with a hint of scholarly air. Oh my, Ye Chenfei, so you have a girl you've been admiring all along. Jing Yuqing teased with a mischievous smile, revealing adorable dimples. Nice taste. This girl has it all except her figure isn't as good as mine, and she lacks that playful charm I have. Still, she's definitely top tier in this league. Shut up. As Su Chunmei drew nearer, Ye Chenfei's heart began pounding wildly. Ye Chenfei, you helped me out today and solved a huge problem for me. It's time I returned the favor. Your situation isn't looking good, you know. Even a fool could see that the girl you've got a crush on is here on a blind date with that guy in glasses over there. Jing Yuqing crossed her arms, putting on a look of deep cunning. Shut the up, will you? Ye Chenfei sucked in a nervous breath. It's just picking up girls. I'll help you. I'll go get that beauty's phone number for you. Jing Yuqing patted her chest boldly. Sis will snatch her right out of your hands. Get lost, you brat. Ye Chenfei called out to Xiao Bai, make this brat disappear from my sight immediately. Xiao Bai promptly whisked away the chattering Jing Yuqing, then turned back to ask, Brother Yi, what are you going to do? Need my help? No. This is my own business. Ye Chenfei nervously adjusted his clothes, his eyes fixed on Su Chunmei in the distance. 3 years had passed. Whenever the night grew still, Su Chunmei's radiant smile would always surface in Ye Chenfei's mind. Though she had rejected him, Ye Chenfei had never given up pursuing her. As Su Chunmei drew nearer, Ye Chenfei grew so flustered he couldn't find words. Watching her walk past him, he heard that nightingale-like voice, familiar yet distant. Su Chunmei was going on a blind date with the guy in glasses. Ye Chenfei suddenly realized. Should he do something about it? He couldn't just stand by and watch the woman he loved be taken by someone else. Su Chunmei is mine. As noon approached, business at Peninsula Coffee Shop grew increasingly bustling. Couples streamed in continuously, proving this place truly lived up to its reputation as the city's premier matchmaking spot. The morning's minor incident involving the Zhou family hadn't dampened the atmosphere in the slightest. Ye Chenfei remained seated in a corner of the cafe, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chunmei's every move. Just as Jing Yuqing had predicted, Su Chunmei was indeed here for a blind date. The bespectacled man shed his outer blue suit to reveal a crisp, pure white shirt beneath, radiating refined elegance as he conversed with easy charm. Su Chunmei remained unchanged, unadorned yet captivatingly beautiful. Every smile, every gesture drew admiring glances. Goddesses were like that wherever they appeared, they were always the center of attention. The bespectacled man warmly sliced beef for Su Chunmei, meticulously preparing sauces and lavishing her with attentive care. He recounted stories vividly, occasionally making Su Chunmei burst into laughter. The atmosphere between them was remarkably harmonious. Ye Chenfei gulped down several mouthfuls of bitter coffee, letting the harsh taste spread across his palate. Su Chunmei had her own choices to make. A goddess like her wasn't something just anyone could possess. Forget it. It was time to back off. He and the goddess were simply two parallel lines destined never to intersect. Help! Someone, help! Just as Ye Chenfei was about to stand up and leave, a piercing cry for help suddenly rang out beside him. Right in the center of Peninsula Cafe, an elderly man had suddenly collapsed. His family members gathered around him, while someone nearby shouted for help. Help! Someone help! My old man is dying. Probably the elderly man's wife, she cried out to the people around her, my husband's having a heart attack. Chaos erupted in the coffee hall. A group of waitstaff gathered around the elderly man. Some frantically dialed emergency services, while others suggested rushing him to a downtown hospital for urgent care. The hall descended into complete disarray. As a respiratory physician, Su Chunmei was the first to react. She darted to the elderly man's side at top speed. I'm a doctor. There's no time to transport him to the hospital, we must administer emergency care immediately. A heart attack cannot tolerate any delay.
The elderly man lay limp in his wife's arms, his face ashen. Appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, he was frail and emaciated. His body trembled uncontrollably, his breathing was labored, his brow deeply furrowed, and he was in a semi-conscious state. Beside them stood a young couple dressed in bright colors. The elderly man was likely the boy's relative, accompanying him to oversee the situation. The young man appeared particularly anxious, frantically dialing a phone while muttering repeatedly, "Doctor, please, you must save my grandfather."
Grandpa, hang on. Chapter 027, The Ice Pure Goddess. Did the old man have a heart attack? Did you bring his nitroglycerin pills? Su Chunmei approached and asked in a low voice. No, we didn't.
We were in such a rush to come out that we left the nitroglycerin pills at home, the wife explained, frowning and looking aggrieved.
How careless of you. That's life-saving medicine. Beads of sweat glistened on Su Chunmei's fair cheeks.
Without scolding the family, she immediately crouched down, leaning in to listen to the old man's heartbeat.
This is bad.
The patient's temperature is rising rapidly, and his heart rate is accelerating.
Get a cool towel immediately to lower his body temperature.
Family members, help me tear open his shirt, I need to perform CPR. Also, send someone to the nearest pharmacy to buy the heart medicine as fast as possible.
Notify the hospital to dispatch an ambulance immediately.
Su Chunmei, with several years of clinical experience, methodically directed the emergency response. Soon, the group tore open the elderly man's plaid shirt.
Su Chunmei skillfully located his heart, pinpointed the crucial spot, and began performing chest compressions with deliberate force.
With each firm push, the man's gaunt head jerked slightly. Staff from the coffee shop quickly brought chilled towels to cool the elderly man's body, while his grandson dashed out to purchase nitroglycerin tablets.
Yet after several minutes, the elderly man showed no signs of improvement.
His complexion grew even more grim.
Su Chunmei observed his heartbeat had become intermittent, signaling a critical deterioration. He was 1 foot in the grave. Without prompt, effective medical intervention, his life would be lost right here. At the critical moment, Su Chunmei forcefully pounded the old man's back, attempting to restart his heart with vigorous blows. Yet the outcome proved disappointing.
Evidence showed the optimal window for rescue had already passed. Even emergency measures failed to effectively halt the approach of death.
Oh no, this is bad. Su Chunmei shook her head repeatedly.
I'm afraid we've missed the optimal window for rescue.
The old man is likely to. No. Doctor, please save our old man.
Hearing the news, his wife immediately grabbed Su Chunmei's arms in agitation. I can't live without my husband.
Please think of another way. I beg you. I'm begging you on my knees.
As the elderly wife prepared to kneel in supplication, Su Chunmei hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Grandma, please don't do this.
Our only hope now is that the hospital ambulance arrives quickly.
They have emergency defibrillators, there might still be a sliver of hope.
Ahem. At this critical moment, a cough echoed through the room. Everyone, could you please make some space? I'm a doctor too. May I try? The speaker was none other than Ye Chenfei.
He calmly approached the elderly man, first taking his pulse and then using his unique heavenly eye finger technique to sense the faint breath within the old man's body. The elderly man showed no vital response at the Tianqi and Tianqi acupoints, confirming Su Chunmei's diagnosis, a sudden myocardial infarction triggered by acute heart failure. His anxious wife clung to Ye Chenfei like a lifeline, pouring all her hopes into him.
Doctor, you must find a way to save my old man. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to go on living. Grandma, please calm down. Let me think carefully. Ye Chenfei concentrated deeply for several seconds. Su Chunmei, too, stared at this unfamiliar man in surprise.
Though she shared an unusual connection with young Master Yi, she couldn't recognize Ye Chenfei at all now. At the same time, her heart desperately hoped he might have some effective emergency treatment after all. The old man's condition couldn't tolerate even a moment's delay. It was urgent, pressing, and unforgiving. Whoosh! Just as everyone was frantically anxious, Ye Chenfei suddenly raised his hand and delivered a palm strike to the back of the old man's head. The blow landed with full force, striking the old man squarely. He let out a muffled groan and collapsed instantly, unconscious. The faint signs of life that had lingered vanished completely.
This sudden action stunned everyone. What? What are you doing? Doctor? Those around him were utterly shocked by Ye Chenfei's strike.
The old man's wife screamed in panic, "Are you saving him or killing him?"
Ye Chenfei paid no heed, urgently shouting to Su Chunmei beside him, Quick! Help me pry his mouth open."
Su Chunmei instinctively widened her dark, bright eyes and reflexively pinched the old man's mouth shut. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chenfei swiftly pulled a black pill from his pocket and shoved it into the old man's mouth. The moment the pill entered his throat, the effect kicked in. Everyone suddenly heard a series of violent coughs, accompanied by an intensely pungent odor spreading through the air like an overwhelming stench.
"What on earth did you do to my old man?" The wife, unaware of Ye Chenfei's medical methods, grabbed his collar in agitation. Ye Chenfei took a deep breath. All right. Your old man is saved." "Stinky.
Before anyone could recover from the shock, the old man suddenly opened his eyes.
His face contorted in disgust as he shouted, "Why is it so stinky?" The wife finally released Ye Chenfei's arm.
Seeing the old man suddenly awake filled her with mixed emotions of grief and joy.
"Honey, you're awake. You scared me to death. I thought you were."
The old man clutched his chest, utterly bewildered.
"I don't know what happened.
I was just sitting here and suddenly passed out for no reason. It felt like I'd slept for a while. Then all of a sudden, I felt this awful nausea in my chest and smelled this incredibly strong, fishy stench. It reeked so bad it woke me right up."
"Old man."
Su Chunmei rushed over to steady him, then cast a new look at Ye Chenfei. "You should thank this doctor. He used special methods to save you.
Without him, you might have slept forever." The elderly couple finally snapped out of their daze. The wife hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Ye Chenfei. "Thank you, young man. Thank you so much.
I don't know what method you used, but I'm so sorry for how I treated you earlier. My mind goes blank when I get flustered. I don't know how to thank you properly, but please accept this jade bracelet." The old woman swiftly removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and tried to press it into Ye Chenfei's hand. The bracelet was a deep, rich green, thick and flawless, with no impurities whatsoever. At a glance, it was clear this was a valuable piece of jewelry.
"No, no." Ye Chenfei waved his hands in refusal. "This is the least I could do. I really can't accept this. No way.
You're our lifesaver."
At that moment, the old man's grandson stepped forward and generously pulled out a bank card. "Why don't you take this card?
There's not much money in it, but it's a token of our gratitude.
You've done us a huge favor, brother." Ye Chenfei firmly waved his hands. "Honestly, it's not necessary. I think you should get your grandfather to the hospital for treatment right away. That pill he just swallowed is toxic.
They need to pump his stomach first to flush out the poison."
"Toxin? What do you mean?"
"Well, the pill I gave your grandfather had some side effects. It reacted badly with his system. Once it's flushed out or expelled, he should be fine. The situation was urgent, and I had no choice but to act."
Ye Chenfei explained diplomatically.
"Truthfully, that pill was nothing more than the excretion of a venomous scorpion. This excretion reeks terribly, but it's rich in ox bile, possessing special therapeutic effects for reviving consciousness.
It can serve as an antidote for general comas or poisonings.
For an old man's myocardial infarction like this, it's essentially the traditional Chinese medicine principle of fighting poison with poison. The side effect is the stench not just inside the old man, but the entire coffee shop is now filled with this awful odor." Ye Chenfei flatly refused the old man's offer of payment. After profuse thanks, the old man insisted on obtaining his contact information and had his grandson leave Ye Chenfei a business card.
Ye Chenfei glanced at the card. It was simple, just a name and a mobile number, Shen Tianhe.
The name looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he'd heard it before.
"Hello, doctor."
Just as the old man and his group had left, Su Chunmei suddenly approached him.
"It was a pleasure meeting you.
I truly learned something new just now.
Your medical skills are impressive. I wonder which hospital you work at."
Ye Chenfei's heart skipped a beat. His dark cheeks flushed crimson. After 3 years apart, he never expected to see Su Chunmei again, let alone have her speak to him first.
"Oh, it's nothing, really.
I'm just a regular clinic doctor," Ye Chenfei replied, scratching his head awkwardly.
"I'm Su Chunmei from Tianhai People's Hospital. Pleased to meet you." Su Chunmei extended her fair arm with a radiant smile.
"Oh," Ye Chenfei's sweaty hand clasped Su Chunmei's small hand tightly.
"I'm Ye Chenfei. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Chunmei." "Ha? You know me?" Su Chunmei looked genuinely surprised.
Of course.
"Of course. Who doesn't know the flower of the People's Hospital?"
Ye Chenfei nearly slipped up, hastily explaining himself while never loosening his grip on Su Chunmei's hand. He held her small hand greedily, refusing to let go.
Chapter 028, Exclusive Formula. Just then, the bespectacled man interrupted Ye Chenfei's explanation, pointing at his arm and saying, "Dr. Yi, could you perhaps let go of her hand now?"
"Oh, right."
Ye Chenfei gave an awkward smile and quickly released Su Chunmei's small hand.
Su Chunmei couldn't help but giggle softly, her radiant smile and natural fragrance washing over him, making Ye Chenfei feel even more flustered. Though Ye Chenfei had mastered both poison techniques and medical skills, he had to admit that Su Chunmei was his greatest poison. In her presence, he was utterly defenseless. She was like an invincible force. "Dr. Yi, I have a question I don't quite understand. Why did you knock the old man unconscious before administering the medicine? And what exactly is that pill made of? How could it have such miraculous effects?" Su Chunmei asked with a relaxed, sincere smile. "Myocardial infarction is typically caused by insufficient qi, blood, and oxygen in the body. And during that critical moment, the brain demands an enormous amount of qi, blood, and oxygen. Knocking the old man unconscious was meant to alleviate the strain on his qi and blood supply, creating optimal conditions for cardiac resuscitation. As for the antidote, I'm afraid I must keep that confidential. Before leaving the mountain, my master sealed his lips 3 times, strictly forbidding the disclosure of our sex secrets. Ye Chenfei naturally dared not take this lightly. Ahem. The bespectacled man interrupted their conversation once more. Su Chunmei was his arranged date, yet here they were, chatting away while he was left standing awkwardly by the side. Chunmei? Perhaps we shouldn't disturb Dr. Yi any longer? He likely has important matters to attend to. The bespectacled man gestured with feigned propriety. Oh, right. Su Chunmei felt a bit embarrassed too. Her gentle, beautiful eyes flushed with shyness as she playfully stamped her foot. Alright then, we won't disturb Dr. Yi. I hope we'll have a chance to consult you in the future. Chunmei, could I get your number? Seeing Su Chunmei and the bespectacled man about to turn away, Ye Chenfei decided to take a chance. Since fate had given him another shot at reconnecting with his goddess, he couldn't let her slip through his fingers. But the bespectacled man frowned darkly and snorted, Dr. Yi, isn't that request a bit much? You're asking for her number after barely meeting her? Su Chunmei smiled gracefully, revealing her exquisite dimples. It's perfectly fine. I was actually planning to ask Dr. Yi for his contact information myself. I've been studying traditional Chinese medicine recently and have many questions I'd like to consult with you about. Perfect timing. Ye Chenfei exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over as he shamelessly replied, I've been studying Western medicine lately too. I'd love to learn some basics about it. We should definitely find time to exchange ideas. Watching the two exchange numbers, the bespectacled man's face darkened with frustration. The opportunity he'd fought so hard to secure felt tailor-made for this Ye Chenfei. Meanwhile, at the Pure Heart Clinic, Jing Yuqing was in high spirits as she tidied up the place. With it being daytime, the clinic was mostly quiet, leaving her with a leisurely pace. Is Dr. Yi available? The clinic door suddenly swung open, revealing a man in a baseball cap standing before Jing Yuqing. Dr. Yi isn't here right now. If you have any concerns, you can tell me, and I can schedule a consultation for you. Jing Yuqing responded, her facial muscles suddenly twitching. The man in the cap before her was none other than Zhou Bapi. Dr. Zhou Bapi. Jing Yuqing flushed, her mind reflexively recalling Zhou Bapi's deeds. Ever since his true, evil nature was exposed, Zhou Bapi had vanished without a trace. The Divine Doctor Clinic stood abandoned, its equipment left untouched, clear evidence of his hasty, frantic departure. Jing Yuqing had believed she'd never see Zhou Bapi again. If she ever encountered this man, she would beat him senseless. Heh, Yuqing, I never expected you'd recognize me, Zhou Bapi sneered coldly. His gaunt cheeks glinted with a sinister light, making him look utterly hideous. He wore an inconspicuous black shirt and a black baseball cap pulled low over his head, obscuring most of his face. Without careful observation, no one would recognize him as the vanished Zhou Bapi. Humph. Zhou Bapi? How could I ever forget you? Haven't you caused me enough misery already? Jing Yuqing stood up angrily, pointing at Zhou Bapi before her and shouting, Get the hell out of here right now. Believe me or not, I'll call the police immediately and have you thrown in jail. Ha! Zhou Bapi gave a sinister grin, revealing yellowed teeth. Yuling, even if I gave you 10 times your courage, you wouldn't dare call the police. Don't you know? You've already helped me transport tens of millions worth of drugs. If I get caught, you won't escape responsibility either. I'm afraid your prime years will be spent behind bars too. You despicable bastard. You framed me. I was used by you without knowing it. Jing Yuqing was like an enraged little lamb, her eyes blazing with fury that could have pierced Zhou Bapi through and through. All that talk won't save you. If I get caught, I'll turn you in. When the cops come for you, you won't be able to wash your hands of this even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Zhou Bapi was fearless, his tone that of a mangy dog. Zhou Bapi, what the hell are you trying to do? Jing Yuqing, inexperienced and easily intimidated, was terrified by his words. Her face flushed crimson, yet she dared not call the police. Alright, I won't say more. You know my situation, I can't stay in Tianhai City. I need to get out of here. That shipment got ruined by Ye Chenfei, and now I'm flat broke. So I have to get my hands on some cash. Zhou Bapi finished, his greedy eyes sweeping the room. That's why I thought of you. What are you thinking? You still owe me thousands in wages. Now you want money from me? Not sending you to jail is already a huge favor. That debt your old man owes me isn't going anywhere, right? It's 200,000 total. All I want now is 100,000 from you. That'll settle everything between us, and I won't bother you again. Zhou Bapi crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and said, Get lost. Get the hell out of here right now. Jing Yuqing planted her hands on her hips, glaring furiously at Zhou Bapi as she shouted, Zhou Bapi, what you did to me isn't worth 2 million in compensation. I'm not someone to be pushed around. Dare mention money to me again, and I'll make sure you never walk out of this clinic door alive. Oh? Little Missy's changed jobs and got a big mouth now? Zhou Bapi twisted his mouth, blowing a white smoke ring. You think I won't do it? Jing Yuqing clenched her teeth, snatching the phone receiver from her hand.
Get out of my sight right now, or else. Or else you'll be packing for jail. Fine. You're ruthless, you little brat. Zhou Bapi said with a shameless grin. I'll just hang around here today. I don't believe you can actually kick me out of here. Ha ha. Fine. You asked for it, Joe. Just because I don't show my claws doesn't mean I'm a sickly cat.
Jing Yuqing stormed into the inner room, hauled out a large black box, opened it, and dumped its contents directly onto Zhou's body. Instantly, Ye Chenfei's 4 venomous creatures burst from the box: the silver snake, giant scorpion, red-headed centipede, and black gecko, all spilling out. The venomous creatures seemed to recognize Jing Yuling, fixating on Zhou Bapi with hissing sounds after emerging. Ah! Zhou Bapi shrieked, scrambling up from his seat in utter panic. He knew full well the ferocity of the 4 poison kings. Last time, Long Dahai and the others had suffered severe consequences merely from contact with the excrement of a small gecko. The power of the other poison kings was clearly even more formidable, especially that silver little snake. Just looking at it made one's heart pound uncontrollably. If bitten by that thing, one would likely lose half their life. Zhou Bapi's escape was rocket-like in speed, so frantic he lost a shoe along the way. His utterly wretched state was the picture of utter disarray. Zhou Bapi, these venomous kings have marked you. This is a warning. If you dare come here again, they won't hold back. Jing Yuqing warned him fiercely. You got some nerve, you little brat. Zhou Bapi sprinted all the way to the clinic's entrance, peering through the window. You're finished. You and that Ye Chenfei are done for. If I don't get revenge, I'll change my surname. With that, Zhou Bapi didn't dare linger any longer and vanished like lightning outside the Pure Heart Clinic. By midday, Ye Chenfei returned. Jing Yuqing recounted the incident with Zhou Bapi. This time, Ye Chenfei didn't blame Jing Yuqing. He'd been away from the clinic, otherwise he would have had the little silver snake bite that bastards, but... Oh, and Ye Chenfei has some news to share. Jing Yuqing said as she typed on the keyboard. A post has been circulating on Tianhai City's online forums these past 2 days, gaining massive attention. It's about a wealthy man seeking treatment. He's suffering from an incurable illness, tortured to the brink of death. Desperate, he posted online offering a huge reward to anyone who can cure him. Oh? Really? What's the story? How much is he offering? What exactly is the illness? Ye Chenfei perked up. The Ye family's path of vengeance required substantial funds, and Xiaobai's mother's cancer chemotherapy also demanded significant money. They were currently in dire need of cash. Chapter 029030, True Villains, False Sages. The post described a skin condition. Red bumps would erupt on the skin, causing unbearable itching. Eventually, the bumps would become pus-filled and the skin would break. A photo of the red bumps was attached. Ye Chenfei suspected it was caused by some kind of bite. Jing Yuqing pulled up the photo from the internet. Ye Chenfei glanced at it and immediately dismissed the theory. This isn't from an insect bite. If it were, the bite would heal without spreading. Ye Chenfei, can you cure him with your confidence? They're offering a whopping 500,000 yuan. 500,000 yuan. Jing Yuqing beamed, highlighting the figure from the online post. I don't know. I need to see it in person to diagnose it. 500,000 isn't cheap. Keep me in mind. When I have time, I'll go take a look and see what I can do. Ye Chenfei suddenly recalled something someone had mentioned. Yuqing, what do you think of that handsome guy who helped us this morning? He's my buddy, Xiaobai. He was okay, pretty loyal. His makeup skills are impressive. He looks prettier than most women. Jing Yuqing replied casually. So what do you think about having someone like that as a boyfriend? Ye Chenfei smiled faintly, deliberately watching Jing Yuqing's reaction closely. What do you mean by that? Jing Yuqing seemed to catch the implication, glaring at Ye Chenfei before her cherry red lips trembled. Ye Chenfei? Are you two hitting on me? Let me make this crystal clear, I'm not looking for a boyfriend right now. You'd better give up that idea. I'm perfectly content with the Poison King Quartet. If anyone messes with me, I'll take it out on them. Ye Chenfei broke out in a cold sweat. Normally, with his arsenal of poison techniques, he feared no one. Yet when it came to a girl like Jing Yuqing, he was utterly helpless. Just as he was stewing in frustration, his phone rang. It was Mouse calling. Brother Yi, I've tracked down the Yi family driver. This guy's got some serious issues. Research was Mouse's forte. With just a computer and internet access, he could dig up digital information on anyone in no time. That was his only real skill. Everything else made him seem like a complete idiot. He didn't even know where to start with women. Brother Yi, this Liu Debao is indeed the same guy who worked as your family's driver 3 years ago. But he's undergone a complete transformation. He doesn't drive anymore. He's opened a fairly large furniture store in the city center and is doing incredibly well. Online records show he owns 3 cars and 2 villas, plus he's got 2 mistresses on the side. He's rolling in gold and silver, living it up, nothing like the struggling driver he once was. Ye Chenfei nodded in agreement. Uncle Ma has made Liu Debao our primary target. He's definitely the most suspicious. Our path to revenge starts with taking down this Liu Debao.
Brother Yi, I've also calculated that Liu Debao's assets now amount to at least 20 million yuan. He's considered a wealthy man in Tianhai City. 3 years ago, I found his family of 3 crammed into a 60-square-meter apartment. After the Yi family incident, he suddenly acquired funds, bought a storefront downtown, and opened this furniture megastore. Based on property values 3 years ago, that storefront alone was worth at least $1 million. Where did he get that million? I believe it's deeply connected to the Yi family massacre. Ye Chenfei pondered for a moment. Rat, keep an eye on things for me. We'll find an opportunity to meet with Liu Debao. That bastard must know some of the inside story. Brother Yi, the chance will come easily enough. What worries me is that Liu Debao won't spill the beans so readily. $1 million yuan secret? That's practically a life-threatening secret. Mouse said, still feeling the lingering fear. Besides, that kid Zhou Bapi is going out to look for work again. He can't sit still. He's contacted some nightclub venue and wants to go sing there. Have that kid call me back. Ye Chenfei barked in a low voice. Before long, Xiao Bai's timid voice came through the phone. Brother Yi, I know you don't like my cross-dressing act, but my mom's chemo surgery fees are waiting for me to pay at the hospital. All you ever do is sing. Your talent is wasted in nightclubs. Ye Chenfei snapped. For now, stick with Lao Shu or tag along with Xiao Bai. I'll figure out the medical fees. Is 500,000 enough? That's more than enough. Brother Yi, you have $500,000? Xiao Bai suddenly asked, his voice trembling with excitement. I'll get it sorted within a week. Ye Chenfei agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, an invisible giant net had already been casually cast. The battle for the Yi family's comeback had sounded its trumpet. As night fell, patients from Taishao Street trickled into the clinic, mostly cases of typhoid or the common cold. Jing Yuqing could handle these minor ailments alone. Ye Chenfei sat by the window, sipping a cup of clear tea, his mind focused on plotting his revenge against Liu Debao. A crisp series of footsteps echoed through the room. Ye Chenfei looked up to see several figures in police uniforms suddenly appear in the clinic. Leading the group was a female officer with delicate features and a stunning figure. Her crisp black uniform not only failed to conceal her curves and long, shapely legs but accentuated them, adding to her unique, commanding presence. Her gaze was piercingly sharp, sweeping through the clinic like a sword, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Behind her followed 5 male officers in identical uniforms, each with stern expressions and alert stances, gripping their black, gleaming weapons. Who's in charge here? The female officer demanded the moment she entered, her gaze fixed on Jing Yuqing. Who are you? Jing Yuqing was startled by this sudden group, her face flushing with alarm. Are you here for medical treatment? Who is in charge of this clinic? The officer repeated coldly. I am. Ye Chenfei set down his teacup and walked directly to stand before the female officer. What brings you here? We're from Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. I'm Tang Yifei from the Major Crimes Unit. We received a tip alleging your clinic is involved in drug possession and distribution. Here's our search warrant. We have the authority to search your premises. The officer presented the warrant. Drug possession? Drug trafficking? Officer Tang, you must be mistaken. Ye Chenfei spread his hands in explanation. This is just a small, ordinary clinic. How could it possibly have anything to do with drugs? Tang Yifei stared at Ye Chenfei warily, her beautiful eyes cold and piercing. Whether it's true or not isn't up to you. There's no smoke without fire. No one would report you for no reason. 2 officers, restrain Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing. The rest of you, search the premises. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 officers moved in to restrain Ye Chenfei while the rest began searching the small clinic. Ye Chenfei was utterly frustrated. He hurriedly explained to Tang Yifei, Officer Tang? Who on earth is so bored? How could this be linked to me? Someone must be playing a prank on me. Tang Yifei replied coldly, whether you're innocent or not, we'll know once the search is complete. Captain Tang. We found it. We found it. Just then, a tall officer crouched beneath the desk suddenly shouted. Ye Chenfei watched helplessly as he pulled out a packet of white powder from under the desk. Ye Chenfei froze, his heart skipping a beat as a sense of foreboding washed over him. The tall officer tore open the transparent bag containing the white powder and sniffed it deeply. Captain Tang, this is high-purity drugs. There must be over 10 grams here. Ye Chenfei, do you have anything else to say? Tang Yifei glared fiercely at Ye Chenfei. Guards, take Ye Chenfei away immediately. And that little nurse too. Both of you are suspected of drug trafficking and possession. How could this happen? Ye Chenfei was utterly stunned. The transparent bag had indeed been found under his desk, with clear adhesive tape marks on both sides. Obviously someone had stuck it there. Ye Chenfei struggled to explain, his voice trembling with emotion. Officer Tang, please listen to me. This stuff isn't mine at all. I've never touched drugs in my life. Someone is trying to frame me. I know who did it. It was Zhou Bapi. Jing Yuqing also screamed loudly. Ye Chenfei, Zhou Bapi came this morning. He was sitting right in front of this desk. He must have dropped it to frame us. Right. It must be Zhou Bapi. Jing Yuqing's reminder suddenly made Ye Chenfei connect the dots. Zhou Bapi's visit today wasn't just about demanding money from Jing Yuqing, he'd come to frame Ye Chenfei, setting the next trap, waiting for the police to close in. Your excuses are useless now. We've got you red-handed. If you want to explain, do it at the police station. Tang Yifei waved her hand, signaling several officers to escort Ye Chenfei into the police van. Only then did Jing Yuqing recall the parting words Zhou Bapi had left behind. Ye Chenfei was finished, and she was going down with him. That bastard had planned this all along. But just as Ye Chenfei was being led away, Ding Xiaobei arrived with a large group of his men, blocking the entrance to the small clinic. What's going on? What's going on? Why are the cops arresting people on my street? Explain yourselves clearly, or no one leaves here. Ding Xiaobei gathered all his men in front of the clinic, 40 or 50 strong, completely sealing off the entrance. Dr. Yi is a good man. How could he be involved in drug trafficking? Have you cops lost your minds? Long Dahai and the others shouted angrily, blocking the path of the police officers. Dozens of brothers were equally enraged, erupting in a unified roar. The sound crashed like a tidal wave, drowning out the officers' shouts entirely. Chapter 031, Prison Trouble. Bang! Amid the chaos, a deafening gunshot erupted. Tang Yifei stood with her gun raised, smoke still curling from the muzzle. Her face twisted with fury as she barked fearlessly, "Everyone back up. You're obstructing justice. Believe me or not, I'll take every last one of you in." Ding Xiaobei shrugged it off, responding with a cold sneer, "Pretty cop? You think we're scaredy cats? Come on then. If you've got the guts, shoot me. I'm not afraid. Brother Yu is framed. You're arresting people without any proof? I won't stand for it. If you want to arrest anyone, you'll have to kill us all first." "That's right. Take Brother Yi away? You'll have to take us all." Dozens of brothers shouted in unison, their voices rising and falling in a deafening roar that completely drowned out the authority of the few officers. It sounded incredibly domineering and stirring. "Officer Tang, I've already told you I'm innocent. The public's eyes are sharp as a tack." Ye Chenfei flashed a mischievous grin, his teasing gaze fixed on the beautiful policewoman. "Stop gloating," Tang Yifei retorted, her lips pursed. "You'd better have them all back off, or none of them will get off easy. I refuse to believe they can turn the tables on us." "Officer Tang? That tone of yours is off. Shouldn't you at least be asking me nicely?" Seeing Tang Yifei's flustered expression, Ye Chenfei couldn't help but chuckle. Teasing the police beauty felt surprisingly satisfying. You think I won't arrest these bastards?" Tang Yifei's face flushed with anger as she spoke urgently. "Fine then. Officer Tang, if you're unwilling to make even this small sacrifice, consider it never said. Request backup yourself. With all my brothers here, your organization should at least send 2 trucks." Tang Yifei clenched her teeth so hard her massive breasts bounced up and down with the effort. After a long moment of pent-up fury, she ground out a few words through clenched teeth. "Fine. Dr. Yi, please have these people step back." Ye Chenfei deliberately frowned. "Officer Tang, I didn't catch that." "Ye Chenfei, you're pushing your luck." Tang Yifei's eyes flashed white as she growled. "All right, no more games." At the critical moment, Ye Chenfei remained calm as he addressed Ding Xiaobei's crew. Enough. Everyone, stop this commotion. Causing trouble here won't solve anything. Xiaobei, take your men away immediately." "But Brother Yi, I can't just stand by and watch them take you away. Who knows if these cops will even investigate properly." Ding Xiaobei's fiery temper flared, stubborn as a wild bull. "We need to find Zhou Bapi immediately. Once we find him, all the mysteries will be solved," Ye Chenfei said solemnly. "But he's a needle in a haystack. Where am I supposed to find Zhou Bapi? That bastard is probably hiding somewhere, laughing his ass off right now." "Humph." Ding Xiaobei snorted in frustration. "Brother Yi, I just don't get it. You've been framed, yet you can still smile? Don't panic, Xiaobei. I have a way to find Zhou Bapi." Ye Chenfei leaned close to Ding Xiaobei's ear and whispered a few words. "Seriously? That'll work?" Ding Xiaobei asked in astonishment after hearing Ye Chenfei's plan. "Trust me. Do as I say, and I guarantee we'll find Zhou Bapi," Ye Chenfei replied with absolute confidence. After Ye Chenfei's explanation, Ding Xiaobei and the others gradually dispersed. Only then were the police able to safely escort Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing away. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, Internal Interrogation Room. A harsh spotlight glared onto Ye Chenfei's face, its intense glare momentarily blinding him. The interrogation was led by Tang Yifei, captain of the Major Crimes Unit, accompanied by a young police officer. "Ye Chenfei, I'll ask you one last time, where did this bag of drugs come from? What crucial role did you play in this?" Tang Yifei's alluring eyes narrowed fiercely as she glared at Ye Chenfei. "Officer Tang, how many times do I have to say this? I've already told you everything. That bag of drugs has nothing to do with me. It's all that bastard Zhou Bapi trying to frame me." Ye Chenfei had already detailed Zhou Bapi's actions extensively. Ye Chenfei's account did align with some of Tang Yifei's investigative findings, yet she remained unconvinced of his innocence. The fact that Ye Chenfei commanded such a large following on Taishao Street surely meant he was involved in some shady dealings. Officer Tang, I know you have a personal grudge against me and are desperate to crack down on drug crimes through me. Let me be clear, you're barking up the wrong tree. My background is spotless, my records are clean. Even if you did find drugs in my office, it wouldn't prove I'm the real drug dealer or stash owner. I dare say there aren't even my fingerprints on that package. Bang! Tang Yifei slammed her hand on the table and barked, Ye Chenfei, shut your mouth. Do I need you telling me how to run an investigation? You're deliberately trying to throw us off the trail. Don't think I can't make you spill the truth. Detective Tang, since you put it that way, I have nothing left to say. I'm tired and need to rest. You can leave now. Once my brother tracks down Zhou Bapi, you'll understand the whole story. Ye Chenfei said, yawning. You want to sleep? You must be dreaming. Tang Yifei snorted coldly. Looks like I'll have to show you some real tactics before you stop treating this like a joke. Xiao Zhou. Take him to the observation room. I'll show him what I'm made of. Xiao Zhou, the young officer taking notes nearby, heard observation room and muttered under his breath, observation room? Captain? Didn't the chief say we can't just send people there? What do you know? Scum like him needs a serious wake-up call. Otherwise, he won't spill a single truth. I refuse to believe he's just some clinic doctor. This guy's hiding something. Tang Yifei rolled up her sleeves, radiating the formidable aura of a female tyrant. Get everything ready now. I'll be there as soon as I change. Tang Yifei promptly left, leaving the young officer to sigh and shake his head slightly. Ah, looks like someone's gonna have a rough day today. Unlucky? Buddy, you better explain yourself. What's so unlucky about it? What exactly is this observation room? Ye Chenfei forced himself to stay alert as he asked. Well, the observation room is where you'll tell the truth. You'll see once you get there. Our Captain Tang will personally attend to you. It's her specialty. You're in for it this time. The young officer explained in a low voice before escorting Ye Chenfei out. And so, with his hands cuffed, Ye Chenfei followed several officers through a series of unfamiliar corridors before being ushered into a small, enclosed room. This must be the legendary observation room. The so-called observation room was actually a seemingly ordinary space, roughly 30 square meters in size. Its four walls were bare, devoid of windows or natural light. The floor was paved with black marble, and the walls were completely unadorned. Dim, yellowish light flickered within. Notably, none of the four corners contained any surveillance equipment. Seeing this, Ye Chenfei understood half the picture. The so-called observation room was likely a room designed for special procedures. After escorting Ye Chenfei inside, the officers promptly withdrew, though some cast sympathetic glances his way, a harbinger of the impending storm. Click. About 5 minutes later, the observation room door swung open, revealing a stunning figure before Ye Chenfei. Tang Yifei pushed open the observation room door with an air of authority. Instantly, Ye Chenfei sensed a sharp, murderous aura, making the blood in his entire body boil. She wore a light blue sleeveless vest, similar to an athlete's training top, paired with loose blue sweatpants. On her hands were thick red boxing gloves, the kind used in actual fights. Though the outfit was simple and unadorned, Tang Yifei wore it with a unique flair. A beautiful woman could wear beggar's rags and still radiate fashion sense. Her clean, sleek ponytail was pulled high into a bun, revealing her delicate, lotus-like face in full view. Her exquisite features combined to form a real-life portrait of beauty. The boxing gloves on her hands unintentionally added a touch of masculine vigor, giving her the air of a runway model. Overall, Tang Yifei was absolutely wasted in the police force. Even placed in the entertainment industry, where beautiful women abound, she would undoubtedly make waves. Officer Tang? What's this about? Is it because of my performance earlier that your organization sent me a beauty as a reward? Ye Chenfei grinned lecherously, asking shamelessly. Reward? Ha! Tang Yifei gave a mysterious smile, a hint of coldness flickering at the corner of her mouth. I don't mind telling you now. You have one last chance. Spill everything you know and everything you've been involved in. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the power of my fist. This glove is genuine leather, you know. The power of my fists? Ye Chenfei scraped the metal handcuffs on his wrist against his nose. Officer Tang, are you saying you're quite the martial artist? Of course. I was the third-place finisher in last year's Tianhai City Sanda tournament in the mixed gender division. Tang Yifei mimed a right hook, but it didn't feel intimidating at all. Instead, it had a rather playful charm. So Ye Chenfei, before I make my move, you still have a chance to back out. Once I start, even if you cry and scream, I won't stop. Even if you shout yourself hoarse, no one here will hear your cries. Talk? Chapter 032, Special Observation Room. Officer Tang, you're really putting me in a tough spot. Honestly, there's nothing left for me to confess. Ye Chenfei managed to suppress his laughter as he spoke. Go to hell, Ye Chenfei. Tang Yifei instantly recognized his words and roared, swinging her thickly padded fist straight at his face. Ye Chenfei remained unruffled, a playful smile curling his handsome lips. 3 years of relentless training in poison techniques and martial arts, and his first head-on opponent turned out to be a stunningly beautiful police officer. Thud! Just as he thought, Tang Yifei's right fist collided heavily with Ye Chenfei's handcuffs. Ye Chenfei felt a violent jolt through his arm, a slight tingling at the base of his thumb. Simultaneously, he was inwardly startled. Tang Yifei's punch carried astonishing force, far exceeding that of an ordinary woman. In a clash between masters, the outcome was decided in a single move. Whoosh! Simultaneously, Tang Yifei executed a swift roundhouse kick, striking Ye Chenfei's handcuffs once more. Her movements were fluid, her boxing techniques coordinated with her kicks with practiced precision and seamless synergy. Ye Chenfei stumbled back several steps from the impact, having completely underestimated this girl's strength. Tang Yifei gave Ye Chenfei no chance to catch his breath. Her fists whistled in from both sides, coordinated with powerful kicks, weaving an invisible net of attacks that closed in on him. Boom! At first, Ye Chenfei managed to block a few strikes. But as Tang Yifei unleashed her combination punches, the assault grew relentless. With his hands and feet bound, his chest took a brutal direct hit. Ye Chenfei felt his internal organs churn violently. A sharp, stabbing pain radiated from his chest, a metallic taste flooding his throat as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Though the boxing gloves left no visible marks on his chest, the internal impact was brutal. Perhaps this was precisely why Tang Yifei chose gloves, leaving no trace while delivering lethal force. Moreover, Tang Yifei's skills as a Sanda bronze medalist were no joke. Her combination punches were flawlessly coordinated, her power and combat techniques mastered to perfection. She pressed forward relentlessly, leaving Ye Chenfei utterly unable to counter. Alright. Officer Tang, could you please ease up? I admit your skills are superior to mine. I'm thoroughly impressed. Ye Chenfei raised his handcuffed arms in defense, shouting repeatedly. Too late. Once I've started, I'm finishing you off. Tang Yifei was in full swing, no thought of stopping now. The police beauty's domineering aura only intensified. Officer Tang? This is abuse of power. Personal revenge. You're breaking the law. Ye Chenfei grimaced, shrinking back repeatedly, desperately trying to avoid direct contact with her intimidating fists. So what if it's settling a personal score? I don't give a damn. You crossed me, didn't you? Don't think women are pushovers. I won't stop until I knock your teeth out. Tang Yifei's blows grew fiercer, her fists pelting Ye Chenfei like a hailstorm. In the heat of battle, Tang Yifei was no longer recognizable as a woman. The image of a fierce lioness fit her perfectly. Thud! After enduring a flurry of punches, Ye Chenfei finally couldn't take it anymore. Pressed against the observation room wall, he bellowed, enough! Tang Yifei! Don't push me! Don't push me! I'm pushing you! Tang Yifei, drenched in sweat, flung her flowing hair back as she grabbed Ye Chenfei by the collar. This is only the beginning. I'm not done yet. Without realizing it, the distance between them had closed to an intimate proximity. For the first time, Ye Chenfei found himself up close to a stunning beauty, her features sharp and defined, her face perfectly proportioned. Truly a rare sight in this world. Enough! Officer Tang, really, enough. I truly don't want to lay a hand on a woman, especially one of your caliber. Don't push me to commit a crime. This was Ye Chenfei's last shred of restraint. If he kept holding back, he'd be beaten to a pulp by this girl sooner or later. The Ye family still depended on his manhood to carry on the lineage. Ha! Don't want to hurt a woman? Looks like you haven't had enough of my fists yet, Ye Chenfei. Today, I'll let you taste them to your heart's content. Tang Yifei unleashed another vicious left hook, slamming it into Ye Chenfei's shoulder. A fierce gale howled as the punch hurtled toward him, a reckless, unrestrained venting of fury. But Ye Chenfei used his body weight to forcefully collide head-on with Tang Yifei's body. Ah! Tang Yifei let out a sharp gasp, instinctively clasping her arms across her chest in a defensive posture. Ye Chenfei, you're asking for it. Seizing the moment, Ye Chenfei swiftly created distance between himself and Tang Yifei. Exhaling sharply, he produced a slender silver needle from his mouth. Officer Tang, you're forcing me to use my ultimate move. What? Tang Yifei's gentle eyes widened in shock. Her clear, black and white pupils stared at Ye Chenfei in utter disbelief. She clearly saw the tiny silver needle appear in Ye Chenfei's mouth, as fast as if by magic. But an even more astonishing scene unfolded immediately afterward. Ye Chenfei held the needle between his teeth and wiggled it back and forth against the lock of the metal handcuffs. With a dull click, the stainless steel cuffs snapped open and fell from his wrists. Ye Chenfei, how Tang Yifei's voice trailed off. She had personally locked those handcuffs onto him moments ago. Seeing them now fall away, she froze in shock, her mind going completely blank. Officer Tang, I had no choice. You forced my hand. I couldn't just let you beat me to a pulp, could I? Ye Chenfei spread his hands helplessly. Damn you, Ye Chenfei. I underestimated you. You've got some skills. After a few seconds of dazed confusion, Tang Yifei's domineering aura returned. Show me what you're really made of. Fight me properly. Relying on her title as the third-place winner in Sanda, Tang Yifei didn't give Ye Chenfei a second thought. She raised her fists and unleashed a barrage of punches without warning. Hey, Officer Tang. I'm not here to fight you. I never hit women. Ye Chenfei deftly dodged Tang Yifei's attack, then reached into his chest pocket and pulled out a pure white pill. Instantly crushing it, the pill instantly turned into a blurry white powder. Exposed to the air, it emitted a steaming sound like evaporating water vapor. PSSST. 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 Tang Yifei was momentarily stunned, unable to process what was happening. Suddenly, a faint, intoxicating fragrance filled her senses. This peculiar scent seemed to possess a life of its own, relentlessly invading her nostrils. In the brief seconds of her daze, the white powder mist vanished before her eyes, seemingly inhaled entirely into her lungs. Ye Chenfei, what kind of trick are you playing? Tang Yifei cursed furiously as she continued her attack. But the moment she raised her hand, something felt terribly wrong. Her entire body felt drained of strength. Her head felt heavy and her legs light, as if she were drunk. A wave of lethargy washed over her. Her body felt weightless, unable to maintain her stance on the ground. Thud! With a loud crash, Tang Yifei suddenly fell heavily to the ground. Her entire body felt utterly drained, devoid of any vitality. It was as if her body had suddenly lost the support of its skeletal frame, leaving her weak and lifeless. Ye Chenfei. What the hell kind of trick are you playing? Why is this happening? How did I end up like this? Tang Yifei, sprawled on the ground, screamed hysterically, her face blank with confusion and utter bewilderment. At that moment, she didn't even have the strength to lift her boxing gloves. Her body was completely beyond her control. Cough cough. It's just soul-devouring powder. No need to make such a fuss. Ye Chenfei exhaled deeply, straightening his disheveled clothes. Soul-devouring powder instantly robs you of your combat ability like losing your bones. You can't muster a shred of strength anywhere, but your mind remains clear. Only your body is controlled. After a while, it wears off on its own. Not only does it not kill you, but it actually boosts your metabolism. It's incredibly beneficial for women's health and beauty, a powerful tool for skincare and wellness. You Ye Chenfei, you despicable scoundrel. You filthy, vile creature. Tang Yifei interrupted urgently, lying half reclined on the ground, face upturned. Her limbs were immobilized, forcing her into an utterly awkward position. Me, shameless? Tang Yifei, haven't you been the one forcing me into this from the start? Not only was I framed, but now you're using special interrogation methods here? I've told you I'm innocent, why won't you believe me? Ye Chenfei retorted with a flicker of anger. Instead of going after ruthless drug dealers like Zhou Bapi, you're torturing me here? Tang Yifei, do you find this amusing? But you're clearly no ordinary person. You absolutely aren't. Tang Yifei said, her face flushed red as she gritted her teeth. Ye Chenfei stepped closer to confront her. Who I am is none of your business. But I can assure you I've never touched a single gram of drugs. The fact that I came back with you willingly proves my innocence. With my abilities, your entire police force couldn't possibly hold me. The special observation room fell into a brief silence. Ye Chenfei's words jolted Tang Yifei awake. First, the man before her was clearly no ordinary individual. His earlier display of skill alone proved that. Her woman's intuition whispered that she had indeed taken a wrong turn. Ye Chenfei might be someone's scapegoat, or perhaps someone was using the police to eliminate him. Chapter 033034, I don't hit women. Then what evidence do you have to prove your innocence? Tang Yifei's tone softened considerably as she considered this. My brother's already gone to find Zhou Bapi. Barring any surprises, Zhou Bapi will turn himself in at the police station before dawn. Ye Chenfei cracked the joints in his neck, speaking with absolute confidence. You're that confident? You think I'm as brainless as you? Ye Chenfei, you're asking for it. Tang Yifei's terrifying lioness roar erupted once more from the observation room. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the observation room, two officers on patrol happened to overhear Tang Yifei's roar. They exchanged a few words. Man, that Ye Chenfei's in for it this time. Everyone who's ever gone into that observation room comes back looking like hell. Tang Yifei seems really pissed off this time, huh? With all that yelling, I wonder if that kid can even handle her moves? What a shame about Tang Yifei's angelic looks. If things keep going like this, who'd dare marry that woman? Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Sigh. Little did either of them know that at this very moment, Tang Yifei was being thoroughly subdued. If anyone from headquarters witnessed this scene, it would likely be more shocking than the apocalypse itself. At 11 p.m., the bustling city of Tianhai was just kicking off its nightlife. In this neon-lit metropolis, dramatic farces unfolded nightly, while countless souls drowned in its glitzy, hedonistic whirlpool. Zhou Bapi was a prime example. In the presidential suite on the 18th floor of a five-star hotel downtown, Zhou sat on the leather sofa in the living room. Dressed in a golden robe, a cigar-puffing white smoke dangled between his fingers. Before him stood several bottles of premium Remy Martin cognac. Two beautiful massage therapists stood by his side. Zhou's face glowed with satisfaction. Today's mission had been flawlessly executed. Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing had been smoothly taken away by the police and wouldn't be returning anytime soon. From now on, Taishao Street would once again be his domain. To celebrate, Zhou Bapi had treated himself to a presidential suite, taking a rare break to savor life's pleasures. A reward for his own efforts. Suddenly, Zhou Bapi furrowed his brow and sniffed the air. Something was off. The two beauties, still unaware of the situation, asked in confusion, "What's wrong, boss? What's not right?" The blonde beauty had barely finished speaking when she too caught the scent. A pungent, overpowering odor suddenly filled the bathroom, so intense it seemed to saturate every corner of the space. "Do you smell that awful stench? Like something from the sewers?" Zhou's face darkened instantly. His great mood plummeted to freezing point at the peculiar stench, his expression thick with displeasure. The intense stench nearly suffocated him, as if the hotel's spacious bathroom had suddenly transformed into a foul-smelling cesspool. Not only Zhou Bapi, but even the two female technicians were suddenly dizzy and disoriented. Forget performing the horse treading on flying swallows pose. Staying in this bathroom for even a minute would be enough to poison them to death. What the hell is this smell? It's unbearable. What kind of five-star hotel is this? It stinks like you've fallen into a cesspool. What the hell is going on here? Zhou Bapi was loudly venting his frustration when suddenly, something landed on his shoulder. Glancing down, Zhou Bapi froze in horror. There lay a palm-sized object, black, slimy, and reeking of a potent stench. The stench nearly knocked him over. Looking up, his very soul nearly fled his body. A massive black scorpion lurked on the bathroom ceiling. The creature was terrifyingly large, its entire body pitch black except for a vivid green tail. Its black pincers, covered in sharp spines, stood out starkly. Blood-red eyes flashed with emerald light. With a flick of its long tail, another massive chunk of stinking excrement plummeted from above, landing squarely on the curly hair of one of the beauties. "Ah!" The blonde screamed, yanking open the bathroom door and bolting out like a shot. The other woman, with short hair, was also terrified by the giant black scorpion. She screamed once before fainting, collapsing into a corner of the bathroom. Zhou Bapi froze in place for a few seconds before suddenly recognizing this enormous scorpion. It was the very same terrifying creature he'd seen at Ye Chenfei's Pure Love Clinic. Holy crap! Zhou Bapi sucked in a sharp breath. How the hell did this thing get here? Before Zhou could process it, another shriek erupted from the presidential suite, the same blonde beauty's voice, this time even more piercing, as if confronting something utterly unimaginable. Zhou Bapi had no time to think. He grabbed a bathrobe to cover his naked body and rushed out. "What's all the fuss about? You've never seen the world. A scorpion scares you this much? What's the big deal?" Zhou Bapi bolted out the door, about to scold the blonde beauty, only to notice several unexpected figures had suddenly appeared in the presidential suite's living room. It was precisely these unexpected visitors that had caused the blonde beauty to let out a startled scream. Ding Xiaobei? Zhou Bapi instantly recognized the burly man seated center on the sofa, none other than Ding Xiaobei, one of the twin heroes of Taishao Street. Behind him stood two men, one with delicate features and handsome looks, the other wearing thick glasses with a dazed expression. These were Xiaobai and Lao Shu. The trio fixed their gaze on Zhou Bapi, still clad in his bathrobe. The distinct black mark on his shoulder bore witness to the scorpion's venom in the bathroom. The freshly cooked black, still steaming, had filled the five-star hotel's presidential suite with a stench so foul it could make the air itself vomit. No wonder Ye Chenfei had used it to trigger a heart attack in that patient. If the rooms in this hotel were interconnected, the owner would likely be so furious he'd jump off the building. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Bapi asked nervously, sweat pouring from his forehead. "Zhou Bapi, shouldn't I be asking you that? Do you really need us to remind you of your own actions?" Ding Xiaobei glared furiously at Zhou Bapi. With his explosive temper, he was itching to punch a hole through Zhou Bapi's skull. "Ding Xiaobei, I don't know what you're talking about. We've always kept to our own business. There's no need to get so tense over some unrelated person, right?" Zhou Bapi tried to sound calm. Truthfully, what frustrated him most was how Ding Xiaobei and his crew had found him. Playing horse-treading flying swallows at the five-star hotel had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. All of this was thanks to Poison Scorpion. Beyond its deadly venomous pincers, the creature possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Anything it came into contact with left an indelible scent imprint in its memory. This was precisely why Ye Chenfei had been so confident in locating Zhou Bapi, entirely reliant on the venomous scorpion's unique skill. With just a hint, having this creature search for someone in Tianhai City was child's play. Overall, the scorpion's greatest flaw was its sluggish movement. It couldn't match the agility of a lizard. "Damn you, Zhou Bapi. Unrelated?" Ding Xiaobei abruptly leapt from the sofa, kicking the glass coffee table aside. "Do you know who Ye Chenfei is? He's my brother. Our leader. Have you lost your mind, Zhou Bapi? Framing someone like that, and you dare target brother Ye? You're asking for it." Ding Xiaobei took a few steps forward and delivered a brutal kick straight to Zhou Baopi's chest. The man was sent tumbling several times, crashing into the corner of the sofa with a thud. A glaring gash appeared on his temple. The blonde beauty beside him trembled in terror. Ding Xiaobei shot her a fierce glare. "Shut your mouth. This doesn't concern you. Get dressed and get the hell out of here right now. Dare to utter another word, and I'll deal with you too." The blonde woman nodded frantically, threw on a robe, and bolted out the door, not daring to disobey in the slightest. "Don't get cocky with me, Ding Xiaobei. I'm with Brother Wild Wolf. You know how powerful he is in Tianhai City. Touch me, and he'll cripple you." Zhou Baopi spat out a mouthful of blood as he suddenly shouted, immediately invoking his formidable backing. Wild Wolf, true to his name, had long been a legendary figure in Tianhai City. While ordinary citizens might not have heard his name, those like Ding Xiaobei who navigated the underworld knew his fearsome reputation like thunder. His fearsome reputation stemmed from a ruthless, predatory approach to business, achieving his goals by any means necessary, relentless until victory. He controlled Tianhai City's entire drug network, with endless funds, weapons, and connections at his disposal. Even Ding Xiaobei's own boss, Big Brother Fei, dared not provoke such a ruthless figure. Everyone knew that anyone who crossed Wild Wolf simply ceased to exist in this world. This plan to take down Ye Chenfei was also Wild Wolf's order. Considering the unique nature of Taishao Street, Wild Wolf opted for a despicable, underhanded approach to lock Ye Chenfei up, a move that still gave Big Brother Fei ample face. Seeing Ding Xiaobei's hesitation, Zhou Baopi struggled to continue his defense. "Ye Chenfei offended Wild Wolf and cost us millions in business. He brought this upon himself. Ding Xiaobei, you're a smart man. I hope you won't repeat his mistake. No one who crosses Wild Wolf ends well." Chapter 035, Wild Wolf. Exactly. Crossing Wild Wolf has truly dire consequences. That man is nothing short of a monster. Ding Xiaobei stepped forward to help the disheveled Zhou Baopi to his feet, brushing dust from his collar. "You're absolutely right, Zhou Baopi. Going against Wild Wolf is like asking for trouble. Ding Xiaobei, you understand. Just let me go, and I'll pretend nothing happened today." Zhou Bapi was overjoyed. But just then, Ding Xiaobei suddenly grabbed his collar and yanked him down hard. A powerful knee slammed into Zhou Bapi's stomach, sending him flying backward. "Damn it! I'm not scared of any Wild Wolf. If you dare frame my brother Yi, I wouldn't care if it were the king of heaven himself." Ding Xiaobei roared furiously, baring his teeth. Without a word, the three brothers swarmed Zhou Baopi and began beating him mercilessly. They paid no heed to his incoherent rants about Wild Wolf or Wolfdog. Brother Yi was the only one who mattered. Arg! Amidst the chaos, Zhou Baopi suddenly let out a piercing scream. An intense pain shot through his wrist. He looked down and froze in shock. There, clamped onto his palm, was the jet-black poisonous scorpion. Its black pincers were razor-sharp, their edges sinking deep into the surface skin. Black blood oozed from the wound, causing Zhou to wail like a child crying for his parents. His piercing screams echoed throughout the entire floor of the five-star hotel. Zhou Bapi couldn't help but shudder violently. He flung the black scorpion away as far as he could. When he looked back at his wrist, a gash 7 or 8 centimeters long had opened up. The blood had actually been stained black. "Ding Xiaobei. You'll pay for this. You're dead men walking. Brother Wild Wolf won't let you off. If anything happens to me, I'll make sure your worthless lives are the price." Zhou Bapi, overcome with rage and humiliation, unleashed all the pent-up fury in his heart. "Oh, really? We're scared of your Wild Wolf, brother?" Mao said, adjusting his glasses. "But you should worry about your own safety first. You've crossed Brother Yi, even his poison scorpions won't spare you. They tracked you down. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't escape their pursuit." Zhou Bapi's head spun with rage. Pointing frantically at everyone, he bellowed, "None of you will escape Wild Wolf's hunt. You'll all die, every last one of you, including those filthy rats and cockroaches." Xiaobai caught sight of Zhou Baopi's disheveled state and couldn't help but grin. "Hold your horses, Zhou Baopi. Take a look at your own palm first, huh? My fingers?" Zhou Bapi glanced down, then instantly let out a shriek. He jerked his fingers upward somehow. His entire palm had turned a deep inky green. The entire palm was uniformly green, like flawless jade, precisely where the scorpion's iron pincers had clamped down. Yet strangely, despite his palm and arm being stained with varying degrees of that dark green hue, Zhou Baopi felt not a shred of pain. It was neither painful nor itchy, neither heavy nor light. Though Ding Xiaobei and the others had anticipated this outcome, Ye Chenfei had warned them before arriving that Zhou Baopi would face such consequences. Witnessing it unfold before their eyes still left them stunned. 3 years had passed since they last met, and Ye Chenfei had clearly become a master of poison. With this single, extraordinary skill alone, Brother Yi could undoubtedly carve out a place for himself in Tianhai City. "Zhou Bapi, you see this? This is the fate you bastard deserve. After being bitten by the poisonous scorpion, you've already shown signs of poisoning. Since the scorpion struck your palm first, the toxin will spread from there throughout your entire body. What the hell do you all want? A flicker of terror flashed across Zhou Bapi's brow as he shouted frantically, sweat pouring down his face. Simple. You framed Brother Ye, so you'll pay the price. Go to the police station and turn yourself in to take the blame for Brother Ye. Tell the police everything, how you framed him, how you sabotaged the clinic. That's your only option. Ding Xiaobei growled menacingly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Bapi shook his head like a rattle, refusing. If I turn myself in to the police, I'll be betraying Wild Wolf. Wild Wolf will never let me off. I'll be dead meat. Zhou Bapi's face contorted in agony. Meanwhile, the poison in his palm worsened by the minute. His hand turned increasingly green, drained of all color, resembling nothing so much as a natural jadeite rod. The choice is yours. Ding Xiaobei watched Zhou Bapi with lazy indifference. Everything unfolded exactly as Ye Chenfei had anticipated. Zhou Bapi would inevitably be torn. We won't force you to choose. Ding Xiaobei crossed his legs casually as he continued, after all, this is a 5-star hotel. We're civilized, cultured people. But I must warn you of the consequences. The green on your palm is the poison from the scorpion's claws. It's evolving step by step. This poison doesn't cause any violent reactions. It's colorless, odorless, painless, and itchless. You feel no pain whatsoever, right? Zhou Bapi held up his poisoned arm, tears welling up in his eyes. An inexplicable dread washed over him. The very absence of pain only deepened his terror. In just a few minutes, his arm had already turned nearly translucent. Right now, the scorpion's venom is only stored in your palm. Soon, it will slowly consume you. The venom's corrosive power is immense. In less than 10 minutes, your arm will be corroded down to nothing. Then it will move to your shoulder, chest, thigh, and finally your head. It will devour every bone until nothing remains. The only cure is to find Brother Ye. He can neutralize the poison. These were Ye Chenfei's exact words to Ding Xiaobei, who now repeated them verbatim. You're not trying to scare me, are you? I'm not afraid. Zhou Bapi declared, though his teeth chattered uncontrollably. Anyway, I won't betray Wild Wolf. Never. My fingers are really gone. My fingers. Zhou Bapi screamed in agony a few minutes later. 10 minutes later, Zhou Bapi's voice was hoarse from screaming, my hand is gone too. About 15 minutes later, Zhou Bapi began wailing and cried out decisively, I surrender. I'll tell you everything. Quick. Ding Xiaobei, take me to turn myself in. Hurry and take me to see Brother Ye. Wah! At 4 in the morning, Zhou Bapi rushed to the police station. With tears streaming down his face and overflowing sincerity, he passionately expressed his urgent desire to turn himself in. The duty officer took this extremely seriously, though also utterly astonished. While the station had seen many criminals turn themselves in, they'd never encountered a suspect this sincere. Before the officer could speak, Zhou laid out every detail of the crime, the motive, the plan, and all the evidence, leaving even the interrogating officer baffled. Shortly after, Ye Chenfei and Tang Yifei emerged one after the other from the special observation room, both disheveled. This scene also astonished the officers present. Ye Chenfei wore a carefree grin with an indifferent expression, while Tang Yifei blushed bright red, looking distinctly awkward. Judging solely by their reactions, it was impossible to discern what had transpired inside the special observation room. The details Zhou Bapi provided matched the police investigation clues almost perfectly. Moreover, Zhou Bapi's fingerprints were clearly found on the drug package. The specifics he reported were also closely linked to Wild Wolf. Based solely on his testimony, it was sufficient to prove Ye Chenfei had been framed. Consequently, the police had no choice but to release Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing without charges and formally arrest Zhou Bapi. As part of the exchange, Ye Chenfei administered an antidote pill to Zhou Bapi. The poison's effects gradually faded, though tragically, Zhou Bapi's severed hand could never be reattached to fitting punishment for his crimes. As they parted ways, Tang Yifei followed closely behind Ye Chenfei, her voice dripping with venom. Ye Chenfei, you'd better keep last night's events buried deep inside you forever. If you breathe a single word to anyone, I'll make your life hell. Ha! Officer Tang, why didn't you say so earlier? I accidentally shared last night's story with my brothers just now, Ye Chenfei said with a pained expression, looking utterly helpless. Ye Chenfei. Tang Yifei's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and a blush of embarrassment spread across her cheeks once more. How could you do that? You must have done it on purpose. Ye Chenfei scrambled to apologize. Alright, I'm sorry. I'll make sure to remind the guys to keep their mouths shut. They won't breathe a word. If they do, Officer Tang, you can beat me with those boxing gloves. Get lost. Tang Yifei waved him off repeatedly. The mention of boxing gloves only made her more annoyed. I never want to see you again, you bastard. The four brothers gathered before the police station entrance. Ding Xiaobei and the others couldn't hide their grins. After all, it had all been a false alarm. Brother Yi, your poisonous kings are seriously badass. They tracked down Zhou the Skinflint without anyone noticing. That's more advanced than high-tech. Chapter 036, Acquitted. Of course.
Though those 4 venom kings belong to a highly toxic species, their explosive power and special abilities are beyond comparison with ordinary animals. They're my master's most cherished treasures. He knew I bore a blood feud and gave them to me as a sacrifice. Ye Chenfei beamed with pride when discussing the 4 venom kings. Just as he was about to leave, Ye Chenfei noticed Zhou Bai looking gloomy and preoccupied. He immediately guessed, Zhou Bai? What's wrong? Are you worried about your mom's situation? My mom's cancer needs chemotherapy, and I'm having some financial difficulties right now, Zhou Bai mumbled, head bowed. Ye Chenfei finally recalled his promise to Zhou Bai to secure 500,000 yuan within a week. He quickly patted Zhou Bai's shoulder and reassured him, I told you not to worry. I'll handle the chemotherapy costs, little brother. Yuqing. Find that wealthy guy's post. We'll go take his pulse together. 500,000 won't just fall into our laps. To master poison, one must first master medicine. During his 3 years with his master, Ye Chenfei spent the first 2 years studying medicine and martial arts. The old man possessed profound expertise in traditional Chinese medicine. It took Ye Chenfei a full 2 years just to grasp half of the old man's essence, the heavenly eye finger technique. Mastering this technique meant he could handle countless difficult and complex ailments with ease. Brother Yi, you mean that strange illness plaguing Xingjun? It's all over the internet lately. Ding Xiaobei had also heard about this bizarre condition. Shang Jun, a renowned tycoon in Tianhai City who made his fortune in coal mining, was worth at least 200 million. No one knew how he contracted this strange disease. He'd heard the situation was dire, flesh falling off his body, blood spurting out. It sounded utterly disgusting. Yesterday, the reward for curing him skyrocketed from 500,000 to 1,000,000 yuan. Whoever cures him becomes an instant millionaire. Brother Yi, can you treat him? Why not give it a shot? I'm idle anyway. 1,000,000 would cover little Bai's mom's chemo costs. Ye Chenfei replied calmly. After spending the night in the special observation room, he felt surprisingly energetic. Alright then, Brother Yi. I won't keep you company. I've run into some trouble on Taishao Street lately, and it's been giving me a headache these past few days. Ding Xiaobei said with a yawn. Ha? What kind of trouble? Tell Brother Yi about it? Ding Xiaobei hesitated. It's almost time to pay the semi-annual membership fees. In a few days, I have to hand over the first half's dues to Big Fei. This time, he's pulled a new trick that's really got me in a bind. He's pitted me against another guy on Taishao Street to see who collects more membership fees. Wow, who knew Big Fei had such business acumen? Making you two compete so he can reap the rewards. Mouse chimed in. Rat, it's not as easy as you make it sound. This competition is brutal. Whoever collects less and loses the contest has to hand over their management rights to the other party. To put it bluntly, it's a life or death battle. Ding Xiaobei replied with a grim expression. That's how it is? Sounds brutal. Ye Chenfei chimed in. Xiaobei, are you confident you can win? I'm confident. The membership fees for each establishment are fixed, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands, determined by the business performance on Taishao Street. Each time, my fees are tens of thousands higher than my competitor Huang Xiaojiang's. But I have a feeling this competition won't be so straightforward. It involves the future interests of both sides, and the underlying schemes aren't simple either. Huang Xiaojiang isn't someone to be underestimated. That guy is notorious for his cunning schemes. Ding Xiaobei waved his hand decisively. Honestly, I don't care anymore. Even if we lose the competition, it doesn't matter. I'm dead set on working with you, Brother Yi. There's no loyalty left with Di Fei. Money is all he cares about. A boss like that? No thanks. No way. Ye Chenfei shook his head repeatedly. Xiaobei, you've been hustling on Taishao Street for so long now. If you can't make a living, at least save face. We're not the type to throw in the towel before the fight even starts. Whatever trouble comes our way, the 4 of us will face it together. And so, the 4 brothers parted ways. Ding Xiaobei led his crew back to collect protection money. Xiao Bai returned to the hospital to care for his mother. Lao Shu headed back to the internet cafe to continue developing his game. Ye Chenfei, accompanied by Jing Yuqing, made his way to Shang Jun's residence to witness the legendary mysterious illness firsthand. On the way, Ye Chenfei thoughtfully bought breakfast for Jing Yuqing. As she munched on her bread, she stole glances at him. In just a few days of knowing him, this man beside her constantly gave Jing Yuqing immense security. No matter what happened, having him near made her feel profoundly at ease. Even when arrested by the police, she felt not a hint of panic, firmly believing Ye Chenfei would calmly and confidently resolve every problem. Ye Chenfei's demeanor reminded Jing Yuqing of the mature, cool-headed, handsome, and considerate uncles from Korean dramas, and most crucially, his robust physique exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Ye Chenfei, can I call you Brother Yi from now on? Jing Yuqing asked, her face flushing bright red. No problem. Call me whatever makes you happy, kid. Even husband is fine. Ye Chenfei grinned mischievously as he held the steering wheel. Brother Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not ready for that yet. Jing Yuqing pouted coyly, a blush spreading across her cheeks. Her voice softened to a sweet, almost childlike tone.
Ye Chenfei's heart skipped a beat.
From his years of experience with women, Jing Yuqing's reaction was anything but normal. A woman's coquettishness was often a sign of affection for a man.
Ahem, Yuqing, let's get back to discussing this wealthy man's strange illness, shall we?
Ye Chenfei swiftly changed the subject. Though Jing Yuqing was willful and mischievous, with a straightforward personality, she was still a good girl at heart. Good girls weren't meant to be harmed, but cherished. Most importantly, Little Bai had feelings for her.
A brother's wife is off limits. The tycoon's name is Sheng Jun. He currently resides in a villa in downtown Tianhai City. As you know, the bounty on Shang Jun has skyrocketed to 1 million yuan, indicating his condition has reached a critical stage. The flush on Jing Yuqing's cheeks gradually faded as she rolled down the window, letting the gentle breeze ruffle her long hair. I know the villa's address. Just keep going straight down this road, turn at the traffic light intersection, and you'll be there.
Jing Yuqing pointed to the road ahead.
About Shang Jun's illness. I've done a little homework myself.
Oh?
What did you find out?
Tell me about it, Ye Chenfei prompted with unexpected interest. I looked at Sheng Juan's photos and searched online for similar cases, especially those little red dots popping up on his affected areas. I think it resembles the symptoms of a certain disease, that rash disease.
No way? Red rash disease? Ye Chenfei couldn't help but frown.
He often saw ads for this condition plastered on street utility poles. It was essentially a sexually transmitted disease. Men who contracted it typically had promiscuous lifestyles and poor personal hygiene.
Brother Yi, there's nothing surprising about that. A tycoon like Shang Jun must have a chaotic private life.
Plus, he's the type who throws money around like water.
No wonder women are lining up to sleep with him. It'd be weird if he didn't catch a rash.
You men are all the same. Once you get rich, you go bad. Serves you right for catching such a filthy disease. Jing Yuqing shot him a malicious glance, her slightly upturned lips making her look even more beautiful.
Well, we can't jump to conclusions like that.
While it's not impossible it could be a rash disease, I doubt it.
Though those are notoriously difficult to cure, they shouldn't cause pus or swelling. A quick trip to the hospital for some cephalosporin or amoxicillin should ease the symptoms.
A million yuan illness is never that simple.
Ye Chenfei cautioned.
Meanwhile, Tianhai City's police had deployed a manhunt operation for Wild Wolf.
With Zhou Bapi's confession, the evidence against Wild Wolf was finally complete. The next step was to capture him and eliminate Tianhai's biggest drug lord once and for all. Little did they know that Wild Wolf had already received the news.
He sat unhurriedly in a downtown tea house, cradling a steaming cup of fragrant tea. He took a leisurely sip, his eyes lowered in contentment, as he played a relaxed game of Chinese chess with a middle-aged man sporting a small mustache.
The mustachioed man made his move, positioning a cannon on the board to threaten Wild Wolf's king. Boss, this game took me by surprise. Zhou Bapi actually turned himself in, betraying us and delivering a devastating blow.
Wild Wolf appeared to be in his 30s, sporting striking white hair and a neatly trimmed crew cut. Wrinkles crinkled slightly at his temples, while a sly, cunning smile played at the corners of his mouth. Facing a formidable enemy, he showed not a trace of fear or anxiety. Sitting across from him, playing chess, was Wild Wolf's personal strategist. The two had worked together for 5 years, building a drug empire with seamless coordination.
A small fry like Zhou Bapi is nothing. He just made the cops remember my name, Wild Wolf.
Cut off Zhou Bapi's connections, and they wouldn't even know what I look like.
Trying to catch me? That's just a pipe dream.
Wild Wolf decisively moved a piece on the chessboard, using a knight to capture the threatening cannon. Boss, you're right, but there's one person we absolutely must take seriously, that guy Ye Chenfei.
Zhou Bapi's betrayal this time was entirely orchestrated by him.
We also had a shipment destroyed by him, resulting in direct economic losses of several million. The strategist hinted to Wild Wolf, that guy seems to have some skills.
Chapter 037, The Tycoon's Strange Illness.
Wild Wolf paused thoughtfully. He's just a troublesome little fish. Hire a butcher to take care of him.
Out of sight, out of mind. Make sure it's handled cleanly, no messy loose ends.
Understood, boss.
I know what to do.
I'll arrange it immediately and have the butcher handle it cleanly. The strategist responded with relief, casually sending an order to the so-called butcher. Ye Chenfei, male, physician at Pure Heart Clinic.
Possesses combat skills of a certain level.
Eliminate him within 1 week, leaving no trace.
Price, 300,000 yuan.
Standard procedure, 100,000 yuan deposit upfront, balance upon presentation of the corpse.
After about half an hour's drive, Ye Chenfei smoothly arrived at the villa district of the wealthy elite. The villa was situated in the prime downtown area, right next to a park. The scenery was beautiful and pleasant, and the villa itself covered over 1,000 square meters. There were only 4 villas in this area. Being able to purchase a villa here was proof enough of Shang Jun's formidable power. Directly in front of the Shang family villa lay a small plaza spanning over 2 mu. Artistic statues stood at its 4 corners, while several cars were neatly parked in rows across the plaza. 4 burly bodyguards stood watch at the entrance gate. Before arriving, Ye Chenfei had first returned to the clinic to retrieve his portable medical kit. Inside were silver needles for acupuncture, frequently used herbal medicine packets, and the 4 venom kings, brought along for any unforeseen emergencies. Who are you? What brings you here? As the two approached the villa entrance, a menacing-looking bodyguard stepped forward to block their path. Tall and menacing, with a prominent knife scar above his mouth, his tone suggested he was the de facto leader among the 4 bodyguards. We're doctors. Naturally, we're here to treat your boss, Mr. Shang. Jing Yuqing replied solemnly, clutching her medical bag. The scarred bodyguard scrutinized Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing, his expression far from the welcome they'd hoped for. You're here for treatment too? Which hospital do you work for? What department? We're doctors from Pure Heart Clinic on Taishao Street, Jing Yuqing stated honestly. Clinic doctors? Do you have medical licenses? Clinical practice certificates? The scarred bodyguard frowned, his voice icy as he questioned them. Jing Yuqing immediately began to stammer. Zhou Bapi had once possessed a medical license purchased for 500 yuan purely for show. As for Ye Chenfei, he possessed none of the credentials a doctor should have, leaving him with nothing but a medical kit and 4 poison kings. We were in such a rush when we arrived that we left them at the clinic. I heard Mr. Shang's condition is critical, let Dr. Yi examine him first. Saving lives comes first. Jing Yuqing tugged at Ye Chenfei, determined to barge into the villa. But the scarred bodyguard snorted coldly, stop putting on this charade. I see right through you, you're just here to scam us out of money. You'd better leave now. You picked the wrong place to swindle people. We've already sent away over a dozen scammers earlier. What do you mean? Who came here to scam you? Jing Yuqing's feisty temper flared, and she crossed her arms, demanding loudly. The scarred bodyguard ignored the beauty entirely. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for losing my temper. We won't hold back. 4 bodyguards stood like statues at the villa's entrance, each wearing dark sunglasses that hid their expressions. The scarred one, in particular, spoke with a hint of mockery. Did he really think Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing were here to scam him out of money? Seriously, what kind of attitude is this? We came here with good intentions to treat Mr. Shang, and now you're threatening us? Is this how you treat people? How unethical. Jing Yuqing pouted, her voice filled with resentment. How do we know if you're here to treat him or swindle us? Without valid medical credentials, you won't set foot inside. The prominent scar on the bodyguard's face twitched nervously as his tone grew increasingly harsh. Hey, guys, let's talk this out calmly. Ye Chenfei hadn't expected to run into such tough guys here. He hurriedly greeted them politely. This is my young assistant. He's still new and doesn't know how to speak properly, which might have upset you guys. We truly came to treat Boss Shang. We're not here to swindle anyone. We've come with the utmost sincerity to help the boss. Whether we're scammers or not, you'll see once we go inside and try it out. But the scarred bodyguard was stubborn as a mule. No matter how Ye Chenfei pleaded, he wouldn't budge. I don't care how sincere you are. I only recognize credentials here. Anyone below a national level 2 physician certificate won't get through this door, let alone unlicensed quacks like you. So you're saying we can't enter to save lives without certificates? Ye Chenfei desperately wanted to punch the scarred bodyguard in the face, suppressing the rage simmering within him. Exactly. Not only can you not enter, but I'll kick you out of here. And if circumstances allow, I'll beat the crap out of you. The scarred bodyguard bellowed, raising his massive fist. Ye Chenfei cursed, his pent-up rage erupting as he stepped directly in front of the scarred man. I refuse to believe it. Try laying a finger on me. Never seen such an ungrateful bastard. People like him need a lesson. Hold it. Hold it. Just as the standoff intensified, a figure emerged from the villa's courtyard. Pointing at the scarred bodyguard about to strike, he shouted, "What's going on here? Are you about to start a fight?" The man wore a blue uniform, appeared to be in his 40s, with a slightly receding hairline, a square jaw, and deep, dark eyebrows. He was the villa's butler, Old Wang. The scarred bodyguard immediately stepped back upon seeing Old Wang. Butler Wang, these two have no credentials whatsoever. They're impersonating miracle doctors trying to see the boss. I stopped them here, but they're refusing to back down and about to fight us. Hey, you're lying through your teeth. Jing Yuqing puffed out her rosy cheeks, firing back without backing down. When did we ever pretend to be miracle doctors? We're real doctors. You're the butler, right? Are your bodyguards all brainless fools? Do they speak without thinking? The scarred bodyguard clenched his fists. They don't have any medical licenses. They're here to scam people. Steward Wang, don't be polite, just kick them out. We've already thrown dozens of people out this morning. The old steward raised an eyebrow, stepping in to restrain the bodyguard. He sized up the two men's ages and agreed they looked far too young to be miracle healers. Still, Old Wang was a smooth operator. His words carried far more polish than the bodyguards. Gentlemen, we sincerely apologize. We've encountered many similar situations here, people coming under the guise of seeking treatment, only to try to swindle us out of money. This is an urgent matter. Our boss's condition has reached a critical stage.
Money is the least of our concerns. What we fear is wasting precious time that could be spent on his treatment.
If we've offended you in any way, please bear with us. We truly have no other choice.
The old steward speaks more sensibly. Jing Yuqing snorted haughtily.
But we don't have time for your games. If you can cure him, do it. If you can't, you won't get a single penny.
The old steward hesitated, still unable to fully trust Ye Chenfei and his group. The truth was, he'd seen too many so-called miracle doctors come and go. Each claimed they could cure Boss Shang's strange illness, only to leave the Shang residents dejected in the end. Not only had they squandered vast sums of money, but they'd also prolonged Shang Jun's suffering, missing the optimal window for treatment.
Well, old steward, I understand your lack of confidence in us. How about this? Let me show you what I can do. Ye Chenfei stepped forward and gestured. If you think I'm capable, would you consider letting us in? Dr. Yi, how exactly would you demonstrate your skills?
The old steward seized the opportunity to ask.
Hand me your wrists. I'll take your pulse for free. I'll know exactly what's wrong with you just by feeling it. Alright, then start with this bodyguard.
The old steward nudged the scarred bodyguard forward.
The bodyguard froze for a few seconds before extending a thick arm.
Rolling up his sleeve, he muttered, "If you get it wrong, I'll personally throw you out of here."
Shut your filthy mouth. Ye Chenfei cut him off. I'm serious.
Your first problem is bad breath caused by excessive liver fire, surging qi and blood, and hormonal imbalance.
Ha!
The scarred bodyguard froze, awkwardly shutting his mouth. The other bodyguards struggled to stifle their laughter, nearly bursting out laughing. Old Wang watched intently, his expression cautious as he observed Ye Chenfei's pulse diagnosis. Ye Chenfei silently gathered his energy, unleashing his signature technique, the heavenly eye finger method.
A silent current of energy surged through his fingers into the scarred man's acupoints, rapidly resonating with the body's internal channels.
In the blink of an eye, Ye Chenfei sensed the response from the acupoints within the scarred bodyguard's body. Overall, his pulse was steady and his qi balanced. Most acupoints showed normal reactions, except for faint, intermittent responses at the Shangxiu and Shiguan points located precisely over the stomach region.
Chapter 038039, The Wealthy Man's Strange Illness 2.
Brother, your body is generally healthy. Aside from your bad breath earlier, you also have some stomach issues. Your irregular lifestyle and poor diet suggest you likely have a stomach ailment, often accompanied by intermittent pain.
Ye Chenfei paused. If my diagnosis is wrong, I'll turn around and leave right now.
Ha! The scar-faced bodyguard looked up in surprise, then hurriedly replied, "Yes, I do have stomach issues. I've had them for 2 or 3 years.
How did you know? Isn't that obvious?"
Jing Yuqing rolled her eyes impatiently.
Dr. Yi is a doctor, of course he knows your condition.
Go back and eat more whole grains and legumes. Maintain regular eating habits, minimize greasy and spicy foods, and eliminate late-night snacks.
Your stomach condition should improve, Ye Chenfei said slowly. You were right after all. It seems this Dr. Yi really has some skills.
Scarface bodyguard suddenly changed his tone.
Since you're so skilled at pulse diagnosis, Dr. Yi, why not check mine too? See what's wrong with my body?
The old butler proactively extended his right arm. Seems the old steward still doesn't trust me enough.
Very well, I'll examine you then.
Ye Chenfei smiled faintly as he similarly deployed the heaven's eye finger technique on the old steward.
The aura from the heavenly eye finger technique quickly fed back to him.
Ye Chenfei swiftly assessed the old steward's condition based on the feedback, his brows furrowing.
Dr. Yi? What is it? Did you find anything wrong with me?
The old steward, believing he had seen through Ye Chenfei's scheme, spoke with a hint of skepticism.
Old butler? Your condition is quite unusual.
Ye Chenfei looked at the old butler with surprise, then smiled meaningfully. Old butler, your body is in quite a state.
Oh? What do you mean, Dr. Yi?
The old butler looked troubled and asked in confusion, My health has always been excellent, no high blood pressure, high cholesterol, or high blood sugar.
My appetite's great too. Don't try to fool this old man.
Ahem, old steward, Ye Chenfei chuckled mysteriously, you live quite the carefree life, don't you?
Just one pulse reading, and I'll know every secret about you. Quite the romantic life, huh? Ha!
The old steward flushed crimson, as if caught in a guilty act.
Ye Chenfei's words left the others present feeling rather downcast. Jing Yuqing, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, Dr. Yi, what exactly is the old steward's illness?
The way you speak about it so mysteriously, it sounds like something shameful.
Truthfully, the old steward's primary issue lay in his Daxiong acupoint.
The energy emanating from it was extremely weak, and this point corresponds directly to the kidneys. In other words, the old steward suffered from significant kidney yin deficiency, manifesting as dizziness and tinnitus. No wonder his hair had thinned so drastically. To put it bluntly, there's only one cause for this series of symptoms: excessive indulgence.
Too many women.
You wouldn't have guessed the old butler was so well behaved on the surface. At his age, to still have such a hobby.
Just as Ye Chenfei was about to explain, the old steward suddenly interrupted, his voice tinged with guilt. Dr. Yi, I can see you possess remarkable medical skill. Come, I'll take you inside. I hope you can cure our boss's strange illness. With that, the old steward left no room for questions, swiftly ushering Ye Chenfei and the others away, desperate to hide his sordid little secret. Thus, Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing entered the Shang residence in this peculiar manner. Stepping into the Shang family's grand courtyard, birdsong and floral fragrance filled the air. Pavilions and towers presented an elegant and pleasant scene, every corner seemingly meticulously designed. Strolling through it felt like being immersed in a beautiful garden. Jing Yuqing's curiosity got the better of her, and she kept pestering Ye Chenfei. Brother Yi, what's going on? What's wrong with that old butler? You two seem to have some kind of understanding. Tell me already. Ah, little girl, where do you get all these questions? Ye Chenfei cleared his throat awkwardly. No way. Yi Gu, stop teasing me. I need to know. I have the right to know. Jing Yuqing's stubborn determination flared up. If you won't tell me, I'll go ask the old steward myself. Seeing Jing Yuqing genuinely about to rush off to question the old steward, Ye Chenfei quickly grabbed her small hand and whispered something in her ear. Ye Chenfei, you bastard. Shameless. You big pervert. You lecher. Jing Yuqing's face flushed crimson up to her earlobes in an instant. They bickered all the way until they entered the Shang family villa. Only then did Jing Yuqing instinctively quiet down. The Shang residence's opulent decor, high-end luxurious furnishings, and floor tiles so shiny they could reflect people's faces all came into view. Following the old butler down a bright corridor, Ye Chenfei immediately heard a cacophony of sounds emanating from one of the rooms. The clanging of bells mingled with coarse grunts, creating an unsettling dissonance that jarred sharply with the villa's opulent surroundings. The old butler turned to Ye Chenfei and said, Dr. Yi, let me briefly explain the situation. Mr. Shang's condition is extremely critical. One might say he's beyond saving. More than half his body is buried beneath yellow earth. Numerous experts from home and abroad have been summoned to treat him, yet none have achieved significant results. The matriarch refuses to accept losing her son so easily. She spent a fortune to bring in a Taoist priest from Hong Kong, renowned for his powerful rituals. He's currently performing an exorcism on the boss. This is essentially the boss's last chance. So that's what's happening, Ye Chenfei sighed. No wonder I could hear the rattling of bells and incomprehensible incantations. Those Taoist priests must be performing their rituals inside. The matriarch had lost all faith in conventional medicine, viewing this ritual as her last lifeline. You two go in first, she instructed. Observe Mr. Shang's condition from a distance. Under no circumstances must you disturb the Hong Kong master's rights. That Hong Kong master has a fiery temper, you understand? The old steward, fearful Ye Chenfei might cause trouble, repeated his warnings with extreme caution. The rest of the conversation was drowned out by the Taoist's incantations from the inner room. Hun en ima en I hun. Hun en ima en I hun. The old steward gently pushed open the door, motioning for Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing to follow inside. The moment they entered, Ye Chenfei was hit by an overpowering stench so intense it nearly made him retch up his breakfast. Jing Yuqing also grimaced, instinctively covering her nose and mouth. The room was spacious, easily 50 or 60 square meters. Its style resembled an ordinary bedroom, a massive Simmons mattress, a red lacquered desk by the window, relatively simple furnishings that made the space feel vast and empty. Seated on the mattress was Shang Jun. His skin was as pale as paper, his brow furrowed into a deep V shape, his lips devoid of color. His eyes were slightly closed, his breath faint and thread-like. He wore striped hospital scrubs, leaning half against the wall. His expression was one of profound agony, his mouth slightly open in a pained moan. One hand supported his waist, as if that area were exceptionally weak. Directly before him stood an altar of wood, adorned with numerous dark yellow talismans and flickering candles. 3 figures resembling sorcerers knelt around the altar, murmuring incantations with heads bowed. The central figure, clad in a bright yellow Taoist robe, was likely the legendary Grand Sorcerer of Hong Kong. He wore thick-rimmed spectacles, his features sharp and monkey-like. One hand gripped a peachwood sword, while the other held a bronze bell aloft. He periodically made gestures with the sword and jingled the bell, projecting a certain air of authority befitting a high priest. At the other end of the room stood several figures, an elderly woman, a flamboyantly dressed young woman, along with several Shang family servants and bodyguards. Anxiety was etched on each face, most intensely on the old woman's, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably as she grieved for her son. The foul stench emanated from the direction of Shang Jun's mattress, wafting in waves. Despite the room's ventilation and spaciousness, the pungent, fishy odor remained overwhelmingly strong. Madam, the old butler whispered cautiously into the elderly lady's ear, this is Dr. Yi, the physician who came seeking fame to treat Mr. Shang. He's young, talented, and highly skilled. Shall we have him examine the boss shortly? The old lady cast a listless glance at Ye Chenfei, her expression far from the anticipated delight. Blinking once, she replied, then I'll trouble you, doctor. Perhaps you could examine him when Master Gu takes a break? Please don't disturb Master Gu's exorcism ritual just yet. Ye Chenfei bowed his head in humble agreement before stepping back several paces with Jing Yuqing, waiting for the master's ritual to conclude. Brother Yi, is this family out of their minds? Jing Yuqing rolled her eyes as she watched the masters leap and dance about in the room. How could these rituals possibly cure Xingjun's illness? They actually believe in this feudal superstition? At this rate, Xingjun might die from their antics first. Ye Chenfei shook his head slightly. Ah, I suppose this family has reached the end of their rope, resorting to rituals. Never mind. At least they're masters from Hong Kong. Let's give them some face and let them finish before we step in. A gentleman doesn't stand in the way of others' livelihood. Just then, Master Gu suddenly set down his bronze bell, grabbed a ceramic water jug, and chanted, "Heaven spirits, earth spirits, Supreme Lord Lao Jun, manifest your divine power." Splash! Master Gu sprayed the liquid from the pot directly onto Sheng Jun's waist. Ah! Simultaneously, Sheng Jun's face contorted into a hideous grimace as he let out a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Chapter 040, a rare disease seen once in a century. Sheng Jun's agonized screams echoed relentlessly. His expression twisted in intense suffering as he clutched his waist and writhed in agony. Clearly, the liquid sprayed by the ancient master had irritated his wounds. The old lady and the beautiful woman instinctively took a few steps forward, wanting to investigate, but Master Gu stopped them with a gesture. "Don't approach. This is the critical moment for exorcising the demon. Your presence will only harm Shang Jun." Meanwhile, Ye Chenfei closely observed Shang Jun's condition. The wound was clearly located around his waist. As the liquid sprayed onto it, a faint trickle of pus began seeping from the wound. His soaked hospital gown clung tightly to his waist. Ye Chenfei saw the wound encircling nearly his entire waist, no longer the small red bumps depicted in the post. Instead, his entire waist seemed covered in disgusting pus. Without exaggeration, it appeared his waist was being corroded away. Whatever fluid Master Gu had sprayed was unknown, but anyone with basic medical knowledge understood that spraying water on necrotic flesh was like pouring gasoline on a fire. Not only did it offer no benefit to the patient, it accelerated Sheng Jun's demise. About 10 minutes later, the ritual performed by Master Gu and his two assistants concluded. The old lady and the others immediately rushed forward anxiously to inquire about the specific progress. "Master Gu, how is my son's illness?" Master Gu adjusted his glasses and declared solemnly, "Xingjun's condition is critical. I just tested him and found at least 3 wandering spirits lurking within him. These spirits have been hiding for half a year now. All 3 are vengeful ghosts filled with intense resentment. The reason Xingjun's body has become like this is entirely due to these wandering spirits. They're located right around Xingjun's waist. Driving them out of Xingjun's body won't be an easy task, you know? Alas." "What?" The old lady was instantly overcome with anxiety. She rushed forward, gripping Master Gu's arm in desperation. "So 3 wandering spirits have possessed my son. Master Gu, you must find a way to save our Shang Jun. He cannot die. He is the pillar of our Shang family. If he dies, our entire family will be ruined. I've traveled the martial world for decades. I've encountered cases like Xingjun's before. It's not that there's no solution, but the price to pay is immense." Master Gu hesitated, his expression grave. "Master, please speak." At that moment, the beautiful woman beside him interjected, "Whatever it takes to save my husband, we'll do anything. Just tell us what you need, Master. There is a way to banish these 3 wild spirits, but it requires me to sacrifice 10 years of my lifespan as auxiliary power. I am only 54 this year. If I give up 10 years, I likely won't live past 60. Alas." Master Gu looked deeply troubled. Yet saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. Seeing Shang Jun suffer so terribly, I cannot help but feel compassion. As Master Gu spoke, Ye Chenfei instantly grasped his meaning. It boiled down to one thing: he wanted more money. Only this fellow phrased his reasoning with great subtlety. The beautiful woman grasped his meaning instantly. "Master Gu, how about this? We have no way to compensate you with extra years of life, so we'll have to offer something else. If you can drive the evil spirit from my husband, we'll raise your fee to 3 million. What do you think?" A flicker of light instantly darted across Master Gu's eyes. The old man waved his hand dismissively, feigning sincerity. "Truthfully, it's not about the money. Wealth is but a fleeting possession. We bring nothing into this world and take nothing from it when we depart. If my remaining years could truly save Shang Jun's life, I'd gladly make the sacrifice even without payment. Cultivating virtue is the very foundation of our path." Master Gu's words struck a nerve with Ye Chenfei, suddenly making him want to punch the old man in the face. A mere ritual ceremony fetching 3 million in payment? That's goddamn higher than drug trafficking profits. At this rate, he'd be on the Forbes list before long. Master. Jing Yuqing suddenly stammered, leaning in to suggest, "Since you're so noble-hearted, why not donate your 3 million fee? From what I understand, 3 million could save countless children with leukemia. I have the contact details for the charity here. Saving lives would be a truly meritorious deed." Ye Chenfei broke out in a cold sweat. That dead girl really had no heart. How could she come up with such a reason? It was truly ruthless and cunning. Girl, are you here to embarrass the master? Master Gu's face darkened instantly, caught completely off guard. And who are you people? What do you mean by this? Do you think I'm here to swindle money? Master, you wish to spread joy and do good deeds. Haven't I just fulfilled your wish? Jing Yuqing batted her eyelashes playfully, refusing to back down. Master Gu's face stiffened with fury, on the verge of exploding. The Shang family members looked equally uncomfortable. At this critical moment, Ye Chenfei quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. Master, you've misunderstood. This is my young assistant. She meant no disrespect or condescension. She deeply admires you. Your willingness to sacrifice 10 years of your own lifespan to save others is a model for our younger generation. Your character transcends monetary measure. Jing Yuqing was about to flare up again, but Ye Chenfei shot her a stern look and playfully pinched her soft little cheek. Master Gu is riding high right now. Let's give him some leeway for now. Once I figure out the secrets behind Xingjun, it won't be too late to teach him a lesson. Jing Yuqing still harbored some apprehension toward Ye Chenfei. The pinch silenced her promptly, and she obediently closed her mouth in defeat. After the Shang family lavished flattery and persuasion, Master Gu finally relented and didn't lose his temper. With a look of disdain, he led his 2 disciples downstairs to rest. Madam Shang, we'll go downstairs to rest for a while. In half an hour, we'll perform another grand ritual. We'll do everything in our power to drive out every stray ghost and spirit, even if it costs me my old life. The Shang family expressed their deepest gratitude as they escorted Master Gu away. The old steward immediately began complaining. Dr. Yi, how could you offend Master Gu? We went to great lengths to invite him from Hong Kong. Even with money, it's not guaranteed you could get him to come out of retirement. What have you done? Enough, old one, say no more. The matriarch of the Shang family, kind-hearted and benevolent, waved her hand to interrupt. She addressed Ye Chenfei politely. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. Yi. Even if there's only a sliver of hope, I pray my son can recover to good health. I beg you. Ye Chenfei walked calmly to Shang Jun's side. The pungent, fishy stench intensified as he approached. Shang Jun leaned weakly against the wall, his expression listless and his breathing labored. He was nearly in a semi-conscious state. Ye Chenfei carefully lifted Shang Jun's hospital gown, revealing the injury at his waist. Ah! The moment the wound was exposed, Jing Yuqing let out a startled gasp, instinctively covering her mouth. The reason was simple: Shang Jun's wound was utterly repulsive. Though Ye Chenfei had braced himself, the sight still made his heart clench. The skin around Shang Jun's waist had been severely corroded, exposing raw flesh that had become thickened and blackened. The situation was far worse than Ye Chenfei had imagined. Compounding the damage, the corrosive spray from Master Gu had exacerbated the decay, leaving the exposed flesh raw and gruesome. How did it get this bad? Could someone please explain the progression of Mr. Shang's illness in detail? Ye Chenfei asked, sucking in a sharp breath. It was about half a year ago, right? Shang Jun's wife, Su Xiaoman, began after he returned from drinking with friends. Su Xiaoman, Shang Juan's wife, knew her husband best. She briefly recounted the events leading up to his illness. I remember it was a gathering with his old friends. When he came home, I could smell the strong odor of alcohol on him. Later I found out he'd had beer, baijiu, and quite a bit of red wine that night. He didn't show any unusual reactions that night. Vaguely, I heard him say his waist felt itchy. I didn't think much of it at the time, just scratched him casually and found some ointment to rub on his waist. That night passed without incident. Unexpectedly, the next day brought a shock. My husband woke up screaming about unbearable itching around his waist. When I lifted his shirt, I saw numerous small red bumps almost forming a ring around his waist, dense and terrifyingly widespread. We rushed him to the city hospital. The doctor prescribed various topical ointments and detoxifying Chinese herbs, but the prognosis was grim. The medications offered no relief. Instead, the red spots multiplied, becoming denser and more intense. We visited numerous major hospitals across the country, but every doctor diagnosed it as an allergic reaction, attributing it to my husband's weak constitution. My husband tried countless treatments, but unsurprisingly, none worked. As time passed, his condition deteriorated daily. The small red bumps gradually enlarged, began to rot, corroded the skin, devoured it, and eventually transformed into what you see now. This red lump is now on the verge of consuming his entire body. Su Xiaoman sighed deeply with sorrow at this point. That's the general situation. A few days ago, I heard that my husband might be possessed by some evil entity, so I spent a fortune to invite this Hong Kong master, hoping he could drive away the impurities from my husband's body. Dr. Yi, do you think my son has any chance of returning? The elderly lady pressed urgently, her voice brimming with concern for her son. Chapter 041, The Great Exorcism. I'll take Mr. Shang's pulse first. Ye Chenfei proactively examined Shang Jun's pulse. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Combined with Ye Chenfei's heavenly eye finger technique, this should reveal the hidden illness within Shang Jun's body. Shang Jun's gaze was vacant, his spirit listless, and his pulse extremely faint. This alone was enough to conclude he was in a critical condition. Ye Chenfei silently channeled his energy. The silent air current from his heavenly eye finger technique flowed from his fingertips into Shang Jun's veins, like a warm current slowly entering Shang Jun's body. Ah! Midway, Ye Chenfei abruptly withdrew his hand like lightning, frowning and letting out a muffled groan. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Did you discover something? The sudden change in Ye Chenfei's expression startled those nearby. Jing Yuqing couldn't help but ask curiously. Regarding Shang Jun's condition, Ye Chenfei began, only to be cut off by a sudden, piercing voice. What the hell are you doing? It was Master Gu, who had just burst in from outside, speaking in standard Mandarin. Master Gu's Taoist hat was barely steady on his head as he brandished a peachwood sword, pointing it fiercely at Ye Chenfei and barking, "What are you doing to Mr. Shang?" "Ha! Master Gu, it's like this." Su Xiaoman hurriedly stepped forward, her voice tinged with embarrassment as she explained, "This is the doctor we invited from outside to examine my husband. Dr. Yi is currently conducting a diagnosis. You don't trust my magic, do you? Hiring some little doctor to undermine me?" Master Gu bellowed, his voice trembling. "Don't you know I can't be disturbed while performing rituals? Don't you realize 3 wild ghosts are currently lurking inside Shang Jun's body? You're playing with Shang Jun's life and my own lifespan." Master Gu bellowed hysterically, his expression wildly exaggerated, eyes bulging like a cow's. "Master Gu, please hear me out. We never doubted you. We only wanted Dr. Yi to take a look. We know we were wrong. Please, Master Gu, save our Shang Jun." The elderly matriarch of the Shang family rushed forward to explain, terrified of offending such a formidable master. Enough. Since the matriarch has spoken, I'll grant her this favor." Master Gu shot Ye Chenfei a cold stare. "From this moment on, keep your mouths shut. I won't tolerate any interruptions during the ritual. This concerns Mr. Shang's life and 10 years of my own lifespan. Conduct yourselves properly. Is that clear?" Jing Yuqing seethed inwardly with 100-fold reluctance, about to protest fiercely, only to be abruptly silenced by Ye Chenfei's firm grip. Ye Chenfei immediately smiled apologetically and nodded repeatedly. "Master Gu, rest assured. We absolutely won't disturb your ritual. Please proceed as if we weren't here." With that, Ye Chenfei firmly pulled the young girl back to the corner of the room, retreating voluntarily. He displayed utmost respect toward Master Gu. Only then did Master Gu deign to let it go. He gave a cold snort, turned his head, and never once looked at Ye Chenfei and the others again. "Brother Yi, what's with you? Why are you being so deferential to this Master Gu? Even a fool can see he's a fraud." Jing Yuqing suppressed her anger, visibly annoyed as she shook off Ye Chenfei's hand. But Ye Chenfei merely gave a mysterious smile and made a funny face at Jing Yuqing. "Little missy, you just don't get it, do you? If you get kicked out, you'll miss the good show later." "Big show, Brother Yi? What kind of show? Can you cure Shang Jun's illness?" Ye Chenfei deliberately teased her, leaning close to whisper in Jing Yuqing's ear, "Little miss, go fetch me some incense first. Heaven and earth, witness my prayer. Supreme Lord Lao Jun, manifest your divine power." Soon, the second half of Master Gu's ritual commenced with great pomp. This time, his voice boomed much louder than before. Several conspicuous yellow talismans were affixed to the peachwood sword in his hand as he chanted a stream of indistinct incantations. His movements grew increasingly elaborate and chaotic. Leading his 2 disciples, he leaped and shouted before Shang Jun, occasionally bellowing at the spot where Shang Jun's illness manifested, "The Supreme Lord Lao Jun stands before you. Wandering spirits, reveal yourselves. Behold my challenge." Swish! Master Gu's peachwood swordplay was truly awful, not even remotely comparable to a third-rate martial arts actor. Worst of all, Master Gu casually scooped up the unidentified liquid that had just sprayed out and continued dousing Shang Jun's waist with several more mouthfuls. That unidentified liquid seemed like concentrated sulfuric acid. Each time it hit Shang Jun's waist, he let out an agonizing scream, as if each spray was burning away his very life. "Enough!" Just as Master Gu prepared to spray again, Ye Chenfei roared from the corner of the room. The deafening volume of his shout sent shivers down the spines of Master Gu's 2 disciples. He had intended to wait until Jing Yuqing retrieved the incense before intervening, but this Master Gu was utterly repulsive. Damn it, swindling people out of their money was bad enough, but torturing Shang Jun relentlessly? He couldn't stand by and watch. That thunderous roar completely disrupted Master Gu's exorcism ritual. Everyone from the Shang family was startled. The old steward grew frantic, urgently grabbing Ye Chenfei. "Dr. Yi, have you lost your mind? What are you doing?" Before the old steward could finish, the ancient master erupted in fury, his face hardening as he demanded of the Shang family, "Madam Shang, what is this? What exactly is this man trying to do?" Master Gu, please calm down. I interrupted your ritual for a reason," Ye Chenfei said calmly with a smile. "You have reasons? Do you even know what you're doing? My ritual has reached its most critical moment. I was about to expel those 3 wild ghosts from Shang Jun's body. You've ruined everything. What possible reason could be more important than the ritual? Master Gu gestured wildly, spittle flying from his mouth. Master Gu, what I actually need to tell you is, your ritual is flawed. You've caused a major disaster. Young doctor. What utter nonsense are you spouting? Master Gu's face instantly darkened, erupting into a furious roar that made him look like someone had stepped on his tail. Dr. Yi. Even the matriarch of the Shang family couldn't bear to watch any longer. Her face darkened as she scolded, how dare you speak to Master Gu like that? Master Gu roared even louder, caused trouble? My magic is flawed? What do you know, you little doctor? Master Gu, I actually know a little about the principles of the 5 elements magic. You just made a glaring mistake. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun isn't the one who captures ghosts. Lord Zhong Kuei is the one who captures ghosts. You called the wrong person. Master Gu's massive frame suddenly trembled, his mind going blank. Ye Chenfei didn't give him a chance to defend himself, pressing on, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun oversees harmony in the celestial realm. Ghost catching has absolutely nothing to do with him. You casually summoned the Supreme Lord Lao Jun to catch ghosts. He's furious. The consequences will be severe. Humph. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you implying that this ancient Grand Master's magic is inferior to yours, some obscure little doctor? Serious consequences? What consequences? Show me. Master Gu shouted, pointing his peachwood sword at Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei gave a sinister smile. 2 black specks appeared between his fingers, roughly the size of screws, barely noticeable in his palm. These were actually thorns from a plant called Gu Xianqiao. Soaked for half an hour in the venom of the poison extracting herb, they became the Supreme Poison King's signature hidden weapons. Whoosh! Whoosh! Without a word, Ye Chenfei flicked the 2 grass thorns, each landing between the necks of Master Gu's 2 disciples. Alright, Dr. Yi, perhaps you should step outside for now? The old steward urgently pleaded. Master Gu was now the key figure in saving Shang Jun. No one in the Shang household could afford to offend him. I'm terribly sorry, terribly sorry. Please don't complicate matters further. Ouch! Ouch! Before the old steward could finish his grumbling, one of Master Gu's young disciples suddenly cried out in pain. The other disciple immediately followed suit, writhing in discomfort. Both unconsciously performed the same action, scratching their itches. Why the sudden itchiness? The young apprentice furrowed his brow, shifting his body as he reached behind him to scratch relentlessly. The other tall apprentice reacted even more dramatically. He leaped about like a monkey, scratching his back one moment and his neck the next. His peachwood sword flew out of his hand, landing far away. His face flushed as red as a monkey's butt. Master Itch! Why did it suddenly start itching? The tall one cried out in agony. Master Gu froze for a few seconds, completely baffled. Did you two eat something? No, Master. We just had a sip of tea. Didn't you drink some too? The tall disciple scratched frantically, nearly tearing his own skin off as the itching became unbearable. In truth, this was all due to the subtle effects of grass thorns. These thorns contained pollen-like substances, and when combined with specially infused venom, they could induce an excruciatingly itchy sensation on any skin they touched. Not only the touched skin, but eventually, all the skin on the body would be affected over time. The effect lasted at least half an hour, the unbearable itching feeling like agony. The 3 disciples immediately descended into chaos, halting the exorcism ritual. The 2 apprentices scratched themselves frantically, as if they were about to scrape their skin with knives. Quick! Find some ointment for my disciples. Master Gu urgently signaled to the Shang family. It's useless. Ye Chenfei immediately blocked the Shang family. Master Gu, haven't you realized? This is the punishment from the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. It's retribution for your sacrilege. Even a fool knows Zhong Kuei hunts ghosts. Master Gu casually summoned him down, and now the Lord of the Supreme Old Lord has descended. Forget exorcising Mr. Shang's ghosts, this will only pour fuel on the fire. Everyone, don't go up there. Whoever steps in to stop it will be the one to suffer. The Shang family was indeed startled by Ye Chenfei's words. Chapter 042, The Ghost-Catching Supervisor. Punishment from the Supreme Lord Lao? Nonsense! Master Gu roared, this is the first time I've ever heard of the Supreme Lord Lao doling out punishment. Why is it that when my 2 disciples get into trouble, I face no consequences whatsoever? Master Gu had recited this incantation countless times and had never heard of any punishment. No one knew this better than him. Who said you weren't punished, Master Gu? The time just hasn't come yet. Ye Chenfei gave a sinister smile, casually pinching a small lizard from his sleeve. He tapped its head lightly twice before flicking it out with his finger. The reason for sending the 2 disciples with a blade of grass was to have them lead the charge. Against a heavyweight like Master Gu, naturally, the 4 great poison kings would be deployed. Speed was paramount. The little gecko darted onto Master Gu's shoulder with astonishing agility, striking like lightning to sink its fangs into his arm. The lizard's teeth were minuscule, no larger than grains of rice.
Its bite on human flesh was imperceptible, like being nipped by an ant, barely noticeable unless one paid close attention.
Madam Shang, where did you find this quack doctor?
Not only does he spout nonsense, but he dares curse me and my 2 disciples.
Master Gu directed all his fury at the Shang family. Master Gu, don't rush to throw me out just yet.
In front of all these people, if I'm wrong, I'll leave immediately.
But you've clearly been struck by divine retribution. Look, you can't even continue your ritual. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun won't allow you to perform any more exorcisms here. Don't believe me? Try it. Try waving that peachwood sword again? Try shaking your bell? Ye Chenfei calculated that the toad's venom should have already taken effect on Master Gu. Master Gu froze for several seconds before erupting in a series of cold laughs. Are you an idiot? Water in your brain? You can pick up the peachwood sword? So I was just making things up?
I'll immediately kowtow and apologize to you. Ye Chenfei pointed at the peachwood sword beside Master Gu.
Those were your words.
Master Gu shouted in response, crouching to pick up the peachwood sword that had fallen earlier. But as he bent over, he suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong. For some inexplicable reason, a powerful chill had already spread violently throughout his body. His chest suddenly felt tight, and his breathing grew heavy and labored. His limbs were completely immobilized, as if suddenly bound by invisible shackles.
What's happening to me? Master Gu couldn't even muster the strength to stay crouched, frozen in place. Master Gu, your arm, why has it turned black?
The old steward gasped, his eyes immediately locking onto the master's limb, now a blackened, rigid rod, the direct result of the venom spewed by the little lizard. Not long ago, Long Dahai and the others had experienced temporary poisoning after their arms came into contact with the lizard's black excrement. Now, Master Gu had been bitten directly by the lizard. Consequently, the venom took effect many times faster than it had for Long Dahai and the others, and its effects would last for at least 24 hours.
Master Gu looked down and his mouth instantly gaped wide.
Not only had his arm turned black, but the spread of the dark pigment was alarmingly rapid. It was steadily creeping outward from his arm, covering his shoulder, chest, and even his neck in a uniform blackness.
What?
Even I, Master Gu, can't explain how all this happened.
Master Gu, hurry up and kowtow to the Supreme Lord Lao Jun to apologize.
Ye Chenfei stifled a laugh and shouted the reminder, do it now while the Supreme Lord Lao Jun hasn't lost his temper yet, or else the 3 of you will be buried here in the mainland.
The Supreme Lord Lao Jun? Me? Master Gu had never witnessed such a scene before.
He was instantly terrified, and his 2 disciples were also frozen in shock, forgetting all about scratching their itches.
Thud! Thud!
Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 disciples dropped to their knees with a thud.
Supreme Lord Lao Jun, we were wrong. We shouldn't have summoned you to exorcise ghosts.
Please spare our lives for the sake of our years of devotion. The disciples knelt, pleading for mercy. There was no room for doubt about what had transpired.
Ye Chenfei's poisoning seemed utterly seamless, showing not a single flaw.
Even from his position 5 or 6 meters away from Master Gu and his disciples, the old fox himself was left utterly stunned.
Supreme Lord Lao Jun, this disciple has erred. Defeat came like a mountain collapsing. As both disciples knelt in succession, Master Gu's psychological defenses crumbled completely.
Yet his body, controlled by the poison, lacked any coordination in his limbs, let alone the strength to kneel and kowtow. Tears streamed down his face. I dare not, Master. I dare not presume to ask you to descend the mountain again. I beg the Supreme Lord Lao Jun to remember this is my first offense and grant me a chance to reform. Faced with life and death, titles like Master or Sage meant nothing. As Master Gu uttered these words, the black pigment continued to spread relentlessly across his body. Soon, nearly his entire form had turned pitch black. At first glance, his face resembled that of a miner freshly returned from a coal pit.
This scene utterly petrified everyone present.
Without exception, they believed the Supreme Lord Lao Tzu had descended to punish these rebellious disciples. Lady Shang and her entire family were too terrified to speak, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Master Gu blinked his eyelids once, likely catching sight of his own skin now as dark as an African's. He let out a muffled groan, his legs went limp, and he fainted, unconscious. A pungent, foul odor filled the space, and wisps of steam rose from Master Gu's crotch. Seeing that Master Gu and his men had been sufficiently dealt with, Ye Chenfei waved his hand to stop the 2 disciples from prostrating themselves. No need for kowtows, he declared.
The Supreme Lord Lao has spoken, return whence you came.
Should we catch you committing any more crimes or defrauding people of their money, you won't get off lightly. The 2 disciples exchanged glances, instantly feeling as if they'd been stripped naked and paraded through the streets. They wished they could crawl into a mouse hole and vanish forever.
But what about our master? Is he finished? The taller disciple asked in terror. Your master's punishment isn't over yet.
Take him back, bind him with ropes, and whip him mercilessly. His sins and impurities run too deep. Keep whipping him until the sun rises tomorrow morning, only then will the blackness on his body fade.
Ye Chenfei signaled with a meaningful glance. What? Whip him? That harsh? You know better than anyone the evil deeds your master has committed. Don't hold back. The harder you strike, the lighter his burden becomes. The more lashes, the better the effect. The Supreme Lord must see your sincere repentance. Understand? Got it, got it. The two disciples, looking utterly disheveled, helped Master Gu away. Before leaving, they scanned the room but couldn't find a whip. Instead, they grabbed a mop handle from the corner and took it with them. Master Gu's fate needs no elaboration. That night, the villa's attic echoed with his piercing screams, punctuated by the crack of blows from their guest room. The disciples proved remarkably diligent. They didn't rest the rod, persisting for a full 4 hours. By dawn, the dark pigmentation had faded from Master Gu's body, but he was barely clinging to life. His legs were broken, and it seemed unlikely he'd ever wield a peachwood sword again. After Master Gu and his men slunk away, the Shang family's attitude toward Ye Chenfei underwent a complete 180-degree turn. The old butler immediately slithered over like a chameleon. Dr. Yi. Who knew you had such skills hidden up your sleeve? Impressive. The rest of the Shang family crowded around, with Madame Shang grabbing his sleeve in desperation. Dr. Yi, I beg you. Please save Shang Jun's life. This old woman will kowtow to you. Madam, there's no need for that. Since I'm here to treat him, I'll naturally do everything in my power to save Mr. Shang's life. Ye Chenfei quickly interceded. Just then, Jing Yuqing returned with the incense, having also found an old-fashioned incense burner. Upon learning what Ye Chenfei had done, the young girl couldn't help but pout, revealing her pure white, beautiful teeth. You jerk, Yi. Why did you make me leave? I missed all the excitement. I hate it. The subsequent treatment of Shang Jun proved relatively straightforward. Ye Chenfei had Jing Yuqing light the incense, then placed it before Shang Jun, allowing the fragrant smoke billowing from the burner to envelop him. No one knew what connection this incense burner held to Shang Jun's strange illness. Brother Yi, can incense really cure Boss Shang's illness? Jing Yuqing, deeply troubled, finally couldn't contain her curiosity. She tugged at Ye Chenfei's sleeve and asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. The entire Shang family was intensely curious, but no one dared to inquire further, fearing they might disrupt Ye Chenfei's treatment. Shoo! Ye Chenfei, intently watching Shang Jun's facial expressions, made a gesture, signaling everyone to be quiet. Shang Jun had been in a semi-conscious state. As the smoke swirled around him for over 10 minutes, his face gradually showed signs of reaction. First, his eyebrows twitched, followed by a slight tremor at the corners of his mouth, as if intensely sensitive to the smoky scent. Then, everyone watched as Shang Jun's eyes fluttered open slightly, and a muffled, incoherent sound escaped his lips. I can't breathe. Just as the Shang family glimpsed a sliver of hope, Shang Jun suddenly bellowed, his eyes widening in agony. Help me. I can't hold on. I'm dying. There's something inside me. A collective gasp rippled through the room. Mrs. Shang and others instinctively moved forward to check on him. Freeze. Everyone freeze. Ye Chenfei bellowed at the critical moment, spreading his arms wide to block them. Shang Jun, you have to push through this yourself. No one can help you, it all depends on you. Why? Dr. Yi, what's going on? The old butler and others paced like ants on a hot pan. Don't ask questions. Shang Jun. Grit your teeth and hold on. That thing will be out soon. Hold on even if it kills you. Ye Chenfei gave him an encouraging look. Shang Jun's body began to tremble uncontrollably. His cheeks puffed out like they were holding something, and the wound on his waist kept wriggling, as if something truly was moving inside his abdomen. Chapter 044, 7-Star Flesh Worm. Gurgling, gurgling. Finally, Shang Jun opened his mouth and vomited violently, emptying his stomach completely. An even more intense stench spread throughout the room, enveloping it in a layer of black mist. Examining Shang Jun's vomit revealed a uniform mass of black, viscous liquid. The food he had consumed was now entirely stained black. Upon closer inspection, something within the vomit was wriggling incessantly. Ah! What on earth is that? The sharp-eyed old butler immediately recognized the moving object in the vomit. The thing was about the size of a thumb, with an overall rounded shape. It was entirely black, with 2 faintly visible antennae and eyes so small they were almost negligible. And it was still alive. Ah! The women present screamed in terror. The sight before them shattered their psychological endurance, each turning pale with fright. That's it. Ye Chenfei muttered to himself, stepping forward to grab the ancient master's bell from the wooden platform. He swung it with all his might, smashing it down onto the writhing creature. Ding-ling-ling. With the bell's crisp ring, the creature was smashed to smithereens. After expelling that massive filth, Shang Jun collapsed unconscious. The elderly matriarch of the Shang family rushed forward, disregarding her own safety, to support her son. My son. Ye Chenfei exhaled deeply. Everyone, don't worry. Shang Jun's illness is cured. He'll survive. Jing Yuqing timidly pointed at the crushed mass and asked, Brother Yi. Brother Yi. What exactly was that thing? The one that came out of Shang Jun's stomach? And it was alive? By midday, the wealthy Shang Jun slowly regained consciousness. Ye Chenfei applied a heat-clearing, toxin-eliminating Chinese herbal ointment to his injured waist. Once again, the herbal ointment produced miraculous results. The ring of rotting flesh around Shengjuan's waist rapidly changed color upon contact with the ointment. The outer layer of decaying skin gradually peeled away, and pus along with decayed flesh fell from the wound. Most significantly, Shang-Jun's mental state underwent a dramatic transformation. His previously listless cheeks flushed with color, and though still groggy, he could now engage in simple conversation with those around him. Learning that Ye Chenfei was responsible for this transformation, Shang-Jun nodded slightly, his eyes filled with gratitude. With a strained voice, he managed to utter, "Dr. Yi, thank you." Shang-Jun's 70-year-old mother, Mrs. Shang, witnessed her son's miraculous transformation. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her face. She struggled to kneel before Ye Chenfei in gratitude. "Dr. Yi, I truly don't know how to thank you. You saved my son, you saved the entire Shang family." No. Please don't do that, you're shortening my life." Ye Chenfei hurriedly supported the elderly lady, waving his hands. "I truly can't accept such praise. This is simply my duty. Mr. Shang still needs a period of quiet recuperation. Apply the herbal ointment I prescribed daily to the injured area and take some restorative tonics to replenish his blood. Within half a month, Mr. Shang will be able to get out of bed and walk again." Dr. Yi. Shang Juanshan, lying in the hospital bed, gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. "What I really want to know is, why did I get this illness? Why? Well, the reason I'm about to tell you might just shock you all again." Ye Chenfei took a deep breath. "Strictly speaking, Mr. Shang, this isn't an illness, you were poisoned." "Poisoned?" The entire room erupted in stunned murmurs once more. Utter disbelief etched itself onto nearly every face, many momentarily convinced they'd misheard. "Exactly. You all saw what Mr. Shang vomited earlier, right? It was alive. Coincidentally, I've seen this creature before. It's called the seven-star meatworm. This insect is a natural venomous creature. When newly born, it's extremely tiny, about the size of a common mosquito or fly, and primarily survives by feeding on flesh." Ye Chenfei's words instantly sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. The seven-star meatworm is an extremely rare species, found only in the Red Sea forests of Myanmar. It grows by feeding on the flesh of animals, feeding daily to sustain its growth. When first born, it's about the size of a mosquito, but after a period of feeding, it reaches the size we see now. Many people in our region have never even heard of it. While ordinary people might be unaware of its properties, to those familiar with toxins, the seven-star meatworm is far from ordinary. Its portability and stealth make it the poisoner's weapon of choice. Moreover, it burrows deep into the body's fat layers, rendering it undetectable by hospital equipment, the very reason doctors failed to identify the cause of the illness. The seven-star meatworm possesses formidable vitality and remarkable adaptability, yet it has a weakness: incense. Every household in the Red Sea forest burns incense, and the scent of this incense is the seven-star meatworm's fatal weakness. Upon smelling it, the poisonous insect becomes agitated and instinctively resists. That's why I had the girl fetch some incense. Its scent alone is enough to smoke the seven-star meatworm out. "Brother Yi, how did you know Mr. Shang was harboring this so-called seven-star meatworm?" Jing Yuqing asked, puzzled, lifting her head. "Well, that's a secret best kept hidden. Ye Chenfei certainly wouldn't reveal the secrets of the heavenly eye finger technique in public. So that's how it is." Mrs. Shang sobbed, wiping away tears. "Which bastard could have done such a vicious thing to my son? I must rescue him. I'll beat that wretched creature to death." Since Mr. Shang felt something was off after returning from dinner that day, I suspect he was poisoned during that meal, Ye Chenfei analyzed cautiously. "I know who it was. I know who poisoned me, Jean Mukin. It was Jean Mukin." Shang Jun suddenly recalled something, shouting the man's name in agitation. "Jean Mukin is my business rival. I've known his character for years. He wanted to eliminate me as competition. Once I'm dead, the entire Tianhai mining industry would be his. That night, he was unusually friendly toward me. I knew something was off from the start." "Jean Mushang?" Ye Chenfei turned to ask Jing Yuqing. "Hey, that name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before?" "Of course you know him. Jean Mushang is the father of that Jean young master, the same one you humiliated so badly just the other day." Jing Yuqing whispered in a low voice. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing emerged one after the other from the Shang family villa. Though only 6 hours had passed, it felt like an eternity. The events that unfolded during those 6 hours could easily fill a movie script. The Shang family was naturally profoundly grateful to Ye Chenfei. True to their word, they handed him a check for 1 million yuan. Ye Chenfei immediately withdrew $500,000 to transfer to Zhou Bapi, keeping the other half as working capital for the clinic. On the drive back to the clinic, Jing Yuqing was in high spirits. She turned on the car stereo and flashed a sweet smile. "Brother Yi, after eating such a big piece of meat, as your personal little secretary, do I get a reward?" "Reward? You sure caused me enough trouble this time, didn't you? Not docking your pay is already generous." Ye Chenfei chuckled mischievously as he rolled his shoulders. But Brother Ye isn't that stingy. Come on, give Brother Ye a shoulder massage. My shoulders are killing me. If you do a good job, Brother Ye will definitely show you some affection. Ye Chenfei turned around and pinched Jing Yuqing's soft, rosy cheek. Nice texture that felt satisfying. You jerk, Brother Ye. Are you even a man? All you know how to do is bully me. Don't you know how to treat a lady gently?
Jing Yuqing grumbled indignantly, then her bright eyes twinkled mischievously.
Brother Ye, look at this.
Jing Yuqing suddenly held a dark bundle in her hand, a little gecko.
Did you enjoy bullying me? Well, bullying this little lizard is pretty thrilling too. Ha! Ye Chenfei froze in surprise.
The little gecko was already quite familiar with Jing Yuqing, showing no resistance whatsoever to the girl. It remained completely still as she held it in her hand. But this action was extremely dangerous for the little lizard. Its tail was its most vulnerable part. If Jing Yuqing squeezed too hard, the tail would likely snap off, sending the lizard flying out the car window. If it landed under a tire, it would be flattened into a meat patty.
Hey! What are you doing? Let go of that little lizard. It's dangerous. It could die. Ye Chenfei shouted, waving his hands frantically. You started it by bullying me.
This is your comeuppance. Jing Yuqing retorted, pouting defiantly.
Answer me. Will you ever bully me again? No bullying. No bullying. Put the little lizard down first. Ye Chenfei shouted anxiously. No sincerity. Your voice isn't loud enough. Damn it.
I, Ye Chenfei, will never bully Jing Yuqing again.
Is there a reward? Yes. At least $200. $200? You're such a loser. $1 million in medical fees and you're offering me 200? At least 20,000.
If you don't pay, I'll throw the little lizard away.
You're one ruthless little brat. Why not just go rob someone? 5,000. At least 15,000. 10,000. 10,000 it is. He.
Jing Yuqing beamed with delight, her smile as radiant as blooming flowers.
While Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing were playfully bickering, on the other side of the city, the professional assassin butcher had already arrived in Tianhai City.
The moment he stepped off the plane, he sent a report to his strategist, arrived in Tianhai City.
We'll take Ye Chenfei's head within 3 days. Chapter 045, The Celebrity's Appointment.
The next day, turning on the television, a female reporter held a microphone and delivered a landmark news report. Hello everyone, I'm reporter Xiaowei.
I'm currently at the Xingjia Group headquarters. Regarding the condition of Xingjia Group chairman Shang Jun, there was a dramatic development yesterday.
His illness has now been effectively treated, and he is expected to make a full physical recovery in about 2 weeks. According to reliable sources, the cause of Shang Jun's illness is highly suspicious, raising concerns of intentional poisoning or murder. The police have already launched an investigation into the matter, and our station will continue to follow up on this story. Meanwhile, Xingjia Group held a press conference this afternoon, with spokesperson Su Xiaoman, Shang Jun's wife, addressing the media. Su Xiaoman appeared in a sophisticated black tailored suit, wearing subtle makeup. Her flawless oval face radiated freshness, her long hair flowing smoothly. Her graceful figure was full yet elegant, though her eyes held a hint of anger. We have now confirmed that certain individuals, driven by self-interest, attempted to kill Shang Jun. On behalf of the Xingjia Group, I declare, no matter who you are, no matter how brutal your methods, the Shang family will make you pay with blood.
Su Xiaoman's resolute stance echoed through every corner of Tianhai City.
In an office at a furniture mall, a large, obese man watched the solemn press conference via computer video. His small eyes gleamed as he stared fixedly at the screen. This man was none other than the furniture store's owner, Liu Debao. Liu Debao wasn't focused on the conference's content. His attention was solely on Su Xiaoman's stunningly beautiful, sexy appearance from start to finish. His breathing grew ragged. He clutched a ripe yellow tangerine in his hand, squeezing it so hard it oozed juice. He greedily swallowed hard. What a waste! Such a gorgeous girl ended up with that old geezer Shang Jun. That old man's equipment was long past its prime. Who knows if he could even satisfy a perfect vixen like Su Xiaoman. What a waste of a treasure. What a shame. Liu Debao closed the video. Downloaded Japanese adult movie torrents were clearly visible on his desktop. This guy was famously an expert. Any film flashed before him, and he could instantly name its leading lady, including her measurements, preferences, and entire history. Beyond theoretical knowledge, Liu Debao had put in considerable practical effort. He'd had the pleasure of playing with beauties from nearly every major entertainment venue in Tianhai City. Lately, his taste and spending habits had elevated. The girls at entertainment centers no longer caught his eye. As the balance in Liu Debao's bank account swelled, he shifted his hunting ground to the entertainment industry, focusing on pretty but low-tier starlets and unknown models. Though they cost significantly more than the women in entertainment venues, he believed you got what you paid for. Money was no object to Liu Debao, and he relished the pursuit.
Recently, Liu Debao had set his sights on a new target, Chen Yuxia, a moderately famous female singer in the entertainment industry. She was currently performing at a commercial event in Tianhai City. Chen Yuxia possessed a petite, delicate frame with curves in all the right places and flawlessly exquisite features, the kind that would make any man envious. A professional grade lecher like Liu Debao was no exception. Ever since catching a glimpse of her 2 days prior, he couldn't stop thinking about her, even haunting his dreams at night. Coincidentally, due to her limited fame, Chen Yuxia was currently seeking suitable sponsors. Her company had recently contacted Liu Debao, and he naturally wouldn't pass up this opportunity for some illicit fun. The current progress was far from promising. After Liu Debao revealed his intentions, Chen Yuxia decisively rejected the unspoken deal. But Liu Debao wasn't one to admit defeat easily. What you can't have always stirs your desires. He firmly believed there was no cat that didn't crave fish, no woman in showbiz who didn't love money. Everyone had a price, it just meant his offer hadn't been tempting enough for Chen Yuxia yet. Figuring out how to get the most satisfying experience with a female star for the least amount of money was a real skill. This thought sent a wave of heat coursing through Liu Debao's body. Combined with his earlier fantasies about Su Xiaoman, he couldn't resist dialing Chen Yuxia's number. Yuxia, this is Liu Debao from Jia Home Furnishings. Still struggling with that sponsorship deal we discussed last time? Liu Debao purred with a greedy smile. Oh, hello Mr. Liu. Chen Yuxia's voice came through the phone, soft and lingering like a gentle rain. That's exactly right. I still hope you can help us out, Mr. Liu. I'll always remember your kindness. Ha! Yuxia, you're being too formal. How could I not help you? You're my favorite singer. I'm your most loyal fan. Your song, Heaven on Earth, is my phone ringtone. Mr. Liu, you're mistaken. That was sung by Fei Wang. Mine is Heavenly Beloved, Chen Yuxia gently interrupted. Forget about heaven or hell. As long as you agree, Yuxia, I'll help you without hesitation, climbing mountains of knives or diving into seas of fire. I do it all. The price is negotiable. How about I sponsor you directly with 200,000? One-time payment. That's double the last offer. I'm confident I can win over this little beauty, Chen Yuxia. Chen Yuxia fell silent for several seconds on the other end. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, you've misjudged me. I'm not the kind of woman you imagine, and the entertainment industry isn't as pathetic as you think. I can't agree to your special request. No. Yuxia, do you have any idea how deeply I feel for you? How about this? I'll raise the price to 250,000. Plus an extra 50,000 for you. Liu Debao blurted out, his words brimming with hope. Impossible, Mr. Liu. That's final. Please don't call me again. Chen Yuxia said before decisively hanging up. Enraged, Liu Debao threw his phone across the room. You damn woman. Who the hell do you think you are? Just some nobody singer. With my money, what woman can't I have? Damn it. Liu Debao grew increasingly frustrated, pacing back and forth in his office. He hurled every curse word he could think of at Chen Yuxia, seething with resentment. A few minutes later, Liu Debao's phone buzzed with a short message alert. He picked it up and was taken aback. The text was from Chen Yuxia. Chen Yuxia, Mr. Liu, are you there? It's Yuxia. Liu Debao, you think I'm not here? You damn woman. Think you're some kind of virgin? Acting all high and mighty? Chen Yuxia, cut the crap. My final offer, 800,000. Liu Debao glanced at his phone and instantly perked up, nearly sliding off the sofa. He muttered curses under his breath. Damn woman. I thought you didn't care about money. Turns out you just thought my offer was too low. Damn it. So you're one of those who values money over people too. Liu Debao fired back. 800,000? Why not just go rob a bank? For that, I could get a third-tier actress in your entertainment industry. You're not worth that much yet, damn it. I'll give you 30 grand max, that's my absolute bottom line. Liu Debao might be loaded, but he wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what was worth what. He was a veteran in this game. He had a crystal clear picture in his mind. Chen Yuxia, 800,000 yuan. That's my final bottom line too. This is my first time. Believe it or not, you'll find out when you try. First time? Liu Debao's mind went blank, and he tumbled off the sofa. No way. A first time in showbiz? Seriously? I've played with plenty of girls, but I've never had a female star's first time. Chen Yuxia's price tag shot straight up in Liu Debao's mind. 80,000 for a female star's first time? Not expensive. Super bargain. Liu Debao, 800,000 it is. If you're not a virgin, don't blame me for turning on you. Chen Yuxia, genuine or your money back 10 times the price if it's fake. After hanging up, Liu Debao rushed to the bank to withdraw 800,000 in cash. Packing his full gear, he sped straight to a downtown budget hotel. Chen Yuxia's tender first time deeply stirred Liu Debao's restless heartstrings. His BMW accelerated to over 100 km/h, racing toward the hotel like a bullet. Liu Debao arrived at the budget hotel named 998 at breakneck speed.
Following the phone's directions, he found Chen Yuxia had already booked room 301 on the 3rd floor. He navigated the floors with practiced ease, rushing up to the 3rd floor and pounding anxiously on the door. "Who is it?" came a sweet, delicate voice from inside. "Who else could it be?" "Of course it's your Bao brother." Lu Debao replied with a smug grin. Click. The door swung open a finger's width, revealing a pair of dark, luminous eyes. It was undoubtedly Chen Yuxia inside. Lu Debao nearly burst out laughing with delight. "Hurry! Open the door! Your Bao brother can't wait any longer." "Did you bring the money? 80,000, right?" Chen Yuxia asked warily from inside. "No one following you, right?" "Of course not. Relax, Yuxia. Bao Gu is a pro. No tails following me, I promise it won't affect you. Brought you every penny of the 800k, after taxes. Hurry up, hurry up. I can barely hold back." Lu Debao pounded his fist against the hotel door, itching to rush in and kiss Chen Yuxia passionately. Chen Yuxia responded softly, cautiously opening the door and peeking out with her fair, delicate face. Bam! Without a second thought, Lu Debao burst inside, slamming the door shut behind him. "Oh my, little Yuxia. How I've missed you." Chapter 046, The Real Deal Celebrity. Chen Yuxia wrapped herself in a pure white bathrobe, her small face flushed crimson. Her striking, waterfall-like black hair flowed with an ethereal grace. Her oval face, slender arched brows framing clear, spring-like eyes, a delicate straight nose, and soft, beautifully curved lips resembled a ripe little apple waiting to be plucked. The veil of first-time mystery shrouding her body made Lu Debao's heart race wildly. "Oh my, Yuxia, you're absolutely stunning. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. A true masterpiece of this world." Lu Debao pressed closer, casually pulling out the bank card he'd prepared long ago. "Little Yuxia, this card already holds 800,000 yuan, not a penny less. You can verify it any time. I can't wait any longer. I can't wait to taste this perfectly ripe little apple." "Brother Bao, don't be so impatient. Let's chat first, cultivate some feelings." Chen Yuxia backed away step by step, her cherry red lips suddenly looking incredibly sensual. "What bonding? Bao Ge, I've been holding back for days, waiting for this very moment." Lu Debao swiftly stripped off his plaid shirt. "Brother Bao, I still have something to tell you." "Don't be so impatient just yet," Chen Yuxia cooed in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Little did she know this only fueled Lu Debao's burning desire. "Just spit it out already. Bao Ge can't hold back any longer, you little devil who eats hearts." Lu Debao's eyes gleamed with desire. His fists clenched tightly, every muscle tensed, ready to pounce. "No, Bao Ge, let me finish." Chen Yuxia pushed him back repeatedly, accidentally tripping and tumbling onto the hotel's standalone Siemens mattress. She landed in a half-reclined position, her body forming an incredibly alluring pose. "I'm coming, Yuxia. My beauty." Lu Debao roared, charging forward like a wild beast. He pounced on Chen Yuxia without a word, swiftly ripping off her white bathrobe. Rip! Chen Yuxia's white bathrobe was forcibly torn open, revealing everything beneath the skirt to Lu Debao's view. Ah! Yet at the crucial moment, Lu Debao froze, dumbfounded. Clutching the pure white bathrobe in his hands, he stood rooted to the spot, motionless. He should have been pouncing like a beast, kneading and ravaging Chen Yuxia. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in Lu Debao's head. What he saw was a flat chest and a man's equipment, a woman's face on a man's body? Lu Debao froze for a full 10 seconds, unable to recover from the shock. Chen Yuxia gave a coquettish smile, snatching the bathrobe from Lu Debao's hands and wrapping it around herself. "Brother Bao, you're too impatient. I told you not to rush things. See? Now you're scared, aren't you?" Lu Debao suddenly opened his mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. His chubby cheeks contorted with disbelief. "What the hell? What the hell is going on? Chen Yuxia, you tell me. What the hell is this? You owe me an explanation." "Give you an explanation?" Chen Yuxia suddenly stood up and delivered a vicious kick to Lu Debao's stomach. The voice speaking was unmistakably male, "Can't you tell? I'm a man. A real, genuine man." Chen Yuxia violently tore the hair off her head. A bronze-colored hand wiped across her face, revealing a handsome, delicate-featured man. This person was none other than Ye Chenfei's good friend, Zhou Bapi. At the same time, Lu Debao's stomach throbbed with pain. He looked up to see his beloved little sister Yuxia suddenly transformed into a living, breathing man. His mind couldn't process it fast enough. "You're not Chen Yuxia? How did you turn into a man?" Boom! A sudden deafening crash interrupted Lu Debao's confusion. 3 men burst out of the bathroom, Ye Chenfei leading the way, flanked by Ding Xiaobei and the bespectacled, goofy Mouse. It turned out this whole scheme had been meticulously planned by Mouse. Using his hacking skills, he had already compromised Lu Debao's phone. Over the past few days, Mouse had been monitoring Lu Debao's phone calls and text messages, naturally learning about Chen Yuxia. So the brothers exploited Lu Debao's weakness for women, setting this trap for him. The specific content of those text messages was also tailor-made for Lu Debao. Lust is a dangerous thing, and sure enough, Liu Debao fell for it easily, walking right into the trap. Xiao Bai proved the most formidable. Given a photo of Chen Yuxia, he could transform into her within an hour, a professional skill honed abroad. He could mimic any appearance with astonishing precision. Not only Liu Debao, but even Ye Chenfei, Ding Xiaobei, and Mouse were left speechless by Xiao Bai's makeup artistry. Who the hell are you people? What do you want? Liu Debao struggled to his feet, terror etched across his face. Even at this critical moment, he managed to shove his 800,000 yuan bank card into his pocket. Who are we? We're here to settle accounts with you. Ding Xiaobei stepped forward without a word, delivering another kick to Liu Debao's stomach. We're here to collect what you owe. The force of the kick sent Liu Debao crashing headfirst into the hotel wall, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Still naively believing Chen Yuxia had set him up or was trying to extort him, Liu Debao pleaded with a pained expression, Guys, don't hit me. Let's talk this out. Don't hit me. Ding Xiaobei was about to strike again when Ye Chenfei waved him off. Stepping forward, he said, Liu Debao, take a good look at me. Do you recognize me? No, I don't. Liu Debao timidly glanced up, then shook his head hastily. Sir, I've never crossed paths with you. How could I possibly recognize you? Please, have mercy. Spare my life. You should know Yi Mingliang, right? Yi Mingliang? Ha? Yi Mingliang? Upon hearing that name, Liu Debao instinctively paused for a few seconds before snapping back to reality. His head shook like a rattle as he flatly denied, I don't know him. I've never met any Yi Mingliang. It was obvious to anyone watching that Liu Debao was extremely nervous. His facial muscles remained tense, and his eyes flickered with terror. Thud. Without another word, Ding Xiaobei delivered another kick to Liu Debao's chest. You don't even blink when you lie. You don't know Yi Mingliang? You don't know him? Just as Ding Xiaobei raised his hand to deliver another blow, Liu Debao suddenly changed his tune. I know him. I know Yi Mingliang. He was a big tycoon in Tianhai City back in the day. The big boss of Yi Group. But it's only me who knows him, he doesn't know me. Shut up. Ye Chenfei's rage boiled over. He snapped, looks like I'll have to remind you myself. Liu Debao, born in Jinghang District, Tianhai City, 38 years old. 3 years ago, you worked as a driver for the Yi family, specifically, Yi Mingliang's personal driver. After the Yi family suffered a devastating disaster, you suddenly turned your fortunes around. You bought this plot of land and opened this massive furniture megastore. Ha! Liu Debao's eyebrows shot up in shock, his mouth gaping wide in terror. Who are you? How do you know all this? Ye Chenfei ignored the question, instead pulling a dagger from his waist and pressing it against Liu Debao's throat. What connection do you have to the Yi family's massacre? No connection. Absolutely none. Liu Debao blurted out before Ye Chenfei could finish. If it really had nothing to do with you, I wouldn't have come looking for you today. Ye Chenfei gestured toward the men behind him. Liu Debao, think carefully. Do these 3 brothers behind me look familiar to you? Liu Debao nervously scrutinized them again, and fragments of memories suddenly flashed through his mind. You're not Ye Chenfei's friends? I remember you. Then do you remember me? Ye Chenfei pressed the dagger closer and asked in a deep voice. No, I really don't know you, brother. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Did you guys get the wrong guy? Liu Debao's face turned as dark as liver, the glint of the dagger reflecting into his eyes. My name is Ye Chenfei, the son of Yi Fei, the Yi Mingliang, you know. The eldest son of the Yi family. Ye Chenfei ground out the words through clenched teeth, his expression icy. What? You're Yi Fei? Young Master Yi? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Young Master Yi is dead, isn't he? Liu Debao shouted, his eyes wide and dead as fish. Then let me tell you this, Yi Fei is not dead. He's alive and has returned. Ye Chenfei's face twisted into a ferocious expression. Speak. Who struck the deadly blow against the Yi family? Who destroyed the Yi family? What? Not dead? I don't know anything about the Yi family. It's none of my business. I know nothing. Cough. A sharp dagger had already carved a conspicuous gash across Liu Debao's throat, bright crimson blood trickling down his neck. Liu Debao, if you refuse to tell the truth, that cut on your neck will only grow deeper. Once the blood flows unstoppably, not even a divine being could stem your bleeding. Ye Chenfei mercilessly tightened his grip, further deepening the gash on Liu Debao's throat. Chapter 047, I'm just a small-time thug. Young Master Yi. Liu Debao still couldn't confirm that the young man before him was the young Master Yi he knew, but the blood flowing from his neck was undeniably real. He felt a cold, stinging sensation on his throat as the blood dripped uncontrollably, as if the Lord of Death was already beckoning him. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Take the knife away. I'll talk, okay? Liu Debao, a coward by nature, had completely lost his mind at the sight of blood draining from his neck. I admit I did something to betray the Yi family back then. Liu Debao trembled as he spoke.
Someone paid me a fortune to report Yi Ningliang's daily movements and schedule. I had no idea this was connected to the Yi family massacre. If I'd known it would harm them, I'd never have done it, not even if you killed me. Who was it? How much did they pay you? Spill everything you know. Ye Chenfei's dagger remained pressed against his throat as he demanded coldly. I don't know who he is. I only know he transfers money to my account every week without fail. He gave me $500,000 initially, then another $500,000 after the Yi family massacre, a total of $1 million. How could you possibly not know who that person is? Speak up. This answer did not satisfy Ye Chenfei. His anger unabated, he continued to demand. Young Master Yi, I swear, I truly don't know who that person is. Seems like we'll have to get a little rough with you before you'll spill the truth. Ding Xiaobei chimed in from the side. Brother Yi, no need to be polite with this guy. Poke a few holes in him first. We'll stop the bleeding when he finally tells the truth. Ding Xiaobei snatched the dagger from Ye Chenfei's hand, feigning a stab. But no sooner had the dagger been withdrawn than Lu Debao let out a shrill scream. I'll talk. I'll talk. I know more than just betraying the Yi family. The security captain betrayed them too. That Lu Hu. I clearly saw several suspicious figures appear. I know it wasn't just me who betrayed the Yi family. The security chief betrayed them too. That Lu Hu. That day, I clearly saw several suspicious-looking guys show up at the Yi residence. I'd never seen those people before, but Lu Hu claimed they were new security guards. The way they looked, they were definitely up to no good. They must be closely connected to the Yi family tragedy. Lu Hu must have planted them there beforehand. Lu Debao practically blurted out the information. Lu Hu. Ye Chenfei frowned and repeated the name. In Uncle Ma's files, Lu Hu was also listed among the suspects. Yes, I know Lu Hu. He now runs a fitness center in downtown Tianhai City. It's only been a few years since he started it, and he's done quite well for himself. Opening a fitness center downtown requires at least several million in investment. That Lu Hu is definitely up to something. But young Master Yi, I truly have no idea who the real killer is. The caller's voice was altered, and he always contacted me first. I have absolutely no clues about him. Now that I have money, I'm willing to make amends. Young Master Yi, I'll return that 1 million, 2 million. I'll give 2 million. Just let me off the hook. Ha! Ye Chenfei's lips curled into a cold sneer. Suddenly, he roared, 2 million? Is 2 million a lot? Can 2 million ing bring back the lives of 6 members of my Yi family? Can 2 million resurrect the dead? Can 2 million ing turn back time? From the moment I descended the mountain, I swore silently, every single person involved in the Yi family tragedy will pay the price. Ah! A flash of blood. A massive gash split Lu Debao's throat. Clutching his neck in agony, he instinctively tried to stem the gushing blood, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the blood spurted forth like a fountain. Lu Debao's death led to the discovery of a man named Lu Hu. Ye Chenfei had some recollection of this Lu Hu. He was the head of security for the Yi family, skilled in combat, diligent in his duties, and utterly loyal to his father. Yet, he too had been involved in the plot against the Yi family. Shocked, Ye Chenfei simultaneously realized he was drawing ever closer to the truth. The shadowy figure of the mastermind behind it all was beginning to take on a vague outline. Since the Shang family's press conference, Ye Chenfei's Pure Heart Clinic had gained sudden fame. Word spread that the young doctor from Taishao Street had cured Shang Jun's incurable illness, a mysterious ailment that had stumped renowned physicians both domestically and internationally, yet Ye Chenfei had effortlessly resolved it in just 6 hours. Ye Chenfei's fame soared accordingly. In recent days, patients seeking treatment had flocked to the small clinic, significantly boosting its business. With income steadily climbing, Ye Chenfei even earned a nickname, Little Miracle Doctor of Taishao. Only when night fell did the clinic finally get a chance to catch its breath. Jing Yuqing was drenched in sweat from exhaustion, having skipped dinner altogether. To reward the young girl, Ye Chenfei specially drove out to buy roast goose, roast chicken, and her favorite dish, spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Jing Yuqing, forgetting all about her image, wolfed down the food. Her hearty eating didn't diminish her pure, innocent charm. Instead, it added a touch of playful charm. Having such a cute, pretty little girl around every day was a bright spot in the clinic, a unique little scene. Brother Yi, don't think buying me some tasty treats will get me off the hook. With so many patients these past 2 days, I've been running myself ragged. My limbs are practically cramping up. Business here is almost catching up to the specialist clinics downtown. I strongly demand a pay raise, bonus, and extra allowance by month's end. You little minx, is money all you think about? Have you fallen into a money pit? Ye Chenfei rolled his eyes. Of course. We live in a materialistic society. I'm saving for my dowry. I'll work hard to have a house and a car before marriage. When I find a husband who marries into our Jing family, we'll make a grand entrance. Jing Yuqing paused her chopsticks, her eyes sparkling with the classic dreamy gaze of a little money lover. Ye Chenfei analyzed objectively, at your current earning pace, it'd take 50 years without eating or drinking for that redhead Zhou Yufei to marry into your family.
By then, you'd be 71 years old.
Damn, Yuqing. You could apply to be the world's oldest virgin. Damn it, Yi. What nonsense are you spouting?
Jing Yuqing immediately scratched her head in frustration, glaring at him with eyes that could devour him.
Can't you just give me a raise? Can't you help me fulfill my dreams sooner? Give me some shares next month or let me contribute my skills as equity. Ye Chenfei felt dizzy. What the hell? Equity participation? This was the first time he'd ever heard of a nurse participating in equity. Where did this little girl pick up such terms? Hey, Yi, what are you laughing at? Don't you think you should look out for your weak, vulnerable employees?
Business has been booming at the clinic these past few days.
Women are naturally fickle creatures.
In the blink of an eye, Jing Yuqing had transformed from a stubborn little nurse to a fierce beauty, and now she was playing the innocent little sister.
I was just messing with you. Ye Chenfei readily agreed. Forget about shares.
If you keep excelling here, I'll reward you with a brand new apartment in 2 years.
Seriously? Dead Yi brother? Damn it. Do I owe you something? Giving you a house and getting cursed for it.
As the two bantered playfully, a sharp clap echoed from the doorway. Impressive, Dr. Yi.
Your business is booming, just a few days open and you're already gifting apartments to staff? Any openings here? Could you slip me a position?
The speaker was a lean man in his 20s, veins bulging on his forehead. Golden strands of hair framed his ears, and his deep-set eyes shone with a piercing intensity. 4 burly henchmen followed behind him, each looking like a walking menace. The newcomer was none other than Huang Xiaozhang, another small-time boss from Taishao Street. A faint, inscrutable smile played at the corners of his mouth. Upon entering the small clinic, he casually pulled up a chair and sat down, his feet planted boldly on the wooden floor. His aggressive entrance immediately established his dominance.
Brother Huang! Brother Huang!
Ye Chenfei hurriedly stood to greet him.
A guest must be honored, and though he wasn't familiar with Huang Xiaozhang, courtesy demanded no neglect.
He offered a cigarette with both hands. Here, have a smoke, Brother Huang.
Huang Xiaozhang didn't take the cigarette Ye Chenfei offered.
Instead, he pulled one from his own pocket and lit it immediately.
Sorry, Dr. Yi.
Me and my boys are picky about our smokes.
We only like Zhenghua. Can't stand the cheap stuff.
Ha! Huang Xiaozhang waved the cigarette in his hand toward his henchman behind him.
Taking a deep drag, he squinted and blew a smoke ring right into Ye Chenfei's face. Phew! This brand really packs a punch. Ha! Jing Yuqing's fiery temper flared instantly. Pointing angrily at Huang Xiaozhang, she shouted, Brother Huang, are you here to pick a fight with Brother Yi? Don't you know the relationship between Brother Yi and Brother Xiaobei?
Hold on, Yuqing, Ye Chenfei waved her off. He could see right through Huang Xiaozhang. This guy was no pushover. If he dared act so brazenly, he'd surely come prepared. He definitely knew about his connection to Ding Xiaobei. Ye Chenfei had already shown the utmost courtesy. If they wanted to pick a fight, well, that was his specialty. Before Ye Chenfei could speak, Huang Xiaozhang snorted coldly. Don't try to cozy up to me. In this line of work, we've long since cut ties with everyone. I operate on one principle: stick to the rules. Brother Huang, I'm not sure where I've offended you. It must be my oversight. If I've fallen short in any way, I humbly ask for your continued guidance. The guy's words were clearly laced with barbs, and Ye Chenfei found them extremely irritating. He only held back because of Huang Xiaozhang's status. Chapter 048, Another Protection Fee. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. You've been in Taishao Street for days now. Surely you're familiar with the rules here? You must know about the management fees, right? Huang Xiaozhang rolled his eyes and shot a casual glance at Ye Chenfei. Management fee? Though the other party had stated it plainly, Ye Chenfei still felt a pang of doubt. He replied in a measured tone, Brother Huang, I am indeed aware of the management fee arrangements. I've already discussed the specifics with Brother Xiaobei and settled the payment with him long ago. Boom! Suddenly, Huang Xiaozhang's face turned stern as he kicked the corner of the red lacquered desk, sending a shrill screech echoing through the room. Dr. Yi, you think I'm a pushover? What do you mean disgusted with Ding Xiaobei? You haven't handed over a single penny to the company. Do you think Taishao Street is just some ordinary retail space? Your rent is $1,500 a month, while others pay $15,000. Do you really think such a bargain exists in this world? Huang Xiaozhang, what are you doing? Jing Yuqing stepped forward, refusing to back down. So you're here to collect management fees from us? But management fees shouldn't be collected by you, right? Our clinic's location isn't under your jurisdiction, is it? Even if we were to pay management fees, shouldn't they go to Brother Xiaobei? Several burly henchmen nearby also started yelling loudly. Little girl, how dare you talk to our boss like that? You think I won't tear your mouth off? What? You think I'm scared of you? If you've got the guts, hit me right here. Jing Yuqing's tone grew increasingly harsh, showing no fear toward the men before her. You dare lay a hand on a woman? How dare you even say that? Come on, come on. Talking to our boss like that?
Forget being a little nurse, I'd slap the Queen Mother of Heaven herself. A short-haired thug lunged forward, reaching to grab Jing Yuqing's long hair. Whoosh! Ye Chenfei swiftly reached out, blocking the short-haired man's path and shoving him several steps back with solid force. Bro, hitting women is no fun. I'll let you hit me instead. As Ye Chenfei's words fell, the short-haired man braced himself against the wall, finally steadying his body. His expression and posture were utterly disheveled. He'd seemed so imposing when berating the woman, but being shoved aside by Ye Chenfei created a stark contrast. His demeanor instantly crumbled into utter patheticness. Damn it, Ye Chenfei! You dare push me? You're asking for it! The short-haired man yelled, his fist flying toward Ye Chenfei without hesitation. Ye Chenfei remained calm, seizing the moment to thrust out with one hand. He locked the man's wrist firmly, halting his furious punch mid-air. Ye Chenfei's strength completely absorbed the brute's punch, clamping down on the short-haired man's wrist with a sharp pain. He let out a muffled cry, ouch. My hand! Brother Huang, are you guys here to test my grip strength? Ye Chenfei countered with a smile. As he spoke, the remaining henchmen closed in, each seething with rage, eager to reduce Ye Chenfei to ashes. Ye Chenfei's thick brows knitted as immense power surged through his arms. With a swift horizontal swing, he flung the short-haired man backward. The man collided head-on with the charging henchmen, sending sparks flying from their eyes. Two of them stumbled backward and collapsed instantly. Just as the fight seemed about to erupt, Huang Xiaojiang suddenly leaped from his chair. His jump was astonishingly swift. Ye Chenfei quickly sidestepped, creating distance. Just as he prepared to strike, Huang Xiaojiang's hand materialized a gleaming black pistol, its menacing barrel now pointed directly at Ye Chenfei's forehead, its speed equally breathtaking. Ye Chenfei exhaled sharply, Brother Huang, is this your ultimate goal? Practicing your marksmanship in my clinic? You're quite the fighter, Ye Chenfei. No wonder Ding Xiaobei fawns over you, you've got some real skills. But today might be your unlucky day. Huang Xiaojiang said, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Brother Yi, watch out. Jing Yuqing shouted the moment she saw it, but it was already too late. The gunshot echoed through everyone's ears. Bang! The deafening crack echoed in everyone's ears, yet Ye Chenfei stood perfectly intact directly in front of Huang Xiaojiang. The bullet had missed. Nice shot! Ye Chenfei turned to see the bullet had struck a large acupoint chart behind him, hitting the exact spot on the chart's human figure, the Zhengmen acupoint between the eyebrows, dead center, not an inch off. It was clear Huang Xiaojiang had deliberately aimed wide. His true target was the acupoint chart hanging on the wall. Ye Chenfei, you think you're such a tough fighter? So what? I don't care what weird tricks you have up your sleeve, or what martial arts techniques you know, can you outrun my bullets? Speed is the only unbreakable truth. In the face of bullets, all your martial arts are ing bull. Huang Xiaojiang's gun barrel remained firmly aimed at Ye Chenfei, his tone undeniably aggressive. The black muzzle continued to emit wisps of smoke, and the pungent smell of gunpowder filled the clinic. Huang Xiaojiang radiated dominance, his gun firmly in control of the situation. Huang Xiaojiang, what the hell do you think you're doing? You actually dared to shoot at Brother Yi? It's just management fees. Was it really necessary to point a gun at him? After the shot rang out, Jing Yuqing was the first to react. She rushed frantically to Ye Chenfei's side, nervously checking his condition. Don't worry, kid. Brother Huang was just playing a joke on us. Ye Chenfei reassured her calmly, not even flinching when the shot rang out. Brother Huang knows his limits. That shot was deliberately aimed wide. Realizing Ye Chenfei had seen through his intent, Huang Xiaojiang finally holstered his pistol and sat back down. Ye Chenfei, there's something I need to make crystal clear to you. No matter who's backing you, no matter how powerful your connections, if you want to survive on Taishao Street, you have to play by its rules. If you won't take the meat, I won't hold back. This street runs on skill, everyone's got their trump card. Huang Xiaojiang glanced up at the human anatomy chart already riddled with bullet holes, apparently his prized capital. If you want to make a name for yourself here, first gauge your own capabilities. Save yourself the embarrassment of ending up as a bullet target. Huang Xiaojiang, you brought a whole crew here to cause trouble at our clinic and you still have the nerve to talk about trump cards? If you've got the guts, wait for Brother Xiaobei to return. Then we'll settle this face to face. Jing Yuqing yanked fiercely at Ye Chenfei's arm, instinctively trying to shield him. Ye Chenfei braced both hands against Jing Yuqing, pulling her behind him. This girl's temper was notoriously fiery. He feared Huang Xiaojiang might lose his cool and shoot her. But Ye Chenfei also saw through Huang Xiaojiang's true purpose. They weren't here to collect management fees or teach him a lesson. Their entire operation had only one target, Ding Xiaobei. The earlier outburst was clearly directed at Ding Xiaobei. The implication was clear, my aim is dead on. No matter how skilled you are, Ding Xiaobei, you're still just a bullet-catching piece of trash. Huang Xiaojiang was clearly using Ye Chenfei as a messenger, leveraging his situation to intimidate Ding Xiaobei. Brother Huang, I get your point, Ye Chenfei chuckled bitterly, flashing his handsome, pearly white teeth. He didn't look like a defeated man at all. Dr. Yi is quite clever. I enjoy dealing with intelligent people. Of course, I'm not unreasonable. My survival rules apply only to outsiders. With my own brothers, it's different. Dr. Yi, we could still become friends. It depends on how much you grasp the principles. When there's plenty of meat in the pot, a few more mouths to feed won't hurt. Huang Xiaojiang spoke with deep meaning, his other hand casually resting on the gun holster at his waist. Clang! Just then, the door to the Pure Heart Clinic was kicked open. A group of people burst into the small clinic. Freeze! We're the police! Hands up! A gruff voice boomed, echoing in everyone's ears. Four men in police uniforms instantly spread out around the clinic, each gun pointed squarely at everyone inside. Ha! Ye Chenfei spotted a familiar face, Tang Yifei, the woman he'd briefly encountered in the special observation room. Tang Yifei stood tall and slender, her almond-shaped eyes wide and fierce. Her skin, though not fair, glowed with a healthy, light tan, pure and luminous like ivory. A sharp, murderous intent radiated from her gaze as the muzzle of her pistol locked onto Ye Chenfei. What are you staring at? Get your hands up right now. You want me to shoot? Ye Chenfei finally relaxed with a wry smile and raised his hands. Yes, Officer Tang. Why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? I could have bought more groceries. Shut your mouth. Tang Yifei's blood boiled at Ye Chenfei's smug expression. Images of her humiliation flashed through her mind. Bastard, you think I won't execute you right here and now? The police quickly subdued the group inside the room. Tang Yifei scanned the area, finally fixing her gaze on Ye Chenfei. While patrolling nearby, we heard gunshots coming from here. Who can tell me what just happened? You actually used a gun, you've got some nerve. Officer, you must have the wrong place. We didn't hear anything. The short-haired man who'd been beaten spoke up first. Yeah, I didn't hear anything either. The other henchmen chimed in unison. Officer, you must be mistaken. Huang Xiaojiang raised his hands and explained, looking up, we just came to chat with Dr. Yi. We hadn't even exchanged 2 words before you burst in. I did accidentally let one rip earlier, maybe that's what you heard? Fart? How could your fart be heard for miles around? An older-looking officer immediately cut him off. Chapter 050, Mind-Blowing. Ever since entering the clinic, Tang Yifei's piercingly bright eyes had been fixed on Ye Chenfei. Perhaps his behavior toward her at the police station last time had left an indelible impression, for she now scrutinized him as if he were her sworn enemy. Officer Tang, don't look at me like that. I didn't fire the gun, Ye Chenfei hastily waved his hands in explanation. I'm just a small-time doctor. I've barely even seen a real gun. In truth, Huang Xiaojiang had hidden the gun the moment the police burst in. The cunning bastard, pressed for time, had slipped it into one of his henchmen's clothing. Even if caught by the police, he'd have a chance to shift the blame. That subordinate was a veritable mountain of a man, clad in a black t-shirt and baggy boxer shorts. The gun was likely stashed inside those loose-fitting shorts. Fine. Since no one's talking, we'll take them all in for questioning. Old Wang. Handcuff them all, including Ye Chenfei and his little nurse. Not a single one gets off. Tang Yifei stood with her hands on her hips, pointing at everyone in the room as she barked the order. Hold on, Officer Tang. I know who fired the gun. Jing Yuqing suddenly raised her head and spoke up. They came to our clinic causing trouble. This has nothing to do with us. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Watch your mouth, loose lips sink ships. Huang Xiaojiang, seeing his cover about to blow, threatened Jing Yuqing. Or don't blame me, Huang Xiaojiang, for turning on you. Tang Yifei turned and glared at Huang Xiaojiang. I think the one who should shut up is you. How arrogant. You dare threaten people right in front of the police? Do you think we don't exist? Huang Xiaojiang snorted coldly, but his eyes darted guiltily toward Jing Yuqing. His gaze was sharp enough to slice through her, as if the slightest word from her would send a dagger straight through her heart. Hey, Yuqing, don't blurt things out. This isn't something you should be saying. If anyone speaks, it should be me, her man. Ye Chenfei lifted his head and flashed a lecherous grin at Tang Yifei. Ye Chenfei, who's joking around with you? At least you're a man, just tell us who fired the gun. Tang Yifei snapped irritably. Officer Tang, you know we run a business. We believe in harmony brings prosperity. We can't just offend customers when they walk through our door. If we cross the boss, we won't be able to survive on Taishao Street anymore. You have to consider our situation too. You can't survive? Tang Yifei shot back, cutting through his act. Stop playing dumb. Are you going to talk or not? If not, you're all coming with me to the station. She'd seen Ye Chenfei's capabilities firsthand. The combined strength of everyone in this room wouldn't stand a chance against him. Officer Tang, how about this? We're just ordinary folks. We can't afford to offend anyone important. Why not just let the shooter step forward himself? That way, we all avoid a tough spot. Ye Chenfei maintained his bright, lecherous grin. Step forward? Tang Yifei, are you messing with us? Look at these people around us. Do they look like the type who'd voluntarily step forward? Tang Yifei felt a wave of frustration wash over her, like she was being toyed with. If her colleagues weren't present, her fiery temper would have already sent her charging at Ye Chenfei to beat him senseless. Officer Tang, I'm not joking. I believe the brothers here are all responsible people. I'm sure he'll step forward voluntarily. Ha! Huang Xiaojiang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ye Chenfei, have you lost your mind? You're even flirting with the beautiful police officer? No one here fired a shot. You could wait until tomorrow and no one would step forward. Fine then, brother Huang, let's make a bet. Within 1 minute, I believe someone will voluntarily step forward and confess. If I lose, I'll permanently leave Taishao Street. If I win, haha. Ye Chenfei gave a deliberately mysterious chuckle. I want to hear you call me brother Yi. You two are betting? Shut it. Tang Yifei snapped at Ye Chenfei. I'm giving you 1 minute. If you actually get that person to come forward, fine. But if you try to pull a fast one on me, you're done for today. She couldn't explain why, but Tang Yifei had a premonition. Subconsciously, she felt a subtle trust in Ye Chenfei, convinced he'd pull something off within that minute. Ye Chenfei grinned broadly. Alright then, starting now, everyone count down silently in their heads for 1 minute. Keep it quiet. As for whether that person shows up, well, that depends on my luck. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaojiang made a secret gesture of contempt, his face dripping with disdain. In truth, this was merely a game for Ye Chenfei. It wasn't about avoiding offending Huang Xiaojiang, but about demonstrating his own capabilities. Being skilled with a gun didn't mean one could ignore everything else. He was going to turn the tables on him. Minutes earlier, Ye Chenfei had noticed a subtle detail. After firing his shot, Huang Xiaojiang, unable to react in time, had stuffed the gun into the crotch of a large, fat man standing behind him. Little did he realize he'd forgotten to disengage the safety. That meant the pistol's safety was now in a semi-locked state. It could misfire at any moment. The fat man had no idea he'd stuffed more than just a gun into his underwear. It might as well have been a ticking time bomb. Time ticked by. Just as everyone was puzzled, a slender silver needle suddenly appeared at Ye Chenfei's fingertip, the kind used in traditional Chinese acupuncture. Whoosh! The slender silver needle shot silently from Ye Chenfei's hand, flying straight toward the fat man's knee, specifically, the Zhonghai acupoint. As everyone knows, the knee joint is one of the most sensitive acupoints on the human body. A slight tap on this point can trigger a reflexive jerking motion, controlling the knee's flexibility. The purpose of attacking the Zhonghai point with a silver needle was crystal clear. Using this technique on the fat man was nothing short of a stroke of genius. Ouch! The moment the Zhonghai point was struck, the fat man let out a loud cry and suddenly hopped twice in place like a frog. Bang! Unbeknownst to the fat man, his leap accidentally triggered the pistol's sensitive mechanism. A deafening gunshot echoed as the weapon detonated right inside his baggy pants, instantly erupting in a flash of blinding light. Holy crap! That's the perfect way to describe it. What the hell? My gun just blew apart. The fat guy yelled in panic, frantically pulling down his baggy pants to investigate. The sleek, black pistol tumbled out from beneath his loose-fitting shorts. In less than a minute, the gun was right before Tang Yifei's eyes. Ye Chenfei's smile looked especially dashing and eye-catching at that moment. The outcome was obvious. Huang Xiaojiang and his crew were all invited by Tang Yifei to the police station for a chat. The fat guy naturally became the tragic scapegoat. Luckily, the gun had only misfired once inside his shorts, merely scraping some skin on his inner thigh. Had the bullet been slightly off target, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Before leaving, Huang Xiaojiang seethed with pent-up rage. Ye Chenfei, you just wait. You got lucky this time, but I swear every last one of you will die a miserable death. I swear it. Huang Xiaojiang, I'll be waiting for you when you get out. Shouldn't you be calling me brother Yi now? Ye Chenfei stared back fearlessly, then tossed him a contemptuous gesture. That very night, rumors spread that Huang Xiaojiang had been bailed out, while the unlucky fat guy took the fall. The minor incident concluded thus, but the rivalry between Ding Xiaobei and Huang Xiaojiang had ignited the fuse. As the final day drew nearer, the thick tension between them hung like gunpowder ready to explode. It wasn't until closing time at the clinic that Ding Xiaobei finally appeared before his brothers, clutching an exquisitely crafted box. He was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, and looked utterly spent, like a sack of potatoes. Ye Chenfei dispatched Xiaobai to drive Jing Yuqing home. Xiaobai had been pouring effort into courting Jing Yuqing these past days, so he might as well play matchmaker and let the two cultivate their feelings. Learning that Huang Xiaojiang had caused a scene at the clinic today, Ding Xiaobei flew into a rage. He slammed his fist on the table. Damn it! That bastard Huang actually came to my turf demanding protection money. He clearly doesn't give a damn about me. And he even dared to target brother Yi. I'm going to settle this with him right now. Ding Xiaobei dropped his suitcase and reached for his phone to call for backup. Ye Chenfei rushed forward to restrain him. Xiaobei, going after him now would be walking straight into his trap. Don't underestimate brother Huang. Just because he's young he's no pushover. His scheming is every bit as sharp as yours. Going after him now is suicide. Sit down. But I refuse to let that bastard Huang ride my head in on me. If I catch that son of a, I'll kill him with my own hands. Ding Xiaobei's veins bulged, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Xiaobei, I'm not trying to discourage you, but that bastard Huang showed off his skills right in front of me earlier. His marksmanship is supernatural, precise beyond belief. And while tonight's speech seemed directed at me, the sharp point of his spear was actually aimed squarely at you, leaving you fully aware yet unable to find any flaw. That big dog is cunning as hell. You're no match for him. Ye Chenfei said meaningfully. Brother Yi, you're underestimating me. I've been in this game far longer than him. A single wave of my hand summons a wave of brothers who'd die for me. I could take him down in minutes. Ding Xiaobei clearly felt deflated, shouting in extreme reluctance. Chapter 051, A Lavish Birthday Gift. Alright, Ding Xiaobei, stop acting like this. Lao Shu held his phone and said, Brother Yi is here, what are you afraid of? With Brother Yi around, that yellow big dog will only get what's coming to him. We'll all listen to Brother Yi. Alright, Brother Yi, I'll follow your lead. Ding Xiaobei suddenly remembered something and picked up the exquisitely packaged box in front of him. Brother Yi, take a look at this. As the box opened, a dazzling pearlescent glow illuminated their faces. Inside the exquisitely packaged box lay several pieces of pure, exquisite jade, a jade bracelet, a jade pendant, a jade heartlock, and a string of sandalwood and Nanmu Buddhist prayer beads. The pieces were pure and elegant, crafted from top-quality materials with exquisite carvings clearly worth a fortune. Whoa, Xiaobei. Where did you get this jade set? It's top-notch stuff, at least 500,000 yuan worth. Mouse Eye's eyes lit up like a thief's, completely ignoring his phone. Where did you get it? Bought it, of course. Cost me a whopping 680,000 yuan, most of it borrowed from Brother Yi. Just picked it up from the antique market tonight. Ding Xiaobei's face showed not a trace of excitement. Ye Chenfei frowned. Xiaobei? You've taken up collecting? Borrowing money just to indulge in this? Sigh, don't even get me started. It's all for Brother De Fei. His mom's turning 60 tomorrow night. These things are for the old lady. She's crazy about jade, so we underlings have to go to great lengths to prepare something special for her. 68,000, it really stings my wallet too. Lao Shu looked puzzled, but you didn't have to buy such high-end stuff. Gifts are about the thought, not the price tag. This is practically cutting into your own flesh. You think I want to? I'm about to be nominated as the boss of Taishao Street. At this crucial moment, I have to make a good impression. Winning over the old lady means winning over Big Brother De Fei. That'll help me in the competition later. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the bait. Ye Chenfei agreed, you're absolutely right. If you keep the old lady happy, even if Big Fei wants to kick you out, he'll need her approval first. It pays to keep her pleased. Tomorrow night, you guys should come with me. I'm feeling a bit uneasy. You're the expert at charming women, Yi brother. Help me make a strong first impression. Ye Chenfei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Hey! Stop talking nonsense, kid. I might be good at charming beauties, but when it comes to sweet-talking old ladies, Xiaobai is the real expert. Just as he spoke, Xiaobai arrived, kicking open the clinic door with his head hanging low. Looking utterly dejected, he plopped down and gulped down a mouthful of water without a second thought. What's up, Xiaobai? Got dumped by a girl? Ye Chenfei asked suspiciously. Judging by his demeanor, he was most likely dumped by a woman. Ding Xiaobei analyzed with disdain. Back in school, when he got rejected after confessing to a girl, he looked exactly like this. Xiaobai, you didn't confess to the girl that quickly, did you? Don't even mention it, Brother Yi. I'm covered in wounds. Xiaobai said, utterly dejected, his face tear-stained. Serves you right, you so-called expert on women's psychology. Who told you to confess so soon? You've only known her a few days. Did you think she was some easy girl? Love takes time to grow, it's about slow and steady, building feelings over time. Bro Yi, I know all that, but I got rejected by Yuqing before I even confessed today. Damn it! Xiaobai ranted in frustration. I just dropped her off downstairs. Before getting out of the car, she told me not to drive her home anymore. She said she already has someone she likes. Xiaobai shot Ye Chenfei a hurt look. Bro Yi, are you deliberately trying to make fun of me? Would Brother Yi ever do that? He even lent you his car to drive the girl home. Jing Yuqing said she likes you. Ye Chenfei choked on his drink, nearly spitting it out. Likes me? Are you kidding me? How could it be a mistake? Jing Yuqing repeated it twice. My heart feels like it's been stabbed 1,000 times. When Xiaobai touched on his sore spot, the guy became even more heartbroken and utterly devastated. Ye Chenfei broke out in a cold sweat. The girl actually said she liked me? What do I do? Is this an indirect confession? But I already have someone I like. Ye Chenfei muttered to himself, his mind automatically conjuring the perfect goddess image of Su Chunmei. Ever since school, he'd set his sights on her. He was determined to win Su Chunmei over when he grew up. Ring ring. A phone call interrupted Ye Chenfei's daydream. He glanced at the screen and was surprised to see it was Qin Zimo calling, another stunning beauty. His romantic luck had been on fire these past few days. Dr. Yi? This is Qin Zimo. Her soft voice came through the phone. Zimo? Ye Chenfei was momentarily speechless, unsure how to address her. Sorry, Dr. Yi. Calling you so late, did I disturb your rest? No, I'm still hanging out at the clinic. Not disturbing you at all, hee hee. Could you come out? I'd like to grab a late-night snack with you, Qin Zimo stammered. Late-night snack? Qin Zimo was a special woman, beautiful in a way that was impossible to forget. This sudden invitation to grab a bite left Ye Chenfei flattered and overwhelmed, finding no reason to refuse. Alright, if you're busy, I'll hang up then. Qin Zimo's voice carried a hint of disappointment. I do have time. Really? That's great. I'll wait for you at the late-night snack shop at the top of Taishao Street. After hanging up, Ye Chenfei was filled with questions. He didn't dare tell his buddies he was going out for a late-night snack with a beauty, mainly because he feared Zhou Bapi couldn't handle the psychological pressure. When it came to chasing girls, it was best to handle things personally. When he arrived at the night market stall, Qin Zimo had already ordered and was waiting. 2 steaming bowls of hot and sour soup, several golden brown grilled chicken wings, squid, and a dozen beers, simple yet enticing, the aroma tantalizing his taste buds. Equally captivating to Ye Chenfei was Qin Zimo's outfit that evening. Qin Zimo looked stunning in a lace blouse paired with a form-fitting purple mini dress, her feet in a pair of light yellow, well-made casual shoes, simple yet undeniably stylish. Her crystal-clear eyes were especially captivating. Resting her jade-like hand on her cheek, she radiated a unique, ethereal charm. At the midnight snack stall, customers came and went in a steady stream. And every male creature present couldn't help but steal a glance or two. Even the chef behind the stove, juggling his ladle, couldn't resist glancing up at her. Dr. Yi, you're here. Qin Zimo's lips curved into a faint smile, though a fleeting shadow of sadness flickered in her eyes. Zimo, I'm off duty now. No need to call me Dr. Yi, just use my name. By the way, you guys finished work pretty early today, huh? Ye Chenfei felt flattered yet slightly overwhelmed, sensing the envious, jealous stares from several men nearby. If those glances could pierce through, Ye Chenfei would likely have been riddled with holes by now. Okay. Qin Zimo gave a shy smile, his demeanor strangely pensive. I don't work at Huamei anymore. After tonight, I won't be coming to Huamei Hotel again. Ye Chenfei took a sip of the hot and sour soup. Hearing Qin Zimo say she wasn't working there anymore, the pungent, spicy flavor suddenly hit his throat, causing him to choke on the thick broth. He awkwardly pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth. Zimo, you're leaving Huamei Hotel? Moving to another hotel? Did Mr. Hua treat you badly? From his part-time stint at Huamei, Ye Chenfei knew Mr. Hua held Qin Zimo in high regard. She was the hotel's living advertisement, its crown jewel. If she left, it would be an immeasurable loss for the entire establishment. What? Dr. Yi? Do you want me to stay at the hotel forever as this hostess princess? Qin Zimo paused her chopsticks, her bright eyes flashing with confusion. Oh, no, I certainly didn't mean that. Realizing Qin Zimo's mood had shifted, Ye Chenfei hastily waved his hands to explain. I was just a bit surprised. I think your position at Huamei Hotel is incredibly important. I can't imagine how Mr. Hua could let you go so easily. A wealthy and powerful man had been pursuing me for a long time. Just yesterday, I accepted his advances and agreed to be his girlfriend. He can provide me with ample money and a stable life. I don't think I'll ever step foot in this industry again. This line of work is hardly fit for human beings. That's wonderful. Honestly, this circle has incredibly complex backgrounds. Every day you're exposed to all sorts of people with questionable morals. Navigating that world is incredibly stressful. Being able to break free is a huge relief. Let's celebrate your newfound freedom and the support you found. To your freedom. Ye Chenfei said warmly, raising his beer glass. It definitely deserves a proper celebration. Qin Zimo gave a wry smile, suddenly grabbing a bottle of beer and chugging several gulps. She drank ferociously, emptying more than half the bottle in one go. For a girl to guzzle ice-cold beer like that was downright reckless. Ye Chenfei rushed over to stop her, gripping her slender wrist. Zimo, don't drink like that. It'll ruin your health. After snatching the beer bottle back from Qin Zimo, Ye Chenfei finally noticed the crystal-clear tears glistening on Qin Yuma's delicate cheeks. Her head hung low, tears welling rapidly in her red, puffy eyes. The faint blush on her cheeks faded, leaving her looking like a wronged child, her grievances unspoken. Zimo, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Ye Chenfei pulled out a tissue and handed it to her, asking with concern. Qin Zimo quickly stifled her sobs, wiping the tears from her eyelids. Nothing, no one's bullying me. I just suddenly felt a bit melancholy. The scene triggered some emotions. Finding a boyfriend and escaping this complicated circle should have made anyone happy and relieved, yet none of those emotions could be found on Qin Zimo's face. Instead, there was an inexpressible sense of loss and distress. Ye Chenfei sensed something was definitely amiss.
The hum of heavy motorcycle engines roared to life outside the late-night snack shop as over a dozen powerful bikes pulled up in front of the stalls.
Chapter 052, The Late Night God. It was a biker gang. Over a dozen guys wore identical helmets, leather jackets, and boots.
Some even had long-haired beauties in bikinis clinging to the back of their bikes.
The bikes were imported models, Yamaha engines, Honda transmissions, every component gleaming.
The deafening roar of the engines pounded their ears, creating an imposing, majestic presence. The leader removed his helmet, revealing a greasy bald head. A prominent knife scar marred his distorted features, his eyes blazing with intensity, clearly no saint. He had a provocatively dressed woman draped over his arm, who was flirtatiously nestled against his muscular shoulder.
"Owner, bring us some food.
We're heading to the competition soon, need to fuel up." The bald man waved his large hand, pulling several hundred yuan bills from his pocket and slapping them down in front of the young owner.
"Yes, lobster brother. Got it. Just give the guys a minute, food's coming right up." The young owner's demeanor instantly turned cautious as he answered humbly.
The food stall's tent was already cramped, and with over a dozen bikers crammed inside, it instantly became crowded.
Ye Chenfei and Qin Zimo found themselves surrounded by various bikers.
Most of these bikers were under Big Lobster's command, nothing more than a bunch of shady punks.
As soon as they entered, their eyes naturally lingered on Qin Zimo a few extra times. Someone immediately recognized Qin Zimo. Isn't that the top courtesan from the Huamei Hotel? What a coincidence, she's having a late-night snack here too. Lobster brother, haven't you been bragging about heading to Taishao Street to have some fun with a courtesan? This is the very flower of Taishao Street you've been dreaming of. The lobster man's gaze instantly locked onto Qin Zimo. His eyes seemed to have hooks, staring so intently he couldn't tear them away. He grinned, letting out a lecherous compliment. Damn, she really is a beauty. The cream of the crop. Ye Chenfei was about to explode at this, but Qin Zimo suddenly clamped down on his hand, shaking her head warily. Big Lobster is a big shot on Red Sun Street. We can't afford to cross him. He's got numbers on his side. Tianhai City boasted two bustling thoroughfares, Taishao Street and Hongri Street. Both commercial districts operated on similar principles. Famous bar districts controlled by two formidable bosses, Taishao Street's Big Fei and Hongri Street's Longyan. Mention either name, and they were household names.
And Big Lobster was Longyan's top enforcer. Currently Longyan's right-hand man, he was arrogant, ruthless, and brutal.
Longyan's empire was built on his fists.
Rumor has it Longyan bought him straight from a boxing match. Within the underworld, the mere mention of Big Lobster sends shivers down spines. He's a tiger with a mouth full of fangs.
Longyan is also a professional street racer, having personally assembled this motorcycle crew.
Every bike and rider was meticulously hand-picked by him. Though only a dozen or so members, the entire operation cost over 1 million yuan to equip. Longyan's goal is to turn them into the top motorcycle gang in Tianhai City, loyal to serve him. Qin Zimo, being somewhat familiar with the underworld, knew full well who Big Lobster was. Offending him now would be suicide with his vast numbers and formidable strength. Challenging him would be courting death.
Qin Zimo gripped Ye Chenfei's arms tightly, fearing he might lose control and do something reckless. Outnumbered in facing Lobster's ruthless style, trouble was practically guaranteed. Dr. Yi, don't be impulsive. Let's just leave. Qin Zimo urged, rising to pull Ye Chenfei away. Halt! Don't move!
The biker gang clearly saw through Qin Zimo's intent.
A long-haired guy flicked his head and pointed at Qin Zimo, bellowing, "Big shot? You're putting on airs, aren't you? Seeing Lobster brother and you want to leave? That's clearly not giving Lobster brother any face. Try it," one of them sneered.
"If you two walk out of this tent alive tonight, I'll follow you guys from now on."
Ye Chenfei had been seething with frustration.
Coming out for a late-night snack with a beauty should have been a cool move, but this sudden intrusion by the gang made him feel utterly humiliated.
This wasn't anyone's turf. Did eating a late-night snack mean having your freedom restricted?
In Ye Chenfei's dictionary, no matter the situation, he would never let the woman behind him suffer injustice. Whether it was 3 years ago or today, 3 years later, mess with my woman, and I'll break your 3 legs.
Hey! Big Flower Queen, where'd you find this punk? Looks like he's got some nerve. Looking for a beating, huh?
The long-haired thug immediately stood up from his seat, gripping a beer bottle in his hand. As the fight seemed about to erupt, Qin Zimo hurriedly stood up, desperately trying to defuse the situation. "Sorry, guys, we never meant to disrespect Lobster brother. My friend spoke too harshly.
Please give him a chance."
The long-haired thug wouldn't let it go, insisting on teaching Ye Chenfei a lesson. The bald lobster guy behind him gave a signal. "Hey, long hair, since the lady's spoken up, do us a favor and don't bother with these punks. We've got real business to attend to later." Qin Zimo finally exhaled deeply, shaking her head and giving Ye Chenfei a knowing look. She forcefully stuffed a chicken drumstick into his mouth, and the two settled back down. True to his name, Lobster Guy ordered 5 huge platters of 13 spice lobster for the dozen-plus people. The group gorged themselves on the lobster and ice-cold beer, the air thick with the aroma of braised 13 spice lobster.
Throughout the feast, Lobster Guy sat directly across from Qin Zimo, his gaze constantly fixated on her purple dress. The crayfish and grilled meats could no longer quench his craving. The true delicacy beneath Qin Zimo's sexy dress was what he desired most. The biker gang chatted openly without restraint. The long-haired kid leaned in and bellowed, "Lobster Guy, I wasn't wrong, was I? This flower queen is hot, right?" "Damn right." Lobster Guy nodded his shiny bald head, his scarred face gleaming with oil. Her face, figure, and chest all perfect golden proportions. Ha! Word is the courtesan never does outcalls. At most, she'll accompany you for drinks or singing. Even the owner of the Huamei Hotel can't get her. Barely anyone in the whole of Tianhai City has been with her. Really? Lobster Brother perked up instantly, his eyes blazing with greed. The conspicuous scar on his face twitched nervously, mirroring his restless, pent-up desire. So this little tender meat would be a real treat to savor, huh? Qin Zimo instantly felt utterly embarrassed. A crimson flush crept up her earlobes, her delicate skin radiating discomfort. Now that she was away from the Huamei Hotel, the protective shield around her vanished. Faced with Lobster Brother and his crew's lewd teasing, she had no choice but to sit there awkwardly, her ears filled with filthy remarks. Such humiliation made her feel utterly miserable. Damn it! Ye Chenfei sat with his back to the biker gang, his roasted chicken leg tasting utterly bland. In this environment, how could anyone possibly enjoy eating? Ye Chenfei now wished he could devour Lobster Brother's dog meat. But Qin Zimo clutched his hands tightly, her flushed cheeks flashing him desperate signals. It was clear Qin Zimo desperately wanted to avoid trouble. All they could do now was endure. Hopefully, once the bikers finished their late-night snack, everything would blow over. Yet their mutual restraint only emboldened Lobster Brother and his crew. The long-haired thug grinned and taunted, "Qin Zimo, our Lobster Brother's got his eye on you. How about it? Fancy being our Lobster Brother's chief's wife?" Ha! Big Lobster didn't intervene, letting his men run wild with their words while joining in the raucous laughter himself. Silence means consent, right? Let me tell you, our Lobster Brother is a first-rate stud. 10 women in one night, never losing his iron-hard erection. Join us, and you'll live in luxury and he'll satisfy you in every way. The long-haired guy grew more animated, his hands gesturing lewdly. Qin Zimo's face sank lower, her breath coming in nervous gasps. She dared not respond, silently praying for this agonizing moment to end. Big Lobster, overcome with excitement, shamelessly declared, "Zimo, your silence means you agree, right? Then I won't hold back. How about I take you for a wild ride tonight?" Whoosh! As Big Lobster finished speaking, Ye Chenfei suddenly sprang to his feet, a beer bottle gripped firmly in his hand. Qin Zimo panicked instantly. In a moment of distraction, Ye Chenfei had wriggled free from her grasp, nearly making her scream. "Ye Chenfei, what are you doing? Sit down." The lobster and his crew also jumped in surprise. The entire group instantly grew wary. The lobster clenched his fists, ready to fight at any moment. "Kid, you wanna fight?" Perfect timing. Chang Mao also leapt to his feet, his voice thick with excitement. "We've been itching for a sparring partner." Suddenly, Ye Chenfei smiled faintly, raised his beer bottle, and stepped forward. "Gentlemen, there's been a misunderstanding. I'm here to apologize to Lobster Brother. Earlier, I failed to recognize a mountain when I saw it and spoke without restraint. I offer this apology and toast to Lobster Brother as my sincere gesture of remorse." Ye Chenfei popped the cap off his beer bottle, raised it high before Lobster Brother, and pleaded, "Please, Lobster Brother, accept my apology for the sake of my youth. I swear it won't happen again. From now on, I'll follow Lobster Brother." "Ha! You're a smart kid. Finally learned to butter us Lobster Brother up." Longhair burst into a series of loud laughs, then turned to Big Lobster. "Lobster Brother, didn't expect this guy to be so quick on his feet." The lobster nodded with a smile. "All right. I'm in a good mood today. For Big Flower Queen's sake, I'll take you on as my subordinate." "Ha! Thanks, Lobster Brother. Thanks, Lobster Brother." Ye Chenfei beamed with delight, stepping closer. Whoosh! But then Ye Chenfei swung the beer bottle high above his head and smashed it down hard onto Big Lobster's bald head. Chapter 054, How Fragrant Are the 13 Spice Lobsters? Clang! A sharp crack echoed as the beer bottle exploded on the lobster's head. The distance between them was too close, even the battle-hardened lobster couldn't react in time. Shards of glass scattered like confetti. Struck by this sudden blow, the lobster's head was instantly filled with stars. It collapsed instantly, looking as disheveled as a lobster that had been knocked senseless. "You bastard lobster. I'll tell you this. Dare to insult my woman, and I'll feed you a lunchbox." Ye Chenfei roared, his deep voice deafening. "You!" Longhair screamed first, leaping up and rallying his men. "Guys, charge. Beat this bastard to death." In the blink of an eye, Ye Chenfei's lips curled slightly. Without a word, he lunged forward and overturned the steaming bowl of rich, savory braised crayfish on the table. Clatter! Clatter! The large bowls of crayfish lined up on the table were all violently overturned by Ye Chenfei's fury.
The serving bowls were nearly as big as wash basins, filled to the brim with the small restaurant owner's signature dish, 13 spice crayfish.
Ouch, that's scalding. Ouch, my eyes. My eyes. It's scalding. Help! The biker's agonized screams pierced the air. The several large bowls of 13 spice lobsters were all freshly cooked by the young boss. The lobsters had been deep fried in boiling oil, and the temperature straight out of the pot was close to 100 degrees Celsius. Moreover, this group of bikers belonged to the heavy flavor category. Every time they ate lobsters, they chose the insanely spicy variety. A thick layer of oil floated on top of the lobsters, all of it super spicy oil air freighted from Sichuan. The kind that could kill you with its heat. The aftermath for the dozen bikers defied simple descriptions of misery. Nearly every one of their prized leather jackets was drenched in the crayfish's rich, sticky sauce. Most had the extreme heat chili oil sprayed directly into their eyes, a fate that could only be described as worse than death. The most pitiful victim was undoubtedly that cocky long-haired guy. His once wine-red locks had uniformly transformed into a deep, braised soy sauce hue. Among his flowing hair, bright red chili peppers were clearly visible. This hairstyle was truly outrageous, a blend of chili peppers, crayfish, and chili oil. You'd be hard-pressed to find another like it anywhere in the world. Meanwhile, the bald lobster guy looked downright otherworldly. His greasy scalp was completely covered in soy sauce and chili flakes, but the most depressing part was the scallion as long as a chopstick dangling from his nose. Ye Chenfei spun around sharply, grabbing the stunned Qin Zimo by the arm. "Zimo, let's get out of here." The two exchanged a glance, their unspoken agreement propelling them into a frantic dash for the exit. Behind them, Lobster Guy's command echoed faintly, "Chase. Chase him. I'll kill that bastard." Unfortunately, the entire biker gang had suffered the lobster's wrath. Their eyes were barely open, and the only ones relatively unscathed were a few bikini-clad babes. Terrified and disoriented, they had no courage left to chase after Ye Chenfei and Qin Zimo. In short, Lobster Brothers' motorcycle crew had been utterly destroyed by the spicy lobster gang. Ye Chenfei dragged Qin Zimo along, sprinting hundreds of meters until they were certain Lobster Brothers' men weren't in pursuit. Only then did they come to a halt on the embankment of the moat. The intense sprint left them both gasping for breath. Qin Zimo was so exhausted she could barely catch her breath. "Zimo, are you okay?" Ye Chenfei gently patted her shoulder, asking with concern. "Ye Chenfei, you're telling me?" Qin Zimo panted, playfully hitting him. "You scared the life out of me. You actually splashed the lobsters? Why didn't you warn me beforehand? If I'd told you beforehand, wouldn't they have spotted the flaw? We'd probably be lobsters ourselves by now," Ye Chenfei explained guiltily. Chuckle at the mention of lobsters, Qin Zimo couldn't help but burst out laughing. But seriously, that was a brutal move. Those big lobsters guys had it rough today. A whole bunch of them ended up disfigured. Disfigurement is the least of it. I showed them mercy, otherwise, every last one of them would have been sent to the West. Ye Chenfei, have you considered the consequences? Qin Zimo quickly grew concerned. You know that Big Lobster is a notorious figure? He's one of the top dogs in Tianhai City. Once you've crossed him, you won't be able to stay here. I think you should leave Tianhai City tonight. After causing such a huge mess today, if Big Lobster tracks you down, it won't end well. Don't worry, Zimo. I'll ask you one thing, seeing those bastards get their punishment, does it make you feel better? Doesn't it feel incredibly satisfying? Yeah, it felt good. But I'm worried. As long as you feel satisfied and happy, that's all that matters. When dealing with scum like Big Lobster, you absolutely cannot show mercy. Use whatever force is necessary. I haven't even played my trump card yet. Otherwise, those guys would have ended up even worse. Bathed in the gentle, watery moonlight, Ye Chenfei clearly saw tears of emotion welling up once more in Qin Zimo's eyes. He gazed directly at her, taking in the subtle aura emanating from her body, a fragrance so sweet and intoxicating it felt like standing amidst a riot of blooming flowers. A woman in a haze of half-sleep is the most beautiful. Every subtle reaction, every nuance of her exquisite features, was perfectly visible. Faced with such a heavenly gift, no man could remain unmoved. Ye Chenfei, why? Why did you do this? Qin Zimo wiped the tears from her eyes and turned to ask. Ye Chenfei paused before replying. Just now, I instinctively treated you as my woman. Those bastards were clearly insulting my woman, something I absolutely cannot tolerate. In my world, my woman is always cherished. Anyone who dares to bully her, I'll take their life. I don't care if they're human or ghost. If they cross me, I'll kill them without hesitation. You're such a fool. Qin Zimo's eyes welled up again. This man constantly pushed her to tears. The makeup she'd carefully applied today was already a complete mess. Qin Zimo sobbed for a long while before turning to ask, Ye Chenfei, I have a question for you. If I asked you to take me far away from Tianhai City, to live somewhere where no one knows us, would you be willing? Ha? Ye Chenfei was taken aback. With his keen emotional intelligence, he'd long sensed Qin Zimo's underlying feelings.
During patrols at the Huame Hotel these past days, he noticed her gaze toward him had shifted.
Could it be that because he saved her life, this girl now intended to offer herself in return? Romantic but not reckless, that had always been Ye Chenfei's guiding principle.
Since Qin Zimo had mustered the courage to ask this question, it meant she had made a profound decision.
A blunt refusal would undoubtedly inflict an indescribable psychological blow.
If everything can be handled properly, I'll take you away, Ye Chenfei replied after a moment's thought. Having avenged every blood feud, if I could spend my life with such a stunning beauty by my side, it would truly be one of life's greatest joys.
Whoa! Qin Zimo couldn't hold back her wailing and suddenly turned to run toward her dormitory.
Why? Why are you like this, Ye Chenfei?
What kind of person am I? Ye Chenfei was utterly baffled, utterly perplexed. Why do you always hurt me when I'm most tormented? Why do you always reappear to offer hope when I'm at my most desperate? Why did you ignore all my messages? Qin Zimo spun around and glared fiercely at Ye Chenfei before sprinting away without looking back. Ye Chenfei was utterly baffled.
He'd been berated for no apparent reason. Women were truly unpredictable creatures, flying off the handle for no reason, laughing or crying for no reason, and now running off for no reason? Wait, didn't Qin Zimo already have a boyfriend? Why was she saying all this to me? Qin Zimo had mentioned text messages before leaving. Ye Chenfei pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen, only then noticing the text message icon. Its presence meant he had several unread messages.
Opening the message menu, Ye Chenfei suddenly realized there were numerous unread texts, all from Qin Zimo. Dr. Yi, may I invite you to see a movie? Dr. Yi, may I invite you to sing karaoke? Then we could hit the gym together? Dr. Yi, I promise to treat you to dinner. Are you free to go out together? Sorry, Dr. Yi, for bothering you. I won't text you anymore. I'm sorry. After reading these messages, Ye Chenfei was dumbfounded. On a sweltering summer afternoon under a cloudless sky, the clinic was unusually quiet. Jing Yuqing was enthusiastically pestering Ye Chenfei to play chess. Unfortunately, this girl was a complete novice. She only recognized the characters on the pieces but knew nothing about basic moves or strategy. Playing chess with her felt to Ye Chenfei like playing the violin to a cow, more torturous than being locked up. Bro Yi, show some professionalism. Playing chess with me seems to torture you. The little brat angrily pinched Ye Chenfei's nose. Wake up! Damn it! Ye Chenfei winced at the sharp pinch. Cut it out, kid. I barely slept last night. Didn't you see the bloodshot veins around my eyes? If you had that much energy, you could VE given my shoulders a good knead instead. Last night, Ye Chenfei had tossed and turned all night. Qin Zimo's sudden actions had left him wide awake. Later, when he tried calling her, the line was dead. He was certain Qin Zimo was hiding some crucial detail from him. Her departure from the Huame Hotel was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. There had to be something fishy going on. Chapter 055, Mysterious Surprise. Dai Yi Gu, you wish? If you don't like chess, how about I teach you a popular game? I guarantee it'll keep you focused and benefit you greatly. Jing Yuqing flashed two faint, sweet dimples, instantly charming. Tell me, what's this popular game? Ye Chenfei mustered a faint glimmer of energy. Cross-stitch. Damn it! Ye Chenfei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Asking him, a disciple of the poison sect, to do cross-stitch in a clinic? He might as well just let this girl kill him. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Ye Chenfei caught sight of a familiar face reflected in the doorway, none other than Zhou Bapi. His savior had arrived. Brother Yi. Got some great news. Zhou Bapi opened the door briskly, dressed in a simple striped short-sleeved shirt. Oh, Zhou Bapi, you're here. Ye Chenfei exhaled in relief. The girl was just looking for someone to play chess with. My skills are nowhere near good enough to keep up with her. You come play with her. You two can play as long as you want. Ye Chenfei shot up from his chair like lightning. Before Zhou Bapi could approach, Jing Yuqing pouted and packed away the chess set. Forget it. I'm done. Lost all interest. You just wait, Yi brother. I've got plenty of time to make you suffer someday. Zhou Bapi gave an awkward laugh and grumbled, Brother Yi, stop rubbing it in. The girl's been into you from the start, but you keep pushing her toward me. I've given up hope myself. Zhou Bapi, what nonsense are you spouting? Jing Yuqing stamped her foot in exasperation, a blush of girlish shyness flushing her cheeks. I'm ignoring you both. I'm going to the back to sort the herbs. Only then did Ye Chenfei feel the world finally quiet down. Zhou Bapi, what's this good news? You've been acting all sneaky. What's the deal? Brother Yi, remember you asked me to find you a place last time? I've already found 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom. Right in the city center, and the price isn't bad. Comes fully furnished with appliances and everything. That's it? I was expecting something more exciting. Ye Chenfei sighed dismissively. Zhou Bapi, your idea of a surprise is pretty underwhelming. Brother Yi, the surprise I mentioned is definitely more than just this. You have to see it for yourself to truly appreciate it. Xiaobai teased, glancing at the time. Especially at this time, it's guaranteed to surprise you. You little rascal, learn that trick too, huh? Well, I'm bored anyway, I'll go see what surprise awaits me. You wouldn't have arranged for two beauties to be staying long-term in my dorm, would you? Ye Chenfei grinned, the thought popping into his head. That's nothing. This surprise is way bigger than that. Xiaobai shook his head dismissively. You're getting me more and more excited, you little rascal. Come on, let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Ye Chenfei was completely hooked by Xiaobai's teasing. The two linked arms and started to leave. Turning around, they both jumped in unison. Unbeknownst to them, Jing Yuqing had been standing behind them the whole time, eavesdropping for quite a while. Beneath her neatly trimmed bangs, Jing Yuqing's large, clear eyes widened. Her cherry red lips pressed together slightly. What are you two up to? Acting all sneaky like that? I heard everything just now. Surprises? Beautiful women? Ye Chenfei, you're slacking off at work, neglecting your duties? Going to pick up girls? Are you trying to rebel? No. Ye Chenfei explained nervously. Xiaobai just found an apartment for me. We were heading over to check it out. You're overthinking it, kid. Do you really think your Yi Gu is that kind of person? After saying that, Ye Chenfei felt annoyed. He was the damn owner of this clinic, why should he have to explain himself to a little nurse? What's he muttering about? Ye Chenfei? The little girl seemed to see right through his thoughts, declaring with righteous indignation, I have a technical stake in this clinic. Of course I have decision-making power. I have the right to supervise you. Otherwise, who's going to compensate me for my technical shares? Ugh, fine. When it came to verbal sparring, Ye Chenfei was never a match for this girl. He could only hang his head in defeat. Xiaobai also explained with a sigh, Yuqing, Yi, and I really were just looking at a house. It's not as sleazy as you imagine. No way. I'm coming with you. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Jing Yuqing waved her hand decisively. The clinic won't have much business this afternoon anyway. I'm coming to see this so-called big surprise of yours. And so, at Jing Yuqing's insistence, the three of them moved their dorm belongings to an apartment complex in the city center. The complex fell far short of Xiaobai's descriptions. While centrally located, it was just an ordinary residential area with sparse greenery and unimpressive overall conditions. Yet Xiaobai still wore that mysterious look, as if some major surprise awaited him in the new dorm. Ye Chenfei's new dorm was on the third floor, matching Xiaobai's description, a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout with simple decor. The furniture, layout, and appliances were all standard fare satisfactory, but hardly a surprise. Before Ye Chenfei could ask, Jing Yuqing couldn't help but complain, Xiaobai, what about the surprise you promised? No need to rush. You'll see soon enough, Xiaobai replied with another enigmatic smile. Over the next while, the group busily moved daily necessities into the new place. Around 5 in the afternoon, a familiar figure appeared in Ye Chenfei's line of sight. Ye Chenfei suddenly realized it really was a surprise. Appearing before Ye Chenfei was none other than Su Chunmei. Emerging from the neighborhood garage, Su Chunmei wore a pink dress that accentuated her flawless beauty. Her graceful figure and ever-present perfect smile revealed something astonishing: she actually lived in this complex. Xiaobai really came through. How the hell didn't I think of this move myself? As Su Chunmei approached and recognized Ye Chenfei, surprise flashed across her face. Oh? Dr. Yi? What brings you here? I just rented a place here and moved in. Ye Chenfei's heart began to pound wildly, his eyes brimming with delight. What a coincidence! I live in this complex too. Which unit are you in? Su Chunmei's smile was radiant, her slender eyebrows particularly captivating. I live in 303. What a coincidence! I live in 304. Ha! Ye Chenfei was utterly stunned by this unexpected turn. To live just a wall away from the woman he adored, to have zero-distance contact with his goddess every day, that was absolutely the dream he longed to achieve. What a coincidence! I never imagined we'd become neighbors. If you ever need anything, just ask. Ye Chenfei added, feeling a bit guilty. Absolutely. Well, Dr. Yi, I'll head upstairs now. We'll chat another time. Su Chunmei flashed a dazzling smile, as radiant as a blooming flower. Turning back, Ye Chenfei hugged Xiaobai tightly. You little rascal, you really get me. You're the only one in the world who truly understands Brother Yi. How can I ever thank you enough? Of course. You've done me such a huge favor, this is nothing. I hope you can win over your dream girl soon. I've already checked, Su Chunmei is still single, no boyfriend in sight. You better hurry up, Yi. Xiaobai suddenly remembered something. Alright. Yi Gu, come with me to the bathroom. I've got an even bigger surprise waiting for you. The two quickly slipped away from Jing Yuqing and sneaked into the bathroom of the new house. Xiaobai grinned mischievously, then pulled a large hole in one of the bathroom walls. Pulling out bricks revealed a palm-sized hole. The other end connected to Su Chunmei's living room, meaning this spot offered a crystal-clear view of her living room. It aligned perfectly with the transparent glass in Su Chunmei's home. The design was absolutely flawless. From now on, Ye Chenfei could feast his eyes here anytime he wanted, gazing at his goddess for as long as he pleased. Xiao Bai. Who knew you were such a devil? How could you do this? It's utterly unethical. Ye Chenfei peered through the hole, slowly shaking his head with a sigh. But I absolutely love this plan. Pure bliss. You bet. Brother Yi, we've been brothers for so many years, don't you think I know your mind? Ha! The two shared a knowing smile, erupting into hearty laughter. Soon, Jing Yuqing's questioning voice came from outside the door. Ye Chenfei. Xiao Bai. What the hell are you two up to in there? Two grown men laughing so lewdly. Come evening, Ye Chenfei finally found his chance to slip out by claiming he needed to change clothes in the dorm. Jing Yuqing had watched him like a hawk all afternoon, as if guarding against a thief. Only when Ding Xiaobei stepped in to confirm they were attending old lady Defei's 70th birthday celebration that night did the girl finally relax. The first thing Ye Chenfei did upon returning to the dorm was rush into the bathroom and pry up that crucial square tile. Peeping at a beauty? Deep down, Ye Chenfei knew this was a sleazy, despicable act. Yet the thought that the other side of that tile might reveal his dream goddess, Su Chunmei, instantly shook his resolve. For the entire afternoon, Ye Chenfei drifted in and out of focus, his mind constantly drifting back to the urge to chip away at that tile and see what lay beyond. The building structure, designed in the 90s, featured walls only about 10 centimeters thick between rooms, making sound insulation rather poor. Even though Su Chunmei's room had an additional layer of transparent glass, Ye Chenfei could still clearly hear the sounds coming from her room as long as he held his breath. Right now, for instance, Ye Chenfei distinctly heard the sound of water spraying from a faucet and the rolling bearings of a sliding wooden door next door. The goddess was taking a shower. Holy! Ye Chenfei's blood pressure shot skyward. Countless nights had been spent fantasizing about her body, imagining some melodramatic encounter with the goddess. Now, her pure, jade-like form was a mere 5 meters away. Never had he been this close to her. Chapter 056, The Badass. To look or not to look? A fierce internal battle raged within him. After a full 5 minutes of struggle, his hand hovered hesitantly over the brick. Reason ultimately triumphed over temptation, yet Ye Chenfei's hand involuntarily pulled out the loose paving stone. The so-called righteousness was swiftly cast aside without a trace. A faint beam of light seeped through the fist-sized hole, revealing Su Chunmei's voluptuous figure to Ye Chenfei. Su Chunmei stood wrapped in a blue bath towel, her long, damp hair fluffy and textured, radiant like a lotus blossom emerging from water. Her oval-shaped, exquisite face glistened with several crystal-clear beads of sweat. On her feet were a pair of pink slippers. Pink slippers? Ye Chenfei suddenly recalled a detail from 3 years ago. On the day before Su Chunmei's birthday back then, he had gifted his goddess a pair of limited edition slippers. The front featured an adorable little white rabbit, a style that had been all the rage in Japan at the time. Holy! She's actually wearing the slippers I bought her? Ye Chenfei's heart surged with excitement. 3 years had passed, yet she'd kept them so perfectly preserved. This is awesome. Damn awesome. Ye Chenfei couldn't help but let out a loud shout. Su Chunmei, sitting on the living room sofa watching TV, was startled by the sudden, inexplicable roar. She glanced warily toward Ye Chenfei's dorm room, gasped, and instinctively raised her hands to cover her shoulders. So satisfying. That shot was so satisfying. James scored. Blocked. But soon, Su Chunmei heard Ye Chenfei's loud shouts from next door again, accompanied by the clamor of the television. Only then did Su Chunmei realize she had a new neighbor, Ye Chenfei, the young miracle doctor who was already gaining fame in Tianhai City. Su Chunmei regained her composure, switching the TV to a popular variety show. Just then, a hilarious scene played, causing her delicate red lips to curve upward in a breathtakingly beautiful smile. Little did she know that next door, Ye Chenfei was already drenched in sweat. Sitting before his computer screen, he was streaming old NBA basketball videos, nervously wiping the beads of perspiration from his forehead like a guilty thief. As night fell, Tianhai City's sky lit up with dazzling neon lights, sparkling like stars against the city's enchanting nightscape. Among the night skyline, a 36-story spherical building stood out remarkably. Its massive, dazzling billboards and the brightly lit plaza before its entrance unmistakably showcased the grandeur of this iconic structure. This was Tianhai City's most magnificent 5-star hotel, the Splendid Grand Hotel. Tonight, the Grand Hotel was bustling with activity. Big Fei, the boss of the East District, was hosting his mother's 70th birthday celebration here. He had arranged 30 tables for the banquet, welcoming guests from all directions. Even before nightfall, the plaza was packed with luxury cars of every make. Guests had arrived early, small groups chatting and smoking scattered across the square. Among the attendees today, aside from Defei's own trusted men, the rest were all prominent figures in Tianhai City. Defei was considered one of the city's 3 kings, and important people in Tianhai would always give him their full respect. Tonight, Ye Chenfei, Xiao Bai, and Lao Shu were playing the role of Ding Xiaobei's men. The 4 brothers represented Half Street in paying respects to the elderly lady. Ye Chenfei and Xiao Bai flanked her, with Xiao Bai holding the exquisitely wrapped gift box.
The four brothers, dressed unusually in white shirts, looked exceptionally dashing and handsome.
Inside the hall, Ye Chenfei finally laid eyes on the legendary Big Brother Fei.
He'd expected someone who went by that name to bear some resemblance to the character played by Anthony Wong, but meeting the real Big Brother Fei completely shattered his expectations.
De Fei's most striking feature was his retro center-parted hairstyle, slicked back with copious amounts of pomade. At first glance, he resembled a traitor from an anti-Japanese war drama.
Dressed in a patterned short-sleeved shirt, he greeted the birthday banquet guests with a sharp, almost menacing smile. Appearing to be in his 40s, his large hands were adorned with several gleaming gold rings, and a conspicuous gold chain hung around his neck. He lacked the thuggish aura of a company boss, instead resembling a nouveau riche businessman who had struck it rich. Yet a subtle, almost imperceptible cunning lingered beneath his brows. Not far behind De Fei sat an elderly woman, surrounded by gray-haired, decrepit figures, the very subject of today's celebration. Dressed in a vibrant red festive outfit and adorned with gold and silver jewelry, she was surrounded by guests offering warm greetings. Her spirits were high, and she greeted everyone with a kind smile.
"Big Brother De Fei. I'm here." Ding Xiaobei stepped forward to greet him.
Brother De Fei, Ye Chenfei, Xiaobai, and Lao Shu followed suit with their greetings.
Big Fei beamed and nodded. "All right, Xiaobei. I was worried you'd be late. You'll be seated at the main table later. Let's have a proper drink, just us brothers. Your other buddies can do whatever they want. Let's have a blast. Oh, and Big Brother De Fei, let me introduce you. This is Ye Chenfei, the guy I've been telling you about these past few days. He's now part of our Taishao Street crew too." Ding Xiaobei pushed Ye Chenfei forward to stand beside him. De Fei gave him a quick glance and nodded slightly.
Quite the character. That depth in his brow is just like mine when I was young.
He'll definitely make a name for himself on Taishao Street. Ye Chenfei, right? I'll remember you.
Thanks for the recognition, Big Brother De Fei, Ye Chenfei replied modestly.
My recognition alone won't do you any good. The key is seizing opportunities yourself. Opportunities are always reserved for the capable. If you don't grab them, others will step in. Even if I believe in you, I can't force growth overnight, right?
Big Brother De Fei said meaningfully, patting Ye Chenfei on the shoulder.
Yes, Brother De Fei is right. Xiaobei and I will seize every single opportunity. We won't let you down. We'll make the East District thrive.
Honestly, anyone could tell Brother De Fei's words were aimed squarely at Ding Xiaobei.
His remarks were inextricably linked to the imminent unification of Taishao Street. He just phrased it subtly.
But this single statement proved beyond doubt that Brother De Fei was a cunning old fox.
Big Brother De Fei, you look absolutely stunning today.
As the group exchanged pleasantries, a shrill greeting echoed from afar.
A massive yellow burst into everyone's field of vision. The newcomer was none other than another key figure from Taishao Street, Huang Xiaozhang. Huang Xiaozhang arrived in the hall with 3 henchmen in tow, looking supremely confident.
His freshly styled mohawk was eye-catching, complemented by 2 flashy gold earrings. He wore a revealing black vest that prominently displayed a bold, majestic dragon tattoo across his chest.
"Xiaozhang, you're here too. Excellent.
Both of Taishao Street's top dogs have arrived."
Very good, very good."
Big Fei still wore his wolf in sheep's clothing smile as he walked over and slapped Huang Xiaozhang on the shoulder. "You and Xiaobei are my most profitable underlings. Today, both of you will sit at the main table.
I'll personally toast you. Without your hard work, there would be no Big Fei today. Brother De Fei, you're too formal. Today's my mother's 70th birthday, and I've prepared a gift for you too. Hope you like it." Huang Xiaozhang pulled a palm-sized box from his pocket while holding a cigarette between his lips. "Xiaozhang, what's this?" "It's my mom's birthday. Why are you giving me a gift?" De Fei grinned reproachfully. "The birthday gift for the old lady is coming later. Of course I can't skip Big Brother De Fei's present. This is my humble tribute to you." Huang Xiaozhang waved his hand generously, presenting the box before De Fei. "You little brat, if you put it that way, I'll take a look." It was a gift box wrapped in black silk ribbon, adorned with dragon pattern carvings and interspersed with several black ribbons. Exquisite and elegant, it immediately exuded an air of high-end sophistication. De Fei opened the box, and a flash of brilliance instantly caught everyone's attention. A golden object appeared before them, drawing the gaze of many nearby. This gleaming gold object was none other than a golden pistol. The pistol's grip, muzzle, and trigger were all clearly visible, especially the part where the hand would grip, which featured a fierce dragon soaring upward. "A pistol? Xiaogang? You gave me a pistol?" De Fei was taken aback, asking in a deep voice. "Brother De Fei, this isn't a real gun. It's just a small gift crafted from 24K pure gold, made to exact scale, identical in size to the real thing. It's not valuable, just beautifully detailed. I know you enjoy guns as much as I do, so I picked this up on a whim. Hope you like it." Huang Xiaozhang's flattery hit the sweet spot, highlighting the gift's exclusivity while showcasing his loyalty to De Fei. "Love it. Love it. It feels substantial in my hand, even more imposing than the real thing." Big Fei gripped the golden pistol, grinning so wide his mouth couldn't close. Anyone could tell this was a replica, yet its worth far exceeded that of a real firearm. Despite its palm-sized frame, it weighed at least 3 or 4 kilograms. Combined with its top-tier craftsmanship, its value easily reached hundreds of thousands. Huang Xiaojiang had spared no expense for Brother De Fei. Wow, Xiaogang really knows how to please Big Fei. This gun is absolutely awesome. Yeah. Xiaogang never forgets his roots when making money. Knows how to show appreciation and repay Big Brother De Fei. The surrounding guests all gave him thumbs up in admiration. The birthday party hadn't even started yet, but Huang Xiaojiang had already stolen the show and seized the initiative. Ding Xiaobei, on the other hand, now seemed like a supporting character. As fellow Taishao Street locals, he hadn't anticipated this move, and now he was filled with regret. If he'd known Huang Xiaojiang was bringing a golden pistol, he would have sold everything he owned to get a golden cannon too. Hey! Isn't that Dr. Yi? The little doctor who runs the clinic on Taishao Street? Huang Xiaojiang spotted Ye Chenfei and suddenly shouted, "Oh my, Ding Xiaobei. I never expected this. Where did all your mighty henchmen go? Bringing a doctor along to fill the numbers at a birthday banquet? If you're short on people, you can pick any of my guys." Chapter 057, The Terrifying Birthday Party 1. What's wrong with being a doctor? He's my brother, a brother I'd die for. Your so-called men? They're nothing. Not even worth a toenail on Ye Chenfei's foot. Ding Xiaobei grunted defiantly. What did you say, Ding Xiaobei? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? A burly henchman behind Huang Xiaojiang immediately rolled up his sleeves and bellowed. Huang Xiaojiang immediately intervened with feigned concern. "Huazi, come on. Don't stoop to their level. Today's the old lady's 70th birthday. Don't ruin Brother Fei and everyone else's mood." Ding Xiaobei gritted his teeth, forcing out a single word through clenched jaws, his pent-up rage finding no outlet. De Fei didn't want the two to argue either. He waved his hand and tried to calm things down. "Alright, there's no need for brothers to hold grudges. Xiaobei, no offense, but you really should work on your temper. Xiaogang might be younger than you, but he's got way more experience in this sort of thing. You can't bite the hand that feeds you." De Fei clearly sided with Huang Xiaojiang, and Ding Xiaobei's face darkened even more. Big brother De Fei, don't flatter me. I'm just a bit clever, still nowhere near Ding Xiaobei's level. Huang Xiaojiang wore a smug expression, like someone who'd gotten the better of the deal. Brother Huang, may I interrupt?" Just as Huang Xiaojiang was basking in his triumph, Ye Chenfei suddenly cut him off, his voice abruptly drowning out the others. "Who the hell do you think you are? Just some lowly doctor. We're doing you a favor by letting you hang around Big Brother De Fei's place. You're an outsider, what gives you the right to point fingers?" Huang Xiaojiang held his head high, arrogant and displeased. "Even if I messed up, it's not your place to call me out. That's Big Brother De Fei's job, right? You're smoking Dakianman cigarettes while fretting over Zongnanhai affairs, huh?" Huang Xiaojiang's henchmen burst into raucous laughter, their arrogance reaching its peak. Just as Ding Xiaobei was about to explode, Ye Chenfei quickly restrained him, pointing at Huang Xiaojiang's jeans and saying, "Brother Huang, actually, I wanted to tell you, your zipper's open. Your thing is showing." Sure enough, Huang Xiaojiang's zipper had dropped all the way down. The black metal zipper pull had come off at some point, revealing his bright red underwear particularly conspicuous in public. Put. Many people at the scene couldn't help but burst out laughing. Huang Xiaojiang's red underwear was just too comical, it even had a one-piece Luffy sticker printed on it. Many women couldn't help but giggle. "Ha!" Huang Xiaojiang abruptly stopped laughing. He suddenly looked down and saw his own red briefs, instantly feeling mortified. He frantically pulled his zipper back up. Even the guest of honor, the old lady, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! Son, your assistant is quite the character. Young man, you must be trying to cheer this old woman up on purpose. You've got me in stitches." Huang Xiaojiang instantly wished he could vanish. He tugged his pants back into place, unable to react angrily in front of everyone. Instead, he joined the others in awkward laughter. This time, he truly had made a spectacle of himself. The minor incident before the banquet concluded amidst everyone's laughter. Though Ding Xiaobei hadn't gained any advantage, seeing Huang Xiaojiang humiliated like that gave him immense satisfaction, far more gratifying than beating him up. By around 8 o'clock, all the guests had arrived and taken their seats. With the lavish banquet fully prepared, the lively birthday celebration officially commenced. Ye Chenfei had the honor of sitting at the main table with Ding Xiaobei, accompanying the elderly matriarch and several other wealthy business tycoons. Directly across from them sat Huang Xiaojiang and his bull-like henchman, Huazi. Huang Xiaojiang downed a shot of liquor, then pointed at Ye Chenfei and made a beheading gesture, signaling his intent to make Ye Chenfei pay dearly tonight. Ye Chenfei ignored Huang Xiaojiang's threat outright. At the same time, he sensed something off about the surroundings. He kept feeling an invisible pair of eyes fixed on him, yet when he scanned the room, he couldn't find those eerie eyes. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him, a nagging feeling that something unexpected would happen at this birthday celebration.
Before the banquet officially began, Defei stepped alone onto the small stage in the hall, microphone in hand. He greeted the crowd politely. "I'm truly delighted today that you've all honored me by coming to celebrate my mother's 70th birthday. I sincerely thank each and every one of you." As Defei finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. "My mother has endured so much. She raised me single-handedly from childhood, working tirelessly without complaint. For that, I owe her the deepest gratitude of my life. Here, I wish her a happy birthday, good health, and all the best in everything." The old lady nodded slightly, beaming with joy. She stood up with remarkable vigor and waved to the guests in the hall. Defei gripped the microphone and continued, "As a son, it's only right to prepare a generous gift for Mom. Naturally, I wouldn't be outdone. Today, I've specially crafted a unique present just for her. I'm going to surprise her right here in front of everyone." Defei waved his hand, signaling 2 hotel staff members to carry a massive box onto the stage from one side. The box had been meticulously wrapped, bound with a bright red ribbon, and embroidered with a large crimson peony right in the center. The gift box was roughly the size of a 42-inch color TV. At first glance, it appeared ordinary, but its exquisite packaging hinted at a luxurious present, one that wouldn't pale in comparison to the golden pistol Huang Xiaojiu had just presented. As the large gift box was carried in, a mysterious smile spread across Defei's face. "Big brother Defei, what kind of gift did you get for Mom? It looks super awesome. Open it up and let us see," someone in the hall shouted curiously. Defei waved his hand. "I'll keep you in suspense for now. Everyone guess what's inside this big box. If you guess right, I'll give you a big reward. The old lady loves collecting antiques, and I bet Big Fei's got something priceless," someone shouted. Defei pouted and shook his head in denial. "The old lady loves rosewood furniture, it's a rosewood treasure inside." Defei still shook his head. Huang Xiaojiang stood up and guessed, "Brother Defei, you wouldn't have thought of the same thing as me, would you? You're giving the old lady a big treasure made of gold, right? Tacky." Defei waved his hands again. "If it were really that big a piece of gold, it would be way too tacky." The group then speculated on many possible gifts, none of which were correct. But their curiosity was piqued, and eventually even the old lady herself couldn't contain her curiosity. All right, Defei, stop teasing us. Making such a big mystery out of it. Hurry up and open it for this old woman to see." "Haha, since my mom asked, I'll open it for everyone. I promise this is the gift she'll love most." Defei waved a gesture, and the staff began unwrapping the silk ribbon. Snap! Under everyone's gaze, the lid lifted, revealing the gift inside. Ah! The moment everyone saw the gift, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This gift was beyond belief. The bustling hall of hundreds fell silent as every pair of eyes widened in disbelief. Inside the box lay a gift, a person. A stunning woman dressed in a bright red coat. The most astonished person in the entire venue was undoubtedly Ye Chenfei. The cigarette he was holding slipped from his fingers and fell to the floor. This beautiful woman was none other than Qin Zimo, the very same person he had shared a late-night snack with just yesterday. This gift was truly extraordinary, catching everyone present completely off guard. Amidst the stunned gazes, Defei stepped forward and lifted Qin Zimo out of the massive box. His face beamed with joy. It turned out Defei was the man who had been pursuing Qin Zimo for quite some time. Qin Zimo was dressed formally, her bangs neatly styled to complement her festive crimson gown. A captivating blush graced her fair cheeks, and her cherry red lips were full and sensual. She blended seamlessly with the stage lights and decorations, truly a heavenly beauty whose unique aura shone through any attire. "Isn't that Qin Zimo?" Ding Xiaobei recognized her instantly, furrowing his brow in puzzlement. What was the meaning of presenting such a stunning beauty to the old lady? What was Big Brother Defei trying to pull here? Everyone present was baffled by Big Brother Fei's gesture, or rather, they couldn't fathom the meaning behind this peculiar gift. Defei took Qin Zimo's small hand and explained with a beaming smile, "You must all be puzzled, right? My mom is turning 70 this year. She nags me daily to get married and have kids sooner. Today, I've found her a future daughter-in-law. Qin Zimo." Defei dramatically raised Qin Zimo's hand before his face. "Mom, now that you have a daughter-in-law, your grandchild won't be far off." A thunderous round of applause erupted in the hall. Overjoyed, the elderly woman stepped forward to take Qin Zimo's hand, showering her with warm inquiries. The stage radiated family harmony and lively cheer. Yet to Ye Chenfei, this scene seemed slightly off-key. No matter how he looked at it, Qin Zimo's smile appeared slightly stiff. Recalling her reactions from the previous night, those inexplicable tears of sorrow, Ye Chenfei felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. "Now, I declare the banquet officially open. Everyone, drink freely." Defei waved his hand generously, calling out heartily. Qin Zimo sat diagonally across from Ye Chenfei. Lifting her eyes slightly, he met her clear gaze, as deep as autumn waters. A faint smile lingered on her lips as she chatted animatedly with the elderly lady. Their eyes met briefly, but Qin Zimo quickly averted her gaze, nestling against Defei's shoulder like a small bird. "Grandma!
Not long after the banquet began, Ding Xiaobei rose to toast the elderly lady. I know you love collecting jade, so I had a few pieces brought over. It's a small token to wish you a happy birthday. I'm a simple man, I don't know if the styles I pick suit your taste. Ding Xiaobei then lifted the gift box, opened its exquisite lid, revealing a set of 4 exquisite jade pieces. Chapter 058, The Earth-Shattering Birthday Party 2. These 3 jade pieces and the rosewood bracelet were all sourced by Ding Xiaobei through antique experts. Their color, appearance, and texture were perfectly matched. The old lady, a connoisseur who knew her stuff, was instantly captivated by the exquisite jade ornaments. She recognized their quality and value, especially the rosewood bracelet, which she couldn't bear to put down. My, these gifts are quite valuable. You must have spent a fortune, young man, the old lady said with a smile. Money is nothing. As long as you like them, Grandma, seeing you happy is what we younger ones want most. Ding Xiaobei replied modestly. The old lady chuckled contentedly. Son, your men are truly splendid. This young man knows how to make me happy. What's his name? Aha! Old lady, my name is Ding Xiaobei, hee. Ding Xiaobei, very good, very good. Son, you must take good care of Xiaobei from now on, understand? The old lady happily played with the sandalwood bracelet in her hand, solemnly instructing Defei. Defei was equally pleased. Mom, rest assured. This kid won't be shortchanged under my wing. Ding Xiaobei had finally made an impression in Dave's presence. Those hundreds of thousands hadn't been wasted after all, at least he'd caught the old lady's attention. But just as Ding Xiaobei's excitement was still high, Huang Xiaojiang stood up, unwilling to be outdone. Brother Defei, Grandma, since Ding Xiaobei has prepared a gift, I won't be left behind. Grandma, I've also prepared a small token of my appreciation for you. Hee. Huang Xiaojiang made a gesture, and immediately someone emerged from the hotel backstage carrying a slender box. Damn it, this Huang big dog is clearly trying to put me down. Ding Xiaobei thought irritably. Ye Chenfei leaned close and whispered, Huang big dog is clearly trying to step on you to get ahead, belittling you to elevate himself. But hold your ground, Xiaobei. With your Yi Gu here, he won't succeed today. Stepping on my brother to climb the ladder? Did he even ask me, the big brother? Brother Yi? Got a plan to take down big yellow dog? Ding Xiaobei's heart surged with excitement as he asked in a low, eager voice. Ye Chenfei filled his beer glass to the brim. No rush. Drink up first. Let's see what tricks big yellow dog pulls. Huang Dogwa presented an exquisitely crafted gift box, a full 50 centimeters long. Its exterior was jet black, devoid of flashy packaging. Yet, judging by Huang Dogwa's cautious manner, it clearly contained something of significant value. That big yellow dog dared to present his gift before Ding Xiaobei meant he was utterly confident he could outshine him. The jade set alone was worth 800,000 yuan. The value of big yellow dog's gift was beyond imagination. Everyone understood perfectly well. The 2 titans of Taishao Street were notorious arch-rivals. At the old lady's birthday banquet today, they had clearly drawn their swords, determined to fight to the death. The gifts presented to the old lady were nothing less than a fuse for the powder keg. Whoever presented the heaviest gift would seize the initiative and take the lead. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huang Degu's gift was revealed, a jet black lingji mushroom. A black lingji. The very same wild lingji dug up by villagers just days ago. Someone quickly recognized this priceless treasure. This treasure was the very same black lingji mushroom that had been wildly hyped in the media recently. It had been unearthed by villagers of Qinjia village from their own land. Roughly the size of a normal person's fist, it was jet black all over with a thick, fleshy body. Its size and appearance were unique among all recorded lingji mushrooms. According to experts, such a singular specimen requires at least a century of growth to reach its current form. It is prized for regulating immunity and protecting the liver from toxins. Older ginseng mushrooms possess even more miraculous properties, including anti-tumor effects and the ability to regenerate blood. This pure black reishi mushroom perfectly embodies all these properties. Calling it an elixir of life would be no exaggeration. Thus, the black lingji mushroom became the talk of the town. After media and newspaper hype, many people flocked to acquire it at high prices. While the world has many wealthy individuals, a black lingji mushroom capable of prolonging life and promoting blood circulation is a once-in-a-century find. It instantly became the most coveted item in everyone's eyes. The final outcome remains shrouded in mystery. Rumor has it that a mysterious figure ultimately purchased the black reishi for nearly 2 million yuan. Many wondered who this enigmatic individual could be, possessing the means to pay such an astronomical sum. While the reishi's value was undeniable, 2 million yuan was an exorbitant price, transforming an ordinary farmer into an overnight millionaire and leaving the world with an unsolved mystery. Now, the moment Huang Degu produced the black lingji, the mystery was dramatically revealed. The shadowy buyer was none other than Huang Degu himself. He had bid the 2 million yuan. Good heavens, it really is black lingji. Defei was utterly astonished, sucking in a sharp breath. I kept wondering who that mysterious buyer was. Turns out it was you little rascal, pulling strings behind the scenes. I couldn't even get my hands on one.
The old lady's emotions also stirred slightly. She had long known the fame of the black lingji.
Now, receiving this very black lingji as a birthday gift, even someone as worldly as her couldn't suppress her inner excitement.
Grandma, I know you've suffered from chronic arthritis and persistent hypertension. That's why I specially went to Chen village to buy this black racer mushroom, hoping it can cure your ailments and grant you a long, healthy life filled with peace and happiness. Huang Degu beamed, kneeling before the old lady with the mushroom in hand. Mother, you are the mother of the eldest son and also my mother, Huang Xiaojiang's mother. Honoring our mother is only natural. As long as you are happy and content, we sons can rest easy. Please accept this gift, mother. Huang Degu's heartfelt words instantly warmed the atmosphere. Many women present couldn't help but shed tears, deeply moved by his filial devotion. Good lad. This gift is incredibly practical. De Fei was also deeply moved. Your gift shows even more thought than mine. You little rascal, I'll take you as my brother. A thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Huang Degu's stature soared instantly, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Huang Degu's gift was earth-shattering. The supreme black lingji combined with his high-level acting skills overshadowed everyone present. Compared to Huang Degu's supreme racer, Ding Xiaobei's four-piece jade set paled in comparison, instantly left in the dust. At this moment, Ding Xiaobei had completely become the supporting actor in this performance. A mere cannon fodder character, his defeat as clear as day. Damn it! Brother Yi? How could this happen? I lost. Everything I meticulously prepared is gone, completely overshadowed by Huang Degu. Ding Xiaobei was utterly devastated, watching helplessly as Huang Degu stole the spotlight and became the most dazzling figure at the entire birthday party. The old woman was deeply moved. That her son's subordinate had gone to such lengths to obtain this rare treasure, solely to cure her stubborn ailments, was a gesture of rare sincerity. Good Xiao Gang, your thoughtfulness truly moves me. I accept this gift. The old lady, trembling with her emaciated arms, stepped forward tearfully to receive the black lingji. Hold on. Just as the old lady's hands touched the black lingji, a sudden shout rang out, wait a moment. The voice belonged to none other than Ye Chenfei, the doctor from Pure Heart Clinic on Taishao Street, Ding Xiaobei's guest starring subordinate. Old lady, I suggest you hold off for now. Ye Chenfei abruptly rose from his seat, his expression serious as he addressed the crowd. His sudden, inexplicable outburst caught many nearby by surprise. Ha? What are you up to, brother Yi? Ding Xiaobei was baffled, raising his eyebrows in a questioning look. Bro, you're being bullied. As your big brother, I've gotta set you straight. Ye Chenfei leaned close to Ding Xiaobei's ear. Don't say a word. Just keep quiet. Watch how brother Yi crushes this yellow big dog. Ye Chenfei, what the hell are you doing? Why are you messing things up at such a crucial moment? Get lost. Huang Degu's men immediately protested with a loud roar. It was Guozi, the capable and fierce lieutenant behind Huang Xiaojiang. The emotional scene was disrupted by Ye Chenfei's sudden intervention. De Fei paused, holding back his anger out of respect for Ding Xiaobei. But Huang Degu was in a bind, kneeling on the ground. He couldn't decide whether to get up or stay put. Brother De Fei, my apologies for interrupting. I also have a special gift for the old lady. I feel this moment is most fitting to present it, best showcasing my profound respect for her. Ye Chenfei smiled with a sense of release, his sharp features radiating handsome authority. Ha? You have a gift? And you insist on presenting it right now? De Fei grunted in a deep voice, clearly displeased with Ye Chenfei's subordinate role. Ye Chenfei, do you even know your place? Can't you see I'm presenting the old lady with a gift? Don't you have any manners? Ding Xiaobei, is this the caliber of men you command? Huang Degu remained kneeling, his voice dripping with displeasure. Sorry, Big Fei. If my brother did this, he must have his reasons. Why don't we see his sincerity first? Ding Xiaobei was flustered too, unable to find an excuse to dodge the issue. He could only grit his teeth and take the heat for brother Yi. Just as Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei were caught in this awkward standoff, Jin Zimo Big Fei South woman suddenly leaned close and whispered something in his ear. His expression softened slightly as he waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, forget it. Ye Chenfei, right? Spill it already. Is your gift even fancier than Xiao Gang's? Hee, big brother De Fei, while my gift may not be as valuable as Huang Xiaojiang's, I can guarantee it's far more practical. Ye Chenfei pulled a silver needle from his chest with unshakable confidence. It was a silver needle dipped in poison, its tip a faint black while the shaft remained silver. Held between his fingers, it was nearly invisible, so much so that the other guests at the table couldn't even tell what Ye Chenfei was gripping. A needle? Holy crap! That's your birthday gift for the old lady? Guozi, with his sharp eyes, was the first to exclaim, Hey Ye Chenfei, are you messing with us? The moment the silver needle appeared, it instantly drew roaring laughter from the surrounding crowd. This gift was utterly incomparable to Huang Degu's. It was like comparing a drop in the ocean. Hold your laughter for a moment. I've said before that while this needle may not be as valuable as lingji, its efficacy is no less than that of black lingji.
Ye Chenfei approached the old woman, silver needle in hand. Madam, Huang Xiaojiang mentioned you suffer from severe frozen shoulder? Yes, that's correct.
It's been 30 years of this old shoulder condition. I have to take painkillers daily to manage the discomfort. The old woman's gaunt cheeks were filled with confusion.
Young man, what exactly are you preparing to do? I'm getting senile in my old age, I just don't understand. Chapter 052, Absolute Surprise 1. Madam, I'm a doctor from Taishao Street.
Though I'm not well known and lack extensive experience, I assure you this silver needle in my hand can cure your chronic shoulder inflammation. Ye Chenfei gave a mysterious smile, placing the needle flat in his palm. You know better than anyone how excruciating shoulder inflammation pain is, like countless insects gnawing inside your shoulder. It truly feels like it could kill you.
You claim one needle can cure my frozen shoulder?
The old lady's face grew even more doubtful. Over the years, she'd invested countless time and effort into treating it, consulting at least 80 doctors if not 100.
Yet every solution only addressed symptoms, never the root cause. The agony had tormented her for decades.
Old lady, this is my gift to you, one needle to banish illness and misfortune, to lift the burden weighing on your heart.
Ye Chenfei, you think one needle will fix it? You'd die if you didn't brag.
Huang Degu, cut off mid-sentence, had been seething with anger and couldn't help but sneer.
Let's see then, old lady. Witness whether this gift holds enough sincerity. Ye Chenfei successfully captured everyone's attention. Those around him momentarily forgot the shock brought by the Black Lingji.
The tables had turned, and Huang Degu had become nothing more than a supporting character.
Well then, let's see it.
The old lady was drawn in too. The vivid memories of her recent agony from frozen shoulder syndrome quickly swayed her resolve. Throughout this, De Fei remained silent. As the East District boss, he could see right through Ye Chenfei's move, nothing more than an attempt to dampen Huang Xiaojiang's spirit. Yet this was also a high-wire gamble. Get it right, and there might be a glimmer of hope.
Get it wrong, and everything would be lost.
Ding Xiaobei's crew would suffer a crushing defeat, directly impacting the upcoming leadership election for Taishao Street in a few days.
De Fei held little hope.
While Ye Chenfei possessed some cunning, it was far from certain he could cure the old lady's frozen shoulder.
Even if effective, results wouldn't manifest quickly.
Thus, Ding Xiaobei was destined to lose this election and lose badly. With the old lady's permission, Ye Chenfei held the silver needles, carefully tracing her body to locate the acupoints. Once he confirmed their positions, he felt more confident. The most tense person during this time was undoubtedly Ding Xiaobei. One hand gripped Ye Chenfei's shirt collar tightly, his palm drenched in anxious sweat. Losing the competition and getting kicked out was one thing, but what truly worried him was Ye Chenfei's safety. If anything went wrong in front of so many people, the first person to come after him would be Big Fei. Crossing Big Fei meant never being able to operate in Tianhai City again.
Finding someone for Big Fei was as easy as pinpointing a GPS location.
With a soft pop, Ye Chenfei precisely inserted the silver needle into the Lishan acupoint on the old woman's shoulder. Her body trembled twice, then she gently closed her eyes, deeply moved.
Don't worry, old lady. It'll hurt a bit, but it'll pass soon.
Ye Chenfei gripped the silver needle tightly between his fingertips, secretly channeling the true energy of his secret technique, the heavenly eye finger method, through it.
An invisible current of energy flowed through the trembling needle into the old woman's left shoulder.
She clenched her fists tightly, beads of sweat the size of soybeans forming on her temples. Gradually, the violent trembling of the silver needle embedded in her shoulder ceased. Its color underwent a subtle transformation, slowly shifting from silver to pitch black, a process as magical as a conjured illusion. The moment the needle turned completely black, Ye Chenfei decisively withdrew it from the old woman's shoulder and tossed the poison-laced needle into the trash can.
How are you feeling now, Grandma? If this hasn't worked, I'll apologize to Brother De Fei immediately, Ye Chenfei asked calmly.
The old woman didn't respond immediately. Instead, she kept her eyes tightly shut, immersed in a state of quiet serenity.
Ye Chenfei, who do you think you are? A single needle can cure frozen shoulder? Do you really think you're some kind of miracle doctor?
Huang Degu shouted, exaggerating his words, secretly hoping the old woman would be killed by the silver needle.
It's miraculous. Truly miraculous. I never imagined this.
Just as Huang Degu finished speaking, the old woman suddenly cried out, I feel like a heavy burden has been lifted from my shoulders. I feel so much lighter.
My shoulder doesn't hurt anymore. It really doesn't hurt. Son. My frozen shoulder is cured.
Overwhelmed with emotion, the old woman stood up and flexed her shoulder again, her excitement like that of someone reborn. She rushed to share the good news with her son, De Fei. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The impossible task had been flawlessly accomplished by Ye Chenfei.
Bro Yi, you're incredible. You're practically possessed by a god. You really cured the old lady's frozen shoulder.
Ding Xiaobei exclaimed excitedly, as if he'd just won an Olympic gold medal.
Heh, don't get too excited just yet.
Ye Chenfei shrugged it off nonchalantly, the best part is still to come. I've got one more big surprise for the old lady. A single ordinary silver needle effortlessly cured the old lady's frozen shoulder, bringing her uncontrollable joy and turning Ye Chenfei into the highlight of the entire birthday banquet. His prominence rivaled Huang Degu's, and his results were no less impressive than those of the 2 million yuan Black Lingji.
Huang Degu and his crew were so frustrated they could have strangled Ye Chenfei on the spot. Many wealthy tycoons and prominent merchants present began to regard Ye Chenfei with newfound respect.
Big brother Chenfei, who knew you had such a master healer under your wing?
This is truly unexpected.
No wonder the Eastern District is booming so rapidly with talent like this, no one can rival you.
Dr. Yi, here's my card. Let's grab tea sometime.
Immediately, someone approached respectfully, extending their hand and offering a business card.
Dr. Yi, to be honest, I suffer from frozen shoulder too. I hope you could give me an acupuncture treatment as well. Enough already. Ye Chenfei, do you think this is your private clinic? This is the old lady's birthday banquet. Huang Degu finally couldn't contain his resentment and grumbled, shouldn't I formally present the Black Lingji to the old lady now? Haven't you had your moment in the spotlight? Dai Fei nodded slightly, adopting a conciliatory tone. I think you two are too much like the two heroes. Stop bickering. I'm very satisfied with both of your performances today. Alright.
Ye Chenfei, take a seat.
Shouldn't we let Xiao Zhang fulfill his filial duty?
No rush, brother Dai Fei. I still have something very important to tell everyone. Everyone thought Ye Chenfei would take the hint and back down, but unexpectedly, Ye Chenfei pretended to be mysterious and dropped a bombshell.
Huang Degu shot up from his seat. Ye Chenfei, what's your game? You've got too many tricks up your sleeve. Are you deliberately holding me back? Just spit it out, what do you want?
Huang Xiaozhang, what I'm about to say actually concerns you specifically, the Black Lingji you gave the old lady. Ye Chenfei remained calm and composed, his demeanor utterly unruffled.
Oh? Dr. Yi, since it's about the Black Lingji, why not just get straight to the point? Consider it an educational moment for everyone.
The old lady, feeling grateful toward Ye Chenfei, gestured for him to continue. Old lady Huang Degu seethed with pent-up fury, but with the old lady having spoken, he dared not blurt out anything reckless. He sulked like a stray dog. What I'm about to reveal is the secret behind this Black Lingji. Ye Chenfei's voice rang out, his confidence far surpassing Huang Degu's.
Black Lingji? Huang Degu froze, repeating in confusion, what did you say? Fine, Ye Chenfei, I know you're up to something. Spill it.
I'll give you this chance in front of Big Brother Fei and the old lady. If you can't explain yourself properly, I, Huang Xiaozhang, won't let this drop. Ignoring Huang Degu's furious outburst, Ye Chenfei pointed at the box of Black Lingji on the table and asked, Old lady, may I take the Black Lingji out of the box?
Of course, Dr. Yi, go ahead. Truth be told, I'm also curious about the secret of this Black Lingji.
The old lady pushed the box forward with a smile, her words brimming with anticipation. Ye Chenfei reached in and lifted the black reishi mushroom from the box, cradling it in his palm. It weighed nearly 2 or 3 pounds, its substantial heft noticeable in his hand. The entire black reishi mushroom had a cylindrical exterior, round and jet black, with an irregular shape. At the same time, it emitted a unique scent, similar to the aroma found in traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. The fragrance was strong, and many of the onlookers surrounding them could clearly sense that this was the divine aura of the black reishi mushroom as they understood it. Everyone knew I was a doctor at a small clinic, specializing in traditional Chinese medicine.
In my daily practice, I'd encountered many precious medicinal herbs: ginseng, angelica, lingji, and I'd seen them all.
Lingji, especially, was a common ingredient in many formulas.
So, without false modesty, I could say my understanding of lingji's structure likely surpassed that of most people present. Ye Chenfei, what exactly are you trying to say? Spit it out already, don't waste our time. Huang Degu couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted.
What I'm here to tell you is that this thing in my hand is not Lingji.
Whoa!
As Ye Chenfei's words fell, a series of startled gasps erupted around him, instantly setting the entire scene abuzz.
What? This isn't Black Lingji? How could that be? Didn't he dig it up from the fields in Chenjia village? This is a priceless treasure worth 2 million. If it's not Black Lingji, then what is it?
The murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd like a bombshell had exploded among them.
Almost every face wore an expression of utter disbelief. You bastard, Ye Chenfei!
Huang Degu was the first to explode. Like a rabid beast, he lunged forward, seething with rage.
Are you blind? Who the hell do you think you are? This is Black Lingji, plain and simple.
I paid for it myself to honor the old lady.
How dare you say such things in front of everyone? Chapter 053, Absolute Surprise 2. Yeah, this kid's clearly out to get our brother Huang. He's deliberately making trouble for us. What a bastard! Wu Zi joined in the furious shouting, all the anger now directed squarely at Ye Chenfei.
Chaos erupted. Ding Xiaobei was also stunned by Ye Chenfei's outburst, but as a brother, he instinctively stood behind Ye Chenfei.
Even if his brother was talking nonsense, he'd back brother Yi 100%. What? Huang Xiaozhang? You want to start something in front of the old lady and Big Brother Defei? Got the guts? Let's take it outside. Don't ruin the old lady's mood. I'll see it through to the end. Enough. Shut it. Seeing the situation about to escalate further, Big Fei roared to stop them. Do you even respect me as your boss? Both of you, sit down. Sit down. Defei glared at them, his suffocating authority unspoken. Ding Xiaobei and Huang Degu dared not defy him, reluctantly settling back into their seats. Defei then turned his gaze to Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei, I'll ask you this once, are you sure you're not drunk and joking? You're saying this black Lingji is fake? Defei repeated the question without confirmation, voicing the concern shared by everyone present. The old woman didn't want to embarrass Ye Chenfei either. Dr. Yi, this isn't something to joke about lightly. If you've had too much to drink, you should go rest. I'm sure Huang Xiaojiang won't hold it against you. Of course I'm not drunk. Ye Chenfei replied with full vigor, his composed expression undisturbed. The more people witness this, the more I must expose the truth. If this were genuine Lingji, I'd let it pass. But I absolutely cannot tolerate someone deceiving the old lady with a counterfeit. 2 million yuan? Farmers digging up treasures from the ground? I won't tolerate any of it. I'll stick to the facts and speak only the truth. Ye Chenfei flipped the black Lingji over in his palm, exposing its surface for all to see. The specific structure of a Lingji mushroom consists of 3 parts, the root system, the fruiting body, and the mycelium leaves. The root system had already been separated when it was removed from the soil. The fruiting body is what everyone sees on the surface, containing much of the Lingji's essence. What I want to talk about is the mycelium leaves. These are the pale green, small leaves growing between the outer layers of the Ganoderma. They are the most fundamental element defining a genuine Ganoderma. Yet, the surface of this so-called Ganoderma lacks any trace of these mycelium leaves, not even a shadow of a leaf. To put it plainly, without the mycelium leaves, it doesn't even qualify as Ganoderma. Based on this alone, I can conclusively state it is not genuine Ganoderma. It is a complete and utter fake. Ah! Another wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. A 2 million yuan black Lingji turned out to be a fake? Good heavens! This was absolutely shocking. When it came to understanding Lingji, few in the hotel truly knew much. Yet when Ye Chenfei laid out the theoretical knowledge before them, he suddenly seemed to carry an air of authority. This explosive conclusion was hard for many to accept. Huang Degu was so furious he practically turned into a rabid dog. The mad dog immediately pointed at Ye Chenfei and snarled, "Who the hell do you think you are, Ye Chenfei? Just because you say it's fake, it is?" So many experts and media outlets personally authenticated it. They all said it was an extremely rare treasure. How dare you call it fake? I say you're deliberately framing me. You want me to look like a fool in front of Big Brother Fei. Experts my ass. Those so-called experts aren't even worth a bricklayer's bricks. They don't even know the most basic structure of a Lingji mushroom, yet they dare call themselves experts? Huang Xiaojiang, since you're asking for death, I'll give you a quick and painless one. Ye Chenfei pointed at the black outer layer of the Lingji and addressed the crowd. Since this black Lingji is a fake, it's riddled with flaws. Everyone, see this black outer layer? This black layer even emits a fragrance, a scent that absolutely does not belong to Lingji. Let me tell you, this is the scent of cloves. Ye Chenfei pressed hard on the black surface, his thumb coating with black powder. This powder was deliberately burned on. The so-called black Lingji is nothing more than clove pollen dyed black and smeared onto this thing, and voila, it becomes the black Lingji everyone sees. In short, aside from its deceptively similar appearance, this black Lingji is riddled with flaws in its internal structure. Anyone with even basic expertise can spot it instantly. Cloves and Lingji are 2 completely incompatible species. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted into chatter. Defei's face turned beet red with embarrassment. If this black Lingji was indeed a fake, only 2 outcomes were possible. Either Huang Xiaojiang had spent 2 million on worthless junk, then gleefully presented it to his mother, making him a complete fool. Or Huang Xiaojiang deliberately faked a black Lingji to deceive him, which would make him look like a fool. Either possibility would be a massive disgrace to Big Brother Defei. Huang Xiaojiang had anticipated this very moment. He shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. Big Brother Defei would never do such a thing. Don't listen to this nonsense from Ye Chenfei. I swear to heaven and earth that this is genuine. My loyalty to the old lady and Big Brother Defei is as clear as day. I, Huang Xiaojiang, swear on my life if this black Lingji is fake, may I be struck by 5 bolts of lightning. Huang Xiaojiang's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his hand, spittle flying, to swear his oath. Little did he realize at that moment that the crucial artifact, the black Lingji, had thrust him into the eye of the storm. Big Brother Defei, whether it's a fake or not, we can't just take Ye Chenfei's word for it. We should get an authoritative expert to authenticate it. Someone suggested to Big Brother Defei. The elderly woman, who had remained silent until now, suddenly waved her arm and declared, "Since things have escalated this far, let's get to the bottom of it. This old woman is deeply suspicious too. Big Fei, go find an expert right now to authenticate it." We antique collectors detest nothing more than counterfeits passing as genuine. Those forgers deserve to rot in hell. Big Brother Fei, I don't think we need to bring in any experts for authentication. Like I said earlier, this black lingji mushroom has black powder sprayed on its surface. Since that's the case, the simplest way to tell is to wash off that layer of black powder. Have someone scrub it with 84 disinfectant solution, it'll wash right off. Then whether it's real or fake will be plain as day. Ye Chenfei. What if this is genuine? You'd be destroying a priceless treasure. Can you bear that responsibility? Huang Xiaojiang was like a gambler blinded by loss. This was his final roll of the dice. Win, and he recoups everything. Lose, and he's doomed beyond redemption. In contrast, Ye Chenfei resembled a seasoned bookmaker at the gambling table. I've lost. Name your terms. 2 million yuan, I'll pay it. Even if you demand my life, Ye Chenfei, I'll accept it. Is your life worth 2 million? Then add mine to the pot. Ding Xiaobei raised his hand. If my men make a mistake, I take responsibility as their leader. And mine too. Xiaobei pushed through the crowd to raise his hand. Count mine too. Lao Shu adjusted his thick glasses. Huang Degu, if you win, all our lives are yours. Fine. I'll fight you to the death. Let's do it. I refuse to believe this curse. Big Brother De Fei, you're my witness. Huang Degu roared, staking his last chips. Under the gaze of the crowd, the hotel staff brought 2 bottles of 84 disinfectant and poured them into a plastic basin. The dark green liquid quickly filled most of the basin. Then a female attendant submerged the black lingji mushroom in the solution, ensuring it was completely covered. This evening's birthday banquet had long surpassed its original purpose. The true spectacle was the rivalry between the two heroes of Taishao Street, a drama so gripping, its twists and turns outshone even Hollywood blockbusters. Yi Guo and Ding Xiaobei sucked in sharp breaths of tension. Brother Yi, how sure are you? I still don't feel confident. After all, none of us has ever seen a black Ganoderma. We're staking the lives of all 4 brothers on this? I'm nervous. Not much. What? Brother Yi. Ding Xiaobei's face darkened instantly. You little brat, I was just messing with you. Actually, I already know what this thing is. Ye Chenfei turned his head and asked, you've been in this line of work for so long, and you couldn't tell what this is? After soaking in the disinfectant for nearly 5 minutes, the black powder on the black lingji's surface began to dissolve, floating clearly within the liquid. The so-called black lingji gradually revealed its true form. Huang Degu could barely stand on his own 2 feet, needing 2 henchmen to steady him. His face looked worse than if he were crying. The black lingji finally shed its powdery outer layer, revealing a tender, flesh-like white color beneath. Simultaneously, granular formations appeared on its surface. When the hotel attendant scooped out the black lingji and presented it, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who would have thought that a black lingji worth 2 million yuan turned out to be this? Snort! Snort! It wasn't just the waiter, many people nearby burst into laughter too. The gap between this and the precious treasure everyone had imagined was just too vast. Thud! The moment Huang Degu saw the black lingji's true form, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. So this was just a man's release device. Ding Xiaobei was the first to break the silence, covering her mouth and bursting into laughter. So this thing was actually a device men used to satisfy themselves on Taobao. This was the damn priceless treasure he'd been bragging about. You beast. You absolute beast. How dare you give this to my old lady? This infuriates me. The old woman's face darkened. Furious, she pointed at Huang Degu and shouted, De Fei, is this your so-called good subordinate? Mom, I had no idea it would be like this. De Fei wanted to laugh but couldn't. He didn't know how to explain it to his mother, his expression extremely complicated. If Dr. Yi hadn't pointed it out at the crucial moment, would I have been expected to take this thing home to brew into medicine? Beast! The old woman rose and stormed off, flinging her sleeves behind her. Brother De Fei! Brother De Fei! Let me explain. I truly had no idea this black lingji was actually this thing. Smack! Smack! De Fei simply walked up and slapped Huang Degu twice across the face. You bastard! With things like this, what else can you say? Smack! Chapter 054, The Manhunt Order 1. The outcome of the old lady's birthday party was self-evident. Huang Degu had lost both his wife and his army. When he emerged from the 5-star hotel, his face was swollen like a steamed bun. He stumbled back with his men, crawling and rolling along the way. The victory he had anticipated ended up being this pathetic, beaten-down outcome. The 2 million yuan black lingji mushroom was tossed into the trash bin. De Fei wished he could hurl that thing off the face of the earth. Directly across from the 5-star hotel stood Tianhai City's renowned People's Square. As night fell, the plaza invariably drew crowds of leisurely citizens, making it the prime spot for cooling off and passing the time. On the other side of the square, a row of snack and barbecue stalls stood side by side. Smoke swirled, aromas filled the air, and they gazed across at the 5-star hotel. Business was booming at the barbecue stalls, every stall bustling with seated patrons.
Many customers rolled up their sleeves, munching on grilled skewers, sipping beer, and admiring the slender beauties passing by, clearly enjoying themselves. The innermost stall was especially popular. Its narrow frontage was packed with customers, over a dozen crammed into the small space. The man at the head of the line stood out. His head was wrapped in thick bandages, and a prominent knife scar ran across his face. He drank beer while eating, looking decidedly out of place. This man was none other than the Red Sun Street bully, the Big Lobster, whose skull Ye Chenfei had cracked open the night before. After yesterday's lesson, Big Lobster dared not order spicy lobster again. Now, the mere sight of lobster sent shivers down his spine. The bandages on his head would stay for at least a month. This grudge burned so fiercely he hadn't slept a wink for a day and night. Braised lobster had become an eternal torment in his heart. Seated beside Big Lobster was another familiar face, a man sporting a signature yellow hairstyle and decked out in high-end designer brands. This was none other than Golden Young Master, who shared a deep history with Ye Chenfei. These two were cut from the same cloth, a pair of scoundrels who'd both been thoroughly humiliated by Ye Chenfei. Big Lobster glared fixedly at the five-star hotel across the street, his eyes blazing with a wolfish ferocity. "Mr. Jean, why the hell hasn't Ye Chenfei shown up yet? I've been waiting here for over an hour." Mr. Jean grinned as he filled Lobster Brothers' cup with beer. "Crab bro, relax. My intel is rock solid. Not just Ye Chenfei, Ding Xiaobei and two others are here too. Got confirmed word Ye Chenfei's been making waves tonight, nearly finishing off Big Dog Huang. No clue what trick he pulled, but he somehow turned that black Lingji into a little something for men." Golden Prince then vividly recounted the events unfolding in the hotel lobby. Listening intently, Lobster Brother clenched his teeth in rage, slamming his palm onto the table. The beer-filled glass shattered instantly into 1,000 pieces. That Ye Chenfei must be rolling in dog luck. How does every good thing land on him? I refuse to believe in such bull. If I get my hands on him, I'll take him down with one hand. Veins bulged on Big Lobster's temples as last night's humiliation flashed before his eyes. After all his years of fighting in Tianhai City, he'd never suffered such a disgrace. The lingering scent of braised lobster still clung to his skin. The mere thought of Ye Chenfei's face sent flames surging up his throat. Through his informants, he easily tracked down Ye Chenfei's whereabouts. Learning the man would dine at the hotel across the street tonight, his crew had been waiting since 6 in the evening. The moment Ye Chenfei showed his face, they'd make him wish he'd never been born. Long Yan and Di Fei were like oil and water, and tonight presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate Ding Xiaobei, a formidable opponent. This would not only settle a personal grudge but also earn them major brownie points with Long Yan, exactly what Lobster had planned. Golden Prince had even provided 100,000 yuan in operational funds. He suffered no less at Ye Chenfei's hands than Lobster Brother, and he knew Lobster Brother's capabilities all too well. If Lobster Brother took charge, no matter how capable Ye Chenfei was, he wouldn't be able to turn the tables tonight. "Bro Lobster? Could you spill the beans on how you plan to handle Ye Chenfei tonight? Just so I can steel myself." Young Master Jean inquired, bowing and scraping. "Humph." Big Lobster snorted coldly, his face twisted in fury. "Tonight? I'll make those bastards wish they were dead. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Every penny of that 100,000 will be spent wisely. As for the plan, don't ask. 3 rounds of wine, 5 courses of food." Though the old lady had left early, Ding Xiaobei and the others drank themselves into a blissful stupor. All the exquisite jade he'd painstakingly prepared couldn't hold a candle to the effect of Ye Chenfei's single silver needle. A single needle had effortlessly defeated Huang Degu. Damn satisfying. Damn exhilarating. Ding Xiaobei's admiration for Ye Chenfei soared to new heights. Naturally, the brothers indulged in a wild feast and booze-fueled revelry. By the time the banquet ended, they were all reeling, heads heavy and legs weak. Of the 4, only Mouse had abstained from drinking. The other 3 were completely wasted. Poor Mouse, the friendliest of them all, had to support 3 drunks. They hadn't gone far before Ye Chenfei couldn't take it anymore. He ducked straight into the inn's bathroom and began vomiting violently. Today had been incredibly satisfying, especially seeing Huang Degu flee in such a pathetic state. Ye Chenfei had never felt such exhilaration, so he'd drunk without restraint. Throughout the meal, he'd barely touched the food, but downed a bottle of baijiu plus several bottles of ice-cold beer. While his mind was elated, his body suffered greatly. Crouched by the bathroom sink, he vomited violently, emptying every last bit of food from his stomach. Woo! Ye Chenfei coughed painfully, feeling as if something was lodged in his throat. He couldn't catch his breath for a moment, the discomfort overwhelming. Cough! A gentle hand pounded hard on Ye Chenfei's back. Thwack! Whoa! Ye Chenfei gritted his teeth, forcing a breath in, finally expelling every last drop of fluid from his stomach. He probably even vomited bile before his throat finally cleared. He gasped for air in ragged heaves. Drinking, all you men know is drinking. If you can't handle it, don't try to be tough. The small hand continued tapping Ye Chenfei's back as a gentle rebuke followed. Ye Chenfei snapped his head up. In the mirror, a lovely face appeared, a familiar one. Xin Zimo.
Zemo, Ye Chenfei recognized with his last shred of consciousness. Ye Chenfei, do you realize how dangerous it was to drink that much? If Huang Xiaojiang's men had broken in, they could have killed you at any moment. Qin Zemo's face remained tense as she shot Ye Chenfei a disapproving glare. Humph, like he'd dare? I'd welcome him coming to seek revenge. I haven't even had my fill of tormenting him yet. Ye Chenfei's lips twisted into a wicked grin as he snorted. Humph. Is this your dream, fighting and killing? Do you truly relish this life? Forget it. There's nothing to discuss with men like you. Do as you please. I'm leaving. Qin Zemo bit her red lips, turning resolutely to walk away. Ye Chenfei suddenly spun around, grabbing Qin Zemo's arm with a sharp tug. Her slender frame jerked as she was pulled tightly against him. Zemo! Why? Why choose Defei? Do you truly love him? Why torment yourself like this? Ye Chenfei's breath reeked of alcohol, his words devoid of restraint. What business is it of yours? You have no right to question me. I truly don't want you to choose this path. You've just escaped the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den, do you understand? Are you playing with your own life? Ye Chenfei's roar was deafening, echoing throughout the cramped bathroom. Ye Chenfei, have you lost your mind? Yelling like that, trying to make sure everyone knows we're together? Qin Zemo panicked, instinctively covering Ye Chenfei's mouth tightly. If anyone saw two people in the same bathroom, Ye Chenfei's fate would be sealed death. I'm not crazy. I feel you're being treated unfairly. If my negligence forced you into this choice, I formally apologize now. You can walk away right this moment. I refuse to see you suffer like this. Ye Chenfei gripped Qin Zemo's delicate shoulders, his breath reeking of alcohol. Yet Qin Zemo's eyes were already brimming with tears. The drunken words of this disheveled man had unexpectedly made her cry uncontrollably. All the grievances and everything she had endured tonight surged to the surface, transforming into unstoppable tears at the corners of her eyes. Come back. Come back with me. I'll give you a new life. Ye Chenfei said earnestly, his eyes narrowed. Qin Zemo's tears flowed even more uncontrollably. Gritting her teeth, she threw her arms around Ye Chenfei, burying her face in his broad shoulder as her body shook uncontrollably. I don't care if you're just drunk talking, she sobbed, but it really makes me happy. Several minutes later, Qin Zemo regained her composure. This path was my own choice. No one forced me. It has nothing to do with you. A path I chose, I must walk to the end. This is my fate. Don't ever say things like that again. Ye Chenfei, from now on, when we meet, we are strangers. Goodbye. Qin Zemo released Ye Chenfei, left him a pack of tissues for wiping, tidied herself up, and walked out. Ye Chenfei splashed cold water on his face, the drunken haze largely dissipating. Qin Zemo was right, everything was set in stone, beyond anyone's control. All he could do now was wish her well, hoping Defei would treat her kindly. Ye Chenfei left the hotel with clear-headed resolve, utterly unaware that a massive bounty had already been placed on his head. The alarm for impending danger had sounded prematurely. Chapter 055, Manhunt Order 2. Spotting Ding Xiaobei and the others being supported out of the hotel, Lobster and his crew instantly grew excited. Their eyes widened, afraid they might vanish if they blinked. Lobster brother, look! Look! Ding Xiaobei and the others are coming out. Golden Young Master recognized them instantly, leaping to his feet and pointing toward the hotel exit. At this reminder, Lobster's henchmen all stood up, rubbing their hands together eagerly, itching for action. Sit down, all of you. Lobster brother barked coldly. Can't you see? That Ye Chenfei hasn't come out yet. Wait a little longer. Once that kid shows up, we'll take them all down at once. Just as Lobster had predicted, only Ding Xiaobei, Xiaobai, and Mouse emerged from the hotel. Mouse single-handedly supported the two drunks, shoving them into a small car before leaning against the front, waiting for the last man, Ye Chenfei. Before long, Ye Chenfei staggered out of the hotel, limbs limp and body exhausted. Yet after vomiting, his head felt considerably clearer. He climbed into the passenger seat and barked at Mouse, Mouse, drive. Brother Ye, you've really outdone yourself today, heh. As soon as Ye Chenfei got in the car, he heard the drunken Ding Xiaobei muttering, the only person I've ever admired in my life is you, Brother Ye. With you by my side, Taishao Street will be ours sooner or later. Xiaobei, don't get too cocky just yet. I've started to see what Huang Degu's really like, he's a total mad dog. We crossed him today, and he'll definitely find a chance to bite us back. Watch out for that bastard, he's got a sharp eye for shooting. Mind his backstabber shots. Him. If he dares touch us, I'll make him pay. Yi Ji's in a good mood today, how about I treat you guys to some girls? The Huamei Hotel just got some new beauties. It's on me tonight. Ding Xiaobei slurred drunkenly. Chill out, I'm not buying it. Mouse, gripping the steering wheel, was the first to object. I'm still a virgin. I'm not about to lose my virginity to those women. Still a virgin? I don't buy it. The day before yesterday, I saw your computer full of Japanese action flicks. You're way too professional about this, kid, at least 80 gigabytes. Ding Xiaobei paused before adding. Xiaobei was right about that. Ye Chenfei chimed in, I don't buy that mouse as a virgin either. Back in school, you were the one who got us all hooked on watching Japanese adult films. Put. I'm not messing around with you two drunks. That was just theoretical knowledge. I haven't put it into practice yet. My first time can't be decided so rashly. I'm saving it for my future wife. Rat, so you're saying your wife should give you a red envelope for your first time? Ha! At this point, Xiaobai chimed in, of course she should give a red envelope for the first time. At least $88. Ha! The laughter of the four brothers echoed through the car, filling the space with a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. Buzz! Just then, a deafening roar of engines erupted from behind, not far away. Through the rearview mirror, they could clearly see countless blinding xenon headlights suddenly appear on both sides. The lights were intensely bright, dozens of beams converging, reflecting off the mirror's surface and creating an excruciating glare that flooded the entire cabin as bright as day. Brother Yi, we're being followed. Mouse glanced at the rearview mirror and suddenly yelled, damn it, could it be Big Yellow Dog coming for revenge? That's way too fast for revenge. Not Big Dog Huang. It's Lobster's crew. Ye Chenfei instantly recognized the setup behind them. It was the same gear Lobster and his men had used last night. He never expected them to be targeted. The car was passing through a relatively remote stretch. This area belonged to Tianhai City's development zone, surrounded by factories under construction. Come nightfall, it became desolate, with nothing but closed factories and no one else around. It had conveniently become the violent squad's preferred location for their attacks. The gang had been tailing Ye Chenfei's small car all along, only revealing themselves once they reached this stretch. Their objective was clear, to eliminate Ye Chenfei and his companions within this very area. Big Lobster's people? Bro, when did you cross paths with them? What's the deal? Lao Shu instinctively slammed his foot on the accelerator, his voice laced with confusion. No time for explanations now. Suffice it to say, Lobster isn't a good bird. You saw at least a dozen bikes behind us. Don't let them catch up step on it. Ye Chenfei glanced back as the bikers revved their engines, closing in on the car. Rat didn't hesitate, flooring the accelerator pedal to the metal. The speedometer needle shot up rapidly, climbing from 60 to 160 km/h. The cabin shook violently as the engine roared like a beast tearing through the air. Ding Xiaobei's Buick was a mid-range automatic sedan. Its overall performance was passable, and it accelerated quickly enough. But compared to the bikers closing in behind, its disadvantages became painfully obvious. The Lobster's motorcycle squad was equipped with professional gear. Their bikes were practically identical to those used in international races, each one worth a fortune. Capable of reaching speeds up to 200 km/h, the Buick was utterly insignificant in comparison. From start to finish, it was nothing but a suicide mission, a recipe for humiliation. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, over a dozen motorcycles closed the gap on the Buick. No matter how hard Mouse floored the accelerator, it seemed impossible to escape their grasp. The roar of over 10 motorcycles grew ever closer, the sound exploding in his ears. The incessant, shrill honking of horns seemed like mocking insults hurled at the Buick. Inside the cabin, Ding Xiaobei and Xiaobai were already passed out drunk. The only ones still lucid were Mouse and Ye Chenfei. Yet when Ye Chenfei saw the actual state of the motorcycles behind them, he couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. It turned out these motorcycles had undergone special modifications. Each one now sported a newly added iron, arc-shaped bumper at the front. The bumper was thick enough to be the size of a fist, gleaming brightly and blindingly under the airport's floodlights. These bumpers weren't installed for any bull safety reason. They were designed to enhance the bike's impact force, elevating their explosive power to a whole new level. Worst of all, each of the dozen bikers wielded a steel pipe in their hands. These pipes were identical to those seen in violent motorcycle gangs, at least a meter long, designed for the bikers to inflict devastating destruction while riding. Little did they know these specialized weapons were funded by Golden Prince himself. He handed over the 100,000 yuan without hesitation, promising a bonus if they could take Ye Chenfei out. Brother Yi. What do we do now? Their bikes are faster than ours. They'll catch us soon. Call the cops. Otherwise, we're all dead meat. Mouse's face flushed as he shouted frantically. Before Ye Chenfei could dial the number, his phone rang loudly. Glancing down, he saw Jing Yuqing's number. No way, why is she calling now? Hey, Brother Yi, are you back yet? Damn it! What the hell are you doing calling me at a time like this? Ye Chenfei was in a desperate rush, bellowing into the phone. Brother Yi, what's going on over there? Jing Yuqing suddenly heard the commotion on the other end and realized something was wrong. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Before Ye Chenfei could respond, the car suddenly shook violently. The immense impact slammed him forward, his head smashing hard against the dashboard. It was the result of a motorcycle slamming into the rear of the Buick. The driver, a thug, brandished a steel pipe in his hand, bellowing arrogantly and whistling shrilly, "Woo! Run Ye Chenfei over! Run Ding Xiaobei over! Run them to smithereens. Boom.
At the signal from the lead red motorcycle, 12 bikes simultaneously launched a fierce pincer attack from both sides of the Buick.
With each collision, the Buick shuddered uncontrollably.
The trunk was battered beyond recognition by the relentless impacts, its taillights shattered into a mass of debris. The car's bodywork was twisted and deformed, its exhaust pipes shaking violently. Accompanying the chaos was the bikers' arrogant, raucous laughter. They honked their bikes' shrill horns in unison with piercing whistles, transforming the entire stretch of road into a sea of joy for their gang. The silver Buick resembled a lamb lost in a pack of wolves, completely surrounded. The rear compartment was utterly destroyed, even the rear window glass shattered beyond recognition. Inside the cabin, the drowsy Ding Xiaobei mumbled dazedly, "Turn up the AC.
It's not cool enough." Holy. Ye Chenfei's face darkened, torn between laughter and tears.
"You're about to die, and you're still dreaming.
Brother Yi, what's wrong? Can you hear me?"
Jing Yuqing's concerned voice came through the phone.
The glass screen had shattered into pieces, turning the smartphone into a pile of broken glass. "Kid, call the cops. We're in trouble." Without a second thought, Ye Chenfei bellowed into the phone's receiver. "Bro Yi, where are you guys now?" "The Tian High Development Zone." Clang.
Before he could finish, another violent impact arrived as promised. A biker in a black helmet charged straight into the side of the car, raising his steel pipe to smash through Ye Chenfei's shattered window. The blow landed squarely on Ye Chenfei's arm, instantly tearing a long gash through his long-sleeved shirt. Blood seeped out as the thug continued smashing while screaming wildly, "Kill you! Kill you!
You think I'm some little lamb? Die!"
Ye Chenfei flicked his wrist violently, sending a silver needle flying from his hand.
Chapter 56, Violent Biker Gang 1. Clang.
The silver needle struck the opponent's helmet, embedding itself into the rigid outer shell. Ye Chenfei realized his mistake. These bikers were fully armed, each wearing professional helmets. Despite the immense power of the silver needle combined with the heaven's eye finger technique, it couldn't deliver its full effect against their gear. Whoosh! As he pondered this, the thug swung his club again, aiming squarely for Ye Chenfei's head. Squeal! In the blink of an eye, Lao Shu yanked the steering wheel, slammed the brakes to the floor, and executed a flawless dragon tail maneuver. The rear of the bike swung out dramatically, violently slamming the attacker away. The guy and his motorcycle were flung a considerable distance, the bike crashing into a roadside utility pole and instantly becoming a wreck. "Damn it! Don't think I'm just some tech guy, I play Need for Speed too." Mouse flashed a dismissive gesture out the window and roared with unmistakable swagger. "Nice work!" Ye Chenfei cheered, brushing glass shards from his arm. "Hold on, Mouse. As long as we keep those bastards from flanking us, we've got a chance. Just hold out till the cops arrive." V-room. In an instant, another series of ear-piercing engine roars echoed. This time, 4 motorcycles charged in from both sides of the car. Their acceleration was so swift that even Mouse couldn't turn the wheel fast enough to counter. Clang! Clang! The attackers on both sides charged forward, raising steel pipes and smashing them relentlessly against the Buick's sides. The pipes rained down like hail on Ding Xiaobei's pitiful white Buick. The remaining bikers weren't idle either, using their vehicle bumpers to ram the Buick's rear with even greater ferocity. Within mere minutes, the rear end was smashed open, a gaping hole torn through the bodywork. The Buick was now just one step away from being written off. After losing one of their bikes, the bikers' emotions flared, and their assault grew increasingly fierce. They seemed unwilling to continue this childish game with the Buick. The Buick was sandwiched between the bikers on both sides. Even if it wanted to play Need for Speed, it was tightly pinned by the surrounding bikes. The bikers were determined to smash the Buick to pieces. This was exactly what Big Lobster meant by desperate to die but unable to do so. Trapped inside the cabin, Ye Chenfei and his 3 companions were like fish in a barrel. As the bikers' encirclement intensified, the only outcome awaiting them inside the cabin was being smashed into mincemeat. "Damn it! These bastards are trying to crush us to death," Mouse shouted, his face twisted with panic as he struggled to control the steering wheel. "Brother Yi, what do we do? If the cops don't show up soon, we'll be crippled." Clang! Boom! The bikers' steel pipes relentlessly pounded the Buick's roof, unleashing a deafening cacophony like a horde of vengeful spirits roaring in their ears. "Ye Chenfei. We'll make sure you die knowing why." A black helmet near the window pulled back its visor. "Crossing our lobster brother has only one outcome, death." "Is that so? I haven't even started yet. If I'm going down, I'll take you all with me." "Damn it!" Ye Chenfei grinned savagely. 5 silver needles appeared in his palm. He flicked his wrist, sending them flying toward the bikers' tires. Whoosh! Thud! Thud! 2 needles pierced the motorcycle's tire. The hiss of escaping air filled the air as the bike careened out of control, plunging headfirst into the roadside ditch. Parts scattered everywhere. Whoosh! Seizing the moment, Ye Chenfei wasted no time. He swiftly fired another 5 silver needles in rapid succession, repeating the tactic to take down the motorcycle on the right. Roar!
Roar!
The 4 motorcycles, caught in a pincer attack from both sides, were swiftly neutralized by Ye Chenfei's needles. This was actually a flash of inspiration upon closer inspection. The tires were the most vulnerable part of these bikes. Full force attack on their weak spot.
Bro Ye! You're incredible! Quick! Use your silver needles to properly deal with these bastards. Send all their motorcycles to hell. Rat's face was flushed crimson, yet his expression was intensely exhilarated. In the blink of an eye, 5 enemy motorcycles were destroyed, igniting a surge of fierce fighting spirit within him. Awesome my ass. I've used up all the silver needles on me. The rest are back at the clinic. I didn't bring that box. Ha! Mouse stammered, adjusting his glasses as his fighting spirit plummeted to freezing point. Brother Ye, what do we do now? Aren't we just waiting to die? Rat glanced back at the remaining bikers. 7 motorcycles were still hot on their tail.
Far from slowing down, the bikers were closing in relentlessly, showing no sign of giving up until they were dead. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under the relentless assault of the 7 bikes, the Buick finally shook violently. White smoke billowed from its rear as the engine gasped its last breath, weak and feeble like an old man on his deathbed, utterly devoid of any driving power. The Buick was finally done for. Its speed slowed to a crawl, the body creaking and groaning with every movement. Brother Ye, it's over. The car's completely wrecked. It won't move. Lao Shu slammed his fists on the steering wheel. Damn it! We'll get out and fight them. Fight them? You'll get yourself killed before you even get close. What about Xiao Bei and Xiao Bai? Then what? We can't just sit here and wait to die. I don't think the cops will get here anytime soon. By the time they arrive, we'll be dead. Ha! Ye Chenfei suddenly threw his head back and burst into laughter. He gestured toward the road ahead, then flashed a mysterious smile. Rat. Heaven never abandons those who struggle. The heavens themselves are helping us. We won't die. The car slowed to a crawl, moving as sluggishly as a bicycle. The 7 motorcycles behind them, surprisingly, showed no urgency to attack further. Smug, triumphant grins spread across the bikers' faces as they admired their captured prey with the air of victors. On Development Road in Tianhai City's industrial zone, dim yellow lights glowed beyond the factory walls. This stretch of road was usually desolate, leading only to a small printing plant and an adjacent mold factory. Come nightfall, the area plunged into darkness, devoid of even the most basic streetlights. Yet tonight, Development Road was unusually bustling. 6 or 7 blinding lights now illuminated the roadway, turning a stretch of it as bright as day. Several helmeted men rode sleek motorcycles, constantly honking their loud exhaust pipes while piercing whistles echoed alongside. The white Buick now lay in a pitiful state. Its body was crushed beyond recognition, all windows shattered by the biker gang's steel pipes, their fragments scattered haphazardly across the road. From the exterior, it was nearly impossible to find a single intact part. The Buick no longer roared its engine, it was essentially dead. The fate of those inside was all too obvious. The tallest member of the biker gang, nicknamed Flash, was tonight's leader. Hired by Big Lobster from overseas as a motorcycle instructor, Flash was responsible for teaching and refining the gang's riding skills and maintenance techniques, earning him Big Lobster's deep respect. Flash removed his red helmet, revealing a head of yellow curls, deeply sunken cheeks, sapphire blue eyes, and his signature eagle nose, likely a mixed-race heritage. Though handsome, his speech was pure Mandarin. Damn it, Ye Chenfei, I didn't expect you to have some skills. You actually wrecked 5 of our bikes. Flashman roared, straddling his motorcycle and pointing a steel pipe at the mangled Buick. This was one of Flash's frustrations. His revenge plan had been flawless. Leading the team to take down Ye Chenfei should have been effortless. But man proposes, heaven disposes. Out of nowhere, Ye Chenfei had taken out 5 motorcycles. He could understand the first one being flung aside, but the other 4? He couldn't make heads or tails of it. They'd suddenly gone haywire, as if possessed, one after another. The white Buick offered no response, frozen in place as if truly lifeless. Not a sound came from the 4 people inside. Lightning brother. Those guys inside are probably scared out of their wits. Why waste words? Let's just take them out. That Ye Chenfei cost me dearly last time, a subordinate growled from the side. Lightning's mouth twisted slightly as he pointed at the rear of the smoking Buick and bellowed, Ye Chenfei. Still hiding in there? Your ass is on fire. Get out now, or I'll see you roasted like a suckling pig. The bikers erupted in a chorus of raucous laughter, a group of them gloating over the burning Buick, arms crossed as they watched the spectacle unfold. Brother Lightning, I bet that Ye Chenfei is ting himself in there. Seeing how intimidating we look, he wouldn't dare come out even if you gave him the courage. Ye Chenfei, I'm giving you guys a chance to live. All 4 of you come out, kneel before us, and call me Grandpa. I'll consider letting you off. How about it? Lightning continued his arrogant rant. The blaze at the rear of the car raged fiercer by the second, the situation growing ever more perilous. If Ye Chenfei and his crew stayed holed up inside, the outcome was obvious. All 4 would likely perish within, either burned alive or suffocated. Ha! These idiots. Seeing the Buick still unresponsive and Ye Chenfei's group showing no intention of exiting, Lightning Brother rubbed his curly hair and roared, "Fine. You refuse a chance to live. Don't think stalling me proves your skill. Guys, grab your gear. If they won't come out, we'll invite them out." Ha ha. Lightning Brother then signaled to his men, motioning for them to move closer and investigate.
Chapter 57, Violent Car Gang 2.
7 men gripped steel pipes as they crept closer. Thick smoke billowed from the white Buick, its pungent stench growing overwhelming. Even they struggled to endure the suffocating fumes, let alone whoever was trapped inside.
Something's up? Lightning Brother seemed to sense trouble.
The henchman closest to the Buick peered inside, his voice laced with confusion.
Could they all be dead? Could Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei be that unlucky? Brother Lightning peered into the Buick as well.
"No, Lightning, it seems like there's no one inside the Buick," one of the men stammered nervously, his voice thick with disbelief.
No one? Are you blind? If Ye Chenfei and the others aren't in the car, did they just fly away?
Brother Lightning pushed aside the people in front of him to get a closer look. What he saw nearly scared the out of him.
The Buick's cabin was completely empty.
Ding Xiaobei and Xiaobai, who had been in the back seat, the driver mouse, and Ye Chenfei in the front passenger seat all vanished as if they'd suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth.
Impossible. How could this be? How did Ye Chenfei and the others vanish so suddenly?
I clearly saw them crammed inside the car. Lightning Brother suddenly screamed, violently kicking open the car door and meticulously scanning every inch of the cabin. Lightning Brother's head buzzed with disbelief. The scene was utterly shocking. From the moment the Buick stalled until now had been no more than 10 minutes. Throughout that time, the Buick had never left his sight, and he hadn't seen Ye Chenfei or the others climb out of the car. Yet the inexplicable had occurred, happening completely out of the blue. Now, the Buick's interior was completely empty. Aside from the lingering traces of the people who had been inside moments ago, nothing else remained. Where were they? Where had Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei gone? Brother Lightning turned around and shouted at his crew behind him, "Did any of you see it?" "Brother Lightning, we have no idea what's going on either." The remaining motorcycle gang members were just as baffled. This incident had surpassed their comprehension, as if the heavens had played a cruel joke on them. Ring 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 ring.
Lightning, how's it going? Should be wrapped up by now.
Snap pics of Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei's bodies with your phone and send them to me.
You and your crew get back ASAP. Try not to get the cops on your tail. Lobster spoke with absolute confidence. Brother Lobster, it's like this.
Lightning Brother gripped the phone tightly, staring at the empty Buick before him, utterly at a loss for words.
Brother Lobster, the plan went exactly as scripted.
We cornered them, but then nothing. When we approached, everyone inside the car was gone.
Gone? I don't have time for your jokes. Ye Chenfei and the others vanished? Did they turn into ghosts? Big Lobster initially thought Lightning was deliberately pulling his leg. No, Lobster Brother, I swear I'm not messing with you. Ye Chenfei and the others are genuinely gone. Ask Huazi if you don't believe me. We really saw ghosts this time. Lightning Brother's voice was clearly choked with tears. Lightning, did you grow up eating? People vanished and you ask me why. I should be asking you. Do you think I'm feeding you useless pieces of for free? You followed them the whole way and lost them? You tell me they're gone. Why don't you all just die? Find them. Alive or dead, I want them back. If you don't find Ye Chenfei, you'll all be beheading yourselves. Lobster's voice on the other end nearly shattered the phone. I'll find them, Lightning promised, his voice firm. But just then, everyone heard a strange sound like a car engine, growing louder as it approached. The engine was rough, its intervals short. Vroom. The car engine noise grew louder and louder, slowly becoming deafening, as if it were right next to their ears. This was just as bizarre as the disappearance of Ye Chenfei and the others. The remaining 7 bikers couldn't help but look around frantically. What was even stranger was that the road remained completely empty. Aside from the burning Buick and their still running motorcycles, nothing else was in sight. Where was this engine noise coming from? Whoosh! At that very moment, a blinding beam of light suddenly illuminated the scene. A massive vehicle surged onto the road from the left, emerging from a concrete path. What the hell? What is this? Lightning and the others froze, the blinding light leaving their minds blank. Seconds later, as the colossal machine charged toward them, they finally made out the details. It was a gray factory forklift. The forklift raised 2 steel-like forks, each over a meter long. The forklift revved its engine to full throttle, charging toward the biker gang like a tiger unleashed. No! Run, someone screamed, realizing the danger. But the forklift was astonishingly fast. Its 2 massive blades plunged into Brother Lightning's biker gang at lightning speed. Ouch! Help! Holy crap! What the hell is this? The bikers' screams filled the air as the forklift mercilessly sent them flying. As everyone knows, a forklift is heavy machinery.
Those two massive iron hammers alone weighed a staggering 3,000 jin. When such a heavyweight was used to scoop people, the effect was utterly devastating.
Two unlucky members had their legs crushed by the blades. As the machine lifted them high, one of them screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ye Chenfei? Is that you?"
In the glare of the motorcycle's headlight, he clearly recognized the operator as none other than Ye Chenfei, who had been sitting in the passenger seat moments before. Beside Ye Chenfei sat a woman, a beauty with two dimples when she smiled. This beauty was none other than Jing Yuqing, the nurse from the Pure Heart Clinic. Ye Chenfei abruptly yanked the control lever, flinging both thugs off the bucket mid-air. They landed with a thud on the ground, instantly knocked unconscious. The shovel truck accelerated forward, revving its engine as it barreled toward the remaining Lightning Gang members.
The group was instantly terrified, scrambling to mount their motorcycles and flee.
But the loader's speed, even at its slowest, was still around 40 to 50 miles per hour. Before they could mount their bikes, the loader's two massive iron hammers smashed the entire row of motorcycles flat. In the blink of an eye, Lightning and his crew were crushed beneath the bulldozer. The flashy imported bikes were smashed to bits, 7 luxury cars instantly reduced to scrap. Parts, bolts, and mirrors flew everywhere.
Thus, over $1 million worth of biker gear was utterly destroyed. The defeat was shattering and pitiful. Ye Chenfei spat viciously, the pent-up resentment he'd been holding in finally erupting along with the bikers' screams. "Help! Someone, help us!" The bikers, including Brother Lightning, were all injured to varying degrees.
Thinking Ye Chenfei intended to silence them permanently, the fear of death surged through them. They screamed for help at the top of their lungs, not caring if they called the police anything to avoid being crushed by the bulldozer.
"Stop screaming!" Ye Chenfei leaped down from the loader. "Relax, I won't crush you to death.
Anyway, in your current state, you'll never ride motorcycles again. You've bid farewell to the biker gang for good. From now on, you'll only be able to drive electric tricycles." Lightning Brother lay before the bulldozer, one leg and one arm crushed, blood covering his entire body. He curled up, trembling uncontrollably. Everything that had happened tonight was too terrifying, too bizarre. Ye Chenfei vanished into thin air from the Buick's cabin for no reason, then suddenly a massive forklift emerged from the neighboring factory.
Was this a movie set? Had he really seen a ghost? Why? Why the hell? Why did you do all this? How did the four of you vanish from the car? Lightning Brother was relentless, his yellow curls now stained blood red. "Ha! Let me tell you." As he spoke, Mouse crawled out from the side. His face and body were covered in grime, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Actually, this is heaven helping us. You know what?
Right under our car, there was a manhole cover opening. We just smashed the car hood and crawled right in.
Honestly, we owe it all to you.
If you hadn't bought us time, none of us would have made it into the sewer system."
Ha!
Lightning Brother felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Glancing sideways, he saw the manhole cover opening beneath the Buick's chassis. In that moment, he felt like ending it all. If Rat hadn't spilled the beans, they'd have died without ever knowing Ye Chenfei and the others had used such a simple trick.
The manhole connected to the sewer system was right across the street.
We planned to escape that way, but then the girl showed up at the last minute to back us up. Coincidentally, Mouse continued spitting as he explained, turns out the girl's uncle is the warehouse keeper at this factory. So Brother Yi pulled off this huge surprise for you guys.
How'd you like that big shovel?
Ha! Jing Yuqing dashed out wearing only a tight-fitting shirt. To rescue Ye Chenfei and the others, she dethroned caution to the wind. "Brother Yi, I saved all 4 of your lives this time.
Don't forget to give me a bonus this month. You little brat." Ye Chenfei pinched her cheek. "All you think about is money. You little money-grubbing pig."
Ye Chenfei then approached Lightning Guy, crouching down and pointing at him. "Tell your lobster guy this, I, Ye Chenfei, am no pushover. Watch out, I'll skin him alive, whip his tail, and turn him into a braised lobster. And have lobster guy clean up this mess ASAP. If the cops get wind of this, you'll be the ones in deep." Chapter 58, Breakfast for the Goddess.
Got it, got it. Lightning Brother nodded repeatedly, not daring to show the slightest resistance. In his eyes, Ye Chenfei had transformed into a terrifying demon.
Even if Lightning Brother were given another lifetime, he wouldn't dare defy him.
Just then, Lightning Brother's phone rang. It was Lobster Brother calling to check on the situation. "Lightning, did you find Ye Chenfei? What about Ding Xiaobei and the others?" Ye Chenfei stifled a chuckle with a couple of coughs. "Found him? Of course I found him. I am Ye Chenfei. But Lobster, your motorcycle gang is toast. You'd better come clean up the mess ASAP.
Otherwise, when the cops show up, you're the one who'll be in deep trouble."
With that, Ye Chenfei crushed the phone underfoot. He could picture Lobster's furious reaction. That was his principle: treat others with respect, and they'll respect you back.
Cross me, and I'll tear your nest apart.
A new day dawned, washing away yesterday's events into history.
Taishao Street buzzed with tales from last night's birthday bash, with Ding Xiaobei and Huang Dego stealing the spotlight.
With only 3 days left until the final reckoning, the rivalry between Taishao Street's twin titans had reached a fever pitch. Who would emerge as Taishao Street's new overlord? The closer the deadline drew, the more uncertain the outcome became. After the commotion at the old lady's birthday party, it was anyone's guess whether Ding Xiaobei or Huang Degu would be the ultimate victor. Early morning, Ye Chenfei stirred at the sound of footsteps from the next room, followed by the clatter of a faucet in washing. The sheer allure of his goddess, Su Chunmei, jolted him awake, recharging him with fresh vitality. Next came the morning news blaring from the TV next door, faintly mixed with the clatter of pots and pans. The goddess was likely busy preparing breakfast for the new day. Being able to experience her daily life up close was an immense pleasure for Ye Chenfei. Ouch! Just as Ye Chenfei was lost in thought, a sudden scream erupted from next door, unmistakably Su Chunmei's voice. Ye Chenfei's brow furrowed instantly, his heart skipping a beat. Ha! What's going on? Su Chunmei's intake of breath was distinctly audible, her breathing rhythm slightly hurried, as if something sudden had happened. Ye Chenfei, bare-chested and brushing his teeth, reflexively tossed aside his toothbrush and started dashing toward the next room. Midway, he suddenly realized his behavior was overly impulsive. If he barged into Su Chunmei's room like this, he'd likely be kicked out immediately. Plus, with his bare upper body and exposed nipples, he might even be labeled a pervert. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps from next door, echoing in Ye Chenfei's mind. His heart raced with anxiety, wondering what could possibly be happening to Su Chunmei that made her so frantic. He was itching to peek through the tiny hole in the bathroom wall to find out. Bang! Just then, someone pounded on Ye Chenfei's door, the sound equally urgent. Without a second thought, Ye Chenfei rushed out and flung the door open. Standing there was a face that made his heart skip a beat, of pure, flawless beauty. Su Chunmei. Su Chunmei wore simple, homey attire, a striped short-sleeved top and loose, warm gray cropped pants. Her long, black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and the faint, refreshing scent of shampoo wafted toward him. The scene froze in that moment, a perfect morning beauty tableau. Her pure white cheeks flushed with patches of rosy color, her expression tinged with awkwardness. Like a sacred peony blooming proudly, the moment she opened the door, Ye Chenfei was captivated by this unique sight. They say beauty is a feast for the eyes, and seeing Su Chunmei was enough to satisfy Ye Chenfei's breakfast. Su Chunmei, is that you? Ye Chenfei exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. Dr. Yi, I'm sorry to disturb you. I accidentally cut my hand while chopping vegetables. We're out of the emergency red medicine at home, and I can't find the bandage. Could I trouble you? Su Chunmei's right middle finger was wrapped in white gauze, blood staining it crimson as it seeped through the fabric. Ah? So it was just a cut? Ye Chenfei realized with a start. Recalling Su Chunmei's earlier scream, he hurriedly gestured for her to come inside. I have Chinese medicine for stopping bleeding. Come in, I'll help you bandage it. No need to trouble you, Dr. Yi. Could you just lend me some red mercurochrome and bandages? I can bandage it myself, Su Chunmei said cautiously, her gentle voice as light as a mosquito's buzz. Stop being so polite. Come in quickly, your finger looks pretty badly cut. Ye Chenfei grew impatient, reaching out to pull the goddess inside. What, afraid I'll eat you or something? No, no. Su Chunmei's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. The pot's still on the stove at home. I'm worried it might boil over and cause trouble. Then wait. Ye Chenfei replied, turning to dash into the room. He swiftly located the herbal medicine always kept on hand. Minutes later, in Su Chunmei's living room, Ye Chenfei turned off the charred frying pan. 2 eggs lay burnt black, their acrid smell filling the room. Ye Chenfei crouched before Su Chunmei, gently leaning her body against the living room sofa as he carefully unwrapped the gauze bandage from her hand. Su Chunmei's small mouth opened slightly as she frowned. Ye Chenfei saw the deep gash in her mouth, cut by a kitchen knife. It was several centimeters long, with skin hanging loose, and blood still flowing steadily. Ye Chenfei deftly retrieved the prepared silver flower and angelica herbs. He chewed the herbs into a paste and spat it onto Su Chunmei's wound. Don't let their plain appearance fool you. These herbs stop bleeding just as effectively as Western medicine. The herbs' potency stung slightly. Su Chunmei bit her red lips and nodded silently. Dr. Yi, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't have known how to handle this emergency. Well, we're neighbors. This is the least I could do. The herbs took effect swiftly, effectively stemming the flow of blood from Su Chunmei's wound. Ye Chenfei deftly removed the herbs, pulled out a hemostatic bandage, and skillfully wrapped it around her injury. Even the toughest men have tender sides. In front of his goddess, Ye Chenfei wanted to pull out all the stops and impress her. What you can't have always stirs your heart in his mind. She was forever a feeling he couldn't let go of. Dr. Yi, your medical skills are truly remarkable. Why work in such a small clinic? With your expertise, you'd be highly sought after in a major hospital. Su Chunmei initiated the conversation. Well, my master was an old TCM practitioner. I learned from him. In big cities, I'd be considered a 000 person, no qualifications, no experience, no connections. If I applied to a hospital, the administrators would probably kick me out.
I learned all these old TCM methods, which clash with modern hospital philosophies.
That's not necessarily true. Our hospital doesn't fixate on credentials. Our TCM department head is also a seasoned practitioner. His skills are exquisite, and his acupuncture technique is unparalleled. I'll introduce you both someday. I'm sure you'll find common ground.
It's such a shame talent like yours is hidden away in a small clinic.
Su Chunmei couldn't help but sigh.
In no time, Ye Chenfei had treated Su Chunmei's wound, bandaging it cleanly and neatly. The blood between her fingers was also thoroughly cleaned.
Though it was a minor injury, Ye Chenfei had given it his utmost attention, focusing intently to prevent any mishaps. All done. No need for me to remind you of the precautions, right? Take some anti-inflammatory medication.
Since it's an iron-caused wound, make sure to get a tetanus shot when you go to the hospital.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Yi. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? How about I treat you to breakfast?
Su Chunmei said, rising from the sofa and heading toward the kitchen.
No way.
Your wound's just been bandaged. You can't move around too much or it'll tear open.
Ye Chenfei quickly stepped forward to block Su Chunmei. My fingers are still stiff from the injury. If you don't mind, how about trying my cooking instead? Ye Chenfei offered himself shamelessly. Oh, that makes me feel even more awkward. I should be thanking you, Dr. Yi, for going out of your way for me. But what does it matter? Preparing breakfast for my goddess is my honor. Ye Chenfei accidentally let slip.
Su Chunmei was left in the living room, her eyes filled with confusion, her face flushing hot as she murmured to herself, preparing breakfast for the goddess?
This Dr. Yi is?
Su Chunmei felt a bit dazed. She couldn't quite put her finger on why, but the Dr. Yi bustling about in the kitchen seemed eerily familiar, like someone she knew from the past. His mannerisms were uncannily similar. When she got close to him, she could always catch that distinctive scent emanating from him, almost identical to the one from that former young Master Yi.
Impossible, impossible. Su Chunmei repeatedly dismissed the thought.
Young Master Yi was dead. There was no way he could be alive. This was just her imagination. Besides, their appearances and voices were vastly different.
Impossible, impossible. Unconsciously, Su Chunmei caught the wafting aroma from the kitchen.
Her stomach growled, awakening the little glutton lurking inside her.
Breakfast is served.
Ye Chenfei carried a platter of hearty dishes, placing the carefully prepared breakfast on the table. A vibrant fruit salad featured apples, onions, cherry tomatoes, and cantaloupe, dressed in Su Chunmei's favorite combination of fresh milk and tomato sauce. The arrangement formed her beloved rose shape. 2 German sausages were pan-fried, seasoned with scallions and cooked to medium-rare perfection, served with ketchup. 2 servings of cold pasta salad were prepared. They absolutely had to include cooking wine and soy sauce, but not a single grain of chicken bouillon. Just before serving, they were tossed in salad oil. This was the dish Su Chunmei had craved most after watching a cooking show. Ye Chenfei had meticulously studied it for half a year, and today, unexpectedly, he finally had the chance to showcase his cooking skills in front of his goddess and let her taste his creation.
Dr. Yi, did you make this breakfast? Su Chunmei's lips parted slightly as she suddenly couldn't contain herself and stood up. Chapter 59, Professional Assassin. Su Chunmei's excitement overflowed.
Her eyes, as clear as autumn water, sparkled with delight. In that moment, she seemed to forget the wound on her finger, her heart brimming with joy. Though not extravagant, this breakfast was undeniably the most thoughtful one. The fruit salad's presentation perfectly matched her aesthetic taste, the hot dogs were cooked to her preferred doneness, and most crucially, the cold pasta salad looked exactly like the ones featured on gourmet cooking shows.
I hope you like what I made. Why don't you sit down and try it? Ye Chenfei gestured invitingly with a delighted smile.
Su Chunmei moved to sit down, daintily tasting a bite of the fruit salad before sampling the cold noodles. She nodded repeatedly.
Dr. Yi, your cooking is truly excellent. These cold noodles are absolutely delicious. I've never had noodles this good. And the fruit salad and grilled sausage are both fantastic too.
Oh?
Really? I just learned how to cook not long ago. This is the first time anyone's complimented my cooking.
Ye Chenfei beamed with delight, his heart brimming with joy.
If you like it, I can make it for you every day.
Ah! Su Chunmei froze for a moment, then awkwardly shook her head.
That's not really necessary, is it? Dr. Yi, I don't think we're that close yet, are we?
I just got carried away in the moment, Ye Chenfei hastily explained, thinking to himself, the goddess remains the same goddess. She turns down men without a second thought. Seems like winning her heart will require the perseverance and resolve of a protracted struggle.
But Dr. Yi, could you teach me how to make this cold noodle dish sometime? I've loved it for ages. Su Chunmei's eyes sparkled with genuine sincerity.
Oh, sure. Ye Chenfei wiped away a bead of cold sweat as he replied. At least there was still a glimmer of hope. It seemed his cold noodle skills hadn't been wasted after all. He'd taken a small step forward in his pursuit of the goddess.
Dr. Su, could you please stop calling me Dre? Just call me Ye Chenfei? We'll be neighbors soon, no need for such formality. Then why do you still call me Dr. Su? Just call me Xiao Mei? Everyone who knows me calls me that. It feels a bit awkward to call you by your full name, right? Well, I'm a bit older than you. Just call me Brother Yi? That's what my brothers call me too.
Ye Chenfei flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth.
Ha! Brother Yi, how do you know so much about my situation? I don't think I shared my background with you, did I? Su Chunmei paused her movements and asked curiously. Ye Chenfei instantly broke out in a cold sweat.
He felt completely defenseless in front of his goddess, blurting out whatever came to mind and inadvertently revealing numerous obvious flaws. Su Chunmei, sharp as ice, instantly saw through Ye Chenfei's little scheme. Having been pursued by countless men since childhood, she could guess his intentions with just a glance. All right, Brother Yi, she said. Thank you for bandaging my wound and preparing such a delicious breakfast. But I already have someone I care about. I hope you can wish me well. Boom! The news struck Ye Chenfei like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned and numb for a long moment. It's that guy I met at the cafe last time. He's my age and works as a lawyer. You should know him, Brother Yi. Su Chunmei said with carefree abandon. He's picking me up for work later. Oh, that's great. Ye Chenfei forced a smile. You two make a perfect match. Tell him to come find me later, I'll personally teach him how to make cold noodles. Ye Chenfei quickly regained his composure. A goddess wasn't something anyone could possess. Su Chunmei was right, he should simply wish her happiness and joy. Just as they were chatting, a young man in a sharp suit knocked and entered, none other than Su Chunmei's special someone, Wang Haitao. Hi Haitao, this is my new neighbor, Brother Yi, you know him, we met at the cafe last time. Su Chunmei stepped forward to introduce him. He was the one who helped stop the bleeding and bandaged me up earlier. Hello, Dr. Yi. Nice to see you again. Thank you for bandaging Xiao Mei. Wang Haitao shook Ye Chenfei's hand politely. His impeccable attire, crisp suit, and handsome features gave him an aristocratic air. Outwardly, he and Su Chunmei seemed quite well matched. No need to thank me. We're all acquaintances now, no need for such formality. We'll be neighbors soon enough. Ye Chenfei explained, slightly embarrassed. Su Chunmei interjected, you two chat. I'll just change clothes and be right back. After Su Chunmei left, Ye Chenfei signaled, well, I won't keep you any longer. It's almost time for me to head to work. Dr. Yi, wait a moment. Wang Haitao suddenly asked. Did you just move in? I didn't see you around the other day. Yes, just moved in yesterday. Never expected to become neighbors with Xiao Mei. He. Ye Chenfei improvised an explanation. Quite a coincidence. Dr. Yi, why don't we just lay our cards on the table? You really like Xiao Mei, don't you? Wang Haitao's face froze with a strange, awkward smile that looked extremely uncomfortable. Attorney Wang, what exactly are you implying? Ye Chenfei didn't want to deny it, he'd never been one to lie casually since childhood. Nothing much. You should have figured it out by now. Xiao Mei and I are currently dating, and things are progressing very well. If all goes smoothly, we'll be planning our wedding by year's end. So I have one small request, I don't want anyone else interfering with Xiao Mei's life. You understand what I mean, right, Dr. Yi? Wang Haitao's words stabbed like a dagger into Ye Chenfei's heart, yet he found no rebuttal. Attorney Wang, I understand. Rest assured, I won't bother Xiao Mei. Don't worry about it. I'll wish you both well. That's good. That's good. Wang Haitao suddenly pulled a checkbook from his suit pocket and scribbled a few words on it. Dr. Yi, here's a check for 200,000. I hope you'll move out of the room next door. This is my way of compensating you. Please take it. Ha? Attorney Wang, are you insulting me? Ye Chenfei felt deeply offended. Do you really think I'm just a greedy person? If that's not enough, Dr. Yi, just name your price. I can add another 100,000 yuan. I truly love Xiao Mei and don't want her to suffer any harm or disturbance. Wang Haitao swiftly wrote another check for 100,000 yuan. Mr. Wang, you don't know Xiao Mei at all. I hope this insulting behavior was just a momentary impulse. If this is how you love her, I can assure you Xiao Mei will never be with you. Ye Chenfei flung the 300,000 yuan check away, letting it drift to the corner of the dining table. A cold shadow flashed across Wang Haitao's handsome face. You're pushing your luck. Acting like you know Xiao Mei so well? Think I can't get rid of you just because you're here? Damn it, I'll have you kicked out of here by tomorrow morning. There are plenty of people who'd take the 300,000. Before heading to work at noon, Ye Chenfei got a call from Jing Yuqing. Brother Yi, come with me to the shopping mall to buy clothes. Why should I? Ye Chenfei was already boiling with anger. I'm busy. What's up? Did you swallow gunpowder? Who could have pissed you off this much? Must be Su Chunmei, huh? Got a taste of your own medicine from that beauty? Ha? Jing Yuqing chuckled gleefully on the other end. You little brat. Who told you that nonsense? I'll tape your mouth shut. Ye Chenfei snapped, stung by the remark. Getting your little secrets out of you was a piece of cake.
This lady just bought Xiaobai a cup of milk tea and it was all sorted. Heh. Damn Xiaobai. Selling me out for a cup of milk tea? That bastard. Alright, brother Yi, I was just guessing. Who knew you'd actually get rejected by the goddess? Your beauty is famously an ice queen. If you could win her over that easily, she'd be way too easy. Come out and I'll teach you a pickup technique. Guaranteed to help you win over your perfect goddess. Learn it or get your money back. Ha? Seriously? You charge for that? Ye Chenfei couldn't help but laugh at the girl's words. Talking to her made him forget all about being angry. Here's the thing, it's my mom's birthday tomorrow, and I want to get her a gift. Since you haven't gotten your paycheck yet, just think of this as an advance from me. I'll make sure to pay you back from my future wages. Jing Yuqing spoke these words with a hint of subtlety. Alright, you got me, you little brat. Meet me at the square. Ye Chenfei's bloom lifted considerably. In high spirits, he grabbed his car keys and headed out. Ye Chenfei was still driving that ancient Santana. He turned on the car stereo and played a ballad to vent his inner frustration, unaware that his every move was already within someone's line of sight. A yellow taxi trailed close behind the Santana. Seated in the back was a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap. This man was none other than Butcher, a notorious professional assassin with a reputation throughout the underworld. No one knew Butcher's real name, but those familiar with him understood his signature weapon, a knife. A 10-yuan fruit knife. To describe Butcher's abilities, only one word sufficed: fast. Swift in movement, swift in speed, and the fruit knife was swiftest of all. When he intended to kill, it happened so fast the victim never even had time to react. The Butcher earned his moniker through countless victims. Swift and precise defined his modus operandi, boasting a success rate exceeding 95%. Crucially, his rates were fair, earning him favor among clients within the trade. For instance, eliminating a nobody like Ye Chenfei would cap at 500,000 yuan. The Butcher didn't appear particularly robust, leaning toward the lean side. He wore a thin blue jacket and a dark-colored baseball cap pulled low, obscuring most of his cheeks. Thick black-rimmed glasses sat perched on his nose. Seated in the back of the taxi, he clutched his phone, eyes glued to the screen. He looked every bit the tech-obsessed geek, appearing to be in his 20s, a far cry from the image of a professional hitman. Chapter 60, The Butcher's True Colors. The phone screen displayed a GPS map with 2 red dots, the current location of the taxi and the precise whereabouts of Ye Chenfei's red Santana. This was the most fundamental skill of a professional assassin. Every detail had to be meticulously planned, leaving no room for error. The Butcher closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, already formulating a detailed assassination plan in his mind. Latte Shopping Plaza. From a distance, Ye Chenfei spotted Jing Yuqing sitting on a lounge chair in the plaza, and she immediately caught his eye. Today, the girl had styled her hair into a refreshingly carefree ponytail. Her short, jet black locks curled slightly upward, framing an oval face that radiated a fresh, otherworldly charm. She wore a simple blue casual outfit and a pair of petite black sunglasses. Though the ensemble was ordinary, Jing Yuqing wore it with effortless style. Before her sat 2 cups of milk tea and some snacks. Sipping her drink and nibbling on fries, she radiated a relaxed, effortless charm that drew admiring glances from many around her. Ye Chenfei couldn't quite explain why, but whenever he felt down, seeing the little girl always lifted his spirits. Though her personality was a bit quirky and stubborn, there was no denying she had become the sunshine in his life. Brother Yi, I'm buying you milk tea. Jing Yuqing tossed aside her sunglasses with a mischievous grin, her ethereal smile lighting up her cheeks. Come on, today this lady will teach you a lesson: the art of picking up girls. Cut it out. The art of charming girls? You've never even been in a relationship yourself, and you're lecturing me? Ye Chenfei took the milk tea, sat down beside Jing Yuqing, and took a satisfying sip. Bro Yi, you know what flavor this milk tea is? Jing Yuqing asked with a knowing look. Taro. Taro is best for relaxing your mind and cultivating your spirit. At the end of the day, the best way to deal with your troubles is to shift your focus. You get what I mean, bro Yi? Her beautiful eyes twinkled as she spoke. Get what? The milk tea tastes good. Put. Stop pretending. I studied basic psychology back in school. I know you're definitely not feeling great. After being rejected by a woman, you're bound to feel a certain degree of disappointment. At times like this, you need something to capture your attention, to help you forget that unpleasant feeling. Replace it with something new, someone new. Put simply, don't hang yourself on one tree. The world is vast, full of countless beauties and blooming flowers. Take, for example, the vibrant rose right beside you. Jing Yuqing finished her sentence with a flirtatious little push of her chest. Ye Chenfei nearly choked, spitting out his milk tea. Hey, girl, could you please stop thrusting your chest around? That thing of yours clearly hasn't developed yet, it's flat as a board. Ha! You jerk Yi! How dare you talk nonsense? Jing Yuqing suddenly flushed with embarrassment, her tiny cheeks blazing crimson. She pounded Ye Chenfei's shoulder with her tiny fist. What's so great about that Su Chun Mei anyway? She's just got a better figure than me. Her complexion isn't as rosy as mine. She's not as tall as me. Her teeth aren't as pretty as mine.
Jing Yuqing's outburst instantly drew attention from everyone around, sparking envy and resentment among the men nearby.
Left with no choice, Ye Chenfei quickly surrendered. Alright, kiddo, you've got me beat. You're beautiful, prettier than Su Chunmei. Give it 3 years and your chest will definitely be bigger than hers. You jerk, Yi.
Jing Yuqing snapped, her delicate fists raining down like a storm. The two bickered playfully all the way, creating quite a scene.
To onlookers, they resembled a couple deeply in love.
Passing a jewelry store, Jing Yuqing stopped to browse, selecting a slightly cheaper gold necklace.
Yi Ge, can I just advance a month's salary? My mom always wanted a gold necklace for her wedding, but my dad's lifelong gambling never let her have it. This is the first time I've ever bought her such an expensive gift. Ye Chenfei glanced at the necklace priced at 3,000 yuan. It was clearly the cheapest piece in the entire store. The pendant wasn't solid gold either, featuring a nail-sized stone inlay that made its quality and texture appear rather ordinary. Miss, would you like to see other styles? We have a jade inlaid necklace that's been selling like hotcakes lately.
Not only is the design novel, but it also has a high gold content.
The chain length is much longer than this one too. The saleswoman pulled a dazzling necklace from another display stand.
It was indeed as she described. Both the design and appearance stood out. This necklace was also meticulously crafted by our internationally renowned designer, specifically tailored for middle-aged and elderly women. We've sold many this month, mostly as gifts for mothers.
It is quite beautiful.
Jing Yuqing fluttered her lovely eyes, captivated by the new necklace. But when she glanced at the price tag, she froze. The number 18,888 blazed out, startling her so much that her hand jerked back as if electrocuted. It's too expensive, Jing Yuqing murmured, pouting slightly as she shook her head. 18,000 yuan was undoubtedly a fortune to her. She'd never purchased anything so costly in her life. Miss, while this necklace is on the pricier side, it holds its value beautifully. Keep it at home for 10 or 8 years, and it won't depreciate. With the jade market booming lately, there's a strong chance it could appreciate in value, the saleswoman chattered on.
I think I'll pass. I'll just take that one for over 3,000, Jing Yuqing said, forcing an awkward smile. A single necklace cost nearly half her annual salary. No matter how she looked at it, this piece was still a luxury she couldn't afford right now. Ahem. Ye Chenfei observed the entire scene.
Clearing his throat, he said in a low voice, Miss, just this necklace.
Wrap it up for us. We'll take it. Ha!
Jing Yuqing spun around and pinched Ye Chenfei hard.
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Hey, I'm not trying to lecture you, but your aunt worked hard to raise you. Buying a necklace she truly loves is the least she deserves.
Don't worry about the price. Her happiness matters more than anything.
You're so much luckier than me.
I could never even dream of giving my mom a necklace like this.
Ye Chenfei gave a bitter laugh, his mind drifting to the Yi family members framed by others.
His parents' smiles were now buried deep within his memories.
Brother Yi, I know all this, but this necklace is on me. Consider it my birthday gift to your aunt. Ye Chenfei generously pulled out his bank card and handed it to the saleswoman.
Turning back, he added, don't deduct it from my salary.
Whatever your aunt wants, just buy it all. I'll cover the bill.
The saleswoman beamed as she accepted the card, turning away with a delighted smile. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back.
Brother Yi. I can't possibly accept such an expensive gift. No way I'll pay you back for this.
The usually money-minded Jing Yuqing spoke unusually. I may joke around with you all the time, but I have my principles.
I'm not the kind of girl who takes things for free. Still, thank you for what you said earlier. You're right, I'd been too selfish.
Jing Yuqing thought of her mother's hardships over the years, and tears of gratitude welled up in the corners of her eyes.
Whoa! The penny pinchers had an epiphany? Rare indeed. Fine. It's settled, then deduct all this from your paycheck. I'd love to see you blow 10 or 80 grand today. That way, you'll be stuck with me for life.
Ye Chenfei playfully wiped the tears from her eyes.
Stop crying, someone might think I'm bullying you. But you are bullying me. You pervert. You just love seeing girls cry. I hate you, I hate you.
Jing Yuqing burst into laughter through her tears, playfully punching Ye Chenfei several times. Later, the two browsed clothing stores in the mall and bought several well-fitting outfits for Jing's mother. The little money-grubbing girl wore a blissful smile the entire time, hooking her arm tightly around Ye Chenfei's without a second thought.
Hey, what are you doing? I'm still single. You're going to scare off all the women who like me.
Ye Chenfei couldn't shake her off. The little girl clung tightly, refusing to let go.
I don't care. No matter how inconvenient it is, you have to let me hold on. I'm happy, don't ruin my mood.
Jing Yuqing tugged even harder, clinging to him like a living, warm-hearted leech. As the two strolled through the shopping plaza, a cute little flower girl suddenly blocked their path, offering flowers. Brother and sister, would you like to buy a bouquet of roses?
Why would we buy roses? We're not that kind of.
Ye Chenfei started to explain, but noticed how much they resembled a couple deeply in love.
I'll take one.
Jing Yuqing took a single rose with a flirtatious smile, then turned away and muttered, "Ye Chenfei, you pay."
Damn it! Ye Chenfei's face darkened.
Just as the flower girl took the money, she suddenly handed Ye Chenfei a note. "Brother, this note was given to me by a big sister to give to you."
Ha!
Ye Chenfei froze for a moment, then hurriedly took the note the girl handed him.
A lady asked you to give this to me? Where is she?
"The lady told me not to say, so I won't tell you," the little girl teased, waving her hand playfully before skipping away.
Ye Chenfei unfolded the note in his hand, revealing a line of elegant handwriting.
His heart skipped a beat. 12 o'clock behind you.
Duck bill cap. Follow.
Ye Chenfei immediately rolled up the note, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into his pocket. He tugged at the startled Jing Yuqing, urging her to keep walking.
Don't look back.
Just as Jing Yuqing turned to investigate, Ye Chenfei quickly grabbed her delicate shoulder.
Let's check the reflection in the glass ahead. Don't let them see through us. Ye Chenfei sighed inwardly.
So preoccupied with shopping with Jing Yuqing, he hadn't even noticed two people watching him.
Who was that woman who warned him? And who was secretly following him? He scanned his surroundings first.
The flower girl had vanished without a trace, but through the reflective glass, he spotted the tail of the man in the baseball cap. The man in the cap appeared to be casually browsing, yet his gaze never left Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing. Using his phone as a cover, he maintained a distance of about 7 or 8 meters.
Without someone's warning, Ye Chenfei's keen observation alone would have struggled to detect anything amiss. Chapter 61. Whose note was that? Ye Chenfei? Which woman slipped you that note?
Jing Yuqing cut straight to the chase.
You silly girl.
At a time like this, you're still jealous.
We're in serious danger. The person following us is definitely no pushover.
Ye Chenfei decisively wrapped his arm around Jing Yuqing's slender waist, pulling her into a close embrace.
Ye Chenfei.
Jing Yuqing was caught off guard by Ye Chenfei's sudden embrace.
Don't you know how to act? We're a couple now. Keep walking.
Sit on those chairs up ahead and see what tricks they're playing.
Ye Chenfei ordered in a hushed voice.
Oh, okay, Jing Yuqing nodded nervously. Sensing danger in Ye Chenfei's tone, she decided not to ask questions. She leaned her head against his shoulder, letting him take the lead. The pair settled into the shopping mall's rest area, occasionally pulling out their phones to snap suggestive selfies. In reality, Ye Chenfei was using his phone's front camera to monitor the shadowy figure in the baseball cap lurking behind them. He was almost certain the guy in the baseball cap was the stalker. Seeing Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing sit down, the man hesitated for a few seconds before slowly approaching their direction.
Ye Chenfei keenly noticed one hand resting on the man's waistband, suspecting a gun or knife concealed there.
The butcher was about 10 meters away from Ye Chenfei and his companion. Seeing them resting in the lounge area, he devised a perfect assassination plan.
The rest area was crowded and bustling, with numerous seats offering cover.
While appearing like a public space, it was actually an ideal location for murder.
With his throwing knife speed, eliminating someone in this environment would be child's play.
Even if a detective descended from heaven afterward, they wouldn't be able to find the killer. That's just how professional assassins operate. He deftly concealed a fruit knife within his sleeve. As he passed by Ye Chenfei, he could strike without a trace, piercing Ye Chenfei's vital point with a single stab, killing without a sound. Just as the butcher closed the distance between them, he suddenly saw the woman beside Ye Chenfei abruptly rise and walk straight toward him. He froze for a moment, feeling guilty as a thief. He found a seat and sat down, pretending to pull out his phone and fiddle with it. He stuffed the fruit knife into his pocket, carefully concealing himself, his guard rising unconsciously. Beads of sweat formed on the butcher's forehead as the beautiful girl drew nearer. His heartbeat quickened significantly. His mind raced through the details of the moment, wondering if he had given himself away. Finally, the girl passed by him without even glancing up. She simply bought 2 cups of taro milk tea from the shop across from him. It had all been a false alarm. The girl walked past him again, straw in hand, when suddenly she stumbled. Her balance shifted, and the milk tea spilled from her hands. Ouch! The milk tea splashed squarely onto the butcher's thigh. His reflexes kicked in, and he instinctively reached for the sharp fruit knife at his waist. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, sir." The girl bowed repeatedly in apology, pulling tissues from her casual pants pocket. "I'll help you clean your pants, I really didn't mean to." The butcher quickly withdrew his hand, blocking the pretty girl's offer with one arm. A hoarse voice burst from his throat. "No need, it's fine."
"Should I wipe it off for you?
Or take it to the nearest dry cleaner?" the girl insisted earnestly.
"I said no need."
"Now get out of my sight," the butcher said coldly, one hand still resting on his waist. Out of professional habit, he subconsciously felt something unexpected could happen at any moment.
"Ha! All right then. I'm really sorry."
The pretty girl nodded, her face flushing, before finally stepping away from the butcher. After the girl left, the butcher felt uneasy. His mind sharpened as he pondered a crucial question.
This girl is definitely suspicious. She's Ye Chenfei's woman. Why would she randomly come by milk tea and then, by some fluke, spill it on my thigh? Could all this really be mere coincidence? There's definitely something fishy here. Staring at Ye Chenfei just a few feet away, countless possibilities raced through the butcher's mind. But just as he was wrestling with these thoughts, he suddenly saw Ye Chenfei rise from his seat and begin strolling leisurely toward him. The butcher's brow instantly furrowed into a tight knot. The veins on his arms bulged, his body primed for action. If his plan was discovered, he would eliminate the threat without hesitation, no mercy. True to the butcher's expectations, Ye Chenfei settled into the chair beside him, a strange smile playing on his lips. He even spoke first. "Friend, you've been following me for quite a while, haven't you? Must be exhausting." With that single sentence, the butcher instantly realized his plan had been exposed. His face twisted into a vicious sneer. "It doesn't matter if you figured it out. You're already a dead man anyway." His hand instinctively reached for the knife at his waist, but suddenly something felt off. Normally, he could draw his blade and complete the killing motion in an instant. Yet now, his hand trembled unexpectedly, his movements becoming agonizingly slow. The simple act of reaching for his knife took a full 10 seconds, as tragic as watching a movie in slow motion. His speed was approaching that of a septuagenarian. How could this be? Why am I so slow? Am I dreaming? The butcher's mind buzzed with disbelief, momentarily blank. Worst of all, when he finally grasped the fruit knife, his hands trembled uncontrollably. Forget killing, even holding it steady in his palm felt like it was possessed. His friend Ye Chenfei effortlessly drew the sharp fruit knife from his hand. "You pulled that knife to kill me, didn't you? It's very sharp, but unfortunately, it won't kill me today." The butcher immediately sensed something else amiss. Not only were his hands trembling, but his heartbeat had accelerated dramatically, pounding so fiercely it felt like it might leap from his chest. "What the hell did you do to me, Ye Chenfei? Your tracking skills are decent, but your understanding of me is lacking. You probably didn't know I'm a poison expert, did you? Anyone who comes to kill me must first taste the poison I've prepared." Ye Chenfei toyed with the sharp dagger in his hand, speaking calmly. "You've surely heard of the heartbreak grass, haven't you? It's one of the most commonly used poisons among us poison doctors. The venom extracted from it possesses powerful adhesion and sensitivity. The moment it touches your skin, it seeps into your system. Symptoms include dizziness, drooping eyelids, trembling limbs, and accelerated heartbeat, accompanied by intermittent nerve paralysis. As the poison progresses, your heart races wildly until sudden death. Need I elaborate? You're experiencing it firsthand now. So that girl earlier was here to poison me? Ye Chenfei, you despicable scoundrel." The butcher's limbs shook violently as his speech became slurred. "No poison, no man. Why should I show mercy to someone who tried to kill me? Your time is running out. If you don't get the antidote within 5 minutes, you'll die right here. No one will ever uncover your true cause of death. The official report will list it as sudden cardiac arrest." Ye Chenfei's icy explanation felt like a 1,000-pound weight crushing the butcher's shoulders. Before he could even act, he'd been neutralized. This had never happened before in the butcher's history of killing. "Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Who? Whom?" "Ye Chenfei, you think these petty tricks scare me? I'll get to the bottom of this." The butcher struggled to rise from his seat, only to find his heart pounding violently. His legs trembled so violently they looked comically like he was dancing on the spot. He tried to stand but collapsed again. "Only 4 minutes left. Speak up if you want to live. Only you can save yourself now. Tell me who ordered my death." Ye Chenfei spun around abruptly, fists clenched, his voice a command. The butcher tried to resist, but his heart was already pounding at 180 beats per minute. Death had already enveloped him. The terror of impending death was beyond description. In the face of life and death, all professional codes were bull. "Give me the antidote. I'll tell you. The antidote is right here." Ye Chenfei pulled a pure white pill from his pocket and held it in his broad palm. "Who's the mastermind behind this?" "Yes, it's Wild Wolf." The butcher hesitated noticeably but ultimately uttered the name. "Wild Wolf?" Ye Chenfei recalled Zhou Bapi mentioning this figure before. "The major drug lord in Tianhai City?" That's right. The butcher answered, drenched in sweat and trembling. "You crossed Wild Wolf, ruined millions of his business deals. That's why he paid to have you killed. Simple as that. Give me the antidote now. I can't take it anymore. How do I find Wild Wolf?" "Give me his contact info," Ye Chenfei said coldly, staring straight ahead. I don't know. The strategist always contacts me first. He's the one who transfers the money to my account." The butcher's teeth chattered uncontrollably, and his bespectacled frame slid down his nose. "Oh? Tell me the strategist's contact info?" Ye Chenfei asked calmly, still holding his milk tea. His reaction stood in stark contrast to the butcher's panic. "I don't know anything. Our contact is strictly one way. We're professional assassins. We're never told the client's identity. Please give me the antidote. My heart's about to burst." "Us," he stammered. "So your assassin organization has others? If you don't kill me, someone else will be sent to assassinate me?" "That's right. I'm only a junior assassin. A higher-level assassin will be sent next.
The butcher struggled to speak these words, foam already uncontrollably forming at his mouth.
Seeing he couldn't hold on, Ye Chenfei turned and forced the white pill into his mouth.
The poison's effects eased immediately. His heart rate slowed considerably, and his complexion gradually returned to normal.
Only his hands continued to tremble uncontrollably. Why?
Why are my hands still trembling? The butcher demanded bitterly, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Forgot to mention the heartbreak grass poison suits you perfectly. Once this toxin takes hold, certain symptoms become lifelong companions: trembling hands, occasional heart palpitations. So your days as an assassin are over. Expect to spend the rest of your life recuperating in hospitals. The money you earn as a hitman will barely cover your own medical bills. Ye Chenfei rose slowly after speaking. And pass this along to your assassin organization. If they want to kill me, they'd better measure their own strength first. 042420151115 AM. Chapter 62, The Antidote. Ye Chenfei, you'd better not get too worked up, or you might trigger a heart attack. That would be a real problem. While you still have the ability to take care of yourself, get out of Tianhai City and run for your life. Ye Chenfei said without turning his head. Jing Yuqing stepped forward from the side, playfully linking her arm through his and leaning affectionately against his broad, sturdy shoulder. Hey, girl, is this ever going to end? The act's over, and you're still hitting on me. Ye Chenfei shrugged, reminding her. Put. Whose fault is it that you got me hooked on acting? I don't care if you're going to play along, play it all the way. The little minx flashed a mischievous grin and clamped Ye Chenfei's arm firmly in her grasp. On the way back to the clinic, Jing Yuqing didn't ask a single question about the assassination details. Instead, Ye Chenfei couldn't help but prompt her. Hey, you must have noticed something suspicious too, right? Why haven't you asked me any questions? Aren't you usually super curious? Jing Yuqing tilted her pretty chin and pursed her lips. If you don't want to talk about it, there must be a reason. When you're ready to share, I'll listen intently. But I don't want you doing anything illegal. Promise me you won't be like that Joe Skinflint. Don't do those heartless things, okay, brother Yi? Put. Seeing Jing Yuqing's affectionate expression, Ye Chenfei couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey, could you change your tone? This sounds like dialogue from some brainless idol drama. After this exchange, are we supposed to kiss or something? Kiss my big head. Jing Yuqing yanked Ye Chenfei's arm and gave it a hard pinch. Stop talking nonsense. Stop taking advantage of me. Back at the clinic, Ye Chenfei kept mulling over one question. Besides the assassin, there was another person following him. Who was that other stalker? Why had they warned him at that critical moment? He overheard the flower girl call someone big sister, meaning it was a woman. Logically, this big sister must know him. As this thought crossed his mind, a series of women flashed through Ye Chenfei's mind. Su Chunmei, Qin Zimo, Tang Yifei, Jing Yuqing? Could this big sister be one of them? No sooner had he sat down than Ding Xiaobei appeared with a few brothers, grinning as he exclaimed, Wow, I'm in a great mood today, brother Yi. I've got some fantastic news for you. Did you win the lottery? Why are you so happy? Jing Yuqing asked curiously. Let me tell brother Yi. Little brother Long Dahai grinned as he reported, only 3 days left until the final settlement. Brother Xiaobei's collection is 25,000 higher than Huang Degu's. He. We've crushed Huang Degu with an absolute advantage. This showdown is ours for the taking. Ding Xiaobei crossed his legs with satisfaction. Huang Degu's been keeping a low profile lately. Hardly seen him around Taishao Street. That bastard doesn't have the balls to challenge me. I'll be the ultimate winner. Xiaobei, don't underestimate him. This Huang Degu is far more complicated than you think. Ye Chenfei didn't agree, offering a cautious analysis. Huang Degu has never been someone to be taken lightly. The quieter and more obedient he acts, the more likely he's hiding something shady. It's not over yet. Don't jump to conclusions. Have more people dig into his background. Brother Yi, you're right. I've already had people keep a close eye on that front. Also, do you remember Lu Hu? Ye Chenfei gave a discreet nod, and Ding Xiaobei signaled his men to withdraw. Brother Yi, the rats have tracked down that Lu Hu. Just as Lu Debao reported, he runs a fitness club downtown. We've got his full details. Just give the word, and we'll move. What's there to wait for? I'm itching to strike right now. I've been dreaming about finding the mastermind behind this. Ye Chenfei's arms bulged with veins as he gritted his teeth. As the two men discussed stepping outside, they encountered a figure clad in a hooded sweatshirt. The silhouette suggested a woman, her face concealed beneath the gray hood, her features indistinct. The woman spotted Ye Chenfei and offered a faint, almost inaudible greeting. Yet that brief greeting instantly allowed Ye Chenfei to recognize her identity, Qin Zimo. After giving Ding Xiaobei a few instructions, Ye Chenfei led Qin Zimo into the treatment room at the back. Zimo, why are you here? Ye Chenfei noticed Qin Zimo's unusual demeanor. Since entering, she'd maintained a somber expression, her gray hood still pulled over her head. Her complexion looked slightly haggard, her eyes bloodshot, as if she'd been through something. I Qin Zimo stammered, her voice catching slightly.
Ye Chenfei promptly poured her a cup of tea. What happened?
Have a sip first, then tell me slowly. Ye Chenfei slowly pulled back the hood of Qin Zimo's hoodie, only to suddenly see her face covered in bruises. There were obvious marks on her neck and cheeks, and a trace of blood still lingered at the corner of her mouth.
Zimo, what happened? Tell me now. How did you get these cuts? Did some troublemakers attack you?
Ye Chenfei's concerned voice rose sharply, his shock beyond words. Qin Zimo immediately wiped the glistening tears from the corner of her eye.
Chenfei, this isn't your fault. No one attacked me. I just tripped and fell, that's all. Nonsense. Ye Chenfei dismissed it outright.
Seeing Qin Zimo's wounds, anger surged within him. I'm a medical student. I can tell exactly how these facial injuries happened. They're clearly caused by someone else. Ye Chenfei grabbed the first aid kit and gently dabbed the blood from her face with a cotton ball, his heart aching.
Did Big Fei do this to you? Don't ask, Chenfei.
Qin Zimo turned her face away, her nose stinging as another crystal-clear tear slipped down her cheek. Seeing his friend suffer injustice only deepened Ye Chenfei's anguish.
Her reaction spoke volumes. These wounds were almost certainly linked to Defei.
I'll have Yuqing prescribe you some medication later.
Take it on time when you get home.
Also, drink plenty of water and take some anti-inflammatory drugs. That way, the wound won't leave any marks on your face.
Chenfei, I'm not here for myself, I'm here to treat others. Qin Zimo suddenly uttered this inexplicable remark. Treating others, Zimo? What does that mean? Is there a drug that makes men hyperactive after taking it? Male arousal? The words flashed through Ye Chenfei's mind.
That short sentence held layers of meaning. For this condition, you should have that person come see me personally.
What use is it for you to come? Ye Chenfei had already pieced together the gist. The so-called stimulant was likely intended for Defei. That bastard couldn't perform himself, so he took it out on you? Is he even a man? Damn it! Bang! Ye Chenfei slammed his clenched fist onto the table. This has nothing to do with you.
Qin Zimo staggered back, covering Ye Chenfei's mouth forcefully.
Shouting like that, do you want to die? Have you no desire to live after offending Defei?
Qin Zimo struggled briefly before collapsing. Her brow furrowed deeply, sweat pouring down her temples like rain. Her slender, delicate frame seemed like a small boat swaying in a storm. When Jing Yuqing pulled back Qin Zimo's gray hoodie, she too gasped at the horrifying sight before her. Clearly visible on Qin Zimo's back were dark red wounds, bruises, scratches, knife cuts, and even cigarette burn marks.
Though the early autumn air wasn't cold, Qin Zimo couldn't stop her entire body from trembling. The multitude of wounds were horrifying to behold, each one shocking to the core. Seeing this, Ye Chenfei suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to kill Defei. That bastard Defei was worse than an animal.
Jing Yuqing, while cleaning Qin Zimo's wounds, cursed loudly. What kind of man treats his girlfriend like this, Sister Zimo?
Leave that bastard. Break up with him. Yuqing was right. If Zimo left Defei, staying with someone like him would never end well. If you have any trouble, I can help you. You have your whole life ahead of you. You can't let Defei abuse you like this forever, Ye Chenfei said earnestly.
Though Qin Zimo and he had no personal connection, her association with Defei meant they were, in a way, tangled together.
It's fine. This path is my own choice. I have no reason to back out now. Qin Zimo faced Ye Chenfei, forcing a faint smile. Sister Zimo, why put yourself through this? Following Defei is just inviting trouble.
Jing Yuqing scolded anxiously.
Enough. I know what I'm doing. Chenfei, could you get me some medicine? And please, whatever happens today, don't tell anyone. Defei won't treat me kindly if he finds out. Qin Zimo stood up after her back was treated.
I can prescribe medicine for your physical injuries, but I don't have any for treating Defei's impotence, and even if I did, I wouldn't prescribe it to him.
Why doesn't he come himself to treat this condition?
Instead, he sends a woman out to humiliate herself.
Yuqing is right. He's worse than an animal. Ye Chenfei's heart seethed with resentment, wanting to vent but finding no outlet. Chenfei, if you won't prescribe the medicine, I won't be able to explain this to Defei when I return. I'll likely suffer again.
A shadow of gloom flashed in Qin Zimo's eyes as she hesitated to speak.
Brother Yi, come on. Whatever formula you have, just prescribe it for Sister Zimo. At least don't make Defei put Sister Zimo in an awkward position.
Jing Yuqing, unable to bear it, tugged at Ye Chenfei's arm and pleaded.
Ye Chenfei exhaled deeply. Zimo, tell Defei to come see me himself.
This condition can't be treated with a quick prescription based on descriptions alone. We need to pinpoint the root cause and target the treatment for it to work. If there were a drug that delivered instant results, it wouldn't be medicine, it'd be Viagra. Ye Chenfei added one last warning, and tell him this: if I see any new scars on your body, someone won't let him off the hook.
Chapter 63, Defei's illness.
Don't be foolish, Qin Zimo shook his head forcefully.
You have no idea how terrifying Defei's power is. There's no one in the entire Tianhai city he fears. Meanwhile, at an elegant tea house in Tianhai City, the same two figures occupied their usual seats across a chessboard. Sipping clear tea, they savored their game with carefree ease. Boss, the butcher's mission failed. We've lost contact with him. Meanwhile, that Ye Chenfei is still operating his clinic on Taishao Street without incident. The strategist played his moves cautiously, reporting the latest developments with measured care. Oh? Wild Wolf paused, holding a solid chess piece. Who knew Ye Chenfei had some skill? Even a professional hitman like Butcher couldn't take him out. This guy's no pushover. The strategist mused thoughtfully, boss, if we don't eliminate this man, we won't be able to play our game with peace of mind. A major deal is imminent, we can't let this guy cause trouble. Humph, Wild Wolf chuckled instead of anger. Who'd have thought my chess moves would be tied to some lowly doctor? Now I have to check the mood of some nobody before making my next move? The piece he held in his hand was precisely a pawn. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he crushed the wooden piece in his palm. Strategist? What's your take? Boss, the butcher failed to eliminate the target this time. The mission is a failure. The assassin group bears undeniable responsibility. To uphold their reputation, they will certainly take remedial action. They will still dispatch assassins to hunt down Ye Chenfei. The strategist was adept at reading expressions and knew the boss's mood was sour. His tone was therefore as accommodating as possible. Add another million to their budget. Just send out their strongest assassin. I don't want to hear another word about this Ye Chenfei. That man should have reported to the king of hell long ago. Wild Wolf couldn't contain his impatience, downing the strong tea in his cup in one gulp. Understood, boss. I know what to do. I'll dispatch the sharpshooter immediately. With him on the job, Ye Chenfei won't stand a chance. Stepping out of the tea house, military received a text from the assassin group. The sharpshooter is en route. Ye Chenfei's head will be on the table within 3 days. On an early autumn afternoon, the Pure Heart Clinic welcomed a special guest, none other than the East District's top dog, Big Fei. Fei was dressed conservatively today, arriving without his usual entourage. His braids were tucked away under his clothes, and he wore sunglasses to conceal his identity. He entered the clinic furtively, as if terrified someone might recognize him. If word got out that the mighty Big Fei, the top dog of the East District, suffered from impotence, that his beautiful wife was nothing but a decoration, the entire city of Tianhai would laugh their heads off. Dr. Yi, you should be familiar with my condition by now? Fei sat down, glancing around nervously before cautiously speaking, his demeanor betraying a guilty conscience. Yuching, pour Big Brother Fei a cup of tea first. Ye Chenfei waved him over. Big Brother Fei, I have a general understanding of the situation, but for a condition like this, every detail matters. We need to thoroughly examine it. This issue usually involves multiple factors, and I need to determine whether your condition is congenital or acquired. Of course it's acquired. Last year I could go 7 times a night without breaking a sweat. Sleeping with a different woman every day was no problem. But since this past New Year, this has happened. I still react when I see a beauty, but when it comes time to get down to business, that thing just won't cooperate. No matter how I try, nothing happens. It's driving me crazy. Brother Fei, I've figured out the real root of your problem. To put it simply, excessive indulgence. A man's vitality is finite, it's like mining. When you first discover a rich vein, the resources flow endlessly. But no matter how promising the surface looks, it's just that surface. Eventually, you'll exhaust the reserves. Your situation is simple: overspending. You've slept with enough women to last a lifetime, so your sex life has hit rock bottom. What? Fei's face paled. He snarled in resentment, how could this happen? If I'd known this would be the outcome, I would have been more careful back then. Even once a night would have been fine. Ye Chenfei's face darkened. The bastard actually had the nerve to come up with such an excuse. Dr. Yi, you have to save me. I know you're famous around here as a miracle doctor. You cured my mom's frozen shoulder. I'm sure you can fix this weird condition of mine too. I'm only in my 30s. I've got a whole life ahead of me to enjoy. And tons of women I haven't slept with yet. Qin Zimo, I haven't even. Forget it. Dr. Yi, no matter what, you absolutely must find a way to cure my illness. Fei grew increasingly frantic, finally waving his hand decisively and declaring. Here, brother Fei, calm down first. Have a sip of this tea I brewed for you. Jing Yuqing handed him a cup of tea. Fei gulped it down haphazardly, then suddenly turned pale. He spit out the entire mouthful with a puff. Holy! What kind of tea is this? It tastes like piss. Ye Chenfei felt slightly awkward. That damn brat, he knew she wasn't up to any good. He'd already noticed the peculiar scent in Fei's tea. That smell was all too familiar to him. It was the urine of a poisonous scorpion. That scorpion's urine served no purpose whatsoever. Its only feature was its stench. It was flushed down the drain every day. And now this brat had gone and steeped it into Fei's tea. She got her kicks, but I'm the one who has to take the fall. Hey, brother Fei, don't spit it out. This is our rarest medicinal herb, tidefish grass. It's the cordyceps of herbs. A powerful tonic that nourishes both yin and yang.
Drinking it instantly replenishes your vital energy.
Ye Chenfei reacted lightning fast, quickly inventing the tight fish grass herb. But damn, this stuff stinks. Drinking it feels like eating. De Fei grimaced. Bitter medicine cures illness. Good stuff always tastes awful. If it tasted refreshing, it'd be Sprite. You won't drink this treasure? I'll take it. Ye Chenfei acted convincingly, reaching out to grab it. De Fei, a seasoned veteran of the underworld, was nonetheless fooled by Ye Chenfei's polished performance. He snatched the cup back in a hurry. I'll drink it. I'll drink it. As long as it cures my illness, I'll drink it no matter how awful it tastes. Gulp, gulp. De Fei tilted his head back and downed every last drop of the black liquid in the cup. After that single gulp, De Fei's face darkened. With his next breath, a thick, fishy stench filled the entire room, so pungent it nearly choked everyone. Dr. Yi, this stinks. I can't stand the smell. De Fei frowned and complained. I could knock myself out with this fumes. Does this chow yu chow even work? Of course it works. That's rare moist fish grass, a treasure you can't even buy with money on the market. But you must be persistent with the medicine. Brother De Fei, you need to drink this medicinal tea daily. Keep it up for a month, and your illness should be cured. Ye Chenfei said, feigning composure, though inside he was bursting with laughter. Jing Yuqing, eavesdropping next door, couldn't hold back any longer. She covered her mouth and burst into laughter, tears welling up in her eyes. Ha! This stuff tastes awful and I have to drink it for a whole month? I'd rather just die. Big Fei looked utterly miserable. After all, he was the top dog in the East District. If he ever had to speak at a meeting now, opening his mouth would be like falling into a cesspool. Fine, fine. A month it is. I'll endure it. De Fei gritted his teeth and resolved, Dr. Yi, this must actually work, right? Don't try to pull a fast one on me. Of course, just taking the fish grass won't be enough. I'll prescribe some Lu Wei Di Huang pills for you later. Go home and nourish your body properly. Try to eat more protein-rich foods. One thing you must remember, during this treatment period, absolutely no ex-life. Otherwise, it'll be half the effort for double the trouble, and all your progress will be wasted. Your precious treasure might never recover. Oh my god, Dr. Yi. I can't live without a woman for a single day. De Fei was in agony, his mind in turmoil. How long would he have to endure this? Dr. Yi? A full 100 days. Oh my god, how am I supposed to survive 100 days? De Fei wailed, his face twisted in despair. Ye Chenfei thought to himself, Zimo, there's no turning back for you now. This is the most I can do for you. I hope these 100 days will ease your suffering somewhat. In truth, De Fei's condition was merely a manifestation of kidney deficiency. Typically, a month of recuperation supplemented with Lu Wei Di Huang pills would restore him to near perfect health. Making him drink scorpion urine was punishment, a taste of his own medicine for his habitual mistreatment of women. When De Fei left, he didn't mention money or even offer a single word of thanks. Jing Yuqing cursed fiercely, how did a scumbag like De Fei become the boss of the East District? Serves him right to drink scorpion piss. Ugh. You're one to talk. Ye Chenfei turned and pinched the girl's cheek. Thank God De Fei's an idiot. If we'd run into someone smarter, both you and I would be finished. You dare mess with someone like De Fei? Watch out, or someone'll eat you alive. Alright, Brother Yi, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. I just felt so sorry for Sister Zimo. Sigh, I really don't get what Qin Zimo was thinking. Leaving De Fei would be so easy. I just don't believe she truly loves him. There's nothing about De Fei that any woman would like. Jing Yuqing asked with unusual confusion. I'm baffled too, Ye Chenfei shook his head in confusion. Women's minds are getting harder to read. What are you ladies made of? The longer I know you, the less I understand you. Well, this calls for a personal lesson from this lady herself. Get lost. Wait till you become a real woman. You don't even know how to handle ex-life, yet you pretend to be an expert in front of me. Ye Chenfei turned and walked away. Ye Chenfei, you bastard. Ah. As afternoon approached, Ye Chenfei received a call from Mouse. Brother Yi, I've thoroughly investigated Lu Hu's background. This guy has little cash on hand, but I found 2 commercial properties registered under his name, both purchased in 2011. Which coincides perfectly with the timing after the Yi family tragedy. I also found that right after he left the Yi family, he opened this medium-sized gym on his own. Starting a gym requires at least 500,000 yuan, and adding the cost of the commercial properties, it totals around 2 million yuan. In short, I think this Lu Hu is 100% suspicious. Chapter 64, We're coming for you. How's everything coming along on your end? We're moving on him tonight. Don't tip him off, remember, Lu Hu was the security chief back then. He's got some skills. Don't underestimate me, Brother Yi. Tonight, I guarantee I won't need to lift a finger to take care of this Lu Hu. Ha. Mouse said confidently. Stop bragging in front of me, kid. Wait for my call.
Ye Chenfei was on the phone when Jing Yuqing suddenly burst in, looking panicked, as if she had something urgent to say.
Ye Chenfei hung up Mouse's call and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" "Brother Yi, Qin Zimo's been hospitalized."
Jing Yuqing stammered timidly.
"What? She's in the hospital? She was fine when she was here this morning. What happened? I just went to see her."
"One arm's broken, and she's got a bunch of new wounds all over her body. She claims she fell, but I could tell right away they were beatings."
"It's gotta be that bastard De Fei. That man is mentally unstable. Does he have nothing better to do than beat women? De Fei, you son of a..." Ye Chenfei kicked over the desk in front of him and roared with fury. Due to his special status, Ye Chenfei didn't visit Qin Zimo in the hospital ward. But through the transparent glass, he saw her condition, her right arm encased in a thick cast, one thigh suspended in the air by a hospital sling. The injuries were severe, and his heart immediately felt like it was being stabbed with needles. After a long moment, Ye Chenfei pulled out his phone and called Ding Xiaobei. "Xiaobei, cancel Lu Hu's plan tonight." "Tonight, I'm going to beat someone up." "Whoa, Ye Ge, the sun must be rising in the west today. Aren't you usually all about smooth sailing? Punishing someone? Who's unlucky enough to get you in a rage? De Fei. Big Fei? Damn it. Ye Ge, you're joking, right? He's my boss. You want me to bring people to beat him up? Are you in?" "Of course I'm in. Brother Yi, you and I are sworn brothers for life. Ever since you showed up on Taishao Street, you've been my boss forever. I'd even kill Big Fei for you." At 8 p.m., in a downtown billiards hall, De Fei and his crew were practicing their shots. With abstinence required these days, De Fei's evening entertainment had to settle for billiards as a pastime. The game grew tedious. After several rounds, De Fei's eyelids drooped relentlessly. "This sucks. How am I supposed to survive without women?" As the words left his mouth, an inexplicable stench filled the entire billiards hall. Forget it. I'm done. I'm heading to the bathroom for a smoke." De Fei tossed his cue stick aside, pulled out a cigarette, and walked toward the restroom. Sitting on the toilet seat, he took a drag just as he heard scattered footsteps outside. He didn't think much of it until the footsteps stopped right in front of his hidden door. "Ha!" De Fei hummed in response. Crash! A sudden loud bang echoed as the wooden bathroom door was violently kicked open. The cigarette clamped between De Fei's teeth fell to the floor in shock. He looked up, terrified out of his wits. Several masked men suddenly appeared before him. The masks bore the likenesses of the cartoon characters from TV Happy Lamb, Pretty Lamb, and Boiling Lamb. What do you want?" De Fei hissed from his perch on the toilet. "What are we doing?" "Taking you out for some fun." Xianjiang snorted coldly, slamming a black sack over De Fei's head. "What kind of fun? Help! Someone help me!" De Fei realized something and screamed, but his voice was muffled inside the sack, and the henchmen outside couldn't hear his cries for help. "Beat him senseless first," Happy Lamb ordered. The other two lambs instantly understood, swinging their fists and pounding De Fei mercilessly. "Ow ow. Stop it. I haven't finished ting yet. It's all coming out." De Fei screamed in agony. Then Xianjiang pulled out a silver needle and tapped it against Dave's body. Dave immediately drifted into a dazed unconsciousness. Minutes later, a slender sanitation worker pushed a garbage bin freely through the lobby, oblivious to the fact that their boss, Big Fei, had been collected like trash. This professional sanitation worker was none other than Xiao Bai's creation. About 10 minutes later, De Fei was brought to a peculiar place. A cool breeze roused him from unconsciousness. Groggily opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with pleasant sheep, lovely sheep, boiling sheep, and even a bald-headed Chang. "Holy! You bastards! Are you out of your minds? How dare you kidnap me?" De Fei struggled, only to discover his hands and feet were tightly bound. The four masked faces wore cartoonish grins, but to him, they looked eerily sinister. Pleasant Goat turned and gestured. "De Fei, you should take a look around first. Who's really the one courting death here?" De Fei glanced around absent-mindedly and was instantly stunned. It took him over 10 seconds to fully process the scene before he let out a hysterical scream. "Help! Help me! Someone save me!" The actors portraying pleasant sheep, pretty sheep, and boiling sheep were none other than Ye Chenfei, Ding Xiaobei, Mouse, and Little White. Kidnapping De Fei had been an impulsive decision, yet subduing him took less than 10 minutes, as easy as dealing with a street thug. Their destination wasn't far. It was in the same building as the billiards hall, an 18-story mid-rise. The group took the elevator straight to the rooftop of the building. Under the night sky, lights from surrounding buildings illuminated the area, bathing the small rooftop in bright light. The rooftop was roughly the size of a basketball court, with 4 massive concrete pillars standing at each corner. Each pillar was adorned with dazzling neon lights, their glow forming 4 beams of light against the night sky, a striking feature of the building. While De Fei remained unconscious, Ye Chenfei and the others had bound him to one of these pillars. His hands and feet were tied behind him, leaving his entire body suspended in midair. Hundreds of meters below lay the sea.
With his feet dangling freely, the early autumn night breeze swept across his face, ruffling his signature long hair. His eyes bulged wide, muscles twitching, teeth chattering, legs trembling uncontrollably. His entire body glowed with a translucent light. Should the rope slacken even slightly, he would plummet to his death from this height, a fall that promised only one outcome, a gruesome, bone-shattering end.
Xianjiang Ye Chenfei leaned in and asked, "Defei, you love thrill-seeking games, right? Is this feeling thrilling? Is it exhilarating? Who the hell are you people? What do you want? Let me down now. This isn't some joke. I asked if it's thrilling." A furious roar erupted from beneath Ye Chenfei's Xianjiang mask. "Speak. No, no. I beg you, let me down." Endless terror gripped Defei's entire body. He whined, his face twisted in fear. "Not thrilling, huh? Fine. Let's make it even more thrilling." Ye Chenfei pulled out a fruit knife, the very one he'd taken from the butcher. He swiftly cut one of the ropes binding Defei. Defei's body jerked, then suddenly tilted sharply downward. Holy! There were only 2 ropes tied together. With one snapped instantly, Big Brother Defei's body began swaying in the wind, his screams sounding like a ghost's wail. "Brothers, brothers! Let's talk this out. Don't do this. You want money? I'll give it to you. Just tell me how much, and I'll have my men deliver it to you." Defei's legs kicked wildly as he tried to brace himself against the exposed steps of the pillar. No matter how tough Big Fei usually acted, he'd never played such a thrilling and dangerous game before. Compared to this, amusement park roller coasters were practically child's play. "What the hell do you want from me? Why are you doing this to me? What do I have to do to make you stop? Ha?" Defei was crying tears of terror, his misery beyond description. "Alright, then I'll let you die knowing." Ye Chenfei leaned close to Defei and sneered, "I heard you beat Qin Zimo so badly he ended up in the hospital. Is that true? Ha?" Defei clearly hadn't anticipated this incident being linked to Qin Zimo. "You guys are. I asked if it happened. Damn it. You better believe I'll chop off your last rope too." "It happened." Defei nodded in terror. Staring at the happy sheep mask before him, he felt no trace of humor, only a bone-chilling dread. "Do you know Qin Zimo is my idol? Do you know how long I've been chasing her? For every year she worked at Huamei Hotel, I've been chasing her. She's the perfect goddess in my heart, you know? She's my treasure, and you went and abused her? You have no idea how much you've broken my heart." Ye Chenfei bellowed all this in one breath. "Who the hell are you, buddy? I'm a madman. A madman who loves Qin Zimo to the bone. How you abused my goddess is how I'll abuse you. Hit a woman? I'll make you hit a woman." In that moment, Ye Chenfei seemed to vent every ounce of pent-up fury, unleashing another barrage of punches and kicks at the dangling Defei. Defei had reigned as the East District's top dog for nearly 3 years. For that entire time, he'd lived in luxury and freedom, his mere roar enough to send tremors through the district. Today, he was tied to a pillar like a dead pig, being abused, something that had never happened in his entire history. "You took her away, fine. But you didn't even cherish her, and you beat him up every day? My goddess. My most beloved woman. I'm sorry. Stop hitting me, brother. I know I messed up. I swear I'll never hit a woman again. I swear on my life, if I ever lay a finger on Qin Zimo again, may I rot in hell. Isn't my apology and my oath enough?" Defei bellowed like a slaughtered pig. "What good is an apology? My heart's shattered, how can it ever mend? I'll make you fall from here. This is what happens to those who abuse my woman." Ye Chenfei, overcome with rage, used the fruit knife in his hand to cut the last rope binding Defei. Chapter 65, Happy Sheep's Mischief. "Ah, don't cut the rope. I'll give you money, okay? I'll make it up to you with cash. Whatever you want, I'll pay. No matter the price. Spare me, spare me." Defei spotted Ye Chenfei's cutting motion and immediately shrieked in reflex. Ye Chenfei went berserk, the paring knife slashing relentlessly at the rope's fibers. "So what if you have money? I don't need it. I just can't stand you, Defei. Go to hell. No, no. Help me." Defei seethed with resentment. If the East District's top dog ended up like this, it'd be Tianhai City's biggest laughingstock. "1 million, brother. How about 1 million? Ye Chenfei ignored him completely, continuing to cut the rope. 5 million. "I'll give you 5 million, brother." Defei gritted his teeth and shouted. Seeing Ye Chenfei show no sign of stopping, he bellowed, 50 million. 50 million is everything I own. I'll give it all to you, just spare my life." This torture was excruciatingly brutal. Death loomed at his feet, ready to shatter him into pieces. In the next second, he would cease to exist as the East District's top dog. It felt like a timer ticking before his eyes, counting down to his demise. "No." Defei's 50 million yuan offer met Ye Chenfei's decisive, abrupt response. Snap. Defei suddenly heard the rope snap. His heart skipped a beat as he felt himself plummeting downward. His taut nerves were on the verge of snapping. "It's over. I'm done for." Clatter, clatter.
Defei closed his eyes in resignation, but then heard the sound of rope scraping. His body jolted violently again as it caught his fall. He instinctively opened his eyes. Huh? I didn't die. I didn't fall? It turned out another thick rope was still hooked onto his collar. The two ropes on the pillar were merely a facade. Their purpose was to scare Defei, subjecting his heart to a grueling ordeal. Though Defei hadn't fallen, only one rope remained hooked on his collar. His body swayed endlessly in the night breeze, like a swinging swing, accompanied by his own howls that grew louder with each wave. When he was finally released, Defei was a limp heap. His once flowing hair was a tangled bird's nest, his face drained of color from sheer terror. Worst of all, a large wet patch had formed on his crotch, and a strong urine smell wafted from him. Clearly, the fright had caused him to lose control of his bladder. The few sheep behind him were laughing so hard they could barely breathe at the sight. Ding Xiaobei covered her mouth to stifle her laughter, afraid Defei might notice. Truthfully, she'd long seen how Defei favored Huang Degu and constantly made things difficult for her, scheming to kick her out of Taishao Street. Today, she'd finally gotten her chance to vent her pent-up frustration. Though Defei had committed countless misdeeds, he hadn't yet earned a death sentence. Besides, if Defei died now, the entire East District would inevitably descend into chaos. So for now, Defei would be spared. I'm not dead. I'm really not dead. Heaven has eyes. Defei cried out weakly, having just wandered around the outskirts of the underworld palace. Not killing you means I'm giving you another chance. Listen up. Ye Chenfei towered over him, pointing the fruit knife at Defei as he barked, since you've married Qin Zimo, don't mistreat this woman. If I find out you've done anything to wrong her, I'll personally throw you off this cliff. Got it? I heard you. I heard you. I promise to treat Qin Zimo well from now on. Defei, overcome with emotion, couldn't help but sob uncontrollably. It was unclear whether he was crying out of regret for his actions or relief at having his life spared. About half an hour later, two of Defei's henchmen happened to finish a long game of pool. Glancing at the time, they realized Defei had been in the bathroom far too long. The two decided to investigate. Opening one stall door, they froze in shock. Defei lay sprawled across the cubicle, his pants still half down, covered head to toe in foul-smelling filth. One henchman gasped, "Brother Defei, how did you manage to all over yourself?" Defei, summoning strength from somewhere, stood up and began wildly slapping his two underlings. "You two eat? You didn't even know I was kidnapped?" In a special ward of a certain hospital, Qin Zimo leaned against the bed. Her pale complexion couldn't obscure her exquisite features, shoulder-length hair, an oval face, and eyes that always sparkled with intelligence. Even the plainest hospital gown couldn't hide her innate beauty. After lights out, endless loneliness flooded her heart. The physical pain paled in comparison to the psychological weight. For days, she'd been asking herself, was this worth it? Could the wish buried deep within her still come true? And even if it did, would she feel happiness? Thoughts swirled, tears welling up like a spring. A soft knock on the door snapped Qin Zimo back to reality. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and glanced toward the door. The door creaked open, and Ye Chenfei slipped inside quietly, carrying two large boxes of food. Chenfei. A flicker of delight danced in Qin Zimo's beautiful eyes. She instinctively tried to rise, only to suddenly realize one leg was dangling in midair. "Ah, don't move. Don't move. Your bones aren't healed yet. Any movement will make them fall apart." Ye Chenfei set down the lunchboxes and hurried over to steady Qin Zimo, helping her sit upright. "Hungry, huh? I got you some chicken soup from outside, plus steamed vegetables, no soy sauce added." Ye Chenfei noticed tear stains streaking across Qin Zimo's face and wiped them away with his large hand. "Zimo, I have some good news for you." "Poof." Qin Zimo snorted lightly. Even in this state, what good news could there possibly be? "Well, Defei will never dare lay a finger on you again," Ye Chenfei declared solemnly. "How could that be? Stop trying to cheer me up." Qin Zimo forced a faint smile. Ye Chenfei pressed Qin Zimo's icy small hand. "Trust me, Zimo. I swear on my honor he'll never dare bully you again." Qin Zimo's eyes narrowed as realization dawned. "Chenfei, did you do something to Defei? Are you out of your mind? Do you think you can take on Defei? Are you playing with your life? That's how men settle things. Zimo, just leave it to me. As long as I'm around, that Defei won't lay a finger on you." Ye Chenfei's eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. "You know Defei is a tiger that devours its prey whole, right? Alright, Zimo, stop worrying. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. Defei won't find me anytime soon." Ye Chenfei lifted the plastic lid by the bed. "Have some chicken soup and vegetables." Ye Chenfei personally fed her the hot soup and picked out vegetables, his careful manner as if cradling a precious treasure in his hands. "Ye Chenfei, you're such a fool. Why are you so kind to me?" Qin Zimo sipped the chicken soup, her lips pouting as emotion threatened to spill over. "I just don't want to see you hurt. That's all." Ye Chenfei paused briefly before speaking simply. "Is it worth it to offend Defei for me?" Ye Chenfei exhaled heavily. "If you've died once, you stop weighing whether things are worth it.
After tucking Qin Zimo's blanket securely around her, she suddenly spoke up. Chenfei, can I lean on your shoulder? I'm cold. I charge for this, $100 an hour, 2 hours for a discount, overnight rates extra. Qin Zimo finally chuckled, revealing a radiant smile long absent. Under the dim light, it was breathtakingly beautiful enough to melt any man's heart. Seeing Qin Zimo laugh so heartily, Ye Chenfei started cracking jokes and clowning around, making Qin Zimo laugh until she was doubled over, unable to stop. But in the midst of her laughter, her cast accidentally hit the bedside. A few minutes later, a plump female nurse with a stern expression rebandaged Qin Zimo's wound. The nurse immediately launched into a scolding at Ye Chenfei. How are you taking care of the patient? I told you not to let him engage in strenuous activity. Did you just let it go in one ear and out the other? I'm frustrated too. What kind of activity could knock a cast off? Really? By the time they left the hospital, it was already midnight. As soon as the car drove out of the hospital grounds, Ye Chenfei noticed a black Volkswagen tailing them. The tailing technique was pathetic. Ye Chenfei accelerated and decelerated a few times, and the guy mimicked him each time, easily giving himself away. Plus, the license plate was blurred, probably covered with something like transparent tape. It was obvious this guy was no good. Having been followed repeatedly these past few days, Ye Chenfei began speculating about the stalker's identity. Was it Lobster? Big Yellow Dog? Or that so-called assassin group? He could vaguely make out more than one person inside the black Volkswagen's cabin. The dim night obscured their faces, but he discerned they were all dressed in black. The driver kept muttering to himself. Ye Chenfei tried driving a loop around the third ring road, expecting them to notice and give up the chase. But the Volkswagen followed him all the way around the outer ring road. Whoever sent these guys was a complete moron. It wasn't until Ye Chenfei began his second loop around the third ring road that the idiots finally realized they'd been played. The leader abruptly turned off onto a side road, and only then did Ye Chenfei steer his car toward his dormitory. By the time he returned to his dorm, it was already 11 p.m. The first thing he did after unlocking his door was head to the bathroom to eavesdrop on the goddess Su Chunmei's movements. The room next door was dead silent, not a sound to be heard. Clearly, Su Chunmei had already retired for the night at this hour. Chapter 66, Midnight Ring. After brewing a cup of coffee and turning on the TV, Ye Chenfei carefully recalled certain details about that black Volkswagen. Judging by the low level of skill displayed by those individuals, their tracking abilities were practically amateurish. Therefore, it was highly unlikely they were part of a professional hit squad. He could also rule out Big Lobster and Yellow Big Dog. Those two were already locked in a bitter feud with him. If they wanted to scheme, they wouldn't waste their time aimlessly cruising the third ring road. So who exactly were these people? A sharp crack echoed through the room as darkness suddenly engulfed Ye Chenfei's living room. All the lights had tripped. Ye Chenfei sensed something was amiss. He first approached the window to peer outside, only to witness an utterly unexpected scene. Parked right at the main entrance of the residential complex was a familiar black car, the very same black Volkswagen that had been tailing him earlier. So I ended up revealing my own location after all. Ye Chenfei sighed softly. Just as he was about to check the circuit breaker, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed in his ears. The footsteps were deafeningly loud, emanating from the stairwell entrance. The sound was deliberately heavy, as if someone was stomping deliberately. Accompanying them was a series of heavy, labored breaths, sounds so vivid they felt like they were coming from an unknown creature in a Hollywood movie, right next to his ear. Thud! The footsteps abruptly halted, replaced by a slow, deliberate knocking on the door. The knocking wasn't urgent, but rather a rhythmic tapping. Though not particularly loud, at this hour nearing midnight, it sent a chill down the spine. Who's there? Ye Chenfei stood frozen in place, cautiously demanding an answer, his hand clutching a sharp weapon, the butcher's fruit knife. The only response to Ye Chenfei's question was the continued knocking, accompanied by a faint scratching sound as if fingernails were scraping against the wooden door. I died so unjustly. I died with my eyes wide open. Just as Ye Chenfei was utterly baffled, a hoarse, guttural growl suddenly erupted from outside the door. The slow, deliberate knocking, punctuated by heavy gasps, combined with the pitch-black surroundings, transformed Ye Chenfei's dorm room into the set of a horror film. From the stairwell came wails that sounded neither male nor female, sometimes hoarse, sometimes deep. This is my house. No one else can live here. Anyone who tries will pay with their life. Wah! The roar outside grew deeper and more deafening, while inside, Ye Chenfei's shrieks pierced the air. Ghost! Help! Someone, help me! Ghost! Ghost! The fierce ghost suddenly began pounding on the wooden door with a thunderous roar. Though built as a security door, the entire structure began shaking violently under the impact, as if it might collapse at any moment. No, no, don't come in. I beg you, don't bother me. I'll burn paper money and kowtow to you. Please don't mess with me. I'm just a tenant. Ye Chenfei's terrified cries echoed from inside the room. Who needs your paper money? Get the hell out of my place. Get out. Get out.
The vengeful spirit pounded the door while letting out a deep, furious roar, its voice so piercing it nearly shattered eardrums.
Damn it! So it just wants me to move out?
Ye Chenfei muttered to himself, his expression no longer showing fear. His earlier panicked cries had merely been a ruse to fool the vengeful spirit outside.
Interesting.
I pretty much know who's behind this. In the darkness, Ye Chenfei chuckled inwardly, I love ghost games. Today, I'll have a good play with this bunch of ghosts.
If I'm not mistaken, these ghosts must be the work of that bastard Wang Haitao.
It takes no genius to figure out Wang Haitao wants me out of Su Chuanmei's life.
But Ye Chenfei had always been stubborn as a mule.
There were things he wouldn't fight over, but that didn't mean others could push him around. If you think scaring me out of my house is going to work, think again.
This is your final chance. Whoever you are, get the hell out of my house right now. If I see you here tomorrow night,
I won't hesitate to escort you straight to King Yama.
Having company on the road to the underworld is a blessing I couldn't ask for more. Wah!
The vengeful ghost outside bellowed these words, its voice thick with wailing.
Bro, I can't.
Ye Chenfei played along with the ghost's performance, responding in sheer terror, I've already paid 6 months' rent.
If you make me move out now, I'll lose thousands of bucks. The vengeful spirit outside froze for a few seconds before bellowing again, which is more valuable, your thousands or your life? You decide. How about this? Moving out now means I lose 6,000.
You compensate me 8,000, consider it my bad luck. Ye Chenfei leaned against the wooden door, starting to bargain with the ghost.
Go to hell. You think this is a flea market? Bargaining with a ghost? You must be suicidal. Fine, I'll grant your wish today.
I'll make sure you die with regret.
Whoa!
The fierce ghost seemed enraged by Ye Chenfei's words and began ramming the wooden door again, looking ready to burst through and devour him alive.
Ghost boss, please stop smashing it.
I'm genuinely terrified of ghosts, I'd die of fright if I saw one.
I'm just a broke loser, you know? Making money is tough. If I move out of here, where am I supposed to live? I can't exactly crash at the goddess next door, can I? Whoa! You have no choice. Today, you must die. Come with me.
I'll take you straight to the king of hell. The pounding grew louder and louder, and the wooden door seemed on the verge of collapsing under the relentless assault.
Fine, fine. If you ghosts are so determined to take me, then bring it on. I've got no money, but I've got my life.
Ye Chenfei stifled a chuckle and instead said bluntly, you won't believe it until you see it with your own eyes. Today, I'll show you my true form.
Wah! With the fierce ghost's roar, the wooden door finally shattered under the violent impact. A burst of dark green light shot through the opening, revealing a massive black shadow.
It was indeed a fierce ghost, disheveled hair, skin as pale as paper, eyes gouged out, a finger-length red tongue protruding from its mouth. A corner of its skull seemed chipped away, with bright red blood continuously seeping out. Most terrifying were its elongated fingernails, each at least 10 centimeters long, translucent in appearance, many stained with vivid crimson blood as if freshly torn from a human body. This specter had no feet, seemingly suspended in midair. Backlit by the green glow, its entire form was utterly terrifying. And let's not overlook the specter's makeup skills, they were quite impressive. At the very least, the horror effect looked far more professional than many domestic horror films. Professionalism has its tricks. While the specter's tracking skills were lacking, its makeup artistry was undeniably professional. Its eyes blazed with wolf-like ferocity as it swayed its head, snarling menacingly, come out and pay with your life.
I'll kill you. I'll take you away. Ye Chenfei hid behind the refrigerator.
This time he heard it clearly. Why did the voice sound so shrill and piercing? It turned out the ghost had a megaphone strapped to its body. With the wooden door blocking the sound before, he hadn't noticed. Now that the door was kicked open, the audio fidelity was much higher, clearly revealing the distorted sound from the amplifier inside. Moreover, while the frontman appeared to be a single dark green floating specter, pulling off this entire charade required at least 3 people working together. Ye Chenfei deduced that 2 reckless accomplices must be lurking not far behind the specter. No reaction came from the 3-bedroom apartment. The specter revealed its true form, then used its power to smash open the wooden door. The visual impact was intense and shocking. Logically, Ye Chenfei should have been screaming in terror, but he was nowhere to be seen in the living room.
I see you. I see you. You're dead.
The green specter swiveled its emerald eyes, continuing its eerie, terrifying howl. Little did it know, Ye Chenfei now clutched a beer bottle retrieved from the fridge. As the ghost's words faded, he hurled it with all his might in its direction. Clang! The beer bottle smashed squarely onto the specter's foot. An immediate groan escaped the specter as its entire body suddenly lost balance, crashing onto the floor by the front door with a thud. Holy! Ye Chenfei stifled a chuckle, covering his mouth. So the specter had a skateboard under its feet, no wonder it seemed to float in midair. The beer bottle attack had knocked it down effortlessly, instantly revealing its true nature. The ghost took a hard hit, its jaw smashing into the floor. Several bloody teeth flew out, and its mouth was filled with blood. It looked like a ghost eating. What the hell is going on? The Green Spectre finally roared in human speech, glaring around wildly.
Ye Chenfei, you bastard, show yourself. I'm here to take your life.
As the Green Spectre spoke, two figures materialized behind him, his accomplices.
Each gripped a gleaming machete, their expressions fierce. Ye Chenfei. Move, or we'll make you regret it. Truth be told, these guys were complete idiots. Not only was everything pitch black around them, but their own area was lit up. That basically meant they'd exposed their target. They were out in the open, while Ye Chenfei was hidden in the shadows. He could play them however he wanted.
Before the ghostly figures could grow arrogant again, a black sphere the size of a fist shot from one of the hands.
Boom! The black sphere instantly exploded among the group.
First, a flash of white light erupted, followed by a series of sizzling sounds. Thick white mist instantly enveloped them all.
Chapter 67, Ghostbusters. Cough. The fierce ghosts were immediately choked into violent coughing fits.
Thick fog filled the air, carrying a pungent, acrid stench. Instinctively, the group tried to flee, but the smoke clouded their minds. Combined with the pitch-black surroundings, they couldn't tell north from south for a moment. Like headless flies, they collided wildly in all directions. When the fog finally cleared, they tried to escape again, only to discover they couldn't muster even an ounce of strength. Their bodies felt limp and flaccid, utterly listless, as if the thick smoke had sucked every last bit of vitality from them.
What's going on? What's happening? Why won't my legs obey me? Me too.
I'm completely disoriented now, unable even to stand up.
Boss, what on earth happened? What was that thick fog just now? All three ghosts collapsed at Ye Chenfei's doorstep.
The reason was simple: the thick smoke that had erupted moments ago was none other than the mind-numbing powder concocted by the Supreme Poison King. Crafted from unique poisonous herbs, the mind-bending powder caused no obvious physical harm to the human body.
Instead, it swiftly robbed victims of their rationality, scrambling their nerves and rendering them immobile. Simply put, the mind-bending powder scrambles an enemy's neural pathways.
Their bodies remain unharmed, but their minds temporarily lose control. This is the potion's formidable effect and the Supreme Poison King's fastest-acting venom.
Ye Chenfei, come out here. Man enough to fight us one-on-one? Damn it. I'll chop you to pieces.
One of the men tried to grab the machete beside him, only to find he couldn't even lift it.
Snap.
Just then, the room suddenly flooded with light as Ye Chenfei flipped the circuit breaker back up, bathing the living room in daylight-like brightness. As the lights flickered back on, Ye Chenfei emerged from behind the refrigerator, a bottle of ice-cold beer in hand.
You lot sure look the part as ghosts, huh?
Too bad I'm not particularly special. I just happen to love horror movies and would love to catch a few to play with. Ye Chenfei, what the hell did you do to us? The Green Spectre leading the group demanded loudly. His hood had clearly shifted, revealing fresh blood streaking down his cheek. His mouth gaped open, two front teeth missing from the earlier blow.
Nothing much, really.
You three were poisoned. That thick smoke you inhaled was none other than the infamous crane's beak red.
Within 10 seconds of inhaling it, your bodies would go limp. 20 minutes later, you'd slip into unconsciousness. And then, well, there's no then.
You three would simply dissolve into a pool of black liquid. Later, I'd mop it up with a broom, and it would be as if you three had never been here at all, completely vanished from this world.
Ha! Ye Chenfei twisted open a beer bottle and took a satisfying swig. Ha!
The group simultaneously broke out in cold sweat. Their current state mirrored Ye Chenfei's description almost exactly, their bodies limp as noodles, utterly powerless, lacking even the energy to pass gas.
These three were already good for nothings. Hearing they'd turn into black water terrified them even more.
The leader, the Green Ghost, instantly changed his tone. Brother Yi, we were wrong. We shouldn't have dressed up as ghosts to scare you. You're the real master of ghost tricks.
We didn't know a mountain when we saw it. Please give us another chance? Brother Yi, we were wrong. We didn't mean it. We'll never pretend to be ghosts to scare you again.
The other two minions joined in their pleading.
Damn it, you guys switch roles pretty fast, huh? Just a moment ago, you were all bloodthirsty ghosts, and now you're acting like my own brothers? Brother Yi, we were hired to scare you by Wang Haitao, that lawyer.
He promised us 100,000 yuan if we could drive you out of this house. The Green Spectre blurted out the truth.
Oof.
I knew Wang Haitao was no good from the start.
How could someone like him deserve Su Chunmei? He's nothing but scum. After confirming this, Ye Chenfei immediately thought of Su Chunmei. You guys made such a huge racket, didn't you worry about scaring the girl next door? Don't you know she's Wang Haitao's girlfriend? We know. The girl next door isn't home tonight, she went back to her hometown. That's why Wang Haitao ordered us to do whatever it takes to get you out of here. We never expected to end up shooting ourselves in the foot. The ghost in charge of the operation fawned over him. No wonder, so Wang Haitao had planned this all along? That bastard isn't even worthy of polishing my shoes. A surge of inexplicable anger flared up inside Ye Chenfei. Brother Yi, we've confessed everything. Isn't it time you gave us the antidote? We don't want to die. The vengeful spirit wailed, frowning as it cried.
Under the lamplight, the scene looked almost comical.
Your honesty is commendable.
Unfortunately, I have bad news, there's only one antidote, and all three of you are poison.
Ye Chenfei produced a crimson pill and asked, so only one of you can live? What?
The three cried out in unison, their eyes fixated on the red pill in Ye Chenfei's hand. Each looked utterly greedy, yet they remained under the spell of the mind-altering potion, experiencing firsthand the bitter truth of something being close at hand yet impossibly distant. Truthfully, I'd rather not take a life, Ye Chenfei said, suppressing a smile as he feigned deep deliberation.
But there's only one antidote. Which of you brothers should I give it to? Me. Of course it's mine. I'm the leader, I get the final say.
The one pretending to be a vengeful spirit was the first to roar, his true, despicable nature exposed in this critical moment.
Why should you get it? I've earned you so much money. I even took a knife for you back then, saving your life. Now it's time for you to repay me. That antidote should be mine. The second brother among the three couldn't help but shout. Give it to me. Give it to me. The last remaining third member, unwilling to be outdone, bellowed, I'm the youngest, so it should be mine. You two are married with wives, while I'm still single. That antidote should be mine. You've both enjoyed your fair share. Give it to me. Give it to me. I'm the eldest. I make the rules. Damn it, if I hadn't saved you, you'd be dead already. It's mine.
The three brothers immediately erupted into a loud argument. Their faces changed faster than a chameleon's, causing Ye Chenfei to clamp his mouth shut and burst into uncontrollable laughter. With work stress piling up lately, watching this comedy starring the three brothers was pure gold. Ye Chenfei nearly choked on his laughter several times.
All right. Stop bickering. Ye Chenfei cleared his throat, picking up the red antidote in his hand.
He decided to stir the pot a bit, pushing this comedy to its grand climax. Here's what we'll do.
I'll give you a challenge. I promise it'll be fair, just, and reasonable.
You three have done your fair share of mischief.
I'm giving you a chance to repent. Tell me the one thing you did that went against your true feelings. Whoever shares the most heart-wrenching story gets my antidote. That'll show whose repentance is most sincere. This antidote is meant for the most genuine soul. Ye Chenfei placed the red antidote on the wooden table before them, making it impossible to ignore. The boss, you go first. Time's running out, the poison will kick in soon. The leader hesitated, then spat out coldly, fine, I'll say it. Number 3, what I need to tell you is this, I've been lying about 50% of every mission's earnings. The other 50%? I pocketed it all. I repent. I'm sorry. What?
Second and third shouted in unison.
And I thought of you as a brother. You're nothing but a bloodsucker. Stealing your brother's hard-earned money? You're a bastard. Well, what's sincere repentance? You're truly the boss, always prepared. Ye Chenfei chuckled. Then this antidote is yours, boss. Hold on. I haven't spoken yet.
Second brother immediately shouted back, refusing to be outdone, since the boss has spoken, I have nothing left to hide.
You showed no mercy, so I'll show no loyalty. I wrote off 3 million in bad debts at the company. All the company's money looked intact, but I secretly transferred it all away. Last month, I lost it all at the Macau casino. That means the company's funds are completely gone. I gambled it all away.
I also used the company's name to take on 2 million in external debt, high-interest loans secured against the company.
Holy! Ye Chenfei couldn't help but spit out the beer he was drinking in laughter.
The second guy's revelation was nothing short of earth-shattering. The boss had swallowed the money only to turn it into bad debt, meaning the second guy was the real mastermind behind it all.
What? Holy!
The boss nearly shouted himself hoarse.
This news hit him like a thunderbolt. You bastard! You actually did this? And I trusted you to handle the company's accounts. You sold us all out. You bastard! So all this time, the boss and I were just working for you. Third brother couldn't hold back his fury either. Ha!
As a spectator, Ye Chenfei couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle, more thrilling than any Hollywood blockbuster. Impressive.
Truly worthy of the title eternal second in command. That confession was both substantial and sincere. Good. The only antidote is yours. Wait. Since you've all done such despicable things, I can't hold back either. I have a confession too.
Third brother protested loudly.
The first and second brother exchanged peculiar glances at the third.
By the logic of their interests, the second brother's actions had already reached the limit. The third was merely a foot soldier. What could he possibly have to repent for? Actually, I need to tell the first and second brothers, I'm sorry to both of you. You can die in peace. I'll burn paper offerings for you. While you were gone, I slept with both the first brother's wife and the second brother's wife.
Ye Chenfei. The first and second brothers. Chapter 68, Slap in the Face.
Early morning, in the parking lot of an upscale residential complex. A young man in a sharp suit whistled as he retrieved his car for work.
Before heading to the office, he made his customary stop to drop off his girlfriend. This young man was none other than Wang Haitao, a renowned top-tier lawyer in Tianhai City. That morning, Wang Haitao received a text from Shui Gue, claiming Ye Chenfei had been dealt with. Ye Chenfei would never be seen in that complex again. The mission was flawlessly accomplished. Wang Haitao was in high spirits. He long despised Ye Chenfei, and now his wish to get rid of him had finally come true. He grinned, pulled out his car keys, and muttered to himself, "You trash aren't even worthy of competing with me for a woman. You don't even deserve to be looked at." Click. Wang Haitao twisted the key, and the car door automatically slid open. A thick, pungent smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. 3 blood-soaked heads suddenly appeared before him, causing him to gasp in shock. What the? The 3 men in the car were none other than the water ghost triplets. They lay sprawled unconscious in Wang Haitao's trunk. The leader still wore last night's ghost costume, but now he looked less like a terrifying specter and more like a street beggar. The trunk was in utter disarray. Water ghosts? What the hell are you doing in my car? Wang Haitao was stunned by this sudden scene. Snapping out of it, he pointed at the dazed trio and roared. This was the luxury sedan Wang Haitao had splurged nearly 5 million yuan on. Its seats were pure leather, and any single part could easily cost thousands. Now, this lavish leather interior had been reduced to a doghouse by the water ghost trio. Rage erupted within Wang Haitao like a volcano. Yet the 3 brothers lay in the cabin like dead pigs, whether passed out or simply sleeping in, no one could tell. Suddenly, one of the water ghosts jerked his head, spewing a mouthful of blood onto Wang Haitao's luxurious designer suit. A large bloodstain stood out prominently on the collar, followed by a wave of foul stench. Damn it! You dare sleep with my woman? I'll kill you. Ah! Wang Haitao was on the verge of breaking down. Wake the hell up, all of you! What the hell is going on here? Cough cough. Just then, the empty parking lot echoed with someone's distinctive cough. Mr. Wang, perhaps you should ask yourself that question first? Ye Chenfei leaned out the window of his Santana, yawning heavily. How did these guys end up in my room last night? Did you, Attorney Wang, know I like horror movies and set this up as entertainment for me? Seeing Ye Chenfei appear, Wang Haitao was stunned speechless. Ye Chenfei, you. Lawyer Wang, surprised? I know exactly what you've been up to. I don't like being threatened. I refuse to move dorms, not even the emperor himself could make me. You think hiring these low-life scumbags will get rid of me? You're being pretty naive for a lawyer, aren't you? True to his legal background, Wang Haitao reacted quickly. Though his face darkened, he stammered out a defense. Ye Chenfei, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know these people. Whatever they did has nothing to do with me. I could sue you for intentional destruction of my private property, causing me massive losses. Cut the lawyer bull. Ye Chenfei violently cut him off. This is your lesson. If you've got the guts, let's go one-on-one fair and square. I can play your dirty games too, and I'll play them better than you. If you want to keep playing, I'll see it through to the end. Wang Haitao's face twisted in agony. Faced with Ye Chenfei's rant, he found himself utterly speechless. The fierce killing intent radiating from Ye's body enveloped him completely, leaving him frozen, unable to utter a single word. Only after Ye Chenfei's red Santana sped away did Wang Haitao stomp his foot, grit his teeth, and snarl. Ye Chenfei, we're sworn enemies. You're dead meat. On the way back to the clinic, Ye Chenfei felt the outside air unusually refreshing. Seeing Wang Haitao's deathly pale expression, a wave of satisfaction surged through him. He had originally intended to offer his blessings to the goddess Su Chunmei, but now it seemed this meddling was inevitable. He absolutely couldn't let Su Chunmei marry scum like Wang Haitao, heaven forbid. As he neared the Taishao Street parking lot, his phone suddenly rang. The number was unfamiliar. Hello? Ye Chenfei? The voice was coarse, tinged with provocation, carrying the attitude of someone looking for a fight. Get to the point. Cut the sarcasm. Ye Chenfei replied impatiently. The voice sounded eerily familiar, and he immediately thought of someone. Huang Degu? Is that you? Had ha. The other party gave a cold chuckle, acknowledging the identity. Ye Chenfei, you really are no ordinary man. Truly a rare master. I was actually fooled by your appearance. No wonder Ding Xiaobei could be so arrogant, turns out he has a master backing him up. Huang Degu, just say what you want. No need to beat around the bush. Ye Chenfei gripped the steering wheel, his patience wearing thin. Ye Chenfei, you know tomorrow is the settlement day on Taishao Street. You should be well aware of the competition between me and Ding Xiaobei, right? Huang Degu, you got nothing better to do? Chattering away this early in the morning? If you've nothing to say, I'm hanging up. Ye Chenfei parked the Santana, clutching his phone as he stepped out of the driver's seat. Ye Chenfei, if you dare hang up, someone will die immediately. Humph. Huang Degu, seeing Ye Chenfei about to end the call, pressed his lips to the receiver and snorted coldly. Ye Chenfei had figured out the purpose of Huang Degu's call. If he wasn't mistaken, this bastard was trying to threaten him. Death? Huang Degu, you've got the wrong guy. I'm just a lonely doctor, a confirmed bachelor. You'd have no motive to threaten me even if you wanted to, Ye Chenfei said dismissively, casually pushing open the clinic door. Ye Chenfei, you feel something's off today, don't you? Your little nurse hasn't shown up yet, right? Ha! Huang Degu on the other end of the line suddenly let out a hollow laugh. Ye Chenfei's head suddenly buzzed. Glancing around, he indeed saw no sign of Jing Yuqing. A sudden, ominous premonition surged within him. Could that bastard Huang Degu have gone after the little girl? Huang Degu, what the hell do you think you're doing? Ye Chenfei's nerves instantly snapped taut. His fists clenched as he bellowed into the phone. Ha! I knew I hadn't picked the wrong target. Dr. Yi, you seem to care deeply about this little girl, don't you? Very good, very good. I'm quite satisfied with your reaction. Huang Degu's smug laughter filled Ye Chenfei's ears. Oh, and let me clarify one thing, I didn't kidnap the little girl. I just invited her over to hang out for a few days. We're all old acquaintances, after all. What difference does that make? Huang Degu, this has nothing to do with the little girl. This is your competition with Ding Xiaobei. Kidnapping her serves no purpose. Let her go. Let her go. Ye Chenfei never imagined Huang Degu would extend his claws toward Jing Yuqing. After lying low for days, he suddenly played this unexpected trump card. Ye Chenfei. Don't spout all that moral nonsense at me, I'm not buying it. You'd better behave yourself, or I'll have this little girl taste what it's like to be served by over a dozen of my guys. Wah! A woman's terrified scream pierced the phone. Let me go. Let me go. Brother Yi, don't come over. They're trying to kill you. Don't fall for their trap. These bastards are deliberately luring you in. Smack. A sharp slap echoed over the phone, followed by Huang Degu's vicious curse. Shut your filthy mouth, woman. Someone tape her mouth shut. That voice was unmistakably Jing Yuqing's. Ye Chenfei knew it all too well. Dr. Yi, I didn't lie to you, did I? Everything I said was true, right? Had. Huang Degu snapped back to reality and grinned at Ye Chenfei. You bastard. If you dare lay a finger on Jing Yuqing, I'll skin you alive. Ye Chenfei's rage boiled over, his fists itching to rip Huang Degu from the phone and beat him senseless. That depends on your performance, ha. Huang Degu said smugly. If you want to save her, come to the Hongqi machinery factory immediately. Remember, you must come alone. No calling the police, no notifying Ding Xiaobei. Only you. If I see anyone else behind you, what you'll see is this girl's corpse. So all this time, I was your real target? Huang Degu, you think taking me down will stop Ding Xiaobei? That you'll win control over Taishao Street? No matter what tricks you play, you're already doomed to lose this game. You'll never be the top dog on Taishao Street. Ye Chenfei, that's not your problem anymore. Without you, Ding Xiaobei loses his backbone. He'll be a pushover, defeating him will be a piece of cake. Huang Degu declared with brimming confidence, remember this, you must be at the location I specify in half an hour. If you miss that deadline, you'll never see this little beauty again. Of course, before I kill her, I'll let my brothers enjoy some perks. She's got a pretty face, even I want to take her. Ha! Ye Chenfei fell silent for a few seconds before repeating, Hongqi machinery factory? Fine, I'll go. Huang Degu, you just wait, I'll make you pay for this. Big talk. Ye Chenfei, I'll be waiting for you to come take my head. Ha! Ye Chenfei sat motionless in his chair for a long while. The early autumn chill bit into his skin, sending a sharp sting across his surface and keeping his nerves on high alert. Beads of sweat the size of peas began to form on his temples. Rage burned through his entire body, yet he failed to notice the danger slowly closing in. Perhaps he wouldn't even make it to the machinery factory before everything belonging to Ye Chenfei came to an end. For at this very moment, someone was watching him with predatory eyes. This man wore a black plaid jacket. He was thin and small, the plaid jacket hanging loosely on his frame. Standing at about 5 feet 7 inches, he was of average height and extremely ordinary looking. A lit cigarette dangled from his mouth. He was as ordinary as could be, the kind of man who would be completely overlooked in a crowd. Chapter 69, Deadly Intent. Yet this man bore a notorious nickname, Sniper. He ranked among the highest-priced assassins in the Hitman Syndicate, with a starting fee of 1 million for a single contract. The reason was simple, his marksmanship was legendary, capable of piercing a target from 100 paces. Rumor had it Sniper was formerly a marksman with the US Navy SEALs, a master who could fire with his eyes closed. You get what you pay for. Though Sniper's price was steep, his mission completion rate stood at a perfect 100%. Every job he took on had never failed. This time, Wild Wolf was truly furious. He'd even dispatched Sniper personally. This alone showed how desperately he wanted to eliminate Ye Chenfei. Shixiang's location was directly across from the Pure Heart Clinic, in an unremarkable standard room at a mid-range hotel. He had arrived in Tianhai City yesterday afternoon and checked into the hotel directly across from Ye Chenfei. After a day of surveillance, he had finally identified the optimal moment to strike now. A faint smile tugged at the stiff muscles of Sniper's jaw.
He hauled a blue suitcase from behind, zipped it open, and cradled a jet-black long rifle from within the Barrett sniper rifle, the most prevalent model among snipers today. With a 127mm caliber, weighing 156 kilograms, and boasting a maximum range of 180 meters, it was the weapon of choice for the world's elite snipers. The Barrett was packed in the suitcase, but the sharpshooter effortlessly assembled this ultimate sniper rifle in under 5 minutes. Through the scope, the crosshairs locked precisely onto Ye Chenfei's temple. Ye Chenfei sat motionless, frozen in place, as if waiting for the sniper to pull the trigger at any moment and blow his head off. The sniper rifle's angle was flawless, perfectly aligned. The room's deep red curtains provided excellent concealment. No one would suspect a world-class assassin lurking in an ordinary little hotel on Taishao Street. The timing, location, and circumstances were all perfectly aligned. The sniper took a deep drag on his cigarette, then flicked it away. He lowered his head, released the safety, adjusted the scope, and let his finger brush lightly over the Barrett's trigger, a seamless sequence of movements. Thud! Just as everything was set, the door to the small hotel room suddenly rattled. Startled, Sniper's brow furrowed as he retreated like lightning. "Excuse me, is anyone in there?" "I'm Xiao Wei, the hotel attendant," came a timid, soft voice from outside. Xinxiang gave no reply, his gaze fixed on the door like a hawk's. The last thing a sniper wants is to be interrupted during a shot. Clearly, this maid's sudden arrival had disrupted Xinxiang's flawless assassination plan. Another minute, and the target would have been precisely headshot. "If no one's in, I'll just come in then," the attendant's voice continued, followed by the sound of a key turning. Xinxiang's brow furrowed deeply. He hastily shed his layers of jackets, shielding the Barrett rifle propped against the window. "Someone's here." "Don't come in." "Sorry, sir, I didn't know someone was here," the waitress apologized from outside the door. "What do you want?" "I'm resting. If it's nothing, leave. Don't disturb me." The sharpshooter forced himself to sound calm, glancing anxiously back at Ye Chenfei. Thankfully, Ye Chenfei was still sitting in the chair, dazed. "Opportunity strikes but once." Yes, I'm sorry, sir. The water dispenser in the room is broken. I came to take it downstairs for repairs." "My apologies." The meek reply came from outside. Xinxiang glanced over and saw the water dispenser was indeed broken. He let out a deep sigh, feeling utterly disappointed. "Sir, replacing the water dispenser won't take long, just a minute, no more than a minute." "Thank you for your cooperation," the female attendant said politely. Xinxiang resigned himself to his misfortune, walked straight up, and opened the door. He saw a clear, delicate, and youthful face, adorned with 2 simple pigtails, dressed in the hotel's uniform. The attendant pushed a small trolley loaded with neatly arranged hot water bottles. Her face wore an apologetic expression. "I'm terribly sorry, sir. The water dispenser must be taken down for repairs today. I apologize for disturbing your rest." "Yeah, hurry up. Once you replace the water dispenser, get out of here," the sharpshooter urged impatiently. The attendant removed 2 thermoses from the trolley. "Sir, the water dispenser is out of service. For today, please make do with the hot water from these thermoses. It's freshly boiled." All right, I got it. Just take the water dispenser away quickly." Xinxiang was visibly tense. He saw Ye Chenfei across the room already standing up. If the target left this shooting range, finding another perfect opportunity for the kill might not be so straightforward. The waitress bowed and scraped apologetically as she entered the room. First, she carefully removed the plastic cover from the water dispenser, then unplugged the power socket. Throughout this, Sniper stood to the left of the dispenser, his slender frame barely concealing the Barrett sniper rifle. A flicker of anxiety crossed his face. He couldn't predict the waitress's reaction upon seeing the weapon. Bang! Just as Xinxiang was desperately shielding the Barrett, the waitress suddenly raised a red thermos high above her head and slammed it down with blinding speed onto Xinxiang's body. Arg! The scalding water exploded across Xinxiang's body, splashing hot liquid everywhere. The intense heat made him bellow like a wild boar. The thermos exploded right on his stomach, severely scalding that area. Xinxiang instinctively shielded his abdomen, but another thermos slammed into his back with a thud. Xinxiang let out another fierce roar as the second hot water bottle exploded on his back. The searing burn felt like a cleaver had sliced through his back, the pain excruciating. Steam billowed from his back, mingled with shards of broken thermos, scattering across his body. In that instant, Xinxiang realized something. The woman in uniform before him was definitely no ordinary woman. He steeled himself to fight back, but the woman's speed far exceeded his expectations. Like an agile cheetah, she leapt forward in a sudden burst of speed, delivering a flawless flying kick to Xinxiang's abdomen, striking precisely the wound where the hot water bottle had scalded him. Ah! Xinxiang's vision blurred. Intense pain instantly radiated from the wound throughout his entire body. His limbs went completely numb in that instant, his back bent like a shrimp, his mouth gaping wide. Pain! Pain! When Xinxiang regained consciousness, a sharp dagger was pressed against his throat. The waitress held him by the neck with one hand. "Raise your hands if you don't want to die." Xinxiang obediently raised his hands above his head. The situation was painfully obvious. He'd fallen into this woman's trap. Those 2 hot water bottles had instantly stripped him of any ability to resist. Now he was no different from a lamb led to slaughter. Who are you? Xinxiang's pained expression was laced with confusion. Who I am is none of your concern. You no longer have the luxury of knowing. For a professional assassin, to leave your murder weapon right behind me, did you think everyone here was blind?
The waitress snorted coldly, her words laced with mockery.
Shengang inwardly cursed his own stupidity.
It was true he'd fixated entirely on the Barrett, neglecting to guard against the waitress. Had he been more vigilant, one-on-one, this woman might not have been his match.
What was this? A mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind? At least tell me who you work for? Let me die knowing? Godshot was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how he'd crossed this woman.
His identity was shrouded in secrecy. Every mission he handled was clean, never leaving loose ends for others to hunt him down. I'm with Ye Chenfei, the man across the street downstairs.
The woman replied coolly. Go back and tell your organization this. If you want to kill Ye Chenfei, first see if you've got enough life left to make it worth your while. Pop. Pop. Ah. My hands. My feet.
The woman swiftly severed the marksman's tendons in his hands and feet.
The world's top assassin was crippled by a woman. The woman said coldly, I won't kill you. Go back and tell your boss what I said.
Xinxiang grimaced and nodded, fleeing in utter disarray, even leaving behind his beloved Barrett sniper rifle.
The waitress turned and glanced at Ye Chenfei, unable to suppress a sigh. Ye Chenfei, oh Ye Chenfei, you're still too green in this vast world.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, an old red Santana sped along the road leading to the suburbs.
Ye Chenfei wore a blue coat.
In the rearview mirror, his face appeared pale, his eyes bloodshot. His hands gripping the steering wheel were covered in a thin layer of cold sweat. After deep contemplation, Ye Chenfei resolved to go alone to the dilapidated factory Huang Degu had mentioned.
No matter what, Jing Yuqing was innocent. Battles between men must never involve the innocent.
Even if one fought to the death today, Jing Yuqing must remain unharmed. After about 10 minutes, the red Santana arrived punctually at the so-called Hongqi machinery factory. This abandoned industrial site sat in the middle of nowhere. From afar, the factory's crumbling concrete roof was visible, and a rusted signboard stood atop the building, its faded letters still faintly legible, Hongqi Heavy Machinery Factory. Along the route, figures could be seen peering around at key junctions, likely Huang Degu's men keeping watch. Their primary objectives were twofold: first, to confirm whether Ye Chenfei had come alone; second, to verify if he had alerted the police. Around the Red Flag Machinery Factory, Huang Degu spared no expense, deploying a large patrol force to vigilantly guard against any potential mishaps in the operation. After confirming Ye Chenfei had no suspicious tales, the factory's dilapidated iron gates slowly swung open.
The red Santana smoothly entered the vast courtyard of the Red Flag Machinery Factory. Once the Santana came to a stop, the iron gate automatically closed behind it. The guard in charge of the gate gave a cold chuckle. Ye Chenfei, you may have entered through this gate, but you'll never walk out again. Ha! Chapter 70, Huang Degu's Ace in the Hole.
Entering the machinery factory, the first sight was a group of men with arrogant demeanors. Leading them was Guozi, Huang Degu's trusted lieutenant. This guy was solidly built. In the early autumn weather, he wore only a thin black sleeveless shirt, revealing his massive arms and chest muscles as broad as a wild bull's. His enormous pectorals resembled a continuous mountain range, complemented by the scarred face that made ordinary people gasp in awe. Guozi was accompanied by a small contingent of henchmen. Combined with the guards stationed outside, Huang Degu had dispatched a force of over 20 men.
Though not overwhelming in numbers, their plan was meticulously orchestrated, seemingly flawless. Ye Chenfei, you really are a fool. For a woman, you actually came here all by yourself like some kind of idiot? Guozi, who had always disliked Ye Chenfei intensely, now laughed loudly with utter contempt in his voice. Where is she? Where's Jing Yuqing? Ye Chenfei asked calmly.
Guozi waved his hand, and from the corner of the nearby factory building emerged a figure clad in a gray coat. The man slowly dragged Jing Yuqing out from within, a conspicuous pistol in his hand, its dark, menacing muzzle pointed directly at Jing Yuqing's head. Jing Yuqing's eyes were tear-filled, her hair slightly disheveled. Fresh tear streaks were still visible on her flushed little face. Seeing Ye Chenfei appear, the young girl's emotions erupted uncontrollably. Brother Ye.
Brother Ye. You really came? This is a trap they set.
Jing Yuqing was both anxious and agitated, her expression a complex mix of excitement and anger, emotion and reluctance.
She lunged toward Ye Chenfei without a second thought. The gray coat instantly tightened around her throat, and the muzzle pressed hard against her head. You damn! You wanna die? I'll blow your brains out right now. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Ye Chenfei instantly raised his hand to signal a halt, then turned to Guozi. Guozi, I've come as you demanded. I'll be your hostage now. Release Yuqing, this whole affair has nothing to do with her. Yuqing, don't be afraid. With Brother Yi here, you're safe. That's for sure. As long as you cooperate, Ye Chenfei, I, Guozi, don't like making things hard for women. Such a pretty girl, it'd be a shame to ruin her like this.
Guozi then waved his hand. Put your hands up. Let my men give you a proper search. From what I hear, you've got plenty of tricks up your sleeve. Got a habit of hiding needles in your mouth? Humph. Search me? With Yuqing in your hands, I wouldn't dare try any tricks.
Ye Chenfei smiled slowly, then raised his hands.
Go ahead, search me. But I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. 3 henchmen cautiously approached Ye Chenfei and subjected him to a thorough search. To prevent hidden silver needles, Ye Chenfei was threatened into stripping down to his boxers. They examined him from head to toe, inside and out, even conducting a detailed inspection of his oral cavity. Ultimately, they confirmed Ye Chenfei carried nothing, not a single silver needle was found. Even the subordinates conducting the search found it hard to believe.
Brother Gua, Ye Chenfei has absolutely nothing on him, the subordinate confirmed repeatedly in his report.
MHM. Guozi nodded in satisfaction, signaling his men, shackle Ye Chenfei tightly with iron chains. Double the chains. Don't give this bastard any chance to escape. Soon, several henchmen used iron chains weighing dozens of pounds to bind Ye Chenfei completely, from head to toe. The chains wrapped around his hands, feet, and waist, locked tight with a secure knot. Not even a divine immortal could escape such brutal shackles. Throughout the entire binding process, Ye Chenfei offered no resistance. He and Jing Yuqing exchanged deep, affectionate glances until the restraints were finally secured. Guozi immediately called Huang Degue to report the latest developments. Brother Huang, it's done. That fool Ye Chenfei actually walked right into this trap. He's bound tight now, even Sun Wukong couldn't break free from our double chains. Ha ha! Well done. Huang Degue couldn't help but praise from the other end of the line. A brilliant first move, a perfect start. Guozi, remember to keep Ye Chenfei and that woman locked up. After midnight tonight, Big Brother Fei will settle accounts. Then I'll easily take over the entire Taishao Street. You'll be my founding heroes. Don't worry, Brother Huang. When have I ever let you down? Leave it to me. Guozi pounded his chest over the phone, vowing his commitment. Ye Chenfei cut Guozi off decisively. Guozi, now that I'm your hostage, isn't it time to release Yuqing? That was Huang Degue's promise to me. A battle between men shouldn't drag innocent women into it. Ha! As soon as Ye Chenfei finished speaking, Guozi and his men burst into raucous laughter. Guozi especially doubled over, laughing so hard he bent at the waist. Ye Chenfei, you're such a idiot. You didn't seriously think we'd actually let this chick go, did you? I guess being a doctor turned you stupid. Water in your brain? Letting her go would be like walking into our trap. Wouldn't that expose all our dirty business? You bastard! You dare play me? Ye Chenfei's rage boiled over. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, you scum will rot in hell. Just you wait, I'll make you pay. Boom! Guozi's face suddenly stiffened. He lunged forward and delivered a vicious punch straight to Ye Chenfei's gut. The blow sent Ye Chenfei's stomach curling backward, and his entire body was shoved several steps back. A trickle of blood immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother Yi! Stop! Don't hit Brother Yi! Jing Yuqing cried out in panic, her face flushed crimson as she stomped her feet on the ground in desperation. This is the price you pay, Ye Chenfei. You're nothing special after all. Guozi sneered, raising his fist. Everyone talks about how tough and formidable you are. See? One punch from me nearly took half your life. I wonder what Brother Huang saw in you. Must have misjudged you. Shaking his head with a sigh, Guozi ordered, lock Ye Chenfei in the inner room. You lot take turns guarding him. If he survives past midnight tonight, our mission's complete. Oh, and stop watching this little nurse. Guozi turned back, glancing at the petite, stunningly beautiful Jing Yuqing. Send this chick straight to my room. I've got important business to conduct with her. No, no. Jing Yuqing sensed something in Guozi's words and instantly realized what was happening. She struggled desperately, screaming, you beast. Let me go. Let me go. Unfortunately, Jing Yuqing was just an ordinary woman. Before these ruthless bandits, she was like a helpless little chick. Her struggles were insignificant and easily ignored. Several henchmen effortlessly hoisted her up and carried her toward Guozi's private room. Throughout this ordeal, Ye Chenfei fought desperately against his bonds. But the double iron chains locked his limbs tight, and no matter how fiercely he struggled, they remained unmoved. Watching Jing Yuqing disappear into the distance, Guozi's grin grew even more lecherous. He leaned close to Ye Chenfei and whispered, Ye Chenfei, let me tell you a secret. Huang Ge said that once I successfully tie you up, Jing Yuqing is my reward. I can do whatever I want with her. Ye Chenfei, however, grew unexpectedly calm. Guozi, I don't know about anything else, but I know you're going to die a miserable death tonight. Tonight was destined to be an extraordinary night on Taishao Street. Everyone on the street knew tonight's special significance. Ding Xiaobei and Huang Degue would face off in the final showdown at the Huamei Hotel.
Whoever collected the most protection money before midnight would become the new boss of Taishao Street, ushering in a new chapter for the neighborhood. In the southern section of Taishao Street stood a unique storefront. Inside, a few simple desks occupied the space, fundamentally different from the other shops lining the street. This was Ding Xiaobei's office. On settlement days, Ding Xiaobei would always be inside with a few trusted lieutenants, meticulously calculating the accounts. Tonight was no exception. The office was thick with cigarette smoke. Ding Xiaobei was so engrossed in his work that he skipped dinner, meticulously counting and settling all collected funds. He was determined not to overlook even the smallest entry, lest it jeopardize tonight's crucial election. Just then, the office door swung open. Huang Degu appeared before everyone, grinning broadly, flanked by two henchmen. Huang Degu was dressed to the nines today, sporting a vibrantly patterned tang suit that seemed tailor-made for tonight's victory celebration. He grinned as he entered the office. "Brother Xiaobei, you're swamped here? Look at you, sweating buckets over those numbers. Do you really need to push yourself this hard? Life and death are predestined, and winning or losing is just a game. You make it seem like it's the most important thing in the world. Huang Xiaojiang, you got nothing better to do? You're here to probe our intel, aren't you?" Long Dahai crossed his arms defiantly, stepping forward to block Huang Degu. "You're like a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken, no good intentions." "Ha!" Huang Degu threw his head back and roared with laughter, then strode down the office steps with a swagger. "I'm certainly not busy. Back at my place, the accounts were settled ages ago. After all that crunching, those figures are fixed, barely any fluctuation. I wrapped it all up in an hour. Nothing like the hustle going on over here with Brother Xiaobei. Brother Xiaobei, anyone can see the outcome of this match between us. The winner and loser are already decided." Huang Degu wore a look of utter ease, not a trace of tension on his face, as if tonight's settlement had nothing to do with him personally. In stark contrast, the expressions on Ding Xiaobei's side were tense, as if they were tiptoeing through the apocalypse. Ding Xiaobei wiped the sweat from his forehead and set down the ledger. "Huang Degu, you're not here to invite me for tea, are you?" "Ha! You're the man, Brother Xiaobei. I'm here for a chat." Huang Degu grinned, revealing a sly smile. "Plus, I've got some great news for you, Brother Xiaobei. It'll blow your mind. A total bombshell. Humph. Spit it out already. I knew you bastard had something up your sleeve." Long Dahai snapped, unwilling to concede. "Shut your filthy mouth. How dare you talk to Brother Huang like that?" A large, fat man behind Huang Degu suddenly retorted arrogantly, "Show some respect to our Brother Huang, or I'll beat you senseless right now." "Bring it on. Who's afraid of you?" Long Dahai retorted defiantly, as both groups prepared to erupt into a brawl. Chapter 71, Fresh Meat. "Long Dahai, come back." At the critical moment, Ding Xiaobei shot Long Dahai a stern look. "Enough. Everyone back off. I'm thirsty too. I'll have a drink with Huang Degu." "Right, Brother Xiaobei truly has the bearing of a great leader." "Alright, you lot, back off too. Don't spoil my and Brother Xiaobei's good time." Huang Degu waved his hand dismissively at his chubby henchman. In no time, both sides' men wisely withdrew. The vast office was left with only the two key figures, Ding Xiaobei and Huang Degu. The silent battle had sounded its alarm prematurely. Huang Degu cut the tea talk. "Spit it out." Ding Xiaobei took a sip of water without waiting. "Alright, Brother Xiaobei, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here to offer you some advice, a good suggestion," Huang Degu said, stroking a strand of blonde hair near his earlobe with evident enthusiasm. "Bull. You'd be so kind as to give me advice? We're competitors now, what kind of strategy is that?" Ding Xiaobei cut him off rudely. "Brother Xiaobei, I want you to withdraw from this competition early." "What?" Ding Xiaobei suddenly snapped, spinning around to glare at Huang Degu. "Huang Degu, you got rabies or something? You want me to drop out so you can be the boss? Who the hell do you think you are? That's your great idea? Brother Xiaobei, calm down. I wouldn't say this without reason. Why don't you check this phone video first?" Huang Degu handed over a phone with ulterior motives. The screen displayed a video playing app. Ding Xiaobei glanced at it suspiciously. The moment he saw Ye Chenfei's face appear on the screen, his expression changed instantly. He snatched the phone away. The video clearly showed Ye Chenfei bound and locked in a sealed room. He was shirtless, wearing only baggy boxers, his upper body covered in wounds and bruises, hair disheveled, with splotchy injuries visible everywhere. The scene then shifted to another location. The protagonist of this scene was none other than the young nurse, Jing Yuqing. She too was bound, her hands and legs restrained, and she lay on a large bed covered with a white sheet. The young girl's eyes were swollen from crying, tears streaming down her face. Her expression of grief evoked an irresistible urge to protect and cherish her. Smack! "You bastard! Huang Degu, you piece of! How dare you play such dirty tricks? You tied them both up." Ding Xiaobei slammed the phone down in fury, his roar echoing through the office like a raging tiger. Huang Degu made a sly shushing gesture. "Brother Xiaobei, don't shout so loud. If anyone outside hears this secret, Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing are finished. They'll die horribly.
Don't believe me? Try it.
Huang Degu finished speaking and flashed an eerie grin.
Ding Xiaobei was sweating profusely with anxiety, itching to punch Huang Degu's head in. What the hell did you do to them? Did you touch them? Huang Degu, I'll kill you. Nothing much, really. Just scratched Dr. Yi a bit. Superficial wounds, nothing fatal. But their ultimate fate depends on your decision, Brother Xiaobei. My advice?
Withdraw from this competition voluntarily. Then you brothers reunite, the girl is saved, and everyone lives out their own destiny.
But if you insist on competing, I can't stop you. I'll just have to send them on ahead. You bastard. You.
Ding Xiaobei roared with such fury he looked ready to devour Huang Degu alive. He yanked the big dog by the collar, his hands clenched so tightly they nearly ripped the fabric. Brother Xiaobei, curse all you want, but time's running out.
5 hours till midnight, still enough time.
Once Big Fei shows up, not even the emperor himself could save Ye Chenfei and that nurse. You decide what to do. Which matters more, your brothers or your future?
Ha! Huang Degu cackled triumphantly. Huang Degu played this scene to the absolute extreme.
Minutes later, Huang Degu emerged from the office with his men and immediately called Guozi, "Guozi, keep a close eye on Ye Chenfei.
Remember, no mistakes. He must not leave before 12. Otherwise, our plan will be ruined. Brother Huang, what about Ye Chenfei afternoon? That guy's no pushover. Keeping him alive will only cause trouble later. Afternoon? What else is there to say?
Take him out and Ding Xiaobei too.
Cut the grass and uproot it.
When we big shots do business, we have to make sure it's clean." Huang Degu's mouth twisted into a cold smile as he spoke.
What about that girl, Brother Huang? That girl is up to you.
I said she's your reward, but make sure you handle her properly.
Guozi, you know what I mean?
Huang Degu deliberately lowered his voice as he gave the order.
Got it. Got it. Brother Huang, I know exactly what to do. Ha ha.
Guozi on the other end of the line sounded as hyped up as if he'd been injected with adrenaline.
Hongqi Machinery Factory. Guozi hung up and sprinted into a cramped room, where Jing Yuqing's terrified scream echoed, "Ah!"
The small room was about 10 square meters, furnished with a simple cot and basic furniture. The air was thick with the musty stench of decay.
This was Guozi's special resting room.
He had deliberately laid out a pure white sheet, his purpose clear, to witness a miraculous moment. Jing Yuqing's hands were bound, her body curled up at the foot of the bed. Her face was etched with fear of the unknown, crystal clear tears trembling in her eyes.
Swoosh swoosh.
Guozi shed his clothes in a few swift motions, charging forward like a tiger descending a mountain. "My little darling, I'm here."
Ah!
Jing Yuqing curled up in the corner of the room, her petite frame trembling uncontrollably. She let out a series of shrill screams, her arms and legs flailing wildly. "Ah, don't come near me. Help! Help!" Splash! Splash! Guozi charged forward brutally. In her panic, Jing Yuqing accidentally grasped a plastic comb. Suddenly realizing its potential, she pointed the comb's sharp edge at her own slender throat. "Stop! Don't move! If you dare make another move, I'll kill myself. I'll die right here in front of you." Jing Yuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with unwavering resolve.
Her petite frame radiated unprecedented fortitude.
She would never allow her loyalty to be challenged. Even in death, she would not let scum like Guozi defile her.
Ha!
Guozi froze in surprise before Jing Yuqing. He clearly saw the plastic comb already piercing the tender skin of the young beauty. This instantly dampened his interest. Before he could enjoy himself, he certainly didn't want Jing Yuqing, this fresh meat, to suffer any harm. If this girl really killed herself, it would be such a waste.
Don't be impulsive, Yuqing. Put down that comb, it'll kill you.
Guozi waved his hands awkwardly, trying to stop her.
Impulse is the devil. If you die, you lose everything.
Jing Yuqing's eyes were bloodshot as she gritted her teeth and roared, "Get out!
Unless you leave, I'd rather die."
Guozi stumbled back 2 steps, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes.
Yuqing, have you considered the consequences of your death? I don't care. I don't give a damn about the consequences. If I die, I die. It'll be over and done with.
Jing Yuqing's eyes brimmed with tears as she screamed in agitation.
What about Ye Chenfei? Have you considered what fate awaits him?
Guozi suddenly shifted his line of questioning, changing tactics.
Brother Yi?
Jing Yuqing's expression froze, yet the sharp-tipped comb clenched in her hand didn't loosen an inch.
Do you know who Ye Chenfei offended? Big Dog Huang.
Anyone who crosses Big Dog Huang meets a grim end.
Don't believe me? Watch this.
Guozi picked up his phone from the floor, its screen displaying a video of Ye Chenfei being beaten. This is the fate of anyone who crosses Huang Degu death.
After midnight tonight, Ye Chenfei will be killed. Guozi sensed an opening in Jing Yuqing's expression.
Tonight, he was going to devour this tender young meat.
Let's make a deal, Yuqing.
I know you have special feelings for Ye Chenfei, you two are close. If you submit to me, I'll risk everything to save Ye Chenfei's life.
After midnight, I'll let you both out through the back door of the machinery factory. How about it? Despicable. You shameless bastard. How dare you even suggest such a thing? How can you propose such a disgusting deal? Why don't you just die? Jing Yuqing shrieked, cowering in the corner. What's so outrageous about my terms? We're both getting what we want. You give me what I desire, and I give you 2 lives. It's a fair deal. Guozi dismissed her protests with disdain, his cunning eyes fixed on Jing Yuqing's reaction. Sis Yuqing, if you take your own life, I'll send your Yi brother on his way immediately. You're carrying the weight of 2 lives on your shoulders. You bastard. Jing Yuqing was torn apart inside, tears streaming down her cheeks like broken strings. If she were alone in this den of wolves, ending her life might have been a simple solution. But now brother Yi was involved. He de-infiltrated this lair for her sake, risking his life for her. And Ye Chenfei was the man she adored. If this man sacrificed his life for her sake, she would never rest in peace, even as a ghost. Yuqing, just fulfill your destiny with Ye Chenfei. I promise to spare both your lives. I swear Ye Chenfei will never suffer physical torment again. I hold the authority here in this factory. This much power I can certainly wield. Guozi saw the turmoil within Jing Yuqing and stoked the flames, further persuading her. He was drawing ever closer to his beloved prey. Chapter 72, The Underdog's Counterattack, Part 1. The combing Jing Yuqing's hand finally slipped from her grasp in resignation. Gritting her teeth in anguish, she demanded, if you break your word, I'll bite a chunk out of you even if it kills me. Absolutely. I promise. I swear. Guozi beamed with delight, hastily agreeing while his words overflowed with joy. The lamb had finally yielded. The feast was at last within reach. Guozi reached down to his treasure, which was suffering in agonizing torment, desperate for release. Thud. Just as the last shred of modesty was about to be torn away, a frantic knock echoed in his ears. Brother Gua. Brother Gua. Bad news. Bad news. Something's happened. Guozi's brow furrowed, his burning desire instantly extinguished. Damn it. What's so urgent? Don't you know I'm busy here? What the hell is this nonsense? The guard paused for a few seconds. It's about Ye Chenfei. What about Ye Chenfei? Did he start flying or something? Guozi snapped impatiently, still holding the patterned underwear in one hand as he turned to open the door. Spit it out quick, or I'll kill you for interrupting my business. Brother Gua, it's really nothing. I was just messing with you, the guy outside muttered, keeping his head down. What? Guozi snapped to attention, his head pounding. Are you crazy? Looking for trouble? Guozi's words abruptly halted. He looked up to see a face he didn't recognize. Before he could react, the hooded figure outside suddenly swung a leg up and delivered a vicious kick straight to his solar plexus. Boom! Guozi stumbled backward several feet, his stomach clenching as he nearly fell. Brother Yi! Jing Yuqing, cowering in the corner, instantly recognized the man who had burst in. It was her most admired figure, Brother Yi, Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei stood before Guozi, clad in a sleek black t-shirt, his gaze piercing and brimming with lethal intent, appearing in a way that defied explanation. Brother Yi, is it really you? Jing Yuqing's tears gushed forth like a burst dam. For a moment, she thought it was an illusion. Brother Yi should only appear in her dreams at a time like this. Yuling, I'm too late. Ye Chenfei's powerful arm swept her up in a half-hug as he turned to glare fiercely at Guozi. You bullied my little sister? I'll make you pay with your life. Ye Chenfei? Guozi shook his head violently, blinking in disbelief. How could it be you? Weren't you locked up inside by my men? Chained with double iron shackles? Ha! Why don't you have any injuries on your body? Guozi felt utterly frustrated. With the tight security he'd set up, Ye Chenfei shouldn't have been able to appear before him at all. Even if he'd escaped from the secret room, he should have heard the commotion outside. But just now, it was dead quiet out there, not a peep. Ye Chenfei set Jing Yuqing down, wiping away the tears streaming from the corners of his eyes with his rough palms. You think your half-baked skills could lock me up? Huang Degu really underestimated me, didn't he? You've got some skills, kid, Guozi grunted as he pushed himself up from the ground. He glared at Ye Chenfei, cracking his knuckles. Well, now you'll get a taste of my iron fist. I've been itching for a chance to teach you a lesson. Before Ye Chenfei could respond, Guozi flickered forward, closing the distance at lightning speed. He swung a heavy punch straight at Ye Chenfei's head. Ye Chenfei deftly sidestepped. Guozi's iron fist slammed hard into the wall behind him, instantly leaving a deep imprint of his fist. The entire breakroom wall shook from the impact. Brute strength without technique is useless. Ye Chenfei snorted coldly, swiftly locking Guozi's right arm behind his back and delivering a powerful elbow strike to the back of his head. Crash! The blow slammed Guozi's head into the plaster wall. His head buzzed, and a trickle of blood appeared on his temple. You! I'll smash your skull in. Guozi erupted like an enraged leopard, brutally wrenching free from Ye Chenfei's lock. He launched a flying shoulder charge with the force of a mountain collapsing, unleashing the most savage assault Ye Chenfei had ever faced, fueled by his ox-like physique. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chenfei crouched low, his foot shooting toward Guozi's knee. What appeared to be an offhand strike landed squarely on a crucial pressure point in the knee joint. The knee-eye point. Crash! Guozi's knee suddenly buckled. His entire body instantly lost balance, as if tripped from behind, crashing heavily onto the concrete floor. His flying shoulder charge had effectively become a collision with himself. Clatter! The break room was barely over 10 square meters, with little space beyond a small bed. Guozi's flying shoulder charge packed immense power, arguably his most formidable technique in the martial world. The collision shattered the room's sole bed into splinters. Wounds covered his head and body, with splinters clearly visible embedded in his rugged skull. In an instant, Guozi became a bloody mess. A pitiful, blood-soaked wreck. Blood blurred Guozi's vision. He staggered, his body swaying as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Ye Chenfei, you think you're tough? I'll smash you to bits. You! Ye Chenfei lunged forward, driving his knee into Guozi's midsection. Snap! The sound of a bone dislocating echoed through the cramped break room, piercingly sharp. Guozi finally collapsed, half lying on the floor with his face up. A mouthful of old blood spurted from his mouth, splattering onto the white bedsheet he had meticulously prepared. This fulfilled one of Guozi's desires. He had always wanted to see blood on the white sheets, and now he finally had it, only it was his own blood, not Jing Yuqing's. Guozi lay on the floor, utterly drained of the strength to rise and fight again. Huang Degu's foremost warrior had been taken down in just 3 moves by Ye Chenfei, and that was with bare fists. Had Ye Chenfei resorted to his poison techniques, he likely wouldn't have even needed to lift a finger. You bastard! You dared to bully my woman! Ye Chenfei roared, mounting Guozi and unleashing a torrent of punches onto his hideous face. His fists pounded like a storm. Over a dozen punches in rapid succession left Guozi's face a swollen mess. The pitiful sight made him cry out in mercy, "Spare me! I surrender! I lost! Ye Chenfei, stop! Keep hitting me and I'll die! Forgiving you won't be that easy! I'll chop you up myself!" Ye Chenfei rose, picking up a comb from the floor, the very pointed comb Jing Yuqing had just used to attempt suicide. "I'll cripple you with this!" "Ah!" Guozi shrieked, trembling. Somehow finding strength, he suddenly sprang to his feet and scrambled out of the lounge, fleeing as fast as he could while screaming for help. "Help! Someone help me! Save me! Ye Chenfei's going to kill me!" But when he reached the outside, he froze in shock. The guards stationed outside were sprawled haphazardly across the ground. He hadn't realized Ye Chenfei had already taken care of them before entering. Dealing with them was simple. He'd given each one a cigarette, and they'd fallen into a deep sleep. They wouldn't wake up for at least 24 hours. What the hell is going on? Wake up! Wake up! Guozi violently shook one of the henchmen at his feet. Wake up! Wake up! But Guozi's shouts had no effect whatsoever. Even as his voice grew hoarse, the henchmen on the ground slept like dead pigs. One of them even started snoring loudly, nearly driving Guozi mad with frustration. Behind him, Ye Chenfei carried Jing Yuqing in his arms, a pointed comb in his hand, following step by step. Guozi, unable to spare a thought for Ye Chenfei, gritted his teeth and mustered his last ounce of strength to run deeper into the factory. "Brother Yi, am I dreaming?" Jing Yuqing found herself unexpectedly nestled against Ye Chenfei's broad chest, her voice soft and dazed. "Why do you look so alert? That bastard said they beat you to a pulp." Jing Yuqing found it hard to believe that just minutes ago she'd been in mortal danger, teetering on the brink of life and death. Yet now she was nestled against the chest of Brother Yi, the man she admired most, held firmly in his arms. It all felt utterly surreal. "Hey, what do you think? Pinch yourself to see if you're dreaming." "Ouch!" Ye Chenfei yelped. "You ungrateful brat. Pinch yourself, not me. I pinch you because it feels real. Now I believe this is all true. I don't care. When we get back, you have to give me double the work as compensation. My sacrifice this time was too great." Jing Yuqing pouted, clinging to Ye Chenfei's neck as she complained. "Damn it! At a time like this, you're still worried about money? If I'd known, I would have come a few minutes later and let that Guozi bully you." This only made Jing Yuqing angrier. She pounded his shoulder with her fist. "Double pay isn't enough. Triple. Compensate me with triple pay." Guozi staggered into the factory interior, barely able to breathe after Ye Chenfei's 3 strikes. Several ribs were likely broken, and every step demanded his entire strength. "Help! Is anyone there? Quick, someone come!" The creak of Guozi's cry echoed as a metal door to a secret chamber swung open. 2 heads peered out, one plump, one thin. This very chamber was where Ye Chenfei was being held captive. The 2 henchmen, one plump, one skinny, were the primary guards assigned to watch over him. Seeing Guozi's state, both looked utterly bewildered. The fat one asked in confusion, "Brother Guozi? What the hell happened to you? Help!" Guozi's rage boiled over, and he unleashed a torrent of curses at the 2 men. "You 2 bastards! Why don't you just die? I told you to watch Ye Chenfei, did you let him escape?" Chapter 73, The Common Man's Reversal 2. If Guizi hadn't been on the verge of collapse, he would have smacked those useless underlings flat. Hurry! Run! Ye Chenfei is a madman, he's chasing us. Get me to the hospital now. Guizi waved frantically, shouting. The two henchmen, one fat, one thin, exchanged glances. The chubby one rolled his eyes and said, Brother Gua, have you lost your mind? When did Ye Chenfei escape? He's been locked in that secret room the whole time. He's still in there. Did lightning strike you and fry your brain, Brother Gua? You two bastards are the ones struck dumb by lightning. How could that guy still be locked up in there? Are you sleepwalking? Guizi staggered, nearly falling over. As he spoke, the fat man pulled open the chamber's iron door. Guizi immediately fell silent, nearly fainting from shock. Inside the chamber, Ye Chenfei was bound by double chains, his hands suspended by twisted ropes. Clear marks of beatings were visible across his body. That really was Ye Chenfei. Guizi, you won't get away. Just as Guizi was utterly baffled, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind him. He couldn't help but turn to look. The moment he saw, his legs went weak and he collapsed completely. The voice behind him belonged to none other than Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei? You've got to be kidding me. Guizi and his two henchmen were all dumbfounded. Standing before and behind them were two distinct Ye Chenfeis, one covered in wounds, the other radiating murderous intent. How could there be two Ye Chenfeis? Two Ye Chenfeis? Was this some kind of ghostly apparition? Guizi was on the verge of tears. The events of this night could only be described as supernatural. Brother Yi, how can there be two of you? Even Jing Yuqing, standing behind them, was startled by the scene. She was utterly confused. Brother Yi, you're finally here. I can barely hold on, the suspended Ye Chenfei spoke, his voice noticeably weaker. Brother, you've suffered. Ye Chenfei strode straight forward, reaching for the key to the iron chains on the table. Guizi, seeing this, shoved the fat man and the skinny man forward with all his might. Without caring whether the figure before them was human or ghost, he bellowed like a slaughtered pig, kill him! Kill him now! Whoosh! A silver flash erupted from Ye Chenfei's body. A tiny silver snake shot out, striking the fat man and the skinny man with lightning-fast bites. The two exchanged one last loving glance before collapsing straight to the ground. The silver snake's venom spread instantly through their bodies. In less than 10 seconds, it was all over. Ye Chenfei unchained the injured Ye Chenfei and clutched his chest tightly. Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai? Guizi lay on the ground, his eyes widening. Who's Xiao Bai? Then, the injured Ye Chenfei tore off a layer of skin covering his face, revealing a completely unfamiliar face before Guizi. It was a face utterly unlike Ye Chenfei's. Guizi suddenly understood Ye Chenfei had been replaced. Time rewound 5 hours earlier. Xiao Bai had effortlessly transformed into the new Ye Chenfei within an hour. Even Ye Chenfei himself found this metamorphosis astonishing. Combined with Xiao Bai's physique being nearly identical to Ye Chenfei's, the impersonation was flawless. Thus began the grand charade of swapping the prince. Ye Chenfei wasn't idle either. While Xiao Bai drove from the front seat, he hid in the trunk of the Santana, effortlessly evading Guizi and his men's surveillance. It wasn't until 7 o'clock that evening he found an opportunity to crawl out. It took him half an hour to deal with Guizi's minions. Finally, at the crucial moment, he arrived at Guizi's private lounge and kicked open the door. The underdog's passionate comeback had begun. Upon learning the full truth, Guizi collapsed like a sack of rotten mud, utterly drained of strength. A slender figure approached him, a beautiful woman holding an iron rod she'd picked up from a corner. Yuling, spare me. This thing's huge enough to kill someone. Consider that I spared you. Guizi whined, his face twisted in a pathetic plea. Crash! Jing Yuqing raised the iron bar high, gathering all her strength to smash it down on Guizi. You bastard. This blow is for me and Xiao Bai. 11 p.m. in an office on South Taishao Street. Ding Xiaobei sat in his office chair, a cup of cold tea steeping on the desk. Long Dahai paced back and forth restlessly. Brother Xiaobei, please listen to me, Long Dahai pleaded, his voice heavy with grievance. Brother Yi is our brother. Now that he's been kidnapped by Huang Degu, we can't just stand by and watch him die. If we keep our heads above water, we'll have plenty of chances to take down Huang Degu's crew later. So you want me to give up my shot at becoming the top dog on Taishao Street? If I lose this time, what chance do I have to fight back later? Huang Degu won't give me any chance to retaliate. Brother Xiaobei, are you just going to stand by and watch them kill Brother Yi and Jing Yuqing? Long Dahai asked, his voice low and urgent as he hunched over. How can someone aiming for greatness dwell on such sentimental nonsense? I can't afford to think that way. I won't sacrifice my entire future for one person. I'm participating in tonight's match. Ding Xiaobei stood up in one swift motion and declared, Dahai, get ready. We're heading to the Huamei Hotel now. But Brother Xiaobei, have you really thought this through? How will you explain this to Xiao Bai and Lao Shu later? Long Dahai stammered, clearly unprepared for Ding Xiaobei's decision, one made without the slightest hesitation. Huang Degu is the one who killed Ye Chenfei. It has nothing to do with me. Ding Xiaobei closed his eyes silently, gathering immense resolve. He gave Long Dehai a gesture, go get ready. No matter what, tonight I must defeat Huang Degu. I will become the boss of Taishao Street. You're absolutely right, brother Xiaobei. A man who isn't ruthless can never be the boss. Since you've made your decision, your underlings will support you with everything we've got. We'd climb mountains of knives or plunge into seas of fire without hesitation. Long Dehai's eyes gleamed as he agreed. The money's already prepared. Based on our calculations, we've got 100% chance of taking down Huang Degu. As midnight approached, the Huamei Hotel buzzed with unusual activity. Lights flickered inside and out, staff bustled through the halls, and owner Hua Tianxiong personally greeted arriving VIPs in the lobby. Everyone knew tonight would witness the showdown between Taishao Street's two titans at the Huamei Hotel. Joining East District's top dog, Big Fei, as witnesses were three venerable elders, the district's three major investors. Though these three investors remained firmly behind the scenes, each a man well past 50, their backgrounds were exceptionally deep. Even Big Fei held a measure of respect for the old guard. Without their behind-the-scenes backing, Big Fei would never have risen to become the East District's top dog, nor would the East District have achieved its current prosperity. The proposal to merge North and South Taishao Street originated from these three elders. Taishao Street was a prime piece of real estate in the East District, demanding capable management. Thus, a winner must emerge between Ding Xiaobei and Huang Degu. The victor reigns supreme, the loser becomes an outcast, and the defeated party would be permanently banished from Taishao Street. They had long anticipated this contest would erupt into a white-hot battle. To claim ultimate victory, the two Taishao Street rivals would undoubtedly exhaust every tactic, crushing and subduing their opponent. This world knew no fairness. Whoever emerged victorious from this clash would earn the right to laugh last, and the power to rule the East District's core territory, Taishao Street. Half an hour before the results were announced, the three old-timers arrived punctually by car at the Huamei Hotel. As the East District's top dog, De Fei, along with his woman Qin Zimo and other key figures of the East District, followed behind in orderly fashion. The three old-timers were the center of attention for a moment. Ah, fourth master, fifth master, eighth master, how are you all? Hotel owner Hua Tianxiong greeted the old men with a warm smile. My, having such esteemed figures all gathered at my Huamei Hotel today is truly an honor. Please, come in, come in. Ha! The three old-timers politely exchanged pleasantries with Hua Tianxiong. Leading the group, fourth master sported snow-white hair and beard, yet his physique still appeared sturdy. Fifth master stood exceptionally tall, easily over 6 feet, his face covered in fleshy folds, his features hinting at a formidable presence in his younger days. Eighth master appeared considerably younger, likely in his 60s. He wore a pair of round, vintage reading glasses perched on his temples. His lean cheeks flashed with the shrewdness of a seasoned veteran, reminiscent of a strategist or advisor. These three old-timers rarely made public appearances, so their simultaneous arrival drew the attention of many hotel guests who paused to watch. Hua Tianxiong had cleared out the hotel's most luxurious conference room, 100 square meters of opulent space, lavishly decorated, with a 12-meter-long, 4-meter-wide rosewood conference table. This alone signaled the solemnity of the selection process between the two titans of Taishao Street. By 11:40 a.m., all candidates had arrived. Ding Xiaobei and Huang Degu each brought several trusted lieutenants, with their respective factions seated on opposite sides of the conference room. Presiding at the head of the conference room was Big Fei, the undisputed kingpin of the East District. Today, he exuded sheer dominance in a form-fitting, long leather jacket, his striking long hair pulled back into a sharp ponytail. Since being taken on a thrilling bungee jump by Ye Chenfei and his crew, he seemed to have gained a newfound vigor. Qin Zimo stood elegantly beside him, her outfit equally eye-catching. A warm-toned cropped trench coat paired with tight black jeans perfectly accentuated her golden curves. Truthfully, standing next to De Fei, people instinctively overlooked him. Their pairing inevitably brought to mind the saying, a flower planted in cow dung. Across the conference table sat three exquisitely crafted rosewood chairs occupied by the fourth, fifth, and eighth elders, three ancient relics of the underworld. The remaining seats were filled with key figures from the East District. In short, tonight's gathering represented the largest assembly in the district's history. Chapter 74, The Battle for Taishao Street. De Fei glanced at the venerable elders before speaking. Ha, I won't beat around the bush. I've gathered everyone here tonight to select our Taishao Street manager. This position will be chosen between Ding Xiaobei and Huang Xiaojiang. As you all know, I need to reiterate the details of the election process. Half a month ago, I shared this plan with Xiaobei and Xiaojiang. Whoever collects the most management fees within this period will be Taishao Street's ultimate victor. As you can see, 4th Master, 5th Master, and 8th Master are all present today, ensuring the entire process remains fair and impartial. I, De Fei, will show no favoritism whatsoever. Though Xiaobei and Xiaojiang are both close to me, everything must follow the established rules. No one has the right to interfere. The election process has two parts. First, Xiaobei and Xiaogang will each step forward and state why the other is unfit to be leader. This stage is crucial for us to understand each other more thoroughly. De Fei glanced at the time, just minutes before midnight.
The second part involves comparing the management fees each of you has collected. Whoever has the higher amount wins this round. Our 3 senior elders will then evaluate both details to determine the ultimate victor. Xiaobei, Xiaogang, do you both agree to these arrangements? No objections.
Ding Xiaobei and Huang Degu both nodded in agreement. Just then, the clock on the wall struck midnight. De Fei waved his hand decisively. I now declare the election for leader of Taishao Street officially open. First, each of you must state the direct reason why the other cannot be leader. The other person may not interrupt during your explanation. Who goes first? Ding Xiaobei and Huang Degu fell silent. Then Huang Degu shook his head and raised his hand. I'll go first. Huang Degu stood up from his seat and pointed at Ding Xiaobei, his voice deep and commanding. First, I'll address Ding Xiaobei's character. His character and integrity are utterly trash. Such a person absolutely cannot be the leader of our Taishao Street. What nonsense are you spouting, Huang Degu? Who do you think you are to speak about brother Xiaobei? The big guy beside Ding Xiaobei roared fiercely. Shut your mouth, big guy. De Fei shot him a glare. I said no interruptions while someone's speaking. Under Ding Xiaobei's furious glare, the big guy reluctantly sat back down. Huang Degu then continued his arrogant tirade. This is clearly South Street's territory. Yet over the past fortnight, he's extended his claws into my North Street turf. His men have been collecting protection money from merchants in my district these past few days. Ding Xiaobei, do you dare admit it? You've collected at least 300,000 yuan in protection fees from me alone. Ding Xiaobei snorted coldly. Nothing to hide here. Those merchants on North Street and I have a strong bond. They willingly handed over their protection money to me. They support me becoming the boss of Taishao Street. What's the big deal? Ding Xiaobei, stop pretending to be righteous. I specifically brought these merchants here today. I'll have them tell Big Brother De Fei and Fourth Master right now how you extorted those fees. Huang Degu gave a subtle nod, and 3 merchants nervously entered the meeting room. The first merchant was the owner of a KTV. Guys, Ding Xiaobei and his crew forced us to pay management fees. They threatened to wreck my shop and slaughter my whole family if we didn't pay. Yeah, same thing happened to me. Another late-night snack shop owner chimed in. They said if I didn't pay them management fees, they'd burn down my place the next day. It was Ding Xiaobei's men. You filthy scum. The tall man erupted again. You handed over the management fees willingly. Now you dare slander us? Fourth uncle, fifth uncle, eighth uncle, Big Fei, don't listen to this trash talking. Huang Degu clearly teamed up with them to set a trap for brother Xiaobei. They're framing us. The big guy was so worked up he nearly charged at those despicable merchants to beat them senseless. The few of them were shaking in fear. We're not lying. It was Ding Xiaobei's men who came to our shop front collecting protection money. Though terrified, the merchants still insisted on the specifics. Huang Degu poured fuel on the fire, bellowing, Ding Xiaobei. We've got witnesses and evidence. What more do you need to deny it? You did it, yet you're still trying to cover it up. With your character, how can you even be a boss? As the scene erupted into chaos, De Fei suddenly slammed his fist on the table with a thunderous crash. Shut up, all of you. Ding Xiaobei, answer me, did you or did you not collect management fees from these merchants? Yes. Ding Xiaobei answered sharply. Then let me state my position. Xiaobei, overstepping to collect fees is merely padding the final tally, something I and several elders can understand. But threatening merchants? That crosses the line. Don't you know they're our bread and butter? We should be treating them with courtesy, yet you threaten them? You've broken my rules. Brother De Fei. Ding Xiaobei's face flushed with embarrassment. He wanted to explain but decisively held his tongue. This was clearly a trap meticulously set by Huang Degu. Having fallen into it, he was left with no defense. The other party was obviously targeting him deliberately. Fine. I'll take the blame for this. It was my fault. Ding Xiaobei decided to admit defeat outright, refusing to give Huang Degu any further leverage. Whatever punishment came his way, he'd accept it. A smug grin spread across Huang Degu's face as he shrugged his shoulders. For now, that's all I can think of. Fourth brother, fifth brother, eighth brother, I ask for your impartial judgment. Ding Xiaobei, it's your turn now. Fine. Ding Xiaobei stood up abruptly. Even if I did threaten those merchants to extort management fees, it's nothing compared to what Huang Degu did to me. Third master, fourth master, Big Fei, just this morning, Huang Degu kidnapped my good brother Ye Chenfei. He's holding them captive in a secret location, using this to blackmail me into abandoning this election. If I proceed recklessly, he'll kill my brother Ye Chenfei. My brother is no stranger to you all. He's Ye Chenfei, who runs the clinic on Taishao Street. The room erupted in shock. Even the 3 elders couldn't help but whisper among themselves. While petty tricks and schemes between rivals were understandable, resorting to kidnapping and blackmail was taking things too far. The elders certainly didn't want to see their own people fighting each other. Compared to Huang Degu's earlier accusations, this was far more serious. Huang Degu immediately stood up and shouted in denial, bull. Slander. Absolutely not. How could I, Huang Xiaojiang, do something so despicable and shameless? Ding Xiaobei, using this trick to frame me is utterly despicable and shameless. Fourth master couldn't help but ask from the side, Xiaojiang, is there any truth to this? We're all brothers here. If you did this, it would be utterly unbrotherly. No. Absolutely not. Huang Degu appeared more wrong than anyone, his acting as convincing as a professional performer. Fourth brother. I swear I never did such a thing.
I have no idea where Ding Xiaobei got this story.
He's such a skilled storyteller, isn't he? De Fei chimed in, Xiaobei, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just make things up. What proof do you have? If Huang Xiaojiang really did something so despicable, I won't let it slide. Ye Chenfei is my benefactor, and he's also my mom's benefactor. Let Dr. Yi come out and explain himself.
Right here in front of third master, fourth master, and eighth master, let's get this matter sorted out once and for all today. Ding Xiaobei fixed his gaze on Huang Degu and declared, Ye Chenfei is still in their custody and can't come out for now.
But I've prepared for this.
After the incident, Huang Xiaojiang came to my office and made threatening remarks right in front of me.
He must have forgotten, right? My office has surveillance footage. I brought that tape today. I invite Brother De Fei, third master, fourth master, and eighth master to bear witness. Ye Chenfei finished speaking, and a black USB drive appeared in his hand. This drive contained a recording of the entire incident that evening when Huang Degu went to South Street to make threats. Every word he spoke and every action he took had been captured. Shortly after, a waiter from the Huame Hotel brought over a laptop. De Fei personally inserted the USB drive into the computer and launched the playback software in front of everyone. The contents of the USB drive soon appeared clearly on the laptop screen. The footage indeed showed the situation in Ding Xiaobei's office. However, just a few seconds into the playback, an unexpected incident occurred. The screen instantly became a blur of static, accompanied by crackling static noise. The so-called video evidence vanished entirely, replaced only by a distorted, unreadable screen. Ding Xiaobei's group froze in shock. The big guy exclaimed loudly, "What's going on? This can't be. We clearly recorded the actual footage. How could it turn into static?" Forget proving anything about Huang Degu, not even his shadow or voice appeared in the footage. The screen instantly blinded everyone present. Ding Xiaobei? Is this the evidence you promised everyone? A smirk slowly spread across Huang Degu's lips. This evidence is nothing but a blurry mess. Don't tell me you expect this garbled footage to prove I did anything? Ha! You despicable bastard. You must have tampered with our video. Big guy snapped to attention, pointing at Huang Degu and shouting angrily, "You definitely messed with it. What a joke. The footage is in your office, how could I tamper with it? I don't even know what Ding Xiaobei is talking about. And you, Ding Xiaobei, come up with such a ridiculous excuse. Big brother De Fei. Third brother, fourth brother, eighth brother, you must stand up for me." By now, everything was crystal clear. The video had obviously been tampered with. Ding Xiaobei fell silent. He'd known Huang Degu wasn't simple, but never imagined he'd be this meticulous. Brother Ye's analysis had been spot on when it came to scheming. He was no match for this guy. Chapter 75, Showdown on Taishao Street 2. Ding Xiaobei, I knew you'd pull this kind of dirty trick to frame me. Out of brotherly loyalty, I didn't want to expose your true colors, but you forced my hand. Let me introduce someone who can shed more light on Ding Xiaobei's character. Huang Degu gave another nod, and a young man promptly pushed open the door and walked in. The moment this man appeared, a wave of gasps rippled through the conference room. The first to exclaim was Big Guy. He recognized the figure instantly and blurted out the name, Long Dahai. Everyone present recognized the young man who had walked in. Long Dahai, Ding Xiaobei's trusted lieutenant. Just last night, he'd been fawning over Ding Xiaobei. No one understood why Long Dahai would walk through the door at this moment. Ding Xiaobei, however, felt a strange calm wash over him. This man's appearance solved many of his doubts. One thing was certain, Long Dahai had betrayed him. The bastard was almost certainly the one who had tampered with the USB drive. Long Dahai, what the hell do you think you're doing? The big guy shouted accusingly. You're siding with Huang Degu? ING hell. You betrayed us? You bastard. May you rot in hell. Brother Xiaobei trusted you so much, and you ING sold us out. The surrounding meeting attendees began buzzing with discussion. Huang Degu really is formidable. He even bought off Long Dahai, who was right by Ding Xiaobei's side. Ding Xiaobei is finished now. Oh my. This rivalry is way more thrilling than any fight. The first showdown between Ding Xiaobei and Huang Degu is so tense it's hard to breathe. Brilliant. Brilliant. It's getting more and more interesting. Alright. Quiet, everyone. De Fei slammed his fist on the table to silence them, then turned to Long Dahai. Long Dahai, do you have anything to say? Just like Brother Huang said, I'm here to reveal the real Ding Xiaobei. As a member of Big Fei's crew in the East District, I feel compelled to share what I know. Otherwise, my conscience just won't let me rest. Long Dahai already had a sleazy look about him, and hearing him say that made him seem downright vile to the core.
Big Guy was about to lunge forward and punch him, but Ding Xiaobei quickly restrained him, preventing the situation from spiraling out of control.
Brother Xiaobei, you want me to kill this bastard? Betraying you at this critical moment is like stabbing you right in the heart. Half the management fees we collected went through Long Dahai. Now that he's sided with Huang Degu, does that mean all our money's been credited to their accounts? We're as good as dead. Big Guy understood the situation perfectly. Long Dahai betraying South Street was essentially a death sentence for Ding Xiaobei. Ding Xiaobei sighed, we've reached the point of no return. Let him have his way.
I'm curious to hear how Long Dahai will portray me. Big Brother Defei, 3rd Master, 4th Master, 8th Master. Long Dahai first approached them with a respectful bow. You must think it's disloyal of me to step forward now, but I want you all to know I'm doing this precisely to prevent South Street from falling into Ding Xiaobei's hands. Otherwise, South Street will be finished sooner or later. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. All eyes were fixed on Long Dahai. His every word and action could sway the election's outcome. The air thickened with tension, the glances exchanged between Ding Xiaobei and Huang Degu crackling with murderous intent, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. Huang Degu's cold snort broke the silence. Dahai, if you have something to say, speak up. Big Brother Fei and the elders are here, no one will dare cross you. Ding Xiaobei is nothing but a selfish bastard who cares nothing for his brother's safety. All these years I've followed him, yet he's never once considered our feelings. For his own gain, he'd sacrifice a brother's life without a second thought.
Truth is, I know exactly who kidnapped Ye Chenfei. It was Big Lobster's men. Ye Chenfei must have crossed Big Lobster somehow.
Last time, he even wrecked Big Lobster's motorcycle fleet worth over $1 million. That's why Lobster is hell-bent on killing him. Long Dahai pointed at Ding Xiaobei with wild fury, as if the man before him were his own father's murderer.
But look at what Ding Xiaobei did. He didn't lift a finger for Ye Chenfei, didn't give a damn about his life. That was his best brother. If he could ignore his own best brother like that, what about us little guys? Our lives mean less to him than a dog's. Long Dahai delivered his accusation with such passion that tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. His acting was top-notch, and his talent for spinning tales was truly remarkable. Long Dahai, never knew you were such a gifted storyteller. After all these years with me, only now do I discover this special talent of yours. Ding Xiaobei responded calmly, without a trace of urgency. I swear to everyone. Long Dahai solemnly raised his hand. Every word I've spoken is the truth. May lightning strike me down if I lie. I only have the courage to reveal this secret today because I'm standing before Big Brother Defei, 3rd Master, 4th Master, and 8th Master. Otherwise, Ding Xiaobei would have killed me. Silenced me. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. By tomorrow morning, Ye Chenfei's body will definitely turn up. That's ironclad proof. Taishao Street absolutely cannot fall into the hands of someone like him. Ding Xiaobei, even your most trusted men accuse you. What more can you say? Huang Degu poured fuel on the fire with his own words. Get lost, Ding Xiaobei. Betraying your brothers is the most shameful thing. Huang Degu's men joined in the chorus of jeers. Get out. Get out of Taishao Street. The entire meeting room erupted instantly, the atmosphere boiling over as all eyes turned on Ding Xiaobei. He was thrust into the eye of the storm, one misstep, and he'd be shattered to pieces. Enough. Everyone, quiet down. 3rd Master stood up from his seat, his face stern and dark as storm clouds. In this line of work, human connections are paramount. From this opening move alone, it was clear Ding Xiaobei's grasp of loyalty was woefully inadequate. To disregard even a close brother's life was a grave taboo in this world. Today, he might spare a subordinate's life, but tomorrow, he could just as easily take the boss's. Xiaobei, I ask you, is that story about Ye Chenfei true? Ding Xiaobei fell silent for a few seconds, his lips twitching. Would you believe me if I said it was false? With both eyewitnesses and physical evidence, even if I had 100 mouths, I couldn't explain myself clear. So it's true then? Defei exclaimed in shock. Xiaobei, when did you become this kind of person? I put you in charge of South Street precisely because I valued your loyalty and sense of honor. But now, Sai, you've disappointed me so much. Ah, looks like no one can help you this time. Humph. Says who? Just then, a piercing voice cut through Defei's lament. A dashing figure pushed open the conference room door, black British-style trench coat, sleek trendy tousled hair, and a commanding shout that radiated sheer charisma. Ye Chenfei. It's actually Ye Chenfei. Huang Degu's men all gaped in stunned silence, unable to hold back their exclamations. Even Huang Degu and Long Dahai stared wide-eyed in shock. Tears from Long Dahai's earlier emotional plea still clung to his eyelids, unblotted, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Brother Yi, I've been waiting for you. I was about to lose it. Ding Xiaobei gritted his teeth, exhaling in relief as he stepped forward. 3rd Master, my words mean nothing now. Let my brother Ye Chenfei explain everything to you. Huang Degu's face twisted into an agonized grimace. Ye Chenfei's sudden appearance struck him like a bolt from the blue. Just hours ago, he'd seen the video of Ye Chenfei covered in wounds, barely clinging to life. Yet now, before his eyes stood a man completely unharmed, radiating a fierce, murderous aura? Had Ye Chenfei somehow escaped from the factory? Impossible. That was an utterly impossible feat. Ye Chenfei offered a faint smile. Xiaobei, sorry I'm late. I grabbed a bite on the way. Big brother Fei, third master, fourth master, eighth master, my apologies for keeping you waiting. Ye Chenfei apologizes. Ye Chenfei's sudden appearance instantly shattered Long Dahai's lies. His earlier dramatic, tearful performance became utterly worthless. His face darkened instantly, beads of sweat trickling down his temples from guilt. He wished he could crawl into a mouse hole. Ye Chenfei? You're here just in time. Third brother was bewildered, asking in confusion, we're all confused. Tell us what's really going on. Were you kidnapped by Big Lobster's men or not? The Big Lobster crew wouldn't stoop that low. The one who kidnapped me is Huang Degu from North Street. Ye Chenfei spun around, pointing an accusing finger at Huang Degu. This bastard ordered his men to first kidnap the clinic nurse, then use her to blackmail me, and finally use me to blackmail Ding Xiaobei. This entire scheme was his meticulously planned trap. Huang Degu instinctively panicked. I didn't. Ye Chenfei, stop spouting nonsense. Do you have any proof? Big Fei, you have to stand up for me. Well, Ye Chenfei, several elders are here today. And what you're alleging is serious. We can't just take one person's word for it. Even the police rely on evidence when investigating cases, right? What proof do you have to back up your claims? Big Fei was inclined to side with Huang Degu. Exactly. What proof does Ye Chenfei have that I attacked him? Any? None. Then he's slandering me. Huang Degu instantly transformed into a rabid dog, losing control and bellowing. Huang Degu, I knew you'd deny it. That's why I prepared evidence for you long ago. Ye Chenfei sneered coldly, then turned and walked back a few steps. He emerged holding a blood-soaked figure by one arm. This guy was covered head to toe in blood, his body battered and bruised beyond recognition. His face was swollen in a circle, his mouth beaten into a sausage-like shape. This man was none other than Huang Degu's trusted right-hand man, the muscle-bound Guozi. Beaten to this state, he was almost unrecognizable without a closer look. Chapter 76, Showdown on Taishao Street 3. Huang Degu recognized him instantly. A chill ran down his spine, and his heart began pounding wildly. Guozi. Everyone should be familiar with him, right? This man was Huang Degu's right-hand man, the very one who kidnapped me and the nurse. Guozi, you tell everyone what exactly did Huang Degu make you do? Guozi had taken a serious beating, and worst of all, he'd been bitten by silver snake, poisoned with a deadly venom. Huang Degu had bribed Long Dahai with special conditions, and Ye Chenfei returned the favor, using the same method to bribe Guozi. I'll tell everything. All of this was ordered by Huang Degu. He said that as long as we captured Ye Chenfei, it would be like choking Ding Xiaobei's throat, forcing him eastward, never westward. We kidnapped the nurse too. I used her to distract Ye Chenfei, but we never expected him to outmaneuver us. We ended up kidnapping the wrong person. Guozi mumbled dazedly, his heart filled with terror toward Ye Chenfei. Held in his grasp, he felt like a defeated stray dog. Huang Degu. You got anything else to say? The big guy pointed angrily at the silent Huang Degu and shouted, even your lackey confessed. Where do you think you can hide your fox tail now? Bang! In the blink of an eye, Huang Degu suddenly pulled a pistol from his pocket and pulled the trigger with lightning speed. Thud! After the gunshot, Guozi collapsed like a sack of rotten mud. A bullet had struck his forehead, right between his eyebrows. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Bang! Ding Xiaobei slammed his palm on the table and leapt to his feet, fury boiling. Huang Degu, you've got some nerve. Killing someone to silence them right in front of all these elders and Big Fei? You're capable of such shameless acts? Huang Degu wiped the still smoking muzzle, his expression calm. Big brother De Fei, third master, fourth master, eighth master, my apologies for alarming you. I saw through Guozi's treachery long ago. I never imagined that bastard would betray me. I knew nothing of the things he confessed. Scum like him deserves to rot in hell. Huang Degu wiped the still smoking barrel as he spoke slowly. You think silencing witnesses will cover up your disgusting deeds? Everyone here saw exactly who was right and who was wrong. Ding Xiaobei gritted his teeth in fury. Guozi was one of us from North Street. As the boss, I had to clean up our own mess when scum like him emerged from our ranks. I couldn't let him run amok in a place like this, harming Big Fei or the elders. Who would take responsibility if something happened to them? Huang Degu didn't even flinch. Instead, he turned to Big Fei, the top dog, and asked, Big Fei, you agree, right? To everyone's surprise, Big Fei hesitated. The turn of events caught both Ding Xiaobei and Huang Degu off guard. Finally, third master, the most authoritative figure present, narrowed his eyes and broke the terrifying silence. Huang Xiaojiang. Hand over your gun immediately. To shoot someone dead in front of us, it seems you hold no regard for us three old fools. Third master was the first to condemn Huang Xiaojiang's actions. Though his voice wasn't loud, the authority in his words was undeniable, intimidating everyone present. Huang Xiaojiang, did you hear that? Even Defei dared not show the slightest disrespect, his brows furrowed as he barked, hand over the gun. Are you waiting for Third Master to lose his temper? Huang Xiaojiang had no choice but to pull a gun from his pocket and hand it over to Third Master with utmost respect. Yet Third Master didn't even glance at it. With a flick of his sleeve, he flung the pistol from the table into the trash can. I won't get involved in your personal grudges. Who framed whom, who betrayed whom, none of that matters. I'm judging the situation objectively. In this round, Ding Xiaobei won. Huang Degu's face clearly showed his dissatisfaction, but he gritted his teeth and dared not murmur in protest, mindful of the situation. Huang Xiaojiang, your defeat lies in your demeanor. In our line of work, presence is paramount. No matter the situation or challenge, you must maintain composure and poise. Impulsiveness and stage fright are always fatal mistakes. Therefore, Ding Xiaobei wins the first round. This means even if Huang Xiaojiang wins the second round, it would only result in a draw. Ding Xiaobei is safe tonight. Third Master declared coldly. Defei nodded earnestly in agreement. Third Master speaks wisely. Someone dispose of Guozi's body. Now, let's proceed to the second round. What happened earlier is water under the bridge. This round is about money. Talking money doesn't hurt feelings. Any details unrelated to money are off the table. And so, the first round came to a close. On the surface, Ding Xiaobei had narrowly edged out a victory, but everyone knew that if Guozi had been allowed to continue speaking, Huang Xiaojiang would have been doomed. Sacrificing the rook to save the king at the critical moment, Huang Degu had pulled off a masterstroke. Fortunately, Third Master's impartiality proved decisive, granting Ding Xiaobei a crucial insurance card at the critical moment. Even if he lost the second round, total defeat was averted. Ye Chenfei stepped back behind Ding Xiaobei, casting a casual glance at Qin Zimo beside Defei. Throughout the entire process, Qin Zimo hadn't spoken a word, though she occasionally stole glances in Ye Chenfei's direction. Though only 2 or 3 meters separated them, the distance between them felt as vast as 10,000 miles. The moment Qin Zimo chose to throw herself into Defei's arms, it sealed their fate to exist on parallel lines from that day forward, perhaps never to intersect again. The second round commenced. Ding Xiaobei and Huang Degu each presented metal briefcases containing the management fees collected from various merchants. This contest proved far simpler. No verbal sparring was needed. They merely counted the cash in their cases. Whoever held the larger sum would claim victory in this round. Brother Xiaobei, we're in deep trouble. Big Guy said grimly. Half our money was swiped by Long Dahai. That cash will definitely end up on Huang Degu's side. We're doomed to lose this round. All because of that traitorous bastard Long Dahai. The moment we step outside, I'll take him down myself. Shoo! Ye Chenfei leaned close to Big Guy's ear and whispered, Big Guy, keep it down. Even if we lose, we need to maintain our composure. Over at Huang Degu's side, 3 metal briefcases were casually displayed. One was clearly provided by Long Dahai. In contrast, Ding Xiaobei had only 1 briefcase. Everyone knew exactly why. One thing was certain, regardless of whether Ding Xiaobei or Huang Degu won tonight, Long Dahai, the traitorous scum, wouldn't escape unscathed. He'd staked everything on Huang Degu winning the election, yet this gamble had kicked off with a draw. Naturally, Long Dahai was the first to be kicked out of the game. Defei stood up and swept his gaze around. All your money is here, right? You're sure this is it? It's all here. Ding Xiaobei nodded solemnly. The outcome is already obvious. There's no suspense in this round at all. Huang Degu muttered viciously. I've got 3,200,000 here. As far as I know, the entire accounts for Taishao Street won't exceed 5 million. Ding Xiaobei's numbers? You could figure them out with your toes. Don't ask me where I got all this money to hand over. To borrow Ding Xiaobei's own words, the merchants on South Street all support me as the boss of Taishao Street, and I have the detailed account ledgers to prove it. Huang Degu promptly pulled receipts from his pocket, some provided by Long Dahai himself, so my 3,200,000 is completely legit. Every transaction is crystal clear. There's no way to fake it. Xiaobei, do you have any objections to this outcome? As their superior, Defei deliberately inquired. Objection. Of course I have objections. Ding Xiaobei suddenly spoke up. He reached out and opened the metal briefcase in front of him. Inside, stacks of cash were neatly arranged, packed tightly into the space, forming a dense, sprawling mass. I don't believe I've lost just like that. I'm not afraid to tell everyone the money in my case also totals 3,300,000. 3,300,000? A gasp rippled through the conference room. Huang Degu immediately retorted with a smirk, Ding Xiaobei, even if you have 5 million, it's useless. I can provide specific receipts. Can you provide specific receipts for 3,300,000? Can your money stand up to scrutiny? This was Huang Degu's final trump card, a meticulously planned strike where every detail had been considered. Naturally, he wouldn't let Ding Xiaobei gain the slightest advantage. Facing the crowd, Ding Xiaobei explained, everyone knows I handed over half my accounts to Long Dahai before this.
Now he's betrayed me, and the money and records in his possession have ended up with Huang Degu. Bottom line, some of the invoices you hold, Huang Degu, came from my South Street branch.
Bull. In this election, money talks. My cash and my bills are my credentials. I'm the biggest winner here. Huang Degu bellowed back, his roar drowning out Ding Xiaobei's explanation. De Fei interjected, Xiaobei, I must remind you, as I said earlier, the second phase is solely about money and accounts. No other factors matter. Third uncle mentioned this too. Don't worry, Big Fei. I won't just keep hammering on this. Instead, I'll reveal a special truth. Huang Degu's money is tainted. Ding Xiaobei pointed at one of the metal boxes. Cut the crap. My money has problems? My money is squeaky clean, every single transaction is above board. Huang Degu grew increasingly agitated. He had to hold his ground in this battle, not backing down an inch. Xiaobei, this piques my interest. Old 8, seated to the left, suddenly interjected. Xiao Gang's money is problematic? What exactly is wrong with it? Why not enlighten us old-timers? 8th Master, you flatter me. I wouldn't dare enlighten you, but I'll state a simple fact. Huang Degu, do you dare take the money out of that box and show everyone? Ding Xiaobei and Ye Chenfei exchanged a knowing smile before declaring in unison. Why wouldn't I dare? If I brought it up here, I'm not afraid of your inspection. Huang Degu personally unlocked the metal box's combination lock. Neat stacks of 100 yuan bills were displayed before everyone. What's the problem? Ha! Huang Degu, dare you let me come up and inspect? At that moment, Ye Chenfei stepped forward, pointing at the money in the box. Scared of you? Real gold fears no fire. Huang Degu made a defiant gesture. With so many people watching, you wouldn't dare pull any tricks. Chapter 77, Slaughtering the Dog. Ye Chenfei walked straight up, picked up a stack of bills, and gave them a cursory glance. This stack looks fine. He then pulled another stack from the box, splitting it cleanly down the middle. Without even glancing at it, he fanned it out before everyone. Can anyone tell if this stack is problematic? Huang Degu sneered arrogantly. Ye Chenfei, what the hell are you playing at? What could possibly be wrong with this money? But the instant Huang Degu turned around, his expression froze. He clearly saw a familiar figure printed on the 100 yuan note in Ye Chenfei's hand, the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor. 100 yuan bill straight from the underworld. How could this happen? Huang Degu screamed, snatching the money from Ye Chenfei's hand. Except for 2 genuine bills, the rest were all printed with the Jade Emperor's image. Ha! Everyone in the conference room stared in stunned silence. Ye Chenfei had seemingly conjured a stack of joss paper money from the briefcase like a magician. Even the 3 seasoned veterans watched the scene unfold with utterly bewildered expressions. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Huang Degu shoved his head into the box and pulled out several more stacks of 100 yuan bills. The result was much the same. Every single one was currency used by the Jade Emperor. Except for the top layer of genuine currency, every bill at the bottom of the case was counterfeit. Huang Degu, what the hell is this? You plan to hand over counterfeit money as management fees? Ding Xiaobei's face broke into a triumphant grin. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Long Dahai. Huang Degu yanked Long Dahai by the collar. What the hell is this? It's all counterfeit money. Ha! Long Dahai was completely frozen in shock. Even if he had 2 more brains, he couldn't fathom what was happening. I don't know. I clearly. Bam! Before Long Dahai could finish stammering, Huang Degu delivered a vicious punch to his head. Blood poured from Long Dahai's head. He never would have imagined tonight turning out like this. Huang Degu had planned everything down to the last detail, but he never expected Long Dahai to turn on him and bite right into his Achilles heel. Huang Xiaojiang. 3rd Master's face tightened. Are you going to give us an explanation? It's all Ding Xiaobei's doing. Those counterfeit bills are theirs. Huang Xiaojiang blurted out instinctively, realizing something. Huang Degu, you can't say that. Everyone heard it just now. This money is yours, clean and above board, every single transaction accounted for. How come it's suddenly linked to our little north now? Big Guy stood tall and laughed loudly. Ding Xiaobei, you Huang Degu are like a mute swallowing bitter gall. You can't speak up, your fists clenching so hard they creak. Ding Xiaobei answered loudly. Huang Degu, let me explain. Your mistake was pinning everything on Long Dahai. Coincidentally, I'd long suspected Long Dahai was shady, so I decided to turn the tables on him. I replaced every single bill in that box with counterfeit money. Even the ledger he brought was forged by me. What he delivered to you, Huang Degu, was nothing but a bomb. It couldn't harm anyone else, only you would die. No matter how much you collected, this box of counterfeit money is right here. You're doomed to lose this battle no matter how you fight it. You collected less than me, and everyone saw through your schemes. Huang Degu, you've lost. Ding Xiaobei stared straight at Huang Degu while shooting Ye Chenfei a grateful glance. Good. 3rd Master exclaimed good 3 times in succession, clapping enthusiastically. This election has been truly spectacular. It's given this old fossil a glimpse of your youthful tenacity. I now declare the winner of the 2nd round to be Ding Xiaobei. Wait. I haven't lost. I still have a chance. It's just about money, right? I have plenty of it. My money is definitely no less than Ding Xiaobei's. Big brother Defei, respected elders, I can donate every last cent I have to the company, all of it, without a single penny left. Huang Degu trembled uncontrollably. His hand shook as he pulled out a bank card and thrust it toward Defei. Big brother Defei, I can empty this account completely. Third master, please give me a chance. I don't want to leave Taishao Street. Huang Degu was going all in, treating the money in his bank card as his last lifeline. Big brother Defei, you have to help me. We're such good friends, you can't just stand by and watch me drown. Thud. Huang Degu knelt before Defei, wailing loudly, I still have 2 million in savings. Big brother Defei, don't kick me out. Though Big Fei was the top dog in the East District and had previously favored Huang Degu, now that Huang was crumbling like a mountain collapsing, his allies scattering like monkeys from a fallen tree, helping him now would only bring trouble upon himself. He couldn't explain it to the 3 old fossils either. Third master shook his head slightly, cutting off Huang Degu's pleas. Xiaojiang, get up. The decision is final and cannot be changed. Let Xiaobei and his crew manage Taishao Street. In the end, you lost because of your lack of presence. That's the gap between you and Xiaobei. Third master bent down to pick up the bank card from the ground. I'll accept your goodwill toward the company on your behalf. From now on, you'll start over under Defei. When you've built your strength, you can challenge Ding Xiaobei again. The crowd erupted not in sympathy for Huang Degu's plight, but in astonishment at Third Master's pragmatism. I refuse to accept this. Just as everyone thought the election turmoil had ended, Huang Degu let out a howl, leaping up from the ground like lightning. He charged toward Third Master at breakneck speed, pressing a miniature pistol against Third Master's head. Chaos erupted instantly. Huang Degu's speed was blinding, his draw was clean and precise, instantly pinning Third Master against the corner. The miniature pistol was barely larger than a palm, clearly concealed for emergencies. Third brother. Huang Xiaojiang, fourth brother, and eighth brother cried out in alarm. Huang Xiaojiang, what are you doing? Let Third Master go. Defei roared. Huang Degu, don't be impulsive. Don't shoot. Ding Xiaobei and his group rushed forward, shouting warnings. Unexpectedly, everyone surrounded Huang Degu. Don't come any closer. None of you. If anyone steps forward, I'll shoot this old man dead. Huang Degu had completely lost control, his gun pressed tightly against Third Brother's graying head. Third Master, I've never wronged you, yet you constantly target me. I'm clearly the undisputed boss of Taishao Street. Why is it Ding Xiaobei? Does he even have the qualifications? Huang Degu vented his pent-up resentment viciously. Xiaojiang, you're too impulsive. Your presence is weak. Though trapped, Third Master's expression remained largely unchanged, still calm and composed. Your aura. Announce it now. Tell them all that I, Huang Xiaojiang, am the real boss of Taishao Street. Ding Xiaobei is a worthless piece of. Say it. Tell them all right now. Huang Degu snarled, his gun barrel pressed against the old man's head. If you don't, I'll shoot you dead. This old man fears death too, Third Master replied coldly, but I never take back my words. If you're not afraid of death, I'll kill you first. Whoosh! At the critical moment, 2 silver needles shot from someone's palm, striking Huang Degu's gun-wielding wrist with pinpoint accuracy. Huang Degu's wrist twitched violently, as if electrocuted, and the miniature pistol clattered to the ground. Huang Degu instinctively bent to retrieve it, but Ye Chenfei lunged forward in an instant, yanking Third Master back with lightning speed. By the time Huang Degu regained his senses, he was already surrounded by a crowd. Without a second thought, they unleashed a furious, storm-like beating. Huang Degu's fate was predictable. After that day, he vanished completely from the underworld, never to be seen again. Generations of underworld figures rise and fall, and Huang Degu's name would soon fade from memory. The one who stole the show after the election wasn't the victor, Ding Xiaobei, but Ye Chenfei, who had intervened at the critical moment. His decisive silver needle had knocked Huang Degu's pistol to the ground, pulling Third Master back from the brink of death. Third Master's expression remained utterly composed, undisturbed by Huang Degu's mishap. He approached Ye Chenfei and scrutinized him closely. Ye Chenfei, is that right? Care to join us old-timers for a late-night snack? Before Ye Chenfei could respond, Ding Xiaobei piped up eagerly, we'd be delighted. How could we possibly decline a late-night feast from Third Master? Fourth Master shot Ding Xiaobei a withering look. Get lost. This isn't about you. Third brother is inviting Ye Chenfei. After leaving the Huamei Hotel, the 3 old-timers took a car to a dilapidated shop on a secluded street. The late-night eatery had a tiny frontage and outdated interior. A piece of stiff paper displayed crooked, ink black brushstrokes spelling out, Old Northeast Dumplings. The 3 elders plus Ye Chenfei ordered 10 pounds of dumplings and 4 1-pound bottles of erguotu liquor. The owner generously gave each of them a bowl of bone broth. The small shop was filled with the irresistible aroma of steaming dumplings. Ye Chenfei, you saved my life. I'll treat you to these dumplings.
My brothers and I have been eating at this place for 30 years straight. The craftsmanship is exceptional.
30 years and we still can't get enough. Come taste them now.
At that moment, Third Master seemed like a completely different person, less stern and more approachable.
He pushed a steaming bowl of dumplings toward Ye Chenfei. You think I'm stingy, don't you? Saving your life and all, and I only treat you to dumplings? No way, Third Master. Dumplings were my favorite food when I was a kid. Ye Chenfei eagerly accepted the dumplings, popping one straight into his mouth.
These taste great, just like home.
Ye Chenfei couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
His mother used to make dumplings for him often, and these tasted remarkably similar to hers. He devoured several in quick succession, deeply moved. Memories of the Ye family flooded back, and before he knew it, his eyes welled up.
Whoa, dumplings aren't worth that much drama, are they? Look at you, getting so emotional you're tearing up. Fourth uncle chuckled with schadenfreude. You don't have to suck up that hard, kid, do you?
The old-timers teased him relentlessly, filling the air with lively banter.
After a long while, Eighth Master spoke up. Young man, do you know why we invited you alone for this late-night snack? Are you elders here to commend my actions? Chapter 78, The Old-Timer's Secret. That's part of it. We've been wondering how to thank you, kid. Eighth Master adjusted his glasses without denying it.
Ye Chenfei waved his hands repeatedly. No need, no need.
You seniors are too kind.
You're the veterans of the East District, the veterans of Xiaobei, and you're also my veterans.
That's what I should do.
I couldn't just stand by and watch Third Master get blackmailed by that dog.
Ha! Hearing Ye Chenfei's words, the old-timers couldn't help but burst into laughter, leaving Ye Chenfei momentarily bewildered. Fourth brother gave Ye Chenfei a firm tap on the head. Third brother, I'm starting to think you're right.
This kid has a certain smoothness about him. It reminds me of our style back in the day.
Eighth uncle analyzed cautiously. I still think we should proceed with caution. Even experts can make mistakes.
Third brother, I think you should deliberate and discuss this further.
Third brother, emboldened by his drink, waved his hand dismissively. Trust those you employ, and don't employ those you doubt.
I dared invite him out for a late-night snack. That alone proves my confidence in him. The three old men chattered back and forth, leaving Ye Chenfei thoroughly confused.
Sirs, I'm not sure what you're talking about. It sounds a bit mysterious. Could you explain it more plainly?
Third Master's face flushed slightly as he said gravely, Ye Chenfei, let me make this clear. What I'm about to say isn't drunken rambling. It's the genuine thoughts of this old man, and my mind is clearer than ever. We old bones may be past our prime, our skills long gone, but our eye for talent grows sharper with age. From that trick you just pulled, I can tell you're no ordinary man.
Me?
Ye Chenfei felt a pang of unease, offering a sheepish smile. Third Master, you're overestimating me. I'm just a humble traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who knows a few acupuncture techniques.
My half-baked skills? Any TCM doctor could pull off what I did. Playing games. Keep acting, you little brat. If I could be fooled, would I have lived this long? Third Master jabbed a chopstick between his fingers and tapped Ye Chenfei's head as he scolded.
I've seen at least 8,000 people pass before my eyes. My old eyes can read most people's intentions like an open book.
If I'm not mistaken, Huang de Gu's plan tonight has something to do with you, right?
Third Master Ye Chenfei broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't shake the feeling that Third Master's eyes had become possessed, effortlessly piercing through his thoughts. Lying to this old fox made him feel unconsciously guilty. For a brother who'd stick a knife in his own side for you, who seeks neither fame nor fortune, who willingly serves as a humble physician, yet possesses formidable skills in masterful martial arts, Ye Chenfei, you are the very embodiment of the reclusive master described in martial arts novels.
Third Master nodded at Ye Chenfei with a half-smile. Ye Chenfei chose silence as his response.
These old foxes were cunning. He must not reveal his identity until he understood the situation.
Ye Chenfei, join us. We sincerely hope you'll join our ranks, said the Eighth Master, habitually adjusting his glasses. Don't rush your answer. Let me show you the real East District. Third Master, seemingly anticipating Ye Chenfei's response, stepped forward to speak before him. First, joining us doesn't mean becoming some nameless underling in the East District. We wouldn't have all three of us old fossils show up just to recruit a low-level guy. We want you to become the future boss of the East District, the position currently held by Big Fei.
Ha! Ye Chenfei gasped, then began coughing violently.
Third brother, are you kidding me?
Ye Chenfei had only been on Taishao Street for a mere 2 months.
To suddenly transform from a lowly doctor into the East District's top dog? That would send shockwaves through the entire underworld. You think I'm offering you the top spot out of gratitude for saving my life? We old-timers aren't that senile.
From the day you stepped into Taishao Street, you caught our attention. We sensed the many mysteries surrounding you and launched a thorough investigation into your background. In the end, we old men uncovered some answers. If I'm not mistaken, you are Ye Fei, the young master of the Ye family, Ye Mingliang's son.
Third Master took a sip of erguatu and said casually. Whoosh! Ye Chenfei's face instantly flushed wine red.
The shock surging within him was beyond description.
This was utterly unbelievable. His carefully concealed identity had been uncovered by these three old fossils he'd never even met before. How could this be? How? Third Master, you must be mistaken. Ye Chenfei instinctively tried to protest, yet found himself utterly unable to form coherent words. No need to hide it, Ye Chenfei, eighth uncle cut in. If we dared bring you out for a late-night snack, we naturally have solid reasons. Rest assured, right now in all of Tianhai City, only us three old codgers know your background. We'll keep the secret for you, because your father, Yi Mingliang, is also the man who saved our lives, all three of us brothers. Ha! What shocked Ye Chenfei even more was that these old men before him could actually be connected to his own father. Back then, our three brothers were hunted down by enemies. They sealed off every exit from Tianhai City, trying to wipe us out within this circle. In the end, it was your father who, fearless of danger, spent a fortune to smuggle us three brothers out. That is how we were reborn, how we built the glory of the East District today. As for the Yi family massacre, it breaks my heart. You know, I even played mahjong with your father before. Who would VE thought that would be the last time we saw each other? I too find the circumstances highly suspicious. We three brothers even hired investigators to probe the clues, but all efforts ended in failure. The surface-level cleanup was flawless, not a single trace of evidence could be uncovered. By this point, Ye Chenfei was already sobbing uncontrollably. In the solemn expressions of Third Master and the others, he saw genuine sincerity. They harbored no ill will toward him otherwise. With their terrifying backgrounds, they could have made him vanish from this world in an instant. Third uncle continued, we discovered you vanished for 3 years. We don't know what you did during that time, but I understand that upon returning to the city, your greatest desire was to find the murderers who wiped out the Yi family. I want to make it clear, the three of us stand behind you unconditionally. That's precisely why we're handing over control of the East District to you. Third brother, this is too sudden. What qualifications do I, Ye Chenfei, possess to lead the East District? Besides, Quan and De Fei are doing an excellent job in their positions. I, Ye Chenfei. He shook his head repeatedly, overwhelmed by the unexpected honor. Humph. You mentioned De Fei? Fourth brother snapped. That kid puts on a good front, acting respectful toward us. But we know better than anyone what he's up to behind the scenes. A man like that is utterly unfit to lead the East District. Fourth brother is right. Ye Chenfei, you've been in Taishao Street for so long, you must have seen what kind of person De Fei is. We did choose him back then, but he's changed beyond recognition now. His ambition is huge, his management style is heavy-handed, and his approach is ruthless. The East District is profitable now, but it's become a full-fledged mafia operation. This strays from our original path. We want to make money openly and honestly, not walk a tightrope in constant fear. Ye Chenfei, do you understand what I mean? Moreover, our recent observations show De Fei growing increasingly bold. He's secretly been making contact with Long Yan from the West District. I suspect he wants to ditch us old-timers and swallow the East District whole. This De Fei is a ticking time bomb. He could destroy the East District and even drag us old bones down with him. We must remove him before his wings fully grow. So that's why you came to me, Third Master? Ye Chenfei still couldn't make sense of it all. We entrusted the East District to you because we trust your character. You carry the blood of the Yi family, a bloodline that never betrays its word. We're old now, too worn out for the struggle, but we can't stand by and watch De Fei destroy the East District. Join us first. We'll secretly elevate your standing over the coming month. By then, we can formally install you as leader. No one in the entire East District will dare defy you. Ye Chenfei pondered for a long time before finally shaking his head in refusal. Third Master, I cannot agree. You should understand my state of mind. Nothing matters more than revenge. Every night I dream of exposing the mastermind behind this. I must avenge the Yi family. I must clear our name. That's precisely why you should join us. Our investigations have uncovered some vague leads. The reason the Yi family's shocking conspiracy was covered up so thoroughly is because corrupt cops were involved in collaboration between the underworld and the police. You can't possibly take on the mastermind alone. Only by joining the East District can our brothers become your shield in battle. Finding the culprit is just a matter of time. Eighth Master Zhang said solemnly. Police involvement? Ye Chenfei's heart skipped a beat. Who? Who exactly? Which bastard? We don't know the specifics either. Our men found this at the scene of the fire at the Yi family's place. Eighth uncle carefully pulled his wallet from his pocket, extracting a transparent bag from between its folds. Inside lay a leather object, roughly thumb-sized, with regular patterns on its surface and a dark yellow hue. Eighth Master pointed at the leather piece and explained, this is a genuine leather ornament. It's the exact accessory currently used on the grips of police service pistols. The reverse side shows traces of peeling adhesive, meaning this leather ornament fell off a police officer's gun. It was accidentally left at the scene. The presence of a police officer on the night the Yi family was wiped out proves that officer was no good. These decorations have one defining characteristic, their uniqueness. They come paired with the pistol when it leaves the factory. Lose one, and you'll never find the original match. By following this lead and eliminating possibilities, we'll eventually track down the rogue cop. 8th Master handed the transparent bag to Ye Chenfei. I've carried this bag with me constantly. Over these 3 years, I've eliminated many police officers, yet I still haven't found the one who used this gun. Now I'm handing it over to you. I hope it will be of some help. Ye Chenfei exhaled heavily. Third brother, I'm sorry. I still can't agree to your terms. I'm not yet capable of managing the East District, nor do I have the heart for it. My apologies. No need for apologies. The 3 men patted Ye Chenfei on the head. We owe the Ye family 3 lives. Whatever choice you make, we'll support you unconditionally. Your secrets will go to the grave with us 3 old ghosts. But if you face any difficulties, tell us immediately. We'll fight tooth and nail to support you. The Ye family will rise again. Chapter 79, The Woman Behind the Scenes. Watching the 3rd Master and his brothers fade into the distance, Ye Chenfei's heart remained unsettled for a long time. All these years later, there were still so many people silently watching over and supporting the Ye family. The Ye family wasn't dead. One day, it would reappear before everyone's eyes. Clutching the leather ornament, Ye Chenfei's mind grasped another clue in the hunt for the true culprit. Finding the owner of this gun might just lead him to the ultimate murderer. Ye Chenfei didn't rush back to the dorm. Instead, he headed to a McDonald's in the city center not because he was hungry, but to express gratitude to someone very important. At 3 in the morning, the McDonald's was sparsely populated. A few homeless customers could be faintly seen wandering about, the place cold and deserted. In a corner of the dining area, Ye Chenfei spotted a familiar figure, Qin Zimo. Qin Zimo had ordered a strong coffee and some snacks. Though it had only been a few hours since they last met, she had already changed into another eye-catching outfit. A purple plaid wool sweater paired with light-colored jeans accentuated her stunning figure and flawless features, making her the most dazzling presence in the pre-dawn McDonald's. Several male employees couldn't help but glance at her, their eyes sparkling with excitement. If they knew this woman was DeFei's wife, they'd probably gouge their own eyes out rather than steal another glance. Qin Zimo couldn't hide her excitement upon seeing Ye Chenfei. Her clear eyes lit up instantly. She pushed aside the coffee cup in front of her and waved to Ye Chenfei. Zimo, sorry I'm late. Did you overdo it with 3rd Master and the others? I thought you'd forgotten this meeting. Qin Zimo said, feigning composure. Impossible. My promises to you always hold. Here, let me toast you. Thank you for helping us this time. If you hadn't told me about Long Dahai's betrayal, Xiao Bei would have been killed by him. Ye Chenfei raised his teacup as if it were wine. No need for thanks between us. You've done so much for me, a cup of milk tea would suffice. Qin Zimo smiled faintly, her face blooming with alluring charm. Has DeFei been giving you a hard time lately? If he dares to bully you, I'll kill that bastard. No, he's been much more well-behaved these days. What kind of mind-altering potion did you slip him? The DeFei we knew never backed down from anyone. Qin Zimo was utterly baffled and asked curiously. Fueled by alcohol, Ye Chenfei recounted in vivid detail the night DeFei had sat on the bungee jump. Qin Zimo couldn't help but burst into laughter, her smile the brightest she'd shown in recent days, undoubtedly the most beautiful smile a woman could offer. By the way, Chenfei, are those medicines you prescribed for DeFei working? He's been complaining these past few days, saying they're useless. Qin Zimo frowned as she asked. Whether they work depends entirely on your attitude. If you want DeFei to recover, it can happen anytime. Even if you want him to be impotent for life, that can be arranged too. Ye Chenfei replied with a meaningful look. Qin Zimo, quick-witted and sharp, felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Then maybe it's best to leave it be? Let DeFei stay this way. Our current life is actually quite good. It's getting late. I should head back soon. Chenfei, could you walk me out? Qin Zimo asked softly, her voice filled with affection. Qin Zimo's red beetle was parked just a few meters outside McDonald's. Suddenly, she asked a seemingly random question. Chenfei, if one day you discover I've done something truly outrageous, would you still stand by me? Would you still protect me? Why bring this up now? Ye Chenfei felt the alcohol hitting him, his mind spinning. Since you've already made your choice, just stay by DeFei's side. Enjoy this hard-won stability. Don't dwell on unrealistic possibilities. Maybe I really did take a wrong step. Qin Zimo felt deeply moved, her nose stinging. Suddenly gathering her courage, she asked, Chenfei, is there still a way back for me? Is there still a possibility for us to be together? Ha! Ye Chenfei froze. Zimo, stop overthinking. Don't even consider that path. DeFei would kill you. Chenfei, can you hold me? I suddenly feel so cold. Qin Zimo clenched her teeth as she spoke near the car door. But Ye Chenfei suddenly gave Qin Zimo a strange look. Hurry up and go. There's trouble behind us. Before she could react, Ye Chenfei shoved her into the beetle. Stay in contact once you're back. Call me immediately if anything happens. After seeing Qin Zimo off, Ye Chenfei vigorously scratched his head, forcing himself to snap back to alertness. The ghost following them was just one person, a short figure clad in a white vest. This immediately reminded Ye Chenfei of the major drug lord Wild Wolf. After the last hitman he sent was taken out, Wild Wolf had warned him that he would deploy even more formidable assassins. Could it be that short guy behind him? The discovery of the short guy was entirely accidental. While escorting Qin Zimo away, Ye Chenfei caught a clear glimpse of him in the Beetle's rearview mirror. The short guy sat inside the transparent glass of McDonald's, and at that exact moment, Ye Chenfei noticed a suspicious gaze. Those eyes were fixed, unblinking, in his direction. The short guy stood about 5 feet 3 inches, lean in build, dressed in slightly youthful attire. A black baseball cap and thick black-rimmed glasses obscured his facial features. In short, this guy was definitely up to no good. Ye Chenfei crouched low, clutching his head tightly with both hands. He feigned extreme discomfort, burying his head in his knees, yet his gaze remained fixed on the short man. He noticed the man sipping tea and eating snacks, yet his gaze never left Ye Chenfei. A black tote bag sat beside him, and one hand kept reaching toward it. The short guy had decent tracking skills. He later switched seats in the McDonald's lobby, choosing one with his back to Ye Chenfei. However, directly in front of him was a mirror, allowing the guy to observe Ye Chenfei's every move through the reflection. Damn, he actually knew to shift his gaze for observation. This stalking technique was somewhat competent. Ye Chenfei quickly confirmed there was only one person, no accomplices. Damn it! Likes playing hide and seek? Today, I'll play along until you're satisfied. Ye Chenfei abruptly stood up, staggering into the parking lot. He paused briefly on the pavement before smoothly entering the parking lot restroom. Using the restroom was just to cover. Ye Chenfei was actually there to better observe the tail following him. In professional terms, this was called counter-surveillance. Sure enough, minutes later, Ye Chenfei spotted the short figure. The guy was crouched beside an SUV, peering from behind the vehicle, keeping a distant watch on Ye Chenfei's direction. The guy across the way was extremely cautious, peering only through the SUV's gaps, terrified Ye Chenfei might detect anything suspicious. In truth, Ye Chenfei saw everything clearly. The drunk stalker's actions were strangely thrilling. 10 minutes passed. The parking lot lay silent. The security guard on duty was snoring like a pig. Ye Chenfei remained hidden behind the door, counter-surveilling the ghost. If the other intended to kill him, this moment was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity. The parking lot restroom was ideally located, a blind spot for the cameras, with no other eyes around. Yet the ghost seemed to grow impatient, peering through the crack more frequently. 20 minutes passed, and the ghost remained hidden, gradually revealing half its head through the crack. 30 minutes passed. Finally unable to contain itself, the ghost stepped out from the crack and swayed unsteadily toward the parking lot restroom. Holy! The fish finally took the bait. All that time hiding here wasn't wasted. Ye Chenfei silently exclaimed, forcing his eyes wide open and mustering every ounce of alertness. The ghost drew nearer and nearer. Through the transparent glass, Ye Chenfei still couldn't make out its exact features. In any case, he'd never encountered such a person before. Someone stalking him in the dead of night couldn't be a good soul. What the hell was wrong with him lately? Why was he constantly being followed? Finally, the figure reached the perimeter of the bathroom. Ye Chenfei could now hear faint footsteps growing louder and closer. Clenching his fists, he braced himself. The moment that guy stepped inside, he'd unleash a steel hard punch without hesitation. Here it comes. But just as the short figure was about to step inside, the footsteps abruptly stopped. Ye Chenfei dared not peek, clenching his fists and holding his breath. Damn it, did that bastard spot something? Ye Chenfei racked his brain, clearly hearing the sound of a zipper being pulled outside the door. What the hell is that bastard doing? Don't tell me he's pulling a gun out of his bag? Ring 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 ring. Ye Chenfei cursed inwardly. That ringtone was coming from his own phone. Damn it! Who the hell was calling? Why the hell did they have to call right at this critical moment? Ring 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 ring. The ringtone echoed like a death knell in his ears. Ye Chenfei decided to let it ring on, straining to listen for the ghost's movements outside. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Let's see who can outlast who. Bang! On the third ring, Ye Chenfei finally heard the ghost bursting through the door. Clang! With a sharp clatter, the bathroom door burst open as the ghost violently slammed it aside. The short figure darted inside at breakneck speed. Ye Chenfei, concealed behind the wooden door, had a clear view of the little guy's retreating back as he charged in. Everything unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. Huff! Ye Chenfei exhaled sharply, darting out from behind the door and swinging his fist straight at the little guy's back of the head. Thud! The blow landed squarely on the back of the small figure's head, causing his body to jolt slightly. He instinctively braced himself against the wall, barely managing to steady himself. Ha! Ye Chenfei furrowed his brow. That punch had unleashed nearly 80% of his power, enough to knock an ordinary person unconscious instantly. Yet the little guy merely staggered. Clearly, this man possessed extraordinary martial prowess and formidable lethality. Chapter 80, The Master of Surveillance. Before the short man could steady himself, Ye Chenfei unleashed another powerful roundhouse kick aimed squarely at his back. The priority was to knock him down first. This assassin sent by Wild Wolf was indeed formidable, a far greater threat than the butcher from last time. Unexpectedly, the short man suddenly crouched low, his body abruptly shifting sideways to dodge. He whipped his head around, rage etched across his face. Ye Chenfei, you dare ambush me? How many heads do you have? What does that have to do with me? Stalking me in the dead of night? How many heads do you have? Ye Chenfei could clearly see the man was exhausted and injured. After Ye Chenfei's sneak attack, his body swayed unsteadily. It must be said that the little guy had a particularly shrill voice. That earlier shout still made Ye Chenfei's eardrums buzz faintly. The short figure flickered, launching a punch straight at Ye Chenfei's chest. The speed was blinding, hard to react to, especially considering he maintained such velocity despite his injuries. Ye Chenfei was genuinely impressed. Ye Chenfei didn't dare to slack off. He sidestepped the punch and grabbed the opponent's single fist with both hands. Pretty fast, but too bad you lack strength. Didn't you eat dinner tonight? With that, Ye Chenfei gripped the fist tightly and pulled with all his might toward himself. Using his own strength advantage, he nearly knocked the opponent off balance. The short figure staggered a step, looking utterly disheveled and frantic, sweat pouring down his face as he simultaneously realized Ye Chenfei's terrifying prowess. Quickly grasping his predicament, the short man feigned a punch, then suddenly yanked open the wooden door and bolted out like lightning. Retreat was the wisest strategy. Think you can run? Not so fast. I'm not done playing yet. Ye Chenfei followed him out, chasing him relentlessly. Kill if you want, run if you must, but you damn well better not treat me like a soft target. The short guy threw his hands up and sprinted toward the parking lot exit. During his escape, his black-rimmed glasses accidentally fell off. Combined with the series of sneak attacks from Ye Chenfei, his speed and stamina were clearly at a disadvantage. He could only watch helplessly as the distance between him and Ye Chenfei steadily closed. At 3 in the morning, this unbelievable chase unfolded in the parking lot. Luckily, the security guard was sound asleep. Had he witnessed it, his eyes would have popped out in shock. Whoosh! Seizing his chance, Ye Chenfei leaped forward with all his might, tackling the short assassin to the ground. Damn it! Finally got you, you bastard! Ye Chenfei locked his hands tightly around the man's neck, pinning him face down on the ground. Ha! See where you run now. Didn't expect you to be so fast, even injured. You nearly got away. Ye Chenfei, have you had enough? Let me go. Let me go. The short man's head slammed against the parking lot's concrete, his shrill screams echoing out. Let you go? Are you out of your mind? You came to kill me, got caught, and now you think you can just walk away? Last time, I severed that butcher's tendons. A fast assassin like you should at least leave me a thigh. Ye Chenfei pinned the short man down, one arm clamped around his neck, the other hand pressing against his back, rendering him temporarily immobile. Ye Chenfei? Let me go. I'm one of you. The short guy, now completely immobilized, bellowed hoarsely. One of us? Don't try to cozy up to me. None of my brothers look as scrawny as you. Ye Chenfei tightened his grip instead, his hands instinctively sliding a few inches lower down the short man's thin arm. The sudden pressure instantly cut off the little guy's breath. Ye Chenfei, you think it's funny to bully a woman like this? A woman's startled cry suddenly rang out beside Ye Chenfei's ear. You bastard! You can even mimic a woman's voice? Never would have guessed. Killers these days are so multi-talented. Don't think pretending to be a woman and yelling a couple times will make me go easy on you. I hate sissies the most. Ye Chenfei suddenly jolted, realizing the sensation on his palm felt off. His face flushed, and he couldn't help but exclaim, damn it, no way? It really is a woman? Ye Chenfei. You little bastard. I can tell your big hand isn't in the right place. You did this on purpose. You deliberately groped me. You bastard, I'll kill you. Ha! Startled, Ye Chenfei jerked his arm back. A woman in this state following me? What the hell is going on? But even as Ye Chenfei withdrew his hand, he switched to a different hold to restrain the petite woman. Damn it, what's wrong with being a woman? Does being a woman give you the right to kill me? Speak! Did Wild Wolf send you to kill me? Dare to come after me? I won't spare you, woman. Wild Wolf my ass. I'm Zhang Tianran, your senior sister. Cough. I'm old John's disciple. The woman's throat was choked tight, forcing her to cough several times. My senior sister? Who the hell is Zhang Tianran? Ye Chenfei didn't relax his guard for a second. You women don't even bother drafting your lies. Ye Chenfei, you're going too far. Bastard. Shameless. Son of a. Jiang Meizi, you must recognize him, right? Jiang Meizi took you to the mountain as an apprentice for 3 years, taught you all his poison techniques. You were his final disciple. Jiang Meizi even gave you the 4 great poison kings. You came down the mountain to seek revenge. You're Yi Minglian's son. Whoosh.
Ye Chenfei immediately rolled off the woman's back and rushed forward to cover her mouth. Stop talking. I remember Master mentioning there was such a senior sister.
Smack! Smack!
Zhang Tianran's face flushed crimson as she raised her hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Ye Chenfei's face.
You bastard, Ye Chenfei! Is this how you treat your senior sister? If I hadn't eliminated the sniper's assassin at the hotel, you'd be dead by now. Is this how you repay me?
Ye Chenfei's cheeks tingled slightly. Only now did he clearly see the woman's true appearance. At 1.65 meters tall, she was no petite woman. Her features were exquisitely delicate, eyes clear as spring water, sparkling with brilliance, a small, straight nose perfectly curved, full lips and a strand of dark hair peeking from her forehead, unintentionally adding a touch of allure to her already beautiful face.
Zhang Tianlan's face was now flushed with fury as she glared at Ye Chenfei.
Yet, she retained that unique, innate grace of a woman, carrying an otherworldly air that seemed untouched by the mundane. Ye Chenfei had heard from his master about this senior sister. Rumor had it she loved traveling and adventure, wandering the world year-round to admire beautiful scenery.
Having been confined for 3 years, Ye Chenfei had never laid eyes on her.
Had she not suddenly mentioned it, he might have forgotten such a person even existed.
Senior sister, you didn't have to follow me like this. In the dead of night, I thought some killer was following me. You could have just called me, I would have come to pick you up. Ye Chenfei clutched his stinging cheek, his voice dripping with indignation.
Your entrance was way too dramatic, and look what you've done to yourself.
Anyone can tell you're no good.
Good thing I held back. If I'd used poison, senior sister, you'd be dead already.
Dead? Dead my ass.
You drank that much. I followed you because I was worried something might happen.
You were in the bathroom for half an hour, how could I not be worried?
Ha! You bastard.
If you hadn't ambushed me, you wouldn't stand a chance against me.
Zhang Tianran was in a rage, roaring like a tigress, her voice drowning out Ye Chenfei's explanations.
Ye Chenfei's face was drenched in cold sweat.
No wonder she was the old master's disciple. Her temper and character weren't just for show.
At the same time, it all clicked.
So it was Zhang Tianran who'd texted him when the butcher appeared that day. She'd been watching his back the whole time.
Following you like this was all that old bastard's idea.
He ordered me to silently protect your safety, never reveal my identity unless absolutely necessary, and do everything in my power to help you get revenge. If I hadn't exposed myself just now, you would have broken every bone in my body.
Ye Chenfei was speechless.
Faced with such a formidable senior sister, silence was his only option.
And you say you're seeking revenge, but you can't even behave yourself back in the city. That sniper from Wild Wolf was lying in wait in the hotel across from you. If I hadn't taken him out, you'd be dead by now. What was that woman in the red car earlier all about?
Senior sister, I don't have that kind of relationship with that woman. We're just ordinary friends. Ye Chenfei scratched his head in explanation.
Just friends? Just friends my ass.
Zhang Tianqi lost her temper completely, delivering a hard kick to Ye Chenfei's backside.
Ouch!
The moment the kick landed, a soft moan echoed. A sharp tingling shot through the wound on her back, and her slender frame went limp.
Ye Chenfei, what are you standing there for? Help me back to the dorm to tend to my injury.
From McDonald's all the way back to the dorm, senior sister Tianran chattered incessantly in Ye Chenfei's ear. His head was roughly smacked countless times, leaving him dazed.
Landing a senior sister like this, was it a blessing or a curse? Finally reaching the dorm, Ye Chenfei hoisted senior sister Tianran onto his back.
This scene was witnessed by 2 security guards in the complex, who immediately erupted in envy-fueled admiration bordering on jealousy.
That kid's got some serious luck with women. Hooking up with a stunner like that at this hour? Damn, she's gorgeous, skin, face, everything perfect, one security guard couldn't help but exclaim. The other guard stared with drooling eyes, look at how clingy they are.
He picked her up the moment they got out of the car. Once they're inside, they'll probably jump straight into bed.
Wonder if this guy can satisfy such a beauty. If he can't, he can always call me in.
Had Ye Chenfei overheard their conversation, he'd probably have handed the beauty straight over to them. This one tea about rolling around in bed, given that eccentric senior sister's temper, it'd be more like kneeling on the bedsheets.
Chapter 81, Healing Wounds.
Back in the dorm, my senior sister had mostly let off steam.
Slumped on the couch, she barked orders, quick. Treat my injuries now. Use the trauma medicine master gave you, plus acupressure on my back. But honestly, you've got some skills managing to take me down.
Master was overthinking it, you're not that weak after all. Ye Chenfei finally flashed his earnest smile, relieved to see his senior sister's attitude soften.
Hee, thanks for the compliment, sis. I didn't disgrace the master, did I? Don't be so smug. You're just showing off now that you've been given a chance.
You're merely competent, nowhere near a true master.
I've been watching you for half a month, and only today did I realize it. If I'd wanted to kill you, you'd have been dead long ago.
Senior sister Tianran shot him a fierce glare, so intense Ye Chenfei dared not meet her eyes, fearing he might be struck down at any moment.
Senior sister, may I tend to your wounds? Ye Chenfei was more nervous around this stunningly beautiful senior sister than he ever was with his master. Women truly were terrifying creatures. Ye Chenfei quickly located Zhang Tianran's injuries. Both sides of her back and shoulders bore significant damage. The initial attack had shown no mercy, resulting in severe harm. Applying his master's ancestral healing wine, Ye Chenfei's hands began to gently knead the injured areas. Employing the heavenly eye finger technique, he massaged 4 intersecting acupoints on Zhang Tianran's back, a method that maximized effectiveness with minimal effort. Truly worthy of being the master's last disciple. The heavenly eye finger technique has been passed down well, and both the strength and precision are mastered quite well, Zhang Tianran remarked with narrowed eyes. I'm treating my senior sister's injuries, so of course I'll give it my all. Senior sister? Did the master send you down the mountain to assist me? Will you be staying in Tianhai City permanently from now on? Ye Chenfei inquired while massaging Zhang Tianyan. Nice try. I've no time to accompany you on your revenge. I have my own affairs to attend to. I can only offer friendly guidance for your vengeance. When push comes to shove, you must look out for yourself. There are always higher mountains and greater men. Master instructed me to tell you when the chance arose, this world is teeming with masters. Then Zhang Tianran suddenly recalled something. Master foresaw this your emergence might draw out the Black Toxin King. Black Poison King? What's that? Some kind of precious venom? The mention of venom instantly perked up Ye Chenfei's interest. The Black Poison King is a sect like our master, they specialize in venom. Their disciples are scattered across the land. Do you know why? They're all searching for one person, our master, the Supreme Poison King. Ha! Master originally didn't want to mention it, but after much consideration, he decided to give me the chance to tell you. Every disciple of the Black Poison King has a tattoo on their wrist, a large, fiery red scorpion. Their methods of using poison are endless, and their poison techniques are no less formidable than yours. Master repeatedly warned me that if I ever encountered someone from the Black Poison King, I must be extra cautious. The Black Poison King is the only ruthless figure our master truly fears. Once they set their sights on you, it becomes a lifelong nightmare. Zhang Tianran's tone had regained its calm. I'll remember that. By the way, senior sister, do you have something to attend to? What exactly is it? I built up some influence in Tianhai City, now maybe I can help you out. Sure, little junior brother. Do you happen to have 100 million? I'm short on cash. Zhang Tianyan said over his shoulder to Ye Chenfei. 100 million? Ye Chenfei's grip tightened in shock, his hand trembling. You little brat, trying to kill your senior sister. That hurts. Zhang Tianran's jade-like shoulder jerked as she scolded him sternly. 100 million? Senior sister, you're joking, right? I do have 100 million happy beans for landlord, senior sister. Want some? Put. Stop spouting nonsense. If you're broke, stop hanging around me. Zhang Tianran shot back. Senior sister, what do you need 100 million for? That much cash could practically fill my living room, Ye Chenfei asked, utterly baffled. Mind your own business. It's my ultimate goal. I'm already on the path to achieving it. Just this trip to see you netted me 400,000. What did you do, senior sister? 40 million in just over 10 days? You didn't go deal drugs or arms, did you? What kind of twisted logic is that? Zhang Tianran playfully pinched Ye Chenfei's thigh. Your senior sister has principles. Money matters to me, but I'd never break the law. I've already saved over 2 million, every penny clean. I can't wait to hit that 100 million mark. If some guy ever gave me 100 million, I'd be so touched I'd marry him on the spot. Zhang Tianran lifted her pretty face, lost in boundless daydreams of the future. Ye Chenfei trembled inwardly. Senior sister, with your situation, even if you offered me 100 million, I wouldn't dare accept it. Ye Chenfei quickly changed the subject. Senior sister, cut to the chase. How did you get that 400,000? I'm short on cash right now. What kind of sweet gig is it? After I took out that sniper who tried to assassinate you at the hotel last time, I sold his limited edition Barrett sniper rifle on the black market. 40,000 came easy, hee. Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei and his senior sister kept up their banter until 5 in the morning. As the sky outside the window began to lighten, Zhang Tianran finally drifted off to sleep under Ye Chenfei's skilled finger massage. Ye Chenfei carried her to his bedroom next door, tucked her under the blanket, and studied her closely. In deep sleep, Zhang Tianran revealed a completely different aura. Her long, curved lashes framed cheeks of exquisite delicacy, glowing with a translucent radiance like white jade. Her delicate nose and plump, moist lips, paired with her small, adorable ears, created a breathtaking beauty. Especially in this sleeping state, she resembled an exquisite painting unfurled, showcasing every nuance of her beauty. In just a few short hours, Zhang Tianran had left Ye Chenfei with an impression of her as eccentric and brash. Yet, he could also see that this senior sister possessed extraordinary abilities. Especially during their duel, the speed she unleashed was beyond ordinary. Speed had become her most obvious advantage. Had she not been injured, Ye Chenfei's own speed would have been utterly insufficient to match hers. The strangest aspect, however, was senior sister Shang's ultimate goal, 100 million. 100 million? To Ye Chenfei at this moment, it was a distant, astronomical figure. What exactly did Zhang Tianran intend to do with that fortune? The peculiar senior sister, the enigmatic Zhang Tianran. Dawn broke over Tianhai City, its sky veiled in mist.
Inside a downtown tea house, two middle-aged men sat across from each other, sipping tea and conversing.
This time, they had no heart for chess. A layer of icy coldness had settled on the chubby face of Wild Wolf. Strategist, the fat man asked, is a mere Ye Chenfei really such a problem? Even the sniper from the assassin group was eliminated? Does that mean I'm next?
The tea before Wild Wolf remained untouched for a long time, his brow furrowed deeply.
The strategist's expression was equally grim.
Clearly, he hadn't anticipated this outcome either. After all, the sharpshooter ranked among the top 50 assassins globally. That such a renowned hitman had been taken out by an obscure little doctor and done so without anyone noticing was nothing short of terrifying. Even a seasoned veteran like him was deeply unsettled.
Boss, I never imagined Ye Chenfei possessed such formidable capabilities. The assassin group has taken notice.
Before we could react, they dispatched their top-tier assassin, their ultimate trump card. I believe there should be no further mishaps this time.
The strategist remained lowered, wary of Wild Wolf's fierce gaze. Is it that cold blood? Wild Wolf asked, finally lifting his head.
Exactly.
We've all witnessed Cold Blood's methods.
He's handled several of our missions.
Boss, you've seen his face. The strategist promptly briefed Wild Wolf on Cold Blood's illustrious track record.
Wild Wolf's expression finally softened slightly.
Alright, let Cold Blood handle it. Our major Taiwanese client is arriving soon.
I don't want any mishaps during this period.
You know how important this deal with the Taiwanese client is to me, right?
Boss, don't worry about these two matters.
I'll handle them properly.
The strategist nodded repeatedly in agreement. In the lobby of a downtown hospital, the glass doors suddenly swung open as a group of people rushed in, urgently supporting a middle-aged man.
Doctor! Doctor! Help him! Quick, help him!
The one shouting for help was a young man wearing glasses, supporting a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. The man wore athletic-style clothing and black running shoes. He was bent over slightly, sweat pouring down his forehead, one hand clutching his knee tightly. He limped heavily, struggling to walk. Though no obvious injury was visible on the man's knee, his expression was agonized. His steps were no longer his own, he was being forcibly supported inside by the two people beside him.
The on-duty nurse hurried over. What's the patient's condition? What happened? Did he break it?
The young man in glasses immediately interjected, this is our secretary Luo. He was hiking in the wildlife park just now when, for some reason, this leg suddenly went numb and immobile.
Quickly examine Secretary Luo. I think something suddenly bit me, causing this. At first, it hurt a bit, but I didn't pay much attention.
Then suddenly, this leg went numb and I couldn't walk anymore, Secretary Luo said, clearly in agony.
A stretcher was immediately brought in to wheel Secretary Luo into the emergency ward. The attending physician was an orthopedic specialist. While pushing the patient, the doctor inquired about the details. Secretary Luo, did you see what exactly bit your knee? Was it a snake or some small insect?
I didn't see clearly, Secretary Luo stammered. All I know is that after I accidentally kicked a rock, this happened. The doctor lifted the bandage covering Secretary Luo's knee to examine the wound. It was located precisely at the knee joint, where a fist-sized abscess had formed. At the very center of the abscess was an extremely small puncture wound, barely larger than a fingernail. Superficially, the wound didn't appear severe or particularly noticeable. Based on the wound's characteristics, the doctor tentatively ruled out a snake attack, concluding it was caused by an animal many times smaller than a snake. The doctor promptly administered serum number 1 vaccine to Secretary Luo, followed by an anesthetic injection and anti-inflammatory medication, temporarily alleviating his pain.
Meanwhile, hospital director Chow personally came to check on Secretary Luo.
As the top official of Tianhai City and a longtime friend of Director Chow, Secretary Luo's sudden emergency naturally drew Director Chow's heightened concern.
How are you feeling now, Secretary Luo? President Chow inquired with concern.
The pain has subsided somewhat, but my body still feels numb. I suppose the medication is taking effect. Secretary Luo's face remained deathly pale, his speech still halting. Director Chow lifted the bandage to inspect the wound and instantly paled.
He clearly saw the deterioration in Secretary Luo's injury.
The muscles in his leg had visibly stiffened, and the entire thigh had lost its natural color, the muscles becoming irregular. While Secretary Luo appeared to be in less pain, it was merely the superficial effect of the painkiller. Once its effects wore off, his condition would likely worsen significantly.
Dr. Ding, what medication did you administer to Secretary Luo? Haven't you noticed his condition worsening? Director Chow demanded in a stern voice. Don't you see how rapidly this toxin is spreading? At this rate, Secretary Luo will be in mortal danger very soon. What? Director Chow's words stunned Dr. Ding. This was his first encounter with such a case. He had only been able to reference previous treatments for venomous snake bites, never anticipating it would worsen Secretary Luo's condition. Secretary Luo is the top official in Tianhai City. If anything goes wrong under his watch, the entire hospital's reputation and authority will suffer immense damage. What should we do now, Director Chow? What should we do? Hurry and fetch Dr. Zhou. He's the most skilled practitioner in the entire hospital. Go to the traditional Chinese medicine department and bring Dr. Zhou here immediately. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you personally responsible. Minutes later, Dr. Zhou, the veteran TCM practitioner from the hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department, rushed over, followed by his apprentice, Su Chunmei. The veteran practitioner first examined Secretary Luo's wound, then pulled back his tongue to inspect the color and thickness of the coating. He immediately assessed, judging by his acute symptoms, this poisoning indicates exposure to a potent toxin extremely virulent. Dr. Zhou, we've already administered serum number 1 to Secretary Luo, but his condition hasn't improved, Dr. Ding stepped forward to explain. Serum number 1 is a vaccine serum for animal bites, but Secretary Luo's wound likely wasn't caused by an animal. The fact that serum number 1 is causing side effects can only mean one thing: Secretary Luo was pricked by some unknown plant or flower thorn. The old herbalist made his diagnosis decisively. Observing Secretary Luo's condition, the group noticed his lips had turned a purplish-brown hue. His injured thigh was severely swollen, and he struggled to catch his breath while speaking. His condition was clearly deteriorating rapidly. Dr. Zhou, what do you recommend we do now? Director Chow asked anxiously. If Secretary Luo suffers any mishap in our hospital, it would be a catastrophe for us. We're currently applying for tertiary A hospital status. Any incident at this critical stage would have unimaginable consequences. The poisoning symptoms are highly unusual. I've never encountered this type before. Identifying the toxin is crucial for targeted treatment and overcoming the critical point. Dr. Zhou's expression was equally grave. Effectively treating Secretary Luo would be no simple task. For now, I can only use acupuncture to expel toxins. Additionally, Chunmei, please prescribe some detoxifying Chinese herbal formulas for Secretary Luo. Hopefully, these herbs will help him overcome this crisis. Dr. Zhou's acupuncture did manage to draw out some toxic blood fluid fairly easily. Unfortunately, the area affected by the poisoning in Secretary Luo was too extensive. Relying solely on acupuncture to expel toxins couldn't keep up with the speed at which the poison was spreading. The herbal formula Su Chunmei prepared also proved largely ineffective. Secretary Luo had completely lost his voice, and even breathing became extremely labored. His condition had reached a critical juncture. Director Chow, things are looking grim, Dr. Zhou gasped, shaking his head heavily. President Chow's knees buckled. He never imagined Secretary Luo would sink to such a tragic state. When he first arrived at the hospital, he could still move his limbs and speak. Yet after receiving treatment here, his condition had only worsened dramatically, now even threatening his life. The stakes were crystal clear to Director Chow. If Secretary Luo died at Tianhai People's Hospital, he would be the first to face accountability. His position as director would be the first to go. Dr. Zhou, you must think of a way. We can't just stand by and watch Mayor Luo die here. Find a way to revive him. Director Chow desperately pleaded, clutching Dr. Zhou as his last lifeline. I have an old friend who's quite knowledgeable about poisoning, Dr. Zhou replied, shaking his head slightly. But he's not in Tianhai right now, he's in Nanjing. It'll be difficult to reach him on short notice. We've used every available medication and method. If Secretary Luo still can't be saved, we'll just have to leave it to fate. No one had ever imagined there would be a time when even Dr. Zhou was at a loss. Everyone was overcome with despair, except for one balding leader whose lips curled slightly. This man was none other than the hospital's vice president, Gao Haiqiang. As the hospital's vice president, Gao Haiqiang understood the power dynamics within the institution all too well. His greatest ambition in life was to become the hospital's top leader, to erase the word vice from his title once and for all. Unfortunately, Director Chow's medical skills and connections far surpassed his own. Being roughly the same age, they could retire on the same day. As long as Director Chow remained in office, Gao Haiqiang would never have a chance to remove the deputy position ahead of him. The current situation suddenly made Gao Haiqiang realize an opportunity. Once Secretary Luo passed away, he could directly ascend to become the hospital's top leader. Even so, Gao Haiqiang put on an act of profound regret, offering hollow consolations. Don't worry, Director Chow. We'll find a way. Secretary Luo is blessed with great fortune and resilience. A miracle will surely happen. Secretary Luo's brow furrowed deeply as he forced out muffled groans, the desperate cries of someone teetering on the brink of life and death, clearly pleading for help from everyone present. What to do? What to do? Director Chow was on the verge of tears. This felt like a catastrophe falling from the sky.
Just then, Su Chunmei suddenly had an idea. Master, I know someone who might be able to cure Secretary Luo.
Who?
Dr. Zhou's graying beard twitched, and his aged eyes immediately filled with a glimmer of hope.
He's a doctor at a small clinic.
I happen to know him, and his medical skills are quite remarkable. His surname is Ye Chenfei, known as the Little Divine Doctor of Taishao Street. Su Chunmei said, her long eyebrows fluttering as she spoke.
I've heard of such a person. Do you have his contact information? Have him come over immediately. Dr. Zhou nodded slightly. Have him come and try? Chapter 82, The Poison Doctor. No way. I absolutely refuse to let that Ye Chenfei come try anything.
Vice President Gao Haiqiang abruptly interrupted the master-apprentice conversation. As far as I know, that Ye Chenfei is nothing but a barefoot doctor, no qualifications whatsoever.
Plain and simple, he's a quack. If we let such a doctor treat Secretary Luo, who's going to take responsibility if something goes wrong? I'll take responsibility. President Chao threw caution to the wind, shouting with urgency, Secretary Luo's life is on the line. What are you dithering about? Hurry! Xiao Su, call Ye Chenfei immediately. At this point, we have to try anything. Gao Haiqiang took the blow silently, unable to vent his frustration openly due to Director Chao's authority. His face instantly twisted with embarrassment. Soon, Su Chunmei got through to Ye Chenfei. His lazy voice came through the phone. Hello? Who is this? Dr. Yi, this is Dr. Su. Are you available? We have an emergency that requires your assistance. Which Dr. Su? I'm not available. Dead tired. Whatever it is, go queue up at my clinic. Ye Chenfei replied in a half-asleep, slurred voice. It's Su Chunmei. Su Chunmei. Ha! Ye Chenfei suddenly let out a wolf-like howl on the other end. Before Su Chunmei could continue, a suddenly alert voice came through. Xiaomei, I'll be there in 10 minutes. The call ended abruptly. Everyone couldn't help but wipe away a bead of cold sweat. What kind of miracle doctor was this? He was clearly just a little madman. In fact, Ye Chenfei arrived from the dormitory in less than 10 minutes, rushing in a fluster. His stubble and hair were untidy, making him look no different from a street thug. He stormed into the People's Hospital emergency room, his appearance and demeanor startling everyone present. Unaware of the situation, the large-framed Gao Haiqiang blocked Ye Chenfei's path. Which unit are you from? Do you know where you are? This is the hospital emergency room. Can't you see the sign saying no admittance to unauthorized persons? I'm here to see a doctor, Ye Chenfei mumbled indistinctly, chewing gum. You need to register at the front desk first. Are you out of your mind? Gao Haiqiang gestured dramatically toward the hospital lobby. Boom! Ye Chenfei swung his hand and landed a solid slap, sending Gao Haiqiang crashing to the floor. Damn it! Have some manners. Your spit's all over my face, choking me. With that, Ye Chenfei kicked open the emergency room glass door with a flourish. The warm, blinding sunlight behind him made his posture impossibly cool, yet it sent a ripple of shock through everyone in the emergency room. Su Chunmei froze for a few seconds before recognizing the figure before her. A delicate smile curved her lips. Dr. Yi. Dr. Yi, you're here. Quick, come examine this patient. Su Chunmei stepped forward and grabbed Ye Chenfei's sturdy arm. This seemingly casual gesture sent a wave of intense fascination through Ye Chenfei. This was the goddess he'd pursued for over a decade. And this was the very first time she'd ever held his hand. Her delicate hands felt so soft, her palm radiating such comforting warmth. Ye Chenfei's heart began to race, pounding like a drum as Su Chunmei practically dragged him over to Secretary Luo. Su Chunmei first introduced Director Chao and her mentor. These two are Director Chao of our hospital and Dr. Zhou, who is also my mentor. Only then did everyone notice with surprise that throughout Su Chunmei's introduction, Ye Chenfei's eyes had been fixed on her the entire time, not even glancing at President Chao or Dr. Zhou. Fortunately, neither had time to dwell on this. Director Chao urged, Xiao Su, enough pleasantries. Please briefly explain Secretary Luo's condition to Dr. Yi. We'll leave it to you, Dr. Yi. The situation is this: Secretary Luo arrived at our hospital half an hour ago. At the time, he had lost sensation in one foot and was experiencing excruciating pain in his knee area. Our doctors administered serum number 1 vaccine and painkillers. My mentor also performed acupuncture to detoxify him. Yet, the outcome has become this dreadful state. Secretary Luo's condition is extremely dire, now critical to the point of endangering his life. That's the gist of it. What kind of quack doctor is this? Does this look like a doctor? He's clearly just some street thug. Just then, Gao Haiqiang, who had been knocked down earlier, pointed at Ye Chenfei's hand and shouted, "Look at what this bastard is doing with his hands." Whoa! Gao Haiqiang's outburst finally snapped everyone into full awareness. Su Chunmei's face flushed fiercely. She suddenly realized her small hand was still clasped in Ye Chenfei's. Throughout his entire explanation, Ye Chenfei's gaze had lingered on the goddess, wearing an expression of pure enjoyment. Ah! Su Chunmei blushed and yanked her hand back from Ye Chenfei's grasp. Suddenly, she felt he'd gone too far. That expression was completely out of place. Could he really handle this critical moment when she called him in to save the day? I think we should get this guy out of here fast. He's nothing but a lowlife thug. What does he know about medicine? While Xiao Su was explaining everything, he was completely distracted, acting like he couldn't care less. Having someone like him treat Secretary Luo is an insult. It's a waste of time and a waste of life. Boom! Another thunderous explosion echoed through the room.
Without hesitation, Ye Chenfei swung his fist, delivering a punch straight to Gao Haiqiang's shiny bald head.
Boom! Gao Haiqiang couldn't withstand such a blow.
A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips as he staggered back several steps in disarray. When I'm treating a patient, I hate being interrupted mid-treatment.
Who the hell is this lunatic? He was blocking me at the door earlier, and now he's disrupting me again. Get this bald madman dragged out. Ye Chenfei wiped his face. I told you earlier, don't go spitting in people's faces. It stinks to high heaven.
The crowd fell silent. Gao Haiqiang was, after all, a high-ranking hospital official.
To be punched out of nowhere was utterly humiliating. Before anyone could react, Ye Chenfei strode straight to Secretary Luo's hospital bed. He lifted the blanket covering the wound to examine it. After just one glance, he declared loudly, I thought it was some serious illness, but it's just this? Ugh! Ye Chenfei actually yawned as he spoke, nearly infuriating President Chao to death. Secretary Luo's poisoning had everyone pacing like ants on a hot pan, yet this guy just yawned and declared it simple. Dr. Yi, you're not joking, are you? Do you actually have a solution for Mayor Luo's poisoning? Director Chao suppressed his astonishment and asked. Got any Baijiu here? 60 proof ergwotu? My head's still foggy, need to wake up first. Ye Chenfei muttered. Everyone. White liquor. What are you up to, young man? Even the highly skilled Dr. Zhou couldn't contain himself this time. He tugged at Ye Chenfei's sleeve and demanded, this is treating a patient, not drinking and dining. Have you taken your joke too far? Dr. Yi, can you cure Secretary Luo's poisoning or not? President Chao shook Ye Chenfei's hand excitedly. Yeah. I told you this guy can't treat patients. This is the first time I've heard of a doctor needing to drink to clear his head before treating someone. Gao Haiqiang, his head covered in wounds, scrambled to his feet and waved frantically, Security! Security! Get some guards to throw this bastard out. Boom! Before Gao Haiqiang could finish, Ye Chenfei delivered a kick straight to his chest. One more word of nonsense, and I'll kill you. Just as the scene threatened to spiral out of control, a delicate white hand offered a bottle of 62 proof Hongqing ergwotu. It was Su Chunmei, panting from running downstairs to buy this green bottled liquor. Dr. Yi, here's your liquor. Secretary Luo's condition is in your hands now. Xiaomei, can I make a small request? Ye Chenfei asked as he took the liquor. If you cure Secretary Luo, you're buying me dinner. Boom! Everyone present felt their heads explode. At a life or death moment, this guy still had the nerve to flirt and talk about meals? Had he even considered Secretary Luo's feelings? Fine. Dr. Yi, if you cure Secretary Luo, I'll let Xiaomei take the day off to treat you to a meal. Now hurry up. Director Chao stamped his foot impatiently. Ye Chenfei abruptly wiped the smile from his face. He uncorked the ergwotu bottle, took a deep swig himself, then another. With a forceful spit, he sprayed the liquor directly onto Secretary Luo's wound. Ah! Secretary Luo's brow suddenly furrowed as he threw his head back and let out a loud cry. The sound made everyone present's scalps crawl. Director Chao grabbed Ye Chenfei by the arm. What are you doing? The wound is extremely fragile. Spraying alcohol on it will only irritate it and worsen the injury. Do you even know how to treat patients? As Director Chao tried to intervene further, Dr. Zhou beside him pulled him back. Director Chao, hold your tongue. Secretary Luo couldn't even speak moments ago. Now he's suddenly shouting like this, don't you find that odd? I think this kid might actually know what he's doing. Keep quiet. As Secretary Luo cried out, everyone saw a thin, translucent layer of oily residue spreading from his knee. Ye Chenfei quickly used a cotton swab to help wipe away the surface grime. Immediately afterward, Ye Chenfei deftly retrieved a medicine pouch from the medical kit. He extracted several unidentified herbs, their leaves fan-shaped, and crushed them into fine powder between his fingers. Finally, Ye Chenfei cupped the powder in his hand, pried open Secretary Luo's mouth, and forced a cup of water down his throat. He barked orders to those behind him, give me enough water. I need water. Thus, under everyone's astonished gaze, Ye Chenfei poured over 10 cups of plain water into Secretary Luo's mouth. Only when Luo cried out, I can't drink anymore. I can't drink anymore. I need to pee. Ha! Ye Chenfei flashed a triumphant grin, done. Sure enough, after urinating, Secretary Luo's entire demeanor brightened considerably. The swelling at his knee wound had significantly subsided, transforming him into a completely different person from the barely conscious state he'd been in moments before. Ye Chenfei's treatment took less than 10 minutes, yet it pulled Secretary Luo back from the brink of death. Everyone watched in stunned silence, even Dr. Zhou was astonished. Young man, what method did you use to treat Secretary Luo just now? I'm ignorant, could you explain it? Dr. Ye truly lives up to his reputation as the little divine doctor of Taishao Street. Chapter 83, The Wine Immortal arrives. Master, there's no need for such flattery. I'm hardly a little divine doctor. Dr. Zhou was Su Chuanmei's mentor, so Ye Chenfei naturally treated him with utmost respect. Truthfully, I've studied various toxic plants and animals, gaining some understanding of their fundamental properties. The moment I saw Secretary Luo's wound, I recognized it as being caused by a poisonous herb called aconite. Aconite? Dr. Zhou had never heard of it and was puzzled. How come I've never heard of this before? It's a rare plant belonging to the Strychnus genus. It's pungent, warm, and highly toxic. Its young leaves are especially potent. They look almost identical to ordinary small leaves. Poisoning causes numbness and pain in the feet and knees, limb stiffness, and severe skin lesions. The poison leaves have an extremely short lifespan. From growth to withering takes less than a minute. Secretary Luo was incredibly unlucky. He must have been in a secluded area and accidentally touched it. Ye Chenfei provided a slightly more detailed explanation about aconitum. Typically, poisoning occurs only upon skin contact with this toxic plant. Combined with various other factors, the probability of someone being pricked by it and poisoned is about as likely as winning 5 million in the lottery. Exactly. Secretary Luo, lying in his hospital bed, suddenly interjected. This morning while hiking, I did take a new route and was even running with my pants rolled up. Never imagined I'd run into such bad luck, it nearly cost me my life. Impressive. Truly a young miracle doctor. Dr. Zhou exclaimed repeatedly. Dr. Ye's words are worth more than 10 years of study. Young man, you're remarkable. This old man is thoroughly impressed. In an instant, Ye Chenfei's negative image faded from everyone's minds. People couldn't help but feel a deep respect for him. Though his treatment method was unconventional, it had undeniably saved Secretary Luo's life, exactly what everyone had hoped to see. Dr. Ye, there's one thing I still don't understand, Secretary Luo asked, his gratitude mingled with puzzlement. Why did you drink a mouthful of white liquor before treating him? Well, that was specifically for the aconite emergency treatment. Aconite is a warm-natured poisonous herb, and white liquor happens to be a potent liquid. Spraying it on the wound drastically reduces the toxicity. Then, combined with my specially formulated herbal medicine, it expels all the toxins from both inside and outside the body. It's really just that simple. Ye Chenfei explained modestly. Unbeknownst to them, in the corner of the emergency room, the badly injured Gao Haiqiang had long been forgotten. With a mournful expression, he lamented inwardly, my position as president. My presidency. If it weren't for this kid, I'd be president next month. Wah! Dr. Ye, you saved my life. How can I ever thank you? Secretary Luo propped himself up halfway and said. Well, master, Ye Chenfei chuckled as he turned around. How about having Xiao Mei treat me to a meal? Dr. Zhou paused, then burst into laughter. A virtuous lady is a gentleman's delight. Excellent. I'll grant Xiao Mei a day off today. Xiao Mei, take Dr. Ye out to dinner. Choose any restaurant in Tianhai City. Afterward, have President Chao reimburse you at the hospital. Su Chunmei flushed bright red. She hadn't expected her mentor to join in the teasing. Naturally reserved, she was now thoroughly embarrassed by the commotion, her cheeks burning crimson as she stamped her foot in mock annoyance. The two walked out of the hospital one after the other. Su Chunmei proved quite magnanimous, selecting a stylish Western buffet restaurant. They sat across from each other, their tables laden with elaborately presented dishes. Su Chunmei changed back into casual attire, yet exuded another distinctive charm. She wore a refined yet conservative women's blazer, her porcelain smooth oval face framed by black-rimmed glasses. Her jet-black hair was neatly pinned up, revealing a swan-like pink neck. A goddess-like smile often graced her lips, its power potent enough to rival the strongest liquor. Back when Ye Chenfei was just a teenager, it was this very faint smile that had captivated him. Ever since, Su Chuanmei's smile had become the most frequent subject of his fantasies. Brother Yi, eat your fill. It's all on President Chao's tab anyway. Truly, thank you for coming to my rescue today, you've saved me so many times. Su Chunmei raised her wine glass. This glass of red wine is for you. I don't usually drink, but this is my special way of thanking you. Ye Chenfei was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude. He couldn't recall how many times he'd invited Su Chunmei 3 years ago, only to be rejected each time, leaving him utterly crushed. Who would have thought that 3 years later, he'd so easily get the chance to dine with his goddess? Though this opportunity hadn't exactly come about in the most honorable way. Come on, no need for words, it's all in this wine. Ye Chenfei had a flood of thoughts, but standing before his goddess, he could only resort to the cliché of brothers sharing drinks. Really? Su Chunmei smiled, pursing her lips. Brother Yi, you remind me so much of someone I knew before. Especially when you drink, the way you talk, your mannerisms, it's uncanny.
Strangely enough, that person's name was almost identical to yours, just one character shorter.
Ye Chenfei's heart skipped a beat. He knew exactly who Su Chunmei was referring to. Wasn't that himself 3 years ago? Must have been one of your admirers, right?
Well, to be precise, he was a relentless suitor pursuing me for over a decade.
Su Chunmei smiled subtly, her words laced with restraint. Over 10 years? That's some dedication. So, did he stand a chance? Ye Chenfei asked, feigning ignorance despite knowing full well, his face thick with audacity. Sigh. How should I put this? Su Chunmei suddenly sighed. It's actually quite sad. He's dead, killed in an accident 3 years ago.
Xiaomei, that fool pursued you for over a decade.
Didn't you feel anything at all? Ye Chenfei suddenly gritted his teeth, finally voicing the question he'd bottled up for over 10 years.
His heart pounded wildly, his eyes darting around like a thief.
How could I not have felt anything?
He pursued me for 15 years. Even a block of wood would have developed feelings by then. It was the very day I was about to agree to have dinner with him that he met with that accident.
Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei's mouth fell open in shock.
Hearing Su Chunmei's words 3 years later felt like a volcano erupting inside him.
His emotions were incredibly complex. So Su Chunmei was ready to accept me. Ye Chenfei's hand holding the glass froze mid-motion.
Staring into Su Chunmei's clear, water-like eyes, his expression flashed with surprise. He almost lunged forward to tell her, I am Ye Chenfei.
I'm still alive. Of course, Su Chunmei couldn't see through Ye Chenfei's complex inner turmoil.
She took a sip of wine and sank into memories of the past. Reality is so dramatic.
3 years ago, that man pursued me relentlessly.
Now, 3 years later, after Brother Yi reminded me, I realize I still can't forget him. If only time could be turned back, perhaps the tragedy wouldn't have happened. What if he were still here? Ye Chenfei mumbled, making a gesture toward her. He. Su Chunmei pursed her lips in a shy smile, revealing her endearing dimples.
Forget it, Brother Yi. Even if someone resembled him, they couldn't replace him.
There's only one Ye Fei, no second version. I should have let go of that knot in my heart long ago and started anew.
So that's why you met Wang Haitao? That lawyer? We haven't actually gotten that far yet. Wang Haitao's attitude is sincere, and his qualifications are quite good.
That person's departure taught me something. You can't be too rigid about things. Give others a chance, and you'll have fewer regrets later.
Su Chunmei suddenly felt awkward and quickly raised her wineglass to cover up. What's gotten into me today? Why am I suddenly spilling all this to Brother Yi? Sorry for making a fool of myself. Xiaomei, if you put it that way, does that mean I have a chance too?
Ye Chenfei said thick-skinnedly, his voice brimming with emotion. Ha! Although Su Chunmei had long sensed Ye Chenfei's intentions, the sudden intensity in his fiery gaze caught her off guard. She only harbored a slight fondness for him, nothing more.
This unexpected turn left her momentarily at a loss.
Just then, another waiter in a tailcoat approached their table, holding a violin with impeccable manners, breaking the awkward silence. May I play a tune for you, sir and lady?
Yes.
Su Chunmei, who had been awkwardly silent, quickly replied, then please play one. But then Ye Chenfei pulled 200 yuan bills from his pocket.
How about lending me the violin instead?
I'll play a tune for my lady.
No problem. Thank you, sir.
The waiter smiled, pocketed the 200 yuan tip, and respectfully handed the violin to Ye Chenfei. Sir, feel free to play.
Brother Yi, you play the violin?
Su Chunmei asked in surprise, her hand supporting her cheek.
After all, the violin was her favorite instrument. She attended a violin concert every month.
The Ye Chenfei before her eyes looked every inch a rough and tumble big guy, completely mismatched with the elegant style of the violin.
Just playing around.
If you like listening, I'll play for you, Xiaomei.
Ye Chenfei, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and asked the waiter beside him, Bro, does the violin work the same way as a flute? Where are the holes on a violin?
The waiter stumbled, completely off balance, while Su Chunmei's petite face flushed with embarrassment. Do re mi. Before the waiter and Su Chunmei could recover, Ye Chenfei began to play a few inexplicable notes with surprising skill.
Ahem, Xiaomei, I'm starting now.
Ye Chenfei flashed a mysterious smile, firmly gripping the violin. As his hands worked in harmony, a melodious and beautiful tune flowed from the violin strings. This melody was all too familiar to Su Chunmei. It was her absolute favorite song, Fei Wang's Red Bean. The melody of Red Bean was inherently beautiful, but through the violin's interpretation, it gained a new vitality.
The familiar notes drifted into everyone's ears. Other diners in the restaurant couldn't help but stop and watch.
Many gave him thumbs up, while the waitstaff nearby applauded excitedly. This violin skill was simply incredible. The song seemed tailor-made for Su Chunmei. The familiar melody instantly struck a chord within her. Ye Chenfei's expression was utterly focused and unquestionable. It was the most earnest look a man could wear, the bravest gaze a man could offer. Chapter 84, Crashing the Party. Su Chunmei had no idea that 3 years ago, Ye Chenfei had mastered the violin, all for the day he could play her favorite song, Red Bean, right before her eyes. A sudden flutter of emotion gripped Su Chunmei, her eyes welling up with tears. She couldn't explain why, but in that moment, she felt Ye Chenfei was undeniably the most handsome man in the entire world. Just as Ye Chenfei was quietly unlocking Su Chunmei's heart, a bizarre incident unfolded on Taishao Street in the East District. An unexpected disturbance occurred at a tea house near South Street. The interior was utterly demolished: tables, chairs, tea-making utensils, everything smashed to pieces. The onerous newly renovated storefront advertisement lay shattered, resulting in direct economic losses exceeding 300,000 yuan. Li, the tea house owner, was at a loss, his heart breaking. In his panic, he sought out the big brother of Taishao Street, Ding Xiaobei. Ding Xiaobei promptly arrived at the tea house, named Yulalatia House, accompanied by Big Guy and several other associates. Li nervously recounted the sequence of events. "Brother Xiaobei, it happened like this," Li stammered. "This morning, right after I opened for business, a group of customers came in for tea. They were dressed rather maturely and didn't seem like troublemakers, so I had my staff bring them a pot of premium biluacun. But halfway through their tea, one of them, a guy with a little mustache, suddenly called me over." Mr. Li recounted, still visibly shaken and trapped in inexplicable dread. "At first, I thought there might be a problem with the tea. But then the man with the mustache motioned for me to sit across from him. He grinned as he poured me a cup of tea, and I felt completely baffled. That mustached guy's smile made me feel deeply uneasy. Sure enough, they soon showed their true colors. The mustached one said they were here to collect management fees, demanding 80,000 yuan annually. At this, the big guy couldn't help but roar angrily, which arrogant bastard doesn't know his place? Doesn't he realize this is Little North's territory? How dare he come here demanding management fees? Has he had enough of living?" Mr. Li nodded sharply and continued, "Of course I mentioned Little North's name to that little mustache. I told them this was Little North's turf, and all management fees should go to him. But that little mustache wouldn't back down. He immediately bumped the fee from 80,000 to 100,000, and said, 'Ding Xiaobei? Ding Xiaobei? What the hell is he? In front of me, he's nothing but a shoe licker and boot kisser.' Those were the exact words of that little mustache. Seeing how arrogant they were, I tried to call Brother Xiaobei to handle it. That's when they exploded. Without a second thought, they trashed my shop. All the furniture was brand new. They wrecked everything. They didn't just destroy my store, they beat me up too." Mr. Li gestured to the scars all over his body, all courtesy of that mustachioed bastard's gang. "Bastards! How dare they act so brazenly? They clearly have it in for you, Brother Xiaobei." Big Guy's temper flared. He slammed his fist on the table and roared in a deep, furious voice. "They even made me pass on a message to you, Brother Xiaobei." Li Boss stammered nervously, gathering his courage. "That little mustachioed guy said if you know what's good for you, pack your bags and leave. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Taishao Street will be there sooner or later." "Mr. Li, did you get a good look at who these guys were? I'm going to settle this with them right now." Big Guy trembled with rage. "I didn't get a good look. They didn't seem like our Taishao Street guys, all strangers." "Wait." Boss Li perked up. "We've got security cameras. We should be able to pull footage of them. Little North, see if you can recognize anyone?" Soon, Boss Li retrieved the surveillance footage and played back the video from that time period. The situation matched Boss Li's description. Around 8 p.m., several men came in for tea. They were neatly dressed, led by a guy with a handlebar mustache. The camera angle made it impossible to see his face clearly, but he was extremely aggressive, smashing tables and breaking things without hesitation. It's them. Brother Xiaobei, do you recognize them? Know their background?" Boss Li asked, pointing at the figures in the footage. At that moment, Ding Xiaobei and Big Guy's expressions darkened. Mr. Li, not being in the business, naturally didn't recognize the man. But the two of them knew him all too well. His nickname was Water Ghost, a formidable warrior skilled in both martial arts and strategy. But the real terror wasn't Water Ghost himself, it was the boss behind him, Ghost Brother. This meant Ghost Brother's crew had trashed Boss Li's place. While Boss Li remained clueless about Ghost Brother's terrifying connections, Ding Xiaobei and Big Guy knew exactly what they were dealing with. "Brother Xiaobei, these are Ghost Brother's men. How could Ghost Brother actually target our Taishao Street?" At that moment, even Big Guy's usually brash temper instantly cooled by half. Beads of sweat formed on Ding Xiaobei's forehead as the name Ghost Brother echoed relentlessly in his mind. If this man came after them, Taishao Street would truly be in grave danger. Ghost lived up to his name. His appearance was ghostly, gaunt as a skeleton, his cheeks sunken like a monkey's. But his true terror lay in a single blade, a Nepalese dagger. Back in the day, Ghost Brother had carved out his reputation in Tianhai City wielding this very gleaming Nepalese dagger. He'd single-handedly taken on 16 top fighters, remained undefeated across Tianhai. These glorious deeds were forever etched into many people's memories. Calling Ghost Brother Tianhai's #1 enforcer would hardly be an exaggeration. 3 years ago, just mentioning Ghost Brother's name would send shivers down spines. He was a star of ill fortune, a force no one dared confront head-on. It was practically a death sentence.
Just when everyone thought Ghost Brother and his crew were poised to dominate Tianhai City, he abruptly announced his retirement. He partnered with a few brothers to open a hot pot restaurant in the city, vanishing from the underworld and leaving bloodshed behind. No one knew what upheaval had driven Ghost Brother to this change. 3 years passed. Ghost Brother's hot pot restaurant remained open. During this time, no one heard of any new developments concerning him. Instead, his restaurant grew increasingly prosperous. Ghost Brother and his Nepalese dagger gradually faded from public view, and people slowly forgot his existence. But now, Ghost Brother's men have come to disrupt the scene. Does this mean he's preparing to make his comeback? And the first target is Ding Xiaobei's Taishao Street. Brother Xiaobei, I'm taking men to settle accounts with that Ghost Brother right now. We can't just let them bully us right at our doorstep. Big Guy was so fired up he was about to charge out for revenge. Hold on. Big Guy. Ding Xiaobei's voice cut through the tension. You know exactly what level Ghost Brother is. If you go confronting him with just a few men, it'll be a one-way trip. His men dared to attack because they knew you'd seek revenge. Going there now is practically suicide. What are we supposed to do now? Just let this slide? I won't accept it. I refuse to back down. Even if it's Ghost Brother, I'll fight him. Big Guy gritted his teeth in frustration. Let's put this on hold for now. I'll find time to discuss it with Big Fei. That Ghost Brother, even the King of Hell fears him. If he truly wants to swallow up Taishao Street, it's only a matter of time. Ding Xiaobei clenched his fists tightly as he spoke. Mr. Li, Ding Xiaobei addressed the owner finally, the tea house's losses are on the company. I'll transfer the compensation to you this afternoon. Rest assured, since we collect your management fees, we'll guarantee the safety of every shop on Taishao Street. Bad news, Brother Xiaobei. Before Ding Xiaobei had taken more than a few steps out the door, a panting subordinate rushed up to report, just now, 2 restaurants on North Street were smashed up too. Brother Xiaobei, you gotta go check it out. Soon after, Ding Xiaobei arrived at the 2 vandalized restaurants with Big Guy. The situation mirrored the tea house's ordeal. The water ghost had sent men to collect protection money. After being refused by both owners, the thugs brutally smashed everything in sight. The damage was severe, and recovery would take time. As Ding Xiaobei frowned, gathering details, his phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed an unknown number, and an unfamiliar voice answered with extreme arrogance. You must be Ding Xiaobei. Know who I am. Get to the point. Spit it out. Ding Xiaobei was boiling with rage, his pent-up fury finding no outlet. My nickname is Water Ghost. Honest men don't do shady deals. You should know exactly what happened on Taishao Street today. It was all our brothers doing. Did you enjoy the smashing? Ha! Water Ghost's loud, maniacal laughter echoed through the phone. You! Water Ghost, don't think I'm easy to push around. Come find me if you've got the guts, and I'll chop you to pieces. I'll find you sooner or later. You know who backs me, right? My brother Ghost. You don't not know Ghost, do you? The Nepalese demon. Ghost Brother's message is crystal clear. Taishao Street is Tianhai City's most lucrative spot right now. We're taking this place over. Get the hell out of Taishao Street immediately. Ghost Brother's staking his claim here. Today's just a warning. If you don't clear out of Taishao Street, we'll show you some real excitement. Then Ghost Brother will personally come and deal with you. His tone was brutally arrogant. You could feel his overwhelming presence even over the phone. Ghost Brother, huh? I'm scared less of you. If he's got the balls, let Ghost Brother come find me fair and square. I'm no pushover either. I'll bite into his bones even if it kills me. Fine, Ding Xiaobei, you just wait. You'll soon taste the consequences of crossing Ghost Brother. The other party hung up abruptly. By then, Ding Xiaobei was drenched in sweat. One thing was now crystal clear: Ghost Brother was coming out of retirement, and the entire Tianhai City was about to descend into chaos. That same afternoon, Ding Xiaobei urgently gathered Ye Chenfei, Lao Shu, Xiaobai, and a few other brothers. The 4 of them ate and talked at a barbecue restaurant. Chapter 85, Escalating Violence. Bro Yi, if it were up to me, I'd storm that bastard's lair right now. No one in Tianhai City dares mess with my Taishao Street. Ding Xiaobei glared, downing his beer in one gulp. But this Ghost Brother is way too arrogant. Smashing shops on Taishao Street in broad daylight? At this rate, there's nothing he won't dare to do in Tianhai City. Xiaobai also looked defiant, brimming with resentment. We have to find a way to stop him. Otherwise, Ghost Brother will just trample us underfoot. Lao Shu chimed in with his own thoughts. Honestly, I don't think we need to go toe-to-toe with Ghost Brother in martial arts. His strengths are kung fu and Nepalese daggers. Why compete with him on his turf? Why not use our own strengths to attack him? Like computer tech, I could easily write a program to hack into their entire network. Or whip up a simple Trojan to access all the compromising photos on his computer. We could make his life a living hell just as easily. Ye Chenfei smacked him hard on the head. What the hell are you thinking, mouse? What does a hot pot restaurant have to do with computers? Even if you hacked all their systems, they'd still enjoy their hot pot just as much. Turning back, Ye Chenfei agreed with Ding Xiaobei's approach. Xiaobei's got some patience. You can't just go off and piss off Ghost Brother. 3 years ago, I learned the hard way how dangerous he is. If we really have to go to war with him, we need a detailed, well-thought-out plan. As the four brothers discussed specific countermeasures, a female waitress from the barbecue shop approached, holding a cardboard delivery box. Excuse me, who here is Ding Xiaobei? Ha! Ding Xiaobei looked up in surprise. That's me. What's this about? The waitress handed him the box. A gentleman just asked me to give this to you. He said it's a snack to go with your drinks. He also mentioned his name is Shui Gu. After the waitress left, the delivery box sat before the four brothers. Ding Xiaobei sucked in a sharp breath before opening it. The instant he did, his breath caught and his expression froze. Inside the large delivery box lay 2 bloody fingers, neatly arranged side by side. Boom! Ding Xiaobei's mind exploded. He shot to his feet, flinging away the bloody appetizer before him. One finger bore a steel skull ring, the very ring cherished by one of his underlings. Within minutes, the origin of these 2 fingers became clear. They belonged to 2 brothers assigned to patrol Taishao Street tonight, who had been inexplicably dragged into an alley and brutally beaten. All the attackers wore black veils, leaving the 2 brothers unable to see their faces. In the end, their fingers were brutally chopped off and swiftly prepared as appetizers for Ding Xiaobei and his crew. Ring-a-ling, ring-a-ling. Ding Xiaobei's phone conveniently rang again. The first sound to reach his ears was that sinister laughter. Ha! Ding Xiaobei, you should have received the appetizer I sent you by now. How was it? My cooking skills aren't half bad, huh? Tasted delicious, didn't it? You bastards have gone too far. Ding Xiaobei roared, smashing the beer bottle in his hand. You wait. If I don't settle this score with you, I'm not Ding Xiaobei. Welcome, welcome. I'd be delighted if you came to settle this. You know where our hot pot place is, right? Right on Chaoyang Road. Whenever you show up, we'll settle it. I'm just worried you'll be too scared to come. Ha! Fine. You just wait. Tell your ghost brother to prepare to be slaughtered. I'm coming to finish you off right now. Well, I'll give you an early warning, better have your coffins ready before you come. Ghost brother told me to let you know he never leaves survivors when he strikes, the ghostly voice sneered on the other end. After hanging up, Ding Xiaobei couldn't calm down. The tension between them was palpable. A brutal showdown seemed inevitable. Taishao Street had encountered a formidable opponent this time. Having given Jing Yuqing a few days off, Ye Chenfei felt something was missing and a sense of unease whenever he closed the clinic at night. The entire day had been filled with strange occurrences. After serenading his goddess Su Chunmei with a song, the girl had suddenly burst into tears and run off for no apparent reason. Women's hearts were truly the most unpredictable things in the world. Dragging his weary body back to the dorm, Ye Chenfei suddenly remembered the troublesome senior sister still living there. After a busy day, he'd completely forgotten to arrange her accommodations. Upon opening the door, Ye Chenfei was first hit by the aroma wafting from the living room. The senior sister sat cross-legged, boxed lunch in hand, engrossed in a Korean drama, eating with relish. Her surroundings were piled high with snacks and takeout boxes, KFC, Pizza Hut, and more scattered everywhere. After just one day without Ye Chenfei, the living room had essentially turned into a trash heap. You jerk, Ye Chenfei. You finally decided to show up. Disappearing on me first thing this morning. Is this how you treat your senior sister? Zhang Tianran clutched a giant bag of potato chips, her furious expression somehow still adorable. Sorry, senior sister. Today's situation was too sudden. I had no choice but to rush out and handle it. Did you buy all this? Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. You really should avoid going out too much. Ye Chenfei scratched his itchy nose. Didn't go out. Just ordered takeout from my computer. Hurry up. Keep massaging me. Just thinking about it makes me so mad. Let me vent a little. Senior sister finished the last chip. Only then did Ye Chenfei notice the pile in the living room wasn't just snack and food wrappers. There were also numerous clothing bags, dresses, shoes, cosmetics, handbags. These seemed to be from some pretty pricey brands. That white handbag over there looked like it might even be a Hermes. Senior sister hummed in acknowledgement, scooping yogurt while pulling a registered credit card from her pocket. Ye Chenfei, this card's limit is way too low. It maxed out at 500,000. Boom! The word struck Ye Chenfei like thunder. 500,000? Senior sister. That's my entire life savings. You're being way too generous. In a single day, Ye Chenfei had become deeply in debt. After his senior sister's extravagant spending, he didn't even have enough left for tomorrow's breakfast. Ye Chenfei, you don't need to get so worked up. I am your senior sister, after all. Besides, I saved your life. You cost me several days of earning opportunities. 500,000 yuan is peanuts. Senior sister playfully scooped a spoonful of yogurt, batting her captivating eyes with a dazzling smile. Stuck with a senior sister like this, Ye Chenfei was utterly speechless. All right. Since you're such a devoted junior disciple, how about I give you some compensation?
Senior sister shrugged with a mysterious smile.
Senior sister, you don't have to be so direct. Ye Chenfei's attention wavered. I specially found a Thai horror flick today. I didn't dare watch it alone. How about this deal? You get to massage a beauty while watching a scary movie with her. Pretty sweet, huh? Hee hee.
Ye Chenfei broke out in a cold sweat.
What kind of compensation is this, damn it? Just kill me already, senior sister. What a heartless senior sister. News of the smash and grab incident on Taishao Street quickly reached Defei's ears.
That same evening, he urgently summoned Ding Xiaobei over. At a luxury leisure center in the East District, Defei reclined in a massage chair within a private room. 3 technicians stood by, performing a full-body massage. On another chair in the room lay Defei's trusted strategist, a man surnamed Chu, known as Chu Zhuge. He served as Defei's mastermind, offering counsel and planning. Under normal circumstances, Chu Zhuge rarely made public appearances, only stepping forward personally when the East District faced major incidents. The news of Ghost Brother's emergence had shaken even Chu Zhuge, a testament to the terrifying power this figure possessed. Shortly after, Ding Xiaobei arrived at the private room with his men. Defei gave a signal, and the female therapists withdrew, leaving only 3 core members of the East District in the room. Xiaobei, the company paid out 800,000 in compensation today, right? Defei opened with an accusatory tone. Yes, Brother Defei. Ding Xiaobei solemnly recounted the 3 vandalism incidents that had occurred that day, concluding, Brother Defei, Ghost Brother is targeting Taishao Street this time.
He's coming out of retirement.
Xiaobei, the company lost 800,000 in a single day.
If this keeps up, my East District will be bleeding dry in less than a month. As the top dog on Taishao Street, are you just going to let this slide? Defei was seething inside.
Losing 800,000 felt like a chunk of flesh torn from his own body, a wound that cut deep to the bone. Big Brother Defei, I've held back precisely because I was waiting for your word. I remember this debt clearly. Just give the order, and I'll lead my men to settle accounts with Ghost Brother. Every penny of that 800,000 will be reclaimed. He chopped off 2 of my brother's fingers. I'll fight to the death to make him pay. Ding Xiaobei's face was contorted with fury, his rage simmering all day.
Who cares about Ghost Brother or Water Ghost? Whoever touches my brothers, I'll touch their ancestors.
Ding Xiaobei, wait.
Chu Zhuge suddenly spoke up from behind him.
He sat up straight in his chair, wiping a damp towel across his face to dry the sweat beading on his temples.
Chapter 86, The Expert.
Chu Zhuge was around 50, sporting a crew cut, a handlebar mustache, and thick brows framing deep-set eyes. At first glance, he resembled a street fortune-teller in a long robe, yet his brow held a subtle, hard-to-miss cunning. Ding Xiaobei, if you charge out now, you won't just die yourself, you'll drag Brother Defei down with you. Ghost Brother is a rabid dog. Whoever provokes him is asking for trouble. When you encounter such a mad dog, you either keep your distance or go all out and take him down. Don't drag your feet and send the mad dog to meet his maker. What you're doing is courting death, Chu Zhuge said calmly and composedly. Defei flicked his flowing hair, puzzled.
Brother Chu, do you have a better plan?
Since Ghost Brother has decided to come out of retirement and is targeting Taishao Street, he won't stop until he achieves his goal. Rather than waiting for him to cause trouble, we should strike first and catch him off guard. No matter how formidable Ghost Brother is, he's only got a handful of men, nothing more than hotheads with no brains.
With a little strategic thinking, we can wipe them all out.
Make an example of them to warn all of Tianhai City, mess with the East District, and even Ghost Brother will die. As Chu Zhuge spoke these words, his face remained utterly expressionless. To him, killing Ghost Brother was as simple as playing a game. But Brother Chu, this Ghost Brother isn't so easily taken down. Even Defei knew this well. We've heard about that guy's skills for ages. I've heard bullets aren't even as fast as his Nepalese dagger.
Ha! Chu Zhuge shook his head and laughed heartily. Even Sun Wukong had the Buddha holding him back. How could some lowly Ghost Brother possibly stand up to us Eastern District?
Big Brother Defei, Xiaobei, I've already mapped out the plan. If this Ghost Brother dares to muscle in on our turf, he's asking for it. Without delay, Chu Zhuge laid out his battle strategy in meticulous detail to Defei and Ding Xiaobei, leaving no stone unturned. Every single nuance was covered. After hearing the entire plan, Big Fei couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Brother Chu, you truly are the mastermind of our East District. You've come up with such an awesome scheme. This time, our East District has no choice but to win.
Ha!
Ding Xiaobei, however, remained silent. The plan was so meticulously detailed that even if Ghost Brother were a 3-headed, 6-armed Sun Wukong, he'd likely be crushed.
Chu Zhuge's abilities were truly no joke.
Brother Defei, even with such a detailed plan, I still don't feel confident about Ghost Brother. If things go wrong, I, Ding Xiaobei, and my brothers might all be finished.
Xiaobei, you needn't worry about that.
Chu Zhuge suggested, if you're truly lacking confidence, bring along your brother Ye Chenfei.
I've assessed that kid's capabilities.
With his help, you'll have no trouble taking down Ghost Brother.
Ha! Ha! Right. Big Fei chimed in enthusiastically. Bring Ye Chenfei along. With all of you together, no one can stand against you. Kill Ghost Brother, and I'll give you all a bonus.
Thus, a meticulously laid counterattack net was unfurled, pitting the rising star, the new champion Ding Xiaobei, against the peerless killing machine, Ghost Brother.
On a crisp early autumn morning, the sun shone brightly.
Inside the office of Tianhai City People's Hospital, Director Chow personally poured a cup of clear tea for Dr. Zhou and politely offered him a cigarette. Old Zhou, I've got some good news for you. Old Zhou, never one for small talk, replied sternly, Director Chow, whenever I come to your office, it never brings good news.
Don't keep me in suspense, old man, my heart can't take it.
Don't make it sound like such a big deal.
This time it's truly excellent news.
In 3 days, Yanjing City will host a traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference. This isn't just any ordinary conference, it will gather renowned TCM practitioners from across the nation, including the Divine Needle Master, the Prescription King, and the Acupuncture King.
I've also heard CCTV will broadcast it live. Undoubtedly, this is the most prestigious exchange event for hospitals nationwide. Director Chow spoke with great enthusiasm. Our TCM department has always been a specialty of our people's hospital, renowned nationwide and even overseas. We're one of only 3 hospitals invited. What an honor. Keep in mind there are hundreds of TCM hospitals across the country. This truly shows our hospital's authority. Director Chow, are you planning to send me to Beijing for this TCM conference?
Old Zhou asked slowly, taking a sip of tea. Of course. Old Zhou, you're the most skilled practitioner in our hospital.
No one rivals your authority in traditional Chinese medicine.
Our institution has 2 spots this time. I'm sending you and Xiaomei together.
This is a rare opportunity for you, Zhou. Just one trip to Yanjing could multiply your reputation exponentially. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say you could become renowned throughout China.
It would also greatly benefit the hospital itself, especially in our application for tertiary level hospital status. I can't go, Director Chow. Old Zhou spat out a mouthful of tea leaves, dousing Director Chow's enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water at the crucial moment.
What? Old Zhou, you've got to be kidding. You're telling me you can't go for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? People are fighting tooth and nail for a spot. You couldn't even buy this chance with money.
President Chow was utterly frustrated, shouting in desperate urgency.
Director Chow, I'm afraid of heights and can't fly. I also get motion sickness. The trip to Yanjing takes at least 10 hours. That would kill me. I'm worried I might not even make it to the conference and just die on the way.
Old Zhou shrugged helplessly. The biggest issue is that if I go, there'll be no one left in the traditional Chinese medicine department.
I have to take responsibility.
I think we should send Xiaomei and the other doctors instead.
Let the young ones learn and gain some experience.
Oh no.
That's out of the question.
Director Chow exclaimed, his forehead beaded with sweat.
The doctors sent this time will be presenting on stage to patients and experts nationwide.
Xiaomei and the others aren't nearly ready for that level.
They're still muddling through many complex TCM issues. If something goes wrong, we'll be utterly humiliated. Then I have no choice.
I'm getting old, and my body can't handle the strain, Old Zhou declared firmly. The two remained deadlocked for a long time. Old Zhou refused to attend the conference under any circumstances, while Director Chow insisted this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a golden chance for the hospital to make a huge leap forward, and he simply couldn't bear to let it slip away.
Director Chow, how about this? I'll recommend someone who won't disgrace the hospital in Yanjing. What about Dr. Yi, the one who came to our rescue last time?
Old Zhou suddenly suggested.
What? You mean that doctor from Taishao Street?
Director Chow shook his head vigorously.
You want him to represent our hospital at the exchange conference? He's not qualified. Director Chow, why are you so stubborn? What era are we in? You still place so much emphasis on certificates and academic credentials.
True masters are found among the common people.
Certificates can be forged, but mastery isn't something anyone can fake.
Old Zhou said meaningfully.
I know that, but Ye Chenfei? No way. No matter how skilled he is, he can't possibly match your level. Besides, he's not even our hospital's doctor.
I doubt he'd want to take on such a thankless task, Director Chow said, still feeling uneasy.
Director Chow, some people reveal their true caliber the moment they show their skills. Ye Chenfei's medical prowess is beyond ordinary. Remember that wealthy man's strange illness a while back? Even I couldn't solve it, but he cured it effortlessly. That alone proves he's exceptional.
Sending him to the exchange conference is a sure bet.
I, Old Zhou, have never misjudged a person. As for your worry about whether Ye Chenfei will go, that's practically a non-issue. I've got a way to make sure that kid attends.
Old Zhou chuckled darkly, brimming with confidence.
Without delay, Old Zhou dialed Ye Chenfei's number. Hello, is this Dr. Yi? This is Old Zhou from the People's Hospital, Su Chunmei's master. Su Chunmei? Master. Ye Chenfei jolted awake from his sleep on the other end. Master, hello.
Sorry, I didn't recognize your voice at first.
No need for formalities, Dr. Yi. I won't beat around the bush, I need your help with something. Lao Zhou then briefly outlined the details of attending the exchange conference. This put Ye Chenfei in a difficult position. Attending the conference would require at least 3 days, meaning the clinic would have to close during that time. Moreover, Ding Xiaobei's condition was at a critical stage right now. Participating in the conference would inevitably delay important matters.
Old Zhou seemed to read Ye Chenfei's mind. Chenfei, I forgot to mention besides you, Su Chunmei from our department will also be attending this conference.
Master, no need to say more. If you're facing difficulties, I'll be the first to step up and help. I'll do whatever it takes to ease your burden. Ye Chenfei agreed decisively, suddenly feeling like a fool. Thus, the arrangements for attending the exchange conference in Yanjing were finalized. Next, Ye Chenfei began making arrangements for matters in Tianhai City. First, he inquired about Ding Xiaobei's specific situation. Xiaobei was straightforward enough.
Upon learning of Ye Chenfei's plan to woo a girl, he offered his advice without hesitation.
Brother Yi, just head straight to Yanjing.
Aim to win over the goddess and make her your sister-in-law before you return.
Then, in a month, we'll have a little bundle of joy, haha. Don't worry about Ghost Brother. Big Fei has everything handled for me. I'm fully confident I can take care of Ghost Brother. Just wait for my good news when you get back. Chapter 87, Journey to Death. Screw you, Xiaobei. Ye Chenfei kicked Ding Xiaobei. Do you think goddesses are just for grabbing?
A goddess is meant for mutual affection, sweet nothings, and the peak of passionate love. Anything less is a waste of heaven's gift.
Got it?
You're so damn vulgar.
Bro, if you can't bear to part with her, just pass her on to me. We need a goddess too. Some shameless bastard chimed in, sending the whole group into uproarious laughter.
Later, Ye Chenfei returned to the clinic and explained the details to Jing Yuqing.
To his surprise, the girl reacted with intense excitement, pouting and protesting fiercely. Brother Yi, why? Why do you get to go to Beijing and have all the fun while I'm stuck here alone running the shop? What's the point of me watching the place without you? I want to go to Beijing too. Forget it, kid. There are only 2 spots on this trip. I'm doing this to help a friend out. If you don't want to watch the shop, just take your vacation. You'll still get paid. Ye Chenfei thought to himself. You'd just be a third wheel. I'm going to pick up girls, and you'd just be a big third wheel. After much persuasion, the little girl reluctantly agreed on the condition of double pay plus 3 days off. Ye Chenfei gritted his teeth and accepted. Flirting came at a price, especially with someone of Su Chunmei's caliber. Sacrifices were inevitable. Finally back at the dorm, Ye Chenfei intended to tell his senior sister about the situation. Upon opening the door, he found the room piled high with yet another wave of delivery boxes, more women's clothes, handbags, and cosmetics. His senior sister sat intently focused on her computer screen. Did you buy all this, senior sister? Shoo! Don't make a sound. The senior sister had already changed into a brand new outfit, head to toe in designer labels, radiant like a golden rose. At first glance, she exuded an international queen-like aura. Yet the moment Ye Chenfei saw these items, he couldn't help but recall that maxed-out bank card. When the senior sister takes action, she's worth 10 people. Yay! Senior sister suddenly cheered, her face beaming. Junior brother, I snagged it. I got the globally limited edition crystal shoes. Only 10 pairs worldwide. Just 99,999 yuan. Hee hee. Sis, at this spending rate, when will you ever save up 100 million? Ye Chenfei muttered. No way. Taobao is so convenient these days. You can still shop online even with an overdrawn card. Zhang Tianran produced the maxed out card as if by magic, her face beaming. Boom! Ye Chenfei froze in place as if struck by lightning, his mind going completely blank. That card was his very own. An overwhelming urge to strangle his senior sister surged through him. Senior sister, how much of my money did you spend today? 88,000. Isn't that a very auspicious number? Zhang Tianran asked, her beautiful big eyes wide. Ye Chenfei felt like crying. Senior sister, can you spare me? Why did you save me in the first place? I have to leave. I have to leave Tianhai City. I have to leave senior sister. I have to go to the exchange conference. Ye Chenfei's heart screamed in a series of cries, his internal organs trembling violently. In the office of a prestigious law firm, Wang Haitao's usually handsome face was ashen. He never imagined Ye Chenfei would be traveling on business with Su Chunmei and that they'd even purchased adjacent soft seat train tickets. This level of intimacy felt like a bolt from the blue to Wang Haitao. The thought of Ye Chenfei spending 3 days with Su Chunmei made Wang Haitao feel like he'd swallowed a red-headed fly, an indescribable discomfort spreading through his entire body. Ye Chenfei, how dare you compete with me for a woman? I'll make sure this trip becomes a literal death journey for you. Minutes later, the law firm's door swung open. 3 men entered, each dressed distinctly differently. One wore a crisp white shirt, looking refined with his gold-rimmed glasses and neatly tied black tie, his demeanor mirroring a city white-collar worker.
Beside him stood a short, unassuming old man in an old-fashioned factory uniform, baggy black sweatpants and mud-splattered liberation sneakers that looked surprisingly imposing. His sallow complexion and messy, bird's nest-like dark yellow hair gave him an unkempt, scruffy appearance, like a little old man straight from the countryside. The last was a plump woman, appearing in her 40s or 50s, slightly taller than the old man. Her attire matched his, a floral jacket, bright red pants, and a blue striped towel wrapped around her head. The two shared a certain couple-like resemblance, giving off a solid, dependable vibe. Yet, seeing them appear in Wang Haitao's office alongside the young white-collar worker created an unavoidable sense of dissonance. "Mr. Wang, long time no see. You look so much more energetic and distinguished." The young office worker plopped down in front of Wang Haitao, pulling out a tissue to wipe his glasses. "Impressive my ass. I've been up to my neck and lately literally stepped in dog." Wang Haitao gestured for them to sit down, fuming. "Mr. Wang, just tell us what's troubling you. You're our benefactor. Without you, the three of us would have been locked up long ago." The little old man lit a cheap cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring as he spoke. Slap. Wang Haitao flicked open a photo Ye Chenfei's picture. "I won beat around the bush. This bastard's been eating away at my appetite lately. He is actually trying to steal my woman through underhanded means? It's driving me crazy." The young office worker glanced at it. Looks like this guy's got some skills. It's the first time I've seen you, Lawyer Wang, so worked up. So, what do you want us to do to him? Cripple him or finish him off? This job won't be for nothing. Once you're on the train, it's your turf. First, I want you to give that kid a proper beating. Make him look like a complete fool, humiliate him beyond recognition. Then, make sure something happens en route so he never reaches Beijing. If you can cripple him or something, that'd be perfect. I want that bastard permanently disqualified from competing with me for women." A murderous glint flashed across Wang Haitao's face as he stared out the window and growled. "Remember, it must appear accidental, not deliberate. You're seasoned professionals, you know how to handle this." Out of professional habit, Wang Haitao emphasized the point once more. "Rest assured, Attorney Wang. We know exactly what to do. We'll deliver a result that satisfies you. Our reputation as the three divine thieves isn't just hot air." The young white-collar worker adjusted his glasses and replied in a low, firm voice. "Good. With that promise, I can relax and enjoy the show. I trust you to handle this." Ye Chenfei. Wang Haitao clenched his jaw, grinding his teeth in fury as he snapped the ballpoint pen between his fingers clean in half. The so-called Divine Thief Trio was merely a self-proclaimed title. Their actions bore no resemblance to chivalry whatsoever. On the contrary, these three had orchestrated countless baffling cases. Stealing, robbing, and swindling were their primary occupations. Each target was meticulously chosen, and countless victims fell into their traps. Their methods were clean and efficient, leaving the police no clues whatsoever. They exploited their advantages to escape without a trace. The only time the police managed to catch one of them, the little old man Wang Haitao exploited a legal loophole to win the case. That's why Wang Haitao finally felt confident enough to send the three thieving heroes after Ye Chenfei. The train departed the station at 6 in the evening, arriving punctually in Yanjing City at 7 the next morning, a full 11 hours, destined to be a thrilling and perilous night. Sister Senior drove Ye Chenfei to the station. The thought of embarking on a romantic journey with his goddess Su Chunmei soon made Ye Chenfei grin from ear to ear. Most importantly, these few days would free him from Sister Senior's constant presence. He'd left only a few hundred yuan for basic living expenses in the dorm money he'd borrowed from Xiaobai. Upon reaching the station, Ye Chenfei eagerly jumped out of the car. "Senior sister, you haven't fully recovered yet. You should head back and rest early. I've already booked everything for the next few days: meals, lodging, transportation, all taken care of." "No need, little junior. I forgot to tell you, last night I took on a new job. The destination is Yanjing City, same train as yours." "What a coincidence. I was just worried about finding help for this mission." "You can assist me then." Senior sister Xiaozhao casually pulled her luggage from the trunk with a playful smile. "Ha? What did you say, senior sister?" Ye Chenfei felt a sudden dizziness. Had senior sister been following him like a shadow all this time? "Senior sister, I'm attending the traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference, right? How did I become your assistant?" Ye Chenfei asked with a mournful expression. "What? Are you complaining? I saved your life, yet you don't even acknowledge it? Who made you my junior disciple?" "A junior disciple should unconditionally obey the senior sister, that's the rule." "Are you planning a rebellion?" Zhang Tianran glared at Ye Chenfei with an imperious gaze. Ye Chenfei felt like crying. "Senior sister, don't tell me by some wild coincidence you got a seat next to mine? My luck's better than yours, I snagged a soft sleeper ticket. I won't disturb your alone time with the goddess. But once we hit Yanjing, you're on call. Dare to disobey even slightly, and humph." Zhang Tianran snorted coldly. "I'll pretend to be your girlfriend and cause a scene." Ye Chenfei broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, "Senior sister, I surrender.
This is the biggest chance of my life. Please spare me. First, help me carry my luggage. We'll see how you perform later. Zhang Tianran flashed a sweet smile, suddenly finding the thrill of bullying this little junior brother utterly delightful. Arriving at the train station plaza, Ye Chenfei spotted Su Chunmei waiting from afar. Dressed in a plaid coat, she stood out like a vivid splash of red amidst the crowd. Among the throng, Ye Chenfei's eyes locked onto her instantly. Her Korean-style bangs swept across her eyebrows, and her plaid coat far from ordinary paired perfectly with form-fitting pencil pants. She radiated pure innocence without sacrificing style, sexy yet unconventional. Her signature smile, like a blooming snow lotus, instantly drew the gaze of countless men around her. Even the scalpers selling tickets couldn't help but pause and stare. Goddess Su Chunmei was the center of attention. Brother Yi, Su Chunmei. Her crisp voice rang in his ears, instantly dispelling the gloom within Ye Chenfei. The world felt brighter and more expansive. The gazes of numerous men around him swept over Ye Chenfei, many filled with envy and resentment. To have any connection with such an otherworldly beauty was the ultimate fantasy for countless men. Sorry, Brother Yi, Su Chunmei said apologetically, I couldn't get a sleeper ticket. I'm afraid you'll have to make do with a soft seat with me. Chapter 88, The Three Thief Heroes 1. No problem. Soft seat or hard seat doesn't matter. What's most important is arriving on time for the conference. In truth, Ye Chenfei was already overjoyed inside. A soft seat meant they could sit together. During the bumpy 10-hour journey, there would inevitably be some physical contact with the goddess. He could experience firsthand the unique fragrance emanating from Su Chunmei's body. For his first intimate encounter with the goddess, a soft seat couldn't be more perfect. Brother Yi, I never imagined we'd both be attending this TCM exchange conference together. It's quite unexpected. Since time is tight for this event, I'll explain the specifics of the conference to you during our journey. No problem, no problem. We've got plenty of time on the road, talk as long as you like. Ye Chenfei, completely defenseless against the beauty, agreed with a smile. The train announcement echoed through the speakers. Train K778 from Tianhai to Yanjing has arrived at this station. All passengers are requested to prepare for boarding and ticket inspection. The waiting hall instantly surged as people flowed toward the ticket gates like a tide. Ye Chenfei decisively took charge of both their luggage, unconsciously swept along by the crowd. Unbeknownst to him, a stranger in the crowd was creeping closer. Dressed neatly, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and carrying a briefcase, the man appeared to be catching the same train. No one noticed the distance between him and Ye Chenfei steadily shrinking, his eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on the outer pocket of Ye Chenfei's coat. This man was none other than the white-collar thief from the thief trio. He had clearly seen Ye Chenfei slip his wallet into his coat pocket, a wallet containing all of Ye Chenfei's identification documents, including the invitation to the exchange conference. Stealing this wallet would prevent Ye Chenfei from attending the traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference, effectively marking half their mission as accomplished. The young white-collar worker had already edged close to Ye Chenfei. He gave off the polished, sophisticated aura of a high-flying urban professional, a far cry from the sleazy appearance typically associated with thieves. Even Ye Chenfei himself hadn't noticed this ticking time bomb lurking beside him. The young office worker's hand was precise. The inconspicuous blade instantly sliced open Ye Chenfei's pocket. With a sharp snip, the young office worker's hand swept down, tearing a long gash through Ye Chenfei's jacket. The black wallet was now clearly visible within the young office worker's line of sight. The young office worker smiled faintly, decisively reaching to snatch the crucial wallet. However, things didn't go as smoothly as the young professional had imagined. Just as most of the black wallet was pulled out, it suddenly got stuck in the coat pocket. It turned out Ye Chenfei's wallet was attached to a keyring, and at the critical moment, the keyring caught on the fabric. Clearly, the young professional had overlooked the keyring, and the slit they made was noticeably too small. Even master thieves can slip up sometimes. Ye Chenfei grunted softly, distinctly feeling a slackening in his coat pocket. A quick glance revealed most of the wallet protruding outward, and he instantly realized something was amiss. But then he saw the young office worker's fingers clutching a blade, launching a lightning-fast second attack on Ye Chenfei's pocket. The crowd surged around him like a tidal wave, making it impossible to spot the pickpocket in time. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he devised a clever plan. Ah! In the blink of an eye, the young office worker whipped his hand back with a gasp. Intense pain shot through his fingers. Turning around, he froze in shock. His two fingers, which he took such pride in, were now densely packed with silver needles. The young office worker hadn't even processed what was happening when a dozen silver needles pierced his two fingers. It felt like countless iron spikes had been driven into his flesh, the pain nearly making him scream on the spot. By the time the young office worker had pulled all the needles from his fingers, Ye Chenfei had already vanished into the surging crowd. The first move of the three master thieves had backfired, a rough start indeed. Following the numbers on their tickets, Ye Chenfei and Su Chunmei easily found their seats, a pair facing north. Unsurprisingly, they sat side by side. Su Chunmei exhaled deeply, shedding her plaid jacket to reveal a red long-sleeved top.
The goddess-like curves beneath were tantalizingly visible, making Ye Chenfei almost too nervous to look directly at her.
Brother Yi, you seem pretty nervous. No need to be, really. Once we're in Beijing, someone will take care of us.
If patients or experts ask about treatment details, just share your insights with them. I know this might be your first time at such a major conference, but don't worry, I'm right here with you.
Su Chunmei thoughtfully pulled out a piece of gum. Have some gum. It helps relieve stress. By the way, Brother Yi, who taught you such masterful medical skills? You must have some reclusive master behind you, right? Su Chunmei chatted warmly, without any airs.
All from my master. I studied under him for 3 whole years, but I've only scratched the surface of his knowledge. Ye Chenfei replied with a hint of reluctance. As they chatted, 2 passengers boarded across from them. One was a heavily made-up woman, looking about 40, with hair permed like a curly dog's and lipstick thick as plaster. Her outfit was mismatched: a super short, form-fitting jacket on top paired with ultra-short denim shorts below. Her upper body already appeared quite bulky, and the tight jacket squeezed her almost to the point of suffocation. Not only did it accentuate her ample chest, but it also highlighted the excess fat and flab around her sides.
The lower half was even more distressing.
The ultra-short denim shorts laid bare her fatal flaw: 2 super thick elephant legs swaying right in front of Ye Chenfei, delivering a powerful visual shock. Yet this curly-haired girl maintained an air of superiority, utterly disdainful of everyone around her. Wearing a pair of retro sunglasses, she radiated an undeniable tackiness, as if she were the only person in the world who could afford a soft seat ticket.
What are you staring at? Is that any way to look at a beauty?
Your eyes are practically falling out of your head. The curly-haired girl suddenly yelled directly at Ye Chenfei.
Ye Chenfei shuddered, nearly vomiting his dinner. He and Su Chunmei exchanged helpless glances. Their unspoken understanding nearly made them burst out laughing.
In the end, they wisely kept their mouths shut. When traveling, it was best not to provoke such a mad dog. But the frizzy-haired woman wouldn't let it go, yapping on for what felt like forever. Soon, another passenger, short and looking rather shabby, came up the aisle. The short man checked his ticket, then plopped down right next to the frizzy-haired woman. The frizzy-haired woman reflexively shifted away, glaring at the newcomer.
What's with the drama? Is this your seat?
The short man flashed his ticket, speaking in a thick local accent. You bet.
This seat's mine.
His thick, sharp-eared local accent made the other passengers chuckle. These 2 passengers were truly polar opposites. The curly-haired woman was dressed in luxurious, refined attire, while the little old man beside her wore extremely shabby clothes, nothing but a work uniform covered in patches, plus a burlap bag for luggage. This stood in stark contrast to the curly-haired woman's Hermes handbag, creating 2 of the most extreme opposites imaginable.
One was a wealthy woman, the other a migrant worker.
The train departed on time. The curly-haired woman, brimming with resentment, pulled a fashion magazine from her bag to pass the time. Beside her, the little old man took out a pirated copy of Story World and read it with rapt attention.
Brother Yi, let's talk about something lighthearted? Su Chunmei initiated the conversation. Do you have a girlfriend yet? Not yet. Didn't you just give me a chance yesterday? What? Testing me?
Ye Chenfei replied with a thick-skinned grin. The main reason he hadn't pursued Su Chunmei sooner 3 years ago was their limited direct interaction. Now, feeling reborn, Ye Chenfei wouldn't miss any chance to get to know her better.
Brother Yi, dating isn't something you just talk about lightly.
First, a man and a woman need to get to know each other thoroughly. We don't know each other that well yet, and you're already. Su Chunmei's face flushed slightly as she spoke softly. Ye Chenfei couldn't shake the feeling that this time, he had a huge chance.
Su Chunmei hadn't outright rejected him. I'm not being flippant.
I truly know you better than anyone else.
Brother Yi, you know me well? Did you do something special to learn about me?
Su Chunmei asked, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion.
Ha!
Ye Chenfei suddenly realized he'd let his guard down in his excitement, nearly revealing his true identity. He scrambled to explain, I was just saying that offhand.
Did I slip up? I knew it. How could it be such a coincidence?
You know what I like for breakfast, and you even know I love listening to Fei Wong's Red Bean.
Su Chunmei's face flushed crimson as she spoke shyly.
Just as the atmosphere between them began to intensify, the curly-haired woman suddenly dropped her fashion magazine.
With a resentful glare fixed on Ye Chenfei, she wrinkled her nose and sniffed sharply. What's that awful smell? Who's being so inconsiderate? Ye Chenfei and Su Chunmei froze, then instinctively sniffed the air.
A sharp, pungent odor filled the space, nothing else but the distinct smell of human body odor. The smell clung to their noses, overwhelmingly strong, making their heads spin and impossible to shake off. The curly-haired woman immediately barked out, having body odor isn't your fault, but failing to cover it up and letting it spread freely in this space is poor manners. This is a public place. Have you considered how others feel?
Many passengers around them couldn't help but wrinkle their brows. The entire car was filled with that intense body odor.
Fortunately, this wasn't the driver's compartment, otherwise, even the driver might have fainted from the stench. Complaints and grumbling erupted among the crowd.
The curly-haired woman erupted in a fierce, tiger-like roar. Who is it? I've said it plainly, step forward and own up. Or are you planning to suffocate everyone here? Since the curly-haired woman reacted most fiercely, everyone's gaze immediately focused on the shabbily dressed little old man beside her. Chapter 89, Why? The little old man scrambled to his feet. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. My family doesn't have any hereditary illnesses like that. The old man hunched over, sniffed the air solemnly, then suddenly pointed at Ye Chenfei and shouted, "It's you. That smell is coming from you. Damn it." Ye Chenfei glared, eyes wide. "Old man, you've got it wrong. A smell on me? I've never even smelled this before today. How could it be me?" Sniff, sniff. The old man continued to sniff the air, stubbornly pointing at Ye Chenfei and shouting, "It's you. It's you. It's coming from your chest." The curly-haired woman leaned in like a wild dog, sniffed, and suddenly shrieked, "Still won't admit it? The stench is coming from you. It's disgusting. I knew someone like you would have such poor hygiene." Ha! Ye Chenfei bent down to sniff his own chest and nearly fainted on the spot. That pungent, foul stench was indeed emanating from his chest. How could this be? When did I ever get some weird disease like this? All eyes instantly fixated on Ye Chenfei.
Accusations and curses rained down relentlessly. Even Su Chunmei flushed crimson with panic, urgently signaling Ye Chenfei with her eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chenfei dashed to the train's restroom. He stripped off his jacket, opened the train window, and flung it out. Only after he'd changed all his upper garments did the stench finally vanish from the air. Yet his mind was still swirling with questions. Why did I smell like that? When had I ever been humiliated in front of so many people? And in front of Su Chunmei, the goddess? What the hell was going on? Why? Minutes later, Ye Chenfei returned to his seat in fresh clothes. The peculiar scent floating in the space had finally vanished, but Ye Chenfei distinctly sensed something off. The way everyone around him was looking at him was clearly off. Passengers were staring at him with strange expressions, whispering and pointing behind his back. Especially that curly-haired woman. She snorted coldly with a sneer. What a rotten day. Ending up in the same car as someone like him? Ugh, riding this train must shave years off my lifespan. Damn it. Ye Chenfei's blood boiled at the words, his mind consumed by rage. He could barely restrain himself from kicking that curly-haired woman right off the train. Hey, lady. Just as Ye Chenfei was pushing his limits of endurance, Su Chunmei's stern rebuke suddenly rang in his ears. I don't know exactly who you're talking about, but I can't smell anything now. Please shut your mouth and stop disturbing my rest. The curly-haired woman was clearly enraged and about to explode when the little old man beside her gave her a sharp kick as a warning. Only then did she mutter resentfully, "Fine. I won't bother arguing with such uncivilized people. Talking to you is just a waste of time and life." With that, she returned to her magazine, her face hidden behind its pages, clearly flushed with anger. "Brother Yi, don't let them get to you. You must have bumped into something earlier. I'm unconditionally on your side, don't listen to their nonsense." Su Chunmei turned to comfort Ye Chenfei instead, her expression and manner brimming with concern. Her large, captivating eyes held nothing but trust. A wave of emotion washed over Ye Chenfei. He forced a light-hearted smile. "It's nothing, Xiao Mei. Thanks for sticking up for me. I just found what happened earlier a bit odd." "Yeah, it felt off too, but I can't quite put my finger on what was wrong," Su Chunmei replied, her voice tinged with shared unease. A quiet period followed in the carriage. The curly-haired woman closed her magazine and drifted off to sleep, while the little old man beside her leaned back against the train seat, eyes closed in rest. Ye Chenfei suddenly felt a weight settle on his shoulder. Opening his eyes, he saw Su Chunmei leaning against him without a second thought. His heart relaxed, and all traces of sleep vanished. Su Chunmei slept peacefully, her head resting against Ye Chenfei's shoulder. When he looked up, the distance between them had shrunk to almost nothing. Even in her sleep, she remained sweet and serene, her cherry-red lips slightly upturned, her slender brows frequently relaxing. The fragrance of her breath wafted toward him, and Ye Chenfei instantly forgot all his troubles. This very scene had once been the picture he'd longed for in his dreams. To let go of his sturdy shoulders, embrace the woman he cherished most, and savor every little moment of their life together, wasn't that precisely the life he desired most now? At this thought, Ye Chenfei instinctively wrapped his arms around Su Chunmei's soft shoulders. Suddenly, her breathing caught, and she shifted her head slightly before drifting back into a blissful sleep on his shoulder. If he could, Ye Chenfei would gladly watch Su Chunmei like this all night long. It was a long-forgotten kind of romance. In the dead of night, Ye Chenfei awoke groggy and parched. He tilted his head back and drained the lukewarm water from his teacup. He glanced at Su Chunmei on his shoulder. She was still sleeping soundly, a gentle smile playing on her sweet cheeks, probably dreaming of something wonderful. Just as Ye Chenfei was about to drift back to sleep, he caught a peculiar gaze. That gaze belonged to the little old man across from him. Just a moment ago, Ye Chenfei had clearly seen the shifty, sly look in that guy's eyes. The little old man quickly realized something was off.
He promptly closed his eyes, feigning deep sleep, convinced he was clever and flawless. In truth, Ye Chenfei had seen it all. What was up with this little old man? Ye Chenfei closed his eyes as well, every nerve in his body taut. His instincts screamed that this old man across from him was no ordinary person. His mind immediately jumped to the Wild Wolf assassin group. Lately, Wild Wolf had been relentlessly targeting him with assassination attempts. Could this little old man be the latest professional hitman sent by Wild Wolf? He glanced at the time. It was already 1 a.m. The carriage was filled with the occasional snoring of passengers, an eerie, deathly silence. Ye Chenfei had long since lost any desire to sleep. The current situation demanded his full concentration. He kept his eyes fixed on the little old man across from him, determined not to let Su Chuanmei's safety be threatened in any way. Something was wrong. While pretending to be asleep, Ye Chenfei suddenly felt a buzzing in his ears. His vision grew blurry, and his head felt heavy as if filled with lead. Ha! Why this sensation? Ye Chenfei slumped over the table, painfully questioning himself. Could it be? Could I have been poisoned? Out of professional habit, a possibility flashed reflexively through Ye Chenfei's mind. Sure enough, his body soon began reacting in ways strikingly similar to poisoning symptoms. Limbs went limp, consciousness blurred, and his body started acting independently. Damn it! That little old man must have done this. Ye Chenfei suddenly snapped his eyes open, only to catch the old man's eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction and a sly grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Young man, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The little old man feigned surprise and asked with feigned concern. Ye Chenfei desperately wanted to smash him flat with a single palm strike, but he held back for now, determined to see what tricks this old codger was playing. Simultaneously, Ye Chenfei discreetly drew a silver needle and precisely jabbed it into his Zhongmen acupoint. The Zhongmen acupoint was precisely the channel through which the body expelled false sweat. Combined with Ye Chenfei's heavenly eye finger technique, it could rapidly expel large amounts of toxic fluids from his body. This method was a survival skill essential for disciples of the poison sect. As long as the poison's toxicity wasn't overly complex, it could be expelled in a short time, slowing and reducing the spread of the toxin. Instantly, Ye Chenfei's forehead and back became drenched with sweat, all the moisture expelled from his body. Through the sensations of his heavenly eye finger technique, he accurately identified the poison. It was the common poisonous fly found on the market. Poisonous flies were essentially volatile hallucinogens that rapidly evaporated upon contact with water, blending seamlessly with moisture. Colorless, odorless, and leaving no trace, their extreme concealment made them a top choice for poisoning in the martial world today. Once ingested, the poison's components swiftly paralyze the victim's brain nerves, causing blurred vision and mental confusion. Within mere minutes, the victim enters a state of intoxication, their willpower susceptible to manipulation. The victim develops an illusion, their brain nerves defaulting to external commands. For instance, they silently obey orders and truthfully answer questions. At this stage, their physical control is lost, turning them into a compliant puppet. Hey, buddy, you hear me? The old man feigned concern as he leaned in to ask, his small eyes intently observing Ye Chenfei's every reaction. Slowly, Ye Chenfei lifted his head, his eyes vacant. He answered word by word, hearing. The old man's face relaxed with relief. He pressed on, tell me, is your name Ye Chenfei? Yes. Ye Chenfei nodded slowly. What do you do? How old are you? The old man asked in a whisper, his voice barely above a murmur as he leaned close to Ye Chenfei's ear. I'm a doctor. I'm 25 years old. Where are you taking the train to? What for? The old man pressed immediately. I'm going to Yanjing by train to attend a traditional Chinese medicine conference. Ye Chenfei answered mechanically. The old man chuckled, nudging the curly-haired woman beside him. Honey, it worked. It worked. We successfully poisoned Ye Chenfei. The curly-haired woman lifted her head and scrutinized Ye Chenfei's drugged state with solemn attention. Well done, old man. This kid doesn't seem all that special, yet he had that lawyer Wang making such a fuss. Enough chatter. The potion's wearing off fast. Let's hash out how to take this kid down so we can wrap this up and head home. Though the old man's voice was barely audible, Ye Chenfei caught every word. Holy. So these two bastards were in cahoots to screw me over. In truth, Ye Chenfei's mind remained perfectly clear. Most of the poisonous fly's toxin had already been expelled through evaporating sweat, leaving him more lucid than anyone else. Instead of reacting immediately, Ye Chenfei played along with their scheme, feigning severe poisoning. He easily fooled these two novice poisoners, hoping to uncover their true intentions. Little did he expect that their brief exchange would reveal so much. 042420151115 AM. Chapter 90, The Ancestor of Poisoning. Damn it! I knew the vibe was off the moment I got in the car. Turns out Wang Haitao had already planted these two spies to watch me. That so-called body odor? Those bastards set me up. Made me look like an idiot in front of everyone? I'll be damned. The little old man darted a wary glance around before whispering into Ye Chenfei's ear, Ye Chenfei, come with me. I have something very important to tell you. With that, the old man slipped out on his own. Ye Chenfei mechanically followed behind, his polished act completely fooling the two spies. To them, Ye Chenfei was nothing but a deeply poisoned victim, a helpless fish on the chopping block, obediently following every command. Success seemed just one step away. What they didn't know was that today's target was a master of poisoning. In the late hours of the train journey, a howling wind whistled past the windows. Occasionally, passengers would wake in the night and open their eyes. Some saw Ye Chenfei follow the little old man into the train's rest corridor. Their behavior seemed perfectly normal, no one detected any obvious flaws. The curly-haired woman swung her legs excitedly. Taking care of Ye Chenfei would not only repay Wang Haitao's debt but also net her a hefty reward. Leaning against the train's metal door, the little old man glanced at Ye Chenfei before leaning close to his ear, raising his voice slightly. Ye Chenfei, there's something very important I need you to do. Once you return to your seat, open the train window first, then jump out of it. Understand? The old man repeated, open the window and jump off the train. Holy! Ye Chenfei cursed inwardly. Jump off the train? That's a death sentence. Jumping off a train moving this fast would kill me if it didn't leave me crippled for life. These bastards are ruthless enough. First they trick me, then they cripple me? They want me, Ye Chenfei, to wish I were dead. Jumping off the train in this dazed state would mean dying without knowing why, while they could easily escape legal punishment. If you want to play games with me, I'll play them to the bitter end. Ye Chenfei snorted coldly. What I excel at most is turning their own tactics against them. Ye Chenfei, did you hear me clearly? The old man's expression was grave as he waited for Ye Chenfei's response. Got it, Ye Chenfei replied, his gaze unfocused. Got it. Then go do it. The little old man nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. Wait. Ha? The little old man was taken aback, whipping around to find Ye Chenfei's eyes blazing with fury. You! With that, Ye Chenfei swung his leg up and delivered a vicious kick straight to the old man's groin. This kick was fueled by every ounce of his fury, unleashing all his strength. Thud! The kick landed squarely on the old man's groin, knocking him unconscious instantly. He didn't even have time to scream. If he survived this, he'd likely never enjoy women again. Minutes later, the old man's eyes fluttered open. His tiny pupils were vacant, staring blankly at Ye Chenfei with a mouth slightly agape. At first glance, he resembled someone suffering from dementia. In stark contrast, Ye Chenfei was wide awake, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the old man. Moments earlier, he'd found 5 poisonous fly pellets on the old man's body. Deciding to finish the job, he shoved 2 pellets into the old man's mouth, letting him taste the full force of the poisonous flies. What's your name? How old are you? Ye Chenfei began repeating the old man's earlier lines. My name is Wang Lauer. I'm 55 years old. The little old man answered slowly, his speech heavily slurred. There was no doubt he was deeply poisoned. What do you do? Who is that curly-haired woman to you? I'm one of the 3 divine thieves. We were traveling by train to take care of Ye Chenfei. That woman is my wife. We're both husband and wife, and partners. Who ordered you to do this? What exactly happened? Ye Chenfei pressed further. The poisonous flies' effects were potent. The old man spilled everything about the divine thief trio to Ye Chenfei, naming Wang Haitao as the mastermind behind it all. He laid bare every detail of the plan, how it was conceived, how they executed it, and how they intended to clean up afterward. By the end, Ye Chenfei was drenched in cold sweat. He never imagined Wang Haitao would stoop so low, employing such shameless, vicious tactics to strike down a romantic rival and business competitor. Damn it! Wang Haitao, you're dead meat. About 10 minutes later, the little old man returned to his seat. His eyes were vacant, and he sat down without a word, looking no different from a fool. Wang Er, what the hell took you so long? Where's Ye Chenfei? He's vanished. The curly-haired woman pounced on him the moment he sat down. The old man remained silent, sitting motionless for a while, as if he hadn't heard the curly-haired woman's questioning. Before the old man could respond, Ye Chenfei returned from the hallway. Oh, your Wang Lauer has something to tell you. Ye Chenfei? The curly-haired woman suddenly saw Ye Chenfei sitting perfectly intact before her, even sporting a strangely eerie smile on his face. Her eyes widened instantly. How? You'd better ask your Wang Er. He has a surprise for you. Ye Chenfei crossed his legs, speaking with calm composure. The curly-haired woman was utterly baffled by the situation. She quickly grabbed the little old man's sleeve with one hand. What the hell is going on? How is Ye Chenfei like this? Wang Er, you speak up. Smack! Smack! The little old man suddenly turned around. His vacant gaze lingered on the curly-haired woman before he abruptly extended his enormous hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps across her face. The curly-haired woman reeled from the unexpected blows, stars bursting before her eyes. Her cheeks burned fiercely as 5 distinct fingerprints instantly etched themselves into her pale skin. The slaps were merciless and thunderous, jolting numerous passengers from their sleep. Several drowsy travelers opened their eyes, bewildered by the sudden commotion. Su Chunmei also jolted awake, seeing the woman tumble to the floor in disarray. Confused, she asked Ye Chenfei, "Brother Yi, what are they doing?" "No idea. Long road ahead, boring trip. Guess they want to put on a show for us? Let's just watch. Don't say anything." Ye Chenfei stifled a laugh and answered with deadpan seriousness. "What are you doing? You hit me?" The curly-haired woman clutched her burning cheek, ignoring the astonished stares around her as she screamed in emotional turmoil. Smack! The little old man didn't speak. His response was another round of slaps. The blows landed on the curly-haired woman's face with sharp, cracking sounds, like firecrackers going off. Her head shook violently like a rattle. The old man's blows were relentless and brutal. Under this barrage, the curly-haired woman was beaten beyond recognition, her true form exposed. First, the curls on her head fell away, revealing that the so-called curls were nothing but a wig perched on her scalp. Then the heavy makeup on her face was smeared away, leaving her looking ghostly. Without the makeup, the curly-haired woman appeared ancient, her eye sockets sunken, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. At first glance, she resembled a zombie. "Are you insane? Wang Lauer, why are you hitting me?" The woman wailed in a series of shrieks, utterly baffled as to why her husband would suddenly unleash such a barrage of slaps upon her. Passengers around them were just as bewildered as the woman. A shared question mark hung in everyone's mind: why was he beating this woman? And why such a brutal, pitifully violent beating? The old man wasn't satisfied with just slapping her. He pulled out his belt and began whipping her. The situation escalated until the train police finally arrived and stopped the old man's brutal assault. Gritting his teeth in fury, the old man suddenly blurted out, "You deserve it, you. Stealing my man, making me wear a green hat, you deserve to be beaten to death." Everyone was stunned, and the woman was utterly baffled. Stealing a man? A cuckold? What was going on? Flashback to over 10 minutes earlier. After piecing together the details, Ye Chenfei whispered into the old man's ear, "Wang Lauer, your wife's been cheating on you with 100 men. What are you gonna do? Beat her to death. Beat her to death." Though still in a semi-conscious state, the old man reacted instinctively upon hearing those words. Ye Chenfei nodded approvingly, patting the old man's shoulder in agreement. "Exactly. You're absolutely right. A woman like that deserves to be slapped to death. Slap her until she's dead." Ye Chenfei then moved to another soft seat carriage. Following Wang Lauer's description, he easily located the leader of the three thief heroes, that bespectacled, mild-mannered young office worker. The guy was currently slumped in his seat, fast asleep, completely unaware that Ye Chenfei had approached him. His mouth hung open, eyes tightly shut, accompanied by loud snores, sleeping like a dead pig. Ye Chenfei hadn't even bothered with poison. He simply pulled out the remaining 3 poisoned flies and tossed them straight into the young office worker's mouth. Time-saving, hassle-free, and convenient. Soon after, the train's public address system announced the station information. The next stop is Shichihar Station in Inner Mongolia. Passengers disembarking, please prepare to exit. Shichihar is a renowned scenic area in Inner Mongolia. Upon leaving the station, you will experience the city's unique charm and witness the beautiful landscapes of the vast grasslands. Hearing this announcement, the young office worker dumbly rose from his seat and followed the stream of disembarking passengers out of the station. The fate of the 3 master thieves matched their moniker in sheer absurdity. Under the influence of the poisonous flies potion, Wang Lauer confessed every detail of his crimes without needing police interrogation. His confession was swift and unparalleled. Naturally, he was sent straight to prison. As for Wang Lauer's wife, she avoided prison not because of any leniency, but because she suffered a severe concussion from her husband's blows, receiving her own just deserts. As for the young white-collar worker, his whereabouts remained unknown thereafter. Rumor had it that after leaving the train station, he was seen wandering alone across the vast grasslands, soaking in the breathtaking scenery. Chapter 91, The Cold-Blooded Return. At dawn, a sliver of morning light refracted through the train's transparent windows. After a night of jostling, the train finally arrived punctually in Yanjing. Passengers disembarked one after another to greet the new day in the capital. For Ye Chenfei, however, this train journey had been a thrilling and perilous romantic adventure. "If someone wrongs me, I will wrong them in return." This was Ye Chenfei's guiding principle. Once he returned from Yanjing, he would settle the score with Wang Haitao. After a quick tidy-up, Ye Chenfei and Su Chunmei strolled leisurely along the station exit. Ye Chenfei took the initiative to carry the beauty's luggage, and the handsome man and beautiful woman made a pair that looked like lovers deeply in love. "Xiaomei, what kind of person do you think Wang Haitao is?" After pondering for a moment, Ye Chenfei felt it necessary to tell Su Chunmei what kind of guy he was. "What do you think, Yi?" Su Chunmei gave a faint smile, batting her beautiful eyes at him in return. "Well, honestly, it's best you avoid Wang Haitao. He's full of devious schemes. I don't think he's right for you, Xiaomei. You should never get involved with someone like him." Knowing that telling her about last night's events would likely terrify her, Ye Chenfei chose to withhold the details, speaking in vague terms. "Ha!" Hearing this, Su Chunmei couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Bro Yi, your blackmail skills are pretty lame, huh? Anyone could see right through it." "Ha? What do you mean?"
Before I came to Beijing yesterday, Wang Haitao called me. He said you'd definitely badmouth him or slander him on the way here, basically warning me to stay away. I didn't believe him at first, but now look, brother Yi, he was spot on. Su Chuanmei's tone was entirely playful. Damn it! Ye Chenfei snorted inwardly. That Wang Haitao was indeed cunning enough to play the victim first, planting the seed of suspicion in Su Chunmei beforehand. Brother Yi, Wang Haitao isn't as bad as you think. He might not earn much, but he has a kind heart. I know he sponsors several mountain children's education. People like Wang Haitao are rare in today's society. Su Chunmei smiled sweetly. Alright, Wang Haitao is a good person. Ye Chenfei couldn't find a single word to counter her. He could only blame the goddess for being too naive and gullible. Just wait. One day, I'll make Xiaomei see that bastard's true colors. Amidst the distant crowd, a pair of deep, piercing eyes fixed intently on Ye Chenfei and Su Chunmei. Watching Ye Chenfei's receding figure, he clutched his phone and sent a confirmation message to his strategist, target located. Heading towards downtown Yanjing. The strategist's reply came swiftly, when can we take out Ye Chenfei? No later than a few nights from now. Cold-blooded replied swiftly, then switched off his phone and followed the direction Ye Chenfei and Su Chunmei had taken. The most formidable assassin from the Hitman Syndicate had descended upon Yanjing City, bringing an unprecedented crisis upon Ye Chenfei. Cold-blooded skills were legendary in the trade, he never missed his mark. Ye Chenfei and Su Chunmei emerged from the train station platform. From afar, they spotted a plump middle-aged man waving frantically. Su Chunmei recognized him. Brother Yi, that's Director Su, the organizer of this TCM exchange conference. He's here to meet us. Director Su approached warmly, exchanging polite greetings. Dr. Su, you've worked hard. You've all worked hard. Dr. Zhou isn't here? That's truly unfortunate. And who is this? Oh, my mentor couldn't attend the conference due to health reasons. This doctor is representing him. He's a highly skilled practitioner from our hospital, Su Chunmei explained, pointing to Ye Chenfei beside her. Oh, hello, Dr. Yi. Director Su scrutinized Ye Chenfei from head to toe, lavishing praise. Talent truly springs forth in every generation. The new wave pushes the old aside, heh. Director Su had made thorough arrangements. The car dropped them off at a 5-star hotel where everything was already set. Why not explore the city today? Your rooms are ready. Remember to attend the buffet banquet tonight, and our TCM exchange conference will commence promptly tomorrow afternoon. Thank you for your hospitality, Director Su. We're truly sorry to have caused you so much trouble, Su Chunmei said gratefully. It's I who should thank you on behalf of the organizers for supporting this exchange. I hope you'll shine brightly at tomorrow's event. Ha ha. I won't disturb your rest. Specific schedules will be reminded to you later. Director Su gave his instructions and then discreetly departed in the car. Through the car window, Director Su observed Ye Chenfei and Su Chunmei at the 5-star hotel. He reported into his phone, Dean Gao, the situation is as you described, Su Chunmei and that Ye Chenfei have arrived in Yanjing. On the other end, Gao Haiqiang, still swathed in bandages, replied, Director Su, this is a favor I owe you. We were classmates. You know what I'm thinking, right? Rest assured, old friend. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee you'll secure the dean's position. Any rewards in store for me then? Director Su chuckled slyly, testing the waters. Old pal, the reward's already been deposited into your bank account, that's just half of it. Once I secure the dean's seat, you won't lose a single penny of your share, Gao Haiqiang assured him, patting his chest. After settling their luggage, Su Chunmei approached Ye Chenfei. Brother Yi, I'd rather skip the crowded tourist spots. I want somewhere quiet to unwind. If it's inconvenient for you, we can split up, just remember to stay in touch. Su Chunmei changed into athletic wear, sporting a beige baseball cap. Her neatly trimmed bangs framed her face with a sweet, charming look. Without makeup, she radiated a unique youthful charm. It was clear she held high expectations for Ye Chenfei, especially being in a foreign land where she knew no one. I'm not a fan of crowded tourist spots either. How about we head to Jiaguan and hike the wild Great Wall? Ye Chenfei suggested promptly. What? Brother Yi, you're also going to Jiaguan to hike the Great Wall? Su Chunmei's eyes widened in astonishment, her cherry red lips parting slightly. How could it be such a coincidence? Ye Chenfei was also planning to hike the wild Great Wall? This perfectly aligned with her own thoughts. Ye Chenfei, of course, wasn't surprised. Years ago, he had seen an essay in Su Chunmei's online journal, where she wrote that her greatest wish was to climb the Great Wall at Jiaguan and see the wild chrysanthemums blooming on the mountain ridges. Just that glimpse had etched itself deeply into Ye Chenfei's heart. 3 years ago, he had even planned to charter a helicopter to take Su Chunmei to see those wild chrysanthemums. So, Xiaomei? You've always wanted to hike the wild Great Wall too? Ye Chenfei asked, feigning calm. Yes. I've dreamed of coming to Yanjing to hike the wild Great Wall. Su Chunmei nodded excitedly, her expression radiating an indescribable thrill. Without the means for a helicopter, Ye Chenfei rented a minivan and drove straight to the wild Great Wall section in Yanjing.
They arrived at the wild Great Wall around 1 p.m.
The Yinjing sky was azure and clear, the suburban air incredibly fresh. In the distance, the wild Great Wall of Jiaguan stood majestically atop the endless mountain range, like a black dragon winding upward. Though not as grand as the scenery at Jiaguan, paired with the blooming wild chrysanthemums beside it, it certainly had its own unique charm. Su Chunmei was as excited as a little bird, marveling at the grandeur of the wild Great Wall at Jiaguan Pass, completely lost in her delight.
Ye Chenfei's excitement far surpassed even the goddesses.
Throughout their climb up the wild wall, his large hands had gripped Su Chunmei's tightly the entire time. This marked their first intimate contact, and gradually, a hint of tenderness appeared in Su Chunmei's gaze toward Ye Chenfei.
Everything seemed to be unfolding in a beautiful direction. After exerting tremendous effort, both drenched in sweat, they finally reached the highest point of the wild wall. Standing atop one of its fortresses, they gazed down at the entire Jiaguan wild wall.
Nestled in a remote corner of Yinjing, the rugged terrain of the wild Great Wall rarely drew visitors.
At most, adventurous youths came to climb and explore. Su Chunmei had initially planned to simply reach a safe spot, but Ye Chenfei had led her to the highest point.
A sudden surge of pride welled up inside her, filling her with immense contentment.
Wow, it's so beautiful.
Su Chunmei spread her arms wide, embracing the mountain breeze sweeping through the Great Wall Valley. The crisp autumn wind caressing her cheeks felt wonderfully refreshing.
Brother Yi, thank you for bringing me this high to see such beautiful scenery. I'm truly happy today.
Su Chunmei turned back with a contented smile, revealing two adorable dimples.
I thank you too.
You've shown me the most anticipated view of my life. Ye Chenfei gazed warmly at Su Chunmei, his heart stirred. Su Chunmei sensed the intense emotion pouring out and felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. Xiaomei, stay here for a moment.
I need to step outside for a bit, Ye Chenfei said, clutching his stomach after a while.
Okay, Brother Yi, go ahead.
I'll wait for you. Xiaomei, look, a few minutes later, Ye Chenfei reappeared before Su Chunmei, holding something in his hand.
Brother Yi.
Su Chunmei gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. You went off just for this?
In Ye Chenfei's hand was a beautiful wreath woven from wild chrysanthemums. The wreath formed an oval shape, with a twig running through its center and blooming wild chrysanthemums pinned all around, precisely the wild chrysanthemums Su Chunmei cherished most. Wild chrysanthemums bloomed along the lower slopes of the wild Great Wall, the steepest and most perilous section. To pick them, one had to traverse a treacherous, nearly vertical stretch of rock face. Gathering these beautiful flowers demanded considerable skill and courage. Su Chunmei, sharp as a tack, understood this perfectly well. Brother Yi, you're giving me. Xiaomei, this wild chrysanthemum wreath is for you. Ye Chenfei presented the wreath with both hands, holding it up before Su Chunmei. Chapter 92, 1,000 cups won't make him drunk.
You climbed all that way just to make this wreath? Su Chunmei couldn't hold back.
Tears of emotion welled in her eyes. For the first time in her life, she was utterly moved by a man. Her shoulders trembled slightly.
None of that matters. As long as you like it, it's worth it. Do you like it? Ye Chenfei gave a simple, honest smile.
Silly, Su Chunmei gritted her teeth, fighting back tears as she accepted the unique wreath.
You're not allowed to do such foolish things anymore. What if something happened to you? What would I do? I just don't want you to have regrets. If you have regrets, I won't be happy. Ye Chenfei reached out his hand. Xiaomei, will you be my girlfriend? Su Chunmei turned her head away.
Heaven sure has a twisted sense of humor. 3 years ago, just as she was about to accept Ye Fei's proposal, he met with an accident the very next day. Half a month ago, pressured by her parents, she agreed to give Wang Haitao a chance. Just as she was about to give up on love entirely, Ye Chenfei suddenly reappeared in her life. This man had completely opened her heart. The man before her now reaffirmed her belief that true love truly existed in this world.
Humph. You wish. Su Chunmei burst into laughter through her tears, swatting Ye Chenfei's hand away. You think doing just this little bit means I'll be your girlfriend? That's way too easy. I'll take the flower wreath for now, but the rest depends on your future performance.
Ha!
Though rejected, Ye Chenfei's heart soared with joy.
This time, there was hope. The goddess hadn't completely turned him down, she'd given him a chance to scale new heights.
Xiaomei, does that mean you're letting me pursue you?
Ye Chenfei, overcome with excitement, momentarily forgot himself and asked foolishly.
Su Chunmei blushed, her cheeks flushed as she nodded slightly. Brother Yi, what do you mean? Are you trying to embarrass me?
Yes. Ye Chenfei's entire body ignited with passion. Unable to contain his excitement, he impulsively wrapped his arms around Su Chunmei's slender waist and spun her wildly several times atop the wild Great Wall's highest point.
I did it. I succeeded. I finally earned the goddess's approval.
Ha! Su Chunmei screamed in panic, her face flushed crimson.
Ye Chenfei, let go of me.
You're taking advantage of me. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Nightfall had begun, and the dazzling lights of the 5-star hotel illuminated the surroundings. Su Chunmei remained bashful throughout. Ye Chenfei tried several times to take her hand, but she shyly pulled away each time. Ye Chenfei, be serious.
Tonight I have to meet a big shot. It's crucial for our hospital's inpatient department investment.
That person has a terrible temper.
Try not to talk to him. If we offend him, our hospital expansion will be ruined. Su Chunmei straightened her clothes and specifically warned Ye Chenfei. Xiaomei, if I manage to win over this big shot for you, will you agree to be my girlfriend ahead of schedule?
Ye Chenfei said, thick-skinned as ever.
Brother Yi, I don't see that happening.
You might be skilled at taking pulses, but you won't handle this tycoon.
His temper is notoriously foul. The slightest annoyance sets him off. He's also the investor for this TCM exchange conference.
His name is Li Daqian, currently specializing in real estate investments, and he's a native of Tianhai City.
Not necessarily. Everyone has their weaknesses and flaws.
Reading people is like diagnosing illnesses. Find their vulnerabilities and tailor your approach, and you can handle them.
Ye Chenfei grinned mischievously. Stop bragging. You haven't even met Li Daqian yet, and you're already talking big.
I don't even have confidence I can persuade him to invest, Su Chunmei said, her eyebrow twitching.
If I pull it off, you'll let me hold your hand just once, okay? Ye Chenfei bargained shamelessly. Fine. I'll take your bet. If you win over that Li Daqian, I'll let you hold my hand once. But if you fail...
Su Chunmei's beautiful eyes twinkled mischievously, then you'll be punished by making breakfast for me every single day and delivering it to my house.
No problem.
I'd gladly make breakfast for you every day for the rest of my life.
Ye Chenfei agreed readily.
Half an hour later, in the hotel's buffet restaurant, he met the legendary nouveau riche tycoon, Li Daqian.
Li Daqian was square-built with a round, chubby face.
He wore an open black casual suit jacket, a massive gold chain around his neck, and had dark, tan skin. His jet black eyes were particularly lively.
Upon seeing Su Chunmei, Li Daqian looked disappointed. Xiaomei, didn't we agree old Zhou would come to the exchange meeting?
I was looking forward to drinking with him.
What's this? You didn't even give me a heads up and left me out in the cold. Mr. Li, you've misunderstood, Su Chunmei said politely as she approached. My master truly couldn't come to Yanjing due to health reasons. How about I accompany you for drinks today?
I'll drink his share for him. Xiaomei, no need to explain.
Old Zhou clearly has no sincerity. That old geezer doesn't hold me in any regard. Li Daqian looked visibly angry, a trace of irritation visible between his brows. Mr. Li, it's not like that. Su Chunmei's expression shifted slightly as she hurried forward to bow and explain.
I truly apologize about my master's situation. We didn't inform you beforehand. Please don't be angry, Mr. Li. Consider this drink my apology.
Xiaomei, I'm not mad at you. Men's conversations are something you women'll never understand. Li Daqian wiggled his jowls to block Su Chunmei's view. No need to apologize to me. I'm not targeting you. Ms. Su was taken aback. She hadn't expected Li Daqian to be so unyielding.
Both her mentor and director Chao had repeatedly warned her never to offend him. The hospital's future hinged entirely on his investment. Just as Su Chunmei stood helplessly watching Li Daqian walk away, Ye Chenfei suddenly stepped forward and blocked his path. Mr. Li, Xiaomei can't drink with you tonight, but I will.
Li Daqian halted, sizing Ye Chenfei up from head to toe. Young man, I know you're the doctor sent by Tianhai Hospital. My drinking capacity is formidable. How much can you handle?
Li Daqian was a rough man with a sharp tongue. His words carried multiple layers of meaning, his double entendre clear.
How would you know, Mr. Li, without trying? Since I was chosen to represent old Zhou at the TCM exchange conference, my drinking capacity can't be too shabby, right? Ye Chenfei suspected Li Daqian must have some unspoken hardship, likely needing old Zhou's medical help for an illness. Hearing this remark only solidified his hunch. Young man, you talk a big game. Li Daqian paused slightly, then casually grabbed a bottle of baijiu from the buffet table. Fine, let me see how much you can drink. Finish this bottle first.
The bottle Li Daqian held was indeed a porcelain-capped Feitian Maodai, 52% ABV, with a net content of a full 500 grams. Any sensible person knew that downing half a liter of baijiu in one go would inevitably lead to a drunken stupor.
This wasn't drinking, it was pure recklessness. Ye Chenfei, what are you doing? Su Chunmei tugged hard at Ye Chenfei's sleeve, trying to bail him out. Mr. Li, this is our hospital's new doctor. He doesn't know how to speak properly. Don't take it personally.
But Ye Chenfei stood his ground, taking the bottle from Li Daqian's hand with one hand.
Xiaomei, don't worry about it. Boss Li honors me by inviting me, so I must give him my full respect.
With a sharp twist, Ye Chenfei popped the cap off the bottle and downed it in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, the entire bottle was emptied.
Su Chunmei watched, her heart aching for him. Ah! Ye Chenfei wiped the droplets from his lips with satisfaction, then flipped the empty Feitian Maodai bottle upside down and presented it to Li Daqian. Excellent! Li Daqian took the empty Feitian Maodai bottle, stepped forward, and slung his arm around Ye Chenfei's shoulder. You truly live up to old Zhou's recommendation. You've got his bold spirit. Come on, let's keep drinking. Chenfei, are you okay?
Su Chunmei asked anxiously, her pure eyes filled with concern.
I'm fine. I can still drink.
Ye Chenfei waved his hand dismissively, leaning close to Su Chunmei's ear, his breath heavy with alcohol.
Xiaomei, you silly girl. Can't you tell Li Daqian is actually here to see a doctor?
Alright, Xiaomei, stop worrying.
I promised you I'd handle this Li Daqian. Even if we have to drink, I can outdrink this guy. My stomach's big enough. 2 more bottles won't be a problem.
Ha!
Su Chunmei gaped in stunned silence.
Pure as a maiden, she naturally missed the deeper meaning.
Though she couldn't decipher the baffling communication between men, she clearly saw Ye Chenfei's broad, protective embrace. Wasn't this exactly the kind of man a woman needed most? Immediately afterward, Ye Chenfei secretly activated the heavenly eye finger technique.
He channeled his true qi to evaporate a significant amount of the potent alcohol from his body through the Zhongmen acupoint. In a sense, alcohol was a unique toxin. At least half of the alcohol residue from that bottle of flying heaven Maotai was expelled from Ye Chenfei's system. The theory behind the Zhongmen acupoint could theoretically grant one the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. At this rate, downing another 2 or 3 bottles of baijiu wouldn't be a problem at all. You've got guts, kid. Li Dakong flung open 2 bottles of baijiu, tossed one to Ye Chenfei, and began gulping directly from the bottle.
Ye Chenfei instantly felt dejected. This guy was treating Mutai like beer.
Now he understood the real reason old Zhou hadn't come to Beijing drinking with a character like Li Daqian would probably wear the old man to a pulp. After downing 2 bottles of liquor, the 2 men became more familiar with each other.
Li Dakong opened up. To be honest, young man, I have a rather peculiar ailment. I wonder if you can spot it.
Li Daqian belched loudly as he spoke, the pungent scent of strong liquor wafting toward me.
Old Zhou spotted my problem at a glance. Can you tell what it is? Chapter 93, Drunkard.
Several bottles of baijiu had gone down, and though much of the alcohol had been expelled through his middle door acupoint, Ye Chenfei's head still felt somewhat heavy. He forced his eyes open and scrutinized the wealthy man before him from head to toe. First, Li Daqian's physique was that of a large, obese man. This was linked to his usual diet: excessive nutrition and overindulgence in tonics. Obese individuals often find themselves in a suboptimal state of health, making them prone to developing serious illnesses. Furthermore, Li Daqian's complexion was poor, sallow, almost pallid yellow, and his face was deeply wrinkled. With his fiery temper and excessive liver fire, such individuals typically harbored heart issues. Mr. Li, I'm not entirely sure, but you seem to have quite a temper, right? Ye Chenfei dared not elaborate, choosing instead to describe it vaguely, fearful of further offending this hot-tempered individual. Li Dakong hummed in acknowledgement, abruptly halting his drinking.
He slammed his hand on the table. Good. Impressive. Truly impressive. A master produces a worthy disciple. Old Zhou's protege really has something special. You actually spotted it. Ye Chenfei was taken aback. Excessive heat is a common physical reaction that flares up for many people, especially in autumn and winter. How could this be the specific ailment troubling Li Dakong? Mr. Li, allow me to take your pulse.
Ye Chenfei pulled Li Dakong's arm without hesitation, channeling a thread of true qi from the heavenly eye finger technique into the man's veins.
The nature of this peculiar ailment would soon be revealed.
As the intangible qi spread through Li Dakong's body, Ye Chenfei suddenly froze, detecting an unusual phenomenon. The qi from the heavenly eye finger technique, as it traveled through Li Dakong's body, consistently conveyed one word: scalding.
Li Dakong's internal temperature was extremely high.
The qi flowing back was hot to the touch.
Ye Chenfei estimated it must be at least 40 degrees Celsius, far exceeding normal human body temperature. Could Li Dakong's body actually be running a fever? Mr. Li, you've got to be kidding me. Ye Chenfei snatched the bottle of baijiu from Li Dakong's grasp.
I may be tipsy today, but my mind's still sharp.
Running a fever like this and still chugging alcohol? That's playing with your life.
You should be taking some fever-reducing medicine right now.
Li Dakong burst into an uncharacteristic, raucous laugh. Ha, brother, you don't understand. If it were just a simple fever, I wouldn't be this terrified.
It's burning me up, burning me so fiercely my whole body feels like it's about to explode. This illness has tormented me for nearly 4 or 5 years now. Even when I sleep, I suffer this agony.
With that, Li Daqian snatched the bottle of baijiu back from Ye Chenfei's grasp. The only thing that can save me in this world is alcohol. Only drinking can suppress the fire burning inside me. Only alcohol can numb me, allowing me to finally get a decent night's sleep. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Li Dakong immediately downed several more mouthfuls of liquor, his expression a mix of relief and agony. Stop drinking, brotherly. Ye Chenfei realized something and grabbed Li Dakong's wrist.
There's no such thing as a mysterious illness without a cause in this world.
If there's a root cause, there must be a way to solve it. Let me try again.
Ye Chenfei took Li Daqian's pulse again, his expression growing noticeably more serious. Brotherly, first tell me the specifics of your illness.
How did you contract this strange disease? Li Daqian was startled by Ye Chenfei's earnest expression.
He began recounting his strange illness in halting sentences. I don't remember the exact time, but it was around 3 summers ago.
After dinner, our family was sitting outside enjoying the cool air.
I don't recall what I did that night, but when I went to bed, I suddenly felt intensely hot.
Since it was midsummer, I didn't think much of it.
I turned the air conditioner to a very low temperature, but I couldn't sleep at all that night. Despite the freezing temperature, my body felt like it was on fire.
I drank countless cooling beverages and even swallowed ice cubes, but nothing brought relief. My entire body was in agony. Recalling that day, Lee Dakian's face flushed with embarrassment. The next day I went to the hospital for tests.
After x-rays and a CT scan, the doctor bluntly declared there was nothing wrong with my body. I was healthier than most people. I was furious. Later, I visited several other hospitals, but the results were all similar. They said my body was perfectly fine, and it was just my own sensory nerves playing tricks on me. Lee Dakong's face showed a look of stubborn refusal to accept this.
After returning home, I felt utterly despondent.
One day, after accidentally drinking a bottle of baijiu, I suddenly noticed I slept exceptionally well that night and my body didn't feel as hot. I realized alcohol could numb my nerves and reduce the burning sensation in my body. From then on, baijiu became my only remedy for that heat, regardless of the consequences. I downed at least 4 or 5 bottles daily, maintaining this habit for nearly 2 or 3 years. While the internal heat subsided considerably, my liver began failing.
I now have mild alcoholic liver disease.
The doctor warned that if I continued drinking like this, my liver would be completely corroded by alcohol within 6 months at most, and I'd be dead.
Lee Dakian felt utterly despondent.
He reached for the bottle to drink again out of habit, but Ye Chenfei blocked him with one hand.
Ye Chenfei's expression shifted subtly.
Through the spiritual connection of the heavenly eye finger technique, he sensed the hot spot on Lee Dakian's body was precisely in the upper left chest area. Pressing his palm there, he could distinctly feel the heat radiating from it. To be precise, the root cause of the illness lay within the heart region. As the true chi of the heavenly eye finger technique flowed continuously, Ye Chenfei sensed something peculiar. Running his hand back and forth over the area above and to the left of the heart, he felt a hard, sharp protrusion.
Its hardness clearly distinguished it from Lee Dakong's collarbone. Bone simply couldn't match this level of rigidity.
As Ye Chenfei increased the pressure of his hand, he could faintly sense it shifting slowly.
Brotherly, I want to try a special therapy.
It might be a bit extreme, but it could yield extraordinary results.
Are you willing to give it a shot? Ye Chenfei asked earnestly, holding his breath.
Ha!
Little brother, I've lived this long, what's there left to fear?
I'd even dare to die once.
Lee Dakian declared with exaggerated bravado, his breath still reeking of alcohol. All right then, brotherly, I won't hold back. Open your mouth wide. Open my mouth?
Lee Dakian opened his mouth wide, half believing, half doubting. Young man, you seem even stranger than that old Zhou fellow. What kind of secret technique are you about to use?
Could you give me a hint first, so I can brace myself?
It's nothing special, brotherly. Just hold this position, stay calm, relax, relax, Ye Chenfei reassured him in a steady tone.
Whoosh! Just as Lee Dakong relaxed, Ye Chenfei suddenly lunged forward like lightning, thrusting his finger straight at Lee Dakong's chest.
It was the full force of the heavenly eye finger technique. The strike landed squarely on the rock-hard spot just above and to the left of Lee Dakwang's chest.
Ah!
Lee Dakwang bellowed, catapulted backward along with his chair at least 3 or 4 meters. Before Lee Dakwang could regain his footing, Ye Chenfei shot forward with a whoosh, raising his palm to deliver a vicious smack across Lee Dakwang's back.
Wah! Lee Dakwang was struck so hard he immediately vomited, even spitting out a mouthful of blood.
The restaurant erupted in chaos. After all, Lee Dakwang was a key guest of the host. Seeing him suddenly beaten by a young man in the restaurant sent the surrounding area into an uproar.
Su Chunmei watched the scene from afar, stunned.
She'd just seen Ye Chenfei and Lee Dakong drinking and chatting amicably, never expecting Ye to suddenly punch Lee twice. Her reflexes kicked in, and she rushed forward.
You little bastard! What are you doing? You hit me? Is this your best move?
Lee Dakong looked up, his face twisted in anger as he shouted.
Su Chunmei also rushed forward, grabbing Ye Chenfei's shirt collar. Ye Chenfei, have you lost your mind from drinking? How could you hit someone? And Lee Dakwang, of all people? You're driving me crazy. Ye Chenfei remained silent, shaking off Su Chunmei's small hand and charging straight toward Lee Dakwang.
The man froze in terror, his body convulsing. You little bastard! You're trying to kill me for my money. Help! Help! The previous 2 punches had been delivered with merciless, full force, nearly taking half of Lee Dakwang's life. 2 more blows would likely have sent him straight to the underworld. Yet Ye Chenfei didn't strike again. Instead, he halted before Lee Dakwang, studying the pool of blood the man had just coughed up. Finally, Ye Chenfei spotted a dark speck about the size of a peanut.
How's it feel now, brotherly?
Ye Chenfei asked with a faint, domineering smile.
How do I feel?
What else could it be?
You nearly killed me just now. Li Dekong, already being helped up by those beside him, roared at Ye Chenfei like a wild beast. What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you suddenly attack me? Brotherly, I wasn't asking about that. I asked if your body still feels like it's burning? Ye Chenfei continued calmly. Fever? Li Daqian muttered, pausing to feel his body. Ha? My body doesn't feel hot anymore? The fever's gone? My chest feels cool and comfortable? Li Daqian immediately shook off the bodyguards supporting him on both sides. Rubbing his eyes uncertainly, he suddenly couldn't contain himself and shouted, "This is so strange. I really don't have a fever anymore. I feel so much better. How could this happen? Am I dreaming?" No one could fathom the intensity of Li Daikong's emotions at that moment. For years, he'd been tormented day and night by an invisible illness, enduring the relentless agony in his chest. Now, the heat had vanished suddenly, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ha! Li Dekong burst into uncontrollable laughter, his eyes brimming with tears of pure, crystalline emotion. I'm cured. I'm truly cured. Heaven has eyes. Li Daquan rushed forward, grabbing Ye Chenfei in excitement. Brother, I can't thank you enough. What's going on? Why did my fever suddenly disappear after you punched me twice? This isn't some illusion, is it? Su Chunmei was equally stunned by the scene. She didn't even know what illness Li Dakong suffered from, only that her master had mentioned it was peculiar. Yet now, Ye Chenfei's 2 punches had resolved the strange ailment, something modern clinical medicine couldn't possibly explain. Chapter 94, Curing the Strange Illness. Ye Chenfei picked up the dark speck from the floor with a tissue. Brotherly, this strange illness that's plagued you for so many years, it was caused by this very thing. It's been hiding in your chest for a very long time. It was a black spot about the size of a peanut, feeling surprisingly light when weighed between his fingers. Its surface was jet black, as dark as a ghost stone. What is this? How could it have caused me to burn for so long? Li Daikong asked, filled with confusion. I don't know the specifics either, but I felt this hard lump on your chest, so I just pushed it out forcefully. Ye Chenfei squeezed it through a tissue, and the black spot he held in his hand, the culprit, felt somewhat metallic. It wasn't until Ye Chenfei scraped away the black residue on its surface with a blade that the thing revealed its true form and simultaneously stunned the onlookers into disbelief. It turned out to be a battery. A tiny little battery, the kind used in digital watches. A battery. A battery hidden inside my body? Even Li Dakin himself couldn't accept this reality. The fact was too terrifying, utterly beyond scientific explanation. Brotherly, you'll have to answer this yourself. The reason is simple, you accidentally swallowed this battery. That's why your body overheated and your temperature spiked. Think carefully, did you swallow it by mistake at some point? I remember now. Li Dakong slapped his forehead, a sudden realization striking him. It was that night when we were out enjoying the cool air. I ate a whole watermelon by myself. Later, my son mentioned the batteries were missing from his toy gun. I must have accidentally swallowed the batteries from inside the pistol. The outcome was both laughable and tragic, finally explaining the mysterious illness. Batteries inherently possess conductive properties, causing reflective interference with certain hospital diagnostic equipment, the ultimate reason why medical tests failed to detect the issue. By this point, Li Daqian was so overcome with emotion he was choking back tears, nearly kneeling to thank Ye Chenfei. He grabbed a bottle of Flying Heaven Mao Tai with a flourish. Brother Yi, I must properly thank you today. This bottle I toast to you. Ha? More drinking? Ye Chenfei instantly felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Leaving the hotel restaurant, Ye Chenfei had no idea how many bottles of baijiu he'd downed. His head spun like a top, his balance gone, and he could barely tell which way was up. Su Chunmei finally had to support him back to his room. Meanwhile, Li Daqian was still yelling for more drinks. The guy was practically a demon when it came to baijiu, even with the Zhengmen acupoint as help. Ye Chenfei couldn't keep up with that bastard. Sigh. Anyway, tonight we finally took care of Li Daquan. But this whole ordeal was terrifying, wasn't it? Su Chunmei gritted her teeth as she supported the drunken Ye Chenfei, unable to help but sigh. Ye Chenfei, I counted it for you, you downed 6 whole bottles of baijiu. That's a death wish drinking style. Su Chunmei couldn't stop complaining, though deep down she knew Ye Chenfei had drunk himself into this state purely to help her. What a big fool, how could there be someone as foolish as you in this world? I'm a fool, Ye Chenfei mumbled indistinctly, his head pressed tightly against Su Chunmei's soft shoulder. As long as you're happy, I'll gladly be your fool forever. Nonsense. Su Chunmei snapped, then pushed Ye Chenfei out of the hotel room. Get some proper sleep first. You have that TCM exchange conference tomorrow. Back in the room, Su Chunmei didn't leave. Instead, she thoughtfully brewed him a strong cup of tea and gently wiped his forehead with a towel. Xiaomei, do you remember what I told you? Ye Chenfei opened his eyes and mumbled dazedly. What did I say? Su Chunmei turned to ask. You said once I took care of Li Daquan, you'd let me, hold your hand. Right? Ye Chenfei's drowsy expression twisted into a smug grin. What nonsense! You're this drunk and you remember that? I wonder what's really in your head.
Su Chunmei scolded, her jade-like teeth clenched, yet her face flushed crimson like a ripe peach, blushing shyly.
I remember. Of course I remember. I'll never forget anything about you, Xiaomei. Not in this lifetime. I want to hold hands. I do. Ye Chenfei waved his drunkenly swaying arms. Su Chunmei's heart stirred. She distinctly felt Ye Chenfei's deep affection.
For a man to utter such words reflexively while this drunk was proof of one truth: this woman held an unparalleled place in his heart.
All right. I'll grant your wish. Su Chunmei reached out and took Ye Chenfei's large hand. Two fiery hearts pressed together. Huff, huff. Ye Chenfei exhaled alcohol-laden breaths.
His remaining consciousness registered Su Chunmei's small hand, the delicate, jade-like hand. Her delicate, jade-like hands exuded a faint, subtle fragrance, feeling incredibly comfortable in his palm. Looking at Su Chunmei's bashful expression, her clear eyes brimming with shy embarrassment, her dainty nose flushed like a sunset, and her cherry-red lips radiating infinite allure. They say alcohol unleashes hormones, and Ye Chenfei's mental defenses crumbled effortlessly. His hormones erupted completely, and he couldn't resist pulling her forcefully. Ah! Su Chunmei gasped as her slender frame suddenly lost balance. Ye Chenfei's forceful pull sent her tumbling backward, her body inevitably crashing onto his chest. Her delicate face pressed tightly against the burning cheek of the man beside her.
Tonight, the hottest man wasn't Li Deiki, and it was the poison doctor, Ye Chenfei. Xiaomei, Ye Chenfei.
He murmured, then abruptly captured Su Chunmei's fiery red lips. It all happened so suddenly, yet felt as natural as water flowing downstream.
Smack! Smack!
Ye Chenfei felt sharp stings on his cheeks as two resounding slaps echoed in his ears. Su Chunmei's delicate face flushed crimson, her bright eyes brimming with tears of grievance. Gritting her teeth, she shoved Ye Chenfei away forcefully. Ye Chenfei, you're too much. I clearly said I'd only hold your hand, yet you dared to kiss me. You're pushing your luck, you scoundrel, you shameless rogue. Ye Chenfei collapsed stiffly onto the soft mattress of the hotel bed. Lying prone, he feigned innocence as if he hadn't heard a thing. Good wine, good wine.
I want more.
Su Chunmei tidied her disheveled clothes, glancing at Ye Chenfei passed out drunk on the bed. Before leaving, she couldn't bring herself to leave him uncovered and pulled the quilt over him, muttering to herself, thank goodness. I almost let this guy take advantage of me.
He's such a jerk. Su Chunmei pouted and grumbled a few more complaints before turning to leave.
She couldn't quite explain why, but Ye Chenfei's earlier actions had been utterly unacceptable to her, pushing her to the very edge of her tolerance. Yet, deep down, she felt not a shred of resentment toward him.
Could it be that she had truly, uncontrollably fallen for this man? But even if she had feelings for him, surely they hadn't reached this level yet? Thump!
He had no idea how long he'd been in a daze. Ye Chenfei heard a series of faint but persistent knocks on the door as he drifted in and out of consciousness. Ye Chenfei forced himself to rise, gritting his teeth as he stood. Thirsty as hell, he downed the strong tea Su Chunmei had brewed without a second thought.
A wave of intense bitterness flooded his throat, finally bringing some clarity to his mind.
He distinctly remembered the fiery intimacy with Su Chunmei moments ago. Glancing back at the empty mattress, he concluded it must have been a dream he'd had in his days. The thudding of the door knocking persisted in his ears.
Staggering, Ye Chenfei rushed over to open it. Hello, sir? Would you like a massage?
A sweet, girlish voice drifted in the moment the door opened.
Ha! Ye Chenfei forced his eyes wide open.
A beautiful woman stood there, holding a translucent case, a towel draped over her shoulder, her face lit up with a warm, friendly smile.
The first impression this woman gave was one of darkness. She was tall and slender, with well-proportioned features.
Her hair was tied back in a neat, bouncy ponytail, and her skin had a rich, wheat-colored tone completely overturning Ye Chenfei's preconceptions about beautiful women. The beauties he'd known before were invariably fair-skinned, delicate, and seemingly fragile. But this stunning woman wore a gray short-sleeved top, revealing her bronze-toned arms. Her entire body was a masterpiece of curves, truly a gem among gems. The most captivating feature, however, was her uniquely charming mouth. Unlike the standard beauty archetype, this woman possessed a wide, full mouth. When she smiled, two charming dimples appeared, revealing pearly white teeth that shone like dazzling pearls.
Ye Chenfei found himself utterly captivated.
Sir, we offer professional massage services. The 199 package includes no special services. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. The beauty's bright eyes flashed with a hidden spark, sending an invisible current surging toward Ye Chenfei.
This allure proved far more intoxicating than the alcohol in Maotai wine. Is that so? 199? What kind of massage is that?
Though Ye Chenfei was hazily intoxicated, a sliver of caution remained in his consciousness.
Relax, sir. Full body massage. Guaranteed to be worth every minute. Guaranteed to leave you feeling blissfully satisfied.
The beauty casually pushed open the door and guided Ye Chenfei inside.
Ugh, my head hurts like hell. It feels like it's about to explode. Ye Chenfei gestured to his head, slurring his words drunkenly. Perfect timing. My head massage technique is top-notch. Come, let me give you a try.
It's all included in the $199 package, no hidden fees, I promise.
Xiao Xue cooed sweetly into Ye Chenfei's ear. Chapter 95, Beauty Before Me Too.
Ye Chenfei had been wavering, but Xiao Xue's words shattered his last defenses. He waved his hand generously and exclaimed, "All right, I'll take the $199 package."
He. Ye Chenfei lay face down on the mattress as Xiao Xue deftly stripped off his clothes, revealing his strong, muscular physique.
Her delicate white hands glided over his body like agile snakes. Though small, her touch was masterfully controlled, light and firm in perfect balance.
Her skilled massage techniques soon had Ye Chenfei buzzing with excitement, as if pumped full of adrenaline.
"Sir, is it comfortable?" Xiao Xue asked with a smile as she continued kneading. Comfy, Ye Chenfei mumbled dazedly, his head buried in the pillow.
If you could just apply a bit more pressure, that'd be perfect. You're hitting the pressure points spot on, aren't you?
Of course. We're all formally trained technicians. Xiao Xue chatted casually, trying to make small talk, her hands never stopping their massage. "Sir, you're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend?"
No girlfriend, Ye Chenfei murmured, then seemed to reconsider. Wait, do I have a girlfriend? Do I even have a girlfriend?
"You're so beautiful, why don't you be my girlfriend?"
Ye Chenfei suddenly grabbed Xiao Xue's tanned arm with his free hand.
A wave of comfort washed over him, yet the hazy image of Su Chunmei flickered in his mind. "Xiao Mei, don't leave. Stay with me. Do you know I've missed you for 3 whole years?"
Ye Chenfei's grip tightened like iron pincers, refusing to let go.
Sir, please stop. You're hurting me." Xiao Xue's wrist bore clear marks from his grip as she hurriedly tried to pry his fingers away.
But Ye Chenfei's grip was too strong.
He mistook her for his dream lover. How could he possibly let go of Su Chunmei's delicate hand so easily? Xiao Xue was sweating profusely with anxiety. After a struggle, she finally managed to free her wrist from Ye Chenfei's grip. By then, Ye Chenfei was already snoring loudly. Sir, are you still there?"
Xiao Xue gently shook Ye Chenfei's shoulder, trying to rouse him.
After calling for what felt like an eternity, the only response was the relentless snoring.
Ye Chenfei slept like a dead pig, his mouth still frantically calling out Xiao Mei's name.
Usually, when a client fell asleep this early, the masseuse could wrap up her shift early. By the time the client woke up, it would be daylight the next morning. But Xiao Xue showed no sign of slacking off. She remained focused, kneading Ye Chenfei's back with dedication. Yet, at this moment, the light that shot out from her bewitching eyes was filled with murderous intent.
Killing Ye Chenfei had been surprisingly easy.
Xiao Xue let out a faint smile, revealing her signature grin. This woman was no ordinary hotel masseuse. She was the top assassin of the killer group, nicknamed Cold Blood. Cold Blood, the top assassin of the organization, had a nickname that initially suggested a burly man. No one would have guessed she was a stunningly beautiful woman. This was precisely why her mission success rate had been exceptionally high over the years. Her flawless face served as her best cover. Cold Blood's specialty was the bone-crushing grip, specifically, the combination of her right thumb and index finger. Trained to a certain level, she could crush a stone in her hand. A woman's grip strength surpassed that of many men, which was one reason Ye Chenfei found her massages so pleasurable. For an assassin of Cold Blood's caliber, killing someone was actually quite simple. The real challenge lay in covering her tracks afterward. Specialization was key. Having accepted this contract, Cold Blood would naturally clean up the scene. Flawlessly forged identities, fabricated evidence, even her fingerprints replaced by disposable massage gloves. Killing Ye Chenfei in this 5-star hotel was nothing short of a flawless performance. Only such meticulous execution would be worthy of her reputation as the top-tier assassin. Her tanned, long fingers continued to rhythmically knead Ye Chenfei's back. It wasn't genuine massage. Instead, she used the rhythmic pressure of her fingers on his muscles to locate the misaligned bone in his back. The so-called misaligned bone was actually a specific vertebra in the human spine. Located on the back, 35 centimeters down from the neck, it supported the entire skeletal structure, including the lumbar vertebrae, cervical vertebrae, and the weight of the skull. Severing this bone precisely would paralyze most of the body's bones, instantly ending the target's life. This was the cleanest method of killing. No cleanup required, no blood, no screams, and the target would feel no pain. Thus, pinpointing the exact location of the misaligned bone became a critical process.
Xiao Xue's small hands traced the precise distance on Ye Chenfei's back.
Within a minute, she had pinpointed the exact location of his misaligned bone.
"Sir, how's my massage technique? Feeling good?"
Before the kill, Xiao Xue glanced at Ye Chenfei's handsome profile and asked in a sweet, girlish voice the ultimate irony for him.
"It feels really good.
Harder. Use all your strength." Ye Chenfei mumbled in his sleep, still dreaming of a date with Su Chunmei.
"All right, sir.
I'll send you straight to heaven."
Xiao Xue's smile vanished instantly.
Her bone-crushing hand locked onto Ye Chenfei's vital spot, and she thrust 2 fingers downward with brutal force. Whoosh! As Xiao Shui's hand shot forward, poised to dislocate Ye Chenfei's bones, he suddenly countered with a backhand grab, snatching her claws mid-air with pinpoint accuracy. If Xiao Shui's bone-crushing strike was lightning fast, Ye Chenfei's reaction was pure, primal reflex. Ha! Xiao Shui's face froze in shock. She hadn't expected Ye Chenfei to counter and seize her at this critical moment. Wasn't he supposed to be passed out drunk? My master said, no one must ever touch the misaligned bone on my back. Not even you, Xiao Mei. Ye Chenfei released Xiao Mei's hand, his breath reeking of alcohol as he muttered to himself. Ye Chenfei didn't even open his eyes. After saying that, he went back to sleep like a fool, merely shifting his sleeping position as his thunderous snores echoed through the room. This scene nearly drove Xiao Shui mad with frustration. That a person in a coma could react like this was utterly unbelievable. Little did she know this was the most fundamental technique their master had taught Ye Chenfei and his fellow disciples. In the martial arts world, one must understand their own vulnerabilities. Those fatal weaknesses must never be touched, not even by the most trusted confidant. Even Ye Chenfei, drunk as he was, kept this rule firmly in mind. Master, can you hear me? Xiao Shui asked again, her voice trembling with desperation. Of course I hear you, Xiao Mei. Your voice is still as sweet as ever, as intoxicating as always. Ye Chenfei's mouth was dripping with drool, accompanied by a lecherous grin. This bastard truly deserved to die. Even at death's door, he still lusted after women. Xiao Shui's bone-crushing hand shot upward once more, aiming for Ye Chenfei's throat in another fierce assault. The bone-crushing palm was already her deadliest technique. Now that Ye Chenfei had turned over to sleep, Xiao Shui had no choice but to switch to another lethal move, a fierce thrust aimed directly at his throat. This strike was equally fatal. Even if it didn't kill him outright, it would likely rupture his windpipe. At that very moment, another unexpected twist unfolded. Xiao Shui suddenly saw Ye Chenfei's eyes snap open. Startled, Xiao Shui froze mid-strike, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei gave a faint, bewildered smile. How did you end up in my room? Am I dreaming? Before Xiao Mei could unleash her attack, Ye Chenfei shamelessly grabbed her delicate hands. Xiao Mei, pinch me. Am I really not dreaming? Go to hell. Xiao Shui snorted coldly, gritting her teeth as she wrenched her hands free from Ye Chenfei's grasp. She aimed straight for his throat and jabbed fiercely. But Ye Chenfei suddenly rolled over, flinging Xiao Shui's hand away. His entire body tumbled straight off the mattress, landing with a hard thud on the hotel floor. The sound of cracking echoed as he somehow dodged the deadly strike. Xiao Shui lunged into thin air. Turning around, she saw Ye Chenfei pointing at her with a silly grin, teasing, Xiao Mei, you can't catch me. You can't catch me. He. Xiao Shui's face darkened with frustration. Her pigtails were disheveled from Ye Chenfei's rough handling. He was clearly a drunken mess, yet he kept failing at this simplest of tasks. The reputation of the gold-ranked assassin was utterly ruined. Frustration turned to rage. Forget the gold medal assassin's reputation. Xiao Shui pulled a sharp pedicure knife from her carry-on box. Ye Chenfei, looks like this knife's gonna have to do. I'm in a hurry, no time for your nonsense. Xiao Shui sprang back to her feet from the mattress, raised the razor in her hand, and suddenly leaped toward Ye Chenfei. The blade aimed unerringly at his most vital artery. The next second, this room would be awash in blood. He. Ye Chenfei chuckled, uttering words that would shake heaven and earth. Xiao Mei, I never expected your dancing to be so beautiful. So sexy, so gorgeous. I love it. In his dazed state, Ye Chenfei spread his arms wide in a welcoming gesture and somehow caught the tall, sexy Xiao Mei mid-air with both hands. Chapter 96, Drunk and Carefree. Clang! Xiao Shui's body instinctively went limp, and the sharp pedicure knife slipped from her grasp, tumbling several feet away. After fighting for so long, Ye Chenfei finally came to his senses. Yet, facing such a delicate and beautiful assassin, he found it hard to bring himself to strike her down, especially since he still didn't know why she'd come to kill him. He decided to capture Xiao Shui and question her. Mid-fight, Xiao Shui's expression suddenly froze. She paused, then her beautiful eyes snapped shut. Clang! Xiao Shui's grip loosened, and the pedicure knife slipped from her hand once more. Her entire body went limp, and as darkness flooded her vision, she collapsed to the floor. Ha! Ye Chenfei, who had been about to bolt for the door, caught sight of this and immediately halted, turning back to look. Hey, beautiful, what's going on? Could you please not use such an old-school trick? I'm not that easy to fool. Ye Chenfei steadied himself, noticing Xiao Shui lying motionless on the floor. Black blood trickled from her nostrils, her previously rosy complexion turning paper white, and her lips suddenly turning purple. Doesn't look like she's acting. Ye Chenfei muttered to himself, slowly approaching the collapsed Xiao Shui. Hey, Xiao Shui, don't try any tricks. I usually don't go after women, but if this is a self-defense move, I can't guarantee how hard I'll hit. After several minutes, Ye Chenfei finally concluded that this woman's sudden fainting wasn't meant to deceive him. Ye Chenfei lifted Xiao Shui onto his lap, wiped the dark blood from her nose with a tissue, and first checked her pulse. Ye Chenfei's thick brows suddenly furrowed as his expression turned grave. The chief feedback from his heavenly eye finger technique quickly revealed the truth. The signals reflected from Xiaoshua's liver were exceptionally weak, irregular, and chaotic. Her heart rate was gradually slowing, leading to brain hypoxia and insufficient blood supply. All of this clearly indicated that this woman had been poisoned. Ye Chenfei swiftly retrieved an emergency antidote from his luggage. He then applied treatment to her Zhongmen acupoint to slow the toxin's progression. While this therapy couldn't eliminate the poison entirely, it would prolong Xiaoshua's consciousness. The nature of the toxin itself must be identified before a proper antidote could be formulated. Swish! Swish! Ye Chenfei's heavenly eye finger technique struck precisely at Xiaoshua's Zhongmen acupoint. As his true qi flowed in, a wisp of clear energy swirled up from her forehead. A thread of dark blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her temples gradually moistened, her hair grew damp, and a faint flush returned to her cheeks. Perseverance paid off. Under Ye Chenfei's urgent treatment, Xiaomei finally opened her eyes slightly. The moment she saw Ye Chenfei, her expression changed drastically. Ye Chenfei. It's you. I'll kill you. I cough. Before Xiaomei could finish her sentence, her windpipe spasmed violently, triggering an uncontrollable coughing fit. Her instinctive reaction was to reach for the pedicure knife lying on the floor. Ye Chenfei firmly pressed down on her delicate arm. What kind of mindset do you women have? I saved your life, yet you repay kindness with hatred. If I hadn't rescued you in time, you'd have died from poisoning long ago. You saved me? Xiao Shui repeated, staring at Ye Chenfei in astonishment. I'm a doctor. It's my duty to revive you. Kill me if you want, but first tell me about the poison in your body. Why is it so potent? None of your business. Xiao Shui gritted her teeth, struggling to stand. Her body was weak, and she only managed to rise by leaning heavily against the hotel sofa. While I can't identify the exact poison, I can confirm it's a potent toxin. The antidote requires a specialized formula and must be administered precisely at designated times each day. Missing that window triggers a relapse fatal in severe cases, causing immediate unconsciousness in milder ones. Ye Chenfei shared his assessment of the poison in Xiao Shui's system. This toxin may seem formidable on the surface, but to professionals like us, it's nothing but trash. Ye Chenfei now observed the assassin Xiao Shui before him. She was undeniably a stunning beauty with a striking personality, tall and slender, her face radiating a seductive charm. Her overall qualities were top tier. With such potential, she would be a first-rate prospect in either the entertainment or modeling industries. Staying in the assassin's circle was nothing short of a waste of such talent. I can save you, Ye Chenfei said earnestly. Help you rid yourself of this deadly poison. Why would you save me? Why would you cure my poison? Xiao Shui asked warily, her guard up by habit. I'm the assassin sent to kill you. I'm someone who stops at nothing. Why would you help me? Don't give me that I'm a doctor or noble medical ethics crap. I don't buy it. I'm a man of medical ethics. Seeing someone poisoned, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Is that so wrong? Ye Chenfei declared with a stubborn, commanding tone. Psycho, Xiao Shui spat coldly. As an assassin, she refused to believe Ye Chenfei possessed such kindness. In her world, only missions, targets, and time mattered. I don't need you to save me. You'd better leave immediately. I don't want to see you. You're a complete jerk. Xiao Shui had calmed down, yet she couldn't bring herself to kill him. After all, he was her savior. She gritted her teeth and spat out the words. After tidying herself up, Xiao Shui resolutely turned to leave. Just as she reached the doorway, Ye Chenfei suddenly blocked her path. Xiao Shui's eyes regained their usual coldness. Ye Chenfei, I'll say this one last time. Get out of my way. I don't want to see you anymore, and I don't want to say another word to you. Don't push me to change my mind. If you must go, I won't hold you back. Take this. Ye Chenfei slipped a note into Xiao Shui's pocket. This is the formula I prepared for you. Take it 3 times daily, 1 small bowl each time. This medicine can replace your antidote. In 2 weeks, all the toxins in your body will be expelled. After Xiao Shui left the room, silence settled back in. Ye Chenfei glanced at the time, 5 a.m. A brand new day had begun. What a hauntingly unforgettable night it had been. Would he ever encounter Xiao Shui again? This assassin was no ordinary cold-blooded killer. Thousands of miles away in Tianhai City, 2 figures, one elderly, one young, sat by the window in a grand hotel lobby. Before them stood a pot of clear tea and several plates of steaming buns and pastries. The slightly older man was middle-aged, with barely a handful of strands of hair left on his head. His expression was calm and composed as he leisurely sipped his tea, idly rolling a pair of dark walnuts between his fingers, radiating an air of relaxed ease. Across from him, the younger man appeared slightly restless. His breakfast remained untouched, his face etched with worry. His expression was anything but calm, betraying a guilty conscience. Old Chu, is this plan actually going to work? Ding Xiaobei hasn't made a move in days. He's not worried, but I am. The speaker was none other than the famously wealthy second-generation heir, Mr. Jin, of Tianhai City.
Sitting across from him was none other than Chu Zhuge, the chief strategist under Big Fei of the East District. Chu Zhuge, idly cracking a walnut, waved dismissively. Young Master Jean, there's no need for such impatience. Big Fei has already given the order. Do you really doubt Ding Xiaobei will meet Ghost Brother? Unless he wants to be kicked off Taishao Street for good. Rest assured, rest assured. I saw through this plan long ago. Since I took your money, I'll certainly consider your interests. You know exactly what kind of person I am, Chu Zhuge. Have I ever botched a job? Chu Zhuge slowly finished the clear tea in his cup. It's not that I doubt your strategy. Honestly, I'm deeply worried about that Ghost Brother. He's a figure even the King of Hell wouldn't dare mess with. If we provoke him, it could cost the Jean family everything. Have I gone too far this time? Young Master Jean hastily took a sip of tea, his brow furrowed deeply. Young Master Jean, don't forget that Ding Xiaobei isn't a dog to be trifled with either. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. If we provoke this mad dog Ding Xiaobei, Ghost Brother will suffer heavy losses himself. That means we'll only need to expend 20% of our strength to easily kill Ghost Brother. After that, he should vanish from this world, right? Chu Zhuge narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly, as if everything he described was already within reach. You're absolutely right, you're absolutely right. Jean Gongzi wiped away a bead of cold sweat, masking his cowardly nature. Suddenly, another thought struck him, but old Chu, this time Ye Chenfei just happened to be in Yanjing. Among all these people, the one I most want to eliminate is that bastard. You have no idea how much suffering I've endured at his hands. Don't worry about Ye Chenfei. His arrogance stems solely from having Ding Xiaobei backing him. Once we take down that big tree, his confidence will vanish. Then, any excuse will suffice to eliminate him as easy as crushing an ant. Chu Zhuge's plan was flawless, every detail meticulously considered. He added one final remark, young Master Jean, don't worry. Just sit back and enjoy the show. We'll be the ultimate winners. As noon approached, the doors of Big Fat Lamb Hot Pot stood wide open. Ghost Brother, the owner, and several employees were busy preparing the hot pot seasonings and arranging various ingredients for the evening's customers. True to his nickname, Ghost was as skinny as a monkey, a cigarette perpetually tucked behind his ear. His skin was slightly dark, his forehead creased with wrinkles, and a sparse tuft of hair stood up on his head. 3 years had passed, and Ghost looked much older. Perhaps many had forgotten he was once the feared ghost of Tianhai City. Beside him bustled a man in a floral patterned shirt, his face marked by a prominent knife scar that gave him a menacing air. This man was none other than Ghost Brother's sole remaining brother in arms, Water Ghost. Ever since Ghost Brother retired, Water Ghost had been his constant shadow, his most trusted lieutenant. Just as everyone was bustling about, the glass door of the hot pot restaurant creaked open. A group of men strode in, swaggering and showing off. Leading them was an unfamiliar man with a crew cut. Trailing behind him were 4 or 5 henchmen, each looking slovenly and careless. The moment they entered, they began scanning the room. Is the owner here? The bald-headed guy bellowed the moment he entered, startling the entire staff. Ghost Brother set down his cleaver, glanced toward the dining area, wiped his hands on his apron twice, and stepped out with Water Ghost in tow. Good evening, gentlemen. Such an early arrival. Our hot pot restaurant isn't even open yet. The flat top kicked over a stool and sat down. Boss, you know we're not here for hot pot, right? You should know better than anyone why we're here. Oh, so it's about that last time we moved the shop? Ghost Brother politely handed out cigarettes to the group, showing no trace of the ruthless figure who had once ruled the roost just a few years prior. Guys, this isn't right, is it? Our hot pot place is doing great. You want us to move out now? Our lease isn't up yet. Moving out now would be like tearing down our own sign. I've been running this hot pot shop here for 3 years. Moving out now would really hurt us. Ghost Brother said, sounding aggrieved. Cut the nonsense. Our boss has his eye on this spot. He plans to open a row of clothing boutiques here, a money-making venture that dwarfs your hot pot shop. I warned you last time I came. This visit isn't for your opinion. I'm here to deliver, we're taking this place. The guy with the crew cut was brash, slamming his hand down so hard it shattered the glass partition on the table. The Water Ghost beside him had long since lost his patience. He stepped forward and bellowed, you guys are way too arrogant. What's this? Forcing us out of here? Is that how it works? Do you know who this is? This is Ghost Brother. If you dare cause trouble here, I think you've had enough of living. Chapter 97, The Shocking Assassination Plot. Ghost Brother? I'm strong, brother. The short-haired thug didn't give Ghost Brother's reputation a second thought. Pointing his finger arrogantly, he declared, let me lay down some ground rules for you too. Do you know who my big brother is? My big brother is Ding Xiaobei, the top dog on Taishao Street. You're not moving out, and you won't be running this place anymore. I'll make sure your hot pot restaurant becomes a scrap heap. As the flat top finished speaking, the thugs behind him all leapt to their feet, clearly ready for a fight. The air in the hot pot restaurant instantly thickened with tension. Owner, I'll ask you one last time, are you moving or not? Little Flat Top snarled at Ghost Brother. Looks like you guys really wanna die. Shui Gue charged forward, bellowing, ready to slaughter them all. At the critical moment, Ghost Brother blocked him. He turned and slowly addressed the bald-headed man and his crew. If you want to start trouble, show me what you're made of first. Fine. I'll show you exactly who's ruthless. The Flat Top roared, launching a powerful kick straight at Ghost Brother. Boom! The kick landed squarely on Ghost Brother's midsection, yet the outcome was utterly terrifying. Ghost Brother stood rooted to the spot, his body showing not the slightest flicker of disturbance, as if he hadn't taken any hit at all. Ha! The short-haired guy visibly froze. His opponent was clearly a frail little thing, yet he hadn't even flinched, not even a twitch of his facial expression. Whoosh! As the Flat Top stood frozen, Ghost Brother suddenly reached out, his hand snapping around the Flat Top's neck. His gaunt hand, as firm and sharp as an eagle's talon, clamped down on the Flat Top's throat. With a slight tug, he lifted the Flat Top into the air. Help! Help! The short-haired man frantically kicked his legs, gasping for air, leaving his henchmen behind him utterly dumbfounded. The Flat Top guy weighed at least 120 pounds, yet Ghost Brother effortlessly lifted him into the air with one hand. How terrifyingly powerful must this man be? Seeing their boss trapped, the henchmen swarmed forward. But Ghost Brother flung the little guy like a ragdoll, sending him crashing into the group. All of them tumbled to the ground, left in a heap of disarray. No one dared make another move. Ghost Brother brushed the dust off his clothes, not even turning his head as he said, "If you want me to move out of this place, you'd better find some people with real strength." After dealing with the short-haired guy and his crew, Ghost Brother returned to the kitchen to resume prepping ingredients. He acted as if the earlier commotion had never happened. That was just how enigmatic he was. The mysteries surrounding him remained forever baffling and elusive. Ring 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 ring. Soon, Ghost Brother's phone rang. He immediately stopped what he was doing and answered the call. "Hello, this is Big Fat Lamb Hot Pot Restaurant. May I take your reservation?" "You're Ghost Brother, right?" came a sinister chuckle from the other end. "I'm one of Ding Xiaobei's men. Heard you were quite the hero earlier, beating our guys to a pulp. Must have felt good, huh?" Ghost Brother snorted coldly. "I hope you lot stop causing trouble. Otherwise, whoever shows up will meet the same fate. Even your Ding Xiaobei, I'll beat him until he can't take care of himself. How about this, Ghost Brother? Let's each compromise. Name your price. How much do you want to move out of that spot? Let's avoid making this too tense. What do you say? I'll add another 100,000 yuan in compensation. How does that sound?" The tone on the other end seemed to soften considerably. "Not good enough? Even if you offered me 1,000,000 yuan in compensation, I wouldn't budge from here. I've been running this place for 3 years without issue. Why should Ding Xiaobei suddenly decide he wants it, and I have to pack up and leave? If I cared about money, Defei would be licking my shoes right now. Ding Xiaobei wouldn't even have the chance to strut around here." Ghost Brother spoke with domineering arrogance, his face gradually taking on the expression of a formidable underworld figure. Ghost Brother truly lives up to his name, the aura of a real underworld boss. "Alright then, Ghost Brother, do us a favor and sit down with Brother Xiaobei. There's no knot in this world that can't be untied. Let's find a suitable way to resolve this. How about it?" The guy on the other end of the line must have sensed Ghost Brother's killing intent, as his tone grew increasingly polite. "Humph. I don't have time for this. My stance is clear. No one will ever make me leave this place. This hot pot restaurant is my lifelong spiritual anchor. I'll die here if I must. Got that?" Ghost Brother, breaking his usual composure, bellowed into the phone. "Ghost, this is also Brother Xiaobei's request. Meet us at the barbecue place downtown at 8 p.m. sharp. Brother Xiaobei will be waiting. Your choice whether to show up. This time, he genuinely wants to talk. See you at Fire Dragon Barbecue at 8 p.m. The other party quickly gave the address before hanging up in a hurry. "Ghost, what's going on? Those bastards again?" After the call ended, Water Ghost approached with concern. "It's Ding Xiaobei from Taishao Street. He wants us to come talk tonight. What do you think, Shui Ghost?" Ghost Brother, feeling uneasy, turned to Shui Ghost for his opinion. Water Ghost hesitated before replying. "Brother Ghost, if we were still the hotheads we were 3 years ago, we'd storm over armed right now and take that Ding Xiaobei's life. They wouldn't dare bully people anymore. But now, Ghost Brother, we still want to keep running the hot pot restaurant. We can't use the old ways. Besides, you swore you'd stay out of the underworld from now on. I think we should prioritize peace this time. Have a proper chat with that Ding Xiaobei. Your reputation speaks for itself. He'll have to give you some face." "You have a point," Ghost Brother nodded slightly. "Then tonight we'll close shop and go meet this Ding Xiaobei. If he demands I move out, I'll risk my old life to make them suffer." Ghost Brother reached into a kitchen cabinet, pulling out a rectangular plastic box. He opened it, drew out a piece of cloth, and revealed a dagger with a sharp, gleaming blade. This dagger was Ghost Brother's signature weapon, an Nepalese dagger, roughly 40 centimeters long, forged from special high-grade steel. Its handle was carved with a lifelike tiger's head, and the entire blade was coated in an emerald green hue, shrouding the Nepalese dagger in an aura of mystery. Back in the day, Ghost Brother had used this very dagger to slaughter across the skies and seas, dominating the martial world. The mere mention of the Nepalese dagger would send chills down anyone's spine, its name synonymous with terror. 3 years had passed, yet the dagger remained unchanged, not a speck of rust marred its surface. Ghost calmly drew the Nepalese dagger. "My brother, I truly hope you never stain it with blood again." Meanwhile, in the office on Taishao Street, Ding Xiaobei carefully selected several trusted brothers. Along with Big Guy, there were 6 others, making 8 in total. They were about to participate in the evening negotiations with Ghost Brother. He had originally intended to bring Xiaobai and Lao Shu, but after careful consideration, he realized this negotiation was essentially a suicide mission. Danger lurked at every turn, and they were facing a figure on par with a murderous demon. It was best not to involve his close brothers in such a negotiation. Even if he could join them, Ding Xiaobei wouldn't have much confidence. The Ghost Brother incident had already caused an uproar throughout the city in recent days. And many merchants on Taishao Street were in a state of panic, fearing their shops might become Ghost Brother's next target for revenge. Coupled with the brutal mutilation of 2 brothers from Taishao Street who had fingers hacked off, all this public outcry and the series of events thrust Ding Xiaobei, the top dog, into the eye of the storm. The feud between him and Ghost Brother could no longer be resolved through simple negotiations. What they needed was a decisive showdown. With 4 hours left until the 8 p.m. negotiations, Ding Xiaobei found his palms unconsciously drenched in sweat. Just then, the office door swung open, revealing a familiar face, Dafei, the boss of the East District. 2 trusted lieutenants followed Dafei as he entered, looking weary from the journey. The underlings in the room immediately greeted him with respectful salutes. "Good evening, Brother Dafei." Dafei gave his customary nod. "Xiaobei, how's it going? Everything ready?" "Brother Dafei, everything's ready. I picked a few brothers who are pretty skilled. I feel somewhat confident." Ding Xiaobei replied earnestly. Dafei scanned the room, his expression turning puzzled. "Xiaobei, where's your brother Ye Chenfei? That kid's got real talent. Having him there would give you an extra layer of protection." Ye Chenfei had to go to Beijing for something and can't return for now, so he can't help with this, Ding Xiaobei answered reluctantly. From a brotherly perspective, he truly didn't want Ye Chenfei involved. That's a real shame. Honestly, I've always thought highly of that kid. I always felt Ye Chenfei was wasted as a lowly clinic doctor. He could have made a name for himself in our East District. Dafei stroked his stubble thoughtfully. Even the old-timers backed him, he couldn't be wrong. Dafei patted Ye Chenfei's shoulder and continued reassuring him, "But Xiaobei, you know how I feel. I came here just to cheer you on." Dafei pulled a pistol from his pocket and handed it to Ding Xiaobei. "Xiaobei, take this. If all else fails, take out that bastard. I refuse to believe he's made of impenetrable bronze, even bullets can't stop him." "No thanks, big brother. I've barely used this thing. If it goes off accidentally, that'd be trouble. We brothers aren't pushovers either, we can still take down Ghost Brother. That bastard owes us, and I'll collect every last penny with interest. Stop trying to be a hero. If you won't think of yourself, at least think of me as your big brother. You're the backbone of our East District. I don't want any trouble coming your way. Put that gun away. Ding Xiaobei, listen to me, no matter what, you come back safe. In a few days, I've got a major figure to introduce you to. You're the future of our entire East District." Dafei's face was full of concern. "Alright, I'll take it then. Thanks for your concern, Brother Dafei." Ding Xiaobei nodded with his usual earnestness. Chapter 98, The Shocking Assassination Plot 2. Stop dawdling. Get moving now. Be the first to arrive and scout the area around Fire Dragon Barbecue. Know your enemy and yourself, and you'll win every battle. Only fight when you're certain of victory. Dafei waved dismissively. And so, Ding Xiaobei led his 7 brothers, splitting into 2 vehicles, toward the Fire Dragon Barbecue. Though night hadn't yet fallen, he could already feel the biting cold rushing past the windows. The drumbeat of an intense battle had already begun. In a few hours, he wondered if he'd ever see the city's enchanting nightscape again. Far away in Beijing, Ye Chenfei drifted through most of the day in a haze. The traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference commenced in the afternoon, opening with introductions of renowned physicians from various hospitals, followed by speeches from each doctor. Each speech seemed copied from the same document. When Tianhai City Hospital's turn came, Su Chunmei took the stage as their representative. This segment dragged on for half the day, lulling Ye Chenfei into drowsiness at the conference. Just as Ye Chenfei was drifting off, his phone buzzed. Glancing down, he saw it was a call from Lao Shu. Seizing an opportunity, Ye Chenfei slipped into the restroom to take the call. "Brother Yi, bad news. Something's happened. I just got word that Xiaobei and a few brothers went looking for trouble with Ghost Brother." "Damn it! Why is this Ding Xiaobei so impatient? Didn't I tell him to consult me first? Going after Ghost Brother without a word, that's practically suicide." Brother Yi, I have a feeling Xiao Bei is going to clash with them tonight. Their opponent is Ghost Brother, it's either kill or be killed.
Mouse said anxiously on the other end.
And I think. Rat, you say you sense something off?
Ye Chenfei felt his heart sink as he listened.
This whole series of events feels too coincidental. There's not a single flaw, everything seems scripted. The only odd thing is that phone number Xiao Bei called. It's been disconnected now. Too convenient.
Mouse voiced his doubts.
Then what are we waiting for? Mouse, get Xiao Bei back here immediately. The trouble with Ghost Brother can wait until I return. Ye Chenfei distinctly sensed a powerful sense of crisis. Ding Xiaobei was already teetering on the edge of life and death. Brother Yi, I can't reach Ding Xiaobei right now. All I know is he took 7 brothers out. What's the exact situation?
I have no clue about the time or location, and I can't get in touch with any of the brothers he took with him.
Damn it! How could this happen? Ye Chenfei glanced at the time. Over 3 hours remained until 8 p.m.
A sudden realization struck him. Rat, book me a flight from Beijing back to Tianhai City immediately.
I recall there's a flight departing at this time. Right.
Mouse responded urgently, the flight back only takes 2 hours.
Brother Yi, I'll handle it immediately. Don't just sit there, Mouse. Do whatever it takes to find Ding Xiaobei and Ghost Brother's location. Xiaobei was definitely set up this time. At 7 o'clock in the evening in Tianhai City, Golden Young Master sat restlessly in his office. He kept glancing at the time on his gold wristwatch. Despite the fine wine and exquisite dishes before him, and the beautiful women massaging his shoulders, his heart remained heavy. As the hour drew nearer, young Master Jean felt increasingly certain he'd overplayed his hand this time. His original goal was merely to eliminate Ye Chenfei, venting the pent-up resentment he'd accumulated over recent times. To that end, he'd spared no expense in recruiting Tianhai City's very own Zhuge Liang Chu Zhuge. But he never imagined that Chu Zhuge's trap would drag 2 heavyweight figures from Tianhai City into the fray. Ding Xiaobei and Ghost Brother, these were not men a man of Jin Gongzi's standing could afford to offend. Either one could single-handedly bring down the entire Jin family. Worst of all, he clearly saw the fatal flaw in this plan. If he messed this up, it could even burn him alive.
Anxiously, Jin Gongzi dialed Chu Zhuge's number. Old Chu, I still don't think this is right.
You're having Ding Xiaobei and Ghost Brother negotiate? They're not going to fight each other. Young Master Jin, that's not your concern. Didn't I tell you to sit back and enjoy the show tonight? Chu Zhuge sounded perfectly calm on the other end of the line.
Old Chu, are you genuinely clueless or just playing dumb? The thugs who trashed the place on Taishao Street weren't the water ghost at all, they were imposters hired to impersonate him. If you send those 2 to negotiate, the moment they face off, everything will be crystal clear. Even a fool would see the flaw in that setup. Young Master Jean stomped his foot in frustration.
If Ding Xiaobei and Ghost Brother couldn't fight, the entire plan would be scrapped. Ha! Young Master Jean, I've considered this long ago. Trust me, this once I guarantee they'll clash. If not, I, Chu Zhuge, will quit this business forever. Chu Zhuge chuckled confidently. Some Russian girls just arrived at the Huamei Hotel. De Fei and I are singing here.
If you're nervous, come have a drink to calm your nerves.
Forget it. I'm not in the mood right now.
Young Master Jean wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with unease. Chu Zhuge stood in the corridor of the Huamei Hotel. After hanging up, a sly grin spread across his face. Ding Xiaobei, you're nowhere near as good as Huang Degu. At least he gave me a monthly cut. You just ignore me completely. Humph. If you can't be the boss, then step aside and let someone else take the seat. Chu Zhuge stepped out of the corridor and found several underlings on guard duty. Stay alert, he barked. Big Brother De Fei and I have important business to attend to. No one, and I mean no one, is to come in and disturb us. Got it? Fire Dragon Barbecue, a barbecue joint nestled in Tianhai suburbs, barely scraped by on customers from nearby factories. Business was always slow, but tonight was different. Someone had shelled out 10,000 yuan to rent out the entire place. The owner was naturally overjoyed and readily agreed. However, the customer had special conditions. The owner only needed to prepare food and drinks, and everything else was none of his business. At the appointed time, he must clear the premises immediately. The dining guests had important matters to attend to, and it was highly confidential. The owner agreed without hesitation, completely unaware that within the walls of his humble barbecue shop, a deadly operation was about to unfold. The 10,000 yuan was merely the cost of props for this deadly scheme. At 8 o'clock that evening, a white van sat quietly parked in front of Fire Dragon Grill. Ding Xiaobei arrived punctually with several large henchmen in tow. The shop was just 3 small, connected cottages, simply decorated. Stepping into the main hall, the aroma of grilled fish and meat mixed with scallions hit them. The glass windows were smeared with black grease, yet despite the empty interior, the scent was intoxicating. A dozen rectangular tables were pushed together to form one massive square table. It was laden with grilled delicacies, fish, chicken, pork, an array of vegetables, and beer, everything imaginable.
This small barbecue shop had been temporarily transformed into a buffet-style setup. Ding Xiaobei surveyed the modest eatery. The main hall was surprisingly spacious, with the large communal table dominating the center, making the place feel somewhat empty. Yet its remote, secluded location, quiet and deserted, made it an ideal spot for murder and robbery. Just as Ding Xiaobei was looking around, a clamorous sound came from outside the door. Following the noise, he spotted the legendary Ghost Brother and his henchman, Water Ghost. Ironically, there were only two of them, arriving on a black electric scooter. For former big shots in Tianhai City, this entrance was downright shabby. Only two people? Ding Xiaobei couldn't help but pause. What was Ghost Brother thinking? They'd brought 7 or 8 men direct the shop, yet he'd come to negotiate with just one person. Was he completely disregarding them, or had he hidden a large group of men nearby? Moments later, Ghost Brother and Water Ghost entered the barbecue shop one after the other. Ghost Brother's entrance was not only shabby, but his clothes were downright tacky. His face was pockmarked and greasy, and he was actually wearing a hot pot restaurant uniform. His leather shoes were so shiny they could reflect light, though that wasn't from shoe polish, it was from being soaked in the restaurant's oil and grease. Brother Ghost showed no trace of a killer's aura, except for the green dagger hanging conspicuously at his waist, the only item on his person that looked remotely intimidating. The Water Ghost following behind him needed no introduction. His face bore a particularly striking scar, and his menacing expression was evident in his eyes alone. He too wore the hot pot restaurant uniform, and upon closer inspection, his aura of menace remained undiminished, though he bore a certain resemblance to a butcher. Ghost Brother and Water Ghost took their seats one after the other, solidifying the 8-against-2 standoff. A deathly silence hung in the room. Not a word was spoken upon meeting. Instead, they tacitly ate the pre-grilled food laid out on the table. In an instant, the grill room filled with a potent blend of lethal tension and savory aromas, the thick, explosive atmosphere spreading throughout the space. After Ghost Brother finished gnawing on a chicken leg, he wiped his mouth and broke the stifling silence. "We didn't come here to eat. You want to negotiate, yet you won't utter a single word. Is this your attitude?" Though Ghost Brother looked downright shabby, his tone was razor-sharp, reverberating in every ear in the room. "What gives you the right to act so arrogant?" Big Guy slammed his fist on the table first, bellowing, "You have the nerve to bring up what you've done? First, compensate us for 2 fingers. 2 fingers? Ghost Brother visibly frowned, completely baffled by their demand. The two exchanged puzzled glances, utterly perplexed. "Big Guy, sit down." Ding Xiaobei intervened promptly, then solemnly lit a cigarette. "Ghost Brother, I respect you as a figure in Tianhai City, which is why I agreed to negotiate with you. In this line of work, we all value reason. You've bullied your way onto my turf, haven't you? And with such despicable methods? That's far beneath your status, isn't it? What nonsense are you spouting?" Ghost Brother interrupted, frowning. "I don't understand any of this. I came to discuss the demolition. Why are you bringing up all this irrelevant crap? Clearly, you're the one trying to take over my turf. How did that become me being despicable?" Chapter 99, Russian Beauty. Both sides froze, utterly baffled by the other's words. The atmosphere froze instantly, sparks flying from the very start. Smack! Shui Gui abruptly stood up, pointing at Ding Xiaobei and bellowing, "Ding Xiaobei! We don't have time for this nonsense. Let me make it crystal clear, we won't agree to any of your demands. Our stance is rock solid. No compromise. Spit it out if you've got something to say. Got any tricks up your sleeve? Bring 'em on. Like we're scared of you. Don't think being the god of death makes you special. We don't give a damn about you." The tall men on this side stood up just as defiantly. The confrontation instantly escalated, and battle seemed imminent. "Hold on. Water Ghost." Just then, Ghost Brother pulled Water Ghost back, leaning in to whisper, "Water Ghost, don't you sense something's off? We don't understand what Ding Xiaobei's saying, this smash the shop and finger business. There's definitely a misunderstanding here." Right on schedule at 8 p.m., Ye Chenfei returned to Tianhai City. Lao Shu and Xiaobai rushed to the airport to meet him, both visibly anxious. "Rat, how's it going? Found the place where Xiaobei and the others are negotiating?" Ye Chenfei asked with concern. "Not yet, but there's someone who knows where they went. Defei." Before Xiaobei left, Defei visited the office on Taishao Street. "I'm sure he knows Xiaobei's whereabouts." Mouse's eyes were bloodshot as he replied. "Where is Defei now? Call him." "No one knows where Defei is now. His phone's dead. Damn it, it's like he vanished off the face of the earth." Xiaobai shook his head. "I've asked a bunch of guys, but no one knows where Defei went. That bastard. Xiaobei's risking his life for him, and he's off somewhere living it up." The group raced toward the city center like their cars were on fire. Along the way, Ye Chenfei personally made numerous calls inquiring about Defei's whereabouts, but most responses were simply "I don't know." Meanwhile, Ye Chenfei noticed his phone lit up with multiple unread messages, all from Su Chunmei. "Ye Chenfei, what's going on? Where did you go? You vanished without a trace? Reply immediately when you see this." Ye Chenfei, where the hell are you? How could you just leave without a word? Ye Chenfei, are you still holding a grudge over last night? You've been completely out of it all day. You've really disappointed me. Ye Chenfei let out a deep sigh, his head spinning. He admitted he hadn't been himself this morning. Without pausing to think, he quickly texted back, urgent business. Currently in Tianhai. Will explain when I can. Su Chunmei replied almost instantly, Tianhai? Are you kidding me? What could possibly be more important than the traditional Chinese medicine conference? Tomorrow is the most crucial part. How am I supposed to handle everything alone? You've really let me down.
Just as Ye Chenfei was about to call and explain, his phone rang.
The caller ID showed Qin Zimo. Chenfei, you've been frantically trying to reach Defei. What happened? Qin Zimo's icy tone couldn't hide her concern for Ye Chenfei.
There's no way to explain it clearly.
Zimo, do you know where Defei is right now? I know. He and Chu Zhuge are at the Huamei Hotel right now.
The old lady just spoke with Defei on the phone, Qin Zimo replied honestly.
Great. Fantastic. Hope surged through Ye Chenfei. Zimo, I'll head over immediately. Thank you so much for your help. Qin Zimo didn't say much, but she did caution him, Chenfei, be careful. If you need anything, call me. I don't want you to be in any danger. After hanging up with Qin Zimo, Xiaobai drove straight to the Huamei Hotel. It was just past 8 o'clock. If he arrived in time, he might still prevent a bloodbath. Minutes later, Ye Chenfei and his two brothers arrived at the second floor of the Huamei Hotel, heading for the luxurious VIP suite reserved by Defei. The situation was far from smooth. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, they were blocked by several unfamiliar bodyguards. Unexpectedly, there were at least 8 bodyguards blocking the corridor. These men had unfamiliar faces and wore crisp suits, clearly not locals from Taishao Street or the East District. Their leader was a conspicuous bald man, tall and muscular. He stepped forward to block their path. This floor is reserved. Private property. No unauthorized access. Is Defei inside? We're looking for Defei. We have something very important to discuss with him, Xiaobai said anxiously. We don't even know who Defei is. Our boss is handling important business inside. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. You need to leave immediately. Our boss doesn't want any interruptions. The bald bodyguard declared sternly. Who's wasting our time here? Let us in to find Defei now. If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility for it, you bodyguard? Get out of our way. Xiaobai couldn't help but shout at the bald bodyguard, his brother's concern for Ding Xiaobei's safety boiling over. Looks like you're the ones dragging your feet.
If you don't get out of the way, don't blame us for using force, the bald bodyguard retorted coldly. As soon as the bald bodyguard finished speaking, his companions behind him simultaneously rolled up their sleeves. It seemed they had anticipated an intrusion and were fully prepared, with spare stun batons tucked at their waists. Xiaobai, Mouse, don't provoke them. Ye Chenfei pulled the two men back slightly, and the bodyguard's tension eased somewhat. Suddenly, Ye Chenfei's expression darkened. He swung a powerful punch at the bald bodyguard's head, then followed up with a kick to his midsection. The man crashed to the floor. Ye Chenfei immediately followed up with a fierce shoulder charge, knocking aside another bodyguard blocking his path. He sprinted full speed toward the luxury private room where Defei was located. Rat, little Bai, hold these guys off. I'm going to find Defei. Don't worry, brother Yi. Leave these guys to us. Xiaobai and Lao Shu shouted in unison, immediately launching their attack on the bodyguards without further ado. By the time they spoke, Ye Chenfei had already sprinted far ahead. The bodyguards tried to intercept him but were instantly pinned down by the relentless Mouse and little Bai, unable to break free to pursue. Room 202 was where Big Fei was holed up. The door was locked from the inside, but deafening heavy metal music blared out, accompanied by the raucous laughter of men and women. A surge of rage flared in Ye Chenfei's throat. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful flying kick to the door. The locked wooden door burst open instantly, revealing the scene inside the luxurious private room. The room was thick with smoke and bathed in glaring lights, a kaleidoscope of colors. 6 vibrantly dressed Russian women were attending to the two main figures inside Defei and Chu Zhuge. This was the so-called important matter. The idyllic scene inside was shattered by Ye Chenfei's arrival. The door kicked open with a loud bang. Ye Chenfei, looking disheveled and weary, appeared, startling everyone. The Russian beauties turned pale with fright and suddenly screamed, throwing the private room into chaos. Ye Chenfei? Chu Zhuge, who had been smoking on the sofa, recognized the man instantly and exclaimed in surprise. He never imagined Ye Chenfei would suddenly appear in this private room. Shouldn't Ye Chenfei be in Yanjing hosting some exchange meeting right now? Defei was sloshed, his head spinning in a hazy fog. He didn't recognize the man before him at first. He only heard a loud thud followed by the terrified screams of the Russian beauties. Annoyed, he immediately started cursing, "Ing hell, who the hell are you? What the are you doing? Brother Defei, it's Ye Chenfei. Ding Xiaobei's brother. I need to see you urgently."
Ye Chenfei stepped forward and declared. Ye Chenfei, get out. Before Ye could respond, Zhu Zhuge jumped up and cut him off.
Brother Defei and I have important business to discuss.
Why did you barge in uninvited? Do you even respect Defei as the boss? How dare you kick down the door? Zhu Zhuge was thoroughly exasperated. He'd stationed several bodyguards in the hallway, yet Ye Chenfei had somehow appeared out of nowhere.
My apologies, I had urgent matters to report to Brother Defei, hence my rash actions.
I hope Brother Chu won't hold it against me. This concerns life and death. I had no choice but to act thus.
Ye Chenfei began his explanation respectfully, acknowledging his behavior had indeed been excessive.
Zhu Zhuge's heart lurched.
His mind instinctively raced to his own plan.
Had Ye Chenfei spotted a flaw? Impossible.
His plan was flawless.
Why would Ye Chenfei suddenly see through it? Little did he know, Ye Chenfei hadn't even suspected Zhu Zhuge yet. He was solely focused on urgently rescuing Ding Xiaobei.
Oh, so you're Ye Chenfei. At that moment, Big Fei finally recognized the man before him. Pushing aside several of his beloved beauties, he staggered to his feet and pointed at Ye Chenfei, bellowing, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Who the hell do you think you are, kicking down my door and ruining my good time?"
Big Fei grabbed a beer bottle, ready to smash it over Ye Chenfei's head. His plans had been ruined, especially by a stranger and nobody, some insignificant little doctor. A surge of uncontrollable rage erupted within him.
Without a second thought, he flew into a furious rage. But just as the bottle was about to connect, Ye Chenfei grabbed Defei's wrist. "Brother Defei, I apologize for interrupting your business. Please tell me where Ding Xiaobei is."
"He's in grave danger right now. I suspect he's fallen into someone's trap.
I have to save him, he's my brother."
"Ha? Ye Chenfei?" Defei snorted, glancing at him. "You kicked down this door, scared the hell out of these ladies, just to ask me where Ding Xiaobei is?" Chapter 100, No Mercy in the Slap.
The transparent coffee table in the private room was cluttered with numerous bottles of imported liquor. The luxurious room reeked of alcohol, a scene of decadent excess.
Defei's face twisted in agony, his eyes bloodshot, his entire being engulfed in a raging inferno of fury.
As the boss of the East District, having an unknown nobody barge in like this was an insult he simply couldn't stomach. If he'd had a knife, he would have lunged at Ye Chenfei without a second thought.
The imported liquor bottle froze mid-air. Defei distinctly felt the immense resistance from Ye Chenfei's grip.
For a moment, his own hands were immobilized, as if clamped by a powerful vice.
"Let go of my hand, Ye Chenfei. Damn it, I said let go. Do you hear me?" Defei roared like a rabid dog.
His hand trembled uncontrollably, a clear sign his rage had reached its peak.
"Brother Defei, I don't have time to waste with you. Where is Ding Xiaobei?" Ye Chenfei's roar exploded in everyone's ears, his presence completely overshadowing the East District's top dog. Zhu Zhuge leaped from the sofa edge, pointing at Ye Chenfei and snarling, "Ye Chenfei, you dare lay a hand on Big Fei? Are you rebelling? Ha? Let go. Let go." Ye Chenfei, seething with suppressed rage, finally released Big Fei's wrist.
"Sorry, Big Fei. I lost my temper. For the sake of our brotherhood, please tell me where Ding Xiaobei is now."
Defei staggered, nearly losing his footing. For reasons he couldn't explain, Ye Chenfei's presence had unnerved him. Though he was just an unremarkable young doctor, Defei felt an inexplicable dread welling up inside him.
The bottle of imported liquor hung suspended in his hand, the courage to smash it gone.
"Who the hell do you think you are, Ye Chenfei? Why should I tell you where Ding Xiaobei is? That's internal company information. I owe you nothing, you outsider." Defei seemed to sober up considerably, settling back into the sofa with a look of disdain.
"Ha?" Ye Chenfei was momentarily speechless. He'd always known Defei was a useless jerk, but at least he'd been loyal to his men.
He never expected this kind of attitude.
He snorted angrily, "Ding Xiaobei is about to die.
Why? Are you just going to stand by and watch your brother get killed?"
"The company has its own plans, and these plans were decided through collective discussion.
I won't alter our strategy just because you say so. Do I need you standing here telling me what to do? Get the hell out of here now.
For Ding Xiaobei's sake, I'll spare your life.
But if you don't know when to back off, you'll regret it. I'm in a bad mood today." Defei snarled, baring his teeth. "All right."
Ye Chenfei straightened his posture. "Since you're so reckless about your brother's safety, don't blame me for disregarding your face."
"Defei, I'll ask you one last time otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Zhu Zhuge seized the moment, stepping in front of Defei and roaring, "Ye Chenfei, have you lost your mind? You're actually going to lay a finger on big brother Defei? Do you know what'll happen? You'll die, and you'll drag Ding Xiaobei down with you." Bam!
Before Zhu Zhuge could finish his sentence, Ye Chenfei delivered a thunderous punch that slammed into his bald head.
Caught off guard, Zhu Zhuge staggered and was knocked flat by the single blow.
"When my brother's safety is at stake, I don't care who you or anyone who dares to stop me will be dealt with."
Damn it! Ye Chenfei's punch packed serious power, landing right by Zhu Zhuge's earlobe.
An egg-sized swelling instantly puffed up beside the old man's ear.
His head felt heavy, his legs wobbly, and stars danced before his eyes. As the Zhuge Liang of the East District, when had he ever endured such treatment? Shu Zhuge suddenly felt like ending it all. Big Fei, don't push me. You dare. De Fei's shout carried no real conviction. Ye Chenfei, I don't believe you'd actually lay a finger on me. If you do, you're dead. Just as Ye Chenfei was about to strike, a thunderous voice boomed beside him. Ye Chenfei, stop. Ye Chenfei turned to see a familiar face before him, none other than the East District's veteran, Third Master. Master 3 strode in wearing a black Zhongshan suit, his hands clenched at his sides. His face wore a stern expression, and his brow radiated an intimidating, commanding presence. Third Master! De Fei exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected the old-timer to show up at this critical moment. As the top dog of the East District, De Fei felt utterly humiliated that Third Master had witnessed him getting brutally beaten. Third Master, how did you get here? If I hadn't shown up, the entire East District would be finished, Third Master retorted coldly. Ye Chenfei, you son of a. You're dead meat. Fei, emboldened by the Third Master's presence, barked with borrowed authority. I don't care about your relationship with Ding Xiaobei or why you barged in recklessly. I must tell you now, you've broken our East District's rules, you've defied your superiors, and you've shown utter contempt. You will face the 36-blade torture. My deepest apologies, Third Master. I disturbed your peace and made you witness this disgrace. I deserve to die. You truly deserve death, Third Master repeated bitterly. He slapped down Ye Chenfei's outstretched arm and stepped before De Fei. Your brother was framed, yet you remained oblivious, carousing here as if nothing happened. What do you take your brother for? If not you, then who deserves death? You're the one who broke the rules. Ha! Third Master's words left De Fei utterly dumbfounded. Third Master was clearly targeting him. Had he misread the situation? Was Third Master actually siding with Ye Chenfei? Da Fei's mind couldn't process it. He thought Third Master must have misunderstood. Third Master, let me explain. It wasn't what you saw. This Ye Chenfei barged in without a second thought and started beating both of us. Look at old Chu's head, that bastard swelled it up. Smack! Smack! Third Master glared at De Fei, then delivered 2 resounding slaps across his face. Though Third Master was gaunt and sallow, his blows were merciless. Instantly, De Fei's flushed face bore the imprint of those bony palms. De Fei, I see you're still drunk. I don't know the situation? If I didn't know the situation, would I come here? The people who crashed the party on Taishao Street weren't water ghosts at all, someone was impersonating them. Ha! Imposters? Then they're not Ghost Brothers men? De Fei's mind went blank at the news, his voice trembling as he stammered. Even an old codger like me can spot the flaws, yet you, the East District boss, can't see them? All you do is drink and chase women. What big things could you possibly accomplish? Third Master stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps across De Fei's face. What kind of boss are you? Just step down and let someone else take over. De Fei instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. The 3 old man's 4 resounding slaps spoke volumes. De Fei wasn't stupid. Seeing Third Master's fury like a raging beast, he immediately softened his tone. Third Master, I was wrong. I truly didn't know the situation. I thought it was just that ghost brother wanting to crash the party, trying to use our Taishao Street to make a comeback. I didn't know about any traps. I just sent Xiaobei to negotiate with them. Enough talk. Tell us where they are. Third Master's stern expression carried undeniable authority. They're at the Fire Dragon barbecue in the suburbs. De Fei dared not delay, hastily revealing the location where Ding Xiaobei and Ghost Brother were negotiating. Once he had the exact location, Ye Chenfei swiftly backed out and dashed out of the Huamei Hotel at top speed. That night, De Fei's reputation was utterly ruined. Yet in the corner of the luxurious private room, Shu Zhuge's expression was equally grim. Witnessing Ye Chenfei's swift departure, he frowned. Taking advantage of the surrounding chaos, he pulled out his phone. Meanwhile, the nail-biting negotiations continued inside the Fire Dragon barbecue restaurant. As a key participant, Ghost Brother also sensed something deeply off about the situation. Just as his confusion deepened, Water Ghost suddenly gave him a subtle nod, signaling him to step forward. Ghost Brother gave Ding Xiaobei and the others a dismissive gesture. Pause the negotiations for now. Ding Xiaobei, I'll come back later to settle this with you. Ghost Brother and Water Ghost entered the restaurant's kitchen one after the other. Ghost Brother asked, following the sound, Water Ghost, what's wrong? Ghost Brother, I just got a text message. Things aren't looking good for us. Water Ghost pulled out his phone and showed the message to Ghost Brother. Ghost Brother, beware of a trap. Ding Xiaobei and his crew aren't here to negotiate with you at all. Their goal is to eliminate you. Don't trust a single word they say. Ding Xiaobei has a gun in his right pocket. Watch out, they'll kill to silence witnesses. Ghost Brother and Water Ghost exchanged a startled glance. Ghost Brother's brow furrowed deeply. Who sent this text? Is it reliable? I don't know, but I sense something's off too. They started picking fights with us right away, constantly framing us. Clearly, they're not here to negotiate. Why waste words with them? Even if it's 2 against 8, we're not afraid. Ghost Water shouted at the top of his lungs. Hold your horses. The message's origin is unclear. It doesn't prove anything. Didn't they say Ding Xiaobei was armed? Let's check his pockets. If he's got a gun, we'll unleash hell. Ghost Brother's eyes flashed with murderous intent. At the Grand Hotel, DeFei sat dumbstruck on the leather sofa like a fool. The pungent scent of hard liquor gradually faded from the luxurious private room. The beautiful, sexy Russian woman had long vanished. Scattered glass shards and haphazardly arranged chairs were faintly visible in the room, leaving it in utter disarray. Only 2 men remained in the lavish suite, DeFei and Chu Zhuge. Chu Zhuge's head still glowed with blood from the earlier punch, a blow so heavy that even now, hours later, his ears buzzed relentlessly. The military strategist Chu Zhuge had sunk to this low. Chapter 101, The Grill Off. Old Chu, you think I lost face today? DeFei finally spoke, his voice thick with resentment. Brother DeFei, it's not your fault. It's all because of that Ye Chenfei. That guy is pure trouble. Whoever crosses him gets screwed. I got punched just for being there. Chu Zhuge rolled his eyes in complaint. Brother DeFei, this Ye Chenfei is way too arrogant. We can't let him run wild like this. A mere clinic doctor causing such a huge stir? If this keeps up, the entire East District will descend into chaos. Where would we even stand then? Old Chu, I'm not talking about Ye Chenfei. I'm talking about that old bastard. Big Fei silently lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke rings with a heavy expression. Big Brother DeFei, you mean Third Master? Chu Zhuge had already guessed DeFei's meaning, but the old fox remained deliberately vague. The one who truly doesn't treat me like the boss isn't Ye Chenfei, it's that old bastard. That old bastard actually slapped me 4 times in front of all these people. When the hell have I, DeFei, ever been humiliated like this? DeFei suddenly stood up, grabbed the glass cup in front of him, and smashed it violently onto the floor. Fiery rage blazed in DeFei's eyes as he clenched his fists and began pounding the luxurious private room seats with all his might. The luxurious private room now mirrored DeFei's state, outwardly opulent and high class, yet inside lay utter chaos, a complete mess strewn across the floor. Fire Dragon Barbecue, a suburban barbecue joint, was now playing out a completely different scene. Emerging from the kitchen, Ghost Brother and Water Ghost both wore a new, darker shadow on their faces. Their gaze toward Ding Xiaobei and his group had clearly shifted. Ding Xiaobei's group dared not take them lightly. Though only 2 men, the pressure they exuded was unparalleled. Ghost Brother's green Nepalese knife hung at his waist like an invisible claw, a deathly omen constantly dangling over their heads. The food on the table had become mere decoration. With their necks already tied to their waistbands, who could possibly find peace of mind to eat? Ghost Brother, if you agree to one request of mine, I'll let bygones be bygones. Pretend none of that ever happened? Ding Xiaobei sighed deeply, breaking the deathly silence. Ghost Brother and Water Ghost didn't sit down. They stood directly opposite Ding Xiaobei and the others. You agree to one of my conditions first, then I'll consider yours. Enough. You too. The big, hot-blooded guy cut Ghost Brother off. You've pulled all these tricks and laid down so many conditions, don't you have any shame? Don't think our brother Xiaobei is some soft target you can push around. Thud. With a dull crash, Ghost Brother drew his Nepalese dagger from his waist and slammed it onto the table. Wine and food splattered everywhere, the entire surface shaking violently. The 40-centimeter-long green Nepalese blade was now firmly pressed into the tabletop. A palpable aura of menace filled the room. I'm talking to Ding Xiaobei. Everyone else, shut your mouths. Otherwise, this blade won't be picky about who it cuts. Big Brother's face flushed crimson, on the verge of exploding. Ding Xiaobei quickly shot him a warning glance before standing up himself. Ghost Brother, you speak. Ghost Brother fixed his gaze on the lower right pocket of Ding Xiaobei's trousers, his eyes scanning up and down as if surveying the area. Take out whatever's in your trouser pocket. Swish. The room froze once more. Everyone on Ding Xiaobei's side knew that pocket held the very pistol DeFei had given him, the weapon meant to take Brother Ghost down at the critical moment. But now Ghost Brother demanded to see its contents. It felt like their fatal weakness had been exposed in an instant. Every heart in the East District faction tightened involuntarily. Ding Xiaobei, hurry up. Don't waste time. Got something to hide? Ghost Brother gripped the Nepalese knife handle tightly, repeating coldly. From the awkward expressions on the faces across from him, he seemed to sense an intense sense of danger. Ding Xiaobei froze in place, his expression grave. He knew full well that pulling the pistol from his pocket meant war was imminent. The showdown between him and Ghost Brother would have to happen sooner than planned. No. Not now. Not until he understood what was happening. He couldn't just start fighting like this. Even if he died, he had to die knowing why. The thought raced through Ding Xiaobei's mind. The most critical question arose: how did Ghost Brother and Water Ghost know he had a pistol hidden in his pocket? The gun was given to him by Big Fei before leaving for self-defense. The only people who knew this detail were his brothers and Big Fei's 3 associates. How did Ghost Brother find out? Could all this really be coincidence? His hand pressed against his pocket, hesitating to draw the gun. All he could do now was stall for time, desperately searching for a way out. Meanwhile, Ghost Brother and Water Ghost were on high alert, their eyes scanning the surroundings like wild wolves, ready to strike at any moment. Feeling exposed now, Ding Xiaobei? That's a murder weapon in your pocket, isn't it? You didn't come here to negotiate, did you? You're here to kill us. Shui Gui snapped first, his voice cracking as he gripped a metal skewer from the barbecue shop. With a clatter, Ding Xiaobei's men all drew their weapons, some gripping iron forks, others clutching beer bottles, while some simply swung chairs from nearby. Humph. Ding Xiaobei, we knew you weren't any good from the start. Calling us here to negotiate was just a ploy to silence us. Your plan is truly flawless, isn't it? Ghost Brother slowly raised his Nepalese knife, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Ghost, it's the same as before. We're all just trying to scrape by. Unless absolutely necessary, I don't want to resort to guns and knives. If we really start shooting, there'll be no turning back. You, Ding Xiaobei. You've got your guns ready. What room for reconciliation do you want? Ghost, don't waste your breath on him. Just kill this bastard. Don't think we're easy to push around just because we've retired from the underworld. Piss us off, and we'll kill anyone without mercy. Water Ghost didn't give Ding Xiaobei a chance to explain, waving his iron fork and roaring with fury. Ring 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 ring. Shueigui's phone was an old knockoff model, its high-pitched speaker emitting a shrill, distorted ringtone. In this terrifying atmosphere, the ringtone felt like a dark joke. Ghost Brother nudged Water Ghost with his elbow, answer the call first, then deal with these bastards. And so, despite the palpable tension and the fury boiling within the larger group, without Ding Xiaobei's command or signal, no one dared to make the first move. They watched helplessly as Shui Gui answered his phone. Shui Gui pressed the answer button and responded, hello. It's bad, Water Ghost. Something terrible's happened. Something terrible. A woman's frantic, shrill scream burst from the other end of the line. The voice was dry, thick with a heavy local accent, punctuated by labored gasps, here, here. Both Ghost and Water Ghost froze. The voice on the line was all too familiar. It belonged to Aunt Ma, the part-time worker at the shop. What's going on? Auntie Ma, you've got me all worked up, Shui Gui replied into the phone, his nerves taut as he braced for Ding Xiaobei's crew. Our hot pot restaurant was burned down. A group of people doused it with gasoline and set it on fire. They burned our entire restaurant to the ground. They're Ding Xiaobei's people. Ding Xiaobei's people. It all went up in flames in the blink of an eye. Auntie Ma couldn't make out the last few words clearly, because Shui Gui's phone had just fallen to the ground. Boom! The battle erupted with the phone's crash. Ghost Brother's eyes nearly shot flames as he leapt forward, Nepalese knife raised. Ding Xiaobei, you son of a... You brought us here just to burn down my hot pot restaurant? That's my life's work. My pride and joy. You burn my restaurant? I'll slaughter you today. I'll kill you. Ding Xiaobei and his crew were utterly baffled. Though separated by several meters, he had clearly heard the woman scream through the phone. The receiver had transmitted one unmistakable message: Ghost Brothers' hot pot restaurant had been burned down by Ding Xiaobei's men. Impossible. I didn't. Ding Xiaobei suddenly realized something and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, Ghost Brother, I absolutely did not send anyone to burn down your hot pot restaurant. But at this moment, explanations were pointless to Ghost Brother and Water Ghost. The two had already launched their attack. Ghost Brother's terrifying Nepalese machete slashed toward Ding Xiaobei's neck. In that moment, Ghost Brother had completely transformed into a murderous demon. The burning of his hot pot restaurant felt like the destruction of his entire being. Nothing in the world could stop Ghost Brother's rage now. Ghost Brother's speed was blinding. With a single effortless leap, he landed directly before Ding Xiaobei and the others. His heavy work boots stomped onto the tabletop, creaking with each step like the approach of a demon. In the blink of an eye, Big Guy gritted his teeth and roared, violently flipping the large table before him. In the process, he sent Ghost Brother tumbling off the surface. Big Guy's strength and explosive power were his greatest assets. Ghost Brother, mid-air, drew his Nepalese knife and swung it horizontally at the wooden table. Clatter! Utensils and food spilled in a torrent. The wooden table snapped clean in two at the waist, sending splinters flying through the air. The room instantly filled with a thick, murky haze. Everyone gasped in shock. The square table was over a meter long and solidly built, yet Ghost Brother had cleanly severed it in two. The split edge was perfectly straight, without a single splinter neater than a saw cut. The sheer terror of a man possessing such blade mastery was unimaginable. Brothers, charge! Ding Xiaobei finally gave the order to attack. From the moment they entered this room, he knew this brutal battle was inevitable. Chapter 102, Ghost Brothers Outburst. Several brothers, including Big Guy, had been seething with pent-up rage. At the command, they each grabbed their weapons and launched a coordinated assault on Ghost Brother and Water Ghost. Water Ghost wielded a metal skewer from the barbecue shop. Though crude, he spun it with effortless skill, leaving his two flanking henchmen unable to gain an advantage. The other 5, led by Big Guy, closed in on Ghost Brother in a pincer attack. Though 5-on-1 wasn't honorable, facing the famed Blade Ghost was another matter entirely. Ghost Brother's green Nepalese blade whirled with fierce energy. The long sword seemed reborn in his hands as he effortlessly maneuvered among the 5, weaving an invisible circle of steel. Clang! A dazzling flash erupted as Ghost Brother executed a sweeping downward strike. One thug's steel pipe was cleaved clean and the metal sliced away like wood, leaving only the handle clutched in his hand. Clang! Clang! His movements were as agile as a monkey. Without even looking, he leaped back and swung again, severing another thug's dagger. The green Nepalese blade was utterly unstoppable, charging through the crowd. Every member of the surrounding group wore expressions of utter shock. The Nepalese blade was razor-sharp, and combined with Ghost Brother's lightning-fast movements, their synergy became devastatingly powerful. In less than a minute, 4 out of the 5 men in Big Guy's group were cut down. All 4 lay in pools of blood, each struck in a vital spot. Even if they weren't dead, they had no strength left to get up and fight. The sole survivor, Big Guy, was covered in wounds, blood streaming freely. Watching his comrades fall one after another, he adopted a desperate stance. "You bastard, I'll fight you to the death." The Big Guy swung his long blade at Ghost Brother's arm. Ghost Brother stood perfectly still, raising his Nepalese knife to effortlessly block the attack. His eyes clearly revealed an indescribable power, the very expression Ghost Brother had worn when he was in a killing frenzy back in the day. The Nepalese blade flickered, darting toward Big Guy's chest with blinding speed. The Big Guy was forced back a step, but the Nepalese blade pressed its advantage relentlessly. Its razor-sharp edge seemed to have eyes, drilling straight toward his chest, forcing him to retreat step by step. The whirling Nepalese blade resembled a high-speed spinning engine. A single touch would punch a fist-sized hole through the chest. Even someone as thick-skinned and burly as Big Guy dared not clash head-on with Ghost Brother. After a few exchanges, Big Guy's offensive power was virtually neutralized. Under Ghost Brother's agile blade, he could only dodge, his arms slashed several times by the long knife. Blood smeared the blade of the Nepalese dagger. Meanwhile, the Water Ghost had just finished off 2 henchmen. Though his skill still fell short of Ghost Brother's, taking down 2 opponents posed little difficulty, leaving him with only minor injuries. Ghost Brother's assault was relentless, swift as lightning, his techniques ever shifting. In the giant's momentary lapse, Ghost Brother's blade parried the giant's weapon, seized his shoulder, and delivered a backhanded punch. Thud! The blow struck Big Guy squarely in the chest, forcing a mouthful of blood from his lips. His tall, powerful frame instantly curled into a bow-like shape. Ghost Brother yanked Big Guy toward him, his blade following close behind, slashing across the man's throat. The green blade radiated a bone-chilling cold. From the start of the fight to its conclusion took less than 5 minutes. Ghost Brother's green blade was now pressed against Big Guy's throat, bringing the 7-on-2 battle to a swift end. Stop! Ding Xiaobei had witnessed Ghost Brother's terrifying power firsthand and anticipated this outcome, yet his eyes still widened involuntarily. Only when the blade touched Big Guy's throat did he snap out of his shock. Ding Xiaobei! How could you stoop so low? You know how important that hot pot restaurant is to me. Ghost Brother, still raging, glared fiercely at Ding Xiaobei and roared. I didn't burn your hot pot restaurant. I had nothing to do with it. I didn't do it, plain and simple. Ding Xiaobei pulled a pistol from his pocket. Let go of my brother. Let him go. Brother Xiaobei, forget about me. Just kill this bastard. At this point, Big Guy showed no fear whatsoever, bellowing in his rough voice for Ding Xiaobei to shoot Ghost Brother dead. Big Guy, shut up. Ding Xiaobei raised the pistol and took a few steps forward. Ghost Brother, I'll say this once more, let my brother go. I won't repeat myself a second time. Humph. Ding Xiaobei, you really are a despicable scoundrel. Ghost Brother sneered coldly. So you were bluffing all along. You had a gun tucked in your pocket the whole time. Your negotiations were just a cover to silence me. For a scoundrel like you, I won't show mercy. It's been years since I last had a proper bloodbath. Ding Xiaobei suddenly realized Ghost Brother had no intention of backing down. Instead, he made a move that put Big Guy in even greater danger. The killer intent radiating from him was unmistakable. Tragedy was about to unfold. No, Ghost Brother. Just as Ding Xiaobei's cry echoed, Ghost Brother's right hand swung down without hesitation. A gush of blood spurted from Big Guy's throat. Wah! Big Guy let out a horrifying scream and collapsed stiffly between Ghost Brother's arms. Bang! Ding Xiaobei's head spun, his body surging with boiling blood. Without a second thought, he pulled the trigger. A deafening gunshot echoed through the air. Ghost Brother and Water Ghost both flinched away, their seasoned experience allowing them to dodge this volley of bullets. Ding Xiaobei fired wildly in their direction like a madman. Bullets tore through the barbecue shop's chairs, stools, and walls, yet never once struck Ghost Brother or Water Ghost. Only then did Ding Xiaobei grasp the brutal truth: against an opponent of Ghost Brother's caliber, even a pistol was woefully inadequate.
Suddenly, a blood-stained iron skewer whistled from a corner of the barbecue shop, hurtling straight toward Ding Xiaobei's chest, aiming for his vital spot.
Ding Xiaobei reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping the sudden attack. But before he could react, Ghost Brother's knife-wielding figure darted in from another direction. Ding Xiaobei, you're going to report to the King of Hell too? Ghost Brother's arm shot upward, propelling him forward with lightning speed to close the distance in an instant. The brothers' coordination was seamless, everything executed with flawless precision. Ding Xiaobei reflexively pulled the trigger, only to realize with a jolt his pistol was empty. Had they actually calculated his need to reload? For a person to possess such terrifying foresight was beyond belief. Ding Xiaobei had no time to think. He flung his pistol aside and raised his fist to meet Ghost Brother's powerful assault. Throughout this exchange, the water ghost stood with arms crossed, observing coldly. He seemed as relaxed as a spectator come to watch the spectacle. Ghost Brother roared, swinging his blade's green hilt toward Ding Xiaobei. Ding Xiaobei flicked his head slightly to the side and swung a punch at Ghost Brother's head. But Ghost Brother's counter was blindingly fast. With a sharp crack, he caught Ding Xiaobei's fist in one hand, crushing it tightly within his massive palm. Ha! Ding Xiaobei strained to twist his fist, suddenly realizing a powerful force had wrapped around it. No matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't free his fist. How could Ghost Brother's scrawny frame possess such immense strength? Snap! With a sharp crack, Ghost Brother twisted Ding Xiaobei's fist violently. Instantly, Xiaobei's arm contorted grotesquely. Ah! Ding Xiaobei screamed in agony. The excruciating pain radiated from his fist throughout his entire body. Sweat instantly beaded on his forehead as he met Ghost Brother's cold, thread-like gaze, a gaze filled with terrifying intensity. Ghost Brother yanked Ding Xiaobei's arm back, then drove his foot horizontally into Ding Xiaobei's midsection. Boom! Ding Xiaobei was sent flying several meters away, crashing hard into the tables and chairs of the barbecue shop with a thunderous impact. The kick was brutal, nearly having Ding Xiaobei's fighting strength. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted into a hideous grimace. Yet, he opened his mouth and laughed. Ha! So this is all the mighty Ghost Brother can do? Feels like a tickle. Come on, come on. Got the guts to kill me? Even as Ding Xiaobei struggled to his feet, his body trembled uncontrollably. His right hand had been forcibly twisted into a fracture at an unnatural angle. The limb might well be crippled for life. This type of fracture inflicted excruciating, indescribable agony pain that pierced the very soul. Most people would have collapsed long ago, unable to endure, and fainting from the pain would have been unsurprising. Yet Ding Xiaobei forced himself upright, not uttering a single cry of pain. Instead, he burst into laughter directed at Ghost Brother and Water Ghost, a reaction that even Ghost Brother found himself respecting. You two bastards! Ding Xiaobei gritted his teeth, raising his other hand to point at Ghost Brother and Water Ghost. Come on, kill me! My brother will avenge me! Ding Xiaobei couldn't help but cough at this point, yet the iron-blooded tenderness in his very bones remained undiminished. I'm no match for you, but my brother will surely trample you underfoot. You bastard, just you wait. Ghost Brother had heard his share of such defiant threats. Without a word, he raised the long knife to his own eyes. If you're still a man, I'll let you die quickly. Ghost Brother slowly closed in on Ding Xiaobei, raising the green Nepalese knife high in his hand. His lips kept murmuring, Ding Xiaobei, you shouldn't have done it. You absolutely shouldn't have burned down my hot pot restaurant. Ding Xiaobei erupted into an uncharacteristic fit of laughter. You idiot! Ghost Brother fell silent, slowly lowering his blade. But just as the blade descended, a deafening roar erupted beside him. A wave of shattering glass followed immediately as the glass door of Fire Dragon Barbecue was kicked open with force. A dashing figure appeared before them, casual blazer, blue jeans, and a pair of worn black leather shoes. It was Ye Chenfei. Chapter 103, Ghost Brothers Outburst 2. Stop! Ye Chenfei leapt down from the concrete steps of the barbecue shop without a moment's hesitation, bellowing at Ghost Brother. Who the hell are you to interfere? Shuegu picked up the large iron fork from the ground and thrust it straight at Ye Chenfei. But mid-air, the fork suddenly froze in place. Ghost Brother froze in shock, realizing his fork was being held firmly between Ye Chenfei's two fingers. Fingers gripping metal? The image flashed through Ghost Brother's mind. Before the Water Ghost could react, Ye Chenfei yanked the fork back with a swift motion. His elbow slammed squarely into the Water Ghost's chest, knocking him flat on the spot. The heavy blow to his right side instantly twisted his face into a grimace of pain. Ghost Brother, let my brother go! Ye Chenfei kicked aside the Water Ghost, who tried to intervene, pointing at Ghost Brother and bellowing, there are many misunderstandings between you. Sit down and talk it out properly. What's there to talk about? Ghost Brother roared, his green blade pressed against Ding Xiaobei's throat. Ding Xiaobei came to negotiate with a gun. He had my hot pot restaurant burned down. Today, I'll risk my own life to kill him. Otherwise, I'd betray everyone. This is clearly someone framing you. Can't you see? They're using you to eliminate Ding Xiaobei, pitting you two against each other so the mastermind can reap the rewards. Ye Chenfei shouted back, his other hand snatching the large iron fork and pressing it against the water ghost's throat, all to ensure Ding Xiaobei's safety. Brother Yi, they won't listen to reason now. Don't waste your breath. Those two fools are brainwashed, blinded by hatred. Ding Xiaobei shouted fearlessly to Ye Chenfei. The water ghost, who had been slumped against the ground, suddenly leapt up. In his hand were a pair of stainless steel barbecue chopsticks, which he thrust directly at Ye Chenfei's vital points. Explanations my ass. If we still believe your words, we'd be the real fools. Ye Chenfei inwardly cursed his luck, sidestepping the deadly strike and countering with a thunderous punch to the man's jaw. The blow to the back of his head sent the water ghost crashing to the ground with a muffled groan. He went limp, unconscious. Ghost brother, release my brother, or I'll make this water ghost bury him with him. Ye Chenfei pressed the sharp tip of his iron fork against the water ghost's head as he spoke. So you're all scum, aren't you? Loving these despicable, shameless tricks. Ghost brother snorted coldly, a trace of contempt flickering in his eyes. Let me make this clear, Ding Xiaobei must die today. I'll use his blood to consecrate my hot pot restaurant. No one can stop me. Anyone who stands in my way dies. Ye Chenfei scrutinized the slender man before him. Though outwardly dismissive, the overwhelming aura of dominance radiating from him sent chills down the spine. Not everyone in this world possessed the right to utter such words. At this point, Ye Chenfei knew his words would fall on deaf ears. The misunderstanding ran too deep, like a tangled ball of thread that could never be untangled. Burning it all to ashes would be the cleaner, quicker solution. Alright, Ghost brother, if you want to kill Ding Xiaobei, go ahead. But you'll have to kill me first. I'll never stand by and watch my brother die before my eyes. Ye Chenfei spoke slowly and deliberately, tossing aside his subordinate water ghost and advancing directly toward Ghost brother. Alright, I like that attitude. I respect you as a man. Ghost brother tossed Ding Xiaobei aside and slowly stepped forward, holding his blue Nepalese knife. Ghost brother tossed aside the blue Nepalese knife. I won't bully you. I won't use this blade. If anything in this room catches your eye, help yourself. I couldn't care less. Humph. You're underestimating me, Ye Chenfei. I'll fight you with my bare fists. So what if I die? Ye Chenfei responded by cracking his knuckles, sending out crisp pops. Good. Good. What's the big deal about dying? Ding Xiaobei, seemingly fueled by an unknown source of strength, threw his head back and let out a hearty, maniacal laugh. Brother Yi, you're truly my good brother, Ding Xiaobei's good brother. Good brother. The fire dragon grill was in disarray, yet an eerie stillness hung over the place. Especially in the moment when the two men locked eyes, that stillness became terrifyingly palpable. Ye Chenfei, huh? Then I won't hold back. I'm in a hurry. Ghost brother muttered before lunging forward, delivering a heavy punch aimed squarely at Ye Chenfei's forehead, striking first. Ye Chenfei didn't hesitate, meeting the blow with equal force. Though seemingly an ordinary punch, it contained the true energy of Ye Chenfei's heavenly eye finger technique, making its power far surpass what an ordinary person could unleash. Boom! The two iron fists collided mid-air, producing a dull, thunderous sound, the clash of knuckles meeting bone, crisp and brutally violent. The instant the fists collided, both men's bodies trembled simultaneously as the immense impact force radiated outward from their clenched knuckles. Both were slightly startled by the other's strength. As the saying goes, a clash of masters reveals their true skill in a single move. After this first exchange, each had a clearer sense of their opponent's capabilities. Go! Ye Chenfei suddenly crouched low, springing forward like an agile cheetah. His fist transformed into an iron palm, slashing straight for Ghost brother's throat. Ghost brother's hands shot back defensively, catching Ye Chenfei's strike and deflecting the entire force of the blow. A clash between masters allowed no room for even the slightest oversight. The two locked in a tense stalemate, where both combat technique and raw brute force were equally indispensable. Neither could afford to falter, and the fight remained deadlocked, neither gaining the upper hand. Gradually, both men began to take blows from their opponents' fists and kicks, leaving them both battered and bruised. The clash of fists proved impossible to decide in the short term. Minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity for both combatants. They had exhausted every technique at their disposal, yet neither could subdue the other. Their stamina was pushed to the absolute limit. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted within the fire dragon grill. The cause was simple. Ye Chenfei and Ghost brother had simultaneously delivered kicks. Ghost brother's strike landed squarely on Ye Chenfei's shoulder, while Ye Chenfei's kick connected with Ghost brother's right chest. Both men were sent reeling by the force of the impact, crashing to the ground as their last ounce of strength was drained away. It seemed like a draw. Finally, Ghost brother, sprawled on the floor, gasped out, "Damn it! You're lucky I can't finish you off. Get out of here." But Ding Xiaobei, mark my words, I remember what happened at the hot pot restaurant. You've only bought yourself more time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. As he spoke, Ghost brother struggled to his feet, bracing himself against the wall. Pointing at Ye Chenfei, he declared, "Ding Xiaobei, you should thank this brother of yours. The kid's got guts and skills. It's been ages since I fought this hard. Impressive." Ye Chenfei frowned in confusion. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up, wiping sweat from his brow. Ghost brother? You really intend to let us go? My word is my bond. Given our current state, we could fight until morning without deciding a winner. Might as well let you two scrape by with your lives intact. I'll settle the hot pot bill with you another day. You're free to go. Ghost brother waved his hand magnanimously, his iron-blooded toughness undiminished. All right. I'll thank Ghost brother on behalf of my brothers. We'll remember this favor. Ye Chenfei forced himself to make a bowing gesture, then limped over to help Ding Xiaobei, who was more severely injured. Hold on. This debt won't be settled so easily today. Just as everything seemed settled, another voice rang out from the corner. Ye Chenfei turned with effort to see the water ghost had risen from the ground. Pointing in his direction, he barked, "This absolutely cannot be left at that. Ghost brother, they burned down our hot pot restaurant. That was the hope your wife left you, our entire livelihood." Ding Xiaobei set it ablaze and reduced it to ashes. Are you just going to let that slide? That's no different from eating. The water ghost roared with fury, his grip tightening on the charred barbecue fork. Tonight, this guy was completely obsessed with that skewer. Ghost brother sighed sadly, "Water ghost, don't say another word. The hot pot restaurant debt is a separate matter, I'll never let that go. But the showdown just now proved one thing, I can't kill Ye Chenfei. So I'll honor the wager and let them go. But Ghost brother, how can you do this to sister-in-law? This shop was left to you by sister-in-law before she died. This hot pot restaurant is your only memory of her. Enough, Ghost. Stop talking. Nothing more. My decision stands." Ghost brother slowly turned and called out, "Come help me back. We need to handle the hot pot restaurant's aftermath." Water ghost seethed with pent-up rage, unable to vent it. He could only stand there deflated, reluctantly supporting Ghost brother with one arm. Though Ghost brother had a fiery temper, one had to admit he was a true hero of the underworld, loyal, honorable, and a man whose word was his bond. He was nothing short of a paragon in Tianhai City. Deep down, Ye Chenfei knew full well that he'd only managed to draw with Ghost brother using his fists. Had Ghost brother drawn that green Nepalese knife, Ye Chenfei would have had no chance of survival. Ghost brother's win rate would have skyrocketed to 100%. This was for the best. Letting the tension ease would allow the misunderstandings between them to be thoroughly investigated. Ye Chenfei didn't believe a man like Ghost brother would resort to underhanded tactics like crashing a venue or chopping off his underling's fingers. He certainly didn't believe Ding Xiaobei would have someone burn down the other's hot pot restaurant. But just as the brothers were supporting each other, Ye Chenfei suddenly caught sight of a jarring scene. His eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he must be seeing things. The water ghost suddenly raised his iron fork and without warning plunged it deep into Ghost brother's stomach. Ghost brother's body trembled, then his back suddenly stiffened. The water ghost had actually stabbed his own boss. "Ghost brother!" Ye Chenfei shouted in warning, but it was already too late. With the nearly meter-long iron fork lodged in his abdomen, Ghost brother collapsed, his face turning purplish-black as dark blood gushed relentlessly from his stomach. Chapter 104, A Bond Stronger Than Gold. "You, water ghost, you, this." Ghost brother was utterly stunned. His purple face contorted with disbelief. His best friend of over a decade had turned on him. The shock was beyond words. "Ghost brother, I told you earlier this debt won't be settled so easily." Water ghost smiled calmly as he spoke slowly. "Why? Why did you do this?" Ghost brother's voice was hoarse and muffled, barely audible. In that instant, Ye Chenfei suddenly understood. The knot in his heart instantly unraveled. "Ghost brother, haven't you figured it out yet? All of this was orchestrated by this water ghost. He betrayed you. He betrayed you." Ghost brother's face contorted into a deep frown. He stubbornly refused to comprehend the events unfolding before him. He had always regarded the water ghost as a blood brother, someone who had saved his life countless times in the past. Yet now, this very person had stabbed him in the back with a knife that pierced straight through his heart. This blow struck far harder than the fire at the hot pot restaurant. "Was it you? Did you betray me?" With his last ounce of strength, Ghost brother clutched the water ghost's arm. "Yes. I knew everything. I knew someone impersonated me to smash the shops on Taishao Street. I knew someone wanted to use your hands to kill Ding Xiaobei. I knew Ding Xiaobei had a gun in his pocket. I even knew the hot pot restaurant would be burned down tonight." Shui Gu admitted it openly, the scar on his face twitching slightly. Yet, his expression was the calmest among them all. "You really are you bastard." Ghost brother spat out a mouthful of blood, his emotions complex and intensely agitated. "Ghost brother, you can't expect me to work in that hot pot restaurant forever, living off a cook's salary for the rest of my life. That's not the life I want. I want to carve out my own territory in Tianhai City. I want everyone in Tianhai to bow and scrape before me, calling me Ghost brother. I need money, I need power, I need women. The wages you gave me weren't even enough to get laid with a pretty woman." Ghost spoke calmly, laying bare his inner thoughts. "All these years, I'd blown through every penny and racked up a mountain of debt.
I thought you'd make a comeback, but you just got weaker, willingly chained to that hot pot shop for life.
So I had to find other avenues.
Luckily, someone offered me a fortune to execute this grand plan, take out Ding Xiaobei, eliminate Ye Chenfei, and finally finish you off. In the end, I'll receive a hefty reward enough to clear my gambling debts and live in luxury for the rest of my life. So burning down that hot pot shop was the perfect solution.
Everyone gets rich. Ha! Bastard! You despicable scum! How could I have raised such an ungrateful dog? How could I have been so blind?
Ghost Brother gritted his teeth and slammed his fist into Water Ghost's thigh.
But he was too badly injured, the blow landed without any force. Water Ghost didn't even flinch. Brother Ghost, this is the 21st century. Money is the master of all things. Money is the root of everything. Brothers are meant to be betrayed.
Only money is truly reliable.
It will never betray its master.
The Water Ghost straightened his body and gave the iron fork lodged in Brother Ghost's chest a hard shove.
Ah! Ghost Brother let out an agonized scream.
His hands went limp and he collapsed uncontrollably. At that moment, Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei stared in stunned silence. So the Water Ghost was the pivotal figure all along. No wonder Ghost Brother had gone mad. With this bastard around, the conflict between Ding Xiaobei and Ghost Brother was bound to erupt, and the mastermind behind it all would ultimately win this gamble.
Damn it! Brother Yi, you're insane. There are scumbags this despicable in this world? Ding Xiaobei spat venomously. Cut the crap. Ye Chenfei interrupted. Can you still move your hand? Grab something from the inside pocket of my suit. Damn it, Brother Yi. My arm's bent at a 90-degree angle, how could I move it? Think I'm Sun Wukong or something? Ding Xiaobei gestured urgently. What nonsense! If I could move, would I be asking you? You still have your other hand. Get the thing out of my pocket, our survival depends on it. Ye Chenfei urged impatiently. Right. Why didn't I think of that? After dispatching Ghost Brother, Water Ghost slowly turned and closed in on Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei. Earlier, he'd taken a punch and feigned unconsciousness, though he remained fully alert, watching every twist in the barbecue shop's chaos. Since Ghost Brother couldn't finish them off, Water Ghost now had to step in personally. In the Water Ghost's estimation, Ye Chenfei was indeed formidable. Few people he'd encountered could hold their own against Ghost Brother in bare-handed combat. If Ye Chenfei had been his match before, that was no longer the case. Killing Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei would be effortless now. Charging forward to slash them, they wouldn't even have time to dodge. In his hand was Ghost Brother's very own green Nepalese knife. A sinister grin spread across his face. Ye Chenfei, you're the biggest surprise of the night. Never expected you'd show up. Well, now you've come to your doom. Perfect, I'll take you all out at once and pocket an extra reward. Drop Ghost Brother's knife.
Ye Chenfei staggered to his feet, his body swaying uncontrollably. You have no right to use Ghost Brother's belongings.
This is an insult to him. Ha!
Ghost Hand, clutching the green Nepalese knife, roared with laughter.
What's the big deal?
I plan to sell it as scrap metal when I get back.
At least it's worth a pack of cigarettes.
Little did he know that Ye Chenfei now clutched a black pill in his hand, the very soft bone powder he always carried. The moment the Water Ghost drew near, Ye Chenfei mustered every ounce of strength to hurl the black powder at him.
PSSST.
Infused with the true chi of the heavenly eye finger technique, the soft bone powder suddenly exploded upon contact with the Water Ghost. The black powder transformed into a cloud of mist, instantly seeping into the Water Ghost's pores.
Humph! The Water Ghost grunted, utterly unprepared for Ye Chenfei's hidden trick.
Instantly, it felt as if struck by a heavy blow, its entire body suddenly reeling with disorientation.
Ye Chenfei, what the hell is this? What is this stuff?
The green Nepalese knife in the water demon's hand dropped first, clattering onto the concrete floor of the barbecue shop. The ensuing events left the Water Ghost utterly dumbfounded. He found himself utterly powerless, limbs weak, breathing labored, overwhelming drowsiness washing over him.
His eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. Ye Chenfei, what the hell is this? Why am I like this?
The Water Ghost's words trailed off as he collapsed, overcome by an indescribable sensation.
Ye Chenfei glared at the Water Ghost and spat, this is your karma. Scum like you never end well.
You lost because of your despicable, shameless, and unscrupulous ways.
And today's biggest winner isn't anyone else, it's Ghost Brother. He earned my respect. But why can't I move my limbs? The soft bone powder, primarily composed of a mixture of pinelia and southern grasswood, possessed extremely potent toxicity. However, it was poorly absorbed through the skin. Given this limitation, the old man took an unconventional approach. He fused the true chi of the heavenly eye finger technique into the soft bone powder. This ingenious method successfully resolved all the powder's issues, transforming it into a supreme, one-of-a-kind, heavyweight weapon. After exploding on the Water Ghost's body, the soft bone powder rapidly softened every part of his body. Every movable organ became immobilized without exception, even his heartbeat slowed by several beats. Truly a masterpiece worthy of the old man's pride.
Ye Chenfei slowly rose from the ground, glaring at the water ghost and snorting, "You're now poisoned with a deadly toxin. Without immediate treatment, you might as well go report to the king of hell." "Ye Chenfei, you actually resorted to this method." The water ghost managed to stammer out, his tongue already numb and his speech noticeably slurred. He distinctly felt the approach of death, its terrifying aura enveloping him completely. "Don't waste time. Speak. Who is the mastermind behind this series of traps? Who bribed you? And who is pulling the strings behind the scenes?" My face. Shueigui's expression was utterly ghastly, his facial muscles turning a uniform inky black. All these changes were the direct result of the soft bone powder. "Shueigui, time is running out. Speak quickly if you want to live. Once you can no longer speak, not even the Jade Emperor descending to earth could save you." Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei were also desperately eager to know the identity of the mastermind behind it all. To execute this plan so flawlessly, the perpetrator must have had intimate knowledge of Ding Xiaobei and Taishao Street. This person could very well be someone from the East District. I said Water Ghost was ultimately a coward. When death loomed, he chose surrender, hastily nodding in agreement. Two people designed this trap, Golden Young Master, and just as the Water Ghost was about to reveal the final mastermind, Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei both sucked in their breath simultaneously. At this critical moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. A tall, hooded figure in black suddenly materialized behind the Water Ghost. The figure swiftly seized the Water Ghost's throat, pressing a razor-sharp dagger against his face. With a swift slash, the blade sliced through. Gush! The Water Ghost's neck erupted like a fountain. He instinctively reached to clamp his hand over his throat, only to realize it was already too late. The blood flowed uncontrollably, someone having sent him to report to the King of Hell ahead of schedule. The black-clad figure delivered a cold final sentence. "Water Ghost, your professional ethics are abysmal. You've become utterly useless." With that, the figure swiftly turned and vanished before Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei could react. From killing the Water Ghost to escaping the scene took less than 10 seconds of speed so extreme it left no one time to process what had happened. Chapter 105, The One Who Got Away. A true master. Truly a master. Ye Chenfei snapped out of his shock. This plan was flawlessly executed. Every move we made had been under surveillance. The slightest disturbance was observed. When Water Ghost failed his mission, someone emerged to clean up the mess, ensuring the mastermind's absolute safety. "Brother Yi, before the Water Ghost died, he mentioned something about a Golden Young Master? So all this is intricately connected to that Golden Young Master? If we can find him, we'll surely uncover the mastermind behind it all?" Ding Xiaobei, clutching his wound, promptly interjected. "Young Master Jin." Ye Chenfei shook his head slightly. "Given the methods of the mastermind behind this, they'd never make it easy for us to uncover the true identity of this young Master Jin. Cough. Just then, Ghost Brother's cough echoed from the other side, abruptly snapping Ye Chenfei out of his calm analysis. "Ghost Brother? Ghost Brother?" Ye Chenfei forced himself to steady his body and rushed over to support Ghost Brother. Ghost Brother's body still trembled uncontrollably. The iron fork was deeply embedded in his flesh, blood gushing steadily from the wound. His face had drained of all color, his lips as pale as paper, and his pupils had already dilated. "Xiaobei. Quickly use the Water Ghost's phone to call an ambulance. Get Ghost Brother to the hospital for emergency treatment first." Ye Chenfei first pressed the major acupoint on Ghost Brother's chest, the very point used to stop bleeding in the human body. "It's too late. I can't hold on. Ye Chenfei, don't be foolish. The police are here. You won't escape blame either. My body is beyond saving. Let me say a few more words." Ghost Brother shook his head slightly and gestured. "Ding Xiaobei. Ghost Brother, just an hour ago, you and Ding Xiaobei were sworn enemies. But now, Ding Xiaobei couldn't afford to hold grudges. He'd been infected by the iron wool radiating from Ghost Brother's body. Ding Xiaobei, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was being framed. I killed your brothers with my own hands. I was wrong. I admit my fault. Kill me. Avenge those fallen brothers." He uttered these words painfully, his brow furrowed. "Forget it, Ghost Brother. You're already like this. It's not just your fault. I was set up too. We're both victims." Ding Xiaobei exhaled softly. But, I feel so bitter inside. They used me like a weapon. I refuse to die like this. I'd rather be beaten to death by Ye Chenfei, punched to death." Ghost Brother's heart burned with resentment. How could a legendary hero meet such an end? "Ghost Brother, don't dwell on it. If there's anything you need done, Ye Chenfei, will see it through for you." Ye Chenfei carefully propped up Ghost Brother's body, trying to make him as comfortable as possible. "That hot pot restaurant was left to me by my wife. She was killed by our enemies. I was the one who caused her death. My sins were too deep, and I received my just punishment. That's why I valued the hot pot restaurant so much it became my most fatal flaw." Ghost Brother's breath grew noticeably weaker. As he spoke, a faint rattling sound came from his throat. I promised my wife I'd leave the underworld behind and wash my hands of it.
But I was wrong. I was still used by others. I was so foolish.
Ghost Brother couldn't catch his breath and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. I have no other requests. I hope that after I die, I can be buried alongside my wife. Ghost Brother, we'll make sure it happens.
Ye Chenfei grasped Ghost Brother's trembling hand and nodded his promise. And that knife, that Nepalese knife.
Ghost Brother instinctively reached out to grab it. With Ding Xiaobei's help, Ghost Brother gritted his teeth and seized the Nepalese blade's hilt. This knife has been with me for years.
Now that I can't wield it anymore, I'm passing it on to you.
Ye Chenfei, you're the only opponent I've ever truly respected. Ghost Brother, Ye Chenfei, distinctly felt the weight of that long blade. Held in my palm, it felt incredibly heavy, and the pressure on my shoulders felt like a mountain crushing down. I hope you continue to wield it to slay all the hypocrites in this world and uphold boundless justice. As Ghost handed the green Nepalese knife to Ye Chenfei, he finally closed his eyes in peace. A legendary figure of Tianhai City had fallen.
In Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei's hearts, Ghost was the true hero, the perfect leader they had ever known. Before long, reinforcements from the East District arrived swiftly. Third Master personally led his men to escort Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei back to their base, bringing the turmoil at Fire Dragon Barbecue to a close. Years later, the battle at Fire Dragon Barbecue was still often recounted. Few knew the true story behind it, but the legend of the Yi brothers slaying Ghost Brother, the Divine Blade, was endlessly relished. The power of Taishao Street grew even more formidable in the eyes of Third Master and his men. Meanwhile, Shu Zhuge's cleanup operation was nothing short of extraordinary. That night, young Master Jean met an accident. Drunk and disoriented, he accidentally fell into the river and drowned. Young Master Jean vanished from this world in an instant, and no one ever discovered the true mastermind behind the tragedy. After tending to his wounds, Ye Chenfei made a special trip to the Pure Heart Clinic. Peering through the window, he saw a faint glow. Jing Yuqing hadn't taken a day off these past few days, but had been diligently keeping watch at the clinic. Ye Chenfei pushed the door open cautiously and saw Jing Yuqing slumped over the desk, fast asleep. She still wore the clinic's white coat, her eyes half closed over her work log. A small trail of drool trailed from her cherry red lips, which curved slightly upward. Her sharp, defined features made her look as adorable as a sleeping infant. It had only been a few days since they last met, yet Ye Chenfei thought she seemed noticeably thinner. A sudden pang of tenderness washed over Ye Chenfei. He carefully draped a blanket over her, his heart brimming with gratitude. Afraid of disturbing her peaceful slumber, he hesitated to speak. Jing Yuqing had always been a sanctuary deep within his soul, pure and beautiful, right by his side. Late into the night, many lay awake, restless. Shu Zhuge was one of them. Standing on the balcony of his villa, a bitter cup of coffee in hand, he murmured to himself, Ye Chenfei, never imagined you'd play me like this. But it doesn't matter. Since you've chosen to stand against me, only one fate awaits you, death. I have a more meticulous plan prepared for you. Are you ready this time? The next morning, in an upscale tea house downtown, Wild Wolf sat impassive, his face grim. Moments ago, he too had heard the news. Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei had slaughtered Ghost Brother. While this news might shock many, to Wild Wolf it felt like a dagger to the heart. Ye Chenfei hadn't died in Yanjing? Cold blood hadn't managed to kill him? Unbelievable. An obscure little doctor and the assassin group had sent so many men, yet still couldn't finish him off. Wild Wolf hadn't slept all night. He was a notorious drug lord in Tianhai City, yet he couldn't even take down such a minor figure. How could he possibly swallow his pride? Strategist, you need to explain this Ye Chenfei business to me. Don't tell me Ye Chenfei even killed Cold Blood. Wild Wolf's facial muscles bulged, his seemingly friendly cheeks now radiating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Boss, Cold Blood wasn't killed. The strategist had been deep in thought, having only just received the news himself. He was utterly shocked and baffled. Not only had Cold Blood failed to kill Ye Chenfei, but Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei had actually killed Ghost Brother, that hair-raising killing machine? Not only was Cold Blood still alive, but he'd caused a massive upheaval. The strategist nervously recounted the latest intelligence. Last night I tried contacting the assassin group. The news is they've been dismantled. All the leaders were killed by Cold Blood. What? Lin Xuwei killed all the leaders of the assassin organization? Wild Wolf took a sip of tea and nearly spit it out in shock. How is that possible? Lin Xuwei is an assassin for the organization. How could he kill the leaders? Isn't that rebellion? Boss, it said the assassin group controlled their operatives with poison, using their lives as leverage. Cold Blood somehow found an antidote. After returning, he wiped out the entire group. I suspect. The strategist paused before continuing. I suspect the antidote Cold Blood obtained might be connected to Ye Chenfei. That Ye Chenfei again. Damn it. Wild Wolf couldn't contain himself, slamming his palm hard on the table. Tea splashed everywhere, and the wooden surface shook violently. Seems this Ye Chenfei is no small fry. So many failed to handle him. Does that mean my men must step in personally? Our major American client arrives in a couple days. Should I ask them to delay their visit? Wild Wolf glared, his fury unabated. Calm down, boss. Calm down. The strategist hurriedly refilled Wild Wolf's tea. Getting worked up over a small fry like Ye Chenfei isn't worth it. The big client deal stays on track. Ye Chenfei has no overlapping interests with us, so he shouldn't affect the client. Am I supposed to just stand by and watch the guy who cost me millions stroll around right in front of me every day? Strategist, you might swallow your pride, but I can't. If I can't even handle a small fry like Ye Chenfei, what the hell am I doing in this business? The more Wild Wolf thought about it, the angrier he got. In all his years in the game, he'd never lost his temper this badly. Boss, hear me out, the strategist said slowly, as if holding some crucial clue. I've conducted a thorough investigation into Ye Chenfei and uncovered some significant leads. Go on, Wild Wolf snapped impatiently with a dismissive gesture. This Ye Chenfei is no ordinary guy. He's been in Tianhai City less than 2 months, yet he's already become tight with Ding Xiaobei from Taishao Street. He's even stolen the spotlight at numerous major events in the East District. Right now, he's the hottest figure on Taishao Street. And his skills are far beyond those of a regular street thug. Not only is he skilled in martial arts, but he also possesses a special ability: poison techniques. As the strategist spoke, an unusual gleam flashed in his eyes. Chapter 106, Master Tan's Secret Weapon. Poison techniques? What kind of poison techniques? Though Wild Wolf was a major drug lord, this was the first time he'd heard such a term. It involves using poisons, all kinds of toxins, to attack opponents. I heard Long Dahai's crew suffered greatly at his hands. Some were poisoned into immobility, others paralyzed completely. Boss, we've seriously underestimated this opponent. Wild Wolf's expression turned cautious once more. Is Ye Chenfei that formidable? Does he possess such abilities? Boss, I didn't believe it at first either. I had people dig deeper and discovered that 2 months ago, Ye Chenfei descended from the Deity Mountains into the city. I had my men ask around, and word is that the Deity Mountains hide a master of poison, an old man in his 70s or 80s. His poison skills are legendary in the Deity Mountains, and he's known in the underworld as the Supreme Poison King. This Ye Chenfei came down from the Deity Mountains and happens to be a poison user. I've concluded there must be some connection between Ye Chenfei and the Supreme Poison King. That's why using ordinary assassin organizations against Ye Chenfei won't work. Killing with poison, silently and invisibly, that's not something you can just talk about lightly. The strategist then emphasized his viewpoint. So you're saying we should avoid Ye Chenfei? Hide from him? Surrender and admit defeat? That's not what I meant, boss. This Ye Chenfei cost us millions in business. This grudge must be settled. No matter who this Ye Chenfei is, he must be eliminated. That's our consistent approach, no exceptions. It's just that Ye Chenfei is a unique adversary, so he requires unique methods. Special methods? What exactly do you mean, strategist? Wild Wolf pressed patiently. This Ye Chenfei is a master poisoner. We need to find someone skilled in poison to take him down. Different trades are like different mountains. Finding an expert in the field to handle him might be a simple task, and it won't even cost us much. Wild Wolf interrupted doubtfully, but where are we supposed to find a poison expert? I've never even heard of such a profession before. Is this even reliable? Boss, I've already found someone with the right skills. He's waiting outside right now. Whether he's reliable or not isn't for me to say. You can judge that for yourself after meeting him. Ha! So you've already arranged everything, strategist? Wild Wolf was completely taken aback, his interest piqued. Now that you mention it, I'm actually curious about this poison technique. Go ahead and bring that expert in. I want to see this so-called poison technique for myself. The strategist smiled faintly, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Master Tan, come in. The boss wants to see you. Moments later, the tea house door swung open, revealing a gaunt middle-aged man before Wild Wolf. His attire was unremarkable: a long, ethnic-style cardigan. Thick, black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and his forehead was etched with deep wrinkles. A tuft of black hair revealed streaks of white intertwined within. He looked utterly ordinary, completely at odds with his nickname as a master poisoner. Through the frames of his glasses, one could clearly see his deeply sunken eye sockets. He walked with solemn dignity, appearing honest and straightforward. Had the strategist not previously revealed his identity, Wild Wolf would have mistaken him for a migrant worker called in from outside. Good day, sir, Master Tan approached, bowing respectfully to Wild Wolf. When he opened his mouth, a row of teeth blackened by smoke revealed teeth stained by cheap cigarettes. MHM. Wild Wolf gave a slight nod. Appearances could be deceiving. Still, he asked with a hint of curiosity, so you're the expert the strategist brought in? I hear you have deep knowledge in the use of poisons? Master Tan replied with modest humility. Expert is too strong a word. I merely have some knowledge of poisons. I've heard about your predicament, boss. A doctor skilled in poison named Ye Chenfei. Are you confident you can take out that Ye Chenfei? Wild Wolf asked bluntly. Shouldn't be a problem, Master Tan answered confidently without hesitation. Wild Wolf couldn't see anything particularly impressive about Master Tan.
From his appearance alone, he seemed utterly ordinary, like one of those elderly intellectuals.
Master Tan, if I may be so bold, what special skills do you possess to defeat Ye Chenfei? Could you show me a sample first? No problem. But I'm a practical man, showing you a move comes with a price. I don't just demonstrate techniques for anyone.
Master Tan blinked his deep-set eyes as he spoke.
Ha! The Wild Wolf felt annoyed. What's with this guy? He hasn't even started the job yet, and he's already asking for money. How much do you want, Master Tan? At least 500 for loose services, Master Tan replied, enunciating each word deliberately. 500?
Wild Wolf broke out in a cold sweat. Even the most casual hitmen started at hundreds of thousands.
This guy was asking for 500?
He nearly burst out laughing.
Don't be angry, boss.
We're honest folk who don't beat around the bush. If we didn't have the skills, we wouldn't dare ask for this price. Tan Master clasped his hands together, his tone sincere. Throughout this exchange, the strategist remained silent, his face perpetually etched with a calm smile. He had already witnessed Master Tan's formidable skills beforehand and, naturally, had produced the 500 yuan fee.
500 it is.
Wild Wolf fumbled his pockets, realizing he had no cash on him. He simply pulled a ring off his finger. I don't have any cash on me.
This ring will cover the 500. Tan didn't hesitate.
He took the gold ring, gave it a bite, then tucked it into a small blue cloth pouch he carried with him.
Wild Wolf found it somewhat amusing. A hitman who could be hired for a mere 500 yuan, just how much was he really worth?
This only deepened his skepticism toward Master Tan, who now seemed even less impressive than the previous assassins dispatched by the Hitman Syndicate. After tucking the ring into the bag, Master Tan adopted a serious expression. Then I'll make a fool of myself for you, boss. Wild Wolf snorted inwardly. Don't embarrass yourself here.
If you fail to meet my standards, you'd better return my belongings intact.
Just as Wild Wolf was consumed by doubt, he suddenly saw Master Tan's blue cloth bag twitch twice, followed by a flapping sound. It seemed to contain a living creature, instantly piquing Wild Wolf's curiosity.
Master Tan reached inside and pulled out a fluttering creature. At first glance, it resembled a chick.
The chick flapped its gray striped wings. Its head was tiny, about the size of a ping-pong ball. Its little eyes glowed a dull yellow, and its beak was sharp. It nestled perfectly in Master Tan's palm. The chick crouched slightly, fluttering its gray wings. Its tiny eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly unimpressed by this unfamiliar environment. Wild Wolf couldn't make heads or tails of this little creature, and his inner confusion only deepened.
Master Tan, you're telling me this chick is your secret weapon? You plan to defeat Ye Chenfei with this little bird?
Wild Wolf frowned, his voice heavy with doubt.
You've got it wrong, boss. This isn't a chicken, it's a bird, my crucial partner. Master Tan pointed to the bird in his hand and introduced, it has a name, the Blood Phoenix. Alright, then let me see what this Blood Phoenix is capable of.
Wild Wolf took a sip of tea, masking his inner disdain, while simultaneously exhaling a breath of relief toward the strategist.
The strategist responded with a smile, signaling Wild Wolf to keep watching.
After all, he'd once shared that same skepticism only to be utterly astonished by this Blood Phoenix. Master Tan adjusted his glasses, then flicked the Blood Phoenix lightly with his finger. Instantly, the bird sprang to its feet from his palm, its beak uttering a soft gurgle. After 2 short cries, its wings began to flap rhythmically. The gray feathers spread out, with the inner feathers flipping outward, covering the original gray exterior. In an instant, it was transformed into a body of red feathers.
Ha!
The Blood Phoenix flapping its wings had transformed its feathers to a blood-red hue. This scene still caught the Wild Wolf off guard, making Master Tan seem like he was performing magic.
This transformation gave the unassuming little bird a certain aura befitting a Blood Phoenix. Master Tan held the Blood Phoenix by its tiny feet, circling it before the Wild Wolf's eyes. Boss, this Blood Phoenix is my secret weapon. You'll see its true power soon enough.
Master Tan stepped back a few paces, tapped the Blood Phoenix's head several times with his middle finger, and then slipped a black pellet the size of a grain of rice into its beak. Muttering incomprehensible incantations under his breath, he released the Fire Phoenix into the air. With a flutter of wings, the Fire Phoenix circled the room before turning toward the Wild Wolf. As it hovered above the wolf's head, its beak opened, and the tiny grain fell precisely into the wolf's tea bowl. The grain dissolved instantly in the tea, leaving no trace, colorless, odorless, and unremarkable. Immediately afterward, the Fire Phoenix flew back to Master Tan's palm. Master Tan pulled a red earthworm from his cloth bag and stuffed it into the Fire Phoenix's beak as a reward for completing the task.
Not bad, not bad. Seems this Fire Phoenix has some skill after all. The Wild Wolf's frown finally relaxed, and he smiled faintly. Boss, I've now laced your tea with the finest mandrake. This poison strikes instantly upon contact, dissolving blood and rotting lungs. Wouldn't you agree it makes killing someone effortless?
Wherever I am, as long as I coordinate with the Fire Phoenix, I can easily poison a target without needing to follow them personally.
The stealth factor is incredibly strong.
Master Tan gradually wore a look of satisfaction, his rough old hand stroking the fire phoenix's small head.
Chapter 107, Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference.
Your poisoning technique is indeed stealthy and clever, but your approach seems rather one-dimensional. This bird is essentially just a poison carrier.
Without the right opportunity, it's practically useless. To take down Ye Chenfei, it seems we'd need a truly golden chance? My mission is urgent, I don't want to waste time. Price isn't an issue.
Wild Wolf, seasoned as he was, quickly analyzed the pros and cons. Overall, the fire phoenix did deliver a surprise, but it was fleeting.
The novelty wore off quickly. Frankly, it was just a beast. Betting everything on a beast?
Wild Wolf had never made such a rash decision.
Then I'll have the fire phoenix perform another special trick for the boss. Master Tan understood Wild Wolf's meaning and replied calmly.
Master Tan, let's do it. Wild Wolf raised his hand.
$500?
This old man's eyes lit up at the mention of money.
He immediately linked the performance to cash. Ha! Master Tan, you sure are good at calculating.
Wild Wolf casually removed the luxury watch from his wrist. This watch is worth no less than that gold ring.
Take it.
Real gold fears no fire, let me see your special skill.
Master Tan still took the watch without hesitation, tucking it into his blue cloth bag.
His withered cheeks showed no hint of emotion. He lifted the fire phoenix in his hand once more, gently stroking its head twice before murmuring another incomprehensible incantation. Finally, he pushed open the teahouse's wooden window and flicked his wrist, releasing the fire phoenix into the air.
Owner, see that black stray dog wandering the street outside?
Master Tan pointed to the wild dog roaming just beyond the window. The dog was rummaging through a garbage heap for food, a blackened bone clenched in its jaws, unaware that the fire phoenix was already spiraling toward it.
That dog? You mean that one?
Wild Wolf pointed at the dog, puzzled.
Master Tan, what does your secret technique have to do with this dog? The more I look, the less I understand.
Master Tan remained silent, but the strategist stepped in with a knowing tone. Don't worry, boss.
The fire phoenix's performance won't disappoint you.
Ha!
You're quite the sly one, strategist, Wild Wolf scolded. Team up with Master Tan to set me up like this? That's not very honorable.
Yet his eyes kept darting toward the stray dog atop the trash heap. Suddenly, the fire phoenix circled above the stray dog and darted down, its sharp beak sinking viciously into the dog's belly. The wild dog let out a howl, its greasy body trembling in pain, and the force of the attack sent the fire phoenix flying. After the fire phoenix departed, the stray dog began to yelp frantically. Blood gushed from its body in a steady stream, flowing uncontrollably. The dog thrashed and howled like a mad beast, drawing the attention of many passers-by who stopped to watch. Soon, the wild dog collapsed with a thud. Anyone with common sense knew it had bled to death, but no one realized this wild dog had actually perished under the beak of a bird.
Boss, you saw that, right? It only pecked a wild dog this time.
The fire phoenix struck its fatal wound. If it had been a person, the fire phoenix would have targeted the aorta or the temple.
Anyone pecked like that would have died instantly.
Master Tan observed the fire phoenix soaring outside the window as he explained in a deep voice.
Impressive. Master Tan truly has some skills. This time, the wild wolf couldn't help but be thoroughly convinced. The fire phoenix's performance was simply too formidable.
This wasn't just a bird, it was a lethal weapon. No matter how capable Ye Chenfei was, he could never have anticipated that the assassin sent this time was a bird, armed with just a beak. True to form, the fire phoenix soon returned, gobbling up the red earthworms Master Tan rewarded it with before obediently retreating back into the blue cloth sack.
It seemed utterly indifferent to the wild dog's demise. Master Tan, you're the one. I like this fire phoenix.
I've got high hopes for him. Wild Wolf gave a thumbs up in agreement.
Boss, since you've taken a liking to him, we should discuss the specifics of the price first. Master Tan didn't beat around the bush, he was highly sensitive to monetary figures. Master Tan is straightforward, exactly what I like in a partner.
No beating around the bush, bold and decisive.
Alright, name your price. If it's right, we'll do business. Wild Wolf declared briskly. At least 100,000. Master Tan paused for a few seconds before naming his price. 100,000 yuan? Ha! 100,000 to kill Ye Chenfei? Wild Wolf couldn't help but burst out laughing. This hitman is cheap. The guys from the Hitman organization cost me millions, and this idiot only wants 100,000? 100,000 yuan will definitely take that man's life.
I trust the fire phoenix's capabilities. Master Tan shrugged and replied with deadpan seriousness.
Tan, I'll give you 200,000. Give me an exact timeline, when will I see Ye Chenfei's corpse?
I'll have him dead within a week.
Fire Phoenix never breaks a promise. Yanjing, a luxury office building in a bustling district.
A massive, dazzling billboard stood in the plaza before the building, its golden black type characters strikingly conspicuous, warmly celebrating the grand opening of the third traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference in Yanjing. The plaza bustled with crowds, packed with eager attendees who had traveled from across the nation. Tickets for the conference were priced steeply, yet the 500 yuan passes sold out instantly. Only 300 tickets were available, and they vanished within 10 minutes of pre-sales opening. Among the attendees were patients seeking diagnoses from across the nation and doctors from major hospitals eager to learn and exchange knowledge. Everyone knew that the physicians participating in today's conference were nationally renowned experts, the cream of the crop selected from thousands of TCM practitioners nationwide. Calling these doctors rare medical geniuses would be no exaggeration. Billboards across the square displayed detailed profiles of each master practitioner. Dr. Xin Zonghai, hailed as the acupuncture master; Dr. Tang Fongyuan, known as the king of prescriptions; and the esteemed Mr. Gu Changsheng, renowned for his profound research in longevity and wellness. This lineup rivaled the most prestigious and luxurious gatherings in the medical world. This was evident from the massive crowd filling the square, numbering in the thousands. Even reporters from mainstream television networks and newspapers had rushed to the scene to broadcast live coverage of this grand medical event. Today marked the second day of the traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference, the pivotal highlight of the entire event. Numerous renowned physicians would engage in open exchanges of medical expertise and conduct face-to-face consultations with patients, forming the most anticipated segment of the conference. In the conference's temporary office, Director Su took a moment to sneak a cigarette before making a discreet phone call. On the other end was his old classmate, Gao Haiqiang, vice president of Tianhai People's Hospital. "Director Su, what's the situation over there? Any updates on Su Chunmei?" Gao Haiqiang asked first. Director Su beamed as he reported back, "Things are looking very favorable for us. That guy Ye Chenfei dropped out midway yesterday. I haven't seen him all afternoon or evening." "Ha? What's going on? What the hell is that kid playing at? Why did he just vanish out of nowhere?" Gao Haiqiang was thoroughly confused and demanded an explanation. "Old Gao, what are you fretting about? With that kid gone, only Su Chunmei remains. Doesn't that make our plan much easier to execute? This morning, I noticed Su Chunmei's mood was off, probably influenced by that kid. I've already arranged everything for today's traditional Chinese medicine exchange session. We'll make sure Su Chunmei can't save face and won't be able to report back satisfactorily," Director Su exclaimed with great enthusiasm. "Director Su, you make a good point," Gao Haiqiang agreed on the other end of the line. "I've never liked that Ye Chenfei either. With him gone, things will run much smoother. Director Su, I'm counting on you to handle everything. Rest assured, old Gao. Just wait for your turn to become president." "Alright, I won't keep you. I'm hosting today's symposium and need to attend to many matters personally. I must get back to work." Director Su hurriedly hung up and walked out of his office. The traditional Chinese medicine exchange was held in a large auditorium within the office building. The hall was packed to capacity with 300 seats arranged in tiers, everyone occupied. Rumor had it some attendees had secured seats only by purchasing expensive scalp tickets. The event's popularity was beyond description. Centered on the stage stood a rectangular conference table. Seated at one end were renowned TCM practitioners invited from across the nation. Roughly 10 prominent figures were present, including rising stars like Xin Zonghai, the acupuncture master, and Tang Fongyuan, the formula king, alongside 7 veteran practitioners led by the elder Gu Changsheng. Each possessed unique expertise and had made outstanding contributions in their respective fields. Each annual conference featured a special segment culminating in the selection of the outstanding TCM practitioner of the year. This title, awarded before the nation's most authoritative figures, carried immense prestige. Securing it meant a quantum leap in both personal achievement and collective honor. It was clear to any discerning observer that this year's award would be contested among 3 contenders: Xin Zonghai, the acupuncture master; Tang Fongyuan, the formula master; and the striking beauty Su Chunmei, representing Tianhai City Hospital. The organizers deliberately seeded these 3 together to facilitate deeper medical exchanges. Both the acupuncture master and the prescription master are front-runners, their reputations in the medical world undeniable. Yet the large-eyed beauty on stage remains largely unfamiliar to the public. "Dr. Su, I think you've come to the wrong place," remarked none other than acupuncture king Xin Zonghai. "With your looks, you'd win a modeling contest hands down. But here? Well, clearly you don't have what it takes." Chapter 108, The Flower-Guarding Physician King. Xin Zonghai had a sharp, monkey-like face, appearing to be in his 40s. His cheekbones were slightly pointed, his eyes small, his mouth large, and he sported a thin, upward-turned mustache. His appearance was far from flattering, bearing an uncanny resemblance to a circus clown. Xin Zonghai had always assumed Dr. Zhou would attend this Chinese medicine exchange conference, subconsciously viewing him as his strongest competitor. But today, Dr. Zhou hadn't arrived. Instead, he'd sent a beautiful female doctor. Xin Zonghai breathed a huge sigh of relief. Without Dr. Zhou's threat, this year's Outstanding Physician Award was undoubtedly his for the taking. The acupuncture king's crown was his to claim. "Dr. Xin, I also think you've wandered into the wrong place. If you entered a clown competition, you'd probably win a championship too, Su Chunmei replied calmly, her eyes maintaining a cool, composed expression.
Su Chunmei's words drew a snicker from Tang Fangyuan beside her. Dr. Su, you're so witty. That analogy is spot on. Dr. Shen, I think you should organize such a competition sometime. You'd be the undisputed top contender, ha.
Shen Zonghai trembled with rage, about to explode, when Director Su, the host, glided onto the stage with light steps.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 3rd Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference.
On behalf of the organizers, I extend our gratitude for your presence and your continued support and recognition of our efforts. Director Su delivered his standard opening remarks in flawless Mandarin, introducing each of the 10 TCM representatives on stage. The audience responded with thunderous applause, especially for the veteran practitioners led by Gu Changsheng, who received widespread recognition and praise. The television cameras captured every moment clearly. The audience grew particularly excited when Director Su introduced Su Chunmei. Traditional Chinese medicine had always been a male-dominated field, so the sudden appearance of Su Chunmei, a TCM practitioner as beautiful as a goddess, sent many male attendees into a frenzy.
Su Chunmei wore a formal purple-gray business suit, her neck adorned with a patterned bow tie.
Her slender figure was perfectly accentuated by the tailored jacket. Her flawlessly exquisite features, and her large, expressive eyes radiated an undeniable magnetism. Instantly, she became the focal point for many in attendance. Under her goddess-like aura, the renowned acupuncturist Shen Zonghai and the celebrated herbalist Tang Fangyuan seemed utterly overshadowed. Had the selection been decided by audience vote, Shen and Tang would likely have suffered a crushing defeat.
Ever since stepping onto the stage, Su Chunmei had been intensely nervous.
Originally, she was merely a deputy. Ye Chenfei was the candidate her master had chosen. Now that Ye Chenfei had vanished without a trace, leaving her alone, she had no choice but to force herself into the spotlight.
Deep down, Su Chunmei knew her medical skills were no match for the others on stage.
This segment was her greatest fear, every move scrutinized by all eyes.
A strong performance would bring glory to the hospital, a poor one would crush it into nothingness.
Su Chunmei seethed inwardly at Ye Chenfei, the man who had abandoned her at this critical moment. She longed to find him immediately and berate him mercilessly. Seated at the head of the conference table was an elderly man, frail and aged, his hair streaked with white and his eyes flickering with intelligence. He leaned on a dragon-headed cane. This was Gu Changsheng, an expert in medicinal herbs and an old acquaintance of old Zhou. It was Gu who had set aside his pride to secure 2 spots for Tianhai City Hospital. Earlier, he had spoken with old Zhou by phone and learned that Ye Chenfei was originally slated to represent Tianhai City Hospital at this TCM exchange conference. Now, Su Chunmei had been substituted at the last minute. The old man was filled with doubts and secretly felt anxious for Su Chunmei.
All right. Next up is a crucial segment where everyone can speak freely. Any questions or topics can be discussed with our experts on stage. Raise your cards, and each expert will address your inquiries one by one. After introducing the panel, Director Su continued with the microphone in hand. As soon as Director Su finished speaking, a flurry of cards shot up from the audience. Everyone was eager for this segment. Many patients had traveled long distances to Yanjing specifically hoping the experts could cure their difficult-to-treat illnesses. Director Su nodded with a smile. As the host, he held a privileged position. He controlled the fate of those holding up their cards. Who would get to speak with the experts was entirely within his grasp. The audience area was packed to the rafters. The organizers had set up 300 seats, but judging by the sea of people filling the space, the number was far beyond that. Many had snuck in through back channels or by posing as staff. The moment they heard they could interact with the renowned doctor, the audience erupted with excitement, raising their cards in unison. Director Su nodded with satisfaction, then pointed to one of the lucky numbers 88, number 88. The lady, you may speak first. The woman in seat 88 appeared to be in her 50s, dressed in a bright red knitted sweater embroidered with 2 large, beautiful lotus flowers. Her hair was permed, and she held her number card high. Hearing her number called by the host, she couldn't contain her excitement. Dr. Shen. Dr. Shen, she exclaimed, rising from her seat. Her first words revealed the expert she sought, none other than acupuncture master Shen Zonghai. A staff member handed her the microphone. Covering it with both hands, she described her condition. Dr. Shen, what I want to tell you is about the peculiarity of my frozen shoulder. Ever since my 20s, I've suffered from frozen shoulder. Now it's been 30 years. Whenever it rains or turns cold, my condition flares up. But the pain feels different from what others experience. The woman stood up and gestured to a large area behind her shoulder. Whenever it flares up, this entire back part of my shoulder throbs intensely like something is tearing and biting into it. I've even fainted from the pain several times. Whenever it flares up, I take painkillers to manage the pain. But painkillers only treat the symptoms, not the root cause, and they have significant side effects on my body. Once the medication wears off, the agony of frozen shoulder returns, tormenting me to the point where I feel like death is preferable to this suffering. I'm originally from Anhui.
I traveled all this way hoping to receive timely treatment from Dr. Shen. Shen Zonghai nodded slightly, stood up, and gestured to the staff. Please help the lady up so I can examine her condition further. The elderly woman was then assisted onto the examination table. Staff brought her a stool, and Dr. Shen proceeded with an impromptu treatment right there. He briefly palpated the area where her pain recurred, took her pulse, and a relieved smile spread across his face.
Auntie, I believe I understand your condition now.
Shen Zonghai had considerable expertise in acupuncture, and he was certainly familiar with the super shoulder inflammation the woman described. Auntie, your condition isn't shoulder inflammation at all.
It's actually a misalignment in your cervical vertebrae. What? Not frozen shoulder, but a bone misalignment?
The elderly woman's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief.
Exactly.
A bone in your cervical spine has shifted out of place, coincidentally compressing your spinal nerves. That's why you're experiencing such intense pain throughout your body. Since the misalignment is right beside your shoulders, most diagnoses mistakenly label it as frozen shoulder. It's simply misdiagnosis.
The worst thing in treatment is using the wrong medicine.
So all those drugs you've been taking are essentially poison. Shen Zonghai stood before the crowd, radiating an air of seasoned wisdom and profound depth, exuding the aura of a true master. Dr. Shen, what should I do now? The elderly woman asked, her eyes filled with confusion.
This is straightforward. I can perform a course of corrective acupuncture. You'll feel immediate results.
Shen Zonghai then retrieved silver needles from his medical kit and administered corrective acupuncture to the elderly woman before the crowd, 1 session daily.
Within 10 days, your bones will realign. The effects are instantaneous.
Within minutes, the elderly woman experienced a distinct sensation. It really feels different.
My back is warm and cozy, and that strange feeling is gone.
Dr. Shen, your medical skills are truly miraculous. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, and a satisfied smile spread across Shen Zonghai's face.
The traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference was in full swing. Dr. Shen Zonghai's skilled acupuncture techniques and miraculous healing abilities left everyone in attendance in awe. Several subsequent patients suffering from stubborn ailments also experienced relief under his needles.
The final patient, whose neck was stiff from sleeping awkwardly, was restored to proper alignment with just one needle. In mere seconds, the problem vanished, a stroke of genius.
Shen Zonghai's treatments concluded with resounding success.
10 patients sought his care, each leaving with nothing but praise. His reputation was firmly established, the enthusiastic response evident in the thunderous applause that filled the room. Over the next hour, other physicians engaged in brief consultations with patients. Tang Fongyuan, the king of prescriptions, whose specialty lay solely in formulating remedies, couldn't demonstrate immediate therapeutic outcomes. Consequently, his popularity paled in comparison to Shen Zonghai's.
Su Chunmei, representing Tianhai City, engaged with patients within her specialty of respiratory medicine.
Naturally, her on-site popularity couldn't compare to Shen Zonghai's. Every expert on the podium understood clearly, barring any surprises, Shen Zonghai would be crowned the outstanding physician of this TCM exchange conference.
His dominance was overwhelming, stealing the spotlight.
Yet the conference's purpose extended beyond this. Director Su, standing as the host on the podium, remained largely overlooked. Attendees treated him merely as a prop for the exchange. None could have imagined that Director Su held the power of life and death over many, including Su Chunmei.
Chapter 109, The Flower Guarding Physician.
Director Su cast a casual glance at Su Chunmei. He had to admit she was a breathtaking beauty. Even a man in his menopausal years like himself couldn't help but harbor impure thoughts. But one's mouth is bound by what one eats, and one's hands are bound by what one receives. A hefty bribe of 500,000 yuan was more than enough to make Director Su willing to take the risk. 2 full hours had passed since the traditional Chinese medicine interactive session began, yet the audience remained highly energized. Many still held up their numbered cards, vying eagerly for further discussion with the experts on stage. Director Su, microphone in hand, pointed to a young man in the audience. All right, Mr. Number 18, you may now speak with the experts on stage. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, slender in build, wearing a black hoodie clearly still of student age. He stood up and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm a medical student. My name is Chao Xiaobing, and I'm specializing in respiratory medicine. I have some questions I'd like to ask the doctors from Tianhai Hospital. Certainly, no problem. Su Chunmei maintained her warm smile and gestured to the student. The student stood up calmly. Hello, Dr. Su. My questions are actually about the respiratory department. As we all know, the most serious disease in respiratory medicine is lung cancer. Lung cancer itself is a chronic disease, and by the time it shows up on tests, it's usually already in the late stages. The main symptom of lung cancer is coughing. Dr. Su, when a patient reaches the late stage of lung cancer, what kind of medication should be given to extend the patient's life without harming the patient's weakened body? Oh, the patient should be given appropriate antibiotics to reduce the likelihood of phlegm accumulating within the organs. This will gradually lessen the coughing, thereby protecting the body to a certain extent. I recommend amoxicillin combined with the heart-protecting decoction for fever reduction and detoxification. This is the optimal combination. This question didn't stump Su Chunmei. Her master had long taught her the relevant knowledge. Then may I ask, Dr. Su, what exactly are the ingredients in the heart-grass decoction? The university student pressed on. This heart-grass decoction, made with herbs like angelica, red dates, and fish, has numerous ingredients. Su Chunmei recalled it contained over 30 types of Chinese herbs. Suddenly prompted by the student, she found her memory hazy. I'm sorry, the herbal components of heart-grass decoction are too numerous, a full 36 varieties.
I don't recall them all clearly. Dr. Su? As a professional respiratory physician, you're unclear about such a simple formula as the heart-grass decoction?
That seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? The student named Xiao Xiaobing pressed relentlessly. Su Chunmei broke out in a cold sweat. She hadn't expected to be questioned about a formula's ingredients at a traditional Chinese medicine conference. Among the countless formulas in TCM, it was impossible for her to remember every single ingredient.
Even if her master were present, he might not be able to clearly identify every herb's components. The audience immediately began to jeer. Some respiratory specialist can't even answer such a simple question. I say this woman is nothing but a quack.
Yeah, she's so pretty, who knows what trick she pulled to get here.
She doesn't look like a doctor at all.
I bet she's just here to make a show, to deceive people.
Such jeers could be heard intermittently from the audience.
Su Chunmei broke out in a cold sweat. Under the spotlight of so many eyes, having made such a huge blunder, her face flushed with embarrassment. Su Chunmei didn't know that the college student Qiao Xiaojiang in the audience wasn't a real student at all. He was an actor hired by someone specifically to come up with this tricky question.
Raising it at this critical moment was meant to humiliate Su Chunmei and embarrass Tianhai Hospital. The more Su Chunmei embarrassed herself, the more Tianhai Hospital's reputation would be ruined. If this act played out perfectly, the director of Tianhai City would be dismissed, allowing someone else to rightfully take the top position at the hospital. The situation took an unexpected turn. A respected respiratory physician was suddenly thrust into the spotlight by that student.
No one noticed the student exchange a knowing glance with Director Su, a silent understanding between them.
This seemingly simple question concealed profound complexity.
Most traditional Chinese medicine practitioners likely couldn't accurately recite the prescription for Zinco decoction. This formula was obscure, reserved only for severe pulmonary conditions. This was the effect meticulously orchestrated by Director Su, and it was merely his first move against Su Chunmei, just the opening act. The real spectacle was yet to come, guaranteed to humiliate this stunning beauty beyond recognition. The most spectacular performance came from the hired hecklers in the audience. They amplified the awkward atmosphere, energizing the entire venue. The upcoming spectacle would be impossible without their support. Boom! Just as the tension peaked, a thunderous crash echoed through the room. The conference hall doors burst open, kicked wide by a forceful foot. A strikingly handsome face appeared before everyone, none other than the poison doctor, Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei still had several band-aids plastered across his forehead, and he was still wearing the same little suit from the night before. Of course, the suit had been washed, though it hadn't fully dried yet. It still clung to his body, damp and warm, with faint traces of bloodstains visible around the collar, even carrying a faint scent of laundry detergent. To make it to this morning's traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference, Ye Chenfei had barely slept last night. After giving his wounds some basic treatment, he rushed to catch the earliest flight to Yanjing. Just half an hour ago, he finally arrived at the office building where the conference was being held. Yet at the conference entrance, he was stopped by several security guards. The reason was simple: Ye Chenfei had left all his credentials behind in Tianhai City. Without proper identification, he was naturally barred from entering by the guards, unable to join the already started conference. Ye Chenfei was forced to watch the grand exchange from outside. He had originally planned to quietly wait by the door, intending to sincerely apologize and explain to Su Chunmei once the meeting concluded. But when he witnessed the scene that had just unfolded, he couldn't contain his rage. Su Chunmei was the woman he cherished most. How could she be subjected to such ridicule and exclusion? Whoever mocked the woman he loved was showing contempt for Ye Chenfei himself. That was why Ye Chenfei had kicked open the conference room door without a second thought. What a bull exchange meeting! Compared to my goddess, it wasn't worth a damn. Ye Chenfei's presence radiated overwhelming dominance. His black marten boots kicked open the conference doors with a single forceful stomp, a strikingly handsome move not everyone could pull off. Instantly, all eyes in the room shifted to him, their focus abruptly centered on his figure. Su Chunmei stared in stunned disbelief, her breathtakingly beautiful eyes wide. She was suddenly at a loss for words. Just yesterday, Ye Chenfei had vanished without a trace, and now he abruptly appeared out of nowhere. The complex emotions churning within her were beyond description. What the hell is going on? Director Su, microphone in hand, barked at the security guards by the door. What the hell are you lot doing? How could you just let someone barge in like that? Several security guards immediately followed him in, preparing to forcibly drag Ye Chenfei out of the conference hall. Ye Chenfei forcefully broke free from the security guard's grip and waved toward Director Su. Director Su, don't you recognize me? I'm Ye Chenfei, the representative from Tianhai Hospital. I had to rush back for an urgent matter, which is why your security stopped me at the entrance. My apologies for the disturbance, everyone. Please forgive me, Director Su. Many couldn't help but glance at Ye Chenfei. His attire hardly resembled that of a renowned physician at best. He looked like a cocky youngster who didn't know his place. He seemed fundamentally different from the experts and professors present. Could someone like this truly represent Tianhai Hospital, famous for its respiratory department? Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. I apologize for this unexpected situation. Director Su addressed Ye Chenfei with solemn seriousness. Dr. Yi, as the host of this event, I cannot show favoritism toward you. I must uphold my responsibility to all the patients present. If you cannot provide credentials verifying your identity, I must ask you to leave. I hope you will take this seriously. Ha! Director Su, we had dinner together just last night. Can't you vouch for me? Dr. Su can also testify. Ye Chenfei frowned. This Director Su was like a chameleon after just one day apart. He turned his back and denied knowing him. Director Su, Ye Chenfei is indeed our hospital's representative. How could you? A faint trace of puzzlement appeared on Su Meijiao's delicate, beautiful face. Director Su's reaction also left her perplexed. I'm sorry, Dr. Yi and Dr. Su. We have our own difficulties and our own rules. Besides, Dr. Yi entering in this manner is something I simply cannot accept. Director Su had no desire to see Ye Chenfei and was fabricating excuses against his better judgment. As the crowd murmured and the situation threatened to spiral out of control, security guards prepared to forcibly remove Ye Chenfei. Suddenly, a large, heavy-set man stepped onto the podium. This man was none other than Li Daqian. He leaned close to Director Su and whispered, Director Su, let Ye Chenfei in. I know he's a doctor. Don't make things difficult for him. Director Su's expression shifted abruptly, his small eyes narrowing in surprise. He hadn't expected Li Daqian to speak up for Ye Chenfei. Mr. Li, this isn't appropriate. Even if he is a doctor, he can't be allowed to cause such a ruckus. Where does that leave our reputation as the organizers? What? Director Su, are you refusing to listen to me now? Mr. Li, this is embarrassing for us as the organizers. I just made that announcement in front of everyone, wouldn't that be slapping myself in the face? Director Su looked extremely uncomfortable, frowning as he spoke. Chapter 110, Chaos, Total Chaos. What host organization? I'm the host organization. If I don't give you money, you've got no host organization. Director Su, you wanna go against me, huh? Li Daqian snorted with a dark expression. Fine, I'll do as you say. Director Su hurriedly agreed, his forced smile looking more like a grimace. Director Su immediately intervened to stop the security guards, who had already dragged Ye Chenfei to the doorway. Guards. Wait. I made a mistake. Ye Chenfei is indeed a VIP guest invited by our organizers. Let him in. As the organizers, we should approach this with magnanimity and generosity. Everyone has their special circumstances, we should all show mutual understanding and forgiveness. Director Su's words were like slapping himself in the face. Moments ago, he'd been adamant about kicking Ye Chenfei out, yet in the blink of an eye, he'd transformed into a completely different person, suddenly approachable and understanding. Ye Chenfei naturally spotted Li Daqian's figure. He thought to himself that Li Daqian's illness hadn't been treated in vain. This favor had come at just the right moment. Yet hearing Director Su's insincere words, he suddenly felt an urge to slap him. Thus, Ye Chenfei returned to his seat under everyone's gaze. He looked at Su Chunmei with a solemn expression. Xiaomei, I'm sorry I was late. I'm sorry you had to endure that earlier. Su Chunmei felt a wave of warmth wash over her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Ye Chenfei's timely arrival finally brought her peace of mind. Like a small bird caught in a storm suddenly finding a sturdy tree to cling to, hearing his words dissolved all her resentment toward him into thin air. Ahem. Ye Chenfei returned to his seat and immediately addressed the microphone with an apology. Good evening, everyone. First, I must apologize for disrupting the flow and atmosphere of this exchange session. I am deeply sorry. I hope to make amends through my actions and will do my utmost to assist every friend present here. Then, patting Su Chunmei's shoulder, Ye Chenfei explained, This is my assistant, Su Chunmei. I also need to apologize to her. I should have been the one answering your questions, but she stepped in for me under unavoidable circumstances. She's been put through a lot, and I sincerely want to apologize to her. Alright, enough chatter. Let's return to the meeting's agenda. Student, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Ye Chenfei turned directly to Cao Xiaobing, gestured, and inquired. The exchange session resumed. The room fell silent once more. Though people subconsciously accepted this new Dr. Yi, Cao Xiaobing pressed on, Dr. Yi, your assistant doesn't know the medicinal components of the heart grass decoction. As an expert, do you know its primary ingredients? Angelica sinensis, red dates, fish, plus Chinese yam, boiled in a bowl of water for an hour. That's the heartgrass decoction you're referring to, Ye Chenfei replied calmly.
Dr. Yi, what are you talking about?
Chao Xiaobing's tone grew increasingly aggressive.
Dr. Yi, don't you know that heartgrass soup is a decoction made from 36 Chinese herbs? It includes angelica, red dates, fish, dried tangerine peel, rue.
Chao Xiaobing rattled off the entire Hotwinia Chordata formula in one breath, his voice rising sharply, clearly a taunt directed at Ye Chenfei. Dr. Yi, you're calling 36 Chinese herbs just 4 ingredients?
Is this how an expert operates? In an instant, the crowd of extras in the audience joined in the uproar. What kind of doctor has an assistant like that? This doctor is clearly a fraud. Yeah. This guy's a fraud. Don't trust him, he's nothing but a quack. Yet Ye Chenfei maintained his smile, utterly unmoved.
He sharply cut off Chao Xiaobing's rant. Chao Xiaobing, you're mistaken. I suggest you read more books before coming to cause trouble again. Ye Chenfei's voice wasn't loud, but amplified through the venue's sound system. It perfectly conveyed his calm composure. His deep, resonant tone, coupled with his handsome, determined gaze and every gesture, radiated the aura of a true master. Yet the so-called university student refused to back down. Clutching the microphone, he stubbornly challenged, Dr. Yi, are you mocking me? Is there something wrong with the prescription for heartgrass decoction I recited? With so many renowned physicians and teachers here, dare you confront me? The room erupted in commotion. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected turn. Chao Xiaobing's defiant attitude contrasted with Ye Chenfei's calm expression, transforming the scene into a silent standoff between the two. Many renowned TCM experts present understood the nuance as well. Chao Xiaozhang's recitation of the heartgrass decoction formula was flawless. Yet they couldn't fathom where Ye Chenfei drew such confidence. Clearly he didn't know the formula, yet he stood so boldly assertive. Just then, the esteemed physician Gu Changsheng rose to calm the crowd. Quiet, everyone. And you, young man, please don't rush. I'm sure Dr. Yi will have an explanation. Let's all settle down and listen. Under the elder's soothing words, the hall gradually quieted. All eyes turned to the young doctor on stage, his face radiating a confident smile that only deepened everyone's curiosity about him. Throughout this, Director Su remained silent, secretly giving Chao Xiaobing an approving glance. The kid's acting was impressive, emotionally charged, sharp-voiced, and utterly devastating. Ye Chenfei's signature cough echoed through the room. He addressed Chao Xiaobing with measured composure. Young man, first I must ask about a detail. You seem remarkably familiar with the heartgrass decoction formula. You recited every herb name perfectly, even their exact sequence. If you know the formula so thoroughly, why come here to ask us? What exactly is your attitude toward participating in this TCM exchange meeting? Did you come here specifically to mock us? The words had barely left his mouth when the conference hall erupted in an uproar. Only then did the crowd realize the absurdity. Chao Xiaobing clearly knew the answer to the heartgrass decoction question, yet he deliberately posed it to the experts on stage. Had he paid 500 yuan just to ask such a simple question? Was he bored out of his mind? Was he making a mockery of the experts? Only then did Chao Xiaobing realize his blunder. He'd been so focused on trying to trip up Ye Chenfei that he hadn't noticed such an obvious flaw in his own plan. The guy was quick-witted, though, and decided to press on regardless. That's right. I'm here to expose fraud. As a TCM student, I can't stand seeing someone impersonating an expert like this. An expert who doesn't even know about heartgrass soup. What business do you have sitting on this panel? You'd be better off selling sweet potatoes. Chao Xiaobing held the microphone in one hand while waving the other wildly, as if he and Ye Chenfei shared a blood feud. The crowd around him joined in the uproar, once again whipping the conference hall into a frenzy. Hey, professor, calm down. I haven't finished speaking yet. Ye Chenfei decisively cut off Chao Xiaobing and the others heckling. Student, do you know who wrote about this heartgrass soup? Ha! Chao Xiaolong froze for a moment before continuing his rant. Who wrote it has nothing to do with me. Don't change the subject. Well, let me enlighten you then. The heartgrass decoction was formulated by a physician named Wang Hongshu from Suzhou during the Qing dynasty. He created this prescription specifically for patients suffering from severe qi and blood depletion. However, over a century later, Xinketang hasn't gained widespread use. A major reason is its significant side effects. For instance, the combination of coptis and coptis harms the patient's heart. Angelica sinensis conflicts with jujube. Rehmannia glutinosa can damage the stomach and intestines, causing diarrhea. These are the primary reasons Xinketang isn't widely used. Chao Xiaobing was instantly speechless. Ye Chenfei's explanation revealed knowledge he hadn't possessed before coming. He'd merely memorized the Zinco decoction formula without understanding its origins. Ye Chenfei continued, the 4 herbs I just mentioned to everyone are actually a modified version of the heartgrass decoction. By reducing the original 36 herbs and adding specific boiling steps, it achieves the same therapeutic effects without any side effects. You're talking nonsense. I don't believe it. Chao Xiaobing refused to concede so easily. You expect me to just accept whatever you say?
Do you take me for a fool? I've studied medicine for years and never heard of such a thing. Where did these quack theories come from? Classmate, that's precisely why I suggested you go back and study a few more years before challenging us. Everything I just mentioned is clearly documented on page 78 of the new edition of Chinese medicine. To come here ranting without even reading the book, I must say, I'm truly impressed by your courage. Ye Chenfei chuckled with relief. What? Cao Xiaobing was caught off guard. Forget traditional Chinese medicine, he'd never even heard of it. Stumped by Ye Chenfei's retort, he couldn't utter a word. Clap. Elder Gu Changsheng, seated at the other end of the conference table, spontaneously began applauding. Well said. Well said. Immediately, enthusiastic applause filled the hall. Cao Xiaobing's face flushed crimson. The clapping felt like a chorus of mockery directed at him. The carefully scripted performance had completely derailed. Where did this guy come from? He hasn't even mastered his own field and he's already challenging experts? How dare he? He really doesn't know his place. Yeah, and he's supposed to be a TCM student? What a disgrace to his school. The surrounding audience couldn't help but grumble at Cao Xiaobing, and the TV cameras just happened to be trained on him. The guy was instantly overcome with embarrassment. He dropped the microphone and bolted out the venue exit as if fleeing. Throughout this, Director Su's face remained grim. Ever since Ye Chenfei appeared, the entire plan had gone off track. He'd never taken kindly to Ye Chenfei. With his credentials, how could he possibly be associated with renowned physicians? He was clearly just a fraud who snuck in. No matter what, today Ye Chenfei would be made to look foolish, then he'd be sent packing, tail between his legs. Chapter 111, The Flower-Guarding Physician King. Director Su forced a fake smile to lighten the mood. Well, they say true gold fears no fire. As expected of Tianhai Hospital's outstanding talent, not only are your medical skills exceptional, but your theoretical knowledge is also formidable. Even a doctor in his 50s like me feels inadequate. Next, I'd like to introduce a special patient to Dr. Ye. This patient reached out to us through CCTV. I believe Dr. Ye's expertise can assist this unique case. Let's welcome our special patient now. Director Su gestured toward the backstage area, his voice deepening as he spoke. Under the gaze of the entire audience, a female reporter from the television station pushed a black wheelchair onto the stage. Seated in the wheelchair was a young man, his body heavily bandaged. Scars were visible across his skin, and several prominent wounds remained clearly visible on his face. The young man appeared to be only about 20 years old. Judging by his condition, he had suffered severe external injuries, with multiple parts of his body tightly wrapped in bandages, likely the result of a fall from some height. The TV reporter took the microphone and began describing the young man's strange condition. His name was Shaoan, a firefighter with the Yanjing City Fire Department. Shaoan had sustained these burns in a major fire a month earlier, suffering burns over 50% of his body and severe physical trauma. But Shaoan's peculiar condition lies in his legs. From the day he entered the hospital, he lost the ability to move them freely. Initially, the hospital suspected fractures or broken bones. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the medical equipment detected no abnormalities whatsoever. In other words, Shaoan's body showed no issues under diagnostic testing, yet his legs remain immobile. The female reporter handed Ye Chenfei Shaoan's medical imaging films one by one. Dr. Ye, Shaoan suffered these injuries while protecting people's property. We urgently hope everyone can help Shaoan and cure his legs. Before Ye Chenfei could review them all, Shin Zonghai, standing beside him, took the films from Ye's hand and interjected, "This is an extremely rare case. I've encountered similar situations abroad. Foreign experts refer to this condition as pseudoneuralgia." The female reporter and Shaoan's eyes immediately flashed with hope upon hearing this. CCTV's camera then zoomed in for a close-up shot of Shin Zonghai, bringing him back into the spotlight. A CCTV close-up isn't something just anyone gets. Dr. Shin? What exactly is wrong with Shaoan? Can you solve this mystery for us? The beautiful hostess asked first. Ah, yes. This condition is indeed extremely rare. I only learned of a similar case last month during a study tour in Germany. Shaoan's situation appears comparable. She likely suffered a blow from something while fighting the fire, or was subjected to significant external force. Beyond the visible external injuries, there should be substantial internal damage as well. Shin Zonghai suddenly presented one of the images. I believe the key lies in this scan. Firefighter Shaoan's appearance inadvertently elevated this TCM symposium to a new moral high ground. Making an appearance during this segment would catapult one's fame to unprecedented heights. Shin Zonghai instinctively sensed this opportunity and stepped forward without hesitation. Coincidentally, this condition was precisely his area of expertise. Shin Zonghai first showed the suspicious image to his colleagues on stage, then turned away to explain its significance to everyone. Everyone examined it closely. On Shaoan's scan, particularly in the lower back area, there was an inconspicuous detail. One vein appeared slightly thicker than normal, what traditional Chinese medicine refers to as a flowing vein. Sure enough, at Shin Zonghai's prompting, everyone noticed that the flowing vein was indeed thicker and darker than normal. It was a subtle detail without careful observation, few would have spotted it. The female reporter couldn't help but ask, Dr. Shen, what does an enlarged, darkened saphenous vein signify?
This indicates the injury isn't to Xiaowen's legs themselves, but to the compressed nerve connecting her two thighs, the very vein we're observing here. The scan shows significant damage, requiring extensive corrective treatment over a long period to fully restore it, Shen Zonghai declared with decisive certainty, pointing to Xiaowen in her wheelchair.
Dr. Shen, can my leg still be cured? Will I ever be able to stand and walk again?
Xiaowen, sitting in his wheelchair, asked urgently.
Of course it can be cured.
In my experience, once we identify the cause, recovery is always possible.
Your injured saphenous vein is quite severe, so the treatment process will take a bit longer.
Based on the extent of the damage shown in the scans, it will take at least 3 months before you can walk again.
At the same time, I deeply admire your courage and bravery.
Therefore, in front of all these people, I solemnly promise, I will not charge Xiaowen a single penny for the consultation fee.
All treatment and medication costs will be covered entirely out of my own pocket. In that moment, Shen Zonghai's noble image etched itself into everyone's hearts.
Xiaowen gazed at him with gratitude, his peers responded with admiration, and the crowd below looked up to him with profound respect. Shen Zonghai captured the attention of everyone present.
He was undoubtedly the center of attention in the entire venue, single-handedly elevating the atmosphere to an unprecedented peak. Yet at that moment, a discordant scene unfolded.
People noticed Ye Chenfei had quietly begun taking Xiaowen's pulse, his expression growing intensely grave.
Dr. Yi? What are you doing? Do you question my diagnosis of Xiaowen? Do you need to re-examine her? Shen Zonghai's expression darkened instantly.
He snatched the microphone and directed a cold retort at Ye Chenfei, his voice filled with anger and dissatisfaction, amplified by the speakers to every corner of the venue. Indeed, I do have differing views on Xiaowen's condition.
Ye Chenfei snatched the microphone from Director Su's hand and responded bluntly. Ha! A wave of bewilderment rippled through the crowd. How dare this young upstart question the diagnosis confirmed by Shen Zonghai, the acupuncture king? Was he courting trouble? The beautiful reporter, ever straightforward, pressed her question. Dr. Yi, do you have a different perspective? Could you explain the specifics to us? What exactly is wrong with Xiaowen's legs?
Instantly, the CCTV camera shifted its focus to Ye Chenfei. While Shen Zonghai was undoubtedly the star of today's symposium, Ye Chenfei had rapidly gained the spotlight, seemingly intent on challenging Shen's dominance.
The most frustrated person was undoubtedly Shen Zonghai.
Having been elevated to the pinnacle of acclaim, Ye Chenfei's sudden intervention had sent him crashing down.
It proved the old adage, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Shen Zonghai's beard trembled with rage, and he wanted nothing more than to strangle Ye Chenfei for stealing his thunder. Ye Chenfei, don't speak out of turn when you don't understand. This isn't your stage to show off. Shen Zonghai finally lost control, pointing at Ye Chenfei and roaring.
Dr. Shen, I never intended to steal your thunder. Compared to Xiaowen's safety, recognition means nothing. Healing her leg is what truly matters.
Ye Chenfei's expression was solemn.
He showed no trace of fear toward Shen Zonghai, instead radiating a commanding presence that commanded respect.
Su Chunmei witnessed it all.
This was a man of unwavering commitment both in his promises and his professional dedication. Watching him from afar, her heart nearly melted.
Wasn't this the very Prince Charming she'd been searching for? Speak up. Ye Chenfei. Tell me. What exactly is wrong with Xiaowen's leg? Shen Zonghai roared like a lion provoked, eager to prove his own prowess.
Ye Chenfei picked up the suspicious scan again and presented it before everyone. This scan is indeed key to Xiaowen's condition. The cause is precisely what you mentioned, Dr. Shen, the water flow vein.
Superficially, this vein appears slightly thicker and darker in color.
But upon closer inspection, it's absolutely impossible for this injury to have been caused by mere contact.
Let me clarify, while the saphenous vein can indeed sustain trauma, a case like Xiaowen's is absolutely impossible. The water vein lies in the innermost layer of the thigh. To damage its tissue requires immense impact or trauma, yet nothing could cause the severity shown in Xiaowen's scan. If such damage existed, the overlying muscles would have sustained exponentially greater force. By that logic, Xiaowen's legs should have been pulverized. Ye Chenfei explained this principle to the assembled crowd in simple, accessible terms. So that's your conclusion, Ye Chenfei? If it wasn't a saphenous vein injury, then what caused all this? Can you offer an explanation?
This theory is simple enough for anyone to grasp, but Shen Zonghai naturally refused to believe it. In his view, Ye Chenfei was merely trying to steal the spotlight, aiming to secure this year's Outstanding Physician of the Year title. In my view, Ye Chenfei stated solemnly, this vein wasn't injured, it was encased in congealed blood.
After the muscle damage, the internal blood clot couldn't drain out.
It remained trapped in his venous system, causing the blockage that rendered Xiaowen's legs completely immobile.
That is the root cause of his condition. And what gives you the right to make such a definitive diagnosis? Based on a single X-ray? Are you some kind of X-ray visionary, Ye Chenfei? Can you see through a patient's internal condition?
Shen Zonghai grew increasingly agitated, his tone escalating to the point of sounding like a shrieking harpy. Chapter 112, The Poison Doctor Has No Equal. Based on the pulse I took from Shaoan just now, I sensed his veins were in a state of paralysis, showing no reaction whatsoever.
Ha! You can sense a patient's vein numbness?
Before Ye Chenfei could finish, Shen Zonghai impatiently cut him off, then threw his head back and burst into laughter.
His sleazy cheeks twitched with the outburst. Ye Chenfei, you're joking with us, right? This is the first time I've heard of taking a pulse and being able to sense the veins? Are you sure you're not joking with all of us? It wasn't just Shen Zonghai, every expert on and off the stage was stunned. Observing a steady pulse pattern made sense, but claiming to sense anything else through pulse diagnosis? That was pure myth. Even the venerable Gu Changsheng found Ye Chenfei's claim childish. How could Ye Chenfei utter such unreliable nonsense?
In front of all these people, in front of the TV reporters, this is just setting himself up for failure. Ah, it seems old Zhou misjudged him this time. The audience below the stage buzzed with discussion. People voiced their opinions on Ye Chenfei's diagnosis, and without exception, they all questioned his words. Mixed in among them were the troublemakers, once again accusing Ye Chenfei of being a fraud, a quack, and the like. Among the entire crowd, only 2 people believed Ye Chenfei unconditionally.
The first was Su Chunmei. She trusted Ye Chenfei implicitly, knowing he would never let her down. The second was Li Daiqian.
After Ye Chenfei's special treatment last night, he was prepared to stake his life on supporting Ye Chenfei to the end.
Alright, Ye Chenfei, Shen Zonghai sneered, since you claim the patient has nerve paralysis, what method will you use to treat Shaoan's condition?
Oh, I'll also use acupuncture, Ye Chenfei replied calmly.
Excellent.
Director Su chimed in, fanning the flames. Then let us witness how Dr. Yi employs his acupuncture skills to restore the firefighter's legs.
We shall all watch with bated breath.
Dr. Shen, I didn't bring my silver needles.
Could I borrow your set of tools? Ye Chenfei asked with a sharp smile. Lending you silver needles is no problem. But if anything goes wrong later, I won't take responsibility.
Ye Chenfei, don't drag me into your dangerous games, Shen Zonghai said with a sneer.
Dr. Shen, I'm not afraid of you. What's there to fear? The TV cameras are rolling. Do you really think I'd frame you?
Shen Zonghai produced his own set of silver needles, snorting coldly under his breath. Ye Chenfei, oh Ye Chenfei, this time you're finished. You refused the path to heaven and forced your way into hell.
Shaoan, do you dare accept my acupuncture?
Ye Chenfei stepped back before her, patting her shoulder reassuringly.
I dare. I've already died once. What more is there to fear? Shaoan answered decisively. Go ahead, Dr. Yi. Don't hold back. The venue instantly fell into an eerie silence. Eyes widened as everyone fixed their gaze on Ye Chenfei's every move.
Most harbored skepticism, while others watched with schadenfreude, hoping he'd botch the procedure so they could have him thrown out on the spot. Ye Chenfei first unbuttoned Shaoan's pants, easily locating the site of the venous paralysis. He pressed firmly on the wound with his fingers.
Shaoan showed no reaction whatsoever, confirming Ye Chenfei's diagnosis. So often, a simple cause of illness gets unnecessarily complicated by many. After going through all sorts of treatments, it often ends up being a waste of time and effort. Ye Chenfei selected the longest silver needle in his kit, a full 50 centimeters in length. Only this length could achieve the effect he envisioned. He skillfully sterilized the needle over a flame, precisely located the vein center, and without hesitation thrust it into Shaoan's thigh. Under the power of the heavenly eye finger technique, the needle plunged deep into Shaoan's flesh almost to its hilt. Instantly, crimson blood began trickling uncontrollably down his thigh. The female reporter behind him gasped in horror, instinctively taking a step back. Though the needle itself was thin, the blood flowed steadily from the wound. Pale with fright, she had seen much in her career, yet never witnessed such an unconventional treatment method as Ye Chenfei's. Ye Chenfei? Could you explain this procedure to us? Director Su approached, feigning professionalism for the interview. Shut up. Don't interrupt me.
Xiaomei, help me clean the blood off Shaoan. Ye Chenfei nodded and instructed Su Chunmei.
Yes.
Su Chunmei responded, grabbing gauze and cotton to begin cleaning the blood around the wound.
Director Su was left thoroughly humiliated.
As a prominent figure, he'd been publicly rebuked by Ye Chenfei in front of so many people. This Ye Chenfei deserved to be damned.
But an even more shocking scene unfolded next.
Ye Chenfei suddenly slapped his palm against the long silver needle, forcing the exposed half back into the wound. Instantly, blood gushed even more violently from Xiaobai's thigh, flowing uncontrollably from the wound.
At this point, Shen Zonghai finally couldn't hold back any longer.
He leaped forward, pointing at Ye Chenfei and bellowing, Ye Chenfei, stop.
What are you doing? Are you trying to kill her for her money? Stop what you're doing immediately. Stop the bleeding for Shaoan right now. If this continues, she'll bleed to death. Do you even understand? Old man Gu Changsheng also hurried over to Ye Chenfei's side, whispering in his ear, Ye Chenfei, do you realize how dangerous this is?
I don't know what you're thinking, but I know that if you continue like this, the patient will be in immediate danger.
With so many people watching, this isn't something you can just mess around with. Thank you for your warning, old goo. I know what's at stake.
I know you and old Zhou are friends, so you should trust your friend unconditionally.
Ye Chenfei turned away resolutely, asking about Shaoan's condition. Shaoan, how do you feel? Right now? Nothing, or still no pain?
Shaoan shook her head slightly, refusing to look at her bleeding wound. Ye Chenfei frowned slightly, then without warning, he swung his fist hard at the silver needle embedded in Shaoan's wound. Crack! The needle sank another inch deeper. At that very moment, Shaoan suddenly let out a piercing scream. Ah!
Ye Chenfei perked up instantly. Shaoan, can you feel the pain now?
Yeah, it hurts.
Shaoan nodded and shouted.
Looking at his wound, the blood gushing out had changed from bright red to a thick, dark color.
Ye Chenfei finally exhaled deeply, letting out a curse. Damn it, the stagnant blood is finally being expelled.
Within seconds, all the stagnant blood was expelled from Shaoan's wound, replaced by fresh crimson blood. This time, Ye Chenfei decisively pulled the silver needle out of Shaoan's wound in one swift motion. Xiaomei! Help bandage Shaoan's wound immediately and apply proper hemostasis. Quick! 10 minutes later, Shaoan's wound was freshly bandaged.
Ye Chenfei gestured. Shaoan, try it. See if you can stand up. I can stand?
Shaoan could hardly believe it himself, stammering out the words. Actually, the moment you felt the pain in your wound, you were already able to stand, Ye Chenfei said with a confident, handsome smile. Sure enough, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Shaoan wobbled to his feet from the wheelchair. The tough guy couldn't hold back his tears.
I'm standing. I'm really standing. Why?
I won't need this wheelchair anymore.
Clap. Witnessing this scene, all doubts vanished from the crowd. One by one, they spontaneously gave Ye Chenfei the most enthusiastic applause. The experts and renowned doctors on stage joined in the applause. Though they didn't understand Ye Chenfei's treatment methods, Shaoan had undeniably stood before them. This ironclad fact spoke volumes. Even Shen Zonghai, who had remained skeptical, applauded with genuine admiration. Impressive. Ye Chenfei is truly this year's outstanding doctor. I concede defeat wholeheartedly. All glory converged upon Ye Chenfei in that moment. Su Chunmei never imagined today's exchange would culminate thus. As the man before her performed miracle after miracle, she couldn't help but step forward and grasp Ye Chenfei's arm tightly. The veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Gu Changsheng, sighed repeatedly. The new generation truly outshines the old. The younger doctors have not disappointed us. I truly misjudged him this time. While the conference hall erupted in excitement, Director Su, the host, couldn't muster a single smile. According to his plan, Ye Chenfei was supposed to make a fool of himself today, tarnishing Tianhai Hospital's reputation. But now, Ye Chenfei's performance not only avoided disgracing Tianhai City but instead brought boundless glory to Tianhai Hospital. His single-needle cure for the firefighters' legs would soon become explosive national news. When that happened, Tianhai Hospital would be elevated to a nationally renowned traditional Chinese medicine hospital, making President Chao's position even more prestigious. Gao Haiqiang would remain Tianhai City's perpetual runner-up. After a long pause, Director Su forced a faint, insincere smile and resumed hosting. Today Dr. Ye's medical skills have thoroughly impressed every audience member here and opened the eyes of our experts. This is a source of pride for our organizers, and we all feel deeply gratified. With little time remaining for the exchange session and only one final slot left, let's see who will be the last fortunate participant. Having witnessed Ye Chenfei's miraculous needle skills, coupled with this being the final exchange slot, the audience eagerly raised their numbered cards. Nearly everyone wanted the chance to exchange insights with this extraordinary physician. Chapter 113, The Unrivaled Poison Doctor. Alright, the final spot goes to this gentleman. Number 116, congratulations. Director Su pointed to an audience member seated in the lower right corner. Number 116 was a middle-aged man with a short, flat-top haircut. Not particularly tall, he appeared lean overall. Dressed in a black leather jacket, his eclectic style gave him a somewhat shabby look. Hello, Dr. Yi. My name is Zhang Haishan. I work at a local factory. My condition isn't serious, just a cough. The middle-aged man spoke haltingly into the microphone, pointing to his throat as he said, but this cough just won't stop. My throat itches constantly. I've tried countless medicines and visited hospitals repeatedly, but nothing has helped. It's actually getting worse. By nightfall, I can't sleep at all. While it hasn't affected my overall health, when it flares up, it's absolutely unbearable. The man began coughing violently, a prolonged fit that left his face flushed and his neck strained. Hearing his account, many doctors present could immediately recognize the hallmarks of chronic bronchitis. Ye Chenfei also reached a similar conclusion. Bronchitis is a chronic condition. Western medicine offers quick relief but comes with significant side effects, while traditional Chinese medicine focuses on nourishing the body. In short, there was no quick fix to eradicate it completely. He invited Zhang Haisheng up from the conference hall and decided to take his pulse first. Throughout the pulse diagnosis, Zhang Haisheng couldn't control his coughing.
It was loud and clear through the conference hall microphone, almost as if he were coughing his windpipe out.
Ye Chenfei couldn't get a proper pulse reading. Dr. Yi, I really can't stop coughing. I'm so sorry.
Ye Chenfei signaled to the host, Director Su, please fetch me a bottle of cough syrup. Help this gentleman suppress his cough temporarily so I can take his pulse accurately.
Me? Me get cough syrup? Director Su's head was spinning. Ye Chenfei, what gives you the right to boss me around like a servant? Who the hell do you think you are? Ha? Ye Chenfei shot him a disapproving glare. Fine. I'll get it right away.
Director Su agreed nervously, his conscience pricking him.
Just you wait, Ye Chenfei. You'll see. The real show is yet to come. Cough.
Zhang Haixing's coughing persisted relentlessly, accompanied by a hoarse rasp that tore at the ears of anyone listening. Experienced doctors could tell from the high frequency of his cough that this was far from a simple case.
More serious conditions were likely lurking beneath the surface.
Soon, Director Su had someone fetch temporary cough syrup. Handing it to Ye Chenfei, he said, Dr. Yi, here's the cough syrup you requested. Without hesitation, Ye Chenfei unscrewed the cap and handed it to Zhang Haixing sitting across from him. Mr. Zhang, take a few sips first.
It should temporarily suppress the cough so I can take your pulse and examine you.
The syrup was a common cough suppressant, but no one noticed the sly gleam that flashed in Director Su's eyes. Ye Chenfei, let's see how you handle this.
You're done for, ha.
Zhang Haixing tilted his head back and gulped down several mouthfuls of the syrup. His coughing subsided, and he leaned weakly against the chair, gasping for breath.
Dr. Yi, you must save me. I can't bear to live like this forever.
Unexpectedly, as Zhang Haixing spoke, his complexion suddenly darkened. His tone grew frantic, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably.
Dr. Yi. I suddenly feel something's wrong.
Zhang Haixing's expression twisted into agony, his facial muscles contorting into a grimace. His mouth opened wide in terror, foaming at the lips as his eyes bulged as if they might pop out of their sockets.
Everyone present was suddenly dumbfounded.
Just moments ago, the young man had been speaking with such vigor, yet now he had transformed into this unrecognizable state utterly baffling. The panel of experts on stage were equally caught off guard. They rushed forward to examine Zhang Haixing's condition.
Director Su, holding the microphone with great solemnity, exclaimed, Dr. Yi, what on earth is happening? Why has this patient suddenly become like this? Quick, save him. Why is his whole body shaking? Chaos erupted in the audience, with voices of accusation immediately rising. How did you treat this patient? You actually made him collapse? What did you just force-feed him? This isn't medicine, it's murder. What kind of miracle doctor are you?
There's no such thing as a miracle doctor this young.
You're nothing but a fraud.
The accusations against Ye Chenfei grew louder by the second, the situation shifting dramatically in an instant. Even Ye Chenfei himself hadn't anticipated such a turn of events. He rushed over to administer emergency treatment to Zhang Haixing, first pinching his pulse points and dantian to stabilize the situation as best he could.
Dr. Yi. You need to explain this to everyone right now. You're the one treating the patient. Think of a solution.
Director Su still held the microphone, shouting into it at the top of his lungs, as if he wanted to broadcast Ye Chenfei's situation to the entire world.
Dr. Yi, you must give everyone an explanation first. Otherwise, the crowd below won't be satisfied.
They'll tear this entire venue apart.
Su Chunmei gasped involuntarily. The suddenness of it all left many present unable to react.
Her pretty face was etched with confusion, her bright eyes widened in shock. The pleasant mood she'd been in was instantly shattered by the unfolding scene, her uneasy heart once again hanging in suspense. This exchange meeting had been a bumpy ride, full of Hollywood-style twists and turns.
Ye Chenfei's brow instantly furrowed as immense pressure swept over him. How could this happen?
He'd only given him a few sips of cough syrup.
Could Zhang Haixing have a heart condition? Or was he allergic to the syrup? Seizing the moment, Ye Chenfei grasped Zhang Haixing's arm, silently calming his energy. He performed an emergency diagnosis using the heavenly eye finger technique.
Such an incident unfolding before so many people had indeed caught him off guard. The silent energy of the heavenly eye finger technique surged through Zhang Haixing's trembling body. The acupoints across his body rapidly relayed Zhang Haixing's physical condition.
Ha! Ye Chenfei's eyes suddenly widened.
The heavenly eye finger technique abruptly signaled an abnormal reading.
The feedback indicated that Zhang Haixing was physically unharmed, completely healthy. Everything was normal. How could someone with a perfectly normal body suddenly faint? Could it be that my heavenly eye finger technique was experiencing some kind of illusion?
Filled with doubt, Ye Chenfei activated the heavenly eye finger technique once more. Soon, he received the same feedback, everything normal, no illness detected.
Damn it! Now I know what's going on. How could I not have figured this out sooner? Ye Chenfei suddenly realized.
So all this time, this Zhang Haixing was playing tricks on me. And here I was doubting the power of my heavenly eye finger technique. All of this was just an illusion created by this bastard.
Damn it! Playing tricks on me, Ye Chenfei? You think I'm a sickly cat who won't fight back? Old man Gu Changshan quickly nudged Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and get the patient to the hospital for a checkup. Don't be foolish at this critical moment. Ye Chenfei, you've made a huge mistake today. Director Su seized the moment to voice his opinion through the microphone, a clear mockery and ridicule of Ye Chenfei. But Ye Chenfei calmly gestured, cutting Director Su off. No need to send him to the hospital. Everyone, please don't worry. To all the audience members, friends present, and Mr. Zhang Haisheng who has fainted since I, Ye Chenfei, have accepted this case, I will give everyone a proper explanation. Otherwise, the first person I'd let down is the golden reputation of this exchange conference. Ye Chenfei, are you absolutely certain you're not joking? Can you truly shoulder the responsibility for a matter of life and death? How can we possibly trust you now? Director Su demanded, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. In half an hour, I will have Mr. Zhang Haisheng jumping around like a spring chicken. If I fail, I'll pay with my own life. Ye Chenfei, sensing Director Su was no pushover, responded defiantly, pounding his chest. Director Su was about to retort when Li Dekong, the investor, abruptly stood up and snatched the microphone from Su's hand. Ladies and gentlemen, as the organizer of this TCM exchange conference, I place my unconditional trust in Dr. Yi. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I, Li Dekong, will personally bear full responsibility even if it means selling everything I own. If Dr. Yi is confident, so am I. The room finally fell silent. Many attendees instinctively rose to their feet, tiptoeing to get a better view of the stage. This TCM exchange conference had seen numerous unexpected incidents, yet each time, it had navigated through the crises unscathed. This conference could make or break him. Ye Chenfei would either rise to fame and glory, or fall into hell, never to recover. Ye Chenfei. Director Su tried to say something, but Ye Chenfei cut him off with a gesture. Director Su, your role today is solely as the host. It's best you keep quiet now. Don't concern yourself with anything else. You've already handled more than enough today. Director Su was momentarily speechless, his inner dissatisfaction boiling. He snorted coldly under his breath. Ye Chenfei, just you wait. No matter how capable you are today, you won't escape my grasp. I'll make sure you suffer a miserable death. Ye Chenfei promptly laid Haisheng flat on the chair, positioning him face up. He pretended to examine his face and various parts of his body before explaining to the audience, actually, this gentleman isn't seriously ill. His fainting was likely caused by emotional excitement or cerebral congestion. It has absolutely nothing to do with the chronic bronchitis he reported to me. I can revive him immediately. However, I need to prepare some tools first. Please bear with me for a moment. Chapter 114, The Heaven-Defying Poison King. Ye Chenfei promptly turned and whispered something to a nearby staff member. Upon hearing Ye Chenfei's words, the staff member's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Ye Chenfei patted the staff member's shoulder reassuringly. Master, go ahead and prepare everything. Whether this friend can recover depends entirely on these special medicines. The staff member nodded frantically in agreement before turning and disappearing from view. Everyone present was left utterly intrigued by Ye Chenfei's actions, their minds racing with curiosity about what exactly these so-called special medicines might be. Ye Chenfei turned back to continue treating Zhang Haisheng. First off, Zhang Haisheng's breathing remains steady and even. There's no sign of it being either rapid or slow. I've also just checked his heartbeat and pulse, both within normal ranges. This is merely a temporary fainting spell. At this moment, the renowned acupuncturist Shen Zonghai voiced his confusion. Dr. Yi, how did you determine all this? Why did none of us detect any signs? Ye Chenfei chuckled softly as he took one of Shen Zonghai's silver needles. The patient actually retains some subconscious awareness at this stage. Let me demonstrate for everyone. With that, Ye Chenfei removed Shen Zonghai's shoe, pulled off his sock, and gently tapped the tip of the silver needle twice on the sole of his foot. In that instant, everyone clearly saw Zhang Haisheng's toes twitch twice. They moved. Those with keen eyesight in the room quickly noticed this subtle detail on Zhang Haisheng's body and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The panel of experts on the stage also showed surprise. As renowned physicians, they were increasingly baffled by the situation unfolding before them. Ye Chenfei snorted coldly, his doubts vanishing instantly. Zhang Haisheng's reaction further validated his diagnosis. This bastard was indeed faking illness, putting on airs in front of so many people, clearly hoping to see Ye Chenfei fail. Fine. I love playing games, I'll play along to the end. Admittedly, the guy had some acting chops. When Ye Chenfei flicked his foot with the silver needle in front of the entire audience, he only flinched twice, his facial expression barely betraying any significant reaction. Though the tension in the exchange session had eased somewhat, everyone remained deeply puzzled. The acupuncture master, Shen Zonghai, stepped forward and asked, Dr. Yi, you've said so much, but it's hard for someone with my expertise to fully grasp. Could you tell us how you plan to treat this gentleman? Do you have any special treatment methods? Ye Chenfei nodded with a mysterious smile. Everyone, please be patient. I will explain my special treatment step by step. As he spoke, staff members carried a translucent plastic box onto the stage.
Inside lay the temporary medications required for Ye Chenfei's treatment. The workers were drenched in sweat, suggesting the box was quite heavy. Ye Chenfei took the box, lifted the lid, and scanned its contents. The staff had gathered everything he needed. He smiled in gratitude. He then pulled out the first item from the box, a palm-sized block of ice, housed in a small insulated container.
Someone immediately asked curiously, "Ice? Dr. Yi? What is this ice for?"
Well, Ye Chenfei explained, based on Zhang Haixing's reaction, he suffered some kind of stimulus that caused cerebral congestion.
This overstimulation then triggered his neural hub, leading to fainting. Since he fainted due to stimulation, my first plan is to use stimulation to bring him back. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Ice and fire, two extremes.
I'll use ice.
Ye Chenfei pulled out the palm-sized ice cube.
Even held in his palm, its chill was still biting. He swiftly undid Zhang Haixing's shirt buttons and without hesitation, smacked the palm-sized ice cube onto the man's chest. Whoosh! Everyone clearly saw Zhang Haixing's body shudder slightly as his mouth opened slightly, exhaling a cold breath.
Oh my!
It's working, someone in the hall exclaimed. Though initially skeptical of Ye Chenfei's treatment, everyone's doubts vanished upon witnessing Zhang Haixing's instinctive reaction. No one noticed Director Su's face turning an unnatural shade of embarrassment. He alone knew Zhang Haixing's true condition. The man was merely an actor he'd paid handsomely to hire.
Using ice to stimulate the patient? Only Ye Chenfei would come up with something like that.
If this trend continued, Zhang Haixing would soon be exposed, and all his plans would go down the drain.
Ye Chenfei, what kind of treatment is this? I'm a doctor too.
In all my years in medicine, I've never seen such bizarre methods. Director Su steeled himself to step forward and intervene, his head glistening with sweat from nervousness.
Director Su, how many times must I tell you? Do not interrupt my treatment of patients. Haven't you seen the patient's body reacting? This is a positive sign.
Ye Chenfei fixed Director Su with a piercing stare as he demanded.
Everyone else agreed Ye Chenfei had a point. Director Su's furtive behavior drew attention instead. Mr. Gu Changsheng stepped forward and asked, Director Su, what's gotten into you lately? You've been off your game for a while now. Are you feeling unwell? Overworked? No.
Director Su immediately defended himself. I just feel Ye Chenfei's treatment method is impractical. The patient is already in a very dangerous state. I'm afraid we're wasting precious treatment time. Ye Chenfei grew increasingly convinced that Director Su was hiding something. He cut in sharply, that's none of your concern, Director Su. You're smoking Dakianman cigarettes while worrying about Zhang Nanhai affairs. Director Su was so furious he could only glare, unable to find a counter-argument. He was rendered speechless for a moment.
Unnoticed, 5 minutes passed. The palm-sized ice cube gradually melted on Zhang Haixing's chest.
During this time, Zhang Haixing did show some basic reactions, but the bastard was still putting on airs, forcing himself to endure. His tightly shut eyes refused to open. It seemed Zhang Haixing was determined to keep up the act to the very end.
Let's see you keep up the act with me.
Ye Chenfei sneered coldly, pulling 5 identical ice cubes from the box. He pressed them all onto Zhang Haixing's chest at once, then ripped open the man's pants and tossed another cube inside. Thud! After the series of actions, Zhang Haixing suddenly began trembling uncontrollably. His brow furrowed tightly, his expression instantly turning complex. His upper and lower lips started twitching uncontrollably. As the number of ice cubes increased, the therapeutic effect became increasingly apparent.
Look! It's working! He's reacting!
The audience in the hall saw it clearly and began murmuring among themselves, seems Ye Chenfei has some skill after all.
His methods may be bizarre, but the results are impressive.
Exactly. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. And a doctor who can cure strange illnesses is a good doctor. Director Su remained on edge the entire time, beads of sweat the size of soybeans slowly trickling down his temples. Thankfully, Zhang Haixing finally held on. The guy had incredible endurance, letting the ice cubes melt on his body without opening his eyes once. For the hefty reward, he was determined to tough it out to the end. Ye Chenfei Director Su let out a huge sigh of relief, pointing at the recumbent Zhang Haixing and barking, your ice is nearly gone, yet the patient still hasn't regained consciousness?
Is this the special method you promised? You're just fooling us, aren't you? Ye Chenfei, irritated, shot back, Director Su, my treatment isn't over yet. Why the rush? It seems like you've been targeting me from the start. Got something to hide? Director Su, feeling uneasy, hastily defended himself, I'm targeting you? I'm targeting the patient? Your so-called treatment method is actually causing immense damage to the patient's body. I see you're just playing with that patient's life. Treating it like a game. Director Su's reckless defense finally angered the event's organizer, Boss Li Dakian. As a core member of the traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference, Director Su should have been speaking on behalf of the organizers. Yet his repeated remarks were laced with disparagement, a grave disrespect to the entire organizing committee. Li shot Director Su a warning glance, Director Su, did you take the wrong medicine? Can you just shut up? Mr. Li, I was just what? Li Daqian was thoroughly enraged.
In front of everyone, he showed no mercy.
Ye Chenfei interjected, I said I'd revive him within half an hour.
We're only a third of the way through treatment.
Whether Mr. Zhang recovers will be proven by results. Everyone, just wait and see. The public eye is sharp, and everyone agreed Ye Chenfei had a point.
Besides, the treatment on Zhang Haisheng wasn't entirely ineffective. At least, under the stimulation of the ice, he had furrowed his brow several times, a reaction many had witnessed.
Simultaneously, the crowd no longer doubted Ye Chenfei's status as a miracle doctor.
They all sided with Lu Ming, and some began to complain about Director Su's relentless obstruction. This left Director Su feeling extremely awkward, like a mute swallowing bitter gall suffering in silence.
Ye Chenfei then instructed Xiao Mei to dry Zhang Haisheng's body with a clean towel. Standing aside, he continued explaining to the crowd, the method I used earlier showed some results, but the effect wasn't significant enough. So I've decided to switch to a different treatment approach. They say it's a dual approach of ice and fire. The second method is fire. Chapter 115, Roasting You.
At the mere mention of fire, Zhang Haisheng's limbs trembled once more.
So this was what they meant by ice and fire dual extremes.
Ye Chenfei then pulled out a sheet of heat-resistant paper from the transparent prop box similar to the kind used for barbecues along with several portable stoves.
Director Su suddenly understood. After torturing Zhang Haisheng with ice earlier, now they were switching to fire? Burning him? This was outrageous. Just as Director Su moved to intervene, Li Daqian's fierce glare froze him in his tracks.
Ye Chenfei first had Zhang Haisheng stripped bare from the waist up. Then, he wrapped Zhang Haisheng entirely in the heat-resistant paper. A makeshift stove was lit beneath him, with several pieces of charcoal placed in the fire. They began roasting Zhang Haisheng over the flames.
Surprisingly, it did have the aroma and atmosphere of roasting a suckling pig.
As Ye Chenfei stoked the flames higher, he explained to the crowd, everyone, don't be alarmed.
Let me explain.
This is a treatment passed down through my family, particularly effective for Zhang Haisheng's condition. By applying external stimulation, we aim to activate his entire body, thereby inducing his awakening. I wouldn't recommend other doctors attempt this method, as it demands extremely high technical skill. Though it may look simple just turning him over, there are countless critical factors to manage. The timing, the heat, and the temperature must all be mastered perfectly. The slightest misstep could turn the person inside into a roasted suckling pig. No one present questioned Ye Chenfei's words, for he had already demonstrated his divine medical talent. People recognize divine doctors by their unexpected methods, therapies ordinary folk could never conceive. The so-called dual extremes of ice and fire truly broadened the horizons of the experts present. If a divine doctor's techniques could be guessed, they wouldn't be divine. Thus, under the gaze of over 300 people, Ye Chenfei fashioned a makeshift grill reminiscent of a street food stall. He proceeded to demonstrate a live version of barbecue cooking roasting a suckling pig. Zhang Haisheng was wrapped in a layer of heat-resistant paper, preventing direct flame contact with his body. Yet the intense heat he endured showed no reduction. Soon after the cooking began, wisps of steam began to rise from around him. As the grilling continued, the mist thickened. Beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Haisheng's forehead. By visual estimation, his skin temperature had easily surpassed 50 degrees Celsius. As the temperature climbed steadily, people noticed Zhang Haisheng's brow furrowing deeply. Though his eyes remained tightly shut, his body shifted restlessly, unable to stay still. The intense heat from the grill penetrated the heat-resistant paper and seared through his flesh. To be roasted alive like this, tossed back and forth by the scorching flames, only Zhang Haisheng himself could truly fathom the agony. After several minutes, Zhang Haisheng's face gradually turned a deep crimson, sweat pouring down like rain. It was clear his body temperature had reached levels intolerable to most people. At this rate, it wouldn't take 5 minutes before this imposter would jump off the grill. Ye Chenfei touched Zhang Haisheng's arm, estimating its surface temperature to be at least 60 degrees Celsius. 60 degrees? That was enough to make a normal person scream. 60 degrees was the limit for a human being. A person could stand on ice at minus 30 degrees for a day, but they couldn't last half an hour in a 60-degree environment. This guy really could endure. Did he have to be heated to the temperature of a suckling pig before he'd jump out? Just as Ye Chenfei was growing increasingly frustrated, Director Su suddenly made a grand show of approaching to inspect Zhang Haisheng's condition. No one knew what Director Su whispered in Zhang Haisheng's ear, 100,000 yuan. Hang on. Perseverance is victory. After quickly delivering this speech, Director Su feigned a shake of his head, adopting a look of helpless resignation. Little did anyone know that Zhang Haisheng was on the verge of collapse. Just as he was about to surrender, the words 100,000 yuan reached his ears, instantly filling him with hope. Gritting his teeth, he clung desperately to his resolve. Ye Chenfei, I think it's really about time. If this keeps up, something bad might happen. Old Dr. Gu Changsheng sensed something was off and whispered a warning. Alright, extinguish it. Ye Chenfei signaled to his staff. He hadn't expected this fellow to possess such strong willpower. If this continued, something truly dangerous might happen. It was a pity that such intelligence was misapplied to shady schemes. In the end, he would be the one to suffer. As the dual flames of ice and fire gradually died down, Director Su finally exhaled in relief. Then, with a smug look, he demanded, "Ye Chenfei, you've used up all your dual element techniques, haven't you? Is this the result you intended to show us?" Ye Chenfei offered a faint smile as he explained, "This situation only proves that the pathogens lingering in Zhang Haixing's body are too stubborn. We have no choice but to proceed directly to the third step. This step will definitely restore Zhang Haixing to health." Not a single voice opposed Ye Chenfei's three-step approach. Even Director Su found no grounds to refute it. Yet he was the most anxious person in the room. He was now in a no-win situation. Success was the only option. Having gone this far, he had no choice but to press forward. All he could do now was pray Zhang Haixing survived this final hurdle. Today, he had to defeat Ye Chenfei. Everyone expected Ye Chenfei's final move to involve some terrifying, exaggerated prop. Instead, he pulled a syringe from the transparent box. This syringe was the so-called trump card. Inside the syringe, a dark liquid was clearly visible, accompanied by snow-white foam. The black liquid appeared murky on the surface, but no one could tell from its appearance what it actually was. "Dr. Yi? What's the deal with this syringe? This is a special agent. Its uniqueness lies in its specific composition. Do not underestimate the substance within this syringe. It embodies the very essence of the toxic world." Ye Chenfei raised the syringe high. "This concoction combines the venoms of cobra, centipede, and white spider. Its effect on reawakening nerves is remarkably potent. It's practically instantaneous." Ha! Many present couldn't help but snort. They'd already been uneasy about this vial, and hearing Ye Chenfei's explanation sent a chill through many hearts. "Dr. Yi, are you planning to use venom to revive Zhang Haixing?" Acupuncture master Shen Zonghai had heard of toxic treatments before, but had never witnessed one firsthand. Hearing Ye Chenfei propose such a venom technique now, he found it hard to believe. Could such potent venom cause side effects in the patient? Side effects? Ye Chenfei hesitated. Well, as the saying goes, all medicine has some toxicity. This venom is no exception. It essentially employs the principle of fighting poison with poison. Zhang Haixing suffers from a strange illness and collapsed suddenly, indicating toxins already exist within his body. Using this venom could have a unique effect, eliminating large amounts of toxins. In short, the benefits outweigh the risks. We might even get a pleasant surprise. Ah, so that's how it is. I've truly learned something today. Shen Zonghai and the experts on stage all nodded in sudden understanding. The depth and breadth of traditional Chinese medicine were astonishing. The wisdom of ancient ancestors was truly breathtaking. "Dr. Yi, what if an ordinary person, unaware, were to touch this venom? What would happen?" A young doctor in the audience asked curiously, his eyes fixed on the vial of poison in Ye Chenfei's hand. Ye Chenfei paused before replying solemnly, "For ordinary people, the consequences would be dire. Everyone knows the potency of venom from snakes, spiders, and centipedes. If mixed together, the toxicity would be unimaginable. For an ordinary person, contact could result in immediate paralysis at best, or instant death at worst, their body dissolving into a pool of black liquid." No sooner had Ye Chenfei finished speaking than Zhang Haixing's legs visibly trembled, and his eyebrows twitched violently. These words delivered a powerful blow to his already wavering resolve. The crowd in the hall murmured in astonishment. The concept of countering poison with poison was something they'd only encountered in martial arts novels, TV shows, and movies. Now, a real-life version was about to unfold before their eyes, leaving everyone in awe. Ye Chenfei wasted no further words. Raising the syringe in his hand, he plunged it without hesitation into Zhang Haixing's arm. The black liquid flowed into Zhang Haixing's body. Zhang Haixing let out a distinct grunt, sounding as if he were stirring from unconsciousness. The experts on stage stared intently at him, Director Su constantly wiping sweat from his brow. The traditional Chinese medicine conference had reached a point beyond the control of a mere director like him. The entire audience held their breath, eyes wide, afraid to miss the most thrilling moment. In contrast, Ye Chenfei wore an expression of utter ease. No matter how much this guy pretended to be something he wasn't, he was certain he would slip up in this third stage. That was the confidence of a poison sect disciple. "Everyone, please be patient. The toxin extract has been administered, and there's a reaction period of about 2 minutes. An ordinary person who doesn't receive help within that time will die instantly. Conversely, a patient like Zhang Haixing will awaken after 2 minutes. When my antidote is injected into the patient, he will first feel a cool sensation flowing down his muscles. This chill gradually spreads throughout their entire body. Once the cold energy merges with the patient's system, it gradually transforms into a warm current. This warm current then surges through the patient's brain, clearing their blood vessels. However, if the patient feels a persistent, biting cold within their body that fails to transform into warmth, then they are in a classic state of poisoning. They must be rescued within 2 minutes, otherwise, it will be too late.
Colleagues, remember this crucial point: while the toxin extraction solution may be attempted, you must strictly adhere to these elements I've outlined.
Failure to do so could cost lives.
Chapter 116, 1 Minute Man. Ye Chenfei's seemingly offhand remark sent a chill down Zhang Haixing's spine.
From the moment the toxin entered his body, he had indeed felt a coldness seep in.
Yet contrary to Ye Chenfei's description, this chill hadn't transformed into warmth. Instead, it intensified, becoming far more penetrating than the icy sensation from the earlier ice cube.
It felt as though his blood itself was freezing solid.
He suddenly realized something was terribly wrong.
His entire body began to shake uncontrollably, his heartbeat racing out of control. He could even feel the venomous snakes, spiders, and centipedes writhing inside him.
Without treatment within 2 minutes, he would die instantly, his body turning to pus. Huff!
Just as everyone waited anxiously, Zhang Haixing suddenly sprang up from the stretcher.
It was terrifying, like a zombie rising from the dead. Dr. Yi, you must save me.
My chest feels unbearably tight, it's the venom.
Zhang Haixing's face was deathly pale as he desperately shouted at Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei calmly approached and patted Zhang Haixing's shoulder. You're finally awake. Everyone, see? I was right. Zhang Haixing would be awakened. Dr. Lu, save me.
I don't feel warmth in my chest.
It's freezing. I'm cold.
My whole body is shivering.
Quick, save me.
Zhang Haixing's face contorted with sheer terror, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. This scene didn't surprise anyone, it was exactly what everyone had expected. They all believed Lu Ming's medicine was taking effect, the divine doctor's medical skills were truly effective. Zhang Haixing, your reaction is excellent, exactly as I anticipated, Ye Chenfei replied calmly.
No. Dr. Yi, you've got it wrong. I never actually passed out. I was faking all of this. I don't want to die. You have to save me.
I believe the venom you injected was real. I'm feeling this icy chill all over now. It feels like my veins are freezing solid.
My illness was all an act. The 2 minutes are almost up. If you don't save me, I'll die soon. Zhang Haixing's sudden outburst left the entire audience gasping in shock.
The stands erupted in a frenzy. People's first thought was whether Zhang Haixing had been driven mad by the treatment. How could he spout such nonsensical nonsense? Little did they know, Zhang Haixing's next words would shock everyone into silence.
Zhang Haixing, what are you talking about?
Ye Chenfei asked, sounding confused.
You say your illness was fake? How could that be?
You just fainted.
No. That's not it, Dr. Yi.
Zhang Haixing exclaimed, leaping off the stretcher with agility rivaling a monkey.
He grabbed Ye Chenfei's sleeve and wailed, Dr. Yi, I don't have time to explain. Hurry and save me. The 2 minutes are almost up.
My heart feels like it's about to burst out of my chest.
Zhang Haixing, you must explain what's going on. I can't just prescribe treatment without knowing the facts. Traditional Chinese medicine demands precision.
Ye Chenfei maintained an unflappable composure, starkly contrasting Zhang Haixing's frantic agitation.
Fine. I'll tell you everything. I'm a fraud. I took money to deliberately frame you. My job was done once I ruined your reputation. But I didn't know you used venom to treat me. Hurry. Save me. Dr. Lu, you can't just stand by and watch me die. Zhang Haixing, no longer holding back, blurted out everything he knew.
At this life or death moment, nothing mattered more than his own survival.
Whoosh!
The audience erupted once more, stunned by Zhang Haixing's explosive confession. Many seethed with hatred toward this despicable villain, unison pointing fingers and shouting curses at him. Instantly, he transformed from a patient into a pariah everyone wanted to beat.
So that's how it was? Ye Chenfei looked enlightened. Good thing you reacted fast. If you'd been even a few minutes slower, you'd probably be dead by now.
Listen, since we still have a few dozen seconds left, tell me who sent you to ruin my reputation.
I don't think I owe you any obligation to save you.
Director Su's face had long since darkened. He never imagined things would escalate to this point, a sense of impending doom washing over him.
What?
Zhang Haixing visibly jolted, suddenly pointing at Director Su, his words pouring out faster than water from a leaky bucket. It was him. All of this was Director Su's doing. He paid me 20,000 yuan to pose as a patient and make trouble for you, to fake my death and scare you.
I don't know his motives, but those hecklers in the audience? He hired them too. What the hell are you talking about? I don't even know you. Don't believe this bastard. I didn't do anything.
Director Su, seeing the situation was turning sour, frantically waved his hands in denial. This time he'd gone too far, the fire was already licking at his heels.
You still claim you didn't do it? But it was you.
I've got your text messages and call logs right here on my phone. Zhang Haixing, overcome with emotion, pulled his phone from his pocket, his betrayal happening faster than flipping a page.
Director Su's legs went weak. With Zhang Haixing even producing text messages, what could he possibly say?
His defeat was as swift as a mountain collapsing. He didn't even have the courage to defend himself anymore. All the evidence lay before him, as solid as iron.
So all this time, it was Director Su pulling the strings behind the scenes. He was worse than a beast. How could such scum be allowed at the traditional Chinese medicine conference? His very presence was an insult to the sacred gathering. The audience erupted in fury, hurling water bottles, bread chunks, and cookies at Director Su from the floor. Li Dexiao lunged forward, grabbing Director Su by the collar. Director Su, I've been wondering why you've been targeting Dr. Yi all day, so this is your doing. Do you have an explanation for us? But unexpectedly, Zhang Haisheng rushed forward and grabbed Ye Chenfei. Dr. Yi, can you treat me first? I'm poisoned. My body is freezing cold. Your illness doesn't need treatment. You're joking with me, and I'm joking back, Dr. Ye Chenfei said casually. What? Playing around? Dr. Yi, you can't be serious. I clearly feel this icy chill running through me. Isn't that exactly the poisoned state you just described? Zhang Haisheng stood frozen in place, shouting. Thinking Ye Chenfei was concerned about his deception, he wailed apologetically, Dr. Yi, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have pretended to be a patient to deceive you. It was all Director Su who tricked me. I had no choice in any of this. You must save me. I have elderly parents and young children to support. I can't just die here. Zhang Haisheng, don't you realize 2 minutes have already passed? Only then did Zhang Haisheng realize it. Ye Chenfei had repeatedly warned that 2 minutes would mean certain death, yet nearly 10 minutes had passed, and he was still standing there unscathed. Ye Chenfei spoke sternly into the microphone. Truthfully, I knew all along that Zhang Haisheng's body was perfectly healthy. But he insisted on putting on a show in front of me, hoping to make me look foolish at this TCM conference. So I decided to play along with him to the end. Both the extreme heat and cold earlier, and the poison technique, they were all designed to stimulate Zhang Haisheng. Not physically, but mentally. Ah, but Dr. Yi, why is my body still freezing cold? What exactly did you inject me with? Zhang Haisheng still looked utterly incredulous, his body trembling as he spoke. Of course I didn't inject you with venom, buddy. You know venom is ridiculously expensive, a single vial costs at least 100 grand. I couldn't afford it, so I substituted penicillin instead. As for why you felt so cold last night, that's because I had someone add mint toothpaste ingredients to it. By now, the mint should be evaporating inside your body. What? Zhang Haisheng let out a wail and collapsed flat on his back. So all that drama he'd put on had just been him getting played like a fool. Just then, Elder Gu Changsheng stepped forward. With solemn gravity, he addressed the assembly. Excellent. Dr. Ye's performance today has truly opened my eyes. The traditional Chinese medicine exchange isn't merely about patient-doctor communication, it's also about doctor-to-doctor exchange. Today, Dr. Yi not only cured the patient present, but also healed the ailments in our hearts. His expression charged with emotion, the elder pointed at Director Su and Zhang Haisheng, his voice sharp. Scum like these should be purged from our medical ranks. They are cancerous tumors within our hospital's ranks. Thank you, Dr. Yi, for performing this major surgery to excise such malignant growths. Another wave of thunderous applause erupted in the hall. At that moment, everyone was deeply moved by Elder Gu Changsheng's words and utterly captivated by Ye Chenfei's extraordinary medical skill. This extraordinary treatment unfolded like a cinematic spectacle, reaching its most thrilling climax. Many attendees even rose to their feet, applauding Ye Chenfei enthusiastically. Director Su and Zhang Haisheng were escorted out by security. The title of Outstanding Physician naturally fell to Ye Chenfei, bringing this unconventional TCM exchange conference to a close. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Su Chunmei exhaled deeply. She looked at Ye Chenfei, her large eyes blinking. Ye Chenfei, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for our hospital. Ye Chenfei turned and smiled. Xiao Mei, you're mistaken. In my eyes, you're the most important one. These things are just props in life. Will you forgive me for leaving without a word? Will you be my girlfriend? Chapter 117, The Gym. With that, Ye Chenfei boldly reached out to take Su Chunmei's small hand. She flushed crimson, glared at him coyly, and pulled away. Ye Chenfei, you have some nerve. With all these people watching, you still dare. Their intimate exchange on the stage, however, was clearly observed by someone in the corner of the venue. This person clenched his fists in rage and humiliation. Ye Chenfei. Stealing my Wan Haitao's woman? How many lives do you have to die? Late autumn noon. Inside a downtown gym. Being midday on a weekday, the place was deserted. Only the owner was there, lifting barbells. The gym door swung open as 3 unremarkable guests entered. Dressed plainly in worn clothes, they looked like street thugs. The owner flexed his muscular frame, glancing casually at the newcomers. Recognizing none of them, he remained seated. This gym only serves VIP clients. You're not members here, best leave. The leader chuckled. Boss, we're not here to work out. We're here to talk business. A deal? The owner lifted his dark, weathered head, his eyes filled with confusion. Do we even know each other? What kind of deal could you possibly want to discuss with me? By then, the 3 thugs had already approached him.
The owner felt a sense of familiarity toward the leader, though he couldn't quite place him.
You look familiar. What do you want from me?
We want to ask you about something, the dark-faced leader grinned as he stood beside the boss's barbell.
As for payment, name your price. You're here to rip me off, aren't you?
The boss continued his barbell stretches.
Get lost. I don't have time to waste on you lot. Go chill somewhere else. Oh, we're not joking.
At that moment, a fair-skinned young man stepped forward and abruptly pulled out the safety pins on both sides of the barbell's mechanism.
Ah! The owner suddenly yelped as the 100-pound barbell in his hand swayed dangerously. What the hell are you doing? Pulling those safety pins could kill someone. Put them back in now.
With the safety pins removed, the protective mechanism was gone. This meant the boss had to hold the 100-pound barbell with all his strength. The slightest mistake could send it crashing down on his neck, potentially snapping it clean off.
Is this how you treat your customers? I come to discuss a profitable deal, and you try to throw me out?
The dark-faced man at the front suddenly fixed his gaze on the boss, a murderous intent shooting from his eyes. In that instant, a flash of recognition struck the boss. He suddenly recognized the dark-faced man before him, none other than Ding Xiaobei, the current kingpin of Taishao Street. Ding Xiaobei's plain, worn-out clothes had initially fooled him, leading him to mistake him for some freeloading punk trying to sneak into the gym.
Ding Xiaobei?
Owner Lu Hu struggled to lift the barbell in his hands, gritting his teeth as he forced out the words through clenched jaws. Lu Hu, at least your eyes aren't blind. You still recognize me, Ding Xiaobei. Ding Xiaobei spoke calmly, lighting a cigarette with a casual flick. Standing behind him were none other than his trusted brothers, Xiaobai and Lao Shu.
Brother Xiaobei, I was wrong. I didn't recognize you when you arrived. Please stop joking around and put the safety pin back on.
That barbell could kill someone if it falls. Lu Hu's tone softened instantly, his arms trembling uncontrollably.
No rush.
Lu Hu, once our deal is done, I'll secure the safety catch for you.
No need to hurry. Ding Xiaobei looked down at him. Answer me this, do you still remember the Ye family? What? The Ye family?
Lu Hu's eyes widened as if he'd been electrocuted, as though a deeply sensitive wound had been touched.
3 years ago, the Ye family's downfall. What role did you play in that fire incident? What exactly was your part in it? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know the Ye family? I've never heard of them.
Lu Hu's face flushed crimson.
The tension between his arms grew unbearable, beads of sweat trickling relentlessly down his temples and cheeks. Lu Hu, we're bringing this up directly because we know the inside story.
If you won't tell the truth yourself, don't blame us for being blunt. Ding Xiaobei casually added a 5-kilogram iron weight to Lu Hu's barbell. Suddenly, Lu Hu's arms sagged under the weight. The 5-kilogram weight felt like a handful of salt being rubbed into his wounds.
Help! Help! I can't take it anymore.
Lu Hu, drenched in sweat, shouted with a furrowed brow.
Can't take it? Then be honest. Mouse adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and said in a deep voice, Speak. What connection did you have to the Ye family's fire 3 years ago? I really. Lu Hu's expression was incredibly complex.
The heavy dumbbell pressing down on his head left him no room for error. The 110-pound weight felt like a mountain crushing him, nearly suffocating him. Yet the question Ding Xiaobei and the others raised was suffocating. 3 years had passed. He thought no one would bring it up, that he could live freely in Tianhai City. But now someone had come knocking to settle the score. It all came too suddenly, catching him off guard. Ding Xiaobei immediately picked up another 10-kilogram iron weight. Lu Hu, you had your chance to talk, but you didn't.
Now I'm adding another weight to make you suffer properly. No. Don't add it. I'll talk.
Lu Hu strained with every ounce of strength, clinging desperately to the dumbbell in his arms.
He knew all too well that if Ding Xiaobei added that iron block, Lu Hu would lose everything. His skull would be crushed to a pulp. Before Lu Hu could speak, Ding Xiaobei cut him off. You set the fire at the Ye family 3 years ago, didn't you? Who ordered you to do it? Who was it?
I did start that fire 3 years ago, but I was ordered to do it.
Someone else made me do it. Facing life or death pressure, Lu Hu dared not speak. He hastily confessed, Ding Xiaobei? How did you find out about all this?
In Lu Hu's mind, this entire scheme had been flawlessly executed. No outsider could possibly know. Yet now even Ding Xiaobei was aware, and panic had already seized Lu Hu's heart.
You have the nerve to ask me? You were the one who set fire to the Ye family. You were the head of security for the Ye family. How the hell could you betray Ye Mingliang like this? Did Ye Mingliang buy you, his dog, just so you could bite him in the ass? The 3 Ding Xiaobei brothers couldn't contain their rage.
If Ye Chenfei had been present, he probably would have taken this bastard out on the spot. The arsonist was none other than the security chief himself. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. A traitor within the family is the hardest to guard against. Ding Xiaobei immediately called Ye Chenfei in distant Beijing. Brother Ye, Lu Hu confessed to starting the fire.
You handled the interrogation from here. Ding Xiaobei pressed the phone to Lu Hu's ear. Lu Hu, listen to this voice. Do you recognize it? Who are you? Lu Hu's teeth were already chattering uncontrollably. Captain Lu, I've been thinking about you for a long time. I'm back.
Just those few words were enough for Lu Hu to recognize the voice instantly.
3 years ago, he heard this voice every day. It belonged to the heir of the Ye family, Ye Fei. You're Ye Fei? You're not dead? How is that possible? Panic seized Lu Hu, and a 100-pound dumbbell nearly smashed into his head. Lu Hu, of course I'm not dead. If I were, who would come after you murderers? My entire Ye family would become restless spirits with nowhere to seek justice. Ye Chenfei on the other end was also seething with rage. Whenever this topic surfaced, the flames of hatred consumed him completely. Young Master Yi, I know I was wrong. If you give me a chance to make amends, I'll serve you faithfully for the rest of my life and never forget your kindness. Lu Hu was barely holding on, pleading desperately. Speak. Who ordered you to do this? Ye Chenfei choked out. It was Lawyer Huang. Every single thing was orchestrated by that Lawyer Huang. Lawyer Huang? Ye Chenfei abruptly cut him off. Of course he remembered Lawyer Huang. He was the legal counsel for his father's company, a decades-long friend of Yi Mingliang who handled all corporate legal affairs. How could he possibly be involved? You're talking nonsense. How could it be Lawyer Huang? He and my father were lifelong friends. They were sworn brothers. He wouldn't burn down the Yi family. They had no grudge against each other. It was that very Lawyer Huang. He paid me 1 million yuan to arrange for several people to infiltrate the Yi residence posing as new security guards. He instructed me to start the fire in the Yi family kitchen. That blaze consumed the entire Yi residence. I didn't know Mr. Yi would perish in the flames. I assumed you'd escape in time. I truly had no idea I'd cause such catastrophic harm. Lu Hu was barely holding on, his answer a near scream of exhaustion. Ye Chenfei remained silent for a long time. Amidst Lu Hu's many explanations, he couldn't help but believe one thing: the mastermind behind it all was Lawyer Huang, the one no one would ever suspect? Why? Why Dad's best friend? Why? Young Master Yi, I've told you everything I know. I really can't hold on any longer. Please, give me a way out. I swear I'll find that Lawyer Huang and avenge Mr. Yi. I swear it. Give you a way out? Why didn't you give us a way out 3 years ago? Ye Chenfei exhaled sharply, then hung up the phone with a heavy sigh. Ding Xiaobei tucked away his phone. Before leaving, he added another 20-kilogram iron weight to Lu Hu's load. Clang! Clang! They hadn't gone far when a sharp, piercing sound rang out so shrill it drowned out even Lu Hu's screams. Chapter 118, The Big Boss. Before returning to Tianhai City, Ye Chenfei had planned to revisit the wild Great Wall in Yanjing with Su Chunmei. But hearing Lu Hu's words had completely dampened his mood for mountain climbing and flower viewing. Could it be that the fire that destroyed the Yi family 3 years ago was actually set by Lu Hu? And that it involved Lawyer Huang, the very same lawyer who had always called Ye Chenfei's father brother? The thought kept Ye Chenfei awake all night, the images of his family members lingering in his mind, refusing to fade. Around noon, Ye Chenfei received a call from Mouse regarding the investigation into Lawyer Huang. Brother Yi, I've looked into Lawyer Huang. He's dead. What? Already dead? Ye Chenfei felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. The timing of his death was curious. Exactly 3 years after the Yi family fire, on the third day. Ye Chenfei instinctively linked Lawyer Huang to the Yi family tragedy. Rat, have you uncovered any connection between Lawyer Huang and the Yi family tragedy? Brother Yi, I think Lu Hu might have mistaken us. Lawyer Huang had nothing to do with the Yi family tragedy. He couldn't be the mastermind behind it. Mouse decisively cut off Ye Chenfei's speculation. I found that Lawyer Huang died of natural causes. 3 years ago, he was diagnosed with terminal esophageal cancer. He died 3 days after the Yi family tragedy, but he spent the 3 months prior hospitalized, confined to a hospital bed. Based on this, Attorney Huang simply couldn't have had any opportunity to commit the crime. How could someone with terminal esophageal cancer, unable to care for himself, have orchestrated the Yi family tragedy? Lu Hu must have the wrong target. There must be others involved in the Yi family's downfall. Rat voiced his insights over the phone. Ye Chenfei grew increasingly bewildered. He recalled what Third Master had told him earlier, that corrupt police were involved in the Yi family's conspiracy. Now, with the addition of an unnamed killer, the Yi family tragedy had become even more perplexing. Don't worry, Brother Yi, Mouse reassured him in a low voice. I've already hacked into Lu Hu's private accounts. I can see every single bank transaction he's made over the past few years. The mastermind behind this won't stay hidden for long. We'll have a lead very soon. Alright, Mouse. Focus solely on investigating Lu Hu's mastermind these next few days. No matter what, we have to find that bastard. Ye Chenfei felt an inexplicable tension rising within him. Still, a flicker of relief touched his heart. Attorney Huang remained unconnected to this affair. If even his father's closest friend had been involved, what in this world could he possibly trust? Click. The door suddenly swung open, revealing Su Chunmei's lovely face before Ye Chenfei. Chenfei, let's go to the wild Great Wall again. I miss the beautiful scenery there. Su Chunmei smiled sweetly, revealing a pair of adorable dimples. Her intoxicating smile instantly enveloped Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei felt a wave of relief wash over him. He couldn't quite explain why, but over a decade of habit had ingrained this feeling. Whenever he faced setbacks or felt downcast, seeing Su Chunmei's angelic smile would make him forget all his troubles. The entire world suddenly felt lighter. We can still catch the evening flight if we leave now. My nerves have been on edge these past few days in Beijing. Let's get out and relax for a day. Su Chunmei's invitation was impossible to refuse, and Ye Chenfei readily agreed. By the time the van reached the wild Great Wall, it was already noon. The sky was clear and cloudless, stretching out in a vast expanse of azure, presenting yet another scene straight out of a painting. The two climbed to the highest point of the wild Great Wall once more. By the time they reached the summit, both were drenched in sweat. Even though she'd been here before, Su Chunmei couldn't help but exclaim at the breathtaking view, "It's so beautiful. Chenfei, I'm truly grateful to you this time. You've helped me so much. Without you, I wouldn't have known how to face this." Recalling the details of the Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference, Su Chunmei still felt a lingering sense of dread. She never would have imagined that the mastermind behind it all was Gao Haiqiang, far away in Tianhai City. In his quest to become hospital director, Gao Haiqiang had ruthlessly tarnished the hospital's reputation to sabotage Director Chao. Had Ye Chenfei not intervened in time, Su Qindong's capabilities alone would have been insufficient to counter Director Su and Zhang Haixing's faction. Without that intervention, she likely wouldn't have returned to the wild Great Wall's vantage point to admire this flawless panorama. Xiaomei, no need to thank me. If you really want to show your gratitude, why not become my girlfriend? Defying the howling mountain winds atop the peak, Ye Chenfei turned with a thick-skinned grin. Su Chunmei, bathed in the gentle breeze, possessed a different kind of beauty. Her tousled hair danced lightly, her exquisite features forming a face of unparalleled charm. Her skin is smooth and white as jade, her delicate, sculpted nose, and her rosy, plump lips seemed to suddenly blend into the mountain scenery. Ye Chenfei couldn't help but sigh inwardly how he wished time could freeze in this very moment, allowing him to forever stand guard beside the woman he loved most. Far away in a luxurious villa in Tianhai City, Wild Wolf dialed an international call with eager anticipation. On the other end was the major client he'd been eagerly awaiting, Song Qianjun. Song Qianjun was a formidable figure in America's Chinese communities. Years ago, he'd made a fortune through usury, thriving in the underworld. But in recent times, the heat had intensified significantly. His business faced crackdowns from higher-ups, so this guy was ready to switch trades to find a new way to make money: drug trafficking. Drug trafficking in the US wasn't unheard of, but Song Qianjun had his own strategy. He focused primarily on securing a reliable source of supply. With a solid supply chain in place, market share would naturally follow. After months of investigation, Song Qianjun discovered that Wild Wolf's product was exceptionally pure, far surpassing anything available on the American market. Half a month ago, he brought back a small sample from Tianhai City for testing. The results were predictable, the product yielded unexpected gains, and the terrifyingly high profit margins revealed enormous potential. That's why Song Qianjun had made such a grand entrance into Tianhai City. This time he was here to make a big move. A deal worth 80 million. A week prior, Wild Wolf had finalized arrangements with Song Qianjun. This was the largest client he'd ever secured. If he could win over this boss, dollars would flow endlessly into his pockets. 3 days ago, he'd already prepared the goods Wild Wolf required, waiting only for the meeting, the transaction, and the smooth collection of cash. "Mr. Song, it's Wild Wolf here." Only when facing Song Qianjun did Wild Wolf reveal his rare hypocrisy. "I prepared fine wine and delicious food for you. Just waiting for your timely arrival." "Ha! Wolf boss, you're too kind." Song Qianjun's hearty laughter echoed on the other end. "But I must apologize, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to your place today." "Ha!" Wild Wolf's expression changed, his smile instantly freezing. "Mr. Song, you're not joking with me, are you? Everything here is ready. You can't make me do all this work for nothing." "Mr. Wolf, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. You know my position is highly sensitive. If I went to Tianhai City in my capacity, it would inevitably attract the attention of many stray dogs. Once those stray dogs lock onto you, they won't let go. And your stray dogs are notoriously troublesome." Song Qianjun spoke cryptically, the stray dogs he referred to being none other than the police of Tianhai City. "Mr. Song, you can come here with complete confidence. Since you're coming to me, I won't let anything go wrong. However you arrive, I'll send you back exactly the same way. I can't promise much else, but Tianhai City is my territory, Wild Wolf's territory. Anyone who dares touch you is asking for trouble." Wild Wolf understood the meaning behind Song Qianjun's words perfectly. His tone was firm as he made the guarantee. "Ha! I know Boss Wolf's capabilities well.
Otherwise, with the vast mainland, I wouldn't have chosen to partner with you.
This trip to Tianhai City involves other matters. I must enter as a legitimate businessman, armed with solid goods. Otherwise, how could those wild dogs let me go? Song Qianjun slowly laid out his thoughts. Wolf boss, after all, we're in this for the long haul. We need to lay a solid foundation, one so flawless that no one can find a single crack. Only then will we all rake in endless dollars. You agree, right? Ha! Wild Wolf couldn't help but regard Song Qianjun with new respect.
Though he'd had some basic understanding of him before, it was now clear that Song Qianjun was no ordinary man.
He thought far more long-term than anyone else, truly a seasoned veteran of the underworld, considering every detail meticulously. Great idea. Boss Song, your words have taught me so much about survival. Wild Wolf flattered him at an opportune moment. I wonder what industry you plan to invest in here in Tianhai City. I'm quite familiar with the area and could offer some insights. Well, I plan to invest in an entertainment project here. I've heard there's a nightclub in Tianhai City looking to expand and needing investment. So this time, I'm investing in a nightclub here just to be a wind-riding boss for a while. Whether it makes money or not doesn't matter. What's most important is being able to work with Wolf Boss in peace from now on. Song Qianjun briefly outlined his plan. Brilliant approach. I'm thoroughly impressed, Brother Song. I'm in awe of your strategy. May I ask which local boss you plan to partner with in Tianhai? A guy named Big Fei in the East District. He has a nightclub called 5 Cs that needs investment. Boss Wolf, have you heard of this Big Fei? Big Fei from the East District? Wild Wolf narrowed his eyes slightly, repeating the name involuntarily. The sweet moments of togetherness were fleeting. Before they knew it, Ye Chenfei and Su Chunmei had quietly lingered at the vantage point for half a day. Chatting, sipping water, admiring the scenery, these simple pastimes had unintentionally drawn them closer. From this point onward, Ye Chenfei experienced a leap forward. Chapter 119, A Blessing in Disguise. He successfully held the hand of the woman he cherished, the scenery beyond description. As dusk descended in the distance, Su Chunmei smiled happily, stood up from the Great Wall's earthen wall, and pulled Ye Chenfei's hand. We should head back soon, she said with a laugh. We still have to return to Tianhai City, after all. Ye Chenfei smirked mischievously. What? So eager to get back to Tianhai City and marry me? You're really good at flattering yourself. Su Chunmei suddenly shook off Ye Chenfei's rough hand. Your journey to success is still long. Watch out, or I might demote you again and have you sit in a prison cell to reflect on your actions. Alright then. I've used up a lot of energy today. How about you give me a chance to prove myself? I'll carry you down the mountain. Ye Chenfei said tenderly. No thanks, I'm not that delicate. Su Chunmei refused decisively, her pouting lips suddenly adorable. This made Ye Chenfei feel an urge to kiss her again. Rumble, rumble. Just as the two prepared to descend, a series of crashing sounds echoed in their ears. Looking down, they saw a section of the rocky slope suddenly collapse. A massive wave of rocks tumbled down, sending dust and sand swirling into the air. The deafening roar lingered long after the impact, suddenly blocking the only path down the mountain. The scene unfolded so abruptly that Su Chunmei was terrified out of her wits, nearly toppled by the powerful shockwave. Fortunately, Ye Chenfei swiftly caught her, preventing her from falling. How could this happen? It took Su Chunmei a long while to slowly come to her senses. Staring at the mountain pass not far away, her heart still pounded with fear. If she and Ye Chenfei had been descending the mountain and reached that spot, they would likely have been crushed to death by the falling rocks. It's okay. Just a blocked path. Nothing to worry about. Don't be afraid, Xiaomei. I'm here. Ye Chenfei wrapped one arm tightly around Su Chunmei's shoulders, his eyes fixed intently on the collapsed section of the mountain trail. Why would the mountain path collapse out of nowhere? It was perfectly fine when we came up earlier. How did it suddenly turn into this? Su Chunmei sucked in a sharp breath, her voice trembling with fear. Maybe it's just old and neglected? Many stone walls have crumbled. Look, Xiaomei, other sections have collapsed too. Don't worry, we'll get through this. Yet at that moment, Ye Chenfei noticed several unsettling sights in that section. Right where the mountain path had collapsed, several shadowy figures lurked. Though night was falling, those people hid behind massive boulders, thinking themselves well concealed. In truth, Ye Chenfei had already noticed everything. Chenfei, should we call for help right away? Su Chunmei reached for her phone, only to discover the area had almost no signal. It was completely out of range. No signal. Ye Chenfei pulled out his own phone to check, finding the situation much the same, no signal whatsoever. The sky gradually darkened. Surrounded by endless mountain peaks and dense forests, the encroaching darkness brought with it an oppressive chill. Oh no, what do we do now, Chenfei? We're trapped here. Su Chunmei frowned deeply, her eyes darting anxiously around. We have a flight back to Tianhai City tonight. How about I carry you, Xiaomei? I know these mountains well enough to navigate down in the dark. With me here, you have nothing to fear.
Ye Chenfei searched again for those shadowy figures, only to find they had vanished without a trace. A vague sense of unease washed over him.
He immediately linked the sudden landslide to those figures. Someone deliberately triggered the landslide to trap us here? This won't do. It's already dark. Losing our way down the mountain would be dangerous. Su Chunmei surveyed their situation and muttered to herself, looks like we won't be going today. Chenfei, don't risk it. Why don't we just spend the night in the wild Great Wall Fortress?
We'll be able to see the mountain conditions clearly once it's daylight tomorrow.
Ye Chenfei didn't respond immediately, still searching for the mysterious figures. Who would want to trap us here? Could it be Director Su's people seeking revenge? Ye Chenfei, what are you spacing out for? Su Chunmei playfully punched his shoulder. You're silent on the surface, but I bet you're over the moon inside. Come on, let's head to the fortress and get ready. Ha! That reminder finally hit Ye Chenfei. He could spend the night alone with his goddess. What an unexpected bonus. Ha! What's with the ha? I'm warning you now, not a single impure thought tonight, or I'll kick you off the wild Great Wall. When I'm pushed, I'm capable of anything. Su Chunmei rolled her eyes playfully, poking Ye Chenfei's cheek as a warning. And so, Ye Chenfei and Su Chunmei turned back, settling into a fortress on the mountaintop. The interior of the fortress was roughly 10 square meters in size, its floor entirely covered with ancient city wall bricks. Many of these bricks bore a layer of dark green moss on their surfaces. The walls were built entirely of stone. Ye Chenfei promptly blocked the air vent with their 2 backpacks and built a makeshift fire using dry grass and scraps of old paper. A faint glow filled the bunker as a gentle warmth spread with the firelight, banishing the chill. Su Chunmei's small cheeks glowed with a soft blush, rosy and plump, unintentionally revealing a hint of feminine charm. Chenfei, you rarely talk about your past. I know nothing about your background. What about your parents? As the bunker gradually warmed, Su Chunmei asked curiously. My past is nothing special. I'm just a kid who came down from the Deity Mountains. I studied medicine with my master up there for a few years. I wanted to make a living in the big city and find a beautiful wife. That's the life I've always wanted. A flicker of tension clearly passed through Ye Chenfei's eyes. With his great vengeance unavenged, he wasn't ready to reveal his true identity. If possible, he'd gladly stay by her side forever as Ye Chenfei. As for Ye Fei, perhaps he had already died in his heart. I can't help but feel your identity is shrouded in mystery. Learning medicine in the mountains, then coming down to make money and chase girls, it sounds just like those melodramatic plots in so many novels. Su Chunmei propped her cheek with her hand, her lips curving into a slight smile. Her clear, watery eyes reflected Ye Chenfei's image. The two chatted back and forth for a while. Soon, sleepiness overtook Su Chunmei, her eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. Before drifting off, she emphasized, Ye Chenfei, you sleep on that side. This fire in the middle is our demarcation line, absolutely no crossing it. I'm highly vigilant and won't tolerate any improper thoughts. Got it. Sleep tight, Xiao Mei. I'm too excited to sleep. I'll step outside for a smoke. Ye Chenfei pulled out a cigarette, rose, and walked out of the fortress, leaning against the outer wall. Su Chunmei wrapped herself in her coat, stealing glances now and then to check if Ye Chenfei was making any sudden moves. After all, this was her first time staying alone with a man. Though she tacitly accepted their future romantic relationship, her heart still pounded wildly with nervousness. A few minutes later, Su Chunmei finally settled down, feeling a twinge of guilt over her own petty thoughts. Since they'd met, Ye Chenfei had never once disappointed her. From countless small details, she could tell this man was no lecherous scoundrel. He was the kind of man she liked, a man worthy of trust. After smoking who knows how many cigarettes, Ye Chenfei leaned against the wall. Hearing Su Chunmei's faint snoring, the tension in his heart only grew tighter. Though the surroundings were pitch black, he could faintly make out several shadowy figures lurking near the collapsed hillside, likely the culprits behind the landslide. Ye Chenfei didn't know their purpose, but he was certain of one thing: he would protect the woman he cherished at all costs. He wouldn't let her suffer any fright. Demons, ghosts, ox-headed gods, horse-faced devils, all of them could go to hell. He tossed away his last cigarette. Those sneaky heads were still crouched there, not moving an inch. Ye Chenfei snorted coldly, like playing hide and seek. Huh? Well, let's play a thrilling game then. Ye Chenfei pulled a blue cloth bag from his shoulder bag. This very bag had held the Nepalese knife Ghost Brother had given him before dying, and now it would serve its purpose. About 10 minutes later, Ye Chenfei, knife in hand, circled around the back of the mountain and appeared silently behind the lurking figures. Those idiots thought they were hiding cleverly. Completely unaware of Ye Chenfei's presence behind them, they huddled behind a massive boulder, whispering among themselves. Ye Chenfei took a closer look. There were 3 of them, huddled together behind the fallen rock to conceal their shadowy figures. One of them had a distinctive voice, hoarse and gravelly, that sounded familiar. Wasn't that the driver of the van that had transported us? Ye Chenfei instantly recognized him. At 10 o'clock at night, the outskirts of Yanjing were pitch black. The walls of the Great Wall loomed faintly in the darkness, accompanied by the howling autumn wind that sent an unnerving chill down one's spine. Ye Chenfei watched the shadowy figures ahead. He hadn't initially recognized them, but the minivan driver's unrefined Yanjing dialect laced with a distinct Tianjin accent made his identity immediately clear. A middle-aged driver in his 30s, his attire and build unremarkable. He'd chattered incessantly throughout the journey. While Ye Chenfei hadn't retained the details of his ramblings, that peculiar accent had left a deep impression. What was this driver's background? What scheme was he plotting by deliberately trapping them on the wild Great Wall? Chapter 120, Counterattack in the Dark. A distinctive cough echoed through the still night air. The driver and his crew showed little reaction. Only the driver's deep, reproachful voice could be heard. "We're almost there. Why are you coughing? What if you wake up the people above?" "I didn't cough," a dark figure beside him replied. "I didn't cough either," another shadow grumbled in quick succession. "Damn it! If you weren't coughing, does that mean I was?" the driver snapped in his thick Beijing accent. But just then, a deep, resonant voice boomed from behind them. "Of course you didn't cough." "I did." The three figures spun around almost simultaneously, erupting in a chorus of startled cries. "Ah! Shut the up! You scared my woman! Damn it!" Ye Chenfei charged forward with his knife, grabbing two of the shadowy figures and kicking them hard. The two shadowy figures couldn't withstand the assault. Ye Chenfei swiftly kicked them both over. He didn't even get a clear look at their faces before watching them tumble down the hillside. Their agonized screams echoed relentlessly. Their descent could only be described as tumbling and bouncing down the gentle slope. The two rolled down at a steady pace until Ye Chenfei lost sight of them. Finally, only the black market taxi driver remained. In the biting cold wind, the driver had begun to shiver uncontrollably. The reason was simple: a green Nepalese knife was pressed against his throat. Though he couldn't make out the blade's color, the knife's innate chill seeped into his skin. Its sharp edge pricked his nerves, making him feel as if one wrong move would cost him his life. "Driver, you're quite the professional with your illegal taxi service daring to destroy the Great Wall for a robbery. How many balls do you have, driver?" Ye Chenfei's deep voice boomed in the darkness. The driver instantly recognized Ye Chenfei's voice. "How could it be you? Shouldn't you be up there?" "That's for you to explain. You didn't even notice I vanished right under your noses. What are you still doing driving this black cab?" Ye Chenfei gave the Nepalese blade a slight flick, and its fierce, biting chill instantly washed over the driver. "No! Please, no!" The driver's legs buckled, and he collapsed instantly. "Spare me! I haven't done anything yet. I sincerely apologize. Master, you're shouting too loud. You're scaring my woman." In the darkness, Ye Chenfei smacked the man's thick cheek with the flat of his blade. The driver quickly got the hint and lowered his voice. "Brother, it's all my fault for not recognizing a mountain when I saw one. I had no idea you were such a formidable expert. If I'd known, I'd never have done such a despicable thing, even if it killed me. I don't have time for your nonsense. I'll give you one chance: spill everything you know right now. Otherwise, I'll toss your head into the fortress chimney where no one will ever find it. I'll talk. I'll talk." The driver blurted out in a rush. "Someone paid us, 3 of us, to beat you up. Said you were too cocky. If we crippled you, there'd be extra money. Who was that person? How much did they offer?" 2,000 yuan total. I got 1,000, and they each got 500. The driver confessed rapidly, the chill of Nepal's blade spreading through his body. "I don't know the guy. He's male, pretty tall, and good-looking. Not from Yanjing." The driver then gestured to describe the man's appearance, spilling everything he knew. Hearing this, Ye Chenfei could almost pinpoint who the man was. Likely Wang Haitao from Tianhai City. That bastard had always wanted to cripple him and sever his ties with Su Chunmei. How shameless. He didn't even respect the ancient Great Wall, recklessly damaging it. Not only did he delay the two travelers' journey, but he nearly put Su Chunmei's life in danger too. "Damn it!" Ye Chenfei roared. "That bastard is shameless. So in his eyes, I'm only worth 2,000 yuan? You're absolutely right, brother. With your skills, you're worth at least 3,000. The black market driver seized the moment to butter him up. Ye Chenfei's face darkened. "Driver, your flattery skills are pretty terrible, aren't they? Bro, I'm just trying to get by. Please spare my life? Don't kill me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Killing you here would dirty the ancient Great Wall. But you won't miss out on your benefit. You'll get to enjoy the Great Wall slide too." Ye Chenfei sheathed his Nepalese long knife and delivered a kick to the driver's backside. Instantly, the driver rolled down the slope like a soccer ball. Ye Chenfei then returned to the fortress at the vantage point. The firelight gradually dimmed. Su Chunmei slept deeply, lying on her back with her shoulders relaxed, her slender, soft arms cradling her head. She slept so peacefully that even her steady breathing could be heard. Ye Chenfei gazed at her beautiful profile. Her slightly arched nose and well-defined lips lay exposed, lifeless yet serene, like a graceful bas-relief sculpture, tranquil and gentle. The quiet, majestic wild Great Wall and the otherworldly beauty formed the most exquisite pairing imaginable. Ye Chenfei then stoked the flames within the fortress. His nerves remained taut. Though the black market driver and his crew had tumbled down the hillside, Ye Chenfei showed no sign of relaxation. Lighting a cigarette, he continued his vigil by the fortress door. This was his first night with the goddess. He would not allow any threat to come to Su Chunmei. After an unknown span of time, Ye Chenfei drifted into a drowsy sleep. The bone-chilling cold seeped through his very core. The wild Great Wall in the dead of night was unbearably frigid. Clad only in a thin jacket, Ye Chenfei shivered uncontrollably from head to toe. Glancing at the time, it was barely 1 a.m. The long night stretched ahead, agonizingly slow. He lit another cigarette, continuing his vigil, continuing to shiver. The shivering felt endless, stretching on like an eternity. Crouching by the fortress gate, Ye Chenfei's teeth chattered uncontrollably, his whole body shaking. In the haze, Su Chunmei opened her eyes. Glancing at the time, it was already 3 a.m. The warmth from the nearby fire still radiated a comforting glow. Looking up, she noticed Ye Chenfei was no longer beside her. She scanned the area and spotted him crouched by the door, shivering violently. The cigarette clenched between his lips refused to light. Su Chunmei's heart jolted. Never had she felt such profound shock. Accustomed to smooth talk, she'd never been so deeply moved by a man. Many men admired her angelic beauty, but how many truly loved her wholeheartedly? Yet in Ye Chenfei, she saw it clearly, this man loved her with his very life. Chenfei, Su Chunmei's eyes brimming with tears, walked to the doorway. Come in? Come in and warm yourself? Ha? Xiaomei, you're awake? Ye Chenfei curled his body slightly and turned to ask, his face pale in the faint glow of the firelight. Silly, you've been waiting outside all night? No, I just couldn't sleep. I wanted to get some fresh air. He. Ye Chenfei forced a faint, warm smile. Alright, stop fooling me. I know exactly what's going on. Come inside and sleep with me. It's too cold out here. Su Chunmei said with concern. Me? Sleep together? Ye Chenfei felt inexplicably tense. Put. Su Chunmei suddenly laughed. Did you get the wrong idea? Hurry up and come inside. I won't be responsible if you freeze. Su Chunmei fought back, tears welling in her eyes as she turned back with a playful smile. Minutes later, Ye Chenfei returned to the fortress. The flames had dwindled to a faint glow. The howling wind whistled faintly through the space, but inside, it was still much warmer than outside. Chenfei, sleep. Don't overthink it. Tomorrow we'll be out of here safely. Even inside the fortress, Ye Chenfei couldn't shake the chill. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if the mountain peak's temperature rivaled the sub-zero cold of northeast China. For the entire time he'd been inside, Ye Chenfei had been rubbing his hands together, hoping to warm himself up. He wondered if he'd been frozen solid during his time outside. Ha! Just as Ye Chenfei was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt a pair of warm hands cover his chest. A wave of heat pressed against his back, and a soft, fragrant scent suddenly enveloped him completely. Ha! Ye Chenfei's heartbeat suddenly quickened, his mind going completely blank. Su Chunmei had embraced him from behind. Xiaomei. Chenfei, don't say anything, don't say anything. Su Chunmei clung tightly to the man beside her, her exquisite little face pressed against his back as a tidal wave of happiness washed over her. That night at the ancient Great Wall had officially cemented Ye Chenfei and Su Chunmei's relationship. The most tragic figure was undoubtedly Wan Haitao. This man had believed his schemes could destroy Ye Chenfei, yet through a twist of fate, he had only driven the two closer together, a classic case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. Xiaomei, I still want to talk to you about Wan Haitao. After observing him for some time, Ye Chenfei had clearly seen this man's true colors. He absolutely couldn't let such scum come anywhere near Su Chunmei. This time back in Tianhai City, he would confront him head-on. Every dirty trick Wang Haitao had pulled would be paid back with interest. Don't bring him up. I know what you're going to say. Su Chunmei began adjusting her hairstyle. I'll make things clear with him when I return. From now on, we're done, no more ties whatsoever. But you, Chenfei, better get ready. Prepare to meet my parents. You barely passed my test, but you still have to get through my parents' approval. Chapter 121, The Boss Loves Thrills. Ha? So soon? Ye Chenfei looked utterly stunned. You're not actually talking about marriage, are you? Don't you want to? Su Chunmei glared at him with piercing eyes, her tone serious. Any relationship not meant for marriage is just fooling around. No. I just didn't expect to meet the parents so soon. My mind hasn't caught up yet. Ye Chenfei chuckled awkwardly, trying to cover his tracks. My parents are really pushing hard. According to their plan, I should have a baby next year. All the girls my age are already married with kids, I'm the only one left. Su Chunmei paused, her hair brushing inside. Ha? That soon? Doesn't that mean she'd have to get pregnant around now? Ye Chenfei suddenly grasped a very practical implication. Based on that timeline, shouldn't we be planting seeds and transplanting seedlings right now? Ye Chenfei's words were accompanied by a lecherous grin, his gaze toward Su Chunmei carrying a distinct undercurrent. Get lost. What are you thinking? No further advances before marriage, that's the limit. Su Chunmei frowned, her expression turning slightly angry as she huffed. After dawn, the two easily crossed the dangerous stretch halfway up the mountain. Before leaving, they took a selfie with the wild Great Wall as their backdrop, a testament to the beginning of their love. Back at the downtown hotel, as they packed their bags, Ye Chenfei received a call from Mouse. The urgency in his voice was palpable. "Brother Yi, where did you go last night? I couldn't reach you at all." "Oh? I was out handling something important last night." "What's up, Mouse? Your tone sounds off." Ye Chenfei detected a hint of excitement in his frantic voice. "I spent all night last night digging into that lawyer Huang's leads. By combining clues about lawyer Huang himself with some details from Lu Hu, I've already identified the mastermind behind it all." The rat on the other end of the line suddenly lowered his voice and whispered out a bombshell. "What? You found the mastermind? Who is it? Who?" Ye Chenfei's heart raced with urgency. He sucked in a sharp breath and nervously retreated into the hotel bathroom. "You know this mastermind, his name is Wang Haitao." Mouse pressed close to the receiver, delivering the bombshell. "Wang Haitao?" Ye Chenfei's ears rang. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be him? 3 years ago, Ye Chenfei had never even heard of Wang Haitao in Tianhai City. It was hard to fathom how someone like him could be involved in the Yi family tragedy. The Yi family had no grudge against him. How could he possibly be implicated? "Brother Yi, I was utterly shocked to uncover this too. On the surface, none of us knew this Wang Haitao before. But piecing together numerous small clues, many leads point directly to this bastard Wang Haitao." Lao Shu had already accepted this person's existence, his tone sounding surprisingly calm and composed. "Wang Haitao now works at a law firm called Zhengtian Law Firm. Coincidentally, this firm was established after the Yi family tragedy. Meanwhile, another firm closed down for peculiar reasons, that very firm being Huang Lawyer's Guangming Law Firm. The official reason given for Guangming's closure was attorney Huang's terminal cancer, a plausible explanation on the surface. Yet upon closer inspection, it revealed a series of startling coincidences. 3 years prior, Wang Haitao had worked at Bright Law Firm, where he had thrived and made a name for himself. Attorney Huang specifically named Wang Haitao as the firm's pillar talent. His dying wish was to entrust the firm entirely to Wang Haitao's management. Yet after attorney Huang's death, Wang Haitao declined his boss's legacy and instead started a new law firm from scratch. He recruited all the staff from Bright Law Firm. This decision itself was baffling to others. Bright Law Firm was already his, yet he turned his back on it, choosing instead to expend considerable effort and resources to establish a new one. To me, it seemed he was severing ties with Bright Law Firm, distancing himself from potentially dangerous connections. "Rat, continue." Ye Chenfei's back was already drenched in sweat. Everything was slowly converging toward the truth. During attorney Huang's final 3 months battling terminal cancer, he was unable to move freely. This meant all firm operations during that period were handled solely by Wang Haitao. If Wang had wanted to pull any strings, attorney Huang would never have known. Wang thus had ample time to plan. I also uncovered Wang Haitao's personal assets. The figures were staggering. Wang Haitao had concealed this deeply. He held no large deposits in banks and no fixed real estate holdings. But such smokescreen tactics couldn't escape my scrutiny. Through special means, I uncovered a crucial detail. Hacking into his computer revealed an online shopping account containing over a dozen high-value financial insurance policies, totaling 1.5 billion yuan. Crucially, all these policies were purchased 3 years ago, exactly after the Yi family tragedy. The timing aligns perfectly with that incident. This money is clearly tainted. Rat, there's one more thing that still puzzles me. Remember what Lu Hu kept repeating before he died? He kept muttering lawyer Huang, lawyer Huang. But Wang Haitao's surname is clearly Wang. Could Lu Hu really have mixed up the lawyer's surname? And Huang and Wang aren't homophones in the dialect. Brother Yi, I couldn't make sense of that detail at the time either. But after reviewing Lu Hu's records, all doubts vanished. His household registration shows he's from Fujian in southern China. Fujianese accents have distinct characteristics, especially with the characters Huang and Wang. They sound identical. So when Lu Hu said lawyer Huang, he must have meant lawyer Wang. Mouse dispelled the last shred of doubt in Ye Chenfei's mind. Son of a. It really is that Wang Haitao. This isn't just some simple reckoning. Ye Chenfei cursed furiously, punching the bathroom wall. Brother Yi, we'll handle this bastard for you. He's just a lawyer. I'm certain there are shadowy figures pulling the strings behind him. The Yi family lost billions. The money Wang Haitao got is just the tip of the iceberg. No, Mouse, hold off. I'll handle Wang Haitao personally. He owes me far too much. I'll be the one to exact my revenge. Ye Chenfei slammed another fist into the wall. At noon, a flight from the United States to Tianhai City landed on schedule. Song Qianjun, the American tycoon, arrived safely aboard that very plane. Outside the airport, a crowd had gathered to greet the arrival. Leading the way was De Fei, dressed in a formal suit, looking every inch the part.
Behind him followed numerous key members from the East District Ding Xiaobei, Xu Zhuge, and other trusted brothers, over a dozen men in identical suits, holding aloft a welcome sign for Song Qianjun. The scene was grand and imposing. Soon, 3 men dressed distinctly emerged from the terminal, 2 foreign bodyguards flanking a slender middle-aged man. It was immediately obvious who Song Qianjun was: 2 foreigners, 1 Chinese man. The situation was clear at a glance. Song Qianjun appeared quite thin, dressed in a mismatched suit paired with burgundy-colored casual pants. He wore a white bowler hat, giving him a somewhat fashionable air at first glance. Retro sunglasses perched on his temples obscured his features from afar. Emerging from the airport terminal, he instinctively drew the attention of many around him, that innate aura of a major drug lord. After exiting the airport, 2 foreign bodyguards spotted the conspicuous welcome sign and waved from afar. Big Fei, grinning like a Cheshire cat, immediately led his men to greet them with eager enthusiasm. "Mr. Song, I've been waiting for you. Oh my, I've been longing for this moment. Welcome to Tianhai City." De Fei swung his long hair as he extended his hand for a greeting, then turned to instruct his men, "Quick! Call Mr. Song." But Song Qianjun showed no reaction whatsoever. He left De Fei's outstretched hand hanging in mid-air, completely ignoring his excessive enthusiasm. He walked straight down the stairs with his bodyguards. Instead, a foreign bodyguard trailing behind him spoke in broken Chinese. "Mr. Song doesn't appreciate this kind of welcome, De Fei. Let's get in the car first." De Fei was dumbfounded. As the big shot of the East District, when had he ever been treated with such blatant disregard? Song Qianjun hadn't even acknowledged him, hadn't so much as glanced his way. It was as if De Fei was completely invisible to him. Though Song Qianjun's party numbered only 3, the atmosphere they commanded was overwhelmingly dominant. De Fei quickly plastered on a sycophantic smile and led his men scurrying after them. After all, this was a big boss returning from America to invest. Even if he were a dog, they'd have to treat him like a grandpa or an emperor. "My apologies, Mr. Song," he stammered. "My hospitality has been lacking. I simply didn't prepare adequately." Meanwhile, inside an unassuming white Santana, 2 pairs of sharp eyes scrutinized Song Qianjun and De Fei's group. Seated in the front passenger seat was a woman with a ponytail, Tianhai City's Major Crimes Unit Officer Tang Yifei. She exuded a commanding presence, her eyes wide and piercing, her gaze unwavering. At the wheel sat an experienced police officer, Old Han. Both master and apprentice had long received intelligence that Song Qianjun was about to parachute into Tianhai City for a major deal. Their mission was to monitor this Song Qianjun. "Master," Tang Yifei remarked, "the files show this Song Qianjun is no ordinary criminal. He's notorious in the States as a ruthless kingpin. Rape, robbery, looting, smashing, stabbing, he's done it all. The US authorities never managed to pin any of his crimes on him. That guy is evil to the bone." Tang Yifei silently observed Song Qianjun and his 2 companions nearby. "But I don't buy that he's coming to Tianhai City to invest in some nightclub," Party Kong declared. "Tianhai isn't exactly a wealthy place. There's little profit to be made here. Why would he choose to invest in Tianhai of all places?" Chapter 122, Boss Song. "Yifei, this just shows you still need to gain experience. When dealing with these major drug lords, you have to stay alert every single moment. One slip up and they'll take advantage of you." Old Han calmly puffed on his cigarette. "What do you make of this Song Qianjun?" Tang Yifei was utterly baffled, a trace of confusion flickering across her beautiful cheeks. "Nothing much yet. Just that Song Qianjun looks unremarkable but carries himself with great swagger. He doesn't give a damn about someone like De Fei. This guy's clearly weathered some storms. A small fry like De Fei wouldn't even register on his radar. He probably just sees him as an errand boy." Old Han flicked ash from his cigarette, watching Song Qianjun's group in the distance with a silent smile. De Fei had specially arranged a BMW business van, fawning over them with constant smiles. The group arrived at the Tianhai City parking lot, surrounded by attendants. He personally opened the door for Song Qianjun. "Mr. Song, please step inside." But at that very moment, De Fei caught sight of a jarring scene. A shabbily dressed old beggar, clutching a rusty iron bowl, shuffled toward them. He held out his tattered porcelain bowl. "Gentlemen, please have mercy. Spare some change? I haven't eaten in days." De Fei frowned in displeasure, about to erupt. But out of respect for Song Qianjun, he forced himself to hold back. He pulled a 100 yuan note from his pocket and gestured sharply. "Go. Get out of here fast. If you soil Mr. Song's clothes, you're dead meat. 100 isn't enough, not even for one meal." The old beggar suddenly shook his head, still holding out his hand as he blocked their path. His grimy face remained surprisingly calm. "Get out of here. Get out." De Fei, forcing patience, pulled out another 200 yuan. Turning to the old beggar, he snorted coldly. All the while, De Fei kept stealing glances at Song Qianjun, who was staring back at him with icy coldness, waiting for his decision. He had to admit, this Song Qianjun was truly a multinational tycoon. Without uttering a word, he radiated a sharp, intimidating aura. Even someone as prominent in Tianhai City as De Fei had to tread carefully.
300 isn't enough? For someone who's the boss of the East District, you're giving this pittance to brush off a beggar?
The old beggar dismissed him with contempt, arms crossed over his chest as he stood firmly in front of the crowd, refusing to budge. Behind Defei, Zhu Zhuge, Ding Xiaobei, and the others exchanged uneasy glances. How dare this old beggar be so brazen? Blocking Song Qianjuan's path? If not for saving face, someone would have kicked him flying by now. What the hell do you mean? Are you deliberately causing trouble? Defei finally couldn't contain his rage and roared. Zhu Zhuge, maintaining his composure, quickly stepped forward to restrain the enraged Defei. Sir, just name your price. We'll pay whatever you ask. We've all got urgent business to attend to. 5,000. The old beggar held up one hand decisively. 5,000? Why don't you just go rob someone? Playing these games with me, Defei? Looks like you're tired of living. Defei suddenly signaled to Ding Xiaobei, Xiaobei, get rid of this old fart right now. Ding Xiaobei acknowledged the order and started to move forward, only to be abruptly blocked by the blonde-haired bodyguard behind Song Qianjun. With one arm, the bodyguard blocked Ding Xiaobei's path and shoved him forcefully, sending him flying several feet back. What the hell? Ding Xiaobei didn't share Defei's temperament. His brow furrowed instantly as he bellowed at the blonde bodyguard, swinging a punch that shattered the man's arm. The punch carried Ding Xiaobei's fury, sending the bodyguard's arm flying with a sharp crack. The blonde bodyguard froze in surprise, stunned by the sheer force of Ding Xiaobei's strike. Just as he was about to retaliate, a deep, authoritative voice cut him off. Enough. That's enough. The blonde bodyguard instantly stopped, reluctantly retracting his fist. His eyes blazed with intense fury directed squarely at Ding Xiaobei. Yet everyone froze in shock not because of the bodyguard's reaction, but because the voice belonged to none other than Song Qianjun, the man demanding money from the old beggar. The moment the beggar's eyes rolled back, the blonde bodyguard instinctively bowed his head and fell silent. Even Song Qianjun had followed suit, bowing his head. Witnessing this scene, Defei was utterly baffled. What the hell was going on? Boss Song, old beggar. Defei, what am I supposed to say to you? The old beggar shoved the cash into Defei's hand, then suddenly grinned, revealing a meaningful smile. At that moment, Song Qianjun removed his vintage sunglasses and pointed at the old beggar, declaring, Defei, this is our boss, Mr. Song. Mr. Song? How could you be a beggar? Everyone, including Defei, gaped in disbelief. The contrast was staggering. A notorious drug lord disguised as an old beggar? This is our Mr. Song, the man in the plaid suit continued. Mr. Song knew that arriving in Tianhai City with his status would attract a lot of attention, so he made special arrangements when he got off the plane earlier. I am Mr. Song's personal bodyguard. My name is Gu Jianqing. Gu Jianqing removed his bowler hat and unbuttoned his suit jacket. I'm wearing Mr. Song's clothes. Defei, you've got the wrong person. Ha! Defei's face turned beet red with embarrassment. To make such a colossal blunder on their first meeting. The problem was, this old beggar looked the part perfectly. His clothes were ragged, his face lined with wrinkles, a rusty metal bowl cradled in his hands. Worst of all, a foul stench clung to him. There was no way anyone would associate this with a major American drug lord. Just moments ago, Defei had hurled insults at him and even prepared Ding Xiaobei to attack. Now he instantly regretted it so much he could have kicked himself. After a long moment, he finally snapped out of it, Mr. Song. Mr. Song. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I really mistook you for someone else. I didn't know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Song Qianjun stepped in to stop him, then removed the fake beard in beggar's outfit. Enough, Defei. This was a test. Those who aim high must be bold yet meticulous. When I demanded money out of nowhere, you should have questioned my identity. Then, when I accurately guessed your profession, your suspicions should have deepened. I left plenty of clues, yet you missed them all. Defei broke out in a cold sweat. He had indeed done some research beforehand, having people search for specific photos of Song Qianjun. But all the photos sent back showed him wearing a top hat and small sunglasses. Plus, that guy from the ancient architecture firm had a build and features similar to Song Qianjun. Defei had mistakenly assumed he was Song Qianjun. Making such a huge blunder on their first meeting left Defei drenched in cold sweat. Alright, Defei, don't beat yourself up like this. In the blink of an eye, Song Qianjun reverted to his original appearance, that of a frail, elderly man. Song Qianjun appeared to be in his 50s, with fair skin and few wrinkles. Remarkably well preserved for his age. His ensemble, a white bowler hat and plaid suit, exuded a touch of fashionable sophistication. The three bodyguards trailing behind him clearly belonged to the elite ranks, especially Gu Jianqing. Though appearing frail and delicate on the surface, his temples were prominently bulging, veins stood out on his forehead, and his palms were encircled by thick calluses. Mr. Song, please get in the car. I've arranged everything for you. Defei reacted quickly, rushing to open the door with a forced smile. After Song Qianjun got in, the blonde bodyguard shot Ding Xiaobei a defiant look and said in awkward Mandarin, "You got lucky just now. Otherwise, you'd be in real trouble." Humph.
We'll see who ends up worse off.
I don't care whose bodyguard you are, I speak with my fists. Ding Xiaobei retorted, raising his fist defiantly. In certain circles of the United States, the mere mention of Song Qianjun evoked two reflexive associations, loan sharking and womanizing. Having traveled thousands of miles to Tianhai City, Song Qianjun's first priority was to witness the authentic charm of Jiangnan beauties. His gaunt, lecherous appearance likely stemmed from this peculiar obsession. The group headed straight from the airport to the Huamei Hotel on Taishao Street. Defei had everything ready, both gourmet food and beautiful women. Meanwhile, the East District was preparing to open a large nightclub, but they still faced a funding gap of tens of millions. Securing an investor like Song Qianjun would be a godsend. Along the way, Song Qianjun proactively inquired about the nightclub project. Defei, how's the nightclub coming along? Tell me the specifics. Well, Mr. Song, Defei explained enthusiastically, I've secured the location right in the bustling heart of downtown. The initial design is a 5-story duplex structure spanning a whopping 2,800 square meters. Once open, it'll easily become one of the largest nightclubs in Tianhai City. Song Qianjun cut him off decisively, I'm a businessman. I don't care about the size of your lineup or how good your service is. Before the official opening, all that is just hot air. Let's talk practicals. How much are you planning to invest? How much funding is still needed? And what will the annual profit be after it's built? Oh, Defei paused before continuing, the total investment for this nightclub is around 100 million. We've already raised about 50 million in the East District, leaving a 50 million shortfall. As for profits, I can guarantee you, Mr. Song, that once it's built and operational, the nightclub's annual profit won't be less than 20 million. I can absolutely vouch for that with my integrity. Character? Forget it. Where I come from, character is the least valuable thing you can have. Song Qianjun fell silent for a few seconds before saying, here's what we'll do. You're short 50 million, right? I'll invest 60 million into your nightclub. That gives me a 51% stake. Meaning I must become the largest shareholder with absolute decision-making authority. Defei, any objections? Song Qianjun laid out his thoughts bluntly. Chapter 123, The Master of Play. In Song Qianjun's eyes, this nightclub wasn't just any nightclub. In the near future, it could easily become his perfect transit point in Tianhai City. That was the true purpose behind his investment. Defei was stunned upon first hearing Song Qianjun's proposal. Was he essentially being asked to relinquish his top position? But Defei's mind raced. Investing 60 million yet only taking 51% equity meant a 9 million yuan gap. That meant 9 million in benefits before the nightclub even opened, benefits he could pocket entirely. 9 million wasn't a small sum. Defei's annual salary from the company was only a few $100,000. Now, a single contract could easily net him 9 million. What a golden opportunity. Without a second thought, Defei readily agreed, no objections whatsoever. As long as Mr. Song is willing to invest in our nightclub project, I fully endorse this proposal. Is that so? I heard you still need approval from the company's top brass. If you agree like this, will the higher-ups have any objections? The company's top brass Song Qianjun referred to were, of course, the few old-timers behind the scenes in the East District, including the Third Master and a few other veterans. No problem, no problem. I can absolutely guarantee that. The nightclub project is under one person's responsibility. The company's top brass has very clear objectives. As long as this nightclub can raise the funds, the shareholding arrangements are entirely up to me. Defei's face broke into a beaming smile as he pressed his face close, grinning apologetically. Song Qianjun gave a sly smile. He had anticipated this outcome long before arriving. 9 million in kickbacks was more than enough to seal one man's lips. Both parties sought what they needed, colluding in their own interests. All right then, Defei, prepare the contract. I'll be spending a few days in Tianhai City. We'll sign it before I leave. Once it's signed, I'll transfer the funds to you immediately upon returning to the US. No problem, right? No problem, no problem. Defei's smile grew even brighter. Closing a deal this easily, earning 9 million in kickbacks with such effortless ease, he was practically laughing out loud. Business matters settled. Defei? Any plans for today? Song Qianjun asked thoughtfully. I do. I won't elaborate on the specifics, Mr. Song. You'll see when you arrive. Defei deliberately teased him, reaching out to catch the cigarette ash Song Qianjun had flicked away. Ha! You're quite the sly one, Defei. I'm starting to like Tianhai City. Song Qianjun chuckled, tilting his head back and laughing heartily. A white Santana maintained a suspicious distance, yet had observed nearly every detail of Song Qianjun's situation. Tang Yifei, too, witnessed Song Qianjun's peculiar entrance. She couldn't help but gasp, Master, I never imagined Song Qianjun would make such an unusual entrance. That guy is utterly cunning. Old Han, however, wasn't particularly surprised. This Song Qianjun is far more complex than you imagine. I spotted something off the moment they stepped off the plane.
There's no way he'd show up in public openly. He's too cunning. American police followed him for over a decade without securing any concrete evidence of his crimes. How could he possibly slip up so easily? Master, if that's the case, we won't be able to catch Song Qianjun so easily either. If this guy is just here sightseeing, we're powerless against him. We'll just have to watch him slip through our fingers. Tang Yifei, a girl who detested evil, clenched her fists in frustration. Yifei, if you think he's here for tourism, you couldn't be more wrong. We've uncovered leads about Song Qianjun.
Just a month ago, intelligence from the states indicated his henchmen had arrived in Tianhai City, requesting our local police cooperation in the investigation. Old Han gripped the steering wheel, widening the gap between their car and the one ahead, his voice heavy as he revealed an internal covert operation. According to our investigation, that subordinate was the man pretending to be Song Qianjuan's bodyguard earlier. His name is Gu Jianqing, one of Song Qianjuan's most trusted lieutenants. He secretly scouted Tianhai City and ultimately used a special cross-border method to smuggle out 300 grams of drugs. U.S. police later confirmed this batch appeared on the American market. This revealed a major lead. Song Qianjun was preparing to deal drugs in the U.S., and his supply destination was our Tianhai City. Old Han made an accurate assessment of Song Qianjun. Master, so Song Qianjun came to Tianhai City this time to prepare for large-scale procurement? And his supplier is actually Big Fei from the East District? Tang Yifei's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. Wrong. Div Fei is just a low-level thug. He doesn't have the capability to manufacture drugs. In all of Tianhai City, there's only one person left who could supply drugs in such large quantities, and that person is Wild Wolf. Old Han furrowed his brow, making an accurate assessment. Ah, Wild Wolf? That elusive figure, Wild Wolf? Exactly. I'm certain Song Qianjuan's mission this time is inextricably linked to Wild Wolf. This deal involves a massive sum. Wild Wolf will definitely handle it personally. This is our chance. Wild Wolf is finally about to reveal his true face. Old Han forced himself to speak through gritted teeth. For years, this enigmatic Wild Wolf had plagued Old Han. Though the man himself remained unseen, his drug network sprawled across Tianhai City. Not only was there no evidence of his crimes, but no one even knew what he looked like. Wild Wolf had become a thorn in the side of the Tianhai City Police Department. Yifei, I've only shared this classified information with you. Besides you and me, fewer than 5 people in the entire police department know about this. This time, higher-ups are placing immense importance on Song Qianjun. We need to keep a close eye on him from all angles, you understand? Old Han paused here, glancing thoughtfully at Tang Yifei. Master, rest assured. I will keep a close watch on this Song Qianjun. Yifei, here's what you need to do next. Old Han leaned in and whispered his plan into Tang Yifei's ear. Ha? What? Can I really handle this? I've never done anything like this before. Tang Yifei's dark eyes widened suddenly, her small mouth gaping in astonishment. This mission is tailor-made for you. Across the entire police department, no one is more suited for it, Old Han said with unwavering conviction. Taishao Street, Huamei Hotel. Even at midday, the parking lot of the Grand Hotel was never short of luxury vehicles. It was packed with guests' cars, and every visit required advance parking reservations. Some wealthy patrons had even purchased permanent parking spots here, just to ensure they could enjoy their time at the Grand Hotel without worry. This alone attested to the hotel's booming business. The reason was simple: the abundance of beautiful women. You got what you paid for. While the Huamei Hotel's prices were steep, the women were absolutely worth every penny. The Huamei Hotel boasts a full 50 princesses, each meticulously selected for her beauty. Many were even recruited from professional modeling agencies. With the modeling industry in decline and entertainment careers becoming increasingly competitive, numerous beauties have joined the Huamei Hotel, earning annual incomes that rival those of second-tier celebrities. Simply accompanying guests for dining, drinking, and entertainment can yield nearly 1 million yuan annually. Rumor has it that back in the day, Qin Zimo alone earned several million a year. Today, Div Fei was full of energy. He had booked a luxurious private room at the Huamei Hotel well in advance and spared no expense to reserve the 10 hottest top beauties the hotel had to offer. He had also given them a heads up beforehand: whoever could serve Mr. Song well would receive a generous red envelope. To ensure uninterrupted revelry, Div Fei dismissed his other men, keeping only Chu Zhuge by his side while the rest guarded the corridors. Entering the luxurious private room, a space of 70 or 80 square meters unfolded. At its center stood a large, thoughtfully placed circular dining table, laden with exquisite dishes all meticulously prepared by the Huamei Hotel. The spread included Chinese delicacies like Peking duck and braised pork belly, alongside Western offerings such as steak and vegetable salad. The wine selection also featured both Chinese and Western varieties. Div Fei had clearly put immense effort into the preparations. On the other side of the room, 2 rows of leather sofas faced a large screen projector. Soft music played from the speakers, creating a pleasant atmosphere throughout the private room. Mr. Song, please come in. I hope you'll find these dishes to your liking.
Defei gestured for Song Qianjun to enter. Song Qianjun surveyed the room, then nodded slightly. Defei, you've prepared these dishes with great care. The ambience is well crafted, and the presentation is beautiful. It's been ages since I've had such authentic Chinese cuisine. But Defei, I can't shake the feeling that something is missing, something seems off. Don't worry, Mr. Song. I've had this ready for you all along. Defei gave a mysterious smile, clapped his hands, and signaled. The private room door swung open instantly, flooding the space with dazzling light.
10 stunning beauties entered in formation, each dressed in uniquely stylish attire. The princesses radiated vibrant energy, meticulously adorned in matching sexy, form-fitting outfits that showcased their top-tier figures. Their faces, flawlessly enhanced by careful makeup, revealed not a single imperfection. One had to admit that the girls Defei had selected were all stunningly beautiful. Whether viewed up close or from afar, they were 360-degree beauties, each possessing her own unique charm and allure. Any one of these princesses could easily be a beauty pageant contestant. No wonder business here was booming. Chapter 124, Xiao Yao's New Tricks. The most stunning among them was undoubtedly the trusted courtesan, Zhao Yafei. While the other beauties wore uniform, form-fitting attire, her naturally flawless, unadorned face stood out strikingly. Such a woman inevitably became the center of attention wherever she went. Like an untouched, ancient flower, she radiated a dazzling, pure light that instinctively drew men's eyes and made their mouths water. Ever since these princesses made their dazzling entrance, Song Qianjun hadn't blinked once. While he'd seen his share of beauties, today marked the first time such a multitude of Eastern beauties had appeared before him all at once. The princesses stood side by side in a row, hands tucked behind their backs without exception, swaying their slender waists to showcase every inch of their allure. They were acutely aware that today's guest was a super-wealthy tycoon. If they could please him, their earnings would be substantial and perhaps even include unexpected bonuses. Not only were Song Qianjun's eyes bloodshot, but even the 3 bodyguards beside him had their eyes glued to the scene. Especially Gu Jianqing, his lecherous grin practically oozing grease. This group truly shared the same vile tastes and interests following Song Qianjun. They were clearly no better than him. Not bad. Defei, the beauties here really are something else. Just looking at them gets my blood pumping. Every time Song Qianjun saw a beautiful woman, he couldn't help but clap his hands together, his face flushed with excitement. Mr. Song, this is only proper. You've made the effort to visit Tianhai City. I wouldn't dream of leaving you disappointed. Defei then signaled to the surrounding hostesses, girls, put on a good show. This is a friend visiting from the States. Make him comfortable, make him happy. We're not short on cash. Just short on excitement. Ha! The atmosphere in the luxurious private room instantly ignited. Music blared at full volume, lights dimmed to the lowest setting, and over a dozen bottles of premium imported liquor were opened. The hostesses pulled out all the stops to entertain these special guests, while Song Qianjun generously tipped without hesitation. Defei's face finally relaxed into a relieved smile. After all, as long as he could keep Song Qianjun this money tree happy, the benefits would keep flowing. It was like planting a cash cow right in his own backyard, ensuring a steady stream of cash rolling into his pockets from now on. 1 hour later. The luxurious private room at the Huamei Hotel was buzzing with activity. In just over an hour, more than 20 bottles of imported liquor had been drained. The 6 people inside were flushed and had swollen necks. The princesses remained in high spirits, constantly changing their ways to please Song Qianjun and his crew. Song Qianjun's generous tips flowed freely, making the girls beam with delight. The reason was simple: Song Qianjun tipped directly in US dollars. Within an hour, some had already received tips amounting to several $1,000s. Several princesses even volunteered to dance with Song Qianjun and his group, elevating the already heated atmosphere in the private room to its peak. Under the neon lights of the space, each face shimmered with its own unique joy. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Song Qianjun, with the top courtesan in his arms, grinned and said, "We've eaten well and had a great time today. How about we all play a thrilling game?" With a subtle nod from Song Qianjun, a foreign bodyguard magically produced a black briefcase. He effortlessly unlocked it, revealing a vast expanse of US dollar bills inside. The box of dollars was displayed before everyone's eyes. The bills added up to at least 700,000 or 800,000, which converted to several million yuan. The group of princesses instantly fell speechless with astonishment. Among them, the courtesan Zhao Yufei was the closest to the money, and a hint of surprise also appeared on her pure, beautiful cheeks. These princesses had seen all kinds of clients, but never such a vast amount of money, especially a whole box of it. Defei and Chu Zhuge exchanged a knowing glance. They'd long known Song Qianjun was doing exceptionally well. To casually pull out this much cash to impress a girl? They couldn't even compare. Song Qianjun waved his hand dramatically, pointing at the cash in the briefcase. "See this? $80,000. Not exactly a fortune. But listen up, beauties, play a game with me. Beat me, and every last cent is yours." Ha! The princesses collectively shrieked in excitement. $80,000 equaled over 4 million yuan. The tip alone would average over 40,000 per person. That amount would take them half a year to earn through regular work.
This client was incredibly generous. Casually spending over 4 million yuan was truly dazzling to the princesses. Holy! De Fei cursed under his breath. What the hell was this? Millions just handed out to these princesses? Money coming too easy? I might as well become a princess myself. Fancy playing this thrilling game?
Song Qianjun asked with a sly grin, his voice trailing off.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, the princesses shouted in unison.
By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the atmosphere in the luxury private room was exceptionally lively. Especially after Song Qianjun's box of US dollars had everyone buzzing with excitement. That box of cash had clearly become the most dazzling presence in the room.
The game I want to play with you all is called Truth or Dare Millionaire. We play this all the time back in the States.
Song Qianjun bellowed, drunk and exhilarated.
Song Qianjun gestured for Gu Jianqing to explain the thrilling rules of the game. Gu Jianqing grinned slyly, pulling an iPad from his black leather briefcase. With practiced ease, he opened one of the game apps, its interface resembling a giant spinning wheel. The wheel displayed over a dozen free options. Set against a cartoonish anime-style background, the whole thing looked incredibly amusing, like a fun game. But no one could have guessed how this game connected to those $800,000.
The game itself was simple.
Its most thrilling and mysterious aspect lay not only in its fun factor but also in its unique reward system. Those dollars were the prizes for winning the game. But no free lunch, since it was a game. There would be wins and losses, rewards and penalties. Punishments were an essential part of it. Gu Jianqing, likely a seasoned player, expertly explained the rules of this thrilling game. The name of this game, True Millionaire, speaks for itself. One wrong move could make you a millionaire overnight, delivering pure adrenaline and a thrilling challenge.
Gu Jianqing placed the iPad screen before everyone. We'll select 3 lucky, lovely ladies from among you girls.
Your opponent will be our very own Mr. Song.
This spinning wheel on the computer screen is one of the essential props for our game. As you can see, it has numbered segments. What we'll do is spin the wheel, then follow the number it lands on to perform the corresponding dare. Complete the task, and you'll receive a reward. Fail, and you'll face the corresponding punishment.
Each time the wheel lands on a number, the screen will automatically display the corresponding prize amount.
If you complete the game requirement, that prize is yours.
But if you fail to fulfill the specific challenge, well, sorry, you'll have to pay double that amount as punishment.
Gu Jianqing explained the rules with a smile.
The promise of big payouts only made the game seem more mysterious.
Hold on.
Just then, a ponytailed beauty among the princesses interjected, Mr. Song, this game looks like gambling. We ladies don't have much money in our pockets.
How can we possibly compete against a big shot like you? We're no match for you.
The ponytailed beauty, named Xiaoli, had been having a blast playing with Gu Jianqing earlier.
As she protested, she couldn't resist tossing him a flirtatious glance. Gu Jianqing patted Xiaoli's shoulder and chuckled reassuringly, Don't worry, Xiaoli. If you can't meet the wheel's requirements or can't afford the penalty, the computer will automatically adjust the game's difficulty level. You'll definitely be able to handle all the penalties. The girls found this explanation a bit vague, but the box of US dollars over there kept radiating a dazzling golden glow. These women were pure gold diggers. Seeing money was like spotting a steaming hot pot of braised fish. Their eyes were drawn to it like magnets, their minds filled with nothing but dollar bills. Alright, those are the rules. Anyone unwilling to play can leave now. I, Song Qianjun, won't force anyone. Take your $200 red envelope and go.
Song Qianjun, drunk as a skunk, pulled a stack of bills from the box, 2 bills each, and you're out of here.
The princesses exchanged glances. None declared they were leaving. $200 was nowhere near enough to satisfy their insatiable appetites.
In this world, regardless of gender or age, everyone harbors the ambition to become a millionaire overnight. Besides, they all wanted to see what this mysterious game was all about, just how thrilling it could be.
Alright, looks like the ladies aren't leaving. Then let me make this clear, once you join the game, there's no quitting midway. Anyone who drops out will be fined 1 million.
Gu Jianqing took a few lecherous steps forward, gesturing at the row of beauties before him with a grin.
$1 million? The row of beauties couldn't help but let out a chorus of incredulous gasps. Just judging by the rules alone, this game was undeniably thrilling. Cough, Jianqing. Don't make the atmosphere so tense, you're scaring us beauties. Song Qianjun scolded in a deep voice.
Let me explain to everyone, if you make me have fun and keep things exciting, I guarantee you won't lose money. Just wait to count your cash. After all, it's just a game, no one's going to die. The group finally exhaled in relief. With Song Qianjun's hearty assurance, the pressure on their minds eased considerably. Xiaoli, the ponytailed beauty, even turned to reassure her friends, girls, what's there to fear? We're not putting up any money. Worst case, we'll just have to drink shots or sing songs as penalties. No need to worry. Although De Fei and Chu Zhuge also found the game a bit vague, they joined in the cheering to avoid upsetting Song Qianjun. Yeah. Boss Song doesn't come around often. Just think of it as supporting him. He won't let you down.
Alright. Now that's more like it. Song Qianjun declared decisively, then I officially announced the game begins. Spurred by the sight of a box of US dollars, the group of princesses were in high spirits. One after another, they eagerly raised their hands to sign up. In the end, Song Qianjun personally selected 3 beauties, a red-haired beauty named Yan Hong, the girl with the ponytail, Xiaoli, and finally, the current top courtesan of the Huamei Hotel, Zhou Yifei. Only 3 were chosen from the 10 beauties. The remaining 7 couldn't help but sigh with regret. Complaints immediately filled the air, blaming Song Qianjun for being unfair. In truth, they were consumed by envy and resentment toward the chosen trio. Over 4 million divided equally among 3 meant each would walk away with over 1 million. This game truly had the power to change destinies. The 7 beauties weren't idle either. Each spent 1,000 yuan to dance at the top of the private room, adding to the excitement of this thrilling game. The game commenced, and the first to take the stage was the red-haired beauty Yan Hong. With her wine-red hair styled in a striking manner, she was dressed to the nines. Her electrifying eyes flashed brightly at the men, causing the bodyguard's eyes to widen in awe. Song Qianjun handed her the tablet. In the lower left corner of the screen was a touch-sensitive button. Yan Hong suddenly fell silent, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. As the first participant, a flicker of unease crossed her mind. Her delicate, pale hand fluttered over the tablet screen, unsure where to begin. Finally, Yan Hong gathered her courage and pressed the displayed button on the screen. The spinning wheel's pointer whirled rapidly, coming to a sudden halt moments later, frozen on a specific image. Whoosh! A striking number suddenly appeared on the screen, 10,000 yuan. According to the game prompt, this was the reward for the first task. If she could fulfill the corresponding requirement, she would receive 10,000 yuan. If she failed to meet the specific game requirements, she would be fined 20,000 yuan. Ding ding! Immediately after, a bold prompt flashed across the screen: all participants must drink 3 cocktails containing raw eggs. Mr. Song, does this mean I need to drink 3 times the amount of cocktails with the special ingredient? Yan Hong asked, her gaze fixed on the computer screen. Correct, Gu Jianqing nodded. You now represent all 3 of you, so all 3 of you must drink 3 glasses of the special cocktail. Mr. Song? Even DeFei leaned in curiously. So if they finish 3 cocktails, they get the 10,000 yuan reward? Exactly. Song Qianjun slapped the table decisively, flinging a wad of 10,000 yuan bills before them. Down 3 drinks, and this 10,000 is yours. The 3 beauties exchanged glances, finding the answer utterly baffling. This drinking challenge was far too common. They often bet with clients on downing raw egg cocktails. 3 glasses of raw egg cocktails? A piece of cake for them. Drink them and get $10,000? Wasn't that requirement a bit too simple? Thus, with unease, each of the 3 beauties downed 3 glasses of the peculiar cocktail. The raw eggnog itself wasn't the issue, it was the intense, bloody taste that hit them as they swallowed. 3 empty glasses were promptly presented. Zhou Yifei and the other beauties downed the spirits in their glasses with gusto. Excellent. That's the spirit. I love it. You girls, I adore you. Song Qianjun clapped enthusiastically, then flung the $10,000 onto the table before them. This 10,000 is yours. Swish. Everyone in the room instantly stared in stunned disbelief. Could they really get 10,000 US dollars that easily? Was it really that simple? This Song Qianjun was such a big spender. Dumb money, quick cash. Chapter 125, Dumb and Rich? Come quick. The atmosphere in the luxury private room turned eerily tense. The dancers on the other side watched the scene in stunned silence. They worked their asses off, twisting and writhing, using every trick in the book just to scrape together 1,000 yuan tip. Yet those women had casually spun a wheel and walked away with 10,000? The dancers seethed with envy, itching to kick those 3 women off the stage right then and there. But that was the reality. Zhou Yifei and her 2 companions felt as if they were dreaming. Only when they touched the real, crisp dollar bills did they clearly realize their incredible luck. They'd stumbled upon a complete fool like Song Qianjun. Alright, let's continue the game. Yan Hong pressed the button earlier, now it's Xiaoli's turn. Gu Jianqing pointed at the girl with the ponytail in the middle and said, Xiaoli, it's your turn to spin the wheel. Xiaoli rubbed her palms together, stepped forward, and pressed her slender finger firmly onto the computer screen. The pointer on the screen spun rapidly as she moved her hand. Beep. The tablet emitted another sharp sound, displaying a series of prompts. Congratulations. You've won 20,000 yuan. Whoa. The room erupted in excitement. Zhou Yifei and the other beauties couldn't help but gasp. The numbers flashing on the screen were a heavy blow to their eyes. Xiaoli rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Did I see that right? Did we really win $40,000? Am I dreaming? You're not seeing things. Song Qianjun stood up like a fool, joining the commotion as if the 40,000 had nothing to do with him. You girls got lucky, here's 40,000 for you. Without hesitation, Song Qianjun pulled out 4 stacks of bills and slapped them down in front of the girls. His manner was utterly flamboyant, brimming with swagger. Defei and Chu Zhuge exchanged helpless glances. Chu strategist, am I seeing this right? This Song Qianjun is way over the top. At this rate, these princesses will earn more than my annual salary. Is Song Qianjun even human? Perhaps this was simply the style of a great tycoon? Even Chu Zhuge, with his worldly experience, had never encountered such an outrageously flamboyant figure. The thrilling game continued. Soon, it was the turn of Zhao Yufei, the top courtesan of the Huamei Hotel, to draw the prize. Everyone stood on tiptoe, all eyes fixed intently on her. To the others, this so-called thrilling game was nothing more than a money-grab game even a fool could play. It was essentially Song Qianjun handing over 4 million yuan to these three beauties. How could anyone not feel envious? Tall and slender with flawless features and long, fair legs, Zhao Yufei possessed the physique of a model. She was the most eye-catching beauty among them. Judging by her behavior tonight, she was clearly Song Qianjun's favorite. Even before the game began, she had nestled in his embrace, teasing the old rascal into hearty laughter and high spirits. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Yufei finally pressed the display button on the tablet. The pointer on the screen spun rapidly, and everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, afraid to miss even the most thrilling detail. A beep sounded from the tablet, and a bold font appeared on the screen, 100,000 yuan. A collective gasp of astonishment followed 100,000 yuan task. Just as everyone gasped at the staggering sum, the specific task requirements appeared. Each person must finish a glass of special imported liquor, paired with an ashtray. This combination forms a smoke ash drink. Down the entire drink in one go, and the 100,000 yuan is yours. Reading the detailed requirements, many burst into loud laughter. This challenge was absurdly difficult. The three beauties' faces darkened instantly. A chill ran down their spines. While they tasted many exotic liquors in their line of work, a concoction made from ashtrays and cigarette butts was unheard of. And they were expected to down the entire mixture in one go? Minutes later, 3 ashtrays were placed before them, the very ones used by the previous smokers. Each was overflowing with cigarette butts, assorted cigarette filters, crumpled napkins, and assorted trash of unknown origin. The entire mess looked like a dark, disgusting heap. Worst of all, the pungent stench emanating from the ashtrays assaulted their nostrils. The very scent made the three women feel nauseous. The thought of having to down the entire contents in one go suddenly made them feel suicidal. Zhao Yufei covered her sensual little mouth in shock. What kind of crappy computer is this? How could it come up with such a despicable trick? Drinking this stuff is just too disgusting. Boss Song, you're joking with us, right? You don't really want us to drink this, do you? Can I restart the operation? Zhao Yufei's coaxing skills were legendary. Any man would surrender without a fight to her charming whims, willingly falling at her feet. But Gu Jianqing beat her to the punch. Ladies, this is the most thrilling game. How could you spoil the fun? Don't you want that $100,000? If you don't want it, I'll give this chance to other beauties. The three beauties exchanged glances. Drink or not? $100,000 lay before them. That was hundreds of thousands of yuan. It felt like a powerful fist pounding each of their hearts. Money talks. It was an irresistible reason, the very goal each of them strived for. The top beauty, Zhao Yufei, still felt reluctant. She continued to pout at Song Qianjun. Mr. Song, how can you bear to make us drink this disgusting stuff? We all have more important things to do later. But Song Qianjun singled her out with a stern rebuke. Sweetheart, that's where you're wrong. You already took your share of the tens of thousands in bonuses. Now it's your turn to face the consequences. You can't just breeze through this. That's the whole point of the game. The thrill. Fine, I'll drink. As soon as Song Qianjun finished speaking, the original Yan Hong princess readily agreed. She lifted the distinctive ashtray liquor before her and without hesitation, downed it in one gulp. Instantly, all the disgusting garbage in the cup poured into her throat. Under the pressure of the crowd, the courtesan Zhao Yufei in the ponytail wearing Xiaoli also raised their own glasses of the disgusting ashtray liquor. Clang! All three beauties simultaneously smashed their cups onto the floor, then covered their mouths as they vomited in unison. Ha! The room erupted with the arrogant laughter of Song Qianjun's gang. Fun! Fun! This is so thrilling! Defei, you've never seen anything like this before, have you? Fun or not? Defei was utterly dumbfounded. Without a moment to think, he forced a smile and nodded along. Fun! Fun! Mr. Song, your style is truly exhilarating. I'm impressed. This has really broadened my horizons. Song Qianjun kept his word. After the girls downed the disgusting liquor, he dumped the full $100,000 cash right in front of them. But their faces had turned green. The taste of that cigarette ash-laced booze was something they'd never forget for the rest of their lives. You stinking men! You just love watching us suffer, don't you? Scolded Xiaoli, the ponytail beauty, pouting her lips. But with that $100,000 in sight, her anger didn't run too deep, her tone tinged with playful teasing. Combined with the previous prize money and this new $100,000, their total winnings now reached $150,000, a substantial sum indeed. For the three beauties, it was a rich harvest. Yet, they also began to realize something. These so-called thrill games were designed to escalate gradually. The first level was simple, but as the game progressed, the tasks grew increasingly difficult. For instance, the cigarette ash and liquor challenge was already pushing their limits. Who knew what perverted tasks awaited them next? Song Qianjun and his crew might seem rich and generous on the surface, but they were nothing but beasts in human form. Very good, very good. Gu Jianqing clapped his hands to encourage the three beauties. Overall, you've performed your tasks well. Our Mr. Song has thoroughly enjoyed himself. This money is well worth the value. Let's continue completing this thrilling game. This game has 5 rounds total. You've already completed 3 stages, meaning you have 2 more rounds left. Win or lose, you can leave with your spoils. Now, who among you will choose the game for the 4th round? Gu Jianqing stood directly in front of the computer, asking slyly. At that moment, Xiaoli stood up on her own. I'll press the button for the 4th level. I had the best luck earlier. Xiaoli cautiously stepped up to the tablet. She took a solemn deep breath, her pinky hovering over the screen for a long moment, unable to muster the courage to press the button. Beep beep. With her eyes tightly shut, Xiaoli finally pressed the button. Swish. The pointer spun around once before finally coming to a stop. A prominent number appeared on the screen, 200,000. A $200,000 mission. Before the others could recover from their shock, the mission details appeared. Break each other's fingers with a hammer. Chapter 126, The Terrifying Tycoon. Break each other's fingers with a hammer. The single line of text sent shockwaves through the entire room. Xiaoli, responsible for the lottery draw, recoiled in horror, stumbling back a full step. What does this mean? What on earth does this mean? Xiaoli covered her mouth in disbelief, then stammered out a question, barely daring to voice her worst suspicion. Ha! Gu Jianqing let out a slow laugh. It's simple. The 3 of you must each break one of your fingers. Once you break each other's fingers, you'll receive the corresponding reward, the $200,000 displayed on the screen. Swish! The entire luxury private room suddenly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After a long moment, Defei, the host, finally broke the deathly silence. He leaned over and whispered, Mr. Song, this isn't for real, is it? You don't really expect them to break their fingers? Song Qianjun smiled, stretching his body and letting out an involuntary burp. Defei, don't you think this is the most thrilling part of the game? Watching these women break each other's fingers, isn't that incredibly satisfying? Aha! Defei's expression froze for a moment before he burst into laughter too. Mr. Song, you really have a unique way of thinking. This game is incredibly thrilling. Now that you mention it, I'm actually dying to see these women get punished. The men roared with laughter, while the women stood frozen in place, their faces etched with utter despair, as if they'd lost their dearest mothers. The contrast between the two groups couldn't have been more stark. Mr. Song, I know you're just joking with us. This isn't real, right? Xiaoli mustered her courage and whispered coquettishly to Song Qianjun. Xiaoli, I do care for you, but a game is a game. Its excitement lies in its rules. Without boundaries, there can be no order. You should understand this better than I do, shouldn't you? Song Qianjun remained unmoved, his eyes narrowed. With a subtle glance, Song Qianjun signaled to Gu Jianqing, who magically produced a sledgehammer. It seemed this fellow always carried such tools. They anticipated today's game would unfold this way. Every move the princesses made was under their control. Gu Jianqing placed the hammer on the table and gestured. Ladies, what are you waiting for? This is only the 4th stage. The game continues. Get started already. Stop dawdling. It's just a finger. It'll grow back. $20,000 for one of your fingers is a bargain. The private room remained deathly silent. Even the princesses who had been dancing couldn't help but secretly rejoice. While $200,000 was undeniably tempting, paying for it with a severed finger? That outcome was far too brutal. Song Qianjun spoke expressionlessly, everyone, start properly. Minutes later, the palms of the 3 beauties were drenched in blood, their faces drained of color. Each had lost a finger, while the surface of the iron hammer was caked with their blood. The process itself was needless to describe, a brutal spectacle. Not a single voice stirred in the entire venue. Even Defei dared not voice the slightest dissent. Though he found it cruel, Song Qianjun wore a satisfied smile, which greatly reassured him. Excellent! Song Qianjun roared with laughter. I'm thoroughly pleased with your performance, ladies. Here, this is your reward, $20,000. It's what you deserve. Song Qianjun promptly flung the $20,000 onto the ground before the women. To him, that sum was worth no more than a pile of dog. His expression remained utterly unreadable. Unfortunately, the 3 beauties led by Zhao Yufei were now completely numb. Even with $200,000 placed before them, they lacked the courage to pick it up, letting blood flow freely between their bodies. The scene unfolding in the luxury suite was being watched by one person. Through the hotel's hidden surveillance, he saw everything clearly. That person was none other than the hotel's owner, Hua Tianxiong. Hua Tianxiong was seething with rage.
The 10 beauties in the suite were the cream of the crop at his Huamei hotel. To see them treated so appallingly, right on his turf, was unbearable. Though these princesses were his money-making tools, their relationship had always been amicable. Witnessing their abuse caused Hua Tianxiong immense pain. Yet upon reflection, he recalled the intricate details of the game's setup.
Song Qianjun had clearly laid out all the rules, rewards, and punishments.
On the surface, these princesses had voluntarily joined the game. If Hua Tianxiong stormed in now to confront Song Qianjun, he would be the one at fault. Song Qianjun had played his cards masterfully. He'd first dangled tempting rewards before the princesses, convincing them this game was nothing more than a money grab, a mindless game. Little did they realize they'd unwittingly fallen into a trap he'd meticulously designed, sinking deeper and deeper into it, unable to extricate themselves. Hua Tianxiong secretly sent several text messages to Defei, but Defei's replies all indicated helplessness.
Song Qianjun was a major figure from the United States, someone they couldn't afford to offend.
For now, they had no choice but to let the princesses suffer. Left with no choice, Hua Tianxiong reluctantly agreed to the terms, but he secured one condition for the princesses: I must have someone tend to the injuries of the wounded princesses. I can't stand by and watch them suffer like this.
Otherwise, I'll personally go in and negotiate with Song Qianjun.
In the luxury suite, Defei awkwardly leaned close to Song Qianjun's ear and discreetly relayed the request.
To his surprise, Song Qianjun readily agreed.
The game paused midway as a doctor from the Huamei Hotel stepped in to tend to the three princesses. The nurse assigned to the task was none other than Jing Yuqing from the Pure Heart Clinic, summoned at the last minute with a heart full of trepidation. Dressed in a white medical gown, she carried the first aid kit to the front of the princesses. Upon seeing the injuries, her small mouth gaped in shock. The young nurse dared not make a sound. After all, this was the rich man's game, and someone of her lowly status had no right to pry. Little did she know, her prim and proper movements were being watched by that lecher Song Qianjun. While the group drank and chatted, they also feasted their eyes on the grotesque scene unfolding in the private room, a spectacle that never failed to amuse Song Qianjun. Though Jing Yuqing wasn't particularly tall, her pure, untainted aura unfolded with each movement. Especially those large, sparkling eyes, seemingly alive with expression, left Song Qianjun utterly spellbound. Gu Jianqing had long seen through his boss's intentions. Seeking favor, he leaned in and asked, "Boss, have you set your sights on this girl?" "You're right. Just look at her, she's clearly not like the other women here. Those girls over there have obviously been ridden countless times. But take this little nurse? She's as pure as a water lily, making you want to pluck her and taste her right away." Song Qianjun voiced his thoughts without restraint, and everyone present heard him loud and clear. Jing Yuqing's face flushed crimson. She clenched her jaw, forcing herself to continue bandaging the princesses. "Big Fei, what do you say? Can you help Mr. Song get this girl? Money's no object, just get it done." Gu Jianqing whispered urgently into Big Fei's ear. Defei hesitated for a moment but quickly agreed, "This might be a bit tricky, but I can try. There's no woman in this world money can't handle." "Perfect. We love your cooperative attitude, Defei. Your teen's execution is top-notch." Song Qianjun's face lit up with delight as he slapped Defei's shoulder in agreement. "Of course. Anything Mr. Song asks, we'll do our utmost. If he wants the moon, I'll find a way to pluck it from the sky." Defei joined in the shameless laughter. Meanwhile, Jing Yuqing, nearing the end of her bandaging, remained unaware that a predator had set his sights on her. Unbeknownst to her, a deadly trap was already waiting. Defei then briefly discussed the matter with Chu Zhuge. Immediately, a look of distress crossed Chu Zhuge's face. "Brother Defei, Jing Yuqing might not be so easy to handle. She's Ye Chenfei's girl. If we force ourselves on her, we'll have a hard time explaining it to Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei. Worse yet, it might alert Third Master and the others, and then we'll be in real trouble." "Are you out of your mind, strategist Chu? If we can't act openly, can't we do it covertly? Mr. Song is our money tree. Get him on our side, and we'll have everything we want. Taking a risk for this cash cow is worth it. As long as we cover our tracks cleanly, who'll know it was us? Heaven knows, earth knows, I know." Defei snorted coldly, his expression turning cunning. Chu Zhuge nodded with a smile. "Brother Defei, I know what to do. The ladies are all bandaged up, right? Then I hereby declare, the true wealthy tycoon game continues. Next up is our fifth stage." Song Qianjun announced with boundless energy. Chapter 127, the most thrilling game in history. The 1 p.m. flight landed punctually at Tianhai City Airport. After seeing Su Chunmei back to her dorm, Ye Chenfei rushed straight to his clinic. Learning that Jing Yuqing had been urgently summoned back to the Huamei Hotel, he also headed there out of curiosity. At the very moment Jing Yuqing was bandaging the princesses, Ye Chenfei watched the entire scene unfold in the hotel's surveillance room. Especially when he saw Song Qianjun's lecherous eyes ogling Jing Yuqing, a surge of rage instantly flared in Ye Chenfei's mind. He wanted nothing more than to yank Song Qianjun right off the screen and beat him senseless. Ye Chenfei instantly recognized the foul play in Song Qianjun's game. "Mr. Hua, that Song Qianjun's game is clearly rigged. We've fallen into a trap they set.
But what could be done now? Offending Song Qianjun was unthinkable. Crossing him meant crossing Ye Chenfei. Besides, these princesses had all participated voluntarily. If this blew up, the Huamei Hotel would never know peace again. Hua Tianxiong seemed more anxious than anyone, staring helplessly at the screen with no solution in sight. Dr. Ye Xiaobei, you must help me. What should I do now? Ding Xiaobei frowned as he analyzed. That bastard must have pre-programmed this computer. Stage 4 requires smashing fingers. Stage 5 must have even more severe consequences. That psychopath Song Qianjun might just chop off a few princesses' heads. Wait. Ye Chenfei suddenly had an idea. It all comes back to that Song Qianjun's computer being faulty. Xiaobei, we have an expert in computers. Mouse. Everyone has their own reasons and motives for everything they do, and Song Qianjun was no exception. Of course, he wasn't just bored out of his mind, spending all that money and effort targeting those tragic princesses. His true intentions lay elsewhere. In fact, Song Qianjun's real target this time was Hua Tianxiong. The Huamei Hotel. Song Qianjun had long harbored ambitions to invest in a nightclub. While funding a new establishment would be ideal, the lengthy preparation and capital turnover required were significant hurdles. This old fox, however, had set his sights squarely on the Huamei Hotel. When it came to nightclubs, the Huamei Hotel was the undisputed leader in Tianhai City. Rather than investing in a new venture, it made far more sense to invest in an already profitable one. Through Ye Chenfei, he would design a trap for Hua Tianxiong, luring him in without him even realizing it. As expected, the 5th-level lottery prize would be a task prompt worth 1 million yuan. The specific task? The princesses must stab each other 10 times. This would undoubtedly be an even more brutal, even more perverse outcome. This was an utterly depraved outcome. The princesses would never be able to carry it out. So the conclusion was inevitable. The princesses were left with only one choice. The sole outcome is each paying double the amount, $2 million each. Combined, that totals 6 million USD. Regardless of the outcome, all 3 princesses face a devastating end. Unable to pay this sum, the debt naturally falls on nightclub owner Hua Tianxiong. $6 million over 40 million in cash is a gut-wrenching sum even for him. At that point, Song Qianjun could present his conditions for investment. By allowing him and Ye Chenfei to take equity in Huamei Hotel, this debt could be settled at any time. Song Qianjun would then smoothly become a major shareholder of Huamei Hotel. With both him and Ye Chenfei investing simultaneously, the hotel would effectively become his alone. This plan was the culmination of a month's scheming by Song Qianjun. Beforehand, he had thoroughly researched Tianhai City's landscape. Hua Tianxiong was a coward afraid of trouble. Ye Chenfei was a dog sated with money. Everything was under his control. An old fox like him either didn't act at all, or when he did, it was with earth-shattering grandeur. Yet in all his calculations, the old fox never anticipated that Huamei Hotel harbored a special talent, the poison Dr. Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei had not missed the fleeting expression that had slipped across Jing Yuqing's face. He had crossed someone he should never have crossed. The game continues. Ladies, you've successfully navigated 4 rounds of the game. Only the 5th and final challenge remains. Complete this, and the money in your hands is yours to keep. Gu Jianqing waved his arms, urging the princesses on. Yet at this moment, the princesses shook their heads in unison. This game was nothing short of deadly for them. Even though they recognized its danger, they were already deeply entangled, like being trapped in a swamp. The more they struggled, the faster they sank. Mr. Song, can we end this game? We don't want the money anymore. We'll give it all back to you. Just let us admit defeat, okay? After a long pause, the beauty with the ponytail pleaded. No. Do you think I, Song Qianjun, can't handle a loss? A gentleman's word is his bond. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Since I agreed to this, I won't back down. The game continues. Who will operate the final button? Song Qianjun's stance grew increasingly firm, leaving no room for protest or dissent. Song Qianjun added immediately, if you truly wish to leave, then follow the game rules. Each of you must compensate me 1 million in game winnings before you can depart freely. Otherwise, you must participate until the very end. $1 million penalty each? The 3 princesses exchanged horrified glances. Even if they sold themselves off entirely, they couldn't scrape together $3 million. Their expressions instantly turned more grim than any cry. All right, everyone, don't get so down. Ye Chenfei stepped in to placate the beauties. Who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky and actually become millionaires in the end. Then you'll have to thank Mr. Song for this opportunity. After a tense standoff lasting several minutes, the 3 beauties finally had to accept the ironclad reality. As Song Qianjun put it, if you're going to play the game, you've got to be able to handle the consequences. The last to press the selection button was none other than Ye Chenfei, the top courtesan of the Huamei Hotel. As she stepped forward, her body trembled uncontrollably. This trembling revealed just how terrified she was to press that button. If heaven could grant her another chance, she'd never participate in this twisted game of true rich tycoon again, not even if it cost her life. As for the rejected contestants, any lingering envy or resentment vanished. Not being chosen meant they could count themselves lucky. Now, they were desperate enough to break their own fingers. Who knew what disfigurement awaited in the next round?
And so, under everyone's watchful eyes, the courtesan Zhao Yufei trembled as she pressed the button on the screen. Meanwhile, in the nearby monitoring room, Mouse fiddled with a laptop, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as his eyes fixed on the program and code displayed on the screen.
Holy! This program is insane. Mouse couldn't help cursing at the computer. Brother Yi, the final mission for this game is $1 million task. The specifics? Get 3 people to stab each other in the back. 10 stabs per person. Ha! Upon hearing this, Hua Tianxiong felt a chill run down his neck. What the hell are these bastards trying to do? They're trying to kill me. I'm going to settle this with them.
At the critical moment, Ye Chenfei stopped the impulsive Hua Tianxiong. Mr. Hua, don't get worked up.
With Mouse here, you don't need to worry. Mouse has already successfully hacked into their tablet. Exactly, Mouse. Ding Xiaobei egged him on from behind. Quickly modify the twisted program.
Make Song Qianjun stab himself 10 times.
I've never seen such a sick bastard. I've hated them for ages. Damn it. Rat frantically worked the keyboard. Modifying the tablet's program code won't be easy.
This software was designed in the US, and the source code has been specially processed. It's impossible to modify it in such a short time.
What do we do now? Zhao Yufei already pressed that button.
Hua Tianxiong's eyes bulged as he shouted in agitation.
Rat adjusted his glasses and chuckled. Even if I can't alter the program, I won't let that psychopath run rampant. Brother Yi, Xiaobei, Boss Hua, just sit back and enjoy the show.
Rat slammed the enter key, crossing his arms with a smug grin. Inside the luxurious private room, the pointer on the tablet began spinning rapidly. All eyes were glued to the screen.
Song Qianjuan's lips curled into a faint smile. The show was about to begin.
But then something strange happened. The pointer spun for a while, then kept spinning at breakneck speed, showing no signs of stopping.
Ha! Something's off here? Song Qianjun and Gu Jianqing exchanged puzzled glances.
The pointer usually spun for just a few seconds, but this time felt abnormal.
Why was it taking so long?
Nearly a minute had passed already.
Silence fell as they continued to stare at the rapidly spinning pointer.
2 minutes passed, and the pointer was still spinning.
5 minutes passed, and the pointer kept spinning.
10 minutes passed, and the pointer was still spinning. They were nearly out of breath.
What was going on? Why wouldn't the needle stop?
De Fei was the first to react. He pointed at the spinning needle and asked.
Song Qianjun and the others exchanged glances, none of them able to make sense of it. Chapter 128, An Unexpected Outcome.
The needle on the tablet kept spinning for over 10 minutes without any sign of stopping. Everyone around was dumbfounded, staring at the needle for what felt like an eternity. What Song Qianjun and the others didn't know was that in the computer monitoring room on the other side, Mouse had already hacked into the tablet system using the hotel's Wi-Fi.
Spinning at high speed for 10 minutes? No problem. Even spinning for 24 hours straight would be perfectly fine. Gu Jianqing, what's going on here?
Song Qianjuan's face clearly lost all composure as he gestured toward the rapidly spinning game pointer on the table.
I don't know either. Maybe there's a problem with the computer? Gu Jianqing stammered in response. Gu Jianqing's face turned deeply awkward.
He'd tested this game countless times before, never once had the pointer failed to stop.
This unexpected glitch left him flustered, and he scrambled to investigate.
At that moment, the hotel's hostesses protested.
The top hostess, Zhao Yufei, stepped forward to interrupt. Mr. Song, the game isn't over yet. Isn't it unfair to us if you touch the computer like this? What's the point of this game anymore? Song Qianjun felt an indescribable rage welling up inside.
Just as his grand scheme was about to be completed, this unexpected complication arose, leaving him feeling as disgusted as if he'd swallowed a red-headed fly.
Yufei, how dare you speak to our Mr. Song like that? Ha! Mr. Song is our guest, our god. De Fei snapped sternly, clearly defending Song Qianjuan's twisted pride. If we're playing a game, it should be fair. Everything must follow the computer's display results, protested Xiaoli, the ponytailed beauty, unwilling to concede.
Their fingers had been broken by the other side, and at this moment, they all hated Song Qianjuan's group with a passion.
Song Qianjun was speechless, unable to find a single word to respond. Suddenly, he felt like he'd been checkmated. Boom! Just as the tension hung thick in the air, a muffled explosion echoed.
The tablet flashed with a blinding light. The screen had exploded.
Crack! The tablet continued to flash as its internal circuitry and components exploded violently.
Inside the monitoring room, Ye Chenfei, Ding Xiaobei, and the others burst out laughing.
That was one brutal move, Mouse. Song Qianjun was utterly speechless.
He shot up from his seat, raised his hand, and delivered a resounding slap to Gu Jianqing's face.
His voice was deep and stern as he barked, "You idiot! Is this the computer you prepared?"
With that, Song Qianjun stormed out of the luxury private room, his face flushed with embarrassment.
Gu Jianqing was utterly dejected. How could the computer have exploded? Was the game over just like that? After Song Qianjun departed, the entire VIP room suddenly relaxed. The princesses breathed a collective sigh of relief, as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. The so-called thrilling game had finally concluded in a most peculiar manner. The princesses present would surely never forget this extraordinary game for the rest of their lives. Song Qianjun was promptly escorted to a pre-arranged 5-star hotel downtown. Throughout the entire process, he remained silent, his face set in a grim expression, making De Fei and Chu Zhuge dare not utter a word. Upon leaving the hotel, De Fei was overcome with frustration. Damn it! How did it come to this? The game was so thrilling, but then the computer blew up. What the hell? Now Mr. Song is in a foul mood too. Brother De Fei, we need to figure out how to make amends, Chu Zhuge interjected at an inopportune moment. This Song Qianjun is crucial for us. The guy's loaded. We can't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. Brother De Fei, haven't you noticed? Song Qianjun has been testing us all along. If he's dissatisfied with these days in Tianhai City, it practically means our partnership with him is over. Chu Zhuge was a seasoned veteran of the underworld, quick to grasp complex situations. He saw through Song Qianjuan's little schemes with crystal clarity. Damn it, I did everything I was supposed to do. I even hooked up with those gorgeous princesses from Huamei. Who could have guessed he'd be into those twisted, perverted games? I just can't figure out what he's thinking. De Fei muttered dejectedly, at a loss for how to deal with a master manipulator like Song Qianjun. Brother De Fei, did you forget how Song Qianjun looked at that little nurse just now? Chu Zhuge smiled faintly, offering a subtle reminder in De Fei's ear. Only then did De Fei connect the dots to Jing Yuqing, the beautiful little nurse by Ye Chenfei's side. Chu strategist, you mean? Song Qianjuan's gaze toward the nurse was unmistakable, like a hungry cat spotting a delicious wild fish. If we can get him that nurse and fulfill his desire, I'm certain this contract will be sealed 100%. Why wait? Tonight's the night. Let's serve Song Qianjun a sumptuous feast to showcase Brother De Fei's generosity. Chu Zhuge described his plan in a low, deliberate voice. Exactly. Strategist Chu, you're spot on. How did I not think of this? De Fei suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed. Right, Strategist Chu, send someone to handle it immediately. That little nurse, make sure it's done cleanly. Under no circumstances should Ye Chenfei or Ding Xiaobei find out. Rest assured, Brother De Fei. I've got this covered. Strategist Chu nodded confidently, then his eyes narrowed as another cunning scheme formed in his mind. After Ye Chenfei and his brothers helped resolve the terrifying crisis at the Huamei Hotel, owner Hua Tianxiong insisted on treating them to a lavish feast as thanks. They finally declined with polite refusal. Mr. Hua, we truly appreciate your kindness. But this is a critical moment. We can't let De Fei and the others see us gathering together. Otherwise, they'll definitely suspect something. Quite right, quite right. Mr. Hua broke out in a cold sweat. Today, thanks to Ye Chenfei and his brothers, he had been saved from disaster. Otherwise, the hotel's princesses would have faced a fate worse than death. Dr. Yi, no need for thanks, your kindness is deeply etched in my memory. From this day forward, if there's anything you need, call on me, Hua Tianxiong. I'll do it 1,000 times over. Alright, Mr. Hua. You're making this far too solemn, like some mafia business. I'm still your employee, aren't I? Helping the boss out of a bind is what we employees are supposed to do. Otherwise, I'd be letting down the salary you pay me. Ye Chenfei patted Hua Tianxiong's shoulder reassuringly. But from now on, you'd better keep a close eye on Big Fei's affairs. Not everyone's money is worth taking. Inside De Fei's luxurious villa, he lay in a black massage chair wearing pajamas. A cup of clear tea sat beside him as he squinted his eyes, seemingly waiting for something. De Fei exhaled deeply. He was awaiting news from two people. First, news from military advisor Chu, and second, none other than his current wife, Qin Zimo. Soon, De Fei heard the click-clack of high heels on wooden floors. His brows furrowed as he realized the person he was waiting for had returned. The door creaked open, revealing Qin Zimo's stunningly sexy figure before him. Dressed in a form-fitting black leather jacket, trendy ankle-length jeans, and sporting a bold, tousled hairstyle, Qin Zimo radiated a vibrant energy these days. She had completely shed the aura of a vulgar woman, undergoing a stunning transformation into a glamorous lady of refinement. Upon entering, Qin Zimo glanced around and remarked casually, "You're back. That was early today." She turned to hang her black leather jacket on the living room coat rack, revealing the white blouse worn underneath. The look exuded a mature woman's penetrating allure. Every time he saw her like this, De Fei couldn't help but sigh loudly, though his words betrayed his true feelings. This was the deepest, most hidden pain within him. Half a year ago, he could have gone through 7 women in one night. But now, he couldn't even muster a flicker of response. His mind raged with surging tides and turbulent waves, yet that thing down there remained utterly unresponsive. Sometimes he genuinely doubted whether it was even still connected to him at all. Today, he had married the most beautiful woman in Tianhai City, yet he was useless. He could only admire her like a vase, something to look at but never touch. This must be the cruelest tragedy in the world. If he knew Qin Zimo was still a virgin, he might even feel like killing himself. Zimo, why are you coming home so late today? Defei opened his eyes and shot her a glance, swallowing his resentment. Not late at all. I just worked out at the gym.
Qin Zimo strode straight to the vanity, slapped a sheet mask onto her cheeks, and tapped her face playfully.
It's only 8 o'clock now. You're the one acting strange today. You usually don't get back until 1 or 2 in the morning, but you're home before 8 tonight. Starting today, you must be back before 7 every night. You absolutely cannot stay out late. Defei gritted his teeth and snorted, a sudden wave of jealousy surging through him. What I can't have, no one else gets to taste either. She's my woman, Defei's woman.
No one touches her.
7 o'clock? Defei, aren't you being a bit too strict? Rigorous my ass. You're my woman. When I tell you to come back, you come back. Defei erupted inexplicably, snorting dismissively. Qin Zimo fell silent. She didn't want to argue with Defei, his dominance was too obvious. What about that thing I mentioned a few days ago? Have you thought about it?
After a long pause, Defei finally remembered the main topic and softened his tone.
You know, the plan I told you about opening a nightclub project. So what? That's your men's business. It has nothing to do with me.
Qin Zimo continued patting her fair cheek as she spoke.
How is it none of yours? Didn't I mention it to you? Defei's voice suddenly rose several decibels. Chapter 129, Money Above All. Nothing to do with you? You're my woman now. How could opening a nightclub not concern you?
Defei slammed his hand on the coffee table, his voice booming so loudly the teacup on it hummed.
Defei, what are you trying to say?
Qin Zimo paused, turning to ask her reflection in the mirror.
Since you entered our family, haven't I treated you well?
The villa, the luxury car, the money, I've thrown it all at you to spend freely.
I haven't kept track, but I've probably spent close to $1 million on you this past while, right? Defei stated without blinking, the dimples on his cheeks wobbling twice.
Now I'm opening a nightclub, and I need a large sum for capital turnover.
As my wife, shouldn't you support me? What do you mean, Defei? Are you asking me for money? Don't you have any money?
Qin Zimo gave a cold chuckle and pulled a bank card from her pocket.
There's still 20,000 in this account. If you want it, help yourself. Qin Zimo, do you take me for a fool? You're the top courtesan at Huame Hotel. Your personal stash must be at least a few million, right? Defei spoke with the calmness of a fortune teller. Defei, what do you mean? Investing in a nightclub requires a woman's money to support you? Have you lost your mind? Qin Zimo held her breath, resentfully muttering. What? I just have a dog that wags its tail to win my affection. But keeping a woman around is just eating for free? Isn't your money my money? Defei kicked the coffee table in front of him violently and stood up in a rage. I don't care how you do it, get 3 million yuan to me within a week. Qin Zimo's face mask slid off as she laughed. Defei, do you think I run a bank? Even if I spent $1 million of yours recently, you're demanding 3 million? Is the other 2 million interest? Are you running a loan shark operation?
Qin Zimo, I don't have time for this nonsense.
I've got plans to watch the game. I'll say it again, cough up 3 million within a week. Otherwise I'll sell you off. With your looks, even if you're not worth 3 million, I'll still get 30 grand back. I don't have the money. Believe it or not, it's up to you.
Qin Zimo's face was covered in a hydrating mask, making her expression impossible to read. Only the shift in her voice was audible. Whether you have it or not is your problem. I won't waste words. Steal it, rob it, get me 3 million. You know exactly what I'm capable of. Piss me off, and I'll do anything. Defei stood up, a cold smile curling his lips. He turned toward the door and walked out, utterly indifferent to Qin Zimo's feelings. Bang! The door slammed shut with a thunderous crash, its deafening echo lingering long in the empty room. Long after, Qin Zimo peeled off the hydrating mask from her face. Tears of grievance streamed down her cheeks. Ye Chenfei and his crew had dinner at a night market stall on Taishao Street. Though the food wasn't extravagant, the brothers hadn't gathered together in ages, and the atmosphere was lively as they ate and drank. Jing Yuqing made an exception and took a few sips of beer. After just one bottle, the young girl's cheeks flushed bright red, like a perfectly ripe peach, stirring the blood of every man present. The young girl sat beside Ye Chenfei, looking sweet and dependent, a smile on her face that gave the impression she and Ye Chenfei were already an item. Ding Xiaobai, and the others joined in the teasing. Hey Yi, you're not a kid anymore. When are you and Xiao Jing going to tie the knot? The girl's not getting any younger either. You can't let her waste her youth waiting for you. What are you saying, Ding Xiaobai? The young girl blushed and lowered her head, her beauty like a peach blossom, a shy smile drifting across her face. In a way, this was a woman's tacit consent. Jing Yuqing appeared shy on the surface, but inside, she was both surprised and delighted. Without her white coat, Jing Yuqing revealed the attire of an ordinary girl. A simple long-sleeved shirt, dark blue jeans, and snow-white sneakers always complemented the youthful vigor of a young woman. No wonder Song Qinjun found her captivating. The women he'd known before were all the same seasoned players whose very aura reeked of decay and greed. After feasting on delicacies day in and day out, even a single fresh, tender bamboo shoot tasted exquisite. Exactly, brother Yi. Flowers must be picked at their peak to be truly savored. Miss that moment, you'll only catch them past their prime. Would you really want to pluck them when they're withered and faded? Mouse mimicked officialese with mock seriousness. Get lost. Ye Chenfei glared at the mouse. You're still a greenhorn yourself, yet you dare lecture me on experience? Spend your time learning how to use the cloud evading gear first. The mouse was instantly struck dumb, his head drooping as words failed him. The brothers burst into raucous laughter, tumbling about in a chaotic heap. After feasting and drinking their fill, the brothers helped each other home. Ye Chenfei insisted on escorting Jing Yuqing back. He hadn't forgotten the way Song Qianjun had eyed her that afternoon. A vague premonition stirred within him that man wouldn't let Jing Yuqing off so easily. On the drive back, the rosy flush still lingered on Jing Yuqing's cheeks, a charming blush that made her look all the more alluring. Her lips curved slightly upward, and traces of excitement still flickered in her eyes. Brother Yi, you've been in Yanjing for so many days now. Did you miss me? Jing Yuqing straightened her posture, bit her lip, and mustered the courage to ask. Ha? Ye Chenfei gripped the steering wheel. Not at all. Those days in Beijing were so busy, no time for anything else. It was all about the traditional Chinese medicine conference. Oh, really? Brother Yi? So while I was home minding the shop for you, you didn't miss me at all in Beijing? You just treated me like some shop assistant. Jing Yuqing frowned, pouting her lips in mock reproach. I was just teasing you. Ye Chenfei had zero resistance to a woman's pouting and quickly backtracked. I did think about you. Pretty much every night. Then why didn't you call me every night? The little girl pressed, giving Ye Chenfei no chance to catch his breath. Didn't I text you? The texts you sent were all about work. You never asked about my personal life. Brother Yi, did you meet someone special in Beijing? The little girl fired off questions like a machine gun, leaving Ye Chenfei almost breathless. Just as Ye Chenfei struggled to respond, the little girl suddenly leaned affectionately against his shoulder, murmuring, Brother Yi, I really missed you. Yuling. Ye Chenfei opened his mouth to speak, but seeing how content the little girl looked, he couldn't bear to shatter her daydream. If he told her now that he was currently dating Su Chunmei, would she be so furious she'd jump out of the car on the spot? He decided not to disturb this fleeting silence. Trading a shoulder for a moment of peace, Ye Chenfei's mind was a chaotic whirlwind. He desperately needed quiet, and besides, this wasn't a safe time. Ye Chenfei drove while scanning the surroundings. He insisted on driving the little girl home tonight precisely because he feared for her safety, mainly to guard against Song Qianjun's gang. Big Fei wasn't exactly a saint either. Money was all he saw, and greed was his modus operandi. Time ticked by second by second. Ye Chenfei kept his speed deliberately low, driving steadily the entire way. No suspicious vehicles followed behind. Even upon reaching the entrance of the young lady's residential complex, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. Ye Chenfei opened the car door and bid Jing Yuqing farewell. Hurry home. You've worked hard these past few days. Get some proper rest. I'm giving you 3 days off starting tomorrow. Vacation? Hey, Yi, how about organizing a company retreat during the break? I'd love to go to Sanya and play in the ocean. The little girl's neat bangs fluttered in the breeze as she flashed a charming, adorable smile. Company trip? Just the two of us? Ye Chenfei stifled a laugh. Little girl, that's a great suggestion. I'll consider it. Maybe we can try it during the company's New Year's party. Hee, brother Yi, you promised me. There are still 2 months left until the new year. You said it yourself, you'd take me to Sanya during the holidays. The little girl flashed a mischievous grin, revealing her playful dimples. Fine, I give in. You should head back now, kid. Ye Chenfei felt a wave of frustration. A casual remark had been taken as a promise by a woman. A woman's heart is as unpredictable as the sea. Brother Yi, won't you come over to my place? My dad's working late tonight, and my mom's about to hit the sack. How about trying some of my homemade coffee? The little minx propped her pointed chin on her hand, flashing a charming smile. Nah, I'll pass. It's getting late, and I should head home to rest. Ye Chenfei flashed back to that drunken night in Yanjing with the female assassin. The memory was too vivid to dwell on. He feared losing control and making a move on this girl. That would spell disaster. She was a genuine, untouched maiden, not someone to be trifled with. Brother Yi, you're really putting me on the spot. This is the first time I've ever invited a guy over for coffee. The young girl's pout grew even more pronounced, her lips curling so high they could almost hold a bottle. Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Hello? Chang Fei? This is Qin Zimo. I need to see you now. Meet me at our usual spot.
Chapter 130, A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Ye Chenfei keenly sensed something off in Qin Zimo's tone. It was already past 9 o'clock. Qin Zimo didn't elaborate over the phone, simply arranging to meet at their usual spot. The usual spot they referred to was the McDonald's on Development Road. A few minutes later, Ye Chenfei arrived at the open McDonald's. Through the transparent windows, he spotted Qin Zimo's familiar figure from afar, though her outfit today seemed overly conservative. Her beige baseball cap was remarkably understated, its flat brim obscuring most of her cheek. A pair of black-framed glasses hid her beautiful eyes. Seated by the window, she held a steaming cup of milk coffee. Even this cautious attire couldn't conceal Qin Zimo's captivating allure. Her softly curled hair cascaded over her shoulders. When she remained still, the entire surroundings seemed to freeze. Qin Zimo truly lived up to her reputation as the city's most alluring woman. Ye Chenfei ordered his usual strong tea and quietly sat down across from Qin Zimo. Greeting her like an old friend, he said, "Zimo." Qin Zimo lifted her head slightly, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her eyes. Only when Ye Chenfei sat down did she manage a faint smile. "Chenfei, you're here." "Zimo, your tone sounds like something's up. You seem really upset." Ye Chenfei asked curiously. "Well, there's a bit of trouble. I was hoping you could help me." Qin Zimo suddenly pulled a green bank card from her pocket and got straight to the point. "There's 3 million yuan in this account. The password is 131421. Ha? Ye Chenfei didn't reach for the card in her hand. Frowning, he interrupted, "Zimo, what's this about? What are you trying to do?" "Chenfei, this money is incredibly important to me. It's not safe in my hands right now. I'm afraid it might suddenly vanish one day. That's why I hope you can help me. You're the person I trust most in all of Tianhai City." "So that's it? You want me to hold it for you?" Ye Chenfei felt uneasy. All this time, he'd never understood Qin Zimo's actions, but now it was crystal clear she was treating him like a free safe. Suddenly, he felt like he'd been duped. "No, you misunderstand, Chenfei. Deliver this money to the person at this address. It's crucial for them too." Qin Zimo pulled out a blank sheet of paper and swiftly scribbled down a detailed address. "Zimo, why not deliver it to the people at this address yourself? I haven't been free these past days. Someone's watching me like I'm a thief. Every penny I spend, every move I make, they know it all. I can't get away." The someone Qin Zimo referred to was, of course, Defei. Ye Chenfei sipped his tea, carefully pondering the meaning behind Qin Zimo's words. He had grasped some of the implications. "Zimo, why put yourself through this? If you knew marrying that man wouldn't bring you happiness, why didn't you escape? It feels like you've dug your own grave." Qin Zimo sighed softly, shaking her head slightly. "At this point, it's too late for regrets. I've already set foot on this path. There's no turning back now. I have to push forward, no matter what. Chenfei, you must help me. This money is truly vital for us." Qin Zimo clasped Ye Chenfei's rough hands. In this city of neon lights and nightlife, only these hands could give her a profound sense of security. Ye Chenfei's heart was naturally immune to women's emotions. Though he felt uneasy inside, his very nature refused to see Qin Zimo's dejected expression. "All right, Zimo. Since you've chosen to trust me, I'll make sure to get it done. But do you really think Defei will let you off after this?" Ye Chenfei wasn't stupid. A moment's thought made it clear this money was inextricably linked to Defei. Qin Zimo's frantic transfer likely stemmed from fear of Defei's next move. If the money was secured, her own situation would become far more perilous. "It's fine. I can handle it. Defei wouldn't dare do anything to me." Qin Zimo visibly froze for a few seconds before forcing a faint smile. "Zimo, I don't know what you're going through, but I can make you a promise." Ye Chenfei abruptly cut off Qin Zimo's explanation with decisive resolve. "I can guarantee the safety of this money. And if you want to escape Defei's clutches, I'll risk my life to help you break free. I'll take you to a place where no one knows you. 3 million yuan and your personal safety both are guaranteed by me, Ye Chenfei." "Ha?" Qin Zimo's hands trembled as Ye Chenfei's resolute voice filled her ears. The iron-willed man's promise stirred profound emotion within her, and her eyes slowly welled up with tears. In her life, she'd heard countless promises, yet not a single man's vow had ever melted her heart like this. Ye Chenfei was the first to achieve that. But alas, some paths had no turning back. The moment she chose Defei, she'd sealed her fate. Now, she had no choice but to walk this path to its end. She had no reason to abandon everything she'd built. "Chenfei, thank you. But I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Each person's destiny is different, and no one can change it. My fate was sealed long ago. I've even seen my own future." Qin Zimo fought back the emotion welling inside her, pressing Ye Chenfei's hands firmly against her chest. Immediately afterward, she stood up alone, covering her flushed nose as she turned and walked away. This series of actions left Ye Chenfei increasingly bewildered. Women truly were strange creatures. Why did they always say one thing and mean another? Why pretend to care deeply about things they clearly disliked? Why, after sensing the fervent beat of her heart, would she still walk away so resolutely? Ye Chenfei finally tucked away the 3 million yuan bank card, muttering to himself, 3 million, 3 million. ZMO. Can 3 million really buy you? Just as the two left McDonald's one after the other, a white van slowly rolled down its window. Inside sat a bespectacled boy, slumped in the driver's seat with a sleazy expression. He had merely happened to drive past the restaurant. The bespectacled man held a white phone in his hand, its camera lens activated. Just moments ago, he had meticulously recorded every minute of the past 10+ minutes inside McDonald's. A sly smile spread across the bespectacled man's face as he slowly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Chu Junshi. Glasses? Did you finish with the little nurse so quickly? Did you already succeed? Chu Zhugong asked in surprise. Not yet? General Chu? We're still on our way. Haven't even started moving yet. Bull. What the hell are you doing? I told you to handle the main task, but you're messing around with this nonsense. Don't call me unless it's urgent. That little nurse is crucial. If you screw this up, watch out, I'll wipe you off the face of the earth. Chu Zhuge scolded his subordinate over the phone. Calm down, military advisor Chu. I just pulled over to grab something, and guess who I spotted? Glasses guy deliberately raised his voice, building suspense. Stop playing games with me, kid. I'm swamped right now, no time to waste on your nonsense. Chu Zhuge snapped irritably. I saw Big Fei's wife, that former top courtesan from the Huamei Hotel, Qin Zimo. Qin Zimo? What's so special about Qin Zimo? Why all the fuss over seeing her? You're just bored, hitting on her? Get back to work. Military advisor Chu, how could I possibly have designs on Qin Zimo? But I did see others eyeing that woman. The bespectacled man's words brimmed with smug satisfaction. Chu Zhuge sensed something off about the situation, his voice tinged with caution. Glasses, what did you see? Who's after Qin Zimo? Military advisor Chu, it's none other than that young doctor from the clinic, Ding Xiaobei's brother, Ye Chenfei. What? Ye Chenfei targeting Qin Zimo? Are you sure you didn't miss-see? That brat? How could two people as different as chalk and cheese possibly be involved in something like this? Chu Zhuge asked suspiciously. Military advisor Chu, would I lie to you? I saw Qin Zimo when I went into the shop to buy something. She was wearing a beige hat. I didn't recognize her at first, but then it hit me it was Fei's wife, Qin Zimo. She was sitting there alone, drinking. Not long after, I spotted that Ye Chenfei. Glasses man vividly recounted what he had witnessed. Ye Chenfei sat down across from her. They chatted intimately, their relationship appearing exceptionally close. Finally, I saw Qin Zimo grasp that guy's hands with both of hers clearly. Their relationship was far from simple. Ha! Chu Zhuge on the phone was so stunned he couldn't speak. I knew you wouldn't trust this so easily, military advisor Chu. That's why I casually recorded this video with my phone. Footage of their intimate date is already stored on my device. I know you've long wanted to eliminate that Ye Chenfei. This video will send that bastard straight to hell. He. The bespectacled man grinned widely with excitement. Ha! A triumphant laugh echoed from military advisor Chu's end. My apprentice never disappoints. Well done. Well done. This is going to be a real show. Ha! Chapter 131, One Night of Arrogance. The bespectacled man was Chu Zhuge's trusted disciple. Like master, like disciple, he was cunning and treacherous, a standout among his peers. Many of Chu Zhuge's secret operations were orchestrated through this man. Having accidentally stumbled upon the secret between Ye Chenfei and Qin Zimo, the bespectacled man felt as if he'd struck gold. Military advisor Chu, if we just show these videos to Big Fei, I'm sure he'll fly into a rage. Daring to mess with the East District boss's woman? That Ye Chenfei is as good as dead. Glasses, you filmed this alone, right? Does anyone else know about it? Chu Zhuge asked, regaining some composure. Only I know about the video. I only called you. No one else is aware of this situation. What's wrong, military advisor Chu? The bespectacled man sensed an underlying meaning in Chu Zhuge's words. Very good, Glasses. This information is strictly between us. Remember, you must never reveal it to anyone. This is an excellent opportunity, extremely important for us, Chu Zhuge emphasized repeatedly. Military advisor, what do you mean? What's your plan? Shouldn't we release this video immediately? To be honest, I've had enough of that Ye Chenfei. He's been acting especially arrogant lately. It's best to eliminate such a guy sooner rather than later. No rush, no rush. This is like a windfall falling from the sky. We must make the most of it. We'll have an unexpected windfall, hee. Unexpected windfall? Chu Junshi, I'm a bit confused. The bespectacled man looked perplexed. I'll reveal the specifics gradually. For now, focus on handling that nurse according to the plan. We can't afford to neglect Song Qianjun, that big shot. Stick strictly to the plan, no room for error. Minutes later, the white van slowly pulled away. Its destination wasn't the residential district but the direction of Tianhai City's industrial development zone. Around 10 o'clock that night, Jing Yuqing finished her evening routine and lay in bed, about to read a book, when the home phone suddenly rang urgently. Hello? Are you a family member of old Jing? Yes, I'm his daughter. Who is this? Jing Yuqing's nerves instantly tightened as she asked cautiously. I'm old Jing's colleague. He's suffering from severe chest pain. He said his heart medication is at home. Could you bring it over? Old Jing's face has turned pale from the pain. A man's urgent voice came through the phone. Okay, I'll go right now. Wait for me. I'll be there within 10 minutes, Jing Yuqing replied anxiously before hanging up. Little did she know she had unwittingly fallen into the trap meticulously crafted for her by military advisor Chu. The man who had called her wasn't a factory colleague at all, but rather Chu Zhuge's trusted subordinate classes. No matter how cautious Ye Chenfei was, he hadn't anticipated Chu Junshi striking through Lao Jing. Man proposes, heaven disposes tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful for Jing Yuqing. Jing Yuling grabbed her father's heart medication, hailed a taxi, and sped toward the development zone. Upon arriving at her father's factory, she clearly saw a man wearing glasses standing at the entrance, likely the colleague who had contacted her father over the phone. Then, suddenly, a white van pulled up beside Jing Yuqing. With lightning speed, the door swung open and she was snatched away. Jing Yuqing jolted, her head buzzing. Before she could react, her vision blurred. She collapsed without knowing what happened. The entire ordeal was over in less than a minute. Jing Yuqing had effortlessly become the prey in others' eyes. Glasses excitedly pulled out his phone to report to Chu Zhuge, military strategist Chu, we've taken care of Jing Yuqing. Good. Well done. Dispose of that little nurse. Deliver her to the hotel where Song Qianjun is staying shortly. I'll meet you there. Chu Zhuge responded with great enthusiasm. The Haitian Grand Hotel, Tianhai City's sole Western-style establishment and its most prestigious hotel, had reserved a guest room for Song Qianjun on the 8th floor. At that moment, Song Qianjun had summoned Gu Jianqing to his room and was reprimanding him with a displeased expression. Just when the plan was about to succeed, what do? The computer explodes? Gu Jianqing, are you trying to surprise me? You've cost me hundreds of thousands for nothing. I'm sorry, Mr. Song. I never expected this to happen. I've been using tablets for years and have never encountered such a problem. So you expect me to sue Apple? Have them compensate me for my losses? Song Qianjun, still seething, glared at Gu Jianqing as he barked the question. No, Mr. Song, that's not what I meant. I'll take full responsibility and accept whatever punishment you decide. At this point, Gu Jianqing had nothing left to explain. The computer malfunctioning at such a critical moment was just bad luck. Poor guy, he'd never have guessed the laptop had been hacked by a mouse. Never mind. You can't be entirely blamed for this. Just focus on working steadily with DeFei. My people have looked into Hua Tianxian's background. This man has terrifying amounts of capital, at least $1 billion in US currency. He's one of Tianhai City's hidden tycoons. The little commotion we caused means nothing to him. Seems Tianhai City really is a place where dragons and tigers lie hidden. Just as the two were talking, a knock sounded at the hotel door. Gu Jianqing stood up and said, Mr. Song, you've worked hard today. I've arranged for the hotel's senior technician to give you a massage. Relax and unwind. Pretty female therapists? The mention of women finally lit a spark in Song Qianjuan's eyes. Deep down, he was practically inseparable from the female species. You'll see for yourself, Mr. Song. Gu Jianqing opened the door to reveal two female therapists standing outside, one dressed in pink, the other in a plain black uniform. The attendant carried a wooden tub in one hand and various massage tools in the other. The pink-clad woman possessed a certain allure. Her entire appearance was clearly meticulously styled. Her pale, flawless skin looked unnatural, long lashes peeking out from under thickly applied mascara, and bold lipstick. She radiated an air of sophistication, though many knew exactly what kind of sophistication she offered. In contrast, the attendant behind her, carrying the wooden bucket, lacked that overt allure. Yet upon closer inspection, her features were no less striking than the red-clad woman's. Her facial structure was well-defined and symmetrical. A tall, slender figure, and hair like a cascading black waterfall that flowed with an ethereal grace. Her oval-shaped face, beneath long, arched eyebrows, framed large, clear eyes as luminous as spring water. Though her head was slightly bowed, her eyes sparkled with a bright, radiant light. Her petite, straight nose and beautifully curved lips exuded a gentle grace. The form-fitting stone-washed denim jacket added a crisp, capable edge to her appearance. Her unique aura resembled a budding flower, momentarily overshadowing the woman in red. How could two women working in the same high-end hotel be so different? One was a well-paid, legitimate masseuse, while the other was a lowly waitress earning just over 1,000 yuan, stuck doing menial tasks like carrying wooden buckets and fetching items. Oh, hello boss. The red-clad woman sashayed over with familiar ease, first bowing to Song Qianjun before smoothly moving behind him to begin kneading his shoulders. Are you here for a massage? Song Qianjun, a seasoned player among women, instantly spotted the attendant's specialization. His gaze locked onto her eyes, revealing a hint of something more. Yes, sir. I'm technician number 18 from the hotel. Our specialty here is the ice and fire experience. Care to try something new, boss? The red-clad woman's voice was sweet and soft, effortlessly sparking a man's imagination. What does that young lady do? Song Qianjun gradually forgot the day's unpleasantness, crossing his legs casually as he asked. Oh, she's just our assistant waitress. Don't mind her, pretend she's not even here. The woman in red said dismissively. Why not have her give me a massage? Song Qianjun suddenly felt a surge of mischief, flashing a wicked grin. That grin nearly scared the pretty waitress. She shuddered involuntarily, causing the wooden tray in her trembling hands to shake violently. Water nearly splashed from the wooden container onto Gu Jianqing. Fortunately, Gu Jianqing reached out to steady her, preventing her from embarrassing herself in front of Song Qianjun. The girl's face flushed bright red, her expression utterly flustered. I'm so sorry, boss, I didn't mean to. It's all right, little sister. Why don't you give me a massage instead? Song Qianjun found himself increasingly mesmerized by her. Little did anyone know, this beautiful waitress was none other than Tang Yifei from Tianhai City's major crimes unit. She had infiltrated the hotel through covert means, temporarily posing as a waitress. This was a covert police operation orchestrated entirely by Old Han. They were certain the lecherous Song Qianjun would fixate on Tang Yifei, allowing her to make close contact with him. Chapter 132, A Precious Daughter. Tang Yifei wasn't a professional actress. When she saw Song Qianjun and Gu Jianqing, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Song Qianjun wasn't particularly handsome or striking, yet it was precisely this man who had caused a stir both domestically and internationally. He had become the biggest crime boss in the Chinese community in the United States. When Song Qianjun requested a massage, her heart skipped a beat. She nearly dropped the wooden tub in her hands, terrified he had discovered her true identity. Fortunately, Tang Yifei possessed basic adaptability. Combined with the cover story Old Han had crafted for her a newly hired hotel attendant, it was perfectly natural for her to appear nervous and flustered when encountering a hotel guest like Song Qianjun. Hey, what's wrong with you? The boss speaks to you and you get so flustered you can't even carry a bucket. What good are you waitresses if you can't handle basic tasks? The red-clad technician glared angrily at Tang Yifei. Simultaneously, the red-clad woman turned back with an apologetic smile. Big boss, please don't take it personally with this little girl. She's just started working at our hotel and doesn't know the ropes yet. Don't let her ruin your good mood. Come, how about I give you a personalized service? As she spoke softly, her delicate hand slowly traced Song Qianjun's neck. The soft, pale palm tickled his skin, a move guaranteed to make any man surrender. The red-clad woman was confident she could handle a guest like Song Qianjun with this one tactic. But Song Qianjun showed her not the slightest interest. His eyes remained fixed on Tang Yifei standing before him. The old fox was indeed a master in this game. Once he set his sights on a target, no matter how the red-clad woman tried to tempt him, he remained unmoved, a powerful aura of determination, refusing to relent until he achieved his goal. Little sister, have you made up your mind? How about giving me a personal service? Song Qianjun persisted, his lecherous intent undimmed. I'm sorry, boss, I don't provide intimate services, Tang Yifei replied, her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment. Ha? Xiaofei, what kind of attitude is that toward a customer? Don't you know the customer is always right? Didn't your supervisor tell you? Whatever a customer requests, as long as you can do it, you must agree. The red-clad woman barked in response. Hey, why are you yelling so loud, number 18? Even Gu Jianqing, standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore. A hint of pity for the young woman stirred within him. You're not only scaring the poor girl, but you've also startled our Mr. Song. The woman immediately softened her tone. Yes, I'm sorry, both bosses. I didn't mean to. I was just telling her how to treat hotel guests properly. These newcomers won't grow unless we push them a little. You have a point. Song Qianjun adopted an approachable expression. Don't be afraid, young lady. I don't need a personal massage. Just give me a regular rubdown 1 hour, how about that? Song Qianjun promptly pulled a stack of bills from his pocket, roughly $1,000. Using money to win over opponents was a tactic he frequently employed. Oh my, this boss is so generous. The red-clad woman immediately beamed like a flower, her eyes gleaming with greed for the money. Xiaofei, what are you hesitating about? The boss said you don't need to be intimate, and he's giving you $1,000 tip. Hurry up and thank the boss. Wrong. This money isn't for Xiaofei, Song Qianjun interrupted sharply. Number 18, this tip is for you. You can leave now, you're no longer needed here. As for Xiaofei's money. Song Qianjun paused deliberately before decisively pulling out a neatly bundled stack of bills of full $10,000. Ha! The red-clad woman's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. She'd seen generous customers before, but never one as lavish as Song Qianjun. She hadn't done anything yet, and he'd already given 1,000 yuan tip. And that waitress? She'd received 10,000. This customer was terrifying. Well then, I'll thank the boss now. Xiao Fei, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and give the boss a massage. The red-clad woman was clever. After pocketing the $1,000 benefit, she immediately went downstairs to work on Tang Yifei's mindset. But I don't know how to massage at all. I really can't do anything like that. Tang Yifei spoke the truth. She was used to punching people, never once massaging a man's shoulders. As for those dazzling bills? To her, they were worthless as dirt. If she cared about money, she could marry some rich kid anytime and never worry about food or clothes for the rest of her life. It's fine, I don't mind. I'm just in a bad mood today and want someone to talk to. The tip amount doesn't matter to me as long as I have a good time. Song Qianjun had made his intentions clear. Flirting was a skill, after all. To successfully win a woman over, the first step was to lower her psychological guard. He needed to gradually and subtly gauge her thoughts, knowing that the slightest lapse could breach her defenses. Girl, are you out of your mind? The woman in red was more agitated than anyone. $10,000 was more than she could earn in half a year, yet this little girl seemed completely unfazed. She wanted to slap Tang Yifei twice, hard enough to snap the silly girl out of it. Xiao Fei, Song Qianjun's voice suddenly softened, taking on an approachable tone. Don't worry. I won't do anything you don't want me to. Right now, I just need someone to talk to, and you're the person I'm looking for. Okay. Tang Yifei hesitated for a few seconds before cautiously replying, then I'll try giving Mr. Song a massage. Just so you know, my technique isn't very good. I hope you'll be understanding. Xiao Fei, just sitting here chatting with me makes me happy enough. Why would I criticize you for no reason? Song Qianjun instantly felt elated. His first move to charm her had worked. He was confident that winning Xiao Fei over was just a matter of time. There was no woman in this world Song Qianjun couldn't have. Song Qianjun promptly pulled out a stack of US dollars and rewarded the red-clad woman. Number 18, you may leave now. This money is your bonus. The red-clad woman beamed with delight, nodding eagerly. Thank you for the tip, boss. I'll head down now. Hope you have a great time, just call if you need anything. With that, the red-clad woman and Gu Jianqing departed one after the other. The luxurious private room instantly fell silent, leaving only Song Qianjun and Tang Yifei. The scene was deeply ironic, one a powerful American tycoon, the other a policewoman who despised evil, yet here they were, their paths converging in this peculiar setting. Both harbored hidden agendas. Song Qianjun's mind was consumed with how to win over this young beauty, while Tang Yifei felt no less uneasy. Hidden in her pocket was a tiny button, the very task entrusted to her by Old Han. The tiny button was actually a miniature tracking device. Tianhai City Police had long anticipated Song Qianjun's visit would involve major operations. By using high-tech means to pinpoint his location, they could easily monitor his movements, making it far less difficult to catch him in the act. Old Han had used special connections to get Tang Yifei hired as a hotel attendant, an extremely risky move. But you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. To apprehend Song Qianjun and the legendary wild wolf, the police had to employ some tough tactics. It must be said that Tang Yifei's massage technique was truly abysmal. After a few careless rubs on Song Qianjun's shoulders, his brow furrowed deeply. Her touch was far too forceful, and this was with her deliberately holding back. If she'd gone all out, a single punch could likely crack his skull. His intentions lay elsewhere. After a few minutes of restraint, Song Qianjun's primal nature resurfaced. His hands and feet grew restless, and one of his large palms deliberately or perhaps not rested on Tang Yifei's hand. Yifei, how much are you making these days? Not much, really. A little over 1,000, maybe close to 2,000 a month. Tang Yifei continued kneading the dough, her mind already plotting where to place the surveillance camera on Song Qianjun. Working hard isn't easy. Want to make a fortune? Tang Yifei ignored the struggle, leading Song Qianjun to mistakenly believe she was about to give in. Of course I do. I've always dreamed of a wealthy life, of improving my family's circumstances. Tang Yifei's performance grew more convincing the more critical the moment, the more she had to hide her true thoughts. How about 50 grand? I'll pay you up front. Song Qianjun held out his palm. US dollars. Boss, what are you talking about? Tang Yifei's heart tightened, a wave of humiliation washing over her. Think it's too little? How about 100,000? Spend one night with me, and that's enough to buy a commercial apartment in Tianhai City. At that moment, Tang Yifei had already discreetly retrieved the button-sized surveillance device, preparing to find a target to place it on. Mr. Song, this. Song Qianjun's eyes lit up. He swiftly turned around and wrapped his arms around the stunning Tang Yifei. At that moment, Tang Yifei didn't resist. Instead, she precisely slipped the black button into the pocket of Song Qianjun's plaid suit jacket. Come on, I can't take it anymore. Fei, you're so beautiful, you've completely melted me. Song Qianjun greedily held Tang Yifei close. Chapter 133, The Price of a Police Beauty. Ah! Tang Yifei gasped softly at Song Qianjun's sudden embrace. Blood rushed to her head, and she instinctively pushed his head away, recoiling reflexively. Had this happened under normal circumstances, Tang Yifei would have punched him without hesitation. But this was Song Qianjun, a man who couldn't afford to show even the slightest weakness. Xiao Fei, Xiao Fei. Song Qianjun's face flushed crimson, resembling an overly eager stud pig. Tang Yifei's abrupt withdrawal left him feeling suddenly displeased. Oh, is it because I haven't paid you? Fine. I'll give it to you right now. Song Qianjun's hands trembled as he fumbled into his suit pocket, muttering incessantly, I promised you $100,000, and I won't short you a single cent. Mr. Song, no, it's not like that. You've misunderstood. Tang Yifei had no choice but to mimic Xiao Fei's tone to explain. I know what you mean, but I'm sorry. I really can't cross that line. I just can't bring myself to do it. Ha! A possibility flashed through Song Qianjun's mind. Could this young beauty be a virgin? He'd played with several virgins before, and their expressions and reactions mirrored Xiao Fei's perfectly. Could it be that coincidental? If there were such a beautiful virgin in this world, then I, Song Qianjun, had truly struck gold today. Listen, Xiao Fei, don't be afraid. Every woman has to face this moment. I'll pay you more $20,000. $20,000. Not a single penny less. I can pay you in cash right now. Consider it my compensation to you. Song Qianjun was instantly possessed. Once a man was bewitched by a woman to this extent, he became prey ready for the slaughter. Forget 20,000. If Tang Yifei truly craved money, he'd likely hand over 50,000 without hesitation. You bastard, Song Qianjun. Tang Yifei couldn't help but curse him. After all, she was a woman of beauty. How dare he try to buy her with money? Did he think she'd just let him? She could kick him into a eunuch with one blow. It's not about the money, Mr. Song. It's about other issues. Tang Yifei frowned as she explained, her identity forcing her to be cautious, praying Song Qianjun wouldn't detect any cracks in her facade. Then name your price. Stop playing games with me. I've no patience for haggling. Song Qianjun's purplish-red face flushed crimson to his ears. His eyes narrowed into fierce slits. Beside him sat the briefcase holding his cash. If Tang Yifei named her price, he'd dump the dollars on her without hesitation. Song Qianjun refused to believe there was a cat in this world that wouldn't bite for a piece of meat. Mr. Song, you're such a good person. Just at this critical moment, Tang Yifei suddenly covered her nose and burst into tears. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Song Qianjun was puzzled. Why are you crying? I'm not forcing you, just name your terms. Tang Yifei wept even harder, suddenly throwing herself at Song Qianjun's feet. I never imagined you'd be so kind, Boss Song. I'm truly moved right now. Boss Song, I'm actually sick. Sick? What's going on? What kind of illness? Mr. Song, I have a serious illness. I need a large sum of money right now. I truly don't know how to thank you. $200,000 is enough to save my life. Tang Yifei sobbed as she spread her arms wide. Closing her eyes, she lay down on the hotel floor. Mr. Song, if you truly want me, I'm yours. Come. I won't resist. Tang Yifei spread her long legs slightly, adopting a resigned posture. Seeing Tang Yifei's actions, Song Qianjun felt even more depressed. His mind was filled with confusion about her. A woman offering herself freely made him hesitate and waver. Wait, Fei, what illness do you have that needs 200,000 yuan to treat? Song Qianjun slowed his movements and asked curiously. Plum blossom disease. It's already reached a critical stage. If I don't get treatment soon, my organs will start to rot. Tang Yifei's tears continued to stream down her face uncontrollably. Plum blossom disease? Song Qianjun's head began to buzz, his scalp prickling involuntarily. Plum blossom disease? Isn't that just a euphemism for that disease? This woman actually has that? You really have this disease? Song Qianjun's eyes widened as he demanded, his voice nearly bursting from his throat. This reality hit him like a ton of bricks, and in that moment, he felt like he was about to break down. Just when he was about to taste the sweet fruit, it had turned into a black dung beetle overnight. Was this transformation too drastic? Tang Yifei nodded forcefully, her expression complex. The results came back just last month. But it's okay, the doctor said 1 million yuan for a specific surgery could cure it. Mr. Song, thank you so much for helping me in time. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have known where to find 1 million yuan. Woo! Song Qianjun's desire vanished completely. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't possibly do such a thing with a woman carrying this disease. No wonder she'd refused from the start. She was sick. Thankfully he hadn't acted rashly and forced himself on her. Otherwise, he would have been infected too. This disease was truly terrifying, it could kill someone at any moment. You can't judge a book by its cover. On the surface, this woman was stunningly beautiful, not like someone from the pleasure quarters. Who would have thought she was so filthy, infected with syphilis? A woman with this disease must have slept with thousands of men. How unlucky am I, Song Qianjun, to have stumbled upon such an ill-omened woman. Mr. Song, why did you stop? Tang Yifei asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Truthfully, Tang Yifei was dying to laugh inside. Before coming, old Han had taught her this trick, telling her to use it at the crucial moment. He even forged a medical certificate claiming that men would wilt instantly upon hearing about syphilis. At the time, Tang Yifei hadn't taken it seriously, thinking old Han was overdoing it. Little did she know it would actually come in handy at the crucial moment. Old Han had anticipated everything. He really was a modern-day Zhuge Liang. You! Song Qianjun suddenly smashed the glass cup beside him. You bastard! Why didn't you say you were sick sooner? You ruined my dad's excitement for nothing. You almost got him into trouble. Mr. Song, you seem to like her? With your wealth, you shouldn't care about such things. This condition is treatable, just one course of treatment will cure it completely. I can accept. Tang Yifei's acting was Oscar-worthy, her expression utterly desperate. Get out. Get the hell out of here right now. I don't want to see your face anymore. Disappear from my sight immediately. You're making me sick. Song Qianjun turned his head away and bellowed. Just minutes ago, he adored Tang Yifei with every fiber of his being. Now, he despised her with every fiber of his being. This was the cruel joke fate had played on Song Qianjun. Tang Yifei scrambled to her feet, clutching her clothes in feigned distress as she reluctantly left Song Qianjun's luxurious room. The moment she stepped out of the room, Tang Yifei finally exhaled in relief. She narrowly escaped disaster, and the surveillance had been successfully planted on Song Qianjun. As old Han had said, completing this step meant the entire operation was already half won. Yet one thing still rankled Tang Yifei: she had infiltrated the hotel posing as a maid. For the next few days, she'd need to maintain that cover. Disappearing immediately would inevitably draw Song Qianjun's suspicion. She genuinely loathed her new identity. Just a few hours had felt like an eternity. Walking down the hotel corridor, Tang Yifei sent the mission code to old Han, reporting the task's outcome. Old Han responded accordingly and successfully pinpointed Song Qianjun's exact location. Just as Tang Yifei relaxed her guard, a series of chaotic footsteps suddenly echoed from the stairwell entrance, accompanied by heavy, labored breathing as if someone was struggling to climb the stairs. Damn it, why not take the elevator? Stubborn bastard. This elevator shaft is especially steep. Killed me. What the hell are you yelling about? Keep it down. There are so many people outside. Be careful, someone spots us. The 8th floor isn't that high. If we pull this off, Song Qianjun might even tip each of us 10,000 bucks, another voice chimed in immediately. Tang Yifei overheard every word of their conversation. They mentioned Song Qianjun? Her nerves instantly tightened, and she darted into a storage closet by the stairwell. What was going on? Why would these people skip the elevator and climb the stairs? They must be up to something shady. The chaotic footsteps at the stairwell grew louder. Through the crack in the storage room door, Tang Yifei clearly saw the scene unfolding on the stairs. 3 men, panting heavily, were carrying an unconscious girl with long hair. Boom! Tang Yifei's mind went blank. Suddenly realizing something, she recognized the girl. Wasn't she the young nurse from Ye Chenfei's clinic? Chapter 134, Lambs Among Wolves. With just a glance, Tang Yifei instantly recognized the unconscious girl. It was none other than Jing Yuqing, the nurse from Pure Heart Clinic. She even remembered her name clearly. How had Jing Yuqing ended up in these people's hands? And why was she connected to Song Qianjun? Song Qianjun was scum to begin with. Earlier, she'd overheard several men talking about tips. Could it be that these henchmen kidnapped Jing Yuqing and handed her over to Song Qianjun? The thought flashed through Tang Yifei's mind, instantly recalling Song Qianjun's repulsive visage. That man was worse than an animal. Bringing Jing Yuqing here could only mean trouble. Soon, the footsteps of several people stopped. Faint voices drifted over, finally made it to the 8th floor. I'm dead tired. Glasses, do you think we'll get to see that big American boss? No chance for us. Just wait here for now. Strategist Chu will come to pick us up soon. Rest assured, not a single penny of your cut will be missing. Tang Yifei slowly emerged from the storage room. Overhearing their brief exchange, she could guess what had transpired. Clenching her fists, she prepared to confront those thugs. But after taking just a few steps, Tang Yifei halted abruptly. She glanced down at her black waitress uniform. Her current identity was hotel staff, not police. Charging in now would draw too much attention, jeopardizing the entire operation. The organization's plan to apprehend Song Qianjun and Wild Wolf would go up in smoke. What should I do? If I don't go up to rescue her, that girl named Jing Yuqing will be harmed by Song Qianjun. But if I act rashly now, old Han's entire capture plan will be ruined. Tang Yifei suddenly thought of someone who was perfectly capable of rescuing Jing Yuqing from this hellhole. Without hesitation, she pulled out her phone and dialed Ye Chenfei's number. Ye Chenfei was on his way home when his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID showed Tang Yifei, the police officer. He couldn't help but be surprised. Officer Tang? Am I seeing this right? You're actually calling me? This late at night you're not inviting me out for tea, are you? Drink my ass. Tang Yifei's voice was filled with exasperation. Ye Chenfei, I don't have time for your jokes. I'm on a mission right now and I've observed something highly suspicious. Officer Tang, what you see has nothing to do with me. I'm a doctor, not a cop, Ye Chenfei said lazily in a joking tone. I saw someone carrying Jing Yuqing on their back. It's that young nurse from your clinic. Squeal. Ye Chenfei slammed on the brakes, yelling into the phone as the car screeched to a halt at the roadside. Detective Tang, you've got to be kidding. I just dropped Jing Yuqing off at home. How could you possibly have seen her? Ye Chenfei, do you think I have nothing better to do? The little nurse is in grave danger right now. She's unconscious. If she isn't rescued in time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ye Chenfei's mind spun in chaos. He had no choice but to believe Tang Yifei's account. She had no reason to lie, and her tone held no trace of jest. Officer Tang, where are you right now? Tell me immediately. I'll rush over to save Jing Yuqing. Who the hell is this bastard who dares kidnap Yuqing? Looking for death? Tang Yifei, what the hell do you mean? You're a cop. Why didn't you stop those bastards? Why did you let them kidnap Yuqing? What the hell are you playing at? Beads of sweat the size of soybeans instantly formed on Ye Chenfei's forehead. Ye Chenfei, I knew you'd lose control. Let me tell you this, the person who kidnapped Jing Yuqing is very likely Song Qianjun. You should know who he is, right? Song Qianjun? Ye Chenfei repeated the name involuntarily, suddenly recalling the shifty glint in that man's eyes earlier that afternoon. The rage smoldering deep within him flared even brighter. Ye Chenfei had no idea how that bastard had managed to harm Jing Yuqing. He had clearly delivered her home safely, yet she had still fallen into his clutches. That bastard. I'll kill him. Tell me where you are now. Which hotel? Ye Chenfei roared with fury, slamming his fist hard against the steering wheel. Ye Chenfei, you're being too impulsive. Charging in like this will only lead to disaster. That's precisely why I didn't act directly. If we alert Song Qianjun, we'll never secure concrete evidence of his crimes. Kidnapping a nurse? Countless scapegoats will step forward at any moment. The real mastermind will remain hidden, enjoying freedom. Ye Chenfei, do you understand what I'm saying? Are you seriously expecting me to just stand by and watch that bastard ruin Jing Yuqing? I can't do it. I'll risk my life to stop that scumbag Song Qianjun from succeeding. Tang Yifei, you cops are all a bunch of bastards too. Ye Chenfei grew increasingly frantic, yelling into the phone. Ye Chenfei, I understand how you feel. If I were a bastard, I wouldn't be calling you. But you must agree to one condition before I can tell you Jing Yuqing's exact location. In contrast, Tang Yifei's demeanor was much calmer and composed. Spit it out. Tang Yifei, I'm warning you, if anything happens to that girl, I won't let you off the hook. Ye Chenfei, I'll do everything in my power to help rescue Jing Yuqing. But you must promise me, you absolutely cannot go after Song Qianjun. Until we have concrete evidence, we won't touch him. We still need him to lure out Tianhai City's major drug lord. Song Qianjun's lead is crucial to us. If we miss this chance, it'll be incredibly difficult to track down the big drug lord later. Who knows how many lives that could cost? Do you hear me, Ye Chenfei? Tang Yifei was also deeply conflicted. She despised Song Qianjun intensely and desperately wanted to see him brought to justice. Yet the current situation left no room for impulsive actions. Reality was just that cruel. Ye Chenfei pondered for several seconds. Given his current state of mind, he truly wanted to poison Song Qianjun to death. Yet, since Tang Yifei mentioned Wild Wolf, he had no choice but to unclench his fist. In truth, he also desperately wanted to find this man Wild Wolf who had struck him from behind more than once and had nearly harmed Jing Yuqing. Alright, I promise you I won't touch Song Qianjun or his men today. Ye Chenfei ultimately set the example, beginning to understand Tang Yifei's current state of mind. Alright, I trust you, Ye Chenfei. Come over immediately. I'll temporarily ensure Jing Yuqing's safety. Once you arrive, we'll devise a concrete plan. I'm at the Haitian Hotel. Avoid the main entrance, you can climb in through the kitchen. Only then did Tang Yifei reveal her location and all the information she had. Officer Tang, thank you, Ye Chenfei said solemnly after listening. This isn't the time for thanks. The situation is extremely urgent. You'll likely struggle to handle this alone. It's best to bring backup. Minutes later, Ye Chenfei arrived at the Haitian Hotel with a stunning woman. Her attire was sexy and flowing, accentuating her long hair, alluringly graceful cheeks, and most captivatingly, her fiery lips. Yet Ye Chenfei felt not the slightest interest in her. He floored the accelerator, racing at top speed toward the scene of Jing Yuqing's accident. Brother Yi, what's the rush to call me out? And why did you have to make me look like this? The passenger seat held none other than Ye Chenfei's best buddy, Zhou Bapi.
Xiaobai was now transformed into the image of a seductive woman, leaning against Ye Chenfei. Together, they gave off the aura of a couple. Ye Chenfei briefly outlined Jing Yuqing's situation. The point of dressing you like this is to help me rescue the girl. She got targeted by Song Qianjun because of her work at my clinic. I can't let anything happen to her. Play it by ear. The Santana quickly located the back entrance to the Haitian hotel. A heavy-set security guard, cap pulled low, stood at the gate. In the darkness, the guard puffed on a cigarette, the faint glow of the ember flickering in the shadows. Slam! After closing the car door, Xiaobai linked arms with Ding Xiaobei and strode toward the security guard. The burly man promptly intercepted the hurried pair. This is hotel property. What business do you two have here? Please use the main entrance for any matters. Oh my, Xiaobai said in a sweet, coquettish tone, her pretty eyes rolling at the security guard. We're regulars here. What do you think we're here for? Xiaobai swiftly slipped the burly guard a 200 yuan tip. Here, buy yourself some cigarettes. And whatever you do, don't mention seeing us. The security guard immediately grinned and nodded, his attitude doing a complete 180-degree turn. No worries, no worries. Please come in, ladies. I didn't see a thing. After bypassing the guard, Ye Chenfei was puzzled. Xiaobai, how did you get in so easily? Do you know that guard? Brother Yi, you just don't get it. Every hotel has a back entrance. The front is covered by security cameras, so couples wanting a discreet room have to use the back entrance. It's an open secret in the hotel business. Ye Chenfei. Chapter 135, The Tyrant's Nightmare. Ye Chenfei and Xiaobai successfully infiltrated the hotel kitchen. Once they crossed the vast kitchen, they would reach the exact location Tang Yifei had mentioned. Without pausing to think, Ye Chenfei sprinted toward the kitchen exit. As he neared the exit, he suddenly spotted someone blocking the way, a woman, an elderly woman who appeared to be in her 50s or 60s. Under the dim kitchen lighting, Ye Chenfei slowed his pace. He saw the old woman with neatly braided hair, wrinkles clearly visible on her forehead. Dressed in the hotel's black waitress uniform, she sat there writing something down, seemingly a minor supervisor in the hotel kitchen. The woman, who appeared to be in her 50s or 60s, noticed Ye Chenfei and the others drawing nearer. She casually glanced back over her shoulder, a smoking cigarette dangling from her mouth. She extended her arm to block the hurried Ye Chenfei and Xiaobai, a hoarse voice emerging from her throat. Where do you think you're going? Hello, ma'am. We're here on official business, you know how it is. Ye Chenfei felt a bit awkward, tugging Xiaobai's hand as he pulled out 200 yuan and handed it to the woman. This is for you, as usual. You know the drill. The old woman silently pocketed the 200 yuan tip but didn't lower her arm. She continued her unhurried interrogation. Give me your room number. I need to call and confirm. Ha! Ye Chenfei and Xiaobai exchanged bewildered glances. They were well versed in the hotel industry's unspoken rules, but they hadn't expected the old woman to suddenly demand their room number and insist on a phone confirmation. Xiaobai shot Ye Chenfei a knowing look, signaling him to up the ante. Judging by the old woman's appetite, this number verification was likely just a ploy to squeeze more money out of them. Xiaobai had seen this routine enough times to predict the outcome with near certainty. Ye Chenfei immediately caught on, quickly pulling out a few more bills to make up 500 yuan. He handed it over. Ma'am, please cut us some slack. We're in a bit of a rush with this matter. We're really sorry. Ye Chenfei was genuinely panicked inside, terrified his mistake might lead to something happening to Jing Yuqing. If anything went wrong with her, he'd carry the guilt for the rest of his life. The old woman proved surprisingly straightforward. She accepted the 500 yuan bribe without a flicker of emotion, her bony arms still clamped tight. No need to feel bad about it, she said. I'm just doing my job. These things must follow the rules. I understand what you young folks get up to. Rest assured, telling me your room number is no big deal. I won't spill your secrets. If that's too much, just show me your room key. This old woman isn't unreasonable. Damn it! Ye Chenfei nearly shouted in frustration. What was this old woman playing at? They'd already given her 700 yuan, and now she was demanding the room key too? Was she just looking for trouble? Ma'am, we forgot to bring it, Xiaobai said in a soft, feminine voice, hoping to lower the old woman's guard. We don't know where we carelessly tossed the room key. Could you possibly? Unfortunately, the old woman proved impervious to both soft and hard approaches. Her expression darkened instantly, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as she spat out her cigarette holder. No way. I have rules here. Without a key or a room number, I have to question your intentions. Are you two up to something shady? Ha! Ye Chenfei was caught off guard by the accusation. What kind of person was this old woman? She wasn't giving them any leeway at all. By blocking this crucial point, she was effectively choking off their lifeline. Frantic, sweat poured down Ye Chenfei's forehead. Without pausing to think, Ye Chenfei emptied his pockets, cash, phone, watch, everything of value onto the counter. Ma'am, I really don't have time to explain. We have an urgent matter to attend to. Here, take all of this. Please make an exception for us.
I'll remember your kindness forever. Bang!
The old woman slammed her hand on the table, sending pens and stationery flying.
What do you two think you're playing at? Do you take me for a money-grubbing hag? Think you can buy me off with a few coins? Do you really think I'm some beggar you can brush off? Her voice rose to a deafening pitch, echoing through the empty kitchen. Ye Chenfei and Xiao Bai felt their eardrums vibrate involuntarily. Don't you dare underestimate me. Do you really think I'd fall for your petty tricks?
The old woman pointed at the ID badge pinned to her chest and shouted. Xiao Bai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the old woman's badge. In bold black letters, it read, Director of Logistics, Haitian Hotel, Wang Guiying.
Just a logistics director? Xiao Bai couldn't help muttering under his breath. I thought she was some big shot. She's not even a chef, for crying out loud. Where does this old hag get the nerve? $700 isn't enough to sway her? Let me tell you something. Do you know who owns this place? Wang Yaohua. I'm Wang Yaohua's mother. Forget 700 yuan. Even if you offered me 70,000 yuan, you couldn't buy my loyalty. I'm here to maintain order in the logistics department.
No one bends the rules or breaks the law on my watch. The old woman grew more and more agitated as she shouted, spittle flying everywhere, most of it landing squarely on Ye Chenfei and Xiao Bai's faces.
Ye Chenfei suddenly understood.
So this old woman was the boss's mother.
No wonder 700 yuan couldn't sway her. Whoever tried to bribe her would be exposing their own ill intentions, essentially committing suicide.
Take your money and get out immediately, or I'll call security to throw you out. The old woman bellowed, her imposing presence radiating an authority that rivaled any ordinary man's. Just then, Ye Chenfei's phone buzzed. It was a text from Tang Yifei, urging him to hurry.
Where is Ye Chenfei? It's urgent. We're about to take Jing Yuqing out. If he doesn't come soon, it'll be too late. Ye Chenfei felt his mind spinning in chaos.
He shot Xiao Bai a glance, and the two moved forward in perfect unison.
Ha! Are you two deaf?
The old woman suddenly leaped up from her chair, arms spread wide to block their path.
Do you really want me to call security? You're forcing my hand. Don't blame this old woman for being ruthless.
The old woman instantly stood guard like a watchdog, blocking their path while simultaneously pulling her phone from her pocket, ready to call the hotel security.
Ye Chenfei let out a cold laugh.
He also pulled out his silver needles from his pocket. Auntie, I'm truly sorry about this.
We'll have to offend you first, then apologize later. With that, Ye Chenfei raised his silver needles high and thrust them into the old woman's vital acupoints.
Struck, her body jerked stiffly.
Her eyes darted uncontrollably before she collapsed into unconsciousness, utterly unaware of what followed. In the hotel storage room, Ye Chenfei met up with Tang Yifei. Tang Yifei looked somewhat anxious. Why did it take you so long to get here?
You delayed for such a long time.
Never mind that. We ran into an old problem downstairs and had to deal with her using special methods.
Quick, tell me where Jing Yuqing is now, Ye Chenfei asked anxiously. Tang Yifei pointed up the staircase. Look up that stairwell.
3 thugs are gathered on the 8th floor landing. They're carrying a large gray sack, looks like a rice burlap bag. That's Jing Yuqing inside, unconscious.
I suspect they used dirty tricks to kidnap the nurse and bring her here.
Here, take this stun baton. Using it to take them down won't cause much commotion. Act now before that Chu Zhuge shows up for the handover. You won't alert Song Qianjun.
Tang Yifei slipped the stun baton into Ye Chenfei's hand, her eyes filled with concern.
Ye Chenfei didn't take the black stun baton. Shaking his head, he said, forget it.
We don't need this to deal with those guys. The bespectacled man and his 2 henchmen panted as they climbed to the 8th floor. Huddled in the stairwell, they smoked cigarettes with a sullen air.
The glasses-wearing man, busy texting Chu Zhuge, muttered under his breath, damn it.
We've been waiting here for ages, and that old bastard is out having a good time.
Glasses, how much longer do we have to wait?
This chick's gorgeous, but having her around is like a ticking time bomb.
If anyone else spots her, we're done for. One of the henchmen whined incessantly. Screw that. Can't you be more careful? Tie the bag shut. In a fancy hotel like this, who just wander around here for no reason? Glasses turned and glared fiercely at the guy.
Just as the group was agonizing over the situation, light footsteps suddenly echoed from the stairwell, heading toward the 8th floor. The clack-clack sound seemed to be high heels.
Glasses. Someone's coming up.
Listen, someone's coming up, one of the guys whispered urgently.
What the hell are you scared of?
We're just crouching here smoking.
Nobody makes a sound. Besides, didn't you hear? It's a woman walking. If you're scared of a woman, what kind of tough guy are you?
Glasses adjusted the deep slit in the sack, feigning calm as he continued smoking.
Thump.
The footsteps at the stairwell grew steadily closer.
Chapter 136, The Tyrant's Nightmare 2. Thump.
As the footsteps grew louder, Glasses clearly saw the figure approaching the stairwell, a stunning woman, tall and slender, with long flowing hair. Her one hand rested on the staircase railing, the other clutching an exquisite black clutch. Her snow-white skin shone through, her flawless features and elegant, otherworldly aura gradually coming into view.
The most eye-catching feature was undoubtedly her ultra-short black dress.
The fabric clung to her slender thighs, tantalizingly hinting at her most enviable curves. Despite the unremarkable setting of a stairwell, the effect was strikingly potent.
All three men, including Glasses, found themselves staring, utterly transfixed.
The woman was none other than Zhou Bai's creation. Every smile and gesture radiated feminine allure. For Zhou Bai, crafting any kind of woman was child's play.
Oh my, this hotel is ridiculous.
The elevators are packed at this hour, forcing me to trudge up these stairs.
It's exhausting.
Zhou Bai patted her jade-like forehead, pouting her lips in a playful whine. The men in Glasses were all dumbfounded.
None dared to speak to this woman.
Facing someone of her caliber, these petty thugs could only look up to her in awe.
However, they did a decent job concealing the bag containing Jing Yuqing. The three of them sat in different corners of the room, positioned to block everyone's view. Unless someone looked closely, they wouldn't notice the other petite beauty hidden behind them. Thud.
Zhou Bai's grip slipped, and the small black bag suddenly slid from her palm.
She frowned and huffed in annoyance. Ugh, what bad luck. The black bag landed flat on the floor.
A wisp of mist suddenly billowed out from within, releasing a heady fragrance that spread through the narrow stairwell. The three idiots remained seated, completely oblivious to it all.
To them, this peculiar fragrance seemed to emanate from the beautiful woman herself, and it smelled absolutely divine. Glasses, why do I feel kinda dizzy? One of the henchmen mumbled dazedly. Another henchman chimed in immediately, me too.
It feels like I'm drunk, my head's heavy, my legs are weak, my eyelids are drooping.
Why am I suddenly so sleepy? Oh no! Glasses suddenly realized something.
He tried to stand up with a stern shout, only to find his legs weak as lead. His feet felt heavy as if filled with lead, and he couldn't move a step. You did this. Glasses pointed at Zhou Bai in fury, but before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed straight to the ground. They had fallen victim to Ye Chenfei's custom-made sleep powder.
In an instant, Ye Chenfei emerged from downstairs.
He frantically freed Jing Yuqing from the black sack. About half an hour later, at 10:30 p.m., Zhu Zhuge arrived at the Haitian hotel with his bodyguards. He could have reached the hotel earlier, but he lingered to chat with a pretty young woman who caught his eye. The moment he stepped into the hotel, he received a text from Glasses, Military Advisor Chu. I stashed the goods in the 8th floor storage room.
Grab them when you arrive.
Me and the boys are bailing, too many of us together draws attention.
Don't forget our cut, you bastard.
Bull.
What reward? Chu Junshi muttered drunkenly. Can't you even wait this short while? Have I been feeding you bastards for nothing?
Instead of heading straight to the storage room, Chu Junshi went to Song Qianjuan's room to say hello first. Knocking on Song Qianjuan's door, he found the man sitting at his computer playing mahjong, his expression grim. The reason was simple, that plum blossom disease had instantly numbed his, that thing, sending him plummeting from the peak to rock bottom. When Gu Jianqing opened the door, Song Qianjun merely glanced at him indifferently, his expression showing no sign of softening.
Chu Junshi? What brings you here? Don't you think my day hasn't been miserable enough already?
Chu Junshi immediately plastered on a lecherous grin. Mr. Song, I'm here on behalf of Big Fei to apologize. The incident at the Huamei Hotel this noon startled you. It was entirely our poor preparation. The money you lost, Mr. Song, will be charged to Big Fei's account.
What nonsense! That paltry sum? Do you think I, Song Qianjun, can't cover it?
Song Qianjun remained intensely displeased, his voice low and stern.
Mr. Song, please don't be angry. Brother De Fei meant no offense.
He sent me here tonight specifically to compensate you. Zhu Zhuge leaned close to Song Qianjun, his smile thick with flattery.
Enough. That amount of money is insignificant to me. No need to make a special trip to apologize.
I don't care about such things.
Consider that money lost from my gambling. Strategist Chu, you may return now.
Tell Brother De Fei for me that these are minor matters. As long as the nightclub affairs are handled properly, nothing else matters.
I, Song Qianjun, am not that delicate. Song Qianjun stated, his eyes fixed straight ahead on the gambling game displayed on the computer screen. That's best then. But Mr. Song, I did come bearing a surprise for you. Zhu Zhuge deliberately built suspense. What surprise? Cut the nonsense. Spit it out already. Song Qianjun snorted impatiently. Do you recall the young nurse we met at the Huamei Hotel today, Mr. Song? The one tending to the princess's wounds? Zhu Zhuge smiled faintly, gesturing as he spoke. I remember. Why bring that up now? Song Qianjun finally perked up, the image of that nurse still lingering in his mind.
Mr. Song, this nurse is the compensation our big brother Fei is giving you. He knows he neglected you today and didn't let you have fun, so we've packed that nurse up and sent her straight to your room. Zhu Zhuge made a gesture, then grinned triumphantly.
What? You brought that little nurse too? You're not joking, right? Song Qianjun jumped to his feet, pointing at Zhu Zhuge. You're not telling me that little nurse is also working as a princess over there? That's disgusting. Another trashy piece of work? No, Mr. Song, you've got it all wrong. The nurse works at a small clinic on Taishao Street. She's a genuine beauty, and from what I hear, she's still a virgin. Countless men are after her. Seriously? Another virgin? Where is that little nurse now? Why haven't I seen her? Song Qianjun excitedly walked down, looking around frantically. The gloom that had previously clouded his mind vanished completely, and a certain nerve within his body sprang back to life. The guy was already ugly to begin with, but when he heard the little nurse was delivering takeout, he revealed his true colors, ugly to the bone. Hee, Mr. Song, don't worry. I'll bring your takeout right over. Chu Zhuge whispered to the bodyguard, giving him the exact location outside. The bodyguard nodded twice, then stepped out, turned left, and headed toward the staircase. My goodness, strategist Chu. I never imagined you'd possess such foresight. You've seen right through my little scheme. Truth be told, I've been harboring a burning frustration inside. If I don't vent it at the right moment, bottling it up will surely make me ill. Ha! Choosing to partner with you guys was definitely the right call. Who else in Tianhai City could possibly have such charm? Song Qianjuan's attitude did a complete 180-degree turnaround, quickly reaching the point where he was calling Chu Zhuge brother. Mr. Song, you flatter us. Serving you is our honor. We hope you enjoy tonight's festivities. Chu Zhuge's flattery was as smooth as silk. How did you acquire this delivery? No trouble, I hope? Song Qianjun remained cautious. After all, he had major business to attend to in Tianhai City and couldn't afford any complications. Getting involved with local police would spell real trouble. Rest assured, Mr. Song. We acquired this little lamb through discreet means. She'll remain unconscious for the duration. Once you've had your fill of fun, we'll discreetly remove her. No worries whatsoever. Chu Zhuge patted his chest emphatically. As they spoke, a bodyguard entered carrying a black burlap sack, which he tossed directly onto Song Qianjuan's mattress. Mr. Song, your takeout lamb has arrived. Enjoy her anytime, anywhere. Once you've had your fill, we'll handle removing her. You needn't lift a finger, Chu Zhuge declared gleefully, pointing at the lamb on the mattress. Song Qianjuan's face instantly flushed crimson. He opened wide, walked to the mattress, and took a deep breath beside the black sack. Ah, yes. That's the scent. I caught this fragrance at noon. It's that little nurse's body scent, no doubt about it. Ha! Song Qianjun eagerly tore open the sack's mouth, turning back to instruct Gu Jianqing, military advisor Chu, you've done splendidly. Jianqing, go reward the military advisor and the others today. Truly is a case of when it seems all is lost, a new path appears. No need for rewards, Chu Zhuge humbly replied. We're honored to serve Mr. Song. At that moment, Song Qianjun pulled open the black sack's opening. Little lamb gradually came into view. Chapter 137, The Little Lamb. Ah! Song Qianjun suddenly let out a loud shriek. The sight of the little lamb inside the black sack startled him so much he stumbled backward several steps. The lamb's face was that of an old woman. An old woman in a black uniform, her face etched with wrinkles. What is this? Military advisor Chu, tell me what this is. Song Qianjun pointed angrily at the woman in the sack, his face a mask of utter disbelief. The old woman lay motionless in the sack, her eyes tightly shut. Her cheeks were sunken and gaunt, bearing no resemblance whatsoever to the young nurse. Chu Zhuge approached in stunned disbelief to inspect her. The moment he saw the old woman's face, he too let out a startled cry. How could this happen? This isn't the little nurse. I had everything planned out perfectly. You ask me why? I should be asking you why. Song Qianjuan's rage boiled over as he hurled abuse at Chu Zhuge. What about the little nurse? The little lamb? You bring me some old hag instead? Are you here to laugh at me? Song Qianjuan's inner turmoil was beyond description. His initial anticipation shattered the moment he opened the sack, leaving him reeling as if about to faint. No. It's not like that, Mr. Song. Let me explain. Chu Zhuge finally realized he couldn't possibly justify this. The woman sprawled on the mattress was undeniably an extremely ugly old hag. Everyone in the room froze in shock at the sight, including Gu Jianqing standing nearby and the bodyguard who carried the black bag over at Chu Zhuge's command. Everything had been done exactly as instructed, yet this old hag had blinded them with her ugliness. What the hell are you standing around for? Get this old hag out of here. Do you want me to have nightmares every single day? I'm going crazy. I'm sick to my stomach. Song Qianjun snorted angrily, his roar reverberating in everyone's ears with an inexplicable intensity. The mere sight of the old woman filled him with such visceral disgust that the food in his stomach threatened to erupt. Yes, Mr. Song. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. I didn't mean to. I had no idea it would turn out like this. It's all my fault. I'll handle it right away. Chu Zhuge nodded frantically, admitting his mistake. At this point, he could only swallow his bitterness like a mute eating bitter melon, unable to voice his grievances. Get the hell out. Get out. Song Qianjun bellowed hysterically, snatching a porcelain vase from the hotel room and hurling it at Chu Zhuge. Chu Zhuge scrambled out, rolling and crawling his way to safety. Though he'd weathered many storms, this scene left him utterly flustered. Glancing back at the old woman on the mattress, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Where had the beautiful, charming young nurse gone? And who was this terrifying-looking old woman? Had he been duped by the glasses? The old woman was none other than the one Ye Chenfei and his crew had dealt with in the kitchen, the hotel owner's mother. With no time to think, he swiftly swapped Jing Yuqing for the old woman. At 10 past midnight, Ye Chenfei safely delivered Jing Yuqing home. Upon learning the details, old Jing and his wife were both deeply shaken. Their daughter had narrowly escaped harm. Following Ye Chenfei's advice, the elderly couple agreed to conceal the entire incident, urging her to treat it as nothing more than a nightmare. The next day, to make amends for what he owed Jing Yuqing, Ye Chenfei decided to close his clinic for the day. He accompanied the young girl to the outskirts, to the address Qin Zimo had mentioned. Regarding the 3 million yuan, Ye Chenfei was filled with doubts. What secrets lay hidden within Qin Zimo's 3 million? After a night of deep sleep, the little girl appeared full of energy, her face glowing with a pure smile like the sky after a storm. She had completely forgotten last night's nightmare, replaced by fresh joy. It was clear the little girl had dressed up carefully today. Her perky ponytail framed her youthful, rosy cheeks, and her casual outfit looked effortlessly chic. A faint scent of perfume wafted from her every movement, something unusual, as she never wore perfume. Ye Chenfei found the sudden fragrance a bit disconcerting. Brother Yi, why did you suddenly decide to take me out to the countryside? You've never been this generous before. Jing Yuqing asked curiously, pouting her lips. Well, there's actually a personal matter. A friend asked me to handle something, so I thought I'd bring you along. I know you've been cooped up in the clinic lately, and it must be tough. So this is how you show kindness? Business disguised as a personal favor. Jing Yuqing snorted in mock displeasure. You're acting so secretive. Is your friend a woman? Ha! Ye Chenfei paused, his guilty conscience making him grip the steering wheel as he changed the subject. The weather's perfect today, just right for a barbecue in the wild. Yuling, how about we grill outdoors later? I've got plenty of gear in the trunk. Damn Yi! Jing Yuqing snapped, pinching Ye Chenfei's butt angrily. Stop playing dumb. I knew you were up to something. If I catch you playing both sides, just wait till I get my hands on you. Oh. Ye Chenfei's mind turned wicked as he thought to himself, so the little brat's implying that as long as I keep her in the dark about my double dealing, everything's fine? Little did he know that Jing Yuqing's tiny fists were clenched tightly. Ye Chenfei, I know you don't like me. I swear, I, Jing Yuqing, will conquer this mountain of yours. Even if you're Mount Everest, I will conquer you. The Santana cruised calmly along the suburban highway, unaware that a farm truck was tailing it not far behind. The farm truck was loaded to the brim with cargo, and it hadn't been tailing them the whole way. The two men in the cab showed no signs of suspicion, so they didn't catch Ye Chenfei's attention. The truck driver was a legitimate transporter, but the little old man sitting in the passenger seat was far from ordinary. He was none other than Master Tan, the poison-using assassin hired by Wild Wolf. Master Tan's decision to track Ye Chenfei by hitching a ride was an exceptionally clever move. Not only could he follow openly without arousing suspicion, but his appearance itself, that of a simple, rustic farmer, made it impossible to imagine such a man was carrying out a murderous mission. Master Tan carried a shoulder bag containing his specialized tools, alongside a colorful birdcage housing the blood phoenix, the very creature that sustained his livelihood. Master Tan had been observing Ye Chenfei for some time, yet no suitable opportunity had presented itself. Today, he finally saw Ye Chenfei driving out of the city. Once outside the urban environment, Master Tan would have room to maneuver. The blood phoenix could eliminate anyone, anywhere, at any moment. Following the address provided by Qin Zimo, Ye Chenfei and his companion arrived at the suburban location, only to find the situation was unexpectedly different from what they had anticipated. Ye Chenfei had expected to find Qin Zimo's relatives or trusted associates who could help her safely transfer the 3 million yuan in cash. Instead, what greeted them was a dilapidated orphanage. The orphanage consisted of 2 ancient, low-lying brick cottages. The weathered roofs were dotted with sparse tiles, clearly neglected for years. The overall state could only be described as pitiful. Ye Chenfei was received by the orphanage's director, an elderly woman surnamed Gu. She detailed the orphanage's history, a privately established institution founded by Auntie Gu in her youth. It had always consisted of just these 2 cottages, weathering over 20 years of ups and downs. Though receiving no government support, Auntie Gu had taken in numerous orphans. Over 30 children had been cared for here over the years, staying until they could live independently. All expenses were borne solely by Auntie Gu, amounting to a significant annual cost. Yet she never complained, steadfastly maintaining the orphanage. The Gu family pours their entire annual income into the orphanage. Today, 8 children of various ages still live there. Those who have grown up and left often return, providing both financial and emotional support that has kept the orphanage running to this day.
Aunt Gu's greatest wish is to gain government attention and support, as the orphanage now faces immense hardship. Her deepest desire is for the children here to live happy, carefree lives, transforming this place into a haven filled with sunshine. Ye Chenfei inquired about Qin Zimo with Auntie Gu, only to have her shake her head without hesitation, stating she knew no such person. She was intimately familiar with every child who had ever left the orphanage. Only when Ye Chenfei produced Qin Zimo's photograph did Auntie Gu recognize him, immediately calling out his childhood nickname, Qin Xiaomeng. Mentioning Qin Xiaomeng instantly stirred Aunt Gu's emotions. She excitedly pulled Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing into the room, pulling out numerous photos and personal items belonging to Qin Xiaomeng. It was clear Aunt Gu cared deeply for Qin Zimo, as she spoke endlessly about many stories from Qin Xiaomeng's childhood. Qin Zimo's greatest wish was to build a beautiful building here, ensuring this orphanage would operate forever. In that moment, Ye Chenfei finally understood why Qin Zimo had chosen De Fei. He began to grasp, just a little, the complexities of that woman. Her heart had always held such a childlike, beautiful dream. Chapter 138, Blood Phoenix. After settling Qin Zimo's 3 million yuan matter, Ye Chenfei felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. He exhaled deeply, utterly content. He had always viewed Qin Zimo as a woman obsessed with money, but now he found himself genuinely respecting her. She had kept her promise and fulfilled her dream that alone made her a good woman. Shortly after, Ye Chenfei and Jing Yuqing took the orphanage children to a quiet riverside. They set up a barbecue grill on the lush green grass, unloaded all the food from the car, and played and frolicked with the children. It turned out to be a joyful holiday after all. Yet not far away, in an abandoned drainage ditch, lurked a shadowy figure. This person was none other than Master Tan, who had been tailing them all along. Now sporting a tattered gray straw hat and clutching the blood phoenix, Master Tan lay prone in the ditch. His gaze fixed on Ye Chenfei's every move, like a hawk watching its prey, ever vigilant. His concealment was equally masterful. Hidden in the ditch and clad in unremarkable attire, he drew little attention. Even if spotted, he'd be mistaken for a local farmer. No one would associate him with a professional assassin. "Humph, Ye Chenfei, you're quite enjoying yourself, aren't you? Barbecuing here? Well, your good times are about to end. Today, my blood phoenix will escort you to the afterlife." Master Tan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he fixed Ye Chenfei with a contemptuous stare. Simultaneously, he casually released the blood phoenix from its cage, first offering it a morsel of food as encouragement. Emerging from the cage, the blood phoenix instinctively ruffled its iridescent feathers. Its beak tapped twice, and though its form was compact, a palpable aura of lethal intent radiated from its small frame. Master Tan retrieved a red pill the size of a soybean from his shoulder bag. This pill was his signature poisonous concoction. Once it came into contact with warm soft tissue, it would instantly permeate the food, allowing him to tamper with it undetected. Today, Ye Chenfei had provided the perfect opportunity for poisoning. By releasing the blood phoenix, he could administer the toxin without leaving a trace. Within 5 minutes, Ye Chenfei's heart would cease to beat. By then, even a divine being descending from heaven couldn't halt his journey to the king of hell. It was the perfect convergence of timing, location, and opportunity. Ye Chenfei had no choice but to die. Master Tan placed the poison pellet into the blood phoenix's beak, then muttered a string of incantations under his breath. Finally, he lifted the bird aloft and flung it into the sky. The blood phoenix soared upward, spiraling into the heavens. Master Tan exhaled deeply, lying back in the ditch. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a satisfying drag. The rest was no longer his concern. The blood phoenix would handle everything. By the time he awoke from a peaceful slumber, all troubles would be resolved, and Ye Chenfei would have long ceased to exist in this world. Throughout the entire process, Master Tan remained hidden. His actions were clean and decisive, leaving no trace. After the dust settled, no one would ever trace the matter back to him. Over 10 minutes later, Master Tan slowly opened his eyes. He'd dozed off briefly. He calculated that by now, Ye Chenfei should be nearing the time when the poison would cause blood to flow from his 7 orifices. Master Tan pulled his hat back on and rose to survey the nearby area. What he saw made his eyes widen in shock. On the lawn not far away, Ye Chenfei, a young beauty, and a group of children were happily eating. Their mouths were greasy, and they were happily munching on 2 chicken legs. Ha! How could this be? Impossible. Shouldn't the blood phoenix have poisoned him to death? Master Tan frantically scanned the area for the blood phoenix, only to realize it was nowhere to be seen. The sky was a clear, cloudless blue, as if the blood phoenix had vanished into thin air. After a full minute of searching, Master Tan still couldn't find the blood phoenix anywhere. Panic began to set in. Man proposes, heaven disposes. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Master Tan's cheeks. What had transpired in those 10-odd minutes? Ye Chenfei was still there, eating and drinking as if nothing had happened, while the blood phoenix, his very lifeline, had vanished without a trace? Finally, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Master Tan steeled himself and walked toward Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei was now well fed and well drunk. Jing Yuqing was telling stories to a few children, while lingering wisps of smoke still curled from the barbecue grill, filling the air with the aroma of charred grilled meat.
Ah! Master Tan's limping footsteps broke the brief tranquility.
His cap pulled low, he inquired, "Young man, I'd like to ask you something."
Ha! Ye Chenfei looked up at Master Tan.
The brim of his hat was pulled down low, obscuring most of his features.
He looked like an ordinary farmer. Master? What's up? Need something? Ah, well. Tan Shifu adopted a local accent for dramatic effect. I keep a colorful bird.
Just now, I saw it flying in your direction, but then, it vanished.
That bird and I are inseparable, it's my pride and joy. A bird? What kind of bird? Is it the kind with a sharp beak and colorful feathers, about this big? Ye Chenfei gestured upward to indicate the bird's size. Yes. That's the one. What? You've seen it? Do you know where it is now?
Master Tan couldn't hide his excitement, his eyes fixed intently on Ye Chenfei as he asked. Unintentionally, Master Tan revealed his true colors.
Ye Chenfei caught the hint of insincerity in his eyes, an expression utterly unbecoming of an ordinary farmer.
Oh, I saw it.
I actually saw that bird.
Ye Chenfei smiled slightly, revealing a handsome, relaxed expression that stood in stark contrast to Master Tan's demeanor.
Young man, where exactly did you spot my little bird? Master Tan, after all, wasn't a true professional assassin.
Sometimes, when stirred by certain emotions, his flaws became glaringly obvious. At this moment, Ye Chenfei had already seen through him completely. "Come on, uncle, I'll show you where that bird is." Ye Chenfei stood up, took a few steps forward, distancing himself from Jing Yuqing and the group of children, and walked over to the barbecue grill. Pointing at the grill, Ye Chenfei declared, "Uncle, that bird flew over to me earlier. I got curious, so I plucked its feathers and tossed it on this grill to roast.
It's cooked through now. I threw the feathers in the trash bag. And you know what? It actually tasted pretty good." Ye Chenfei gestured toward a black trash bag at his feet.
The top layer of garbage was the multicolored feathers of the blood phoenix, along with its small head, all discarded there. The blood phoenix on the grill had been cut into wings, thighs, and skewered meat, seasoned with 13 spices.
An enticing aroma wafted through the air. What?
Master Tan bellowed, nearly collapsing on the spot.
He pointed at the trash bag and shouted accusingly, "You Ye Chenfei, you actually ate my blood phoenix? You ate the blood phoenix? Ha? Uncle? How do you know my name is Ye Chenfei?" Ye Chenfei's face wore an eerie smile as he retorted in a low voice. "How about this? I ate your bird. How about $50 to make it up to you? You old man, just accept it and move on." Ye Chenfei pulled out a 50 yuan bill.
Master Tan was furious enough to spit blood. The blood phoenix was a venomous creature he'd raised for 3 years, a poisonous beast he'd poured his heart and soul into cultivating.
And now Ye Chenfei had grilled it? And now Ye Chenfei was handing him $50? Master Tan erupted instantly.
He drew a poison-coated dagger from his sleeve and lunged forward, stabbing viciously.
"Ye Chenfei, you'll die a miserable death. Die." But Ye Chenfei was ready.
His wrist flickered through the air, snapping onto Master Tan's wrist.
He gave a cold snort. "You want to kill Ye Chenfei? You should have done your homework first. I'm no amateur when it comes to poison. You think such low-level poison techniques can take me down? Go back and practice some more." Ye Chenfei locked his wrist, instantly immobilizing Tan Shifu's arm.
It seemed that beyond the blood phoenix, Tan Shifu was essentially trashed here.
"You, Ye Chenfei? Did you know all along? You knew I came to kill you?" Master Tan's astonishment deepened. Had Ye Chenfei uncovered the truth all this time? "That bird of yours?
It's no blood phoenix, just a black lonely bird. Hardly a top-tier venomous creature. Compared to my poisons, it doesn't even deserve to tie my shoelaces."
The moment it flew out, I recognized it. Might as well finish the job and roast it.
Ye Chenfei seized Master Tan's poison blade with precision, slamming his palm down on the hilt.
The blade stabbed unerringly into Master Tan's own thigh. Ah!
Master Tan staggered back 2 steps before collapsing onto his haunches, his face instantly stiffening.
"If I'm not mistaken, you were sent by Wild Wolf to kill me, weren't you?
This time you finally found the right poison, but too bad you sent a rookie poisoner. Looks like you won't be using poison anymore. This leg of yours is probably gone for good. If you get the chance, tell Wild Wolf to wash his neck clean and wait for me, Ye Chenfei, to chop off his head." Ye Chenfei turned and strode away, leaving Master Tan with a strikingly terrifying silhouette.
Chapter 139, Poison Sex Senior Brother.
Though dispatching Master Tan proved effortless, Ye Chenfei felt an unusual heaviness in his heart. Wild Wolf grew ever more enigmatic, a notorious drug lord who hid so well within this vast city that not even a trace could be found. Truly, he was a master of blending into the urban jungle. The escalating caliber of assassins sent a clear message: Ye Chenfei had become a thorn in Wild Wolf's side, one he must eliminate. Though they'd never met face to face, their mutual hostility had reached an irreconcilable boiling point.
Ye Chenfei kept Master Tan's situation entirely from Jing Yuqing.
After all, these grudges had nothing to do with her.
He refused to drag anyone close to him into this.
As the sun dipped below the horizon, the suburbs grew quiet. Country lanes and pastoral vistas stretched out before him. In a dried-up ditch, Master Tan had severed his own leg to halt the poison's spread. The parched channel was now strewn with black, viscous venomous blood, its pungent stench filling the air. It was utterly ironic. This was Master Tan's first job after completing his apprenticeship, and he never imagined it would end so disastrously, ruining his own thigh.
What could be more absurd than that?
Crawling out of the ditch, Master Tan fumbled for his phone to call for help. To his dismay, this remote backwater had no signal. Left with no choice, he dragged his mangled limb, moving as best he could toward the main road. A mere 50 meters took him half an hour to crawl. Finally spotting a signal, he dialed a number with desperate urgency.
"It's me, senior brother. Tan Zuda here."
Master Tan's voice was filled with agonizing pain.
"What happened, Zuda?" "Senior brother, I've been injured. I've been poisoned. My life is ruined." Master Tan wailed, tears streaming down his face.
More than 10 minutes later, a white sedan arrived in the suburbs to pick up Master Tan. Surprisingly, his senior brother turned out to be a middle-aged man. Dressed in black, his attire was impeccably tailored and branded.
A gold watch glinted on his wrist, accentuating his extraordinary aura. He exuded the air of a successful businessman. The man's name was Lu Jinhe.
His profession bore no resemblance to that of a businessman. He was an investment consultant for a company, a golden-collar professional in the eyes of many. Little did they know he harbored another identity, a top-tier assassin for the poison sect.
Unlike Tan Zuda's novice-level skills, Lu Jinhe's poison techniques were well established and had achieved some success.
The assignments he took on weren't necessarily all murder contracts. Many were related to his professional expertise. For instance, he might be tasked with stealing specialized data or using his methods to obtain confidential industry insider information. In summary, the jobs he undertook weren't the most dangerous, but they were the most lucrative.
"Junior brother, what exactly happened? Tell me." Lu Jinhe didn't even glance at Master Tan's pitiful state, asking bluntly as if such an outcome were nothing new to him.
He casually pulled out a golden pill from his robe, crushed it, and pressed the powder entirely onto Master Tan's wound. Instantly, the bleeding from the amputated limb stopped, and the severe expression on Master Tan's face eased considerably.
"Brother, here's what happened."
Tan Zuda caught his breath and began detailing the incident, his voice brimming with unmasked fury when he described the blood phoenix being roasted like a meat skewer.
"Senior brother, you must avenge me. We poison sect disciples can't just endure being humiliated by some nobody like that. We must kill him and restore our honor." Tan Zuda recalled Ye Chenfei's face, and uncontrollable rage surged within him. Ye Chenfei had ruined his life. From now on, he would be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his days. Lu Jinhe didn't immediately respond.
Instead, he glanced at his wristwatch, inadvertently revealing a striking colorful tattoo on his arm, a fiery red scorpion.
"Senior brother, are you even listening to me?" Tan Zuda asked tearfully, feeling as though his senior brother was as unresponsive as a dead fish. Lu Jinhe never once glanced at his junior brother, who was over a decade his senior.
Instead, he said solemnly, "This outcome is entirely your own fault. You have no one but yourself to blame for your carelessness. Even if you were killed, it wouldn't be undeserved.
That Ye Chenfei clearly showed you mercy." "What do you mean, senior brother? How can you say that?"
Lu Jinhe, who rarely spoke, had now stunned Tan Zuda into near fainting with his words.
"Ye Chenfei was the one being arrogant. Why are you defending him? As a disciple of the poison sect, don't you possess even the most basic knowledge?
Before accepting a mission, you must conduct thorough surveillance of the target, understand their every move, every detail, and their capabilities."
"Did you do any of that?"
Lu Jinhe gripped the steering wheel with steady hands, delivering a standard line of questioning. I did observe him," Tan Zuda stammered, forced to admit his own shortcomings.
His scrutiny of Ye Chenfei had been far too superficial.
Clearly, Ye Chenfei was several levels above you. He instantly recognized the Fire Phoenix's attributes and your planned poison tactics. Instead, he had your every move figured out. Your defeat at Ye Chenfei's hands was no injustice. You came to me for help. If the master learns of your actions, I fear your other leg will be crippled too."
Tan Zuda listened, cold sweat pouring down his back.
His senior brother was absolutely right. If the master learned his first mission had ended like this, he would face even harsher punishment.
"Senior brother, are we just going to let this slide? Is this leg of mine to be severed by Ye Chenfei for nothing?"
Tan Zuda's heart was filled with dread. To fail so miserably without even exchanging a proper blow with Ye Chenfei, no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't accept this outcome.
"Of course we won't let it go. But do you know who that Ye Chenfei is?"
"If I'm not mistaken, he has a significant connection to the person our master is searching for."
"Supreme Poison King?" Master Tan nearly blurted out, "Senior brother, are you saying this Ye Chenfei is the Supreme Poison King we've been searching for?"
The Supreme Poison King wouldn't stoop to running a clinic in the city.
If I'm not mistaken, he must be the Supreme Poison King's disciple. Lu Jinha calmly presented his analysis. How did you figure that out, senior brother?
Based on your investigation, Ye Chenfei possesses 4 venom kings, the black snake, the red centipede, the black scorpion, and the golden money gecko.
This combination of venoms is precisely the Supreme Venom King's signature tactic. Therefore, Ye Chenfei is undoubtedly inextricably linked to the Supreme Venom King. Lu Jinha turned the steering wheel, smoothly veering into a side road that led into Donghai City. Ah!
At the mention of the Supreme Poison King's name, Tan Zuta's face instantly turned ashen. The only entity in this world that could be compared to the poison sect was the Supreme Poison King. His venom techniques and skills were divine and unfathomable, poisoning without trace, killing without a trace. The poison sect's master had fallen at his hands years ago. For all these years, the poison sect disciples had painstakingly searched for news of the Supreme Poison King, all for the day they could destroy him and restore the poison sect's honor.
Brother Tan, what do you propose? Should we notify the master and request his intervention? Tan Zuta was utterly terrified. A sect capable of defeating even their own master?
He was nothing more than cannon fodder in such a scenario.
Don't alert the master yet. We haven't confirmed Ye Chenfei is the Supreme Poison King's disciple. Do you think I'm as green as you, rushing to involve the master over some minor Ye Chenfei? Senior brother Tan Zuta was right. Tan Zuta was drenched in cold sweat.
This was like running into a ghost. He'd walked right into their trap. With senior brother's abilities, he could definitely handle that Ye Chenfei. Lu Jinha cut him off decisively, save the sycophantic flattery.
Let's get down to business.
Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the master, so you understand just how useless you are in the world of poison. The luxury car sped through Donghai City streets, neon lights flickering endlessly along the roadside. Adjacent to Tianhai City, Donghai boasted a highly developed financial sector, earning it the title of the Eastern Financial Empire. This prosperity was a major advantage that had enabled Lu Jinha to thrive.
Poison and finance were Lu Jinha's specialties.
By merging these strengths, he was virtually unstoppable in this city. Of course, no one can walk by the river forever without getting their feet wet.
Lu Jinha's methods were inevitably uncovered by some.
Today, for instance, a tough customer came looking for trouble. The luxury car wound through countless nameless streets before finally coming to a halt at a filthy, chaotic garbage dump. The open space surrounding the dump was as large as a football field, bordered by fields of crops. This remote, desolate area was rarely visited by people, appearing utterly barren at first glance. Yet right in the center of the dump sat several conspicuous vehicles, 3 sedans and a minivan. Over a dozen shadowy figures stood amidst the trash, flickering cigarette butts glowing faintly in the darkness. The occasional murmur of conversation drifted through the air. The moment Lu Jinha's vehicle came to a stop, the headlights of the cars in the dump lit up simultaneously. The blinding glare transformed the place, suddenly cloaking it in an eerie atmosphere. Chapter 140, Poison Sect's Senior Brother 2. After the luxury sedan came to a stop, the doors didn't open immediately. Lu Jinha switched on the emergency light inside the cabin and pulled out a blue box from the driver's compartment. The box was roughly the size of a palm. When opened, it revealed items like foundation, makeup brushes, and false eyelashes. Senior brother, what are you doing? Tan Zuta, huddled in the back seat, covered his mouth in shock and asked, utterly bewildered. This is the first step of our field assignment. Whenever we begin a mission, we must disguise ourselves completely. At the very least, our faces must undergo significant alteration. The license plate of the support vehicle will also be changed. Lu Jinha swiftly applied the tools from the makeup kit, transforming his complexion and facial features in an instant. First, his skin became noticeably whiter. His jawline broadened considerably. Under the brush, his eyes appeared a full circle larger than before. After slipping on a wig, he instantly transformed into a different person, looking over 10 years younger than his original appearance. Senior brother, you're too fast, Lu Jinha. From starting the makeup to finishing everything took less than a minute, faster than most women. Junior brother, changing your face for a mission is the most responsible thing you can do. No matter what happens, we can walk away clean, leaving no trace behind. We won't have to worry about the police coming after us. Got it? Lu Jinha gave himself one last look, then calmly pushed open the car door. Tan Zuta, however, had been standing there with his mouth agape the entire time, utterly dumbfounded. Only now did he truly grasp the terrifying gulf between himself and his senior brother. Clang! The moment Lu Jinha stepped out of the car, a blinding beam of light struck him, emanating from the very center of the landfill. From the instant he exited the vehicle, he was exposed to everyone's gaze. Under the glare, a dark-faced, heavy-set man sat upright at the dump's center, flanked by over a dozen henchmen standing in orderly rows behind him. The fat man wore a loose overcoat, his backside resting on a red trash can. His arms crossed, he stared coldly in Lu Jinha's direction. Only when he clearly saw Lu Jinha's face did his brow furrow. After a long, hard look, he still couldn't recognize the man approaching slowly. Hey! You there!
The fat man suddenly pointed at Lu Jinha and bellowed, "Who the hell are you?"
I told Lu Jinha to come talk business with me.
"Who the hell do you think you are?"
Lu Jin smiled smugly under the harsh glare of the lights. The man's words proved his disguise was a success. Even someone as sharp as Pang Daohu hadn't recognized him.
Brother who? My name is Lu Jinhai. I'm Lu Jinhai's specially appointed negotiator, his legal representative, haha. Lu Jinha adopted a different tone, bowing and scraping as he explained. A tall figure beside the fat man suddenly interrupted, pointing at Lu Jinha and yelling, "What the hell does that bastard Lu Jinha think he's doing? Our brother who came personally, and he's hiding like a scared turtle, too cowardly to show his face? Is he ing with our brother who?" The loudmouth was none other than Pang Dahu's right-hand man. Seeing some lawyer blundering in to negotiate, he couldn't help but let out a shrill rant. It turned out Pang Dahu was one of Lu Jinha's major clients. Pang had made his fortune through real estate speculation. Years ago, when national policies were more lenient, he invested in over a dozen properties at once. Within a few years, he had flipped them and become a millionaire. But with the real estate market slumping these past few years, Pang Dahu had nowhere else to invest. He decided to hand his money over to Lu Jinheng to play the stock market. While he understood the risks involved, after entrusting his funds to Lu, he'd already lost 70 million yuan. 70 million, what did that even mean to him? It was a huge chunk of his fortune. Pang Dahu grew increasingly suspicious. He hired investigators to scrutinize Lu Jinheng's trading practices. What they uncovered was a staggering secret: not all of his money had been lost in the stock market. A staggering 30 million yuan had been written off as bad debt, fraudulently transferred by Lu Jinha into his own accounts. This meant Lu Jinha had embezzled at least half of Pang Dahu's capital, effectively devouring nearly half of his assets. Upon learning this truth, Pang Dahu naturally refused to let it go. He confronted Lu Jinha directly, demanding either full compensation or his life. Lu Jinha surprisingly admitted it readily, choosing to negotiate a settlement. They arranged to meet today at this junkyard for talks. Pang Dahu suddenly lost his temper. With a single gesture, the towering enforcer lunged forward, snatching Lu Jinha like an eagle seizing a chick. Without a word, he prepared to strike. Lu Jinha immediately cried out in supplication, "Stop! Brother Hu, please calm down. I'm here representing Lu Jinha for negotiations. And I've come bearing my deepest apologies and the contract. This incident has nothing to do with me, please don't take it out on me." The tall man was about to strike again when Pang Dahu intervened. "Fine. Lawyer, huh? What kind of sincerity have you brought to these negotiations?" "Brother Hu," Lu Jinha said, "as long as your terms are reasonable, we'll prioritize peace and settle all debts." Lu Jinha, however, feigned extreme fear. "I brought the contract and checks in my bag, just waiting for your orders." You know how big a mess Lu Jinha made this time. That's why he sent me instead, afraid you'd beat him up. He, Lu Jinha, thinks I, Pang Dahu, would beat him? Where the hell was he earlier? If he knew how formidable I am, how dare he try to swindle my money? Has he had enough of living? Pang Dahu was already seething with anger. Now that Lu Jinha hadn't shown up, he took out his frustration on this so-called lawyer. "You're right, brother Hu. So whatever conditions you have, just tell me. I'll do my best to help you recover your losses." Good for him for knowing his place. "My demands aren't high, just 2 points. First, he must compensate me for my economic losses, including compensation for my mental anguish, physical injuries, and lost profits. Total compensation, including principal and interest, must be 1.5 billion yuan. The moment Pang Dahu uttered that figure, even the row of henchmen behind him couldn't help but gasp in shock. They'd expected him to make an outrageous demand, but a 1.5 billion yuan penalty? That amount was terrifying. What? Why are you standing there dumbfounded? Pang Dahu arrogantly sneered at the lawyer. Is this amount too much? That Lu Jinha has swallowed countless people's ill-gotten gains. He's worth at least several hundred million himself. This sum is mere pocket change to him. Alright, Tiger, I'll agree. I'll give you that amount. To his surprise, Lu Jinha readily accepted the offer. This caught Pang Dahu off guard. He'd been ready to haggle with the lawyer, but never expected such a swift agreement. If only he'd demanded more compensation. Clearly, Lu Jinha had amassed a considerable fortune through shady deals. Little did Pang Dahu know that at this very moment, even if he demanded 1.5 billion or even if it were 1.5 billion, Lu Jinha would have agreed without hesitation. For Lu Jinha was already scheming another perfect plan in his mind. "Brother Hu, what's your second demand?" "My second demand is that Lu Jinha himself kneel before me, kowtow 3 times, and call me brother Hu as an apology." "That shouldn't be a problem either. I'll go back and discuss it with him. The first condition is absolutely no issue. I can write you a check for 1.5 billion right now." Lu Jinha swiftly pulled out his checkbook from his briefcase, his movements fluid and effortless. Pang Dahu inwardly cursed his own stupidity. If he'd known it would be this painful, he would have asked for 300 million. Lu Jinha first pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his briefcase and distributed them to the group of underlings behind Pang Dahu. Here, everyone's worked hard. Have a smoke. Over a dozen underlings politely accepted the cigarettes. Except for the tall one and Pang Dahu, both of them were so excited they immediately clipped the cigarettes to their earlobes. Alright, Tiger, let's seal the deal. I'll write you the check now. Tonight, I'll work on Lu Jinha's mindset and make him go to you to beg for forgiveness. Lu Jinha glanced around at the surrounding henchmen, watching them all take deep puffs. A barely perceptible smile gradually spread across his lips. Got it. Make it clear to him, this is the first and last time. If he ever dares to mess with me again, he'll die a miserable death. No amount of money will buy him back to life. Pang Dahu snapped, jabbing his finger in the air. Thud. The moment Pang Dahu finished speaking, a series of thuds echoed from behind him. Turning, he saw every single one of his men sprawled on the ground, eyes tightly shut, faces flushed crimson. Rest assured, Pang Dahu, Lu Jin has suddenly changed his tone, his natural voice returning. There absolutely won't be a next time. Because you won't have the chance. What? Pang Dahu and the tall man froze in shock. Moments ago, their men had been fine, then collapsed inexplicably. Hearing the lawyer's words, they instantly realized what had happened. What the hell are you playing at? Did you do this to my brothers? Pang Dahu's bulky frame staggered back 2 steps, pointing at Lu Jinha in disbelief. Lu Jinha admitted directly, that's right, I did it. Your brothers have all gone on a group trip to the underworld. You're included too, Pang Dahu. Chapter 141, Man-Eating Ants. The smoking gang members collapsed silently, showing no signs of life. Their faces were dark and sallow, and even as they lay on the ground, there was no struggle whatsoever. The cigarette butt still glowed with embers, yet the men had already departed for the afterlife. Needless to say, the culprit for these thugs was the very cigarettes they smoked. Lu Jinha had long laced the tobacco with a potent poison. Once inhaled into their lungs, the toxin instantly spread throughout their bodies, causing the entire group to drop dead instantly. Blinded by the glaring headlights, Pang Dahu suddenly recognized that familiar voice. Stunned, he snapped out of his shock. That voice was unmistakably Lu Jinha's. Yet the man before him bore no resemblance whatsoever to Lu Jinha. In disbelief, he shouted the name, Lu Jinha? You're Lu Jinha? Ha! Pang Dahu, you think I am? Lu Jinha erupted in a series of cold laughs, repeating the words in his natural voice. You bastard! That's your voice. You are Lu Jinha. What the hell are you playing at? Ah Hua, get this scumbag! Pang Dahu bellowed, his blood boiling. Ah Hua, the very big guy who had just attacked Lu Jinha, stepped forward without hesitation. He towered over Lu Jinha by a head and possessed extraordinary physical strength. Yet, Lu Jinha's face showed not a trace of fear. Instead, a strange smile spread across it. Bathed in the headlights, that grin looked terrifyingly sinister. Ah Hua lunged forward with his massive hand, only to find his body suddenly refusing to obey. His heartbeat surged, blood pounded violently through his veins, and his entire being erupted into uncontrollable agitation. That single charge had left him with the sensation that his veins might burst and his heart could leap from his chest. Especially his right hand, in unprecedented, piercing pain exploded across his palm. He looked up to see his entire hand had turned purple. As if it had been soaked in purple dye. My hand! My hand! How could this happen? Lu Jinha, is this your doing? Ah Hua stared at his right hand and suddenly shrieked. Well, how should I put this? You brought this on yourself. Who told you to grope me earlier? You accidentally touched my skin, so now you're poisoned. This toxin is called purple poison, a highly corrosive venom. It works wonders, guaranteed to make you feel like you're in heaven and hell at the same time. Lu Jinha spread his hands wide, launching into a lecture on poisoning for Pang Dahu and Ah Hua. Damn it! Are you trying to die? Poisoning us? I'll kill you first. Before Lu Jinha could finish, Ah Hua flew into a rage, raising his hand to slap Lu Jinha across the face. But in his fury, he created an unforeseen scene. Ah Hua's palm suddenly snapped with a crack, the sound of bone breaking. Half his hand detached cleanly from his arm, flesh and bone tumbling to the ground. Ah! Ah Hua and Pang Dahu both let out a simultaneous scream. Even though they'd seen their share of bloodshed, they'd never witnessed anything this horrifying. Ah Hua's reaction was the most intense. His hand lay at his feet, yet he felt not a shred of pain. It was as if that rotting, severed limb had nothing to do with him. My hand! My hand! Why did it fall off? Ah Hua screamed at the top of his lungs, only to suddenly realize his other arm had also turned purple. In fact, most of his exposed organs, eyes, nose, mouth, skin, thighs had all transformed into a uniform shade of purple. Lu Jin smiled and reminded Ah Hua, didn't I warn you? Pretty impressive, huh? The visual effect is pretty satisfying, right? What do you say, Tiger? Snap, snap. As Lu Jinha's words fell, Ah Hua's other arm and thigh dropped to the ground. Finally, Ah Hua's entire body collapsed, dissolving into a pool of purple sludge. Not a single bone remained. The entire process of decay took less than a minute, transforming Ah Hua from a living person into a pool of purple liquid. The sight left Pang Dahe speechless.
His bulky frame trembled involuntarily, his mouth forming a perfect O as he froze in place, motionless like a colossal statue.
Pang Dahe, your offer is quite creative, huh? 1.5 billion? Do you really think I run a bank?
Lu Jinhe slowly advanced, his hand reaching into his chest to pull out a black bag.
No, Lu Jinhe, we can talk this over. I don't want a single penny of that money. Today's incident was my fault.
I'll buy you drinks another day as my apology.
Pang Dahe suddenly changed his tune, waving his hands frantically. At that moment, Lu Jinhe was the very embodiment of a murderous demon.
A chill of terror instantly spread over Pang Dahe's body.
Ha, brother Hu, you've got a sense of humor. Didn't I already agree to give you a 1.5 billion check? Once I promise something, I always follow through.
It's just that this 1.5 billion probably can't be given via check anymore.
We'll have to find a different method. Lu Jinhe stared calmly at the trembling Pang Dahe, his expression a mix of amusement and coldness. Ah, Lu Jinhe, stop joking with me. I truly don't want that money anymore. I was wrong. Can you just let me go?
Only then did Pang Dahe realize his legs had gone completely limp, lacking any strength to stand.
I'm not joking. That money will probably have to be offered to you in the form of an offering. Lu Jinhe held up the black bag before him. Ha!
Pang Dahe staggered back in shock, his eyes fixed on the black bag that had been damaged. The black bag wasn't large, it hung from his hand like a small satch, yet it bulged thickly inside.
He could even see it wriggling slightly. Clearly, it contained some unknown substance. What is this?
This is your 1.5 billion, Lu Jinhe suddenly said, flinging the black bag away.
The small black pouch hit the ground, and suddenly, countless ants burst forth from it. A dense, black mass swarmed across the floor, forming a cluster as large as a basketball.
Upon closer inspection, every single ant was wriggling and moving. The swarm suddenly surged toward Pang Dahe with astonishing speed, moving silently and with perfect directional precision. In the blink of an eye, they swarmed beneath his feet.
Help! Help! Pang Dahe suddenly screamed, spinning around and sprinting frantically in the opposite direction.
In this life or death moment, Pang Dahe cared little for anything else. He sprinted like a madman, using every ounce of strength to reach his gray compact car at breakneck speed. Panicked, he fumbled for his keys to start the engine, only to discover the swarm of ants had already invaded the driver's compartment. The dashboard was completely covered in a dark mass of those ants. Help! Pang Dahe managed only half a scream before countless ants invaded his mouth, instantly silencing him.
Ha! How's that, Pang Dahe? Today you'll die knowing exactly why. These creatures are flesh-eating ants I brought back from Africa.
Their cleaning abilities will blow your mind. They're the world's most industrious janitors.
Lu Jinhe flashed a smug grin.
Judging by the current situation, his mission tonight was already more than halfway accomplished.
Woo!
Pang Dahe struggled desperately, but his throat could no longer produce sound.
His bulky body was already densely covered with countless tiny black flesh-eating ants. In less than 2 minutes, Pang Dahe vanished from the landfill site, along with most of his steering wheel.
All that remained of the massive man was a pair of black leather shoes. The ants seemed to detest that scent, sparing him from a fatal bite. In under 10 minutes, the ants had also cleanly disposed of the fallen henchman.
The entire dump fell silent once more.
Such was the prowess of the Golden Fist. 14 men eliminated in half an hour, executed with ruthless precision, leaving no trace of their presence. Inside the white sedan, Tanzuta watched the entire scene unfold with crystal clarity. His senior brother's execution was effortless and masterful, utterly incomparable to his own novice skills in the poison arts. Lu Jinhe wiped the makeup from his face, gripped the steering wheel again, and started the car as if nothing had happened.
What would his senior brother do next? What else could he do? Ye Chenfei crippled one of your legs. I'll make him pay back every last bit with interest.
I'll take all 4 of Ye Chenfei's limbs. Meanwhile, in the nighttime streets of Tianhai City, another scene unfolded. In an effort to curry favor with Song Qianjun, Defei personally paid him a visit, hosting an extravagant apology banquet at the Haitian Hotel.
As soon as the banquet began, Defei publicly berated Chu Zhuge in front of Song Qianjun, cursing him relentlessly.
To this day, Chu Zhuge still had no idea how the young nurse had turned into an old woman. The men in glasses did find something in the hotel storage room, but they couldn't make heads or tails of it. All they knew was that a beautiful woman had followed them upstairs, then fainted. Beyond that, they were clueless. Fortunately, Song Qianjuan's anger had subsided considerably. He graciously joined the drinking and conversation, though his gaze was constantly drawn to one person. That restless heart had been reignited by someone. That person was none other than the sole woman at the entire banquet, Defei's wife, Qin Zimo.
Chapter 142, The Clever Defei. Late at night, in Defei's private villa, faint light still shone through the transparent glass.
Imprinted on the windowpane was a pointed head, thick, long hair, and a sharply triangular profile. Defei held a glass of lightly colored red wine in one hand, a lit cigar between his fingers in the other. Alternating sips of wine with puffs of cigar, his face radiated pure contentment, his mood exceptionally high. Tonight's lavish banquet had paid off handsomely. Not only had it effortlessly dispelled Song Qianjuan's discontent, but the meticulously arranged cuisine and entertainment had also provoked hearty laughter from the guest. Song Qianjuan's previous gloom and despondency had vanished, replaced by a constant, joyful smile. What thrilled Defei even more was Song Qianjuan's sudden change of heart. He decided to inject an additional 10 million yuan into the nightclub. This additional investment meant Defei would indirectly gain another income stream. According to the plan, he stood to receive at least another 5 million in kickbacks, a windfall that felt like manna from heaven. Song Qianjun attached no strings to the investment. As he left, he whispered in Defei's ear, "Your wife truly lives up to her former reputation as the top courtesan. She's stunningly beautiful. Defei, you're one lucky guy." Sometimes, a single sentence between smart people can reveal the whole picture. Song Qianjuan's remark suddenly made everything clear to Defei. "Zimo, remember that thing I mentioned last time? Can you scrape together 3 million? Defei asked contentedly, taking a puff from his cigar. Zimo, clad in a crimson nightgown, was applying skincare at her vanity when she heard Defei's question. Her hands paused mid-motion. "Defei," she replied, "I told you before, I don't have a penny to my name. Right now, I'm even deep in credit card debt." Defei snorted coldly. Zimo, you're my woman. Don't think I don't know your worth. I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but if I do, you won't end up well. Go ahead and get serious. I haven't lied to you. My total assets don't even add up to 300,000. If you can find other money, then you've got the skills. Zimo continued her routine. Her delicate cheeks were as smooth as silk, her dark eyes held the stillness of autumn water, and her exquisitely defined features showed not a single flaw. For some time now, Defei's peculiar condition showed no signs of improvement. His thing felt as if frozen solid by frost, doomed to an endless, icy void. When it might thaw remained a mystery. Thus, the marital bond between Defei and Zimo existed in name only. The only reason they maintained this strained relationship was Defei's concern for his reputation. If word spread that the East District boss suffered from impotence, he would become the laughingstock of all Tianhai City. This arrangement meant Defei was essentially paying to keep a stunningly beautiful woman as a mistress. He could only hope that when the ice finally melted, his manhood would still be capable of sweeping through armies and standing tall as a pillar. Alright, I won't bore you with all that nonsense. You don't need to cough up that 3 million now. I've found a way to solve the funding issue. Defei took a deep drag on his cigar, breaking the silence. That's perfect. Don't ask me for money anymore. I'm just a housewife now. What ability could a woman possibly have to earn money for your bizarre investments? Zimo wiped the lipstick from her mouth, inwardly sighing with relief. But Zimo, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you. Defei, holding a glass of red wine, walked straight up behind Zimo. Gazing at the stunningly beautiful Zimo reflected in the mirror, Defei's eyes betrayed a complex mix of emotions. Deep down, he was filled with bitter resentment. Marrying Zimo felt like a cruel joke played by fate. Everything was as fleeting and illusory as a moon on water or a flower in a mirror. Defei, don't beat around the bush about money. I'll say it again, I'm broke too. Zimo flashed a disdainful smile, her beauty radiant. Don't worry, Zimo. I won't bring up money again. So, what do you think of Mr. Song? Defei suddenly changed the subject, his hand resting lightly on Zimo's delicate shoulder. Ha! Zimo clearly felt uneasy. You mean Mr. Song from dinner tonight? What does that have to do with us women? You know what, Zimo? Mr. Song was quite taken with you. He described you as stunningly beautiful and gracefully poised, truly deserving of Tianhai City's top beauty title. Defei suddenly chimed in with playful flattery. Is that so? Zimo responded coldly, long accustomed to such flattery. Mr. Song would like to invite you to dinner on Sunday evening. Invite me to dinner? Exactly. At the Haitian Hotel. He wants to dine with you privately in his room to express his admiration and praise. Defei. Before Defei could finish his sentence, Zimo caught the implication. Her expression darkened. Defei, you didn't actually agree to Song Qianjuan's request, did you? To have me accompany him to dinner? It's no big deal. Just a meal. Honestly, it's a very relaxed affair. No need to be so tense, right? Mr. Song is the big tree I'll rely on in the future. My entire second half of life depends on him. Defei spoke with ease, as if it were as simple and effortless as eating or sleeping. Enough, Defei. Zimo leapt from her seat, her eyes blazing with fury. Stop pretending, Defei. I understand exactly what you mean. I'm your wife now, and you want me to sleep with that old man? Have you lost your mind? Do you think you can just hand your wife over to someone? What do you take me for, Zimo? Ha! Zimo, don't get so worked up. A true man knows when to push and when to pull.
We only need to make this one sacrifice to reap decades of rewards. From then on, we'll enjoy unparalleled wealth and luxury, adorned in gold and silver, never having to kowtow to those old fools again. This is a deal where one investment yields 10,000-fold returns. Defei pressed both hands against Qin Zimo. Just sacrifice this once so your husband can soar to great heights in the future? Get lost. No way. Qin Zimo refused flatly. Defei, I'm telling you this straight, I absolutely won't do something like that. Don't even think about it. Smack. Defei clenched his teeth and delivered a resounding slap across his face. 5 bright red handprints instantly appeared on Qin Zimo's delicate, fair cheek. Defei's face twisted into a savage grimace. You damn woman. Think you're some celestial fairy descended to earth? Who do you think you are, acting all high and mighty? You've been bred for this moment. I've kept you sheltered at home precisely for this moment. And look at you now, acting like some pure goddess. Mark my words, you're going today, whether you like it or not. Believe me, I could cripple you right this instant. Qin Zimo covered her flushed cheeks as tears of grievance streamed down her face. Steeling herself, she gritted her teeth and refused. Defei, I won't go. Kill me if you must, but I won't sleep with that old man. If you've got the guts, go sleep with him yourself. You think I wouldn't? You're just a dog I keep. I'll have my fun whenever I damn well please. Defei casually pressed a glass cup against Qin Zimo's throat. Red wine residue splashed out, its pungent aroma filling the air. Qin Zimo clenched her jaw. Defei, you think I'm afraid of death? Come on then, end it all. Kill me. Just kill me already. Ha! Defei sneered sarcastically instead. Think I'm stupid? Killing you would ruin my chance to keep Song Qinjun happy. My multi-million-dollar deal would go down the drain. I'm not that dumb. Qin Zimo, you know a woman named Chen Shufan, right? I don't know her. I know her.
Chen Shufan, female, 81 years old, living in a small village in Hongmu County, Tianhai City.
As far as I know, this old lady is your only surviving grandmother, right? Your only remaining blood relative?
Defei casually set down his wineglass and poured himself another glass of red wine.
Qin Zimo's expression instantly hardened. She whipped around and glared at Defei. Defei, what do you mean by that? Qin Zimo, we're husband and wife. Don't you understand what I mean? Be a good girl and do as I say.
Only then can your grandmother live out her twilight years in peace.
You don't want anything to happen to her, do you? It's fine if you die, but dragging the old lady down with you? That's unacceptable. She's over 80, it's not easy for her. You despicable scum. How could you lay a finger on the old lady? How could you do this?
Qin Zimo screamed, tearing at him.
Poof. That's how this world works. Anyone who blocks my money trail gets their ancestors' graves dug up.
I won't even spare my own mother or father's face, let alone some irrelevant old fossil.
Defei finished the red wine in his glass with relish, flashing a smug, lecherous grin. Qin Zimo fell silent.
Her hysterical screams ceased as a trickle of blood seeped from her teeth. Only now did she truly grasp the harsh reality of life in the underworld. One has no choice but to play by its rules. Defei had driven her to the edge, there was no turning back.
Fine, Defei. I agree. It's just a meal, right? Fine, I'll accompany Song Qianjun.
I'll make sure he enjoys it. Qin Zimo's face streaked with tears as she forced a smile.
Oh, Zimo, why didn't you say so sooner? Truthfully, I really didn't want to involve Grandma either. Look, you just had to be so stubborn. Defei's expression softened into a bright, almost fake smile. Don't worry, Grandma won't have any issues with this. Just go accompany Mr. Song for dinner. I'll give you the whole day off tomorrow. Dress up nicely.
If you need money, just ask, I'm not short on cash.
Ha! Chapter 143, The Perfect Banquet.
Inside the luxurious presidential suite of the Haitian Hotel, Song Qianjun had specially changed into a tailored blue suit today, accessorized with a striking black bow tie and a dazzling white shirt. Hotel staff bustled about the room, meticulously arranging the space. Responding to the guests' last-minute request, they had transformed the presidential suite's living room into an elegant, intimate dining area. Warm, inviting lighting adorned the walls, complemented by meticulously placed rose motifs symbolizing love. Even the carpet had been replaced with a burgundy-hued, love-themed design. The dining table was meticulously arranged for a candlelit dinner, antique bronze candlesticks, exquisite couples tableware, and an expensive wine pairing, all prepared for one person, Qin Zimo, Tianhai City's most beautiful woman. After receiving Defei's affirmative reply, Song Qianjuan's mood lifted considerably. Observing the bustling activity around him, he eagerly glanced at the time, 8 o'clock. The legendary beauty would soon join him for candlelit dinner. Of course, the truly exciting program awaited afterward. That was what Song Qianjun truly anticipated. Mr. Song, I never imagined our visit to Tianhai would be treated with such special consideration, the sycophantic Gu Jianqing flattered inappropriately. It's all thanks to your personal charm, sir. Whenever you make an appearance, every beauty falls at your feet.
Ha ha! You have to admit that Defei is incredibly generous. He even offers up his own wife. Defei being generous? It's all about the money, isn't it? Anyway, I don't mind.
I have the money, he has the women, we each get what we want.
Consider it a transaction. Song Qianjun narrowed his eyes slightly inside, but that woman marrying Defei is truly like a flower stuck in cow dung. She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Lately, her image keeps flickering through my mind.
Calling her a beauty who could topple a kingdom wouldn't be an exaggeration. As the two men conversed, a foreign bodyguard handed over a phone. Mr. Song, it's Wolf Boss calling.
At the mention of Wolf Boss, Song Qianjun knew exactly who was calling.
He took the phone and slipped into the separate study on the other side of the suite. The big boss was none other than Tianhai City's top drug lord, Wild Wolf. Wild Wolf sounded overly friendly on the line. Mr. Song, how's the fun been these past few days?
Enjoying Tianhai City? Don't even mention it. These past few days have been pure torture. Recalling his ordeal, especially the sight of that disgusting old woman, Song Qianjun couldn't help but sigh. But luck's been on my side, I've finally gotten some compensation. Tonight, I'm going to let loose and have a blast. Ha!
Mr. Song, you truly are blessed with good fortune.
To be honest, I've prepared some top-tier goods for you.
I've known about your preferences for a long time, so I started arranging things half a year ago.
6 top-tier beauties, all 18 years old. All virgins. All fresh and vibrant. I guarantee you'll have a fantastic time. 6? 18-year-olds? And virgins? Song Qianjun's eyes lit up instantly.
That alone was enough to send him into a frenzy.
When would you like to come by, Mr. Song? That was what Wild Wolf truly wanted to convey. No rush, no rush. Song Qianjun was nowhere near as eager as Wild Wolf appeared. Mr. Wolf, big deals can't be rushed. An 80 million yuan order isn't something to trifle with.
The amount of money isn't the issue, what worries me most is the safety of this shipment. If the Tianhai City police get wind of it, I might just go down right here.
Mr. Song, you absolutely needn't worry about security. I can guarantee it, Wild Wolf declared with absolute confidence. Alright, Wolf Boss. Here's the deal, provide me with a clear, reliable transport route. Only then can we discuss the transaction details.
Frankly, the most crucial factor is whether we can get this shipment out of Tianhai City and into the United States safely.
Wild Wolf hadn't let the allure of 6 stunning beauties cloud his judgment.
He cut straight to the heart of the matter.
Mr. Wolf, a successful transaction isn't just about exchanging goods for money. It's about me safely reaching the United States. You're smart enough to understand that, right? Yes, Mr. Song, you're absolutely right. Relax and enjoy yourself.
I'll have the detailed route plan ready within the next couple of days. Wild Wolf agreed repeatedly, deeply appreciating Song Qianjun's strategic foresight. As expected of a renowned American tycoon, he had indeed considered every detail with meticulous care. After hanging up, Song Qianjun returned to the living room. It had been transformed beyond recognition, radiating a warm, romantic ambience. Every gift Qin Zimo had prepared was thoughtfully arranged, a testament to her profound importance in his heart and the urgency stirring within him. In the McDonald's shrouded by night, Qin Zimo sat poised by the window, cradling her favorite cappuccino. Beside her lay the day's shopping haul: clothes, shoes, cosmetics, a vibrant, eye-catching array of colors.
Tonight, Qin Zimo radiated an extraordinary allure.
Her wine-red hair was styled in slightly curled waves, framing her face. She wore a chic beige cardigan paired with a pair of form-fitting black leather shorts. Her allure embodied both sensuality and innocence, her eyes clear as gemstones, sparkling with an enchanting light. Light makeup accentuated her striking features, her natural beauty radiating at its peak tonight. The quartz clock at McDonald's pointed to 6:30, leaving over an hour until 8 o'clock. Qin Zimo gazed into the distant nightscape, lost in silence. After a long while, the corners of her mouth suddenly lifted into a relaxed, relieved smile. She pulled out her phone and dialed a familiar number.
Hello, Chenfei? I need to see you urgently. Meet me next door at the usual spot. The chain budget hotel next to McDonald's was bustling. Ye Chenfei arrived breathless, pushing open the door to room 204. Zimo? What's wrong? What's the emergency? Ye Chenfei's words trailed off abruptly as he caught sight of Qin Zimo's dazzling appearance. He'd never seen Qin Zimo this stunning before. She stood there exquisitely, a warm smile on her face, her cheeks flushed with a rosy glow. With her striking figure and breathtaking beauty, she was nothing short of a goddess. Zimo, you really have an emergency? Ye Chenfei couldn't detect any sign of urgency on Qin Zimo's face. Yes.
Qin Zimo stepped forward, casually closing the hotel room door behind her. Her eyes brimmed with deep emotion as she gazed at Ye Chenfei.
I can't wait to give myself to you.
With that, Qin Zimo threw herself wildly against Ye Chenfei, her entire body pressing against him in eager surrender. A storm unlike any before swept through them. Before Ye Chenfei could react, he was utterly consumed by its intensity. At 7 o'clock, the frenzied storm finally began to subside.
Qin Zimo curled up against Ye Chenfei's chest, breathing in the masculine scent emanating from him. Instantly, she felt a profound sense of security wash over her. Throughout the entire process, Ye Chenfei not only felt Qin Zimo's wild passion but also distinctly sensed the deep-seated shyness within this woman. Only after the storm passed did the vivid crimson stain on the sheets confirm his suspicion this was Qin Zimo's first time. Her cheeks were already streaked with tears she couldn't hold back. She clung tightly to the strong man beside her, her heart aching with grievances she couldn't voice. Even to this man she loved deeply, she could only bury her secret within. Thankfully, fate had been fair to her. She had finally fulfilled her wish, giving her first time to the man she deeply loved. Zimo, what's wrong? Don't be afraid. Ye Chenfei held the woman beside him tightly, clearly feeling her trembling body. Even if the sky falls, I'll bear it for you. I'll protect you for the rest of my life. Qin Zimo, curled up in Ye Chenfei's embrace, suddenly shuddered. She abruptly stood up from his arms. Ye Chenfei. What happened between us? Pretend it never happened. I don't need you to take responsibility. Qin Zimo's expression turned frantic. Without looking at Ye Chenfei, she fumbled to adjust her clothing. Ye Chenfei grabbed Qin Zimo's small hand. Zimo! What's wrong? What happened? Why are you acting so out of character today? Nothing. I'm fine. Chenfei, just leave me alone. Qin Zimo struggled to shake off Ye Chenfei's arm, yet her eyes welled up with tears of unusual distress. Grandma is still in Defei's hands, still in grave danger. If Song Qianjun isn't satisfied tonight, Defei will definitely harm Grandma. But deep down, Qin Zimo didn't want Ye Chenfei dragged into this. Defei's power combined with Song Qianjun's was far beyond what Ye Chenfei could handle alone. Confronting Defei would lead to only one outcome, death. Qin Zimo, don't you dare leave. Ye Chenfei roared, lunging forward to block her path. You're my woman now, damn it. What's there to hide? Hearing these words, Qin Zimo's heart softened. Her fragile spirit trembled as if struck by lightning. This seemingly simple statement made her tears well up once more. She had fallen completely in love with the man before her. Ye Chenfei, move aside. Qin Zimo wiped away her tears and shouted through gritted teeth, I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Qin Zimo shoved Ye Chenfei away with all her strength and stormed out of the Xiaoya Express Hotel without looking back. Chapter 144, The Perfect Banquet 2. Her arrival and departure were equally swift. From the moment she appeared at the hotel to her departure, barely half an hour had passed. Ye Chenfei lay back on the hotel mattress, exhaling heavily. The conspicuous bloodstains on the sheets, the lingering unique scent of Qin Zimo in the room, and the beads of sweat on Ye Chenfei's chest after the storm all felt like a dream, hazy and indistinct, somewhere between sleep and wakefulness. Ye Chenfei calmly got out of bed. His keen senses detected an unusual atmosphere. Ever since seeing Qin Zimo, he had sensed something was off. Her behavior today had deviated from her usual demeanor. Especially the sorrow in her eyes as she left, the crystal-clear tears glistening, and her resolute expression all conveyed a single message to Ye Chenfei: something extraordinary had happened to her. Without pausing to think, Ye Chenfei dressed quickly and followed her out. By sheer luck, when he reached the hotel lobby, he caught sight of Qin Zimo speeding away in her red compact car. Following her all the way, Ye Chenfei finally saw clearly as Qin Zimo's car pulled into the parking lot of the Haitian hotel. Ye Chenfei's brow furrowed deeply as countless questions surged through his mind. Why would Qin Zimo go to the Haitian hotel? Was she meeting someone there? Could that person be? Ye Chenfei's mind inevitably conjured one name, Song Qianjun. That very Song Qianjun who had attempted to assault Jing Yuqing. Sure enough, as Ye Chenfei watched intently, a foreigner emerged from the hotel lobby to greet Qin Zimo. This man was none other than Song Qianjun's personal bodyguard. Recalling Qin Zimo's strange and unusual behavior, Ye Chenfei felt a vague premonition and ominous foreboding. He refused to accept this possibility. If it were true, reality would be too cruel. Minutes later, Ye Chenfei appeared on the 8th floor of the Haitian hotel. In a storage room on that floor, he found a familiar face within the hotel temporary attendant Tang Yifei. Yifei, can you tell me what's happening with Song Qianjun right now? Ye Chenfei lowered his voice, asking quietly. Tang Yifei had been patrolling the hallway when Ye Chenfei suddenly pulled her into the storage room. The abruptness of it all left her breathless. Ye Chenfei, what are you doing here? I can't explain much right now. I know you've been watching Song Qianjun. I just need to know his current situation. What's he planning to do? Ye Chenfei didn't mention Qin Zimo's circumstances. He didn't want to complicate matters further. Ye Chenfei, have you lost your mind? What business is it of yours what Song Qianjun does? Barging in like this will ruin our plan. Do you realize how crucial this operation is for us? Tang Yifei hissed back, her voice equally hushed. Get out immediately. You can't stay here any longer. Fine, I'll talk. This involves my friend. He's probably in Song Qianjun's room right now. I'm worried something might happen to him. Ye Chenfei held Tang Yifei back and explained part of the situation. Your friend? The woman Song Qianjun met with is your friend? Tang Yifei was filled with suspicion.
Earlier, she had also been in Song Qianjuan's room helping with the setup. Judging by the arrangements, it was clearly intended for a romantic rendezvous with a female friend.
Certain specific props suggested this woman likely shared an intimate relationship with Song Qianjun. All this was within police surveillance, yet Tang Yifei never imagined that special woman would be Ye Chenfei's friend? Tang Yifei, tell me now. What's really going on with Song Qianjun? My friend is definitely in danger. Ye Chenfei pressed urgently, his brow furrowed with anxiety. Ye Chenfei, this situation seems beyond our control. Your female friend entered Song Qianjuan's room of her own free will. The room's decor clearly indicates their relationship, a special one between a man and a woman. I needn't elaborate further, right? You're an adult, you should understand the implications. I'm telling you this precisely to prevent you from acting impulsively. Don't make a foolish mistake at this critical juncture. Tang Yifei cautiously revealed what she knew. Ye Chenfei was instantly stunned, finding it all utterly unbelievable. But he quickly regained his composure. Recalling Qin Zimo's unusual behavior, especially the reluctant look in her eyes and the tears as she left, it was clear none of this was her true intention. Who would willingly get involved with a scumbag like Song Qianjun? Defei forced her. The thought suddenly struck Ye Chenfei like lightning. He nearly blurted out, Qin Zimo was coerced into this. It must be. Qin Zimo? You mean that woman is Defei's wife? Tang Yifei blurted out reflexively upon hearing the name. Defei's wife came to entertain Song Qianjun? It must be. Because Defei and Song Qianjun have a business partnership. Defei desperately needs to win Song Qianjun over, so he'd sacrifice anything, even using his own wife as a bargaining chip. That bastard. Hell. Selling out his own woman? He's nothing but a beast. The closer Ye Chenfei got to the truth, the more uncontrollably furious he became. In all of Tianhai City, only Defei would commit such a heinous act. Ye Chenfei. Don't get so worked up. Tang Yifei quickly regained her composure, grabbing Ye Chenfei's wrist. Whatever Defei's motives, this was something they agreed upon long ago and with Qin Zimo's consent. Otherwise, Qin Zimo wouldn't have come to this hotel alone. That's an unchangeable fact. No one can change it? Ye Chenfei repeated coldly. If this had been said before, he admittedly had no right to object. But now, everything was different. Qin Zimo was his woman, Ye Chenfei's woman, and that was a fact no one could alter. Tang Yifei, thank you for telling me all this. I know what I must do now. Ye Chenfei turned to storm out. Ye Chenfei. Don't act rashly. If you barge in now, you'll alert Song Qianjun. Once we tip off the snake, we'll never catch Song Qianjun and Wild Wolf. Tang Yifei, anticipating Ye Chenfei's impulsiveness, grabbed him firmly and shouted the warning. Tang Yifei, trust me, I won't alert Song Qianjun or expose your identity. Ye Chenfei. This is my final warning. If you take any action that disrupts the arrest operation, I can have you arrested on charges of obstructing official duties. Tang Yifei's expression instantly turned stern, her almond-shaped eyes widening with radiant authority. Ye Chenfei chose silence. He left the storage room without a word, a terrifying glint flashing in his eyes. The sound of his resolute, powerful footsteps lingered long in Tang Yifei's ears. Watching Ye Chenfei's receding figure, Tang Yifei distinctly sensed a powerful aura emanating from him, the very kind that sent shivers down everyone's spine. 8 o'clock, in the presidential suite of the Haitian Hotel. The living room had been specially decorated, presenting an image of noble elegance. Every corner and detail had been meticulously designed. Tonight's feast was a romantic couple's set menu, carefully prepared by the hotel's chefs. It featured top-grade salmon, cheese-stuffed lobster, a vibrant vegetable salad, and the hotel's signature dish, red wine braised foie gras. Even the sheets on the Simmons mattress were freshly purchased. Song Qianjun had also prepared a special elixir, designed to help him achieve the highest level of satisfaction tonight. The 3 bodyguards from Gu Jianqing received no special treatment. Their sole duty was to stand guard outside the hotel entrance, ensuring Song Qianjun could enjoy himself to the fullest that night. The door creaked open slowly, revealing Qin Zimo's captivating face within Song Qianjuan's line of sight. A faint blush still lingered on her cheeks, adding a touch of ethereal beauty to her appearance. Oh my, Zimo! Song Qianjun was full of energy, his eyes sparkling. Oh my, I've finally waited for you. You have no idea how much I've missed you. It's no exaggeration to say I've lost my appetite. Song Qianjun presented Qin Zimo with a vibrant bouquet of roses, his gaze lingering on her every inch. Thank you, Mr. Song. Qin Zimo managed a faint, stiff smile. Song Qianjun, however, didn't seem to notice. He casually slipped his arm around Qin Zimo's shoulder, showcasing the meticulously arranged feast. Zimo, look at the decorations around us. I designed them all myself. Do you like them? I like it. Qin Zimo didn't even glance around, simply nodding her response. Come, sit down. Taste the delights I've crafted just for you. Tonight, we'll enjoy a truly happy meal. He. Song Qianjun gallantly pulled out a chair and seated Qin Zimo. Zimo, thank you for all you've done for me, Mr. Song. I'm truly delighted.
Though a smile played on Qin Zimo's face, his heart remained utterly unmoved.
The exquisite delights on the table lost all appeal when reflected against Song Qianjun's repulsive face.
Song Qianjun gave a lecherous grin, his hand casually or perhaps deliberately resting on Qin Zimo's pale, delicate hand. Zimo, you must realize how important you are to me.
I've never been this devoted to any other woman. Chapter 145, My Woman, My Rules.
Slow, melodic music drifted from the speakers, the air thick with the scent of Michelle perfume.
The atmosphere was harmonious, brimming with romance.
This alone demonstrated Song Qianjun's skill in seduction. Fortunately, his appearance was ugly to the bone. Had he possessed handsome features, who knows how many women he might have corrupted.
How's the foie gras and steak, Zimo?
The chef here hasn't quite mastered the cooking technique yet, nothing like the master chefs back in the States. Next time I'll take you there so you can taste the real deal.
Song Qianjun explained with a playful grin. It's okay. The flavor's decent. Qin Zimo wolfed down the dishes before her.
Though the food was visually appealing and richly flavored, she couldn't pinpoint why it felt utterly repulsive.
Zimo, I really want to share my feelings with you right now. Seizing the perfect moment, Song Qianjun firmly grasped Qin Zimo's delicate, jade-like hand. Zimo, do you know? The moment I first saw you, I was captivated by your beauty. My heart was completely conquered by you. Qin Zimo.
Halfway through the banquet, as the chemistry between Song Qianjun and Qin Zimo blossomed inside the room, a distinctive man emerged from the hotel corridor. Dressed entirely in black, a black waistcoat over a crisp white shirt, sleek black trousers, and polished black leather shoes, his hair gleamed with a subtle sheen, and a delicate bow tie adorned his chest. The most striking feature was the wooden violin in his hands. Holding it with effortless grace, he resembled a virtuoso straight from a renowned orchestra. As he approached Song Qianjun's door, Gu Jianqing immediately blocked his path. Who are you? What do you want? Oh, I'm the hotel's violinist.
Mr. Song specifically requested me to play and liven up the atmosphere.
The man gave a shy smile and explained in a deep voice, his handsome features clearly defined.
Ha? Did Mr. Song request a violinist? I'm not aware of that.
Gu Jianqing scrutinized the young man before him, his voice carrying the question.
Oh, if you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Song himself.
It's fine if he doesn't need the performance, the young man said politely.
Out of caution, Gu Jianqing knocked and entered to ask Song Qianjun.
The moment he opened the door, he saw Song Qianjun greedily clutching Qin Zimo's small hand, vigorously stroking her arm back and forth.
Ah!
Hearing the door open, Qin Zimo instinctively let out a shriek, her small hand snapping back reflexively.
Song Qianjun instantly erupted in fury. Gu Jianqing. Can't you see I'm having dinner with Zimo? Don't you know to knock before entering? Are you trying to get yourself killed? No, Mr. Song. A violinist arrived outside.
I just wanted to confirm if you really hired one.
I did knock, Mr. Song, Gu Jianqing reiterated. Violinist?
I told him to be here sharp at 8.
It's already past. Is he messing with me? Song Qianjun suddenly remembered the issue and launched into a tirade toward the door. Get rid of him fast. I'm about to wrap up here. Why is he barging in now? Song Qianjun, in the thick of things, waved frantically at Gu Jianqing. Yes, Mr. Song. I'll send him away immediately. Wait, Mr. Song. Qin Zimo, her face flushed crimson, suddenly interrupted. Let the violinist come in after all. I'd like to hear a few pieces to lighten the mood.
Though Qin Zimo had prepared herself mentally, this meal felt more torturous than a prison sentence.
Song Qianjun's behavior was utterly despicable. Bringing in a violinist might ease the awkwardness. Fine, let the young man come in. Play us a few pieces. Reluctantly conceding to Qin Zimo's request, Song Qianjun softened his tone. The door swung open once more, and the young violinist entered with grace.
Tall and broad-shouldered, he wore a radiant smile, his demeanor and musical aura impeccable.
Qin Zimo, however, froze.
Every nerve in her body instantly went numb, and her cherry-red lips parted in a wide, stunned gape. The man before her was someone she recognized, none other than Ye Chenfei, the man she cherished most, the man she longed for in her dreams every night. Just an hour ago, they had been entwined on a Simmons mattress. Yet now, an hour later, they met in this peculiar place and he appeared as a violinist. How had Ye Chenfei ended up here? How did he know she was here? Why was Ye Chenfei dressed in such an unusual manner? Countless questions surged through Qin Zimo's mind. Too many doubts, too much shock, too much disbelief.
Zimo, what's wrong? Song Qianjun quickly sensed something was off and asked with feigned concern.
And nothing, Qin Zimo awkwardly took a sip of red wine to mask his flustered expression.
I was just wondering how good this violinist is. Song Qianjun immediately unleashed a torrent of scolding. What the hell is wrong with you, you jerk? Didn't I tell you to be here promptly at 8 o'clock? What time is it now?
You show up and scare our beautiful lady right off the bat.
Can you even take responsibility for this?
My sincere apologies to both of you, Ye Chenfei said calmly, a serene smile on his face.
I was delayed due to unforeseen circumstances. Allow me to play a cheerful piece to make it up to you. The so-called special circumstances were actually that the genuine violinist was currently knocked out in the restroom. He was an imposter, but despite that, Ye Chenfei's skill was no joke. Violin technique wasn't something you could fake. Without delay, Ye Chenfei poised the violin with practiced ease and launched into a lively rendition of Bacchus's Wine. Melodious, joyful notes leapt from the violin strings, the beautiful music dancing through the air. Qin Zimo's mouth gaped even wider. Ye Chenfei could actually play the violin? And his skill was absolutely on par with a professional violinist? How terrifying was this man? He was this good at the violin too? As the piece ended, Qin Zimo led the applause. In that moment, she even forgot she was in the den of wolves. Her eyes saw only Ye Chenfei. As for that disgusting Song Qianjun, she had already ruthlessly ignored him. Wherever Ye Chenfei was, fear vanished from her heart. He was her man. Next, Ye Chenfei played a lyrical piece for Qin Zimo, the familiar melody of the promise. The gentle, flavorful notes flowed from his fingers like a bottle of aged wine, growing more fragrant and precious with each sip. At the song's most poignant moment, Qin Zimo found herself humming along involuntarily. You and I promised never to speak of painful pasts, and vowed never to cause each other worry. I'll cherish you dearly, love you foolishly, no matter how fair or unfair the heavens may be. This song resonated deep within Qin Zimo's soul. Didn't its lyrics perfectly mirror her current state of mind? Ye Chenfei's violin pierced her heart like a sharp blade. The melody of their promise, she would never forget it for the rest of her life. Throughout this, Song Qianjun kept grinning like an idiot. The fool still believed Qin Zimo's smile was due to his meticulous preparations, completely unaware that Ye Chenfei and Qin Zimo had turned this place into their own private rendezvous. Unwittingly, he'd been playing the role of the matchmaker without even realizing it. Clap. Song Qianjun led the applause, offering hollow praise as he casually pulled out a dollar bill. Nice violin playing. Here, this is for you. Hey! What's going on in your room? Why all the noise? Do you want anyone to sleep tonight? Just as the atmosphere in the guest room reached its peak, a series of curses erupted from the hallway outside. The shrill voices cut straight through Ye Chenfei's violin performance. Gu Jianqing's voice echoed back from the corridor. Who the hell are you? Do you have any idea who's staying here? Yelling like that, you must be looking to die. Judging by the voices, it seemed the trio of bodyguards outside had clashed with someone. Their shouts were so loud they echoed through the entire presidential suite. Ha! What are those jerks yelling about outside? Don't they know I'm on a date? Song Qianjun looked thoroughly annoyed and immediately stood up, striding toward the hotel hallway. The moment Song Qianjun left, Qin Zimo frantically signaled to Ye Chenfei, winking and muttering, Ye Chenfei, what are you doing? Coming here to cause trouble? Have you lost your mind? Zimo, I came to save you. You, Ye Chenfei? You can save me? Stop messing around and leave immediately. Qin Zimo frowned anxiously. If I can't save you, I don't deserve to be your man. My woman is my responsibility, no one can bully you. Ye Chenfei declared with domineering authority, shouldering the violin and following Song Qianjun out. Zimo, you don't need to do anything. Just wait here until we leave safely. Qin Zimo was so overwhelmed she couldn't speak, tears of wild joy streaming down her face. Ye Chenfei was a bastard you both loved and hated. Chapter 146, This is no game. Song Qianjun flung the door open in fury, only to find a crowd gathered in the hallway. Among them were his 3 personal bodyguards, plus 3 unfamiliar men. The conflict involving Gu Jianqing and his trio had erupted with these 3 strangers. These 3 men gave off an exceptionally peculiar vibe. First, they were all dressed almost identically black jackets. Their heights ranged from tall to short, their builds from stocky to lean. One guy wearing thick black-rimmed glasses stood out particularly. All 3 sported full beards, giving them a rugged appearance. Their voices were hoarse, brutal, and intimidating. Aside from their differing heights, their facial structures were nearly identical at first glance. They could have been triplets. Most notably, each man clutched a bucket of Master Kong instant noodles, steam billowing from the containers. The pungent aroma of sour and spicy noodles filled the corridor air. These guys certainly had bold tastes, bringing sour and spicy instant noodles to savor in a high-end hotel like Haitian? What a waste! Consider this, the price of a presidential suite could easily cover their instant noodle expenses for 3 years. How extravagant! What's going on here? Making all this noise? Song Qianjun emerged with a stern expression and demanded. Gu Jianqing retreated to Song Qianjun's side, pointing at the bearded ringleader. Mr. Song, it's these 3 scoundrels. They came over out of nowhere to cause trouble. I saw them come in from the next room. These bastards must be tired of living. Gu Jianqing casually cracked his knuckles, the loud popping sounds echoing as he flaunted his formidable strength. Who's causing trouble? I'd say you lot are the real troublemakers. The leader said, holding his instant noodles. We 3 brothers were having dinner in our room, but you keep making all this noise. Someone's even playing the violin? Trying to act high and mighty? Showing off in front of us? Can't we eat in peace? Yeah, chimed in the bespectacled man. If you want to show off, do it back home. Don't embarrass yourselves in a hotel. It's so annoying, pure noise. Seeing this scene, Ye Chenfei nearly burst out laughing. These bearded men in the hallway were none other than his good buddies, Ding Xiaobei, Xiaobai, and Lao Shu. With time running short, Xiaobai had quickly disguised them all. The result? They looked like identical triplets. Damn, Xiaobai's skills were incredible. Even Song Qianjun and Gu Jianqing, who had met Ding Xiaobei before, couldn't recognize them. The three had completely shed their original appearances. Their triplet look was way too convincing. Gu Jianqing and his bodyguards had never endured such humiliation before. Relying on their formidable strength, they defiantly shouted back, "Hey! What kind of tone is that? Do you even know who our Mr. Song is? Watch your mouths, or your lives could be over any second." "You!" Ding Xiaobei bellowed, clutching his instant noodle cup. "You should check who we are. Go ask around Tianhai City who doesn't know the Bull Demon Brothers? No one in Tianhai has ever dared to act cocky around us." Alright, quiet down. I don't want to waste time on this." Song Qianjun patiently interrupted. "Everyone return to your rooms. Try not to disturb each other. We won't play the violin anymore either. Is that acceptable?" Song Qianjun had important business to attend to tonight and didn't want to spoil the mood. He'd settle accounts with those bastards tomorrow. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The old man was seething inside. Qin Zimmel leaned against the doorframe, her vision blurring as she watched. The scene unfolding in the hallway felt abrupt. Just as she was about to ask why, Ye Chenfei shot her a meaningful glance. Instantly, she understood this was all connected to Ye Chenfei. "Old geezer? Shut your filthy mouth. You think you can get off that easily? Do you take us three brothers for fools? This isn't over. You owe us an explanation and an apology." Ding Xiaobei's face contorted with emotion as he planted his hands on his hips and bellowed, clearly intent on escalating the confrontation. "What?" The corridor's atmosphere froze instantly. Song Qianjuan's face darkened. "Old geezer? What did you say? Who's the old geezer? And you want me to apologize?" Song Qianjun had been a big shot in the Chinese community for years. He'd never heard anyone call him an old geezer, let alone demand he apologize. This was a first for him. Damn it, who else could it be but you old fart? Picking up chicks in your room late at night is one thing, but what's with the violin? It sounds like someone's dead. Ding Xiaobei barked defiantly, utterly disregarding Song Qianjuan's utterly mortified expression. "You called me an old geezer? You wanna die?" Song Qianjun finally erupted, his eyebrows twitching violently at the corners of his eyes, his inner fear unmistakable. The three bodyguards, including Gu Jianqing, clenched their fists. Had this happened on American soil, these men would have met a gruesome end. Daring to speak to Mr. Song like that? Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson today. Gu Jianqing waved his hand, signaling a blonde foreigner beside him to step forward. The blonde foreigner was a towering figure, his muscles bulging like two mountains heaving on his chest. He was the very same bodyguard who had crossed paths with Ding Xiaobei not long ago. Song Qianjun made no move to stop the bodyguards. Instead, he approved in a deep voice, "Jianqing, it's time to teach these guys a lesson. Keep it under control, no major disturbances." Just as Song Qianjun turned to leave, Ding Xiaobei suddenly called out, "Hey, you old bald ass. Don't you dare walk away. Got the guts? Then stand right here and watch. See how us three bull demon kings take down your pack of lackeys. Watch us blind your dog eyes. Attack. All of you, attack." Hearing the bald old donkey taunt, Song Qianjuan's rage boiled over. He could no longer maintain his gentlemanly facade, erupting with fury. "Fight it out. Who's afraid of who?" The triplets roared in unison, launching a preemptive strike. Without a second thought, they charged forward, immediately smashing the Master Kong spicy and sour buckets they held aloft. Splash! 3 buckets of fiery red seasoning poured over Song Qianjuan's crew. The pungent, spicy aroma exploded through the air. Oh my! The tangy broth from 3 instant noodles landed squarely on the 3 bodyguards, scattering chili flakes, glass noodles, and even cigarette butts all over them. This particular flavor of instant noodles was practically a Chinese specialty. When had these foreigners ever tasted such a flavor? The seasonings were specially prepared. Ding Xiaobei and the others had added super spicy, freakishly hot chili peppers to each cup, along with a special surprise concocted just for them by Ye Chenfei. Ah! The 3 bodyguards simultaneously let out a series of yelps. The fiery broth splashed into their eyes, noses, mouths, and soaked their uniforms, leaving them uniformly drenched in the pungent, spicy, and tangy flavor. The most tragic victim was Song Qianjun. One of the instant noodle buckets was tailor-made for him. It landed upside down on his head with uncanny precision. The fiery, savory broth gushed down from his scalp. A conspicuous tuft of pickled cabbage stood atop his head, strands of noodles dangled from his nose, and bright red chili specks dotted his face. His brand new blue casual suit was now stained into a colorful, sour and spicy pattern. Ah! Hot! It's killing me! Song Qianjun covered his eyes and bellowed in agony. His eyes were completely shut tight. The skin on his face burned bright red from the chili. The soup splashed into his mouth, racing down his throat like a ball of fire, instantly igniting a fiery inferno in his throat. Numb! Numb! Gu Jianqing, kill these bastards! Kill them! Finish them off! Song Qianjuan's voice cracked as he pointed blindly toward Ding Xiaobei and the others, his shouts echoing. Gu Jianqing's 3 bodyguards fared little better than Song Qianjun. All 3 suffered varying degrees of torment from the super spicy hot pot. The blonde-haired bodyguard's primary injury was to his mouth, which instantly swelled into a massive pink sausage. A thick, fleshy intestine hanging from a foreigner's mouth created a scene so absurdly comical that Ye Chenfei, hiding not far behind, nearly choked on his laughter. Xin Zimo beside him couldn't help but smile too, though as her smile blossomed, crystal-clear tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. The 3 bodyguards of Gu Jianqing instinctively drew their knives. Struggling to keep their eyes open, their pupils were thickly veined with blood. The rage burning within them had reached an unprecedented peak. The 3 brothers, Harding and Xiaobei, joined in the uproarious laughter. Old bald ass. I thought your men were supposed to be tough. Look at them now, like a bunch of scared dogs. How about it? Did you enjoy our special instant noodles? Satisfied? When had Gu Jianqing's 3 bodyguards ever faced such extreme provocation? Suppressing their physical discomfort, they roared and lunged forward. Yet the instant they took their first step, they suddenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Chapter 147, that's the kick. Gu Jianqing, you moron. What the hell are you standing around for? Get the hell out there. Song Qianjun trembled uncontrollably, his voice crackling with rage as he barked at Gu Jianqing. But Gu Jianqing's expression was utterly bizarre. He suddenly realized his limbs were utterly devoid of strength. The explosive force he'd been holding back was about to erupt, yet now he couldn't muster a single ounce of power. The blonde foreigner gritted his teeth and pushed forward, only to crash down with a thud. His chin slammed into the corridor floor, landing in a textbook faceplant. The 2 foreign bodyguards felt the same. Their limbs felt as if filled with lead, too heavy to lift. Mr. Song, something's wrong, we can't use our strength. Gu Jianqing muttered, sweat pouring down his face. Can't use our strength? What the hell are you talking about? Song Qianjun repeated incredulously, his stunned, ugly face etched with disbelief. Before Song Qianjun could react, Ding Xiaobei, along with Lao Shu and Xiao Bai, charged forward without warning. Today, we'll let you foreign dogs taste the might of our homegrown bull demon king. With that, the trio unleashed a brutal assault. The victims, utterly powerless, unable even to shield their heads, were exposed to a storm of punches and kicks. Song Qianjun was no exception. Ding Xiaobei had long disliked the guy, and while beating them all, he focused his fury on Song Qianjuan's head. When had Song Qianjun ever endured such a brutal beating? At first, he gritted his teeth and shouted defiantly, but he couldn't withstand the gang attack. The pain made him wince and wail. Ding Xiaobei still wasn't satisfied. He pulled off his sock and stuffed it into Song Qianjuan's mouth, beating him until the guy's face turned green. What Song Qianjun and his crew didn't know was that the real danger lay in the broth from those instant noodles. Ye Chenfei had meticulously mixed venom from poisonous scorpions into the soup. Once blended with the noodle broth, the scorpion venom became a lethal poison. Once the poison touched Song Qianjun and his men, they were as good as finished. Their bodies offered no resistance whatsoever. No matter how formidable these bodyguards and musclemen were, after being hit by this poison, they were nothing but punching bags from start to finish. 10 minutes later, the Ding Xiaobei brothers had accomplished their mission. They mercilessly beat the fallen men, taking great pleasure in their punishment. The trio of bodyguards, including Gu Jianqing, were beaten into unconsciousness on the spot, their bodies covered in injuries, the scene gruesome to behold. The most tragic victim was undoubtedly Song Qianjun. While his body remained unharmed, his head bore the brunt of the severe injuries. His head was utterly transformed into a blood-soaked mess, with blood streaming from all 7 orifices and the skull itself nearly deformed. The beating's effect was akin to a brutal facelift. Ding Xiaobei's cotton socks were stuffed into his mouth, filling it with a stench so foul it was almost luxurious, a VIP treatment Song Qianjun had likely never experienced before. Half an hour later, Gu Jianqing and the others finally regained consciousness. Ding Xiaobei and his crew had vanished without a trace, along with the violinist waitress and Tianhai City's most beautiful woman. It was a pity that Song Qianjuan's meticulously prepared luxury restaurant had ultimately failed to harm even a single hair on Xin Zimo's head. Immediately afterward, Song Qianjun was rushed to a local hospital for treatment. Upon hearing the news, De Fei summoned his crew and stormed the scene. Meanwhile, Gu Jianqing and the others kicked open the door to the adjacent room. However, the Ding Xiaobei trio had vanished long ago, leaving only a note for Song Qianjun in the neighboring room. Master Kong, old jar pickled cabbage noodles, that's the tangy kick you crave. Seeing the note nearly drove Gu Jianqing mad with rage. He rushed to the hotel front desk to investigate the guest registration records, only to discover that all the IDs registered were counterfeit. The black IDs were fake, and the names on the registration forms were completely unverifiable. Damn it! Which bastard is so brazen? Daring to lay a hand on Mr. Song? Captain Gu, tell me who that bastard is, and I, Defei, will make them pay. Defei was the first to erupt with fury, itching to take revenge for Song Qianjun. Gu Jianqing suddenly recalled a clue. Defei, that man claimed to be one of the Bull Demon brothers from your Tianhai city. Have you heard of them? They must be quite notorious locally, right? The Bull Demon brothers? Impossible. Defei said doubtfully, then declared with certainty, the Bull Demon brothers might have some notoriety, but they'd never lay a finger on Mr. Song. How could it not be? I heard them mention the Ox Demon brothers with my own ears. Defei, are you afraid to provoke those Ox Demon brothers too? Gu Jianqing, brimming with pent-up rage, clenched his fists and roared at Defei. Captain Gu, you've got it all wrong.
The Bull Demon King Trio isn't a gang from Tianhai City, they're a famous fast food chain around here, Defei explained, looking utterly aggrieved.
A fast food chain? Gu Jianqing froze again, muttering to himself, how could this be? Just then, another of Defei's henchmen chimed in, Niu Wango's specialty is noodles. Their old jar pickled cabbage beef noodles are incredibly famous in Tianhai City. At the mention of the old jar pickled cabbage beef noodles, Gu Jianqing's throat tightened with a bitter sweetness, nearly choking him to the point of spitting blood. The next day, at Tianhai City People's Hospital, Song Qianjun finally regained consciousness after a night of unconsciousness. Doctors diagnosed that his coma wasn't caused by physical trauma, but by the sock stuffed in his mouth. The guy had been completely knocked out by the stench. Upon waking, Song Qianjun fell silent. Gu Jianqing approached with a bowl of hot soup, asking with concern, Mr. Song, how are you feeling? You must be starving. Have a sip of this warm soup first. Song Qianjun remained coldly silent, his gaze sweeping fiercely around the ward. Gu Jianqing, have you found those bastards? Did you kill those bearded men? I'm sorry, Mr. Song. The situation is rather complicated. We haven't located the assailants yet, but I've enlisted help from contacts. I believe we'll track them down soon, Gu Jianqing reported hesitantly. It must be said that last night's events had dealt Song Qianjun a devastating blow. Having served him for decades, this was undoubtedly the most humiliating day he'd endured in all that time. What had begun as an opportunity to savor the city's most beautiful woman had ended with him becoming Tianhai's most tragic figure. If Gu Jianqing didn't know Song Qianjun inside out, he wouldn't even recognize the man standing before him now. His features were utterly disfigured. Those bearded thugs had beaten him mercilessly. Gu Jianqing, you guys come closer. I have something to tell you. After a long silence, Song Qianjun finally gave a nod, signaling Gu Jianqing and the others to approach. Gu Jianqing and the two foreigners, expecting an important announcement, nervously moved closer. But suddenly, Song Qianjun's face twisted into a savage grimace. He thrust both hands forward and slapped Gu Jianqing and the other two men hard across the face. The slaps echoed with a deafening crack, exploding like firecrackers against their faces, reverberating through the hospital ward with piercing intensity. You lot are a bunch of useless, aren't you? Did I drag you all the way from the States just to get beaten like pigs? Aren't you supposed to be professional bodyguards? Did I shell out all that money just to watch you embarrass me here? Ha! Song Qianjun erupted with unprecedented fury, the source of his strength seemingly inexplicable. He was a renowned big shot, yet here he was, beaten so badly in this small city of Tianhai. If his American peers found out, they'd laugh their asses off. I'm sorry, Mr. Song. We failed you. Gu Jianqing endured the stinging slaps, resigned to his fate. Mr. Song, I swear to you, I will find those bastards. I will make them pay with their blood for this. If I don't, I'll never set foot in the United States again. Slap. The response to Gu Jianqing was an even more violent crack of slaps. Creak. Just as Gu Jianqing was being mercilessly slapped, the ward door burst open. Defei, laden with bags and leading several young men, appeared in the room with a cheerful grin. Mr. Song, you're finally awake. Are you okay? I was so worried about you. Defei set down the bags of nutritional supplements and asked with genuine concern. The flurry of slaps ended. Song Qianjun glanced at Defei, then fell silent, as if he were invisible. Rest assured, Mr. Song. I've ordered all my men to search every corner of the city. Even if we have to turn Tianhai City upside down, we'll find those bastards. You can count on me, Defei. Defei patted his chest confidently. Defei, come here. I need to speak with you. Mr. Song. Smack. Without a word, Song Qianjun grabbed Defei's cheek and unleashed a barrage of fierce slaps. Ah! Damn you, Defei. You're nothing but a jinx. Ever since I came to this city, nothing's gone right. Meeting you was the worst luck I've ever had. Song Qianjun's hands flew like a madman's as he continued slapping Defei's face. Smack. Chapter 148, The Complicated Woman. Same time, same place, still that Simmons mattress. After the storm of passion, Ye Chenfei held the woman beside him, cradling her tightly against his chest. Though the spicy pickled cabbage incident ended satisfyingly, the entire ordeal had been fraught with twists and turns, filled with heart-stopping moments. Had any single link in the chain failed, Qin Zimo would never have escaped the jaws of danger.
Years later, when Ye Chenfei recalled that moment, countless vivid scenes remained etched in his memory, impossible to forget.
Chenfei, listen to my heartbeat.
It still feels like a dream, so terrifying, so unbelievable, Qin Zimo murmured, nestled against Ye Chenfei's chest, her voice infinitely charming. Zimo, there's no need to be afraid.
I've always been right here beside you.
Ye Chenfei understood the deep sense of injustice and pain Qin Zimo must have been carrying. He clasped her small hand tightly in his own, trying to steady her anxious heart.
Ye Chenfei, you're such a big fool. Why did you have to do that?
If we slip up and get exposed, Defei and Song Qianjun will never let you off the hook.
Qin Zimo said, still trembling with fear. You're my woman. If my woman is bullied by others, what right do I have to live in this world? Ye Chenfei's gaze was resolute as he hummed calmly. You're never allowed to do such foolish things again, understand?
Qin Zimo opened her eyes, as clear as autumn water, and spoke softly. Qin Zimo stepped away from the warmth of his chest, her delicate hands gathering the scattered garments from the floor.
Zimo, I've always wanted to tell you. Ye Chenfei swiftly grabbed Qin Zimo's delicate hand. Leave Defei. Don't let yourself suffer, okay? Aunt Gu's orphanage is now settled.
Your wish has been fulfilled. There's no need to stay by Defei's side anymore. Qin Zimo turned her back, slowly dressing herself.
That was Aunt Gu's wish. My own wish remains unfulfilled. It's still too early. Qin Zimo. Have you lost your mind? Does Defei even treat you like a normal person?
Staying with that scumbag, you'll just get sold off sooner or later.
Ye Chenfei gripped Qin Zimo tightly and roared in anger. What exactly is your wish? Anything Defei can give you, I can give you too. Qin Zimo paused, still facing away from Ye Chenfei.
Chenfei, don't be foolish.
This is how it is between us. Just like this? Ye Chenfei's anger flared.
The more he got to know Qin Zimo, the less he understood her.
Qin Zimo, what do you want? Money? Name any amount, I'll give it to you. How much do you want? Just say it. Qin Zimo stood motionless for a long time.
Ye Chenfei, perhaps we shouldn't meet like this anymore. You remain you, and I remain Defei's wife. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me, but from now on, let's not see each other anymore.
What I want, you simply can't give me.
Qin Zimo yanked her hand free and strode straight toward the exit of the budget hotel.
Qin Zimo, stop right there.
Ye Chenfei suddenly erupted in rage, pointing an accusing finger at her and bellowing, what the hell do you take me for?
Some tool for your emotional release? Tell me. What the hell is so great about that Defei? What makes him worth your undying devotion? Are you really this pathetic? Smack! Qin Zimo's body jerked.
He spun around abruptly and delivered a resounding slap to Ye Chenfei's face, tears already streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks.
Ye Chenfei. Everyone else can talk about me like that, but you have no right to.
With that, Qin Zimo stormed out of the hotel without looking back, leaving Ye Chenfei standing in the room, utterly bewildered. Ring 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 ring. The ringing of a phone pulled Ye Chenfei out of his daze. The caller ID showed it was Ding Xiaobei.
Hey, brother Yi, have you eaten yet? No, I've just eaten a bellyful of anger. Ye Chenfei joked, touching his burning cheeks. Perfect timing.
I'm treating you to hot pot in Donghai City, the whole gang's here. Ding Xiaobei's end of the line was filled with background noise, likely from driving.
Hot pot? Are you serious? All the way to Donghai City? Don't we have hot pot here in Tianhai City?
Ye Chenfei asked, puzzled. Brother Yi, you don't know these past few days that Gu Jianqing has started citywide investigations into the Bull Demon King's 3 brothers.
I reckon we'll have to keep our heads down for a while to avoid Song Qianjuan's retaliation.
Word is he's connected to the Italian mafia.
If our names end up on their hit list, we'll be hunted for life.
You little punk, I'm not scared of you.
If Song Qianjun dares touch us, I'll make sure he never gets back to the States. Ye Chenfei seethed inwardly, his pent-up rage finding no outlet. Brother Yi, are you kidding? The 4 of us together? Who'd we be scared of?
But this hot pot place I'm telling you about is no ordinary joint. It's brand new, and business is crazy good. I tried it the day before yesterday, the flavor was seriously authentic.
So today I'm bringing the brothers to sample it. If we're late, we won't get seats. Ding Xiaobei urged, half jokingly.
Fine, fine. Since I'm in a bad mood anyway, I'll trust you this once. Let's see how amazing this hot pot really is. You've been hyping it up like it's some kind of miracle.
I'm at the McDonald's on Kaifa Road. Pick me up on your way over.
A few minutes later, Ding Xiaobei's car picked up Ye Chenfei right on time. The 4 brothers headed straight for Donghai City next door. Little did they know, at that very moment, a head peered out from a white van parked in the McDonald's lot. It belonged to Chu Zhuge's trusted underling, the bespectacled man who'd been humiliated at the Haitian hotel last time.
After that incident, the bespectacled man had been severely reprimanded by Chu Zhuge and sidelined for days. But this guy wasn't one to be easily pushed around. He had spent the past few days closely monitoring Qin Zimo's lead. After careful and meticulous observation, he suddenly connected Ye Chenfei with his own unfortunate experience. Reviewing the secretly recorded footage from the past few days, he deliberated deeply before finally calling Chu Zhuge, military advisor Chu. "It's me, Glasses. You have the nerve to call me? Wasn't the last time you screwed me over enough? Now Big Fei's been chewing me out for days." Chu Zhuge's impatient response crackled through the line. "Military advisor Chu, I've been tailing Qin Zimo these past few days. Today I caught footage of her on a date with that Ye Chenfei." "Ha ha!" Glasses cut straight to the chase, whispering softly. Chu Zhuge's mind suddenly clicked. He remembered he still had this trump card up his sleeve. "Glasses, you little rascal, did you discover something new? Master Chu, you really are my mentor." "Ha, I've got some new info." Glasses excitedly recounted his findings. "I staked out this spot all day, waiting for Qin Zimo to walk right into the trap, and she did. I captured footage of them entering the hotel separately, how long they stayed inside, and exactly how they left. Master Strategist Chu, this is ironclad evidence. Even if that Ye Chenfei tries to deny it, he won't be able to. Good work." Chu Zhuge's voice brimmed with delight. "But you must keep the Glasses thing confidential. Send the footage to me immediately. Don't tip off the target. I told you last time this is our golden opportunity to strike it rich. But that's not all. I made another discovery. Strategist, I caught Qin Zimo leaving the hotel in tears, and Ye Chenfei looked utterly despondent. So I'm wondering, could Ye Chenfei have been behind the mishap we had last time?" "Ha?" Chu Zhuge was taken aback, then fell briefly silent. "Right. Why didn't I think of that? That nurse and Qin Zimo both have close ties to Ye Chenfei. Plus, I heard Song Qianjun and the others were poisoned this time, and Ye Chenfei happens to be a master poisoner. That's way too coincidental. What else is there to say? Strategist? All of this is Ye Chenfei's doing. I even suspect Ding Xiaobei is involved. You must inform Big Brother Fei immediately. Let these bastards meet their end." Glasses was also a victim. Just recalling the murderous intent that day made him involuntarily seethe. "No, no." Chu Zhuge protested repeatedly. "Glasses, this absolutely cannot be leaked. Even if Ye Chenfei and his crew are behind it, we can't tell Big Fei now. Why not, military advisor Chu? They've caused us so much suffering." "Ha!" Chu Zhuge let out an uncharacteristically cold laugh. "Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei are like fish on the chopping block right now. Do you want to swallow them whole in one gulp, or savor their deliciousness bite by bite? Military advisor? You make a compelling argument, but I still don't grasp your plan for dealing with Ye Chenfei and Ding Xiaobei." Even as Chu Zhuge's disciple, Glasses couldn't fathom the intent behind this move. "Glasses, we're in for a windfall this time. Listen to me first, we do this." Then Chu Zhuge took the phone and laid out his entire plan. After hearing the entire scheme, the bespectacled man's furrowed brow finally smoothed out. He couldn't help but praise Chu Zhuge's ingenuity. "Military strategist Chu, you truly live up to your reputation as the mastermind of our eastern district. Your disciple is utterly bowled over by you this time." Chapter 149, Hot Pot Beauty. Basha Hot Pot. Just before 11 a.m., Ye Chenfei and his group arrived at this famously renowned hot pot restaurant. The restaurant's location wasn't ideal, tucked away on an ordinary street in Donghai City. Its layout wasn't particularly spacious either, occupying just a small two-front building. The decor was tastefully done, featuring a signboard in the style of a traditional plaque. The characters in the center were bold and vigorous regular script, giving it a distinctive charm. Business wasn't as bustling as Ding Xiaobei had boasted. A sparse scattering of cars lingered outside, and a quick glance revealed fewer than 20 tables occupied in the dining hall. Since Ding Xiaobei had reserved a table in advance, the brothers didn't have to wait. As soon as they sat down, a steaming hot pot base, spicy and aromatic, was brought to their table. Ding Xiaobei waved his chopsticks. "Come on, brothers, try it. The flavor here is incredibly authentic. One bite and you'll never forget it. Last night I even dreamed about coming back for hot pot." The crimson hot pot base, simmering at high heat, filled the entire room with an enticing aroma, numbing without excessive heat, fragrant without greasiness. This embodied the essence of authentic hot pot, and this restaurant undoubtedly delivered. The accompanying dipping sauces were equally impressive, each slice of lamb and beef specially prepared to perfectly showcase the inherent texture and flavor of the ingredients. This tastes great, truly authentic. It's the most authentic hot pot I've ever had." Ye Chenfei didn't hold back his praise. The gloom from Qin Zimo's earlier provocation completely swept away, dissolving into the rich, aromatic broth. "Bro Yi, you think we're here just for the hot pot? Any guest who comes here for hot pot has another special purpose." Ding Xiaobei raised his glass, took a sip of beer, and said with relish, "Xiaobei, stop beating around the bush. What other purpose could there be? Is this hot pot place some kind of pickup spot?" Xiaobai asked, puzzled. "Hey, Xiaobai, you actually hit the nail on the head. This hot pot place really is for picking up girls, and not just any girls. Hot pot beauties." Ding Xiaobei said, his face beaming with excitement. "Hot pot beauty?
The brothers all gasped in unison. Watching Ding Xiaobei soaking in his own excitement, they were utterly baffled. This hot pot place just opened a month ago, and it's already packed. 2 reasons. First, the food tastes amazing. Second, the owner's wife. She's the real deal, a hot pot beauty. Man, I saw her once, she's so gorgeous it's unreal. Ding Xiaobei described, spittle flying. The owner here? In her 20s, with a killer figure. Dresses like a celebrity model, and that face absolutely stunning. Yeah, she looks just like some movie star, maybe even prettier. And get this, she's single. Put. The guys all snorted in disbelief. Mao shrugged indifferently. Ding Xiaobei, so you've got the hots for the owner, huh? Dragging us all here for hot pot just to make you look good? Fine, you dragged me along, but bringing brother Yi and little Bai too? Just to make them look good? Get lost. You jinx, you. Ding Xiaobei grumbled indignantly. How do you know the hot pot beauty isn't into the rough and tumble? Maybe she's exactly the type who likes guys like me. At least I'm more solidly built than brother Yi and Xiaobai, right? I can handle it. Xiaobei, now you've got me curious, I really want to see what this hot pot beauty looks like. Ye Chenfei chuckled softly. Bro Yi, you gotta cut me some slack this time. You've got all these beauties swarming around you, can't you spare a drop of broth for your brother? If I could land a hottie like that, I'd have no regrets left in this life. Ding Xiaobei declared with utmost sincerity. Of course. I'm sick of women already, no way I'd dare mess around with anyone else. Don't worry, Xiaobei, us brothers will definitely play the perfect supporting cast. Just figure out how to get that hot pot beauty out so we can catch a glimpse. Ye Chenfei gave a faint smile. Alright. I'm fully prepared. Ding Xiaobei snapped his fingers at the nearby waiter. Waiter, come here. The young male server hurried over upon seeing the call. Sir, how can I assist you? Without waiting for a response, Ding Xiaobei pulled out a 100 yuan bill. Young man, here's for you. I need to ask you something. The waiter was flattered and immediately beamed. Sir, whatever you need, just say the word. I just want to ask about your boss's wife, haha. Ding Xiaobei gave a meaningful smile. The waiter didn't bat an eye. After all, the 2 keywords for this hot pot restaurant were hot pot and the boss's wife, so they were used to such requests. What's your boss's name? How old is she? Where's she from? We all call her Sister Rose. She told us she's 38, but we're not sure where she's from. Sister Rose hasn't mentioned it to us, the waiter answered honestly. Does your boss have a boyfriend? Or any other close partners? Ding Xiaobei asked mysteriously. Ding Xiaobei looked dead serious, his earnest expression making Ye Chenfei and his brothers stifle their laughter. Probably not. We female staff have already confirmed this. Sister Rose says she doesn't have a boyfriend. It's been over a month since we opened, and I haven't seen any men around her. Though, many customers have tried to pursue her by sending flowers after meals, but Sister Rose has turned them all down. The waitress answered every question, showing excellent service attitude. Wow, little brother, so Sister Rose really isn't just anyone. Her standards for men are incredibly high. Xiaobai chimed in. Pretty much. The guys who come chasing after our Rose are either rich or handsome, all top-notch catches. But Rose's standards are just too strict, she turns them all down without mercy. We're all wondering what kind of guy she actually likes. Ding Xiaobei chuckled as he leaned in, slipping 200 yuan bills into the waiter's hand. Hey buddy, what do you think? Do you think I've got a shot? Maybe your boss lady likes rough and tumble guys with a soft heart like me? Ha! Ye Chenfei and his 2 brothers couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ding Xiaobei's expression was just too ridiculous, they suddenly felt an urge to beat him senseless. The waiter, however, was an exception. He pondered thoughtfully. That's actually hard to say. The men who come to pursue Sister Rose come in all types, but I've never seen one like you. Why don't you go try your luck in the kitchen? There's a flower shop right next door. Maybe you'll hit the jackpot and become the man our Sister Rose desires most. Right on. Right on. Ding Xiaobei perked up instantly. I'll give it a shot. If I win today, I'll cover every single bill for all the customers. True to his word, Ding Xiaobei dashed out to buy a bouquet of roses. He borrowed a suit from a nearby table and, flowers in hand, headed straight for the hot pot restaurant's kitchen. The remaining 3 brothers stood dumbfounded. Ye Chenfei watched Ding Xiaobei's receding figure inside. Looks like Xiaobei's genuinely fallen for that woman this time. Never seen him this bold before. Whenever we mention confessing to girls, this kid'd hide in his mouse hole from embarrassment. This time he's thrown caution to the wind, even sacrificing his dignity. I'm not interested in Ding Xiaobei, but I'm curious to see just how beautiful this Rose sister really is. Lao Shu mused deeply. If Ding Xiaobei fails with his confession, I'll borrow his bouquet and go in to try my luck. Who knows? Rose's sister might just prefer the style of a tech-savvy geek like me. A few minutes later, Ding Xiaobei emerged from the hot pot restaurant's kitchen, head hanging low. The bouquet of roses was gone from his hands, and his face was etched with utter dejection. The outcome of his confession was painfully obvious. So, how'd it go, Xiaobei? Mouse leaned in to ask. Don't toss that bouquet.
Lend it to me to try my luck. You little jerk, trying to rub salt in my wounds? Ding Xiaobei glared at Mouse, sinking into his seat in utter despair. Alright, Xiaobei, tell us the details. If it really doesn't work out, we brothers can go in and avenge you? Xiaobei chimed in. I gave her the flowers, and she just glanced at me. Ding Xiaobei felt utterly humiliated, then she actually pulled out a good guy card from her pocket and handed it to me. The brothers burst out laughing again. Handing out a good guy card on the spot, this beauty had a pretty creative way of rejecting men. But this only fueled Ye Chenfei's curiosity even more. What kind of woman was this boss lady? Another strange woman. Clang. Just as the brothers were drinking and chatting, they suddenly heard the sound of a glass shattering. A man at the next table abruptly stood up, pointing at a waiter beside him. What kind of attitude is this? Is this how you treat customers? The server was the same one Ding Xiaobei had just tipped. Head bowed, face flushed crimson, he stammered. I'm sorry, sir. I truly can't fulfill that request. I'm just a server here, I don't have that authority. Crash. Immediately after, the customer hurled another glass cup. Chapter 150, The Angry Security Guard. The cup-smashing customer was a young man dressed in fashionable, luxurious attire. His unconventional appearance and sleek, shiny hairstyle were quite eye-catching. His expensive designer outfit immediately gave off an air of wealth. Many present recognized him instantly, Luo Yongxiang, son of Luo Batian, the local kingpin of Donghai City. His family controlled the interests of all businesses in this area, and their influence in the Lotus district was undeniable. Luo Yongxiang and his 4 companions occupied 2 hotpot stations, their table laden with an array of stir-fried dishes and several crates of beer. His henchmen nearby adopted an aloof, spectator-like demeanor, seemingly accustomed to his cup-smashing antics. The scene drew the attention of every nearby customer. Luo Yongxiang's face was flushed crimson, his speech brimming with arrogance, and his drunken demeanor made it clear he'd had far too much to drink. What's wrong with asking your boss's wife to come toast me a few times? I've been a customer here countless times, don't you owe her that much courtesy? This is clearly looking down on me, Luo Yongxiang. He deliberately bellowed his name, as if afraid anyone might not recognize his reputation. I'm sorry, Mr. Luo, but I really can't make that call. I'm just a lowly waiter, the boss wouldn't listen to me anyway. Please don't make things difficult for a small fry like me. Then go get your boss out here. Tell her this place is under our family's control. If she won't give me face, she's not giving herself face. Luo Yongxiang said viciously. I can't do that either, Mr. Luo. Our boss has made it clear no matter who makes such demands, she absolutely won't agree. If you cause trouble here, security will escort you out. The waiter trembled with fear as he spoke. What did you say? Luo Yongxiang grabbed the waitress by the collar. You said security would escort me out? Dare you repeat that? Is that how you speak to me? I'll see which security guard dares to touch me. Luo Yongxiang's attitude grew increasingly arrogant. Customers at nearby tables, fearing trouble, hurriedly left, desperate to avoid getting entangled with such a troublesome individual. Ding Xiaobei's table was closest to Luo Yongxiang, and they watched the situation unfold clearly. The group felt extremely annoyed, especially Ding Xiaobei. Clenching his fists, he muttered, "This bastard is disgusting. Looks like heaven's giving me a chance to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress." Ye Chenfei promptly kicked him. What's your problem? The owner's wife hasn't even come out yet. She won't see you showing off like this. If you want to flex, at least do it in front of the lady, got it? That's a fundamental rule of picking up girls, you understand? Ding Xiaobei nodded repeatedly. Brother Yi, you're right. Showing off in front of the boss's wife would be way cooler and more impressive, haha. Luo Yongxiang's drunkenness kicked in. Holding a condiment box in one hand, he grabbed the waiter's hair with the other. One last chance. Either you go get your boss out here, or I'll make you choke down every single one of these chili peppers raw. The waitress was utterly terrified, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Security! Security! Security, come save me! Security? Who's your security? Step out here so I can see you." Luo Yongxiang surveyed the crowd, his voice deep and menacing. Let go of the waitress. A security guard did indeed emerge from the crowd, uniform, cap pulled low, sunglasses on. The security guard appeared short, under 5 feet 7 inches, and not particularly sturdy, more like the skinny, slight type. The most noticeable feature was the small mustache curling at the corner of his mouth. Paired with his tiny sunglasses, the look was somewhat stylish, yet it gave off an air of all show and no substance. Messing with someone like Luo Yongxiang was bound to spell trouble for this hotpot restaurant's security guard. The guard approached with light steps, his voice barely audible. "Sir, if you need anything, just let me know. I'll handle it for you." Oh. So you're this hotpot restaurant's security guard. Luo Yongxiang's henchmen joined in the jeering. You sure look dashing. You look like you can really pack a punch. What do you train in Yongchun or Sanda? How many martial arts championships have you won? Ha! The group burst into raucous laughter, showing no respect whatsoever for the security guard. His build and posture were even less imposing than the waitstaff. What was the owner thinking, hiring someone like this as security? Luo Yongxiang released the waiter and turned to face the small security guard. Are you planning to kick me out of here?
If you continue making unreasonable demands and causing trouble here, then I have no choice but to kick you out. You're already ruining other customers' dining experience. The little security guard replied in a clear, professional tone.
Ha! As soon as the security guard finished speaking, Luo Yongxiang and his group burst into loud laughter. The little security guard sure knows how to put on airs. Dare you take off your sunglasses and let us see your pathetic face? He's just a lowly security guard. Facing 5 of us alone, this kid actually dares to say he'll throw us out? That's nothing but a fool's fantasy. Young man, do you know who I am? Luo Yongxiang pointed at the guard. My name is Luo Yongxiang. Kick me out? Not only will you regret it, but this hot pot restaurant won't last a day.
The security guard remained calm.
All right, gentlemen, please leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll call the police or have you escorted out. You think you can push me around? Is it that hard to deal with just one boss lady? Luo Yongxiang roared, swinging a punch.
But the security guard's speed far surpassed his.
With a swift kick, he struck Luo Yongxiang squarely in the knee, sending him flying several meters away. Luo's knees buckled, and he collapsed into a half-kneeling position with a thud, his expression hilariously comical. A master's skill reveals itself in a single move. The unassuming young security guard's technique instantly marked him as a trained fighter to any discerning eye. Damn it, you really hit me? Luo Yongxiang couldn't believe what had just happened. He scrambled to his feet, his hand flying toward the security guard's face. Though the security guard wore sunglasses over his eyes, his movements were precise. He deflected Luo Yongxiang's arm and swiftly locked his wrist in a reverse 60-degree angle. Ah! Luo Yongxiang screamed in agony as his wrist bone felt like it was about to snap. My hand! My hand! The other henchman lunged forward, only to hear the guard, still holding Luo Yongxiang, bark, if you want Luo Yongxiang crippled, come on then. As the words fell, Luo Yongxiang's face contorted in agony. No, don't come near me. It hurts so much, I'm dying here. You bastard security guard. Let go of our boss Yongxiang. You better believe we'll kill you anytime we want. You guys should worry about Brother Chang's arm instead. If you don't get lost now, your big shot will end up crippled. The unassuming little security guard said coldly, Brother Chang, tell your lackeys to get lost and apologize to our staff. My mistake. My mistake. I shouldn't have caused trouble here. I'm sorry. I'll never dare again. Luo Yongxiang's capitulation was astonishingly swift as he scrambled to apologize. He must have been tortured beyond endurance. His mouth gaped wide, his face darkened. The little security guard had him under control with just one hand, a stark reminder of the gulf between them. Under Luo Yongxiang's intimidating presence, his henchmen followed suit with apologies. The arrogant swagger of Luo Yongxiang and his crew underwent a complete reversal, a bitter pill indeed for them. The young security guard then released Luo Yongxiang's arm. If you come causing trouble again, don't blame me for being rude. Get lost. Chapter 151, The Interesting Security Guard 2. The unassuming young security guard unleashed unexpected power, leaving Luo Yongxiang looking like a drowned rat. The surrounding customers all began to regard the young guard with newfound respect. As he stormed off, Luo Yongxiang spat venomously, if this hot pot place stays open, I'll change my surname. The hot pot restaurant's turmoil came to an end. The waitstaff returned to their duties, and the customers continued their meals, their moods undisturbed. Instead, they gained a new topic for conversation over their meals. Wow, who knew that security guard had some serious skills? I was planning to show off myself, but that guy totally stole my thunder, Ding Xiaobei remarked, gesturing toward the security guard. But that Luo Yongxiang was way too arrogant. If he wanted to hit on the girl, he should have just said so instead of pulling that disgusting stunt. He totally deserved it. Xiaobei patted Ding Xiaobei's shoulder with a smile. You're the big shot of Taishao Street, yet haven't you noticed an interesting phenomenon? Interesting phenomenon? That little security guard is quite interesting. With his skills, working as a security guard here is a waste of talent. If we could recruit him to Donghai City, he'd surely make a name for himself. Ding Xiaobei sighed with emotion. Sigh, there's really nothing to discuss with a brute like you. It's like talking to a wall. Xiaobei waved his hand dismissively, then turned to ask Ye Chenfei, what about you, brother Yi? Did you notice this phenomenon? Ye Chenfei smiled faintly, took a sip of beer, and said, yeah, the security guard is a big problem. Turns out she's a woman. That little security guard is a woman? Ding Xiaobei nearly spit out his beer, his brow furrowing deeply. How is that possible? She looked perfectly normal. How could she be a woman? A woman working security? And she's so skilled? Ding Xiaobei, you stubborn oaf, you just wouldn't believe me. Didn't you notice she didn't have an Adam's apple? That detail is so obvious. Just give me a quick glance, and I can spot it right away. Xiaobai said smugly. Seriously, Yi? That security guard was really a woman? Not just Ding Xiaobei, even Lao Shu was caught off guard, asking curiously. Better not make a fuss about it. Let's just enjoy our hot pot in peace. If she wants to keep it a secret, we shouldn't expose it. These little secrets are best kept among us brothers. Xiaobai empathized, pushing a plate of vegetables into the pot. No, Ding Xiaobei recalled blankly, the more you say it, the more I think that little security guard was a woman. She had delicate features, wasn't very tall, and her voice was as high-pitched as a mosquito's buzz. I suspect that security guard was actually the owner of this hot pot restaurant. Interesting. I think that's possible too. I'm getting more and more eager to meet that owner. Mouse held a soup spoon in his hand and licked it with his tongue in a rather lecherous manner. Interesting my ass. Hurry up and eat. Once we're full, we're heading back. Ye Chenfei tapped both Mouse and Ding Xiaobei on the head with his chopsticks. Guys, you haven't forgotten about Wang Haitao, have you? Get ready, it's time to dig him out. Just as the brothers were chatting idly, a deafening roar of engines suddenly erupted outside. Moments later, dozens of fierce-looking burly men stormed through the hot pot restaurant's entrance. Each of these burly men wielded iron rods, their faces twisted into vicious grimaces as they stormed into the restaurant's main hall. Leading the charge was none other than Luo Yongxiang, who had been tortured earlier, flanked by a towering, imposing man with a silk scarf tied around his head. The bandana-wearing man sported a sleek leather vest, gripped a stainless steel nunchaku, and wore oversized aviator sunglasses perched on his high cheekbones. His heavy leather boots clattered loudly with each step. It was obvious to everyone that this man was Luo Yongxiang's hired enforcer, brought in for revenge. Dragon Stick. Among the hot pot restaurant's patrons, someone recognized the man instantly. Isn't that Dragon Stick one of Donghai City's 4 bullies? We're done for. If they've brought in Dragon Stick, this hot pot place is practically closing down today. If only I'd known then what I know now. I shouldn't have crossed Luo Yongxiang earlier, that guy's no pushover. Seeing this intimidating display, some diners in the main hall quietly slipped out, afraid of drawing the attention of these unwelcome guests. Ahem. As soon as they entered, henchmen began barking orders, our dragon boss is handling business here. Everyone uninvolved, get out now. You don't want to get caught in the crossfire. The words barely left their mouths before nearly all the patrons fled in panic. The hall, once bustling with over 20 tables, was now left with only 2 or 3, all of whom had some connection to the thugs. They stayed mostly out of morbid curiosity. Ye Chenfei's table, however, remained unfazed. The brothers continued drinking beer and eating hot pot, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. The few waitstaff in the hall were also intimidated by the sight of dozens of thugs. The restaurant's main dining area wasn't particularly spacious to begin with, and the sudden influx of 30 or 40 men made it feel even more cramped. A palpable tension hung thick in the air. Clang! As Long Gunzi sat down, he slammed his hand hard onto the restaurant table. The wooden surface groaned, sending bowls and chopsticks tumbling across the surface. Luo Yongxiang's wrist was bound in pristine white bandages, clearly applied recently. His gaze, however, was savage and vicious as he surveyed the surroundings with a look that could devour a man. Long Gunzi pointed at Luo Yongxiang beside him and bellowed, "Young Master Luo, were you bullied in this place?" Long Gunzi's roar thundered like a clap of thunder, reverberating through every corner of the dining hall. Several timid waitresses cowered in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Ding Xiaobei surveyed the scene and snorted coldly. Brother Yi, looks like I'm stuck meddling in this mess after all. Guess fate wants me to cross paths with that stunning boss lady. Heaven's giving me a chance to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. This kind of trouble isn't something that little security guard can handle alone. Xiaobei, I think you should stop showing off. There are at least 30 or 40 of them. We only have 4 brothers on our side. If it comes to a fight, the 4 of us might not even hold our ground. Xiaobai voiced his opinion, I can handle protecting myself, but I don't have the ability to take down a large group. You cowardly little Xiaobai. Listen to yourself. I, Ding Xiaobei, have some standing in Tianhai City. Today, I'll resolve this mess without losing a single man and win the beauty's trust. Ha! Ding Xiaobei declared with brimming confidence. When the beautiful boss lady appears, it'll be my moment to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress and taking down the whole gang. Just then, a male waiter approached timidly. It was the same one Luo Yongxiang had just harassed, likely someone in a minor supervisory role here. The waiter approached Long Gunzi and his group with his hands clasped behind his back. Gentlemen, if there's anything you need, please tell me. I'm the floor manager. My surname is Lu. You can call me Xiao Lu. My brother was bullied here earlier. Tell me, did that happen? Longko Town crossed his legs and pointed at the waiter, barking. It wasn't bullying. There was a misunderstanding with our security staff. Here's what happened. Crash. Long Gunzi suddenly swung his arm, sending a section of his nunchaku crashing down with brutal force. The solid core staff generated immense force upon impact, punching a hole straight through the wooden table. Splinters flew everywhere. Did I come here to listen to stories? Ha! Sir, let's sit down and talk this out calmly. The waiter had maintained a humble demeanor throughout, but his face had turned noticeably pale. Clearly, the person he was dealing with today had some seriously powerful connections. You and your talking. Long Gunzi suddenly roared, kicking the waiter aside with a single swift motion. Get that asshole security guard who hit me out here. I want to see who dares lay a finger on our young master Luo. Long Gunzi's kick was powerful, landing squarely on the waiter's chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the waiter rolled several feet away. Damn it! You were so cocky when you hit him, but now you're too scared to show your face? Get your ass out here. Or I'll wreck this hot pot place. Long Gunzi raised his nunchucks high once more, smashing the wooden table before him to splinters. The security guard won't be coming out. Let me apologize to everyone, a soft, delicate voice chimed in at that moment. Everyone turned to see the owner's wife emerge from the kitchen, wrapped in an apron. Though dressed in simple work attire, she couldn't hide her unique, captivating charm. Her ponytail's end swayed lightly, her face was exquisitely beautiful, and as she walked, the subtle sway of her chest revealed her impressive figure without effort. She emerged with an intoxicating smile, her dimples clearly visible on both cheeks. Like a spring breeze, it swept across everyone's eyes, instantly brightening the atmosphere. Even the most fiery-tempered person would have their anger dampened by 3 parts upon seeing her smile. Ding Xiaobei pointed at the proprietress, shouting excitedly, "See that? I told you she was gorgeous, didn't I? Every move she makes is unforgettable. My soul's already been stolen by her. Xiaobei, forget about this woman. She's mine," Ye Chenfei declared suddenly, his gaze sharp and commanding. Chapter 152, My Extraordinary Boss Lady. What? Ding Xiaobei gasped in shock, his voice cracking. Brother Yi, what did you just say? Are you out of your mind? There's a proper order here. I saw her first. You can't be so unfair to your own brother. Heh, Xiaobei, I'll bet you this, the boss lady only likes men like me. Ye Chenfei explained calmly, a rare, brilliant smile spreading across his face. Brother Yi, I refuse to believe that superstition. Why should all the beauties like you? I'm no less handsome than you. Today, I'm going to compete with you for this gorgeous lady. Ding Xiaobei rolled up his sleeves defiantly. You're the owner? You're quite the looker. Long Gunzi gave the owner a dismissive glance and said in a condescending tone, My brother, Mr. Luo, was just beaten up in your establishment. You should be well aware of this, right? I do know some details. Overall, our security guard was at fault. Immediately after the incident, I severely reprimanded him and fired him on the spot as a warning. The landlady's smile remained utterly captivating, her eyes hazy with a dreamlike quality that left most of the men in her entourage mesmerized. Fired? Madam, you think you can pull a fast one on us? Firing him means we have no grounds to cause trouble? You take us for fools? Long Gunzi's demeanor remained brutish, his eyes bulging as if poised to devour someone at any moment. No, sir. What happened earlier was indeed our fault. I now formally apologize to Mr. Luo. I hope you can forgive our employee's misconduct. We truly apologize, Mr. Luo. The proprietress maintained an unflappable demeanor. Though young and beautiful, she possessed considerable skill in navigating social situations. Madam, you're practically confessing. You think one apology will settle this? Let me tell you, if you don't bring that thug out today, I, Long Gunzi, won't let this drop. But boss, I really did fire that person. If you don't believe me, go check the back. If you find any trace of him, I'll agree to any compensation you want. The boss's wife pointed calmly toward the hot pot restaurant kitchen and smiled. Guys, please don't make things hard for me. Running a hot pot shop as a woman isn't easy. Consider how tough it is for women to start businesses. Don't hold this against me. At worst, I'll give you all 50% off whenever you come eat here. How's that? Not good enough. How do you plan to handle this? My brother can't just get beaten up for no reason. Look at this arm, it's crippled. Long Gunzi yanked Luo Yongxiang closer. At that moment, Luo Yongxiang, riding on his brother's coattails, piped up, Madam, if you'd been this reasonable earlier, it would have been fine. You could have just come out to have a few drinks with me. My brother Long is right, I can't just let this go today. You, madam, need to show some sincerity. Sincerity? I understand. Gentlemen, please state your terms. The madam placed her hands on her hips, smiling seductively. You refuse to drink with us out of disrespect. Well, today we'll make you drink until you're satisfied. Luo Yongxiang grabbed 2 bottles of liquor from the counter with his free hand. First, finish these 2 bottles. Zhejiang Daku, 52% ABV. 2 bottles meant 2 gin of liquor, downing them in one go was a deadly game. Anyone who knew liquor understood this demand was Luo Yongxiang deliberately making things difficult for the boss lady. Is that all? Without a second thought, the landlady flicked her eyes, snatched the bottles, and started gulping them down without hesitation. Her drinking style and sheer audacity stunned everyone instantly. Not only was this woman as beautiful as a flower, but she drank with such fierce intensity, downing the baijiu as if it were beer. Clink.
The landlady slammed the empty bottles onto the counter, tipping them upside down.
Both bottles were drained dry. She didn't even burp, pretty straightforward. Wow, this landlady can really hold her liquor.
Long Gunzi remarked with a hint of mischief. I hear women who can drink are also quite skilled in other areas.
Landlady, are you skilled in that department too? The landlady gave a cold laugh and turned directly to Luo Yongxiang. Young Master Luo, is this acceptable?
I hope you won't make things difficult for this little woman.
You think that'll settle it? That's way too easy for you. Long Gunzi bellowed.
I won't beat around the bush or call security. I'll deal with you directly.
My brother really likes you.
Spend one night with him, and this whole thing never happened.
This demand made Luo Yongxiang smirk with satisfaction.
He'd been planning to make a more subtle request to the madam, but now he realized Long Gunzi's blunt approach was far more persuasive.
Ha, boss, aren't you putting me on the spot?
I'm not a nightclub hostess. The madam wiped the wine from her lips and laughed.
Guys, stop teasing me. Long Gunzi's smile vanished, replaced by a menacing expression as he retorted, Madam, does my tone sound like I'm joking? This is exactly what I mean.
My boss has only this one son, no one dares lay a finger on him. Yet he comes to your hot pot place and ends up with a broken arm.
Letting you sleep with him is actually a bargain.
We didn't wreck your shop, consider that us giving you face.
Ha, boss, you don't joke like that. That's way too extreme, the landlady protested, still smiling. Crash.
Long Gunzi suddenly erupted, leaping up and smashing a nearby table. Uing.
Don't you understand Mandarin? Either we wreck this place, or you sleep with my brother. You decide.
Long Gunzi's roar sent a shiver down the waiter's spine. The man was like a beast incarnate. A single glare was enough to send chills down your spine.
Humph.
If you insist on this form of compensation, then I can't possibly agree to your demand.
If it comes down to it, we'll just call the police.
The landlady's expression finally darkened, her tone turning stiff.
Call the police? Fine, go ahead.
Guys, smash everything to pieces. Destroy it all before the cops arrive. Long Gunzi led the charge, smashing a bench to pieces.
Hold it. Everyone stop. Just as the battle was about to erupt, Ding Xiaobei suddenly bellowed. Who the hell are you?
Mind your own business and eat your hot pot.
A henchman stepped forward to block Ding Xiaobei. Guys, here's my card. Get to know me.
Ding Xiaobei grinned as he handed out his business cards. I'm from Tianhai City, running the show on Taishao Street.
I'm pretty tight with your boss, Luo. Long Gunzi glanced at him. You're that Ding Xiaobei from Taishao Street?
Yes. I came to Donghai City with some friends today for hot pot, and we just happened to run into you guys here. Now that they recognized him, Ding Xiaobei felt more confident. After all, he still held some weight in Tianhai City.
What are you up to? Playing the hero?
Long Gunzi retorted.
Hero stuff? I just want you guys to give me some face. Don't pick a fight over the boss lady's little issue. It's not worth making such a scene over something trivial. Running a shop alone is tough enough for her. Ding Xiaobei smiled warmly, defending the owner. Give you face?
Seeing someone intervene, Luo Yongxiang grew even more agitated. If I give you face, does that mean my arm was broken for nothing? This is Donghai City's turf.
What business do you Tianhai City folks have meddling here? Enough, enough. Everyone, stop talking.
Long Gunzi waved his hand. I can let this woman off sleeping with my brother. But being a good guy isn't that easy, and picking up girls isn't that simple either.
You'll have to show your sincerity.
Long Gunzi said solemnly.
No problem. As long as today's issue is resolved satisfactorily, I'm willing to take responsibility for the landlady.
Ding Xiaobei glanced at the landlady with a thoughtful expression and agreed readily. The landlady shot Ding Xiaobei a grateful look. The aftereffects of the baijiu were kicking in, her cheeks flushed crimson, an unintended touch that added a captivating charm to her allure. Long Gunzi pointed his nunchucks at a black stray dog outside the hot pot restaurant, which was sniffing around a trash heap for food. Ding Xiaobei, the landlady doesn't have to sleep with my brother.
How about you sleep with this black dog instead? Ha! As Long Gunzi finished speaking, a wave of laughter erupted. The group of underlings behind him couldn't help but burst into laughter, many doubled over by the sudden humor. Ding Xiaobei instantly flew into a rage. So you're not giving me this favor? Give you face? Why the hell should I give you face? Long Gunzi pointed his nunchucks at Ding Xiaobei. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry wants face? Who the hell do you think you are? You're just a dog by DeFei's side. Even DeFei bows down to our boss. What are you, some kind of thing? I could smash your skull right now, and DeFei would still be laughing and licking our asses. You wanna fight? Ding Xiaobei's rage boiled over, finally erupting. Cough cough. At that critical moment, someone's cough echoed through the air.
Ye Chenfei approached with a smile. Everyone, calm down.
Ye Chenfei instantly captured everyone's attention. Yet at that moment, someone covered their mouth in utter astonishment. That person was none other than the boss's wife. Ye Chenfei, it's actually you? Rose, did you change your name? Ye Chenfei greeted her with a sharp smile. Chapter 153, My Extraordinary Landlady 2. Ye Chenfei walked straight up, his smile exceptionally bright. The most astonished person in the entire venue was undoubtedly the landlady. Despite her thorough preparations, she never imagined encountering Ye Chenfei here, the first man she'd ever been intimate with, the man who had taken her virginity. The top-tier boss lady was none other than Xiao Shui, the premier assassin of the Hitman Group. Flashback to 1 month prior, Xiao Shui had failed in her assassination attempt against Ye Chenfei. Through a series of unfortunate events, she had instead developed a deeper connection with him. The pride of the top-ranked assassin plummeted to rock bottom. The assassin organization enforced strict discipline. Failure in a mission inevitably brought punishment, and even the top-ranked assassin, Xiao Shui, was no exception. The punishment entailed withholding the antidote for her poison, forcing the assassin to endure excruciating internal torment. Xiao Shui received a 3-day sentence. No antidote would be administered during that period. This punishment was tantamount to extreme torture for an assassin, inflicting unprecedented physical and mental devastation. It was akin to a relapse of drug addiction. After 3 days of agony, the punished assassin would essentially reach a state where death seemed preferable to life. In her despair, Xiao Shui recalled the relief formula Ye Chenfei had prepared for her. Following that formula, she concocted a medicinal broth that actually alleviated her poisoning symptoms. It turned out Ye Chenfei hadn't deceived her after all. 3 days later, Xiao Shui single-handedly eliminated the leader of the assassin organization, disbanding the group on the spot. The female assassin changed her name and re-entered seclusion within the city. After her retreat, Xiao Shui chose to settle in Donghai City. She avoided Tianhai City precisely because she feared encountering Ye Chenfei, the man who was the most important in her life, yet one she knew she should never reconnect with. Thus began the legend of Donghai City's hot pot beauty. At that very moment, Xiao Shui felt a sudden dizziness. For an instant, she almost thought she was seeing things. The person she believed she would never see again in this lifetime had suddenly appeared before her in a unique way. Her heart began to pound wildly, and a flushed heat spread across her cheeks. Ye Chenfei, how are you here? Xiao Shui asked in utter shock, her cherry red lips parting slightly. Who's to blame when the hot pot beauty is so famous? I'm always drawn to beauties, Ye Chenfei chuckled mischievously. The moment Xiao Shui emerged from the kitchen, he recognized her instantly. Though her style had changed and the sharp edge had softened, he still knew this woman in his life at a glance. Even though he'd taken her by mistake while drunk, an inexplicable connection still existed between them. Ding Xiaobei, who had been trying to show off, suddenly froze. Confused, he asked, Ye Chenfei, you two know each other? Well, sort of, Ye Chenfei replied with a smile, his answer deliberately vague. We were close back then, heh. No wonder. No wonder you were so confident earlier. You just wanted to see me humiliated, didn't you? That's not cool at all. You little jerk. Ding Xiaobei felt both love and hate, the surge of accomplishment he'd just felt vanishing in an instant. Hey! What the hell is going on here? You guys are having a great time chatting, but do you even notice us? Long Gunzi and his gang of dozens felt ignored. Waving his nunchucks, he pointed at Ye Chenfei. Where the hell did you crawl out from, you stray cat or dog? Only then did Ye Chenfei properly acknowledge Long Gunzi, stepping in front of Xiao Shui. In his dictionary, letting his woman be bullied was simply unthinkable. Long Gunzi, huh? My name is Ye Chenfei. I'm with Brother Xiaobei. He already made it clear earlier that he doesn't want trouble here. Do you really want me to repeat myself? If this escalates to a fight, I doubt you'll come out on top. Ye Chenfei's tone from the start was far more domineering than Ding Xiaobei's, showing none of the latter's previous willingness to compromise. You! Say that again. Long Gunzi erupted into inexplicable rage at these words. From the start, he hadn't given Ding Xiaobei the time of day. Even though he'd heard about Ding Xiaobei's exploits in Tianhai City, this was Donghai City's turf, his territory. How could he tolerate someone showing off here? Long Gunzi, don't think just because this is your turf, we'll let you push us around. Got the guts to whack me on the head? Ye Chenfei shoved his head forward, taunting Long Gunzi without a shred of fear. You think I won't? You think I'm scared? Unable to withstand Ye Chenfei's provocation, Long Gunzi raised his nunchucks, ready to strike. Long sticks, you bastard, have you thought this through? Ready to die? Ye Chenfei suddenly bellowed. Long Gunzi's motion froze instinctively. The nunchucks hovered mid-air, and a sly grin spread across his lips. What did you say, you little bastard? You think I'll die first? Long Gun, are your nunchucks faster than bullets? Ye Chenfei retorted, glaring up. Bullets? What the hell are you babbling about? You got a gun? Long Gun, you better check your forehead. See if something's stuck there. Long Gunzi frowned and touched his forehead. Suddenly, his men shouted, Boss Long, there's a crosshair on your forehead. Luo Yongqiang also spotted a red laser dot dancing on Long Gunzi's forehead. Boss. There really is a crosshair. Only then did Long Gunzi catch sight of the red dot in the hall's reflective glass, the crosshair of a sniper rifle. Clearly, a gun was aimed directly at his forehead. Long Gun's face instantly drained of color. You actually had someone lying in wait here? Ye Chenfei stepped forward. We brothers prefer quiet meals, but our gear never disappoints. Young Master Luo, you're included. As Ye Chenfei finished speaking, a red crosshair appeared on young Master Luo's head. Young Master Luo blocked it with the back of his hand, revealing the conspicuous crosshair. Startled, he shrieked and frantically scanned the room for its source. How is this possible? Where are your men hiding? Come out. Come out now. Boom. Ye Chenfei stepped forward and delivered a flying kick straight to young Master Luo's chest. The young master was sent flying, crashing hard onto the marble floor of the hot pot restaurant. What a piece of this Mr. Luo. Just him bullying women. I've had my eye on you for ages. Ye Chenfei roared in fury. Ow. Young Master Luo let out a wail as his head slammed hard against the floor. His already injured arm suffered further damage, and the pain made him roll around on the ground, wailing loudly. The absurd thing was, no matter what position Luo Gongzi was in, that conspicuous red heart mark kept moving around on his body. Though he was clearly in agony, the sight of the red heart bouncing about made him too afraid to scream out loud. You bastard! You dare hit young Master Luo! I'll kill you! Long Gunzi and his gang of henchmen behind him surged forward in fury. But Ye Chenfei suddenly whipped around. You dare! Move a muscle and I'll blow your brains out! The conspicuous red dot darted left and right across Long Gunzi's eye. Transmitted from the direction of the hot pot restaurant's kitchen, it was clearly a warning aimed at him. Long Gunzi actually halted his advance. As someone who'd risen through the ranks of the underworld, he knew exactly what this signal meant. Ding Xiaobei, you guys are disgusting. Using such despicable, shameless tactics? If you've got the guts, let's settle this one-on-one. Thud. Thud. Ye Chenfei tossed Luo Gongzi aside and swung a backfist at Long Gunzi. The punch landed with brutal force, sending a tooth flying straight out of Long Gunzi's mouth. 30+ men ganging up on one woman? What gives you the right to talk trash to me? Ye Chenfei delivered another kick to Long Gunzi's gut, sending him crashing to the ground. His once proud nunchucks rolled away from his grasp. The surrounding henchmen, seeing Long Gun knocked down, were about to rush in to help. But Long Gun bellowed at the top of his lungs, freeze. Do you want my head blown open? Don't move. Don't move. The red heart mark remained fixed on Long Gunzi's face, showing no sign of wavering. Though seething with resentment, he dared not make a move, his mind in utter chaos. Thud. Ye Chenfei straddled Long Gunzi and unleashed a barrage of fists without a second thought. Several minutes later, Ye Chenfei finally pulled his hands away from Long Gunzi's body and pointed at the man, shouting, Long Gunzi? Feeling good? Both Long Gunzi and Luo Gongzi were beaten beyond recognition. Luo Gongzi simply shielded his head with both hands, not daring to show his eyes. Long Gunzi's fate was even more gruesome. The headscarf wrapped around his head was already soaked in blood. 2 front teeth had been knocked out, and his entire body was covered in blood. I asked if you enjoyed it. Answer me. Ye Chenfei bellowed, his eyes narrowing menacingly. Yeah. Long Gunzi shouted reluctantly. Know your mistake? Yes, yes. Long Gunzi and young Master Luo answered in unison. The surrounding underlings were all dumbfounded. With their 2 leaders beaten beyond recognition, the rest could only stand by and watch. Nothing could be more hilarious than this scene. Get up. Get up and apologize to Sister Rose. And so, Long Gunzi and Luo Gongzi, along with their 30-odd underlings, shouted in unison, Sorry, Sister Rose. We were wrong. Before leaving, Ye Chenfei reiterated once more, Long Gunzi, Luo Yongxiang, I know you're seething inside. My name is Ye Chenfei, and I'm right here in Tianhai City. If you've got a problem, come find me. But if I find out you're harassing Sister Rose, I promise you'll regret it. Chapter 154, Red Heart Points. Under Ye Chenfei's commanding roar, Long Gunzi, Luo Yongxiang, and their crew fled the hot pot restaurant in panic. Even as they ran, the 2 red heart points doggedly pursued them. The pair dared not utter a sound, scrambling and stumbling away in utter disarray. Once Long Gunzi and his crew were out of sight, Ding Xiaobei couldn't help but ask curiously, Bro Yi. That move just now was so damn cool. Solving the problem without lifting a finger, and giving those 2 arrogant jerks a proper beating that felt awesome. Just then, Mouse emerged from the kitchen. Ding Xiaobei, that's exactly why you need to learn more from Brother Yi. Those 2 red dots were created using this. With that, Mouse revealed his prized possession, a keychain toy with 2 laser pointers attached. Turns out, the blasts that hit Luo Yongxiang and Long Gunzi earlier were just 2 toy laser pointers costing less than $10 each. Ha! So that's what scared the hell out of those bookies. Ding Xiaobei sighed, playing with the toy laser pointers in his hands. Brother Yi, I'm seriously impressed. How did you even think of such a brilliant trick? Times have changed. To survive in this world, you need brains, not hot-headedness. Those who've died once have the most authority to speak on this. Ye Chenfei sighed deeply. Just then, Xiao Shui, standing behind Ye Chenfei, suddenly spoke up. Ding Xiaobei snapped his fingers. Brother Yi, spill the beans. How did you meet the beautiful boss lady? You've been playing it so mysterious from the start, we've all been left in the dark. Xiao Shui cut in coldly, nothing to tell. I barely know Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei, you can leave now. You're not welcome here. Ah, madam, that's not right of you, Xiaobai interjected, unwilling to let it go. Our brother Yi helped you out of such a huge crisis. How can you not even say thank you? Instead, you're trying to kick him out? That doesn't seem fair, does it? I could handle this trouble myself. I didn't need your meddling. Ye Chenfei, get out. I never want to see you again. Xiao Shui, unusually furious, glared at Ye Chenfei. The smile she'd shown Long Gunzi vanished completely. Madam, is this how you repay brother Yi? Even Ding Xiaobei couldn't stomach it anymore. You two were together for a while, after all. You can't just turn your back on him like this. What nonsense are you spouting? I have absolutely no connection to this man. Ye Chenfei, are you still not leaving? Get out. A barrier had always existed in Xiao Shui's heart. He was originally her target to hunt down, yet fate had turned him into the first man in her life. Suddenly, she didn't know how to face Ye Chenfei before her. All she wanted was for him to vanish from her sight immediately. Her head felt dizzy and foggy. She desperately needed a quiet world. Throughout the entire exchange, Ye Chenfei remained silent. He grinned broadly, watching the furious Xiao Shui. After over a month apart, her appearance had changed slightly. She now carried an ordinary girl's approachability. Yet her temper remained fiery, unchanged from her days as a top-tier assassin. Rose, can I have a word with you? I'll leave right after. Ye Chenfei flashed a mischievous grin, his voice playful. No way, Ye Chenfei. You have no right to show your face here. Get out of my sight immediately. Xiao Shui started to threaten him, but the thought that she was no longer an assassin made her quickly rein in her tone. Just one sentence, Ye Chenfei countered, holding up one finger. Ye Chenfei, I said no means no. Xiao Shui's tone was unwavering. Many employees nearby stared at her with astonished expressions. In the eyes of these employees, Sister Rose had always been an enigmatic figure. Everyone knew the security guard was actually Sister Rose in disguise, and her formidable skills only added to her air of mystery. Really not possible? Ye Chenfei said, shamelessly leaning toward Xiao Shui. The smile on his face looked extremely lecherous. Xiao Shui stumbled backward several steps, exclaiming in alarm, Ye Chenfei, what the hell are you doing? Get out of here, you hear me? Rose, you know I'm best at forcing myself on people. Ye Chenfei growled softly, suddenly lunging forward to grab Xiao Shui and hoist her onto his shoulder. What? Everyone present froze in shock. Employees instinctively covered their mouths, eyes wide. The scene was too sudden that man had just hoisted Sister Rose onto his shoulders. Ding Xiaobei, Xiaobai, and Lao Shu, the three brothers, were also utterly dumbfounded. When had Brother Yi become so domineering? And this way of picking up girls was way too direct. Ye Chenfei, put me down. Let me go. Xiao Shui clung to Ye Chenfei's shoulder, kicking wildly with her hands and feet, her face flushed as red as a ripe peach. Xiao Shui struggled fiercely, but Ye Chenfei had her at her weakest point. His thick arms were wrapped precisely around her slender waist, as delicate as a water snake. Once a woman was held like this, it was like a snake being pinched at its vital spot. There was no escaping it. Let me go. Let me go. Ye Chenfei, you bastard. Ye Chenfei. Xiao Shui was mortified, wishing she could vanish into a mouse hole. This happened in front of dozens of her employees. Her proud aura, her rose sister image, had been completely devoured by this man. Amid Xiao Shui's hysterical screams, Ye Chenfei hoisted her into a small room inside apparently the staff break room. Slam! Closing the break room door, Ye Chenfei finally set Xiao Shui down from his shoulders, his face still radiating that lecherous grin. Xiao Shui, one night as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. You don't have to treat me like this, do you? You bastard! Xiao Shui's tiny fist slammed hard against Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei caught her small hand mid-swing. Just a few words, no need to get so worked up, right? After all, I am your savior, aren't I? Humph. Xiao Shui offered no reply, instead launching a kick at Ye Chenfei's groin. Her watery eyes glowed with coy shyness. Enough, stop this. Ye Chenfei stepped forward, pressing his body firmly against Xiao Shui's soft frame. They stood locked in an intimate posture, reminiscent of their first encounter. Xiao Shui, I never imagined you'd open a hot pot restaurant here. I've been asking around for news about you and learned you took down the leader of that assassin organization. None of your business. Ye Chenfei. I'll never forget the pain you caused me. Xiao Shui turned her head away, refusing to look him in the eye. A woman's first time had been taken so carelessly no one could swallow that humiliation. I know you want to live as an ordinary woman now, to escape that assassin organization forever. But there's one thing I must tell you, there's another person in Tianhai City who knows your true identity. That person is Wild Wolf. From what I understand, the only people he wants dead more than me right now are you and me. Wild wolf? Alright, I know. Xiao Shuai replied indifferently. I don't care what you think. Write down my phone number.
Ye Chenfei quickly scribbled his number. The moment you sense wild wolf hunting you down, contact me immediately.
No need. I can protect myself.
Xiao Shuai tried to push him away, but Ye Chenfei forcefully shoved the number into her uniform pocket. Don't worry, I won't disrupt your life.
And that dragon stick guy? He's no pushover either. If they bother you again, I'll take them out myself. Xiao Shuai's facial muscles twitched.
This man's demeanor was brutally forceful, yet his words filled her heart with warmth.
Alright, I'm off.
Ye Chenfei flashed his lecherous grin again.
Next time before work, you should really put on some makeup, the uglier the better. Looking this good, what customer would even think about eating hot pot? None of your business.
Xiao Shuai huffed irritably, her palms still lingering with Ye Chenfei's warmth.
Of course it's my business, Rose. I hear you have high standards for boyfriends. How about this? How do my qualifications stack up?
If you find me suitable, I wouldn't mind starting a relationship with you from scratch.
Get lost. Ye Chenfei.
By the time they returned to Tianhai City, evening had fallen. The brothers scattered in different directions, and Ye Chenfei prepared to head back to the clinic. Just as his car reached the intersection of Taishao Street, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, but the voice on the other end sounded oddly familiar.
Ye Chenfei recognized it instantly. Hello? Is this Ye Chenfei? Wang Haitao? Ye Chenfei was taken aback. That bastard involved in the Ye family tragedy was actually calling him? You're calling me? Did I hear that right? Ye Chenfei, shouldn't we settle our scores once and for all? Wang Haitao unexpectedly cut straight to the chase. Ye Chenfei suddenly felt confused.
He wondered if Wang Haitao had sensed something unusual.
Could it be that this guy had discovered his true identity? Ye Chenfei dared not speculate recklessly. He asked vaguely, Wang Haitao, have you lost your mind? There shouldn't be any direct grudges between us, right? No grudge? You snatched my woman, doesn't that count? Su Chunmei was my fiancée, and you just took her away from me. You think you can brush it off so casually? So that's the grudge. How do you want to settle this? One-on-one or a brawl? Come out. Let's meet face to face. Chapter 155, Ace Lawyer. Tianhai City.
Inside a Starbucks coffee shop, Su Chunmei sat poised at a table, glancing at her watch intermittently as if awaiting someone. Su Chunmei's outfit today was still strikingly eye-catching, a fitted blue trench coat paired with purple patterned leggings, layered over a white knit top. Her chest curved slightly upward, showcasing the perfect golden ratio of a woman's figure. Before long, a hurried figure appeared at the entrance. It was none other than Wang Haitao, the top-tier lawyer who had been relentlessly pursuing Su Chunmei. Dressed in a black business suit and carrying a black briefcase, he rushed in, his steps hurried. As soon as he entered, he looked around frantically, searching for Su Chunmei.
Xiaomei, I'm sorry I'm late.
Something urgent came up at the last minute and held me up, Wang Haitao explained as he sat down across from Su Chunmei.
Wang Haitao, if it's important, just get to the point. It's getting late, and I need to head home for dinner.
Su Chunmei had already made it clear she wanted nothing more to do with Wang Haitao. Yet, he had called her parents, leveraging his connections to arrange this meeting, insisting it was extremely important and shrouding it in mystery.
Little did he know that such tactics wouldn't bridge the gap between them, they only widened the distance. Hungry? We can order something to eat first. I'll pick the dishes. Wang Haitao held up a menu, ready to order. No, really, I don't need to. I'm not used to outside food. What's this important matter you want to discuss? Su Chunmei quickly intervened, understanding Wang Haitao's intent.
Yet in her heart, Ye Chenfei had long since taken his place.
Alright, Xiaomei. Actually, I need to talk to you about Ye Chenfei. I have some very important information to share with you. Wang Haitao ordered a cup of coffee and spoke in a solemn tone. Ye Chenfei? What about him? What are you trying to say, Wang Haitao?
Su Chunmei asked, turning toward him.
Xiaomei, I know you and Ye Chenfei have established a romantic relationship. You two have been spending a lot of time together lately. Wang Haitao, these matters aren't any of your business, are they?
What Ye Chenfei and I have is entirely my own affair.
Su Chunmei could almost predict what Wang Haitao was about to say next.
Wang Haitao would surely launch into a series of attacks against Ye Chenfei, or expose some unknown secret about him. Xiaomei, don't get so worked up. If you knew what kind of person Ye Chenfei really is, you'd be even more upset. Wang Haitao pressed on. I don't need you to remind me what kind of person he is. I know him better than anyone else, don't I? Su Chunmei considered herself quite familiar with Ye Chenfei in this regard. What if I told you he's a wanted criminal? Wang Haitao's movements froze abruptly as he dropped a bombshell. What? A fugitive? Wang Haitao? Don't you think this joke is going a bit too far? You can compete fairly with Ye Chenfei using your own abilities, but pinning this charge on him?
Don't you find that laughable?
Su Chunmei didn't believe a word Wang Haitao said. Instead, her impression of him worsened.
Thankfully, she'd met Ye Chenfei in time.
Otherwise, dating someone like this would be nothing short of insulting herself.
Xiaomei, I know you must be shocked. Wang Haitao took a sip of coffee and said calmly, what if I told you Ye Chenfei is a rapist? Wang Haitao, what exactly are you implying? I'm telling you this so you can get away from Ye Chenfei immediately.
This man is extremely dangerous. He may be connected to a case involving the rape of a young girl. I'm currently investigating a series of rape cases, and a lot of evidence points to Ye Chenfei as a major suspect. It's basically been confirmed now, and we're in the final stages of gathering evidence.
Enough, Wang Haitao. My patience has limits. I don't have time for your wild theories. I must leave now. I won't allow you to falsely accuse Ye Chenfei.
If you do something like that, I truly misjudged you.
Su Chunmei made a helpless gesture and stood up to leave. Xiaomei, I'm a lawyer.
I wouldn't make baseless accusations.
We're now highly confident Ye Chenfei is the culprit. We're just one final step away. I don't want you to get hurt. You have evidence? Su Chunmei couldn't help but halt her steps.
She scrutinized Wang Haitao with a strange look, then held out both hands.
Where's the evidence? Show it to me. If you don't have proof, stop making baseless accusations here. You should know better than me what the consequences of false accusation are. Su Chunmei, you stay right there.
Wang Haitao shouted anxiously.
You want proof, huh? Fine, just wait. I'll find a way to get it to you. I'll make sure you see how hard I've worked for this. Wang Haitao, I won't believe a word you're saying. I know Ye Chenfei better than you do.
Please spare me these ridiculous excuses.
We'd be better off never seeing each other again. You actually came up with rape as an excuse. Su Chunmei's face flushed with anger as she stormed out. Fine. Su Chunmei, just you wait. You wait.
This outcome differed from Wang Haitao's expectations, yet a hint of sinister satisfaction flickered across his face.
Ye Chenfei. You really think I, Wang Haitao, have no options?
The price for touching my woman is a lifetime rotting in prison.
Wang Haitao downed the coffee in his cup in one gulp. At that moment, a man in a tailcoat appeared silently beside Wang Haitao.
The man appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in distinctly Western style, a black tailcoat, a neat little bow tie, and a center-parted hairstyle. At first glance, he resembled a waiter from a high-end Western restaurant. A conspicuous pocket watch hung from his chest, and his dark, clear eyes gave off an eerie, unsettling vibe.
So, Mr. Wang, you've set your heart on this woman.
She is indeed beautiful, a worthy match for your stature, the man remarked politely, standing beside Wang Haitao.
Dr. Hang, I didn't pay you to ogle beauties. I hired you to deal with Ye Chenfei. Do you have confidence in this?
Wang Haitao stood his ground, his voice cold and sharp.
Rest assured, Boss Wang.
With your meticulously planned scheme and my personal expertise, taking down Ye Chenfei is absolutely guaranteed.
Hang Qinghe declared with brimming confidence.
Meanwhile, Ye Chenfei turned his car around and headed toward the hotel Wang Haitao had mentioned. This establishment was Tianhai City's renowned private hotel, one Ye Chenfei had already researched beforehand. As the name implies, a private hotel is exclusively reserved for one individual or group. No other guests are present, and everything from the cuisine and table settings to the beverages is meticulously tailored to their preferences. Calling it a bespoke hotel would be no exaggeration. Such establishments were typically reserved for hosting distinguished guests. Ye Chenfei hadn't expected to receive such treatment himself, though he couldn't help but wonder if such an extravagant setting was a bit excessive for a confrontation between two rivals. Following the address provided by Wang Haitao, Ye Chenfei turned onto a road and drove into a beautifully landscaped estate. The private hotel was nestled within this estate. The roads were smooth and wide, though devoid of streetlights. It was common knowledge that diners here valued privacy above all else. No streetlights, no tails, no cameras. At the end of the road, several terraced villas stood silhouetted against the night sky, their soft lights glowing with understated luxury. Just as they were about to reach the hotel, Ye Chenfei suddenly received a call from Jing Yuqing.
Hey, brother Yi. Ding Xiaobei said you're back already? Why haven't I seen you? Where are you? You promised to go see a movie with me. I already bought the tickets.
Jing Yuqing's voice sounded quite anxious on the other end.
Oh, something came up. I'm meeting a friend for a chat. Brother Yi, you're lying, right? I bet you're secretly meeting up with some woman.
Jing Yuqing asked suspiciously.
You little brat. Do I look that free? I really do have things to handle with a friend.
If you're free, get off work early.
You're always imagining things. Brother Yi, it sounds like you're already in the Longzhuang development zone area? Ah.
Ye Chenfei's heart skipped a beat.
How did Jing Yuqing know he was here? Coming to this private hotel was an impromptu decision. Could that little brat have followed him?
Ye Chenfei instinctively glanced back, but saw no sign of anyone tailing him.
What the hell are you playing at, girl? How did you know I was in this area? Oh, you bastard Yi. Bastard Ye. I was just guessing, and I got it right. You weren't even meeting a woman. You dirty pervert. You filthy pig. Jing Yuqing's tirade left Ye Chenfei drenched in cold sweat. The longer they spent together, the more clingy she seemed. On average, he endured a barrage of text messages daily. Even when they were in the same room, she'd send him 2 smiley face pictures via WeChat. They say women become clingier after getting laid. Ye Chenfei couldn't even imagine what it would be like if Jing Yuqing were his girlfriend. Alright, girl, I really wasn't out fooling around. Can you just think straight? I don't care. If you're secretly meeting up with that woman, I won't let you get away with it. Don't forget you already have a girlfriend. You can ignore me, but you absolutely cannot betray Sister Xiaomei. Chapter 156, Dialogue Before Death. Pure Love Clinic. It was a quiet moment at the clinic. Jing Yuqing leaned back in her chair, her smartphone cradled in her hands. A software program ran across the large screen, her bright eyes flickering thoughtfully. The software running on her phone was called Smart Location. Its primary function was to pinpoint the exact location of a phone number. Jing Yuqing had secretly installed this system on Ye Chenfei's phone a few nights ago. With this little trick, Ye Chenfei's every move would now be under her control. Jing Yuqing chuckled softly. This was precisely why she could pinpoint Ye Chenfei's location with such accuracy. Not only could she determine which district he was in, but she could even see exactly which street he was on and which building he was standing in front of. Ye Chenfei, oh Ye Chenfei. With this app, if you dare to fool around, you'll have to answer to Sister Xiaomei. I'll destroy you in the name of the moon. Jing Yuqing stared at her phone screen, her smile turning wickedly evil. As Ye Chenfei's location gradually shifted, Jing Yuqing's expression grew increasingly suspicious. The map showed him entering a high-end hotel. The hotel's name on the map was Imperial Grand Hotel. Ha! Didn't Ye Chenfei say he was meeting a friend for a chat? Why would they need a hotel for that? I bet there's something fishy going on here. Jing Yuqing tapped the exact location on the map, analyzing cautiously. Ye Chenfei's old Santana parked in a random spot as he slowly walked into the Imperial Hotel. The hotel's overall layout was a vintage building, somewhat reminiscent of old Shanghai's Western-style architecture. Its duplex structure featured walls subtly accented with warm amber lighting. 2 imposing stone lions stood guard at the entrance, adding an air of mystery to this imperial-level establishment. 2 elegant hostesses stood at the entrance, smiling warmly from afar as they gestured invitingly. Mr. Yi, please come this way, they greeted softly. Ye Chenfei followed one of the hostesses into a high-end restaurant within the hotel. Though called a dining room, it was essentially a private suite. Lavish decor immediately caught the eye. The tableware, chairs, and even the entire room were gilded in gold, creating an overwhelmingly glittering effect upon entry. World-renowned paintings hung on the walls, each framed with gilded borders. A crystal chandelier, radiant and extravagant, hung at the room's center, radiating an aura of high-end sophistication. Faced with such opulence, Ye Chenfei felt an urge to slip on shoe covers. The dining table was already set with exquisite dishes and premium red wine, their enticing aroma filling the air. Sir, please wait a moment. Your friend will be here shortly, the hostess said softly, guiding Ye Chenfei to a seat. Shortly after, Ye Chenfei heard the crisp sound of leather shoes approaching outside. Wang Haitao, with his greasy hair and powdered face, appeared at the doorway. In the vast room, only Ye Chenfei and Wang Haitao were present. It hardly felt like a banquet, more accurately, it resembled a battlefield. Dr. Yi, you're here. My apologies. I was delayed by some matters and arrived late. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Wang Haitao entered with a beaming smile and greeted him. Enough with the formalities. No need for this pretense of kindness, Wang Haitao. I have no interest in the meal you prepared. I came to formally inform you of something. Xiaomei and I have committed to each other. From now on, you can abandon any lingering hopes. Stop harassing Xiaomei. Ha! Wang Haitao burst into hearty laughter. Dr. Yi, you're being too formal. Must we always face each other like enemies? Do we have to be so stiff whenever we meet? Come, sit down quickly and try our signature dish. I prepared it especially for you. Ye Chenfei snorted coldly. Wang Haitao, the accounts between us are far from settled. Today isn't the day for settling scores. I'll come find you myself another time. What's this, Ye Chenfei? Are you just going to leave like this? At least hear me out. As a victim, shouldn't I have a say too? Wang Haitao spread his hands wide, adopting a look of deep grievance. Ye Chenfei cut off his exaggerated speech decisively, shouting his accusation. Wang Haitao, dare you look yourself in the mirror? Dare you call yourself a victim? Haven't you done things that defy all humanity? Dr. Yi, you're speaking in riddles. If that's the case, we should sit down and talk even more. Are you afraid to eat the food I prepared? Worried I'd poison your meal? Is that all the courage you have? Wang Haitao kept repeating meaningless platitudes. Wang Haitao, don't try to bait me. If I dared come here, I'm not afraid of your tricks.
Ye Chenfei plopped down, grabbed a bottle of red wine from the table, and started gulping it down. Ye Chenfei, there's no one else here today. I'll lay my heart bare for you. Wang Haitao promptly sat down across the table, uncorked a bottle of red wine, and began drinking alongside him.
You know what? Su Chunmei was a woman I'd watched for 3 years and pursued for 2.
My infatuation with her reached a mad level. I'd risk everything, resort to any means, just to have her.
You should understand that feeling, right?
All these years, I'd been like a fish in water throughout Tianhai City.
Everything I touched turned to gold, my future limitless.
But then you, Dr. Yi, came along and shattered my entire world. My legs were broken, millions lost, and now even my woman has been stolen.
Ye Chenfei. Your ing my unlucky star. After downing several glasses of red wine, Wang Haitao's temper flared violently. All the humiliation, resentment, and rage he'd endured recently surged to the surface.
He slammed the wine bottle down on the table, sending wine splashing everywhere. His eyes were bloodshot, radiating a fierce, hate-filled glare.
Shut the up.
Ye Chenfei's voice boomed, several drinks louder than his. Wang Haitao, you have no right to accuse anyone.
Have you counted how many treacherous, depraved things you've done?
You're covered in filthy garbage, your veins pulse with poisonous blood. You're nothing but a walking corpse now.
Ask yourself, do you deserve Xiaomei? One is human, the other a ghost. 2 beings from different worlds. Isn't it all because of you?
If not for you, I would have married her long ago.
Even if I'm tainted, it's you who stained me black. You're right, I am heaven's instrument to taint you. But I'm also the Grim Reaper sent to claim your life.
Ye Chenfei suddenly grinned, pointing at Wang Haitao. Let me tell you this, Wang Haitao, your worthless life has no more than a week left. Within that week, those you've harmed will return as vengeful spirits to settle the score.
Ha! Wang Haitao stripped off his suit and roared with laughter. Ye Chenfei, you've miscalculated. I'm the one who's coming for your life. If I have a week left, then you've got maybe an hour. What? Planning to silence me here?
Ye Chenfei surveyed the glittering golden world around him. If I dared come here, I'm not afraid of you taking my life.
Even if I die, I'll drag you, Wang Haitao, down with me. Exactly.
You must die. If you don't die, my misfortune will never end. In this world, it's either you or me, both cannot coexist.
Ha!
The 2 drunken men roared with laughter, their bodies tangled together. These sworn enemies, as incompatible as water and fire, had launched their fierce confrontation in this peculiar manner.
Clang! Ye Chenfei set down his wine bottle and thrust his head out as far as it would go. Want Ye Chenfei's head? Then come and get it. What are you waiting for? Once this chance is gone, it won't come again.
You won't kill me, but you'll regret it someday.
You're wrong, Ye Chenfei.
You will die today, but not by my hand.
Have you forgotten I'm a lawyer? Does a lawyer need to kill with his own hands? Wang Haitao's expression suddenly hardened. He leapt to his feet and instinctively took several steps back.
This was Wang Haitao's signal to engage in battle with someone. Whoosh! Ye Chenfei suddenly heard the sharp whistling sound of projectiles, clearly weapons being fired from a certain direction. A sudden chill ran down Ye Chenfei's neck as something pierced his throat.
Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chenfei yanked it from his neck.
Only then did he see it was a tiny syringe.
Damn it! Ye Chenfei roared, immediately drawing his Nepalese knife from his chest. Wang Haitao. You've got some nerve. Is this your attempt at a hongmen banquet? Exactly. A hongmen banquet. You described it perfectly, Ye Chenfei. Wang Haitao cackled wildly. Didn't I tell you?
This is how we settle our score.
You. Then you can report to the king of hell first. I'll kill you first. Ye Chenfei raised his Nepalese knife, ready to charge forward, but suddenly his legs gave way.
His head buzzed, and his vision began to blur.
Anesthetic, he realized instantly. Too late, Ye Chenfei. I'll arrange a perfect ending for you. You'll die in the most satisfying way possible. Wang Haitao, you bastard.
Ye Chenfei struggled to advance, but the anesthetic's effects were already taking hold. His entire body was paralyzed, and the Nepalese dagger slipped from his grasp.
No matter how much he planned, he still fell into Wang Haitao's trap. Just as Ye Chenfei's vision blurred, a man in a tailcoat suddenly appeared before him.
Before he could make out the man's face, Ye Chenfei fainted.
Chapter 157, Death Trap.
The Imperial Hotel, this enigmatic establishment hidden within the city's bustling heart. Its opulence and grandeur made it the perfect venue for hosting distinguished guests, yet its secrecy and discretion also rendered it an ideal grave for silencing witnesses. In one of the hotel's standard rooms. At that moment, soothing, pleasant music played softly. Warm breezes from the air conditioner drifted through the room, as comfortable as a spring breeze caressing one's face. Ye Chenfei sat on one of the sofas, his back resting against soft cushions. His eyes were slightly closed, appearing to be in a deep sleep, and faint snoring could be heard. Hang Qingha and Wang Haitao sat directly across from Ye Chenfei. They had shifted the battlefield from the dining room to the bedroom. This was part of the plan, and the most crucial step.
Dr. Hang, with your skills, handling Ye Chenfei should be no problem, right?
Wang Haitao regained his cold expression and asked with feigned concern.
Absolutely no problem. As long as Ye Chenfei is unconscious, I'm completely confident I can hypnotize him. Don't forget this is my profession. I'm a member of the World Hypnosis Association. A faint smile touched the corner of Hang Qinghe's mouth. Very well, Dr. Hang. We're counting on you. Your reward will be doubled for taking care of Ye Chenfei. Can we begin now? Any time. Hang Qinghe snapped his fingers, rose from his seat, and moved behind Ye Chenfei.
To the rhythm of soothing music, he extended his hands. First, he made a gesture above Ye Chenfei's head, then began massaging the acupoints at the base of his skull with both hands. His pressure was perfectly calibrated, and his acupoint location precise. As the massage progressed, Ye Chenfei's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, his expression settling into deep, peaceful sleep. After a full 5 minutes of massage, Hang Qinghe whispered softly into Ye Chenfei's ear, Ye Chenfei, can you hear me? After calling out over 10 times, Hang Qinghe still received no response. Wang Haitao was puzzled. Dr. Hang? What's going on? Why isn't Ye Chenfei answering? The answer was simple. The only explanation was that this man possessed an exceptionally strong mind, impervious to ordinary hypnotic techniques. Hang Qinghe stopped his massage. Can't hypnotize Ye Chenfei? Does that mean our plan is ruined? Wang Haitao couldn't help but grow anxious. Mr. Wang, you're underestimating me. If that's all I'm capable of, what kind of hypnotist would I be? Hang Qinghe pulled a syringe from a case. He swiftly drew up an unknown solution, rolled up Ye Chenfei's sleeve, and injected it. Mr. Wang, this is a foreign imported agent. Once injected into Ye Chenfei and combined with my unique hypnosis technique, it will absolutely break down his psychological defenses. True to his word, within minutes of the injection, Ye Chenfei's face flushed crimson, and his entire body visibly relaxed. Hang Qinghe switched to massaging 2 different acupoints and tried speaking to Ye Chenfei again. Can you hear me calling you? Can you hear my voice? At this point, Ye Chenfei slowly nodded his head and mumbled a response. Hang Qinghe immediately gave Wang Haitao an okay gesture, signaling that Ye Chenfei was now fully hypnotized. Who are you? Where am I now? Ye Chenfei suddenly asked. You're doing very well. You're lying on the grass in the park, basking in the warm spring sunshine. Can you feel the cozy air around you? It's warm and comfortable, isn't it? And the white clouds drifting across the sky, can you see them? Hang Qinghe didn't rush into the main topic, instead focusing first on stabilizing Ye Chenfei's emotional state. Yes, I see it all, Ye Chenfei nodded in agreement, cooperating fully with Hang Qinghe's guidance. Very good. From now on, I'll ask you a few questions. You must answer them carefully. Only then can you live forever in this beautiful environment. Understand? Hang Qinghe continued guiding him in a professional tone. What is your name? What is your profession? My name is Ye Chenfei. I run a clinic and work as a doctor. Ye Chenfei answered honestly, his expression calm and unruffled. Hang Qinghe and Wang Haitao exchanged a glance. This marked the beginning of Ye Chenfei's hypnotic state. From this point onward, no matter what questions were posed, he would answer truthfully and completely. Even his most deeply hidden secrets would be revealed without hesitation. Very good. How old are you, and where is your hometown? I'm 23 years old. My hometown is Tianhai City. Ye Chenfei, do you know this person named Wang Haitao? At this point, Hang Qinghe finally got to the heart of the matter, subtly beginning to penetrate Ye Chenfei's fragile psyche. Yes. What are your thoughts on him? I'll kill him. Ye Chenfei answered with narrowed eyes. His brow twitched twice at the mention of Wang Haitao, revealing just how despicable the man was in his mind. Why kill Wang Haitao? Do you hate him that much? Hang Qinghe pressed further, probing deeper into Ye Chenfei's innermost secrets. I hate him. He killed my family. I must kill him. I will avenge my family. Even in his unconscious state, Ye Chenfei shouted these words with burning fury. At the critical moment, Wang Haitao suddenly murmured, and hastily gestured for Hang Qinghe to stop. He whispered a warning, Dr. Hang, are you certain Ye Chenfei is truly under hypnosis? Something feels off. I killed his family? That's impossible. The hitmen I sent didn't even scratch him. It shouldn't be possible. Ye Chenfei is clearly in deep hypnosis. Everything he says during this session reflects his true inner thoughts. Think carefully, Boss Wang, did you ever harm Ye Chenfei's family? Hang Qinghe, confident in his hypnosis skills, shook his head decisively. How about this, try asking Ye Chenfei some other questions? There must be some oversight in the process, Wang Haitao suggested. Immediately afterward, Hang Qinghe re-hypnotized Ye Chenfei and asked, Ye Chenfei, who is your father? Yi Mingliang. What? Yi Mingliang? Wang Haitao couldn't suppress a startled cry. The name sent a jolt through him, like a bolt from the blue. Impossible. How can Dr. Hang's statements get more and more unreliable? How could Ye Chenfei's father be Yi Mingliang? Yi Mingliang's son was burned to death long ago. His son's name was Yi Fei, and he didn't even look like this Ye Chenfei.
Could Ye Chenfei's thought process be malfunctioning?
Wang Haitao's mind raced with questions.
Mr. Wang, no need to rush. Let's continue questioning him. We'll get to the bottom of this soon. Hang Qinghe turned back and pressed on. Ye Chenfei, what exactly did Wang Haitao do to your family that makes you so desperate to kill him?
Wang Haitao set fire to our Yi family home. He took the lives of 6 members of our family.
That's why I must seek revenge.
I will kill Wang Haitao and find the murderer responsible for slaughtering my Yi family.
The moment Ye Chenfei uttered these words, Wang Haitao's body trembled uncontrollably.
This statement had struck a nerve deep within his psyche.
No. Dr. Hang? How could Ye Chenfei know these secrets? Why does he know what happened to the Yi family?
Wang Haitao asked, his voice filled with panic and confusion. The deepest secret buried in his heart had just been spoken by Ye Chenfei.
It was utterly unbelievable. Ye Chenfei's answers were all factual. Boss Wang, did you notice? There was no trace of abnormality in his facial expressions. Judging by the anesthetic's potency, Ye Chenfei's deep hypnosis should last at least another 20 minutes. Wait. Wang Haitao suddenly recalled a crucial detail.
3 years ago, Yi Fei had supposedly been burned to death.
But the charred corpse people saw was unrecognizable. Could it be? Could Yi Fei still be alive? Was Ye Chenfei actually Yi Fei? But Wang Haitao had seen Yi Fei's appearance. It was completely different from this Ye Chenfei.
Their facial features were vastly distinct.
How could they possibly be the same person?
After several minutes, Wang Haitao gradually calmed down. He leaned close to Hang Qinghe's ear and whispered a few words.
Hang Qinghe nodded slightly, then stepped back before Ye Chenfei and posed the most crucial question. Ye Chenfei, I ask you, who is Yi Fei? Yi Fei is me. I am Yi Fei. But Yi Fei was burned to death in the fire. Why are you still alive here? Yi Fei didn't die. He was rescued and sent to train under the Supreme Poison King for 3 years.
After transforming himself, he returned to the city. Yi Fei is Ye Chenfei, and Ye Chenfei is Yi Fei. Under hypnosis, Ye Chenfei revealed his deepest secret in a disjointed manner.
Throughout the entire process, Wang Haitao's mouth remained agape in a perfect O shape. What was this? An unexpectedly uncovered earth-shattering secret?
Ye Chenfei was actually Yi Fei, the young master of the Yi family, returned to exact revenge. After a long pause, Wang Haitao exhaled slowly. I never imagined this. By some twist of fate, I hypnotized Ye Chenfei and uncovered such a colossal secret.
Thankfully, I acted first, otherwise, Ye Chenfei would have come for me. It's fate.
Ye Chenfei is destined to die by my hand.
The Yi family is destined to be destroyed by me, Wang Haitao. Dr. Hang. Proceed with the plan. The sooner, the better. Take out Ye Chenfei. Chapter 158, Death Trap 2. Halfway through the hypnosis session, Wang Haitao found himself drenched in sweat.
The world felt far too small. He never imagined he'd encounter Yi Fei again.
That earth-shattering conspiracy from 3 years ago was resurfacing once more. Mr. Wang, you seem quite tense. What should we do with Ye Chenfei now? Hypnotherapist Hang Qinghe paused his work and asked. Stick to the original plan. Ye Chenfei, meeting me is your misfortune. You think you can seek revenge alone?
Today, I'll erase you right here in this cradle. Wang Haitao said, his eyes gleaming with savagery.
Hang Qinghe nodded in understanding. Alright, I'll go fetch the props now.
There's no time to waste, we must act before Ye Chenfei wakes from his slumber. With that, Hang Qinghe rose and left the scene, exiting the room to retrieve the so-called props.
At that very moment, Ye Chenfei remained seated on the leather sofa.
A trace of emotion lingered between his brows, but overall, he appeared calm.
The rhythmic snoring confirmed Ye Chenfei was still in a deep hypnotic state. Soon, the slow footsteps of Hang Qinghe could be heard outside. As the door opened, he was seen struggling to carry the so-called props into the room. Within moments, he was already drenched in sweat. The so-called props were indeed explosive. It was an unconscious young girl. The girl had short hair, a delicate face, and a hint of youthfulness on her cheeks. Her clothing revealed her identity. She wore a black and white school uniform, the back bearing the name of a certain school. Clearly, she was still a student, though for some unknown reason, the hypnotist had chosen her as a prop to deal with Ye Chenfei. The unconscious girl lay on the room's mattress, one arm dangling limply to the side, utterly unaware of the extreme danger she was in. It turned out the girl was a student at a certain school. Her family circumstances were simple. Both parents worked in the city to earn money, leaving only her 70-year-old grandmother at home. Wang Haitao had been watching her for quite some time. At 15 years old, still in the bloom of youth and not yet an adult, such a girl was the perfect tool to frame Ye Chenfei. After final preparations, Hang Qinghe once again sat before Ye Chenfei. First, he confirmed Ye Chenfei's hypnotic state, then began speaking softly to him. Ye Chenfei, can you still hear me? I hear you. Do you feel your heartbeat accelerating now? Your breathing isn't smooth, and your chest feels oppressed, as if a stone were pressing down on it? Hang Qinghe began implanting hypnotic suggestions into Ye Chenfei. My breathing is bad. My chest feels heavy. Ye Chenfei, under hypnosis, unconsciously touched his chest as he spoke. Very good. That's because a psychological shadow resides within your heart. Your family background is extremely complicated, and you've had very little interaction with others since childhood. This has created a void in your psyche. You are a person psychologically deprived of warmth, yearning for others' care and affection. This was the identity and psychological profile Hang Qinghe had crafted for Ye Chenfei, implanted into his mind through hypnotic techniques. The hypnotized subject unconsciously accepted this information, forming a fleeting memory within his mind. Hypnotists capable of this feat are exceedingly rare, and Hang Qinghe counted himself among them. Applied to patients with psychological disorders, this skill could yield remarkably effective treatments. Conversely, wielded for illicit criminal purposes, the consequences would be immeasurable. Yes, that's right. I have a mental illness. Ye Chenfei murmured to himself under hypnosis, naturally accepting this suggestion. Though Ye Chenfei was undoubtedly a man of considerable influence, before hypnotist Hang Qinghe, he offered no resistance whatsoever, as fragile as a weak, wind-blown ant. Exactly. A mental illness must be treated with the mind. You must break free from your current predicament. Otherwise, remaining trapped in your self-imposed isolation will easily lead to autism, posing a significant threat to your life. You could face mortal danger at any moment. This was also one of Hang Qinghe's hypnotic techniques, exaggerating the consequences to lure the patient into his carefully designed trap. Ye Chenfei found himself drawn in, an expression of terror creeping across his face as incoherent words spilled from his mouth. Then, what should I do now? How do I break out of this closed circle? You must free yourself. No one can help you now. Whether you can be reborn depends entirely on your own actions. Free myself? What exactly should I do? Ye Chenfei, under hypnosis, suddenly felt utterly helpless. This situation mirrored the darkest moment of Ye Chenfei's life when every member of the Ye family was wiped out overnight, leaving him utterly alone in the world. The emptiness, agony, and loneliness he felt then were beyond anyone's comprehension. The hypnotist's suggestion once again stirred the deepest scars within Ye Chenfei's heart. No matter how formidable a person might be in life, they still couldn't outmatch the hypnotist's words. Ye Chenfei's reactions unfolded exactly as Hang Qinghe had anticipated. Everything proceeded smoothly. Seeing the moment was ripe, he turned and lifted the unconscious girl's small hand. Ye Chenfei, extend your hand and silently observe these hands before you. Without hesitation, Ye Chenfei extended one hand, mechanically touching the girl's damp, soft hand. Whose is this? Whose hand is this? This is the hand of the woman you love. She can give you warmth. Don't reject this girl's feelings. Accept her wholeheartedly. This seemingly casual remark was the most crucial part of Hang Qinghe's entire hypnosis session. Only by overcoming your inner demons and accepting this girl before you can truly be reborn. Ye Chenfei, you know what you must do now, right? You mean, have relations with the woman I love? That's what acceptance means? Ye Chenfei voiced the hypnotist's intent aloud. Exactly. That's precisely it. Ye Chenfei, stop hesitating. Step forward and claim this woman. Your paradise lies right before your eyes. Hang Qinghe deliberately intertwined Ye Chenfei's hand with the girl's small one, facilitating a smoother connection between them. I understand. I know what I must do. Ye Chenfei nodded slowly in response. Excellent. Then the next step is yours. Ye Chenfei, take your most crucial step forward. Are you ready? I'm ready. Good. Since you're ready, stand up. Begin your self-transcendence. As Hang Qinghe spoke these words, he and Wang Haitao exchanged a knowing smile. At this stage, the entire plan was already more than halfway to success. Under hypnosis, Ye Chenfei had completely lost his basic rationality. Using the psychological suggestion Hang Qinghe had implanted, he would now engage in sexual relations with this underage girl. Once Ye Chenfei became one with the girl, he would be irrevocably transformed into a rapist. Regardless of his denial, he had already engaged in sexual relations with a minor, having lured her to the Imperial Hotel through kidnapping. The charges of kidnapping and rape, compounded by the victim being a minor, would result in a minimum sentence of life imprisonment. The rest of his life would be spent behind bars. Yet life imprisonment wasn't Wang Haitao's ultimate goal. He had long ago installed cameras in the room, capturing Ye Chenfei's entire criminal act. Even if he had 100 mouths, he couldn't possibly clear his name. Ultimately, Wang Haitao would expose the surveillance footage. It would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout Tianhai City, igniting public outrage and amplifying its social impact. Under such circumstances, Ye Chenfei would have no choice but to face the consequences. This was the master plan of the top-tier lawyer, a bloodless, earth-shattering trap. Inside the Pure Heart Clinic, the evening business was particularly slow. Jing Yuqing sat bored in her office, clutching her phone and staring intently at the tracking app running on its screen. Why do I keep feeling like Ye Chenfei is acting shady tonight? Jing Yuqing murmured to herself. Relying solely on her woman's intuition, she sensed something was off about Ye Chenfei tonight. He was definitely hiding something from her. The map showed his location at the Imperial Hotel.
Jing Yuqing didn't know much about the Imperial Hotel, but she knew one thing for sure: when a man goes to a hotel, it's either for dinner or for a room. Ye Chenfei had already eaten dinner, so the only option left was to book a room. The thought inevitably made Jing Yuqing grow impatient. She stood up, pouting her lips. Ye Chenfei, if I find out you're fooling around outside and doing anything to betray Sister Xiaomei, I'll be the first to make you pay. With that, Jing Yuqing dialed Ye Chenfei's number directly. The number you have dialed is turned off. Please try again later, came the automated female voice on the other end. What? His phone was turned off. Jing Yuqing instantly boiled over with rage. Clutching her phone tightly, she muttered, Ye Chenfei, you're nothing but a scoundrel. Turning off your phone must mean you're up to something shady. Fine. Just wait and see how this lady will teach you shameless men a lesson. In the hotel room, Ye Chenfei slowly opened his eyes. In his pupils, he saw the reflection of a girl's delicate, petite figure. Through his hazy vision, he saw her half reclining on the bed, still smiling and beckoning at him, as if she were still speaking. Ye Chenfei, come quickly and take me, break through your own limits. I'm coming. Chapter 159, Hypnosis is not a crime. 10 o'clock at night. The Imperial Hotel lay shrouded in the stillness of the night. This establishment operated by an unwritten rule: as long as a guest paid sufficiently, the hotel would serve them wholeheartedly, truly embodying the principle that the customer is king. Any request would be fulfilled, no matter what transpired within its walls or how chaotic things became internally. By the next day, the hotel would return to normal operations, as if nothing had ever happened. This was precisely why Wang Haidao chose this location to hypnotize Ye Chenfei. Not only did it offer a quiet, suitable environment, but there would also be someone to clean up the aftermath. All it took was a little extra tip. Now that Wang Haitao knew Ye Chenfei's true identity, the situation became clearer. Tonight, one of them, whether Ye Chenfei or Ye Fei, must meet their end. Inside the hotel room, Ye Chenfei's dazed hands began to touch the little girl's cheek. He could already feel the warmth radiating from her skin, yet his eyes held a distinctly vacant, dazed look as if he were sleepwalking. Hang Qinghe and Wang Haitao stood on either side of the door. Wang Haitao personally operated the camera to record this incriminating evidence. They waited for Ye Chenfei to finish before immediately calling the police. The officers arriving on the scene would catch him red-handed, effectively ending Ye Chenfei's life. Dr. Hang? Could something go wrong? What if Ye Chenfei suddenly wakes up midway? Wang Haitao asked anxiously through the DV camera he was filming with. Ye Chenfei won't wake up unless something unexpected happens. Unless the environment suddenly changes, Mr. Wang, no one will burst into this hotel room, right? Otherwise, our plan would be ruined. Hang Qinghe turned and asked doubtfully. Rest assured, nothing will go wrong at this hotel. I've bribed all the security guards there stationed at the entrance, so no one can enter. I even turned off Ye Chenfei's phone. No one can reach him right now. Wang Haitao remained confident, having meticulously planned every detail long before execution. As time ticked by, Ye Chenfei mechanically embraced the unconscious girl on the bed. Her eyes were slightly closed, her limbs completely immobile, leaving her vulnerable body at his mercy. Wang Haitao chuckled darkly. Ye Chenfei doesn't die unjustly. Before his final breath, he gets to taste a young maiden. That makes him quite the romantic ghost. But just as Wang Haitao and Hang Qinghe thought Ye Chenfei was about to take advantage of the girl, an unexpected incident occurred. Phone locked. Contact owner immediately. Phone locked. Contact owner immediately. A deafening voice suddenly erupted in the room, accompanied by a shrill warning beep. At the same moment, inside the Pure Love Clinic on Taishao Street, Jing Yuqing held her phone, navigating the software interface. A smug smile spread across her face. Ye Chenfei, oh Ye Chenfei. You dared to go out and fool around with women. This is my trump card. I can remotely control your phone. Even if you turn it off or smash it to pieces, this alarm will keep blaring non-stop. Ha ha. With me around, you won't get away with fooling around. I'll drive you crazy. Drive you crazy. The shrill alarm echoed relentlessly through the Emperor hotel room, like a massive rock suddenly tossed into a tranquil lake, instantly sending out huge ripples. It seemed as if the entire hotel was endlessly repeating this excruciatingly piercing alarm, driving everyone to the brink of irritation. Clang! Wang Haitao froze, the DV camera in his hand suddenly slipping and tumbling across the floor. What the hell was going on? Where was this sound coming from? Hang Qinghe was also startled by the sudden noise. He pointed sharply at Ye Chenfei's pocket. Is it Ye Chenfei's phone in his pocket? Boss Wang, didn't you say you'd already dealt with the phone? Why is it still sounding the alarm? This noise is unbearably shrill. I definitely turned my phone off. I have no idea why it suddenly started ringing. Wang Haitao, caught off guard, said anxiously, could this sound wake Ye Chenfei from his hypnosis? Is our plan about to fall apart? Beep. Phone has been locked. Please contact the owner immediately. Beep. The alarm continued blaring through the room like a broken record. At that very moment, Ye Chenfei froze upon hearing the shrill alarm. His hand, which had been reaching for the unconscious girl's small hand, suddenly stopped mid-air. Even the unconscious girl let out a soft moan upon hearing the sound.
There's still time. There's still time. Hang Qinghe blurted out urgently. Ye Chenfei hasn't snapped out of the hypnosis yet. Look at his eyes, he's still in that dazed state. I'll go handle his phone.
It shouldn't cause too much trouble.
With that, Hang Qinghe strode forward.
He scanned Ye Chenfei's body, locating the source of the phone's alert sound. It was tucked into the inner pocket of his shirt.
Hang Qinghe grabbed Ye Chenfei's pocket and smoothly pulled out the troublesome phone.
But as he retrieved it, he frowned in frustration. Ye Chenfei's phone was indeed turned off, yet the sound was unmistakably blaring from its speaker. When it came to phones, Hang Qinghe was hardly an expert. He himself used a cheap knockoff model, and he didn't even know how to turn a smartphone on or off.
Hang Qinghe fumbled around for ages but couldn't silence the alarm. The sound just kept looping endlessly. Then Wang Haitao joined in the fumbling, but an even more frustrating scene unfolded. Even after Wang Haitao removed the battery, the sound continued to blast out relentlessly, like some relentless little demon. Mr. Wang? What kind of crappy phone is Ye Chenfei using? It still rings even after the battery's removed? Wang Haitao was equally baffled. I have no idea what's going on. Is this damn thing haunted or something? Wang Haitao lost his temper. He slammed Ye Chenfei's phone onto the floor and stomped on it repeatedly. The screen shattered, and the plastic casing flew apart, but the alarm continued to ring relentlessly. Damn you, Ye Chenfei. I refuse to be intimidated.
In a fit of rage, Wang Haitao hurled the phone out the window, smashing it into the swimming pool below. Only then did the alarm's shrill ringing fade from their ears, and suddenly the entire world seemed to grow quiet.
Wang Haitao exhaled a long breath. Finally got rid of that damn thing. Dr. Hang, quick! Check on Ye Chenfei. Hang Qinghe approached Ye Chenfei and scrutinized him from head to toe. Thankfully, my hypnosis was deep enough that Ye Chenfei hasn't woken up yet. Look at that almost vacant stare. But we'll probably need to reissue the hypnotic commands. Just as Dr. Hang Qinghe predicted, Ye Chenfei showed no signs of improvement. He stood motionless, staring blankly at the unconscious girl on the mattress. Ye Chenfei, can you hear me speaking? Hang Qinghe began to gather his thoughts, preparing to implant new hypnotic commands into Ye Chenfei. I hear you. Good. Do you remember the matter of self-transcendence? I remember. Possess this girl before me, accept the warmth she offers, and achieve a leap forward in my life. Ye Chenfei replied mechanically. Since you remember, then let's begin now. Possess this woman. Conquer her. She holds what you need. Mine her freely.
Hang Qinghe encouraged him, his voice thick with emotion.
I have something to say. Ha? What? Ye Chenfei, what do you want to say? Hang Qinghe was clearly taken aback, leaning in to ask. I want to say. Ye Chenfei paused blankly. I want to say, you.
Suddenly, Ye Chenfei's eyes snapped wide open. He glared furiously at Hang Qinghe and delivered a powerful flying kick straight to his stomach.
Boom!
The sudden blow sent Hang Qinghe flying backward, crashing headfirst into the hotel wall.
Hang Qinghe slammed heavily onto the floor, feeling lightheaded and dizzy, his vision blurring. His mouth gaped in shock as he trembled and groaned. Ye Chenfei. You're awake? I just woke up. Wanted to see what tricks you were up to. Hypnosis? That's novel. Who knew hypnosis could be used like this? Learn something new.
It turned out Ye Chenfei had been startled awake by the sudden alarm. But instead of reacting immediately, he froze in place for several minutes, piecing together the fragments in his mind. Combining the images in his head with the conversation between Wang Haitao and the hypnotist, he figured out roughly 7 or 8 parts of the truth. He decided to play along and execute a spectacular counterattack. Ye Chenfei lunged forward, delivering a flying kick straight to Hang Qinghe's head. Got all my secrets out of me, didn't you? Enjoy the hypnosis? The kick delivered immense force, striking Hang Qinghe squarely in the neck. An instant crack echoed as his head spun violently in multiple directions. Hang Qinghe managed to choke out a hoarse cry for help from his throat, but by then, it was already too late. His head had snapped completely to the right, a single, fatal blow. Ah! Wang Haitao froze in place, eyes bulging, mouth agape, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Ye Chenfei, you're awake? This. Wang Haitao, that was a ruthless move. I nearly fell victim to your scheme. Chapter 160, Hypnosis is not a crime too. The Imperial Hotel room lay in utter stillness, deathly quiet. Ye Chenfei, bare-chested and clutching a green-handled Nepalese machete, stared impassively at Wang Haitao. The intense murderous intent in his eyes erupted in an instant. Kicking the hypnotist's neck clean off was the best proof of that. Ye Chenfei, what are you doing? Wang Haitao was shaken by that piercing killing intent, his body trembling uncontrollably. You already know my secret, Wang Haitao. Now it's your turn to share yours. Ye Chenfei closed in step by step, his sharp Nepalese machete in hand sending a chill down Wang Haitao's spine. Secrets? What secrets? I don't know what you're talking about. Wang Haitao was cornered in the room, with nowhere left to retreat. His face was paler than a corpse. Swish!
Ye Chenfei raised his Nepalese knife. The blade flashed with a blinding gleam, its sharp edge now pressed against Wang Haitao's throat. Ah! Ye Chenfei? What are you doing? Killing me? That's illegal. Don't do it. Do you want to rot in prison? Wang Haitao cried out, his voice trembling. That question should be coming from me, Ye Chenfei retorted. You've left countless lonely ghosts to die by your hand. Why don't you know the law? Why the hell do you know the law yet break it? Though Ye Chenfei had just awakened from hypnosis, his mind was razor sharp. He hadn't forgotten the blood feud he carried, and his heart ached as if pierced by needles. I didn't kill anyone. Ye Chenfei, don't frame me. What proof do you have? Even now, Wang Haitao clung to his professional instincts, demanding evidence for everything. Evidence. This is your evidence. Ye Chenfei's fist slammed into Wang Haitao's nose. The massive blow, fueled by furious flames, unleashed unparalleled power. Thud. Wang Haitao's chest took the blow, his face contorting in agony as he slammed violently into the wall, gritting his teeth and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Help! Wang Haitao immediately screamed at the top of his lungs, turning to sprint toward the entrance. Unfortunately, Wang Haitao had forgotten that the Imperial Hotel was a high-end establishment with precise positioning. Its defining feature was turning a blind eye. Even if a massacre unfolded within its walls, no one would intervene. The hotel granted its guests absolute freedom. How could Ye Chenfei let Wang Haitao slip away so easily? With a sweeping motion, he grabbed Wang Haitao's back with pinpoint accuracy. Trying to escape won't be that easy. Wang Haitao couldn't withstand that grab. He was yanked back like a chick snatched by an eagle. Ye Chenfei's rage only intensified, and without a word, he unleashed a brutal beating on Wang Haitao. Thud! Storm-like fists pounded mercilessly into Wang Haitao's body, 3 years' worth of pent-up rage unleashed with every blow. Minutes later, Wang Haitao finally lost the will to resist. His entire body was covered in blood, his head a patchwork of bruises and contusions. At first glance, he resembled a living, breathing giant panda. But fate had other plans. By this point, Wang Haitao had effectively dug his own grave. Who could have predicted he'd be so thoroughly dominated by Ye Chenfei, reduced to a helpless state where no one would come to his aid? It was the ultimate irony. Stop. Stop. I'll talk. Just stop. If you keep this up, someone's gonna die. Wang Haitao gasped, his brow etched with pleading. At this point, he had no choice but to admit defeat and yield. Ye Chenfei's iron fists were too devastating. After that brutal beating, several of his bones were already broken. If this continued, he might be beaten to death. Huff! Ye Chenfei's iron fist pressed against Wang Haitao's nose bridge. He glared furiously and demanded, "Speak. Did you participate in the massacre of the Ye family? Dare to utter a single lie, and I'll break your nose without hesitation." "Fine, I'll tell you," Wang Haitao gasped. His nose clearly felt the steel-hard impact of the fist pressing against it. That fist pressing against his nose felt like a sharp blade piercing through his last psychological defense. He had no choice but to face the brutal truth. He had lost this battle, lost miserably, utterly, and completely. I was involved. Wang Haitao dared not utter a single lie, lowering his head, unable to meet Ye Chenfei's fist. "What role did you play in the Ye family massacre?" Ye Chenfei shoved Wang Haitao's head against the wall with his fist. "I was just a messenger. I handled the Ye family's legal contracts. I had nothing to do with the massacre." "Ye Chenfei, you must have misunderstood. I'm a lawyer. How could I possibly be involved in murder?" Wang Haitao couldn't even wipe the blood trickling from his lips as he frantically tried to exonerate himself. Thud! His excuses were met with a crushing punch to the chest from Ye Chenfei. A sharp crack echoed as Wang Haitao's nose snapped clean in two. Ah! Wang Haitao's mouth gaped open as he let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ye Chenfei, you..." Ye Chenfei retracted his fist and pressed the green-handled Nepalese knife against Wang Haitao's phony cheek. "That was just a warning. Do you think I don't know your role in this? If you don't tell the truth now, you'll never get the chance. Speak. What exactly did you do?" I bribed the head of security at the Ye family estate. I bribed the Ye family's driver. I sent someone to infiltrate the Ye residence. I used poison gas to incapacitate everyone in the Ye household beforehand. I killed every single person in the Ye family. Then I set the entire estate ablaze. All of this was made to look like an accidental fire. But Ye Chenfei, listen to my explanation. I was forced into it. None of this was my intention. Wang Haitao couldn't help but beg for mercy. I'm just a small-time lawyer. I have no grudge against the Ye family. Why would I attack them for no reason? I don't have the status or the guts. Continue. Who ordered you to do all this? Who else was involved in the Ye family tragedy besides you? Ye Chenfei sensed the truth drawing near. The deeper he investigated, the higher ranking the figures whose flaws were exposed. A killer of Wang Haitao's caliber was essentially a core operative. The ultimate truth was now just one step away. "Ye Chenfei, you must promise to spare my life. Otherwise, I'll never reveal that person's identity.
Wang Haitao spoke with extreme caution. At this point, his sole desire was to cling to his own life.
I agree. I'll give you one chance. Tell me who the mastermind is, and I'll spare your life. His name is Zhou Xianwei, Director Zhou of the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Wang Haitao gritted his teeth and blurted out the explosive information. Zhou Xianwei? Director Zhou?
Ye Chenfei's mind flashed with information about this man, vaguely recognizing him. Over a month ago, Ye Chenfei had accompanied Jing Yuqing to a blind date.
The suitor's name was Zhou Yuan, a man sporting an arrogant red mohawk. And that redhead's father was none other than Zhou Xianwei, a scourge among the police. Ye Chenfei wasn't surprised by this outcome. Long before, Third Master had warned him that a rogue cop was definitely involved among the killers. Now, that rogue cop's identity was exposed. Zhou Xianwei. Yes, Ye Chenfei was the one Zhou Xianwei had orchestrated everything for. He found me and bluntly laid out their murder plan, demanding my unconditional obedience. If I refused to cooperate, they would kill me outright. Believe me, I was truly forced into this.
Wang Haitao tearfully confessed, his words dripping with snot and tears, as if a gun were pressed to his head, compelling his confession. The corrupt cop, the corrupt lawyer, the corrupt driver, the corrupt security guard, they were all here. The very combination of these individuals sent a chill down one's spine. This massive murder plot had finally revealed its tip of the iceberg. What role did Zhou Xianwei play in this scheme? Not only did Zhou Xianwei participate in the specific plan, but he also investigated the tragic incident involving your Yi family. Numerous inconsistencies in the details were smoothed over by his hand. Zhou Xianwei's role was significant. He covered up every single detail. As long as he declared it an accident, it became an accident. At the critical moment, Wang Haitao spilled everything he knew without hesitation, hoping to earn Ye Chenfei's mercy. Ha! Hearing this, Ye Chenfei couldn't help but sigh deeply. Even now, 3 years later, these words still felt terrifying. One man couldn't fight for. No matter how shrewd and capable his father, Yi Mingliang, was, he couldn't withstand such a vast and intricate conspiracy. What else? Ye Chenfei asked in a low voice. Besides Zhou Xianwei, there must be a final mastermind behind this, right? Looking at all those who were manipulated, each had their own role, overseeing their own little corner of the operation. Zhou Xianwei was certainly one of the big fish, but he wasn't the one with the greatest stake. The Yi family's assets, totaling 18 billion, were absolutely not something Zhou Xianwei alone could swallow. I don't know. I know there's someone else, but Zhou Xianwei was extremely cautious. He never revealed that person's identity, only telling me to focus on my own tasks, Wang Haitao blurted out without prompting. You don't know? You genuinely don't know? Ye Chenfei roared, slamming his long blade hard against Wang Haitao's cheek. Speak! Who is that person? Ye Chenfei was itching to eliminate Wang Haitao right then and there, to expose the ultimate mastermind behind it all. Chapter 161, Last-Ditch Struggle. Ye Chenfei's roar filled the entire hotel room. His eyes were bloodshot, consumed by rage. To Wang Haitao, he was now the very embodiment of a murderous demon. Ye Chenfei, I truly don't know. My only contact was Zhou Xianwei. I swear I know nothing else. Everything was forced on me by Zhou Xianwei's threats. Wang Haitao desperately tried to absolve himself, fully aware that Ye Chenfei's emotions had spiraled completely out of control. His legal arguments held no sway whatsoever. Ye Chenfei stood motionless, the green-handled Nepal knife clenched tightly in his palm. After a long moment, he fixed his gaze on Wang Haitao. Seems you genuinely don't know. But it's time you paid for the sins you've committed. What? Wang Haitao collapsed in terror. Ye Chenfei, you said you'd spare my life. I've wronged the Yi family. I'm a beast. Just let me turn myself in at the police station. I beg you, give me one chance. Please. Spare my worthless life. Ye Chenfei raised the long blade high in his hand. Wang Haitao, not everything can be bought with money. No. Wang Haitao shrieked, suddenly pulling his phone from his pocket. Ye Chenfei, don't come any closer. I've already initiated a video call. Everything you're doing will be seen. If you kill me, you won't live either. You'll never know who the real mastermind is. Your Yi family will never get revenge. This was Wang Haitao's last desperate gambit. At the critical moment, he had secretly dialed a number. The phone screen displayed an outgoing call interface. This was Wang Haitao's emergency call, dialed to the most recent number in his call history. Even if you called the King of Heaven himself, it wouldn't change your fate today. Ye Chenfei didn't even blink as the green-handled long knife came crashing down. But just as the blade descended, Ye Chenfei suddenly recognized a familiar face, Su Chunmei. It turned out Wang Haitao's call was intended for Su Chunmei. After connecting, the screen automatically switched to a video call interface. Wang Haitao's final contact target was Su Chunmei, whose image instantly appeared on the display. Xiao Mei. Save me. Quick, save me. Ye Chenfei is going to kill someone. Ye Chenfei is going to kill me. Seeing Su Chunmei's face, Wang Haidao froze for a moment before screaming for help at the top of his lungs, like a drowning man clutching at a lifeline in his final moments. Ye Chenfei froze, stunned by this unexpected interruption. On the screen, Su Chunmei stared with wide, clear eyes, bewildered as she watched the blood-soaked Ye Chenfei and Wang Haidao. Chenfei, your Su Chunmei clearly saw the knife pressed against Wang Haidao's head in Ye Chenfei's hand. Both men were covered in a blur of blood, making it impossible to imagine the horrific events that had unfolded between them.
Xiao Mei! Xiao Mei! Ye Chenfei! Ye Chenfei is going to kill me! Wang Haitao shouted urgently from the side. He's gone mad. Xiao Mei, you must talk him out of it. Don't let him do something foolish. This call came at the perfect moment. Su Chunmei was Ye Chenfei's girlfriend, and the video evidence from this call provided both supervision and proof. At the very least, it clearly established Ye Chenfei had a strong motive for murder. If he actually went through with it, he would inevitably face legal consequences. Shut the up. Ye Chenfei glared at Wang Haitao, his icy stare silencing him instantly. Chenfei, I don't know what happened between you two, but please don't do anything foolish. No matter how despicable Wang Haitao's actions were, don't kill him. I'm not pleading for him, I just don't want anything to happen to you. Su Chunmei covered her mouth in shock as she pleaded, her eyes filled with genuine concern. Yeah. Ye Chenfei, Xiao Mei's right. Don't do anything foolish. Trading your future for my worthless life isn't worth it at all. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Wang Haitao hurriedly chimed in. Ye Chenfei narrowed his eyes, silent. His emotions instantly became tangled. The situation before him suddenly felt impossible to resolve. Whether to kill Wang Haitao or not left him intensely conflicted. After a few seconds of silence, Ye Chenfei slowly raised his head and said, Xiao Mei, I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't let Wang Haitao walk out of here alive. What? Ye Chenfei, you can't be so impulsive. Wang Haitao screamed in disbelief. Chenfei. Don't. Su Chunmei's tears suddenly streamed down her face. Do you want to become a murderer? If you do this, we'll never have a future. Chenfei. Do it for me. I don't want the person I love to become a murderer. I'm sorry, Xiao Mei. I can't explain much now. All I'll say is Wang Haitao absolutely cannot leave here alive. Otherwise, more than one person will die. As Ye Chenfei finished speaking, he pressed the button to turn off the phone. Simultaneously, the Nepalese long knife in his hand swung down, slicing cleanly across Wang Haitao's neck. Ah! Wang Haitao erupted in an unprecedented scream of agony. But even if he shouted himself hoarse, no one in the hotel would come to his rescue. Ultimately, he had brought this death upon himself. Why? Why, Ye Chenfei, did you have to do this? Why sacrifice your own future? Why kill me even if it means you can't exact your revenge? Wang Haitao instinctively clutched the wound he had prized so highly, but the blood gushed out uncontrollably. I am a man. I do not yield to threats. Ye Chenfei declared with unyielding authority before turning and walking away. Wang Haitao fell into a brief silence. Clutching his neck tightly, he still clung to a sliver of hope, trying to muster the strength to stand and seek help. But it was already too late. His body trembled, and he collapsed uncontrollably. The glory of the top-tier lawyer faded away. Ye Chenfei exited the room. The hotel corridor was brightly lit yet deserted. Among the hotel's flower beds, he even found a buzzing, broken phone. Though its screen was shattered, it still powered on, normally a remarkable feat for a domestic model. Ye Chenfei limped out of the hotel unimpeded. This establishment truly lived up to its service motto, setting an exemplary standard for the entire industry. On his way back, Ye Chenfei received a peculiar text message. Through the shattered screen of his phone, he could see it was sent by Su Chunmei. Ye Chenfei, you've truly surprised me. Your actions and behavior are so baffling. I can't fathom your world at all. You've stirred up so many complicated emotions in me. But I simply can't accept having a murderer as my boyfriend. Can you give me an explanation? I need your explanation. Ye Chenfei gripped the steering wheel and exhaled heavily. A meaningful smile touched his lips as a flicker of resolve settled within him. The adversaries ahead would grow ever more formidable, and the situation increasingly tangled. Perhaps now was the moment to set aside personal attachments. He tapped his phone keyboard, no explanation. I am a murderer. Xiao Mei, we should break up. Su Chunmei remained silent for a long time before finally replying with 2 words, okay. Inside Tianhai City People's Hospital, Su Chunmei was on duty in the staff room. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Moments ago, she had been lost in the sweetness of romance. Now, clutching her phone, she couldn't calm herself. For the first time, a man had hurt her so deeply it felt unbearable. In a special ward adjacent to Su Chunmei's duty room, Song Qianjun leaned against his hospital bed watching television while his bodyguard, Gu Jianqing, peeled an apple for him. Mr. Song, I never imagined so many things would happen during this trip to Tianhai City. There's something I'm not sure if I should say or not, Gu Jianqing murmured, pausing his task. Song Qianjun wore a pained expression. These past 2 days had been worse than death. He felt completely drained. While Gu Jianqing and the other bodyguards, being physically robust, had recovered almost completely, Song, due to his advanced age, continued to suffer. He required daily 4 drips and hydration, effectively spending his leisurely days in Tianhai confined to this hospital room. Go ahead. What is there left for us to hide? Mr. Song, are you truly prepared to invest in Defei's nightclub? Do you have any objections? Mr. Song, although Defei has always been courteous to us, running errands and showing utmost respect, after observing him for several days, certain issues have become glaringly obvious. While Defei undoubtedly wields significant power and influence in Tianhai City, when it comes to personal capability, this man is utterly unreliable. His execution skills are woefully inadequate. Gu Jianqing bluntly delivered his analysis of Defei, so I think we should abandon Defei. Investing in him would only bring trouble upon ourselves. Give up? Do you think we can just abandon him on a whim? A fleeting, almost imperceptible glint of cunning flashed across Song Qianjuan's face. Mr. Song, whether we invest or not is entirely our decision. Who does Defei think he is? Does he dare question your judgment? Gu Jianqing asked, puzzled. Jianqing, if you're only looking at this from the perspective of investing in a nightclub, then this Defei is worthless. But if you connect it to our big deal this time, the outcome is completely different. Song Qianjun offered his insight with a meaningful tone. Mr. Song, are you suggesting Defei is connected to our deal? Could it be? Gu Jianqing seemed to grasp something, his expression suddenly shifting. Chapter 162, The Perfect Drug Lord. Song Qianjun nodded slightly, continuing his analysis of Defei. Do you think my money just vanished? Do you think I didn't see through Defei's scheme to swindle me? I was merely playing dumb all along. My sole objective was to ensnare him. Set him up? Mr. Song, what exactly do you mean? Gu Jianqing repeated the phrase, seemingly unable to grasp the implication behind Song Qianjuan's words. Gu Jianqing, after all these years working for me, you still don't understand the procedures and steps of moving goods? From picking up the cargo to transporting it, then leaving Tianhai City, that's the most dangerous part of the entire transaction. Whether anyone's watching us or not, it's like walking on a knife's edge. Why wouldn't we hire a cheap temporary worker? And who's more suitable than Defei? Song Qianjun spoke with a smug gleam in his eyes. Having Defei's man handle this critical step was indeed a masterstroke. Success meant a happy ending and a clean parting of ways. Should anything go wrong, Song Qianjun could wash his hands of it entirely, severing all ties with Defei's crew. In his eyes, Defei was nothing but a scapegoat and a backup plan. Oh, I see. Gu Jianqing couldn't help but give Song Qianjun a thumbs up. Mr. Song, I'm truly impressed. I never imagined you could think so far ahead. People like us are only fit to be bodyguards. Now's not the time for flattery. This is just one of my plans. The real big deal hasn't even started yet. The real test of our abilities is still to come. Ring 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 ring. Song Qianjun raised a hand in a gesture. I bet Wild Wolf can't hold back any longer. Answer it. Let's hear what he has to say. Hello, Mr. Song, it's Wild Wolf. I heard you were hospitalized. How are you feeling? Fully recovered? Wild Wolf opened with a tone of genuine concern. I'm almost fully recovered. Actually, I've been waiting for your call here at the hospital, Boss Wolf. Your timing is spot on. Song Qianjun responded politely. Mr. Song, I'm truly sorry. Normally, I should have visited you in person at the hospital, but you know my position makes that difficult. I really apologize. Mr. Wolf, let's skip the formalities. As long as you handle what needs to be done, I'll be perfectly satisfied. So, have you considered the suggestions I made the day before yesterday? Song Qianjun was referring to the specific plan for the drug deal, the matter closest to his heart. Getting the drugs out of Tianhai City meant he'd be counting money until his hands cramped. Rest assured, Mr. Song. I called specifically to explain all this to you. The entire plan is already set in motion. Is it convenient to discuss over the phone? No problem. I'm surrounded by my own people. Mr. Song, we've prepared 80 million worth of goods for you this time. The entire shipment consists of 2 boxes, packed inside 2 sealed, password-protected cases. They're wrapped in standard courier packaging on the outside, so they look inconspicuous just like ordinary freight. We're confident they won't attract any unwanted attention. Boss Lang, what truly concerns me is how you plan to transport this shipment out of Tianhai City. That's the most critical part. Song Qianjun leaned against the hospital bed as he shared his thoughts. I've considered that detail too. The safest way out of Tianhai City is by sea. I've already arranged for a boat, a fishing vessel that offers complete concealment. It will help us transport the cargo out. During transit, I plan to mix the goods among the fishermen's catch. Even if someone wants to inspect it, they'd have to sift through tens of thousands of fish. That would take a whole day to search through. I doubt the inspectors would have that kind of patience. That's a clever idea, quite creative. But Boss Wolf, it sounds like there might be some flaws? Song Qianjun undoubtedly considered the issues in greater detail. Following your plan, getting this shipment out of Tianhai City isn't the problem.
The real challenge lies with customs.
This fishing boat won't pass through customs inspections unscathed. In fact, it's unlikely to even catch their attention. And even if it somehow slipped past, customs inspection equipment has eyes like hawks. Forget 80 million worth of goods, not even a single grain of rice would make it through.
Mr. Ha Song, you certainly consider matters with great thoroughness. You're absolutely right about that issue existing, but I've already devised a solution.
It still involves this vessel.
On the designated day, this fishing boat will set out for fishing operations.
Midway, a merchant ship will be transiting that same sea area. We've already bribed the merchant ship's first mate.
They will rendezvous with you at the designated coordinates.
Once you board that merchant vessel, the cargo will be safe. After that, the merchant ship will deliver you directly to a port in the United States. Wild Wolf declared with absolute confidence.
This was the most crucial part of the entire plan.
By transferring the cargo via the fishing boat, the 80 million worth of drugs could be indirectly transformed into legitimate freight.
This maneuver was incredibly clever.
Wild Wolf then added, to ease Mr. Song's concerns, I'll only take half the payment up front.
The remainder will be settled once you safely reach the United States.
Excellent. Song Qianjun exclaimed 3 times, praising Wild Wolf's plan. Mr. Wolf, this plan is truly meticulous. Honestly, it's simpler and safer than anything I'd considered. This is the one. Mr. Wolf, we can begin the transaction anytime. I can't wait to see your goods.
If you're ready, Mr. Song, we can ship the goods by 10 a.m. tomorrow at the latest.
Will you be picking them up personally? Don't worry about that, Boss Wolf. Someone will be there to pick up the goods. In any case, we must be extra cautious. This is our first collaboration, and I don't want any mistakes along the way, Song Qianjun emphasized repeatedly. Mr. Song, you can rest assured completely.
I've studied this plan for 2 days straight, it's foolproof.
Actually, I can share another piece of information. I have connections within the police department. Any hint of trouble, I'll get word immediately. I'll risk my life to protect you, Mr. Song.
I've got you covered on 2 fronts, absolutely no room for error.
Excellent. I love working with people like you, Wolf Boss. Get everything ready. The plan starts at 10 o'clock sharp tomorrow. Shortly after hanging up, Song Qianjun summoned Defei. Still carrying a large stack of nutritional supplements, Defei walked in with a cheerful grin. Mr. Song, I heard you needed me? MHM. Song Qianjun responded, then motioned for the bodyguards to leave the hospital room.
Only the 2 of them remained.
Defei, I have a favor to ask of you. This matter is quite important to me. Mr. Song, just say the word. What is it? You don't need to be shy with me, Defei.
If it's something I can do, I'll climb mountains of knives or walk through seas of fire for you. Before Song Qianjun could speak, Defei pounded his chest and pledged his loyalty.
Don't commit so readily. This matter might prove rather tricky.
Song Qianjun paused before continuing. Here's the situation. I've purchased a large shipment of diamonds, gems, and other precious jewels in Tianhai City.
The total value is substantial, tens of millions, roughly.
As you know, moving this cargo to the United States through official channels is impossible.
That's why I'm asking for your help.
I need you to receive the shipment and deliver it to a designated location.
With your extensive connections in Tianhai, you should be able to get it there safely, right? Oh, so that's what this is about? Defei scratched his head, hesitating for a few seconds. This is indeed a bit tricky. If the cops get wind of it, we could be in serious trouble.
Trouble and risk are inevitable.
How else can you make money without taking risks?
The timid starve while the bold feast.
We're both men who fought our way through the crowd. We should understand this, right?
Song Qianjun casually pulled out a checkbook from his pocket and swiftly scribbled a string of numbers. Here's a check for $1 million.
Take it, Defei. Once my goods arrive safely in the US, I'll write you another check for $3 million. Mr. Song, what do you mean by this? Defei feigned reluctance, pushing it away. I never intended to ask you for money. I genuinely want to help you. Put the money away. Do you really think I'm just after the cash? Song Qianjun's face hardened. What? You think it's too little? Isn't $1 million enough? Mr. Song, you're putting me in an awkward position. You've worked hard these past few days in Tianhai City. This money is nothing. If you still respect me, Song Qianjun, take it. If it puts you in an awkward position, just pretend I never said anything. Song Qianjun had long seen through Defei's tricks.
The guy wouldn't lift a finger unless he saw the rabbit without any personal gain. He'd never grovel like a dog to serve others.
Sigh. Since you put it that way, Mr. Song, I'll humbly accept your offer.
If you hold me in such high regard, I'll do whatever it takes to help you. Even if it costs me my life, I'll see this through flawlessly. With the money backing him up, Defei's words carried far more conviction.
Chapter 163, The Scapegoat. As night fell and the city lights began to glow, the bustling metropolis of Tianhai ushered in a new chapter of its nocturnal life. In the hospital's special ward, Gu Jianqing was deeply puzzled by Song Qianjuan's actions. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Mr. Song, you really didn't need to spend that $1 million. Isn't $1 million too much? Defei is just a lapdog, he clearly isn't worth that price. Even without paying him, just a hint about the nightclub investment would have him running errands for us day and night." Song Qianjun snorted coldly, waving his hand with a smile. "Jianqing, you still have much to learn. Even if Defei is a dog, you must feed him first. Otherwise, he won't recognize you as his master. But Mr. Song, $1 million is no small sum. Even if we must pay, it can't be that much." "Ha! That's where you're mistaken. Didn't you notice the check I gave him is from Bank of America? Such checks can only be cashed in the United States and China, it's worthless scrap paper. Given Defei's current energy and schedule, it'll take him at least a week to access that money. But as the check's holder, I can cancel it anytime, anywhere." "Ha! I get it. I get it." Xu Zhuge finally snapped out of it, instantly realizing, so that check Defei has is practically worthless trash. "Mr. Song, you wrote him the check just to keep him loyal, to make sure he stays our faithful dog." In Defei's private office, Xu Zhuge sat across the desk, a cigarette between his fingers, exhaling smoke in slow, deliberate puffs. "Military advisor Chu, the situation is this: Song Qianjun wants me to help him retrieve the goods. It seems simple enough." Defei detailed Song Qianjuan's request thoroughly. "Brother Defei, I have some thoughts." Xu Zhuge hesitated before speaking in a low voice. "I suspect this matter is far more complicated than it appears. What's your take, strategist Chu?" As Song Qianjun mentioned, if this shipment consists of precious gems and jewels that can't be openly transported out of Tianhai City, he could easily hire a legitimate armed escort company. There's no need for Brother Defei to get involved. There must be some shady dealings going on here. Xu Zhuge analyzed, flicking ash from his cigarette as he spoke. Defei nodded in agreement. "I also sense something's off. There's definitely something fishy here, though I can't quite put my finger on it. That's why I brought you in to figure this out together. The biggest problem is definitely Song Qianjuan's shipment," Xu Zhuge declared decisively. "This cargo is definitely fishy. Its potential harm is far more severe than smuggling jewels." "Ha? No way. Strategist Chu? You're not trying to scare me, are you? Song Qianjun wouldn't have me transporting drugs, would he?" Defei blurted out reflexively. "I can't say for sure, but Song Qianjuan's words clearly hinted at it. The riskier the venture, the bigger the profit." "Big Fei, did you catch what he meant?" Defei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, exhaled deeply, and said, "Strategist Chu, you make perfect sense. Hearing your analysis, so many things suddenly click into place. No wonder that bastard Song Qianjun was so generous with that $1 million bribe. Turns out he just wanted me to walk into a trap. I'm no fool, damn it. I'm not that stupid. I'm going to refuse right now." "No. Big brother Defei, don't." Xu Zhuge hurriedly interjected, "If you refuse now, you won't get a single cent of that $1 million reward, and our nightclub investment deal will fall through completely. But I can't just throw my life away so easily. $1 million is all it takes to buy my death? My future in Tianhai City is limitless. I wouldn't even bat an eye at $1 million. When both money and life were laid before Dave, he became surprisingly decisive. "Brother Defei, you're mistaken," Xu Zhuge interjected gravely. "Song Qianjun said you should handle the negotiations, but you don't have to personally go. We have plenty of people, any one of them could complete the task. Even if something goes wrong, we can easily extricate ourselves. The money's already in hand, whoever we send will do." "Free money? We'd be fools to refuse." "Right." Defei slapped his thigh in sudden realization. "Why didn't I think of that? I've got so many brothers. Just send anyone to pick up the goods, and I won't have to cross Song Qianjun." "Great. Strategist Chu, you've thought of everything." Immediately, another chain reaction of thoughts struck Defei. "Chu Junshi, who exactly should we send to pick up the goods? This task isn't huge, but it's not small either. Sending some random small-time thug is clearly out of the question, but if we send one of our trusted brothers, it would feel like pushing him into a fire pit. This problem has me stumped. Big brother Defei, I have a candidate who should be able to handle this task." Xu Zhuge said casually, "Ding Xiaobei? I think he'd be the most suitable choice." "Ding Xiaobei? No way." Defei shook his head repeatedly. "He's my core operative. Sure, he's got a foul temper, but he's the cash cow of our East District. If anything happens to him, Taishao Street will descend into chaos." "Big brother Defei, it seems you're still too lenient with Ding Xiaobei. Sometimes leniency needs to be applied judiciously. Ding Xiaobei simply doesn't deserve your generosity." Xu Zhuge frowned and said earnestly, "Military advisor Chu, I know you have some bias against Ding Xiaobei, but his role is truly unique. Especially those three old bastards, they hold him in high regard too. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to explain it to those three old farts. Defei looked troubled.
In the entire East District, aside from military advisor Chu and Ding Xiaobei, anyone else could handle this task.
We can find others. Everyone except Ding Xiaobei is fine. Brother Defei, you're mistaken. While I do hold some personal reservations about Ding Xiaobei, those petty concerns pale in comparison to the intelligence I've received these past days. A gleam flashed across Chu Zhuge's bald head, his expression shrouded in an air of enigmatic inscrutability. Ha? What do you mean, military advisor Chu? What intelligence did you receive? Defei paused, then asked in a deep voice. Big brother Defei, do you remember what day the 2nd of next month is?
Instead of answering directly, military advisor Chu countered with a question.
The 2nd of next month? Defei stroked his beard thoughtfully. Not entirely sure. Why? Is it important to me? Brother Defei? Have you forgotten? The 2nd day of next month is the election day for the Eastern District, the Triennial Electoral Assembly. Oh, so that's what you meant. Reminded, Defei recalled, right, I'd completely forgotten. I rose to power through that election 3 years ago. But this election shouldn't concern me, right? The Eastern District boss always gets re-elected unless something happens to him or he resigns. Brother Defei, if that's what you think, you couldn't be more wrong. According to the intel I've received, this election assembly is planning a major shakeup in the East District. Many key figures in the East District will be up for re-election. Chu Zhuge casually dropped a bombshell. What?
Big Fei suddenly yelped, nearly sliding off his chair in shock.
Strategist Chu. You're not joking, are you? How could this be possible? Think of how much money I've brought in for the company these past years. We become Tianhai City's most profitable enterprise. Who would replace me? Who the hell has the qualifications to replace me?
Brother Defei, calm down. I know this reality is hard to swallow, but the intel I received paints a brutal picture.
Many key members in the East District are facing a major purge. Intelligence? Military advisor Chu? Where did you get this intelligence? Which bastard is spreading this nonsense? Every leader of the East District has been re-elected for multiple terms. There's no reason for them to replace me now. This bombshell struck Defei right in the heart. It was a matter of life and death.
If he fell from being the top dog of the East District, he'd be no better than some street thug. Plunging from the pinnacle of power to the lowest depths, Defei could never accept such an outcome. Big brother Defei, the intel is rock solid. It came straight from those three old fossils. Who else in the entire East District holds that kind of decision-making power? This plan had been brewing in their minds for ages. I was stunned when I got the news. Who'd have thought those three fossils would be such backstabbers? They used you, big brother Defei, and now they want to kick you to the curb. Strategist Chu added fuel to the fire with his dramatic account. Holy! Defei suddenly leapt to his feet, violently kicking away the boss chair beside him. If your intel is true, then I've been played like a complete fool. Wait a minute. Defei suddenly had another thought. Chu Junshi, from what you're saying, does this election have anything to do with Ding Xiaobei? Are they planning to make Ding Xiaobei the top dog in the East District? I'm not entirely certain about that, but given the recent contact between the three old-timers and Ding Xiaobei, I'd venture to say he's their top choice. Ding Xiaobei is at the peak of his power on Taishao Street, riding high on his success. If they're selecting a boss for the East District, he's undoubtedly a contender. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans formed on Defei's cheeks. The news brought by strategist Chu was too shocking. His eardrums were buzzing, as if a knife were pressed against his throat, poised to sever his head, and he'd been blissfully unaware. Chapter 164, The Scapegoat 2. They actually want Ding Xiaobei to be the boss of the East District? Defei muttered the words over and over, his face instantly contorting into a hideous grimace, as if suddenly splattered with paint. What the hell is Ding Xiaobei? He's only been on Taishao Street for a few years. He's barely grown a few hairs. Wasn't it me, Defei, who pulled him up by the collar? Now he's ing grown wings? Rebelling? Wants my ing spot? Clatter! Clatter! Defei's resentful voice rose in waves, his furious roar filling the entire space. In a fit of rage, he swept documents, files, and decorations off his desk in one furious motion. The office atmosphere turned chaotic with Defei's outburst. Suddenly inexplicably furious, he pounded his fists wildly on the desk. All of Defei's irrational reactions seemed to be exactly what Chu Zhuge had anticipated. Unfazed, he continued puffing on his cigarette, occasionally closing his eyes in deep thought. Truth be told, if Defei were to fall from his position as the East District boss, then Chu Zhuge, his personal strategist, would have no choice but to pack his bags and head home. In a way, Chu Zhuge's fate was now inextricably tied to Defei's. But Chu Zhuge was no ordinary man. His mind worked sharper than most. In this world, the only thing you could truly trust wasn't brothers or kin, it was money. With enough cash in hand, you could walk anywhere fearlessly. That's why Chu Zhuge was already laying the groundwork for his grand scheme.
No matter who becomes the boss of the East District, I must secure my own escape route. Several minutes later, the flames of Defei's rage finally began to subside. Crouching on the ground, he looked up and asked, Military Advisor Chu, what do you suggest we do about this situation? Should we really send Ding Xiaobei? Big brother Defei, I'll ask you this, which is more important, the position of East District boss right now, or the matter of collaborating with Song Qianjun? You can only choose one. What would you do? Xu Zhuge asked with a sly smile flickering across his face. Defei pondered for a few seconds before answering, definitely the position of East District boss. I worked my ass off to climb to this spot step by step. My partnership with Song Qianjun was meant to escape those old bastards who have thought they'd strike first. If forced to choose, I'd protect my position first. Excellent.
Since you've made your choice, brother Defei, this simplifies matters.
I've already devised a plan for you. Strategist Chu leaned close to Defei's ear and laid out his entire scheme.
Big Fei listened with his jaw hanging open, utterly astonished.
Finally, he couldn't help but exclaim, Xu Junshi, you've really outdone yourself. How did you even think of this? I'm truly impressed. We're backed into a corner, brother Defei. We're in the same boat.
If you go down, I won't fare much better.
For our future glory and riches, we have to take this gamble, Xu Zhuge declared forcefully. All right. Strategist Chu. We'll follow your plan. If we're going to do this, let's go all out. I'm throwing caution to the wind this time. Defei stood up in one swift motion, energized as if injected with adrenaline. Shortly after, Defei summoned Ding Xiaobei and solemnly briefed him on the mission to receive the goods from Song Qianjun. Ding Xiaobei had just returned from eating and was still a bit tipsy. He agreed without fully processing the details.
To him, it seemed like a routine escort mission, just bring a few brothers and a couple of cars, and it would be handled. Meanwhile, Ye Chenfei had returned to the dormitory ahead of schedule. Out of habit, he pulled away the brick covering the bathroom wall, his trusty tool for spying on Su Chunmei. Yet what he witnessed was a different scene entirely.
Su Chunmei had already moved out of the adjacent room.
An elderly couple had taken her place, a pair who relocated from the countryside, likely in their 60s or 70s. Their room constantly blared CCTV's opera channel. Every sign pointed to Su Chunmei having vanished from his social circle. Ye Chenfei let out a resigned chuckle. Though a twinge of disappointment lingered, he felt a weight lift.
At least Su Chunmei would remain safe in this city.
Perhaps their encounter had been nothing but a misplaced intersection.
Once I've avenged the Yi family's blood debt, I'll win you back. Hey, kid next door, you sick? It's so late, why aren't you sleeping? What the hell are you yelling about?
The old man's grumbling came from next door, startling Ye Chenfei.
He quickly shoved the brick back inside and sat down calmly on the toilet in the bathroom. Ring ring ring. A strange call interrupted Ye Chenfei's composure. He pressed the answer button and whispered, Hello? Who's this? I'm calling you, Ye Chenfei. Who else would I be calling?
A sarcastic voice came from the other end. The voice grated on Ye Chenfei's nerves. It belonged to a man, but the tone was utterly repulsive, a high-pitched, effeminate drawl that sent a surge of anger coursing through him. What the hell is this? Can you speak like a normal human being? Ye Chenfei snapped back without holding back. An image immediately popped into his mind. Xiaobai, you got nothing better to do? Calling to harass me? Think it's fun? I'm taking it right now. Don't you hate the stench? Ye Chenfei hung up on this pointless nuisance call. Wait, hold on. Seeing Ye Chenfei about to hang up, the other party hurriedly tried to stop him. Ye Chenfei, what the hell is wrong with your ears? I'm not some little bai. I'm here specifically to find you. Damn you, Xiao Bai. Can't get a date, so you go messing with my buddies. Ruined my bathroom time. Spit it out already. Drop the weird, creepy tone, okay? It's disgusting. Ye Chenfei unleashed a tirade without holding back. The other party fell silent for a few seconds, still maintaining that weird, off-key voice. Ye Chenfei. You're the one who's disgusting. I don't have time to waste on you. I'm here to tell you something. You've got your ass covered by me. Dirt? Only then did Ye Chenfei realize this wasn't Xiaobai after all. Their voices were slightly similar, but there was a distinct difference. Xiaobai's voice sounded feminine, while the voice on the other end resembled a eunuch from a palace drama. Oh? So you're not Xiaobai? Hold on then, I'll call you back after I'm done taking a. You bastard, Ye Chenfei. What do you take me for? Like I have time to wait for you to finish ting? Before the man could finish his sentence, Ye Chenfei hung up decisively, leaving him completely ignored. A few minutes later, the guy called again. The first thing he said after picking up was a barrage of curses at Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei, you actually had the nerve to hang up on me? Do you know who I am? Disrespecting me like this will get you killed. Ahem. Of course I know who you are. Aren't you just old man high? I'm short on time. If you don't get to the point, I'm hanging up. I'm really tired today and want to sleep. Ye Chenfei said, unintentionally yawning. Damn it. Why do I always run into bastards like you?
The other end was utterly frustrated, seething with pent-up rage. Ye Chenfei, I've prepared a gift for you. A gift tailor-made just for you. You're not trying to hit on me, are you? I like women. Ye Chenfei cut him off impatiently. Who the hell wants to hook up with you? Ye Chenfei, are you even listening? The other guy was on the verge of breaking down. From the moment they started talking, this damn eunuch had been toyed with the whole time. He'd started out so confident, but now he was just brimming with resentment. Anyway, it's already in your email. Go check it yourself. The other person spat out angrily before slamming the phone down. A long while later, Ye Chenfei opened his computer email. His expression froze slightly. There was indeed a new email waiting. Opening the email revealed a video attachment. Clicking on the file, the screen clearly displayed two figures, himself and Qin Zimo, in a farewell embrace. Holy! So this is the surprise they promised. Ye Chenfei frowned and cursed under his breath. Ring 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 ring. I'm surprised. The filming technique is pretty good. The pixel quality is high. It even captured my features and the woman's figure in face. Where did you buy that phone? I want to upgrade mine too. Damn it, Ye Chenfei. Who mentioned phone resolution? I'm talking about the content you filmed. The voice on the other end was utterly devastated, erupting into a frenzied, maniacal scream. Little did he know, Ye Chenfei had already sent his email address and phone number to Mouse Online. A thumbs up emoji instantly appeared in Mouse's QQ chat window. Bro Ye, no problem. Leave this guy to me. You're seriously badass, Bro Ye. You even dared to hit on Big Faye's woman. How's it feel to bang the boss's girl? Hell yeah, and she was a virgin. Rad was speechless, quickly replying with a blood-spurting emoji. Hold that bastard off as long as you can. Give me 5 minutes. While Ye Chenfei was messaging Mouse, the man on the other end of the call continued his frenzied rant. Ye Chenfei, you just wait. I'm sending this video to Big Faye right now. You'll be chopped to pieces by him. Chapter 165, The Video Storm. Ye Chenfei, you've got some nerve. You dared to sleep with Big Faye's woman, the East District boss's woman. If Big Faye sees this video, you bastard won't have enough lives to survive his wrath. The voice on the phone spat out angrily. At least I finally got some satisfaction. No. Don't! Ye Chenfei shouted to stop him, feigning fear and panic. Who are you? How did you get this video? Humph. Ye Chenfei, now you finally know what leverage I hold over you, huh? Still got the guts to act cocky with me? The screeching voice on the other end was particularly shrill, making Ye Chenfei's eardrums buzz incessantly. What do you want? Ye Chenfei asked in a panicked voice. Ye Chenfei. What I want depends entirely on your attitude. If you still don't know your place, I guarantee you'll die a miserable death. The guy's voice remained unbearably shrill, grating on the ears. As long as you don't spill the beans about this, I'll give you anything you want. Just don't tell De Fei. I'm not ready to die yet. Ha! Hearing Ye Chenfei's reaction, the other party couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ye Chenfei, so you're just another coward after all. Aren't you supposed to be the tough guy? You even had the guts to sleep with the boss's woman. Who else in all of Tianhai City has the balls to match you? Yes, I know. Brother, can you give me some face and let me live? Fine, I'll let you live for 5 million. That's the price of your life, Ye Chenfei. After a few seconds of silence, the other party finally revealed his true, most direct side. 5 million? Are you kidding me? I'm just a lowly doctor. Where would I get that kind of money? Ye Chenfei couldn't help but exclaim. 5 million. Not a penny less. The boss's woman doesn't come cheap. 5 million for your life is a bargain. I don't care how you get it. Rob someone if you have to. Otherwise, start digging your own grave. The man spat out viciously. 5 million? Ye Chenfei repeated the figure silently. This guy's demands were outrageous. First, he needed to figure out the caller's identity. It was clear the other party knew his background inside out, his identity, records, and every detail. If that video really leaked out, Ye Chenfei wouldn't care much. The real problem was Qin Zimo. She'd suffer terribly. The thought sent a wave of unease through him. In the QQ chat window, Ye Chenfei simultaneously inquired about Mouse's investigation progress. Mouse? How's it going? Confirmed the guy's identity yet? The guy smart sent the video over Wi-Fi. Pinpointed him at a KFC downtown. Brother Ye, keep him talking. He's still online. Give me a few more minutes, and I'll hack into his computer. Mouse's reply came back lightning fast. The voice on the other end seemed to sense something was amiss. Ye Chenfei, looks like you're not too keen on shelling out that money. Fine, forget it. I'll just give De Fei away for free. Consider it buying some goodwill. Damn it. No. 5 million it is. I'll find a way to scrape it together. I'll pay you back, okay? How exactly do we handle this? Ye Chenfei hastily agreed, following Mouse's instructions to keep the other party calm for now. Bring your 5 million in 3 days. Cash for goods. Ye Chenfei, I know you love playing tricks. Mark my words, if you try any smarts with me, I'll make sure this video goes viral and you become the internet's next sensation. Then how do I contact you? Give me your contact info. No need. I'll find you myself in 3 days, the other party coldly snorted. Just then, Ye Chenfei saw the screen display an OK image sent by mouse, accompanied by a satellite-located address. Ye Chenfei snorted angrily, you bastard dares to blackmail me? I'll see this through to the end. Late at night, the city glowed with lights. Inside a KFC restaurant, a bespectacled man sat in a relatively secluded spot. His name was Taishao, and for the past few days, he'd been studying the developments of the video incident, a task specifically assigned to him by Zhou. The goal was to use this video to intimidate Ye Chenfei and extort 5 million yuan in hush money. Zhou had long anticipated the video's importance to Ye Chenfei and Qin Zimo. 5 million was steep, but with life on the line, Ye Chenfei would find the money, considering it a price to pay for peace. He could picture Big Fei's reaction upon discovering he'd been cuckolded. He'd tear Tianhai City apart with his bare hands to eliminate Ye Chenfei without hesitation. Thus, Zhou was certain this windfall was his for the taking. Yet this was merely one piece of the larger scheme. Even if Ye Chenfei paid the 5 million, he wouldn't be safe. Zhou had already laid his trap. Regardless of whether Ye Chenfei paid up, he would expose Ye Chenfei's affair with Qin Zimo to Defei. Making Ye Chenfei's life a living hell was his ultimate goal. The entire process went relatively smoothly. At least Ye Chenfei had agreed to the 5 million yuan demand, which eased Qiao Shoubing's mind considerably. Zhou had promised him that once the money was secured, 1 million yuan would be his commission. A 1 million yuan commission was more than enough incentive for a small-time thug like Qiao Shoubing to risk his neck. Qiao Shoubing closed his laptop. Hunger had crept up on him, so he ordered some burgers and chicken legs from KFC. Halfway through his wolfish devouring, Qiao Shoubing suddenly froze in shock upon spotting a familiar face. His glasses slid down his nose in disbelief. It was none other than Ye Chenfei. Ye Chenfei was wrapped in a thin black trench coat, his hair slightly disheveled. Holding a fast food tray, he was actually walking toward him. Ha! Ye Chenfei? How could it be him? Qiao Shoubing's mind went blank, the burger he held frozen mid-air. Could Ye Chenfei have figured out I was behind this? Had he tracked me down this quickly? Qiao Shoubing hung his head guiltily, his heart pounding wildly. The very thing he feared most seemed to be bearing down on him. Qiao Shoubing watched helplessly as Ye Chenfei sat down directly across from him. His heart nearly leapt out of his chest. If not for the complicated surroundings, he might have bolted out the door in a panic. To his surprise, Ye Chenfei showed no unusual reaction toward him. Instead, he sat across from Qiao Shoubing and began wolfing down bread and chicken legs with ravenous hunger. Qiao Shoubing exhaled a huge sigh of relief. Only then did it dawn on him Ye Chenfei didn't recognize him. They'd never met before. Ye Chenfei had simply happened to be at this KFC at the same time. How incredibly coincidental. Just minutes ago, they'd been communicating in a peculiar way, and now they were sitting face to face eating. It really was a small world. Unconsciously, Qiao Shoubing felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. His heart pounded relentlessly, and the food before him had long lost its appeal. He gulped down a drink haphazardly and stood up to leave. Ahem, bro. Just as Qiao Shoubing stood up to leave, Ye Chenfei suddenly cleared his throat. What is it? Qiao Shoubing's legs went weak instinctively, cold sweat breaking out on his back. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Ye Chenfei lifted his dark eyes and pointed at the barely touched meal in front of him. You bought all these meals, and you're giving up after just a few bites? No, I'm full. Qiao Shoubing waved his hands repeatedly, his voice as faint as ever. You should eat it. It's a waste to leave it. Oh, okay, I'll eat. Qiao Shoubing couldn't find any reason to argue back. He obediently sat down and continued eating the KFC meal in front of him, mechanically shoving a beef burger into his mouth. Throughout the entire process, Qiao Shoubing didn't dare make a peep, like a schoolchild being lectured not to waste food. Sure enough, he polished off the entire KFC family bucket set, leaving not a single piece behind. His stomach was so full from the chicken legs he almost threw up. He'd probably faint at the sight of a chicken leg from now on. Qiao Shoubing belched loudly, then slowly stood up. Glancing guiltily at Ye Chenfei, he clutched his laptop and turned to leave. Hey, hold on a sec, Ye Chenfei said, his legs crossed casually. I ate it all. Finished it. No waste. Qiao Shoubing reflexively pointed at the empty shells on the table. I know you finished it all, bro. Just borrowing a light. Ye Chenfei said, holding up a cigarette. Oh, a light. So it was a light. Qiao Shoubing fumbled a lighter from his pocket with trembling hands, clumsily striking a weak flame to light Ye Chenfei's cigarette. Bro, why's your face all sweaty? You look off. Ye Chenfei exhaled a long stream of smoke. Nothing. What could I possibly have? I've got urgent business to attend to. I gotta get going. Qiao Shoubing dared not linger. Seeing Ding Xiaobei was like facing the Grim Reaper himself. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Hold on. Bro. Ye Chenfei waved his cigarette. What is it? Chao Xiaobing snapped, his nerves taut. Bro, your voice sounds so familiar. I swear I've heard it somewhere before. Like,